Chapter 1, Entering the Strange Dungeon with a Terminal Illness. Welcome players to the new round of the Strange Dungeon. Dungeon name, The Wedding of Fengtian Village. 80 years ago, a wedding was about to take place here, but during the ceremony, the groom disappeared, and the next day, the entire village vanished. Please uncover the secret of Fengtian Village and do your best to survive. Those who clear the dungeon will receive generous rewards and have one wish granted. Difficulty, A. Current number of surviving players, 10. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing in a dark, eerie forest. Not far away, dilapidated village houses unfolded before his eyes, with low, mottled mud walls, some covered with incomprehensible ghostly symbols. There were signs of people living here, but no living soul in sight. A moon hung in the sky, and its cold light chilled to the bone. Then, a crisp voice rang out in Qin Lang's mind. Qin Lang swallowed. Well, as soon as I transmigrate, I encounter a strange dungeon. My luck is really great. As a transmigrator, Qin Lang had only arrived an hour ago. After struggling to understand what had happened in the situation of this world, he was selected by the system to be here. This place is called Blue Star. Its land area and population are more than 10 times larger than Earth, where Qin Lang had lived before. Moreover, people here generally live long lives, yet there are no issues of population crisis or aging. Because Blue Star always has a mysterious power, which periodically selects some people to enter secret realms, where they adventure in waves of strange dungeons. Many people die in the dungeons, and through this, Blue Star indirectly completes a population screening. Those who clear the dungeon not only receive generous rewards but also gain a powerful talent to dominate in the real world. Invisibility, time stop, space teleportation, fire breathing, etc., all sorts of powerful abilities. There's nothing the system won't dare to grant, as long as you can think of it. Those who clear the dungeon return to the real world, usually either rich or powerful. Calling it a rags to riches story would be an understatement. Many dungeon veterans, with multiple clearances, can move mountains and fill seas, with a single word determining life or death. But the difficulty of clearing the dungeon is immense. Especially in the A-level dungeon, the average survival rate is often less than 1%. Even some strong people who have passed through dungeons and possess extraordinary talents can still die once they enter again. Qin Lang just wants to say one thing, a plant name, grass. He is a complete rookie. Isn't this like a bronze player entering a king's game? But what makes Qin Lang even more desperate is not just this. When he fully merged with the original owner's memories, Qin Lang found that the original owner, besides being an orphan, also had a fatal buff. He had a terminal illness. This terminal illness, once triggered, causes excruciating pain, as if one is about to die in agony. Currently, there is no cure. There's only one thing that can alleviate it. That is the fragrance of girls. Yes, just smelling the scent of a girl can relieve the pain. The more fragrance he breathes in, the longer he can stay normal. If he doesn't inhale the scent of girls for a long time, it's basically a death sentence. In such a situation, the solution would be to just find a girlfriend. But the original owner was an orphan and a poor boy. No girl was willing to grow up with him. At first, when the medical staff in the hospital learned about this, some kind-hearted nurses would often accompany him or give him a coat they had worn. But over time, both sides would feel uncomfortable, and the original owner didn't want to trouble those kind-hearted nurse sisters anymore. The original owner would often go to places where there were many girls, like cosmetic stores, malls, and cinemas. He would follow the girls around, hoping to catch a whiff of the scent they left behind as they passed by. Although the effect was minimal, it did offer some relief. Upon learning this, Qin Lang was completely dumbfounded. No bro, you've basically been born with a terminal LSP physique. At this moment, Qin Lang faintly felt some discomfort in his body. Oh no, could it be that the women's scent I inhaled earlier wasn't strong enough? In this remote wilderness, where am I supposed to find some more women's scent? Original owner, could you at least carry a bit of your own scent with you? That would solve this immediate problem, wouldn't it? Qin Lang can only hope that when the dungeon opens, he'll be able to find a female player to team up with. Original owner, even if you had cancer, at least you'd get some sympathy from people. Isn't this terminal illness a bit too overpowered? Qin Lang suddenly remembered the prompt from the dungeon just now. Those who complete the dungeon will not only receive a generous reward, but also have one wish fulfilled? So, if I wish to cure this terminal illness, wouldn't that solve the problem? Qin Lang gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Alright, it's just a dungeon, right? I'm going for it. Either way, I'm dead anyway. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully crossed over, and the mental power system is now bound. Ding. System binding complete. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the golden finger benefit for the crossovers has been activated. Wait a minute, what's this death countdown system? Couldn't you at least give me a woman? Holding on to the thought that having something is better than nothing, Qin Lang began to think about the system's uses. System, please introduce your functions. Sure, the host can now use their mental power to perform various skills. After midnight every day, the host will receive a new skill. The host has just found the system, and the system offers one free skill, Death Countdown. A new skill every day? Qin Lang suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. This is going to be huge. And the Death Countdown skill sounds really powerful. System, this Death Countdown, does it mean I can see this so-called Death Countdown? You are correct, host. Now, as long as you consume a certain amount of mental power, you can see the remaining time of any living being's death. It's not just people, even grass, trees, or strange lifeforms will have their death countdowns displayed before you. The countdown will be displayed in hours. For example, if a person has only 48 hours left to live, you'll see the number 48 on them. Once the death countdown is displayed, it will be permanent. The host doesn't need to use this ability on the same target again. Your current mental power is 100 out of 100. Note, it costs 10 mental power to view the death countdown of a target. Wow! Qin Lang instantly understood the brilliance of this skill. As long as I find a player with the longest remaining lifespan, I can just cling to them, right? There are 10 players right now, which means I can spend at most 90 mental power to find the one with the best chance. And I'll still have 10 mental power left for emergencies. Thinking about it this way, completing the dungeon doesn't seem that difficult. The problem is, where are they? Someone come out and let me see. Preferably a girl, I feel like I'm about to collapse. Great, it's a man. 8 people suddenly emerged from the woods, 3 men and 5 women. Great, people are here, and some of them are women. Qin Lang was about to approach them. Hello? A bald man suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. First, tell me your name and your specialty. We've already formed a team, we don't need deadweight. Have you ever been in a dungeon before? Qin Lang took a closer look and realized these people weren't giving him friendly looks. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if they were interviewing him. This is my first time here. Qin Lang told the truth, since lying would quickly be exposed. A woman behind the bald man, heavily made up, sneered, another newbie, huh? Little brother, you're unlucky, all 8 of us are veteran players. Carrying a deadweight in the dungeon is tiring, you'll have to team up with another newbie. Qin Lang's heart sank. Well, even trying to cling to someone's leg won't work. The bald man pointed toward the woods. Another newbie is back there, go find him. Don't follow us, newbies are the easiest to get killed, we don't want to get dragged down. The other 6 people didn't say a word, nor did they look at Qin Lang again. Qin Lang had no choice but to find other new players like himself. Not far ahead, a small and thin figure appeared in front of Qin Lang. You, hello. A girl with twin pigtails shyly greeted Qin Lang when she saw him. In the faint light, Qin Lang could see that the girl's skin was very white, and she appeared no older than 20. Her big eyes were especially bright, with a small, delicate nose that slightly tipped upward, making her look playful and lively. Her exquisite face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Thankfully, she was a girl, and quite pretty. It was a small blessing in the misfortune. Qin Lang smiled and said, my name is Qin Lang, and it's my first time in this dungeon. I heard they said you're the same, so if you don't mind, let's team up. What's your name? Su Mubai. Su Mubai lowered her head, looking a bit socially awkward. Qin Lang nodded, nice name. Taking the opportunity, Qin Lang spent 10 mental energy to check Su Mubai's death countdown. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from behind, sending a chill down their spines. Qin Lang turned around and saw that the bald man had fallen to the ground with a loud thud. A little girl in a red dress was holding the bald man's head, savoring it as she gnawed on it. Chapter 2, The Tianshan Child? The scene in front of them scared everyone back in shock. The previously flamboyant woman's face turned white as paper, and she hid trembling behind her companions. The little girl in red was gnawing on the bald man's eyeball, giving them a creepy smile. The other 7 players all frowned and immediately assumed defensive postures. But no one dared to run. As experienced players, they knew that running away from an anomaly was the most foolish thing to do. Because anomalies must follow the dungeon rules, and they cannot kill people casually. On the contrary, running away could break the rules and give the anomaly a reason and excuse to kill. Qin Lang didn't know this rule, but he didn't run. He subconsciously stood in front of Su Mubai. It's okay, I'm here. If I'm going to die anyway, let me die in style first. At this moment, Su Mubai asked, aren't you afraid? Qin Lang was, of course, afraid. It was his first time seeing such a scene, his heart started racing, and his heart almost cracked his ribs. But in the spirit of showing off till the end, Qin Lang took a deep breath. The best way to eliminate fear is to face fear. The song of humanity is the song of courage. Su Mubai gave a subtle smile. The little girl in red pointed at one of the 7 players, a man with glasses, and grinned, come play with me. The atmosphere instantly froze, and a cold wind blew around them. The little girl had made the same invitation to the bald man earlier. The bald man, of course, knew she was an anomaly, but he could only agree. Because there was another unspoken rule of the dungeon: if an anomaly makes a request, you must try to fulfill it. Otherwise, the anomaly has the right to launch an attack, or even eat the player. The little girl in red said to the bald man, "I want to play with a ball, give me a ball." The bald man immediately hesitated. Just as he was about to look for a ball, the little girl suddenly pointed at his bald head. "Isn't this a ball? Give it to me, give it to me." The bald man froze. "How did my head become a ball?" "No, this." Before he could finish his sentence, the little girl in red directly bit off his head. The glasses man was now as pale as paper, but he still kept his basic calm. He nodded, okay. The flamboyant woman spoke up, "Luigi, you should be careful." Luigi pushed up his glasses and said, "Don't worry, I've encountered similar anomalies before. Their requests seem impossible to fulfill, but they follow patterns." Just now, bald old Seven instinctively rejected her, so he ended up dying so horribly. Seeing him analyzing so confidently, Qin Lang activated the Grim Reaper's eye. Host spent 10 mental energy to check Luigi's death countdown. Host's remaining mental strength, 90 out of 100. The next moment, Qin Lang discovered a number appearing above Luigi's head. 0. The system had mentioned, if a person's lifespan is less than 1 hour, it will be displayed as 0. In other words, he is about to die? No way, man, you look so tough, and yet you're going to die in less than an hour? Luigi stepped forward and smiled, saying, "So, little girl, what are we playing?" The little girl in red grinned, her mouth stained with blood, and said, "I want your liver." Luigi's expression changed. But he tried his best to stay calm. Okay. The bald old Seven refused to be killed, so agreeing to her request should be fine, right? The little girl in red grinned, dashed forward, and with one hand, thrust it into Luigi's stomach, her small hand stirring inside. Ah. Luigi screamed loudly, letting out a pig-like cry. Qin Lang swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this is bad. If everyone plays games with this little girl in red, won't they all be wiped out before they even start? At this moment, something unexpected happened. Qin Lang noticed the number above Luigi's head began to increase rapidly. It shot up from 0 to 39 in an instant. Could it be that he won't die? Everyone noticed that the little girl in red's expression changed noticeably, her smile fading, even showing signs of fear. She pulled her hand out from Luigi's body, quickly turning into a streak of red light and disappearing. This scene shocked everyone present. She's leaving just like this? Qin Lang, surprised by the sudden change, also realized something. It turns out that the death countdown is not constant. The time left for someone to die can change depending on their actions and the surrounding circumstances. Qin Lang thought thoughtfully. In this way, he can also determine whether a person's choice of behavior is correct by looking at their death countdown and predict what to do next. Qin Lang, are you okay? Su Mubei quietly asked from behind. Qin Lang turned around and smiled. I'm fine. This strange situation ended up being more of a false alarm. It's a blessing in disguise. You're really brave. You don't look scared at all. Su Mubei laughed helplessly. I'm scared, but it doesn't matter, I'm someone who will die soon anyway. A month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, with less than half a year to live. Now that I'm here, I think dying here wouldn't be so bad. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows after hearing this. You also have a terminal illness? Su Mubei asked in confusion. What do you mean by also? You have a terminal illness too? Qin Lang suddenly wanted to stop the conversation. This terminal illness of his is something he can't speak about. He extended his hand. Actually, I can tell your fortune. Give me your hand, and I'll read your luck. Su Mubei, hearing this, gave a childlike smile and promptly extended her hand. Qin Lang took her hand, holding it with his left hand, while his right hand pointed and tapped on her palm, pretending to carefully read her palmistry. He wanted to steal a bit of her fragrance, to cure his strange illness. At the same time, he opened the system to check this poor girl's remaining lifespan. Host spends 10 mental strength to check Su Mubei's death countdown. Host's remaining mental strength, 80 out of 100. Qin Lang looked up and met Su Mubei's big eyes. At the same time, a long string of numbers appeared above Su Mubei's head. 187-9680. What? Qin Lang's mouth dropped open. More than 1.8 million hours? That's over 200 years. This little girl is going to live like the immortal Tian Shan? Qin Lang, why are you looking at me like that? Su Mubei touched her face and asked somewhat embarrassedly, am I ugly to you? Qin Lang shook his head. No, you scared me. Su Mubei lowered her head. Sorry. Qin Lang quickly corrected. No, that's not what I meant. Miss Su, believe me, you will live a long life. He understood. It must be that in the end, Su Mubei will successfully clear the dungeon, make a wish to the dungeon, and get rid of her terminal illness, gaining longevity. The thigh I have been dreaming of is right in front of me. If you want to sleep, come to the pillow. Su Mubei smiled bitterly, you don't need to comfort me. Qin Lang said with certainty, trust me. The person who clears this dungeon can make a wish. Let's work hard, clear it together, and survive safely. Su Mubei turned his head and looked into Qin Lang's eyes again. Time seemed to stop at this moment, everything around them was blocked out, and all people and things were irrelevant to them. Su Mubei asked, when you say together, do you really mean it? Can I really trust you? Qin Lang did not hesitate, of course you can. Su Mubei smiled and stepped forward, then, alright. A strange, indescribable fragrance suddenly filled the air and was sucked into Qin Lang by a gust of wind. All the discomfort in his body instantly disappeared. Ah, that feels good. You two are quite sweet, huh? Lu Ji shouted from behind, still not entering the village? Are you waiting to be eaten by something weird here? Qin Lang was a bit surprised, wasn't Lu Ji just having his heart ripped out by the girl in red? Why does he still talk like nothing happened? When he turned around, Qin Lang was immediately stunned by Lu Ji's appearance. Just moments ago, Lu Ji's intestines were about to come out, but now he seemed fine. Did I just see an illusion? Qin Lang focused and saw that Lu Ji's clothes were torn at the abdomen, with bloodstains, indicating that he had indeed been attacked. But underneath the clothes was a lean body, a flat stomach, and no injury. What's going on? Lu Ji pushed up his glasses and guessed the confusion in Qin Lang's mind. Don't look anymore, this is the talent I got after clearing the dungeon. My talent is healing, those minor injuries were nothing to me. Qin Lang suddenly understood and said, as Country 1. So, the other 6 people must have their own abilities, right? Lu Ji then casually commented, luckily that weird thing left just now, giving me time to heal by myself, or I would have been in trouble. Qin Lang's mind once again focused on that question, why did the girl in red suddenly run away? What was she afraid of? The alluring woman walked over and said to Qin Lang and Su Mubei, you two performed well just now, not like the other newbies who were too scared to do anything. You have some talent, you should be able to help. So, we've decided that you two can join our team. I'm Ling Long, nice to meet you. At this moment, a cool-looking, extremely beautiful woman immediately spoke up, Ling Long, I think they must be scared out of their wits, there's no need to invite newbies. The risk is too high. This dungeon is obviously different from the previous A-level dungeons. Ling Long said, Old 7 is dead, we need a man to join, or else there won't be enough backup for the groom. The beautiful woman stopped talking. Qin Lang was puzzled, groom? What groom? Ling Long said, didn't you carefully read the prompt at the start of the dungeon? This time, the plot is to help the young lady get married, and that means there must be a groom. With Old 7 dead, counting you, there are only 3 men left here. In other words, you might just be the groom. Qin Lang was speechless. So, they just want to use me to fill the gap? Su Mubei smiled at this moment, Qin Lang, don't be afraid, isn't it a good thing to be the groom? Qin Lang laughed bitterly, the young lady here must be some kind of weird thing. Is it really a good thing to marry a weird thing? Su Mubei asked, don't you think so? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, if she's particularly beautiful, I might consider it. Lu Ji then said, alright, talking more won't help, let's go to the village first. Surviving this calamity means we are still fated to meet, that's enough. The beautiful woman snorted, and the others had different expressions, tacitly agreeing with Lu Ji's words. The group walked towards the village. Along the way, Su Mubei stayed very close to Qin Lang. Qin Lang was more than happy about it because the fragrance on Su Mubei was the perfect medicine for his body. He couldn't help but lean closer to Su Mubei, their arms brushing together. Cold and soft to the touch. Sorry. Qin Lang awkwardly smiled. Su Mubei smiled and shook her head, it's fine, actually, I think we could hold hands and walk together. Qin Lang didn't expect the shy little girl to be so proactive. Qin Lang was not a saint, and while he didn't particularly need a woman by his side, as a 2-time virgin, he still felt a bit shy. You won't mind? Su Mubei smiled, didn't you say I could trust you? Qin Lang was infected by her smile, alright. He then immediately took Su Mubei's hand. Once they entered the village, a fishy and foul smell greeted them. The village roads were rugged, and thick piles of decaying leaves had accumulated on the ground. The houses on both sides were somewhat organized, but they were severely damaged, with thick layers of dust and spider webs piled up in the corners of the walls. Something's wrong. Ling Long suddenly shouted as she looked at a chair by the roadside. Lu Ji asked, what's wrong? Ling Long pointed and said, look, everything else is covered in dust, why is this chair so clean? Qin Lang looked and found that the chair was indeed spotless, as if it were new. Clearly, someone had often sat here. But the dungeon said that all the villagers of Fengmen village had left. When something is out of the ordinary, it's always because something strange is happening, and everyone became alert. Someone! The beauty shouted into the distance, and I'm sure it's not human. Qin Lang looked around but saw nothing. Could this be the beauty's ability? Lu Ji nervously asked, is there something strange again? The beauty closed her eyes, as if sensing something, and said, it's not something strange. I'm sure of that. It seems like, it has the body of a woman, but its face. Ah! The beauty's face turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes, as if she had seen something terrifying. The beauty's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her beautiful face filled with horror and fear. Ling Long was about to ask what happened when a sinister voice suddenly emerged. Welcome to Fengmen village. A person was sitting in the clean chair, though no one knew when they had appeared. To be precise, it was a monster with the body of a human woman but with the head of a horse. No wonder the beauty had reacted that way earlier. Anyone would be startled upon sensing such a monster. Horse woman. A woman in a professional suit trembled and said, I've never seen such a strange thing. Wrong. I'm not a horsewoman, I'm a female horse. The female horse smiled and said, a horsewoman has a horse body and a human face, but I have a human body and a horse face. Also, I'm not something strange. I'm the steward of Fengmen village's dungeon. Welcome, everyone. Lu Ji, seeing that the female horse had no ill intentions, asked, you must have some task for us, right? Just tell us directly. Are we supposed to take part in the young lady's wedding? The female horse shook her head, no, my main task is to entertain you all. The wedding is set for tomorrow night. One of you will become the groom, and the rest will be guests. After a pause, the female horse pointed to the houses on both sides, we've already prepared the rooms, the ones with the wedding symbols on the doors. Please rest here tonight, and tomorrow you'll attend the young lady's wedding. Remember, each room can only have 2 people inside, and under no circumstances should you open the door once inside. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. Lu Ji and the others exchanged glances. They knew very well that there must be something wrong with these rooms. Perhaps there were strange things hidden, or various traps, in any case, nothing good would come of it. The veteran players were even more nervous. They all knew, in strange dungeons, choosing a room was equivalent to choosing your death. Qin Lang didn't hesitate and said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, let's share a room. Su Mubai was slightly stunned. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down? I'm a newbie, I don't know anything at all. Qin Lang said, I told you I trust you, of course, I will stick to it. Looking at the long countdown from Su Mubai, Qin Lang felt that following her was definitely the right choice. Su Mubai smiled, her lips curling up, okay, then let's go together. At this moment, Lu Ji turned to the woman horse and asked, so how do we choose the rooms? The woman horse replied, you are guests, you can choose for yourselves. But please remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door. Just as her voice fell, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind a door, making everyone's hair stand on end. Ah! Chapter 4, Choosing a Room. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the door from which the scream came. Is someone in there? The beauty was extremely surprised. She had just sensed nothing. The woman horse seemed a little angry, fat girl, no pranks. Come out quickly. One of the doors opened, and a chubby girl poked her face out, smiling at everyone. Qin Lang felt very uncomfortable seeing her smile. The chubby girl's appearance was quite similar to those old Fuwa dolls from the countryside, with a round, chubby face, big blushes, and if you stared at her for too long, you'd feel uneasy. The woman horse smiled apologetically, sorry, this is my daughter, she just loves to play pranks. Everyone was silent, all thinking, the woman horse looks like this, and she can have a child? And this child looks quite normal, it was a bit unbelievable. Mom, so many people. The chubby girl smiled as she poked her whole body out. Below her neck, her body was actually covered in scales like a snake, with no arms or legs. Ah! The beauty screamed and collapsed onto the ground again. Horse-faced, human body, snake head, what is this? Qin Lang couldn't help but comment. Detected a strong emotional fluctuation in the host, mental power increased. Host's remaining mental power, 160 of 200. Qin Lang was a bit surprised, so this is how you can increase mental power? Right, I haven't really asked the system about how to increase mental power yet. I should find a chance to ask properly later. Seeing Qin Lang laughing, Su Mubai was a bit confused. Qin Lang, everyone is so scared, why are you laughing? Qin Lang snapped back to reality, it's nothing, just think this little one looks special. By the way, aren't you scared? Su Mubai also smiled, what's the use of being scared? I stopped caring a long time ago. The chubby girl twisted her body, slithering on the ground like a snake, while constantly staring at all the players. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the chubby girl crawled to the woman horse's feet, coiling her body around her large leg, continuing to stare at the others with her big head. The woman horse laughed. Sorry, my daughter is like this, she really likes that room. But that room is also prepared for you, you can choose it. Everyone secretly laughed in their hearts. An eerie room that the child likes, who would want to go in? The woman horse touched the chubby girl's snake body, revealing her scarlet tongue. Alright, you can start choosing rooms now. Lu Ji and the others looked at each other, already feeling that something unusual was going to happen tonight. But the rooms still had to be chosen. Lu Ji spoke up. It's better to go in pairs, but that would leave one person alone. Is anyone volunteering? I'll say it first, I can't do it. I'm good at assisting, but not good at solo fighting. The others fell silent. The one left alone would definitely be the most dangerous. The beauty pointed at Sumubai. Let her stay alone. Qin Lang stepped in front of Sumubai. No. I must be in a group with Miss Su. The beauty rolled her eyes at him. Are you an idiot? Two newbies together, that's just waiting to be wiped out, aren't you asking for it? I'm giving you a chance to survive and you don't want it, your brain must be broken. Qin Lang insisted. I don't care, I'm staying with Miss Su. Your brain is the one that's broken. Sumubai can live for over 200 years. At this moment, Qin Lang felt Sumubai tightly holding his hand. A man with a tattoo on his arm spoke up. I don't agree with the idea of two new people in one group. They might be wiped out, and one of the abilities users will be left alone. It was likely one person would die, but now three will die at once. This is definitely not worth it. The others also agreed, and their gaze towards Qin Lang and Sumubai changed. Qin Lang realized something was wrong. Are they planning to force this? Suddenly, Ling Long spoke. Then I'll stay alone for the night. The tattooed man said, Ling Long, we know your skills, but the strangeness of this instance can't be guessed by common sense. Look at how old Seven died so suddenly. Ling Long interrupted him. Old Seven was an accident. This kind of thing will never happen again. Stop talking. It's decided like this. Ling Long clearly played the role of leader among these people. After she finished speaking, the group immediately split into 4 teams, with Ling Long going solo. Qin Lang said to Ling Long, thank you. Ling Long tied up her hair, looking a bit decisive. No need to thank me. I prefer acting alone anyway. As for you two new people, follow the rules. If you're not allowed to open the door, don't open it. The strange occurrences in the instance have their own set of behavioral rules. As long as you don't break them, there shouldn't be a problem. Qin Lang nodded and thanked her again. He checked Ling Long's death countdown without showing any emotion. 87,654. Only a little over 10 years of life left? That's fine, at least she can survive through this instance. Since Ling Long was alone, she had the privilege of choosing a room first. The cottages in Fengmen village were of similar size, the difference was only in style. Some looked newer, while others were obviously old and poorly maintained. The woman with the horse tattoo and the fat girl didn't hurry them, just watching with a half-smiling expression. Ling Long looked around for a while, then pointed to a room in the middle. I'll choose this one. She was about to step inside. At this moment, Qin Lang saw the number on Ling Long's head suddenly drop from 5 digits to 0. Ling Long. Qin Lang blurted out, don't choose that one. Ling Long frowned. Why? As she withdrew her leg, the death countdown on her head returned to 87654. Qin Lang said, it's just a feeling. I think this room is unlucky. How about trying another one? He felt that Ling Long had helped him before, so helping her avoid a wrong decision could balance things out. But when it comes to saving someone, he couldn't do it, nor was he obligated to. Even the King of Hell can't stop a dead soul from dying. Ling Long thought for a moment, then pointed to a neighboring room. How about this one? Qin Lang looked and saw that the number on Ling Long's head hadn't changed. He nodded. I think this one's fine. Ling Long nodded. Alright, I'll choose this one then. Lu Ji was speechless. Ling Long, is your brain malfunctioning now? You're actually listening to a newbie? In this instance, only your own judgment is trustworthy. Ling Long shrugged. What's it to you? She then strode into that cottage. The others were too lazy to say more and started choosing their rooms. Qin Lang looked at Sumubai. Miss Su, where do you think we should go? Sumubai blinked. Aren't you good at intuition? You choose. Qin Lang smiled. Intuition isn't always right. No matter how accurate intuition is, it can't compare to your luck, living over 200 years, European emperor. Sumubai glanced at the room Ling Long entered and asked, are you concerned about that woman? Qin Lang was a bit confused by this question, then shook his head. It's not that I'm concerned, it's just a matter of reciprocation. If she didn't voluntarily act alone, wouldn't we have been split up? Split up. Sumubai repeated this word. Alright, I understand. Qin Lang was puzzled, not understanding what Sumubai had figured out. Then let's pick this room. Sumubai casually pointed at a room. Qin Lang looked over. Ha! Wasn't this the room the fat girl liked the most? Chapter 5, Disappeared. Qin Lang saw Sumubai choose the room everyone else was avoiding. His eyes became somewhat confused. But he quickly nodded, okay, let's go in. Sumubai smiled, okay. Seeing the choice of Qin Lang and Sumubai, Lu Ji couldn't help but sigh. After all, they are new and inexperienced, really don't believe in evil. The beauty asked Lu Ji, aren't you going to stop them? The last part of the dungeon will definitely need one man to be the groom. No need to guess, we all know that the death rate for the groom is definitely high. That kid is a newbie, just perfect. Lu Ji shrugged, Ling Long has agreed, what can I do? After entering the room, Qin Lang found that the space inside was quite large, enough for 4 people to live, but the furnishings were very simple. There were plenty of mosquitoes, insects, and rats, and the tables, chairs, benches, and even the bed had thick layers of dust. The light bulb overhead was very dim, and it flickered from time to time, as if the voltage was unstable. But fortunately, there was nothing strange, nor were there any traps waiting for them. Qin Lang picked up a broom from the corner, preparing to clean up a bit, since they were going to stay here for the night. Just as he was about to grab the broom, Sumubai also reached out her hand. The two of them held the broom together, then exchanged a smile. Qin Lang took the broom, Miss Su, let me do it. You find a place to sit down, I'll clean for a while. Sumubai smiled and stepped back, standing in the middle of the room, suddenly saying, you're such a good person. Qin Lang cleaned while replying, there are only the 2 of us newbies in the team, of course we need to support each other. They are too unfriendly to newbies. Sumubai sighed lightly, there's nothing to be done. The survival rate for newbies in the dungeon is indeed low. There was even one year when only the old players could clear the dungeon, and not a single newbie survived. I believe they have helped newbies before, and saved newbies, but after seeing one newbie after another die in front of them, they probably became numb. Qin Lang nodded, feeling it made sense. But soon he sensed something was wrong. When Sumubai said these things, she didn't seem like a newbie at all. Thinking back to the earlier scene, she didn't overreact when seeing the fat girl. Could it be that she didn't care because she knew her time was short? While thinking, Qin Lang cleaned up to the bedside. Ha! Qin Lang widened his eyes, crouched down, and looked under the bed, feeling a chill run down his spine as he exclaimed, no way. Sumubai stepped forward, confused, what happened? Qin Lang pointed to the bed. The top of the bed was covered in dust, even the quilt had mold on it. But the space under the bed was quite clean. Qin Lang wiped his finger on it, and didn't see much dust fall. Qin Lang said, the top of this bed is full of dust, but underneath it's very clean. Does this mean someone has been here all along, and they often hide under the bed? Realizing this, Qin Lang suddenly felt uneasy, there probably isn't anything good hidden under the bed, right? Sumubai said, didn't the woman just say that her daughter really likes this room? Maybe she often plays under the bed? Qin Lang shook his head, no way, the fat girl's head and body are too wide, the gap under the bed is too small, she can't squeeze in. If it was a child, though, it would be just right. Sumubai seemed to think of something, a child? Could it be the little girl in the red dress we met at the village entrance? Qin Lang hummed in acknowledgement, it could be, she might be a villager from Fengmen village, and this is her room? But why would she hide under the bed? Sumubai looked at Qin Lang with more admiration in her eyes. Your observation is quite detailed, you have a lot of potential. Qin Lang smiled, this is nothing. The one with real potential is you, a girl who can live for another 200 years. The next second, the light bulb in the room suddenly dimmed. Qin Lang and Sumubai took a step closer to each other, too nervous to make a sound. Outside, the woman's voice could be heard. Dear guests, it is now curfew time in our village. The young lady is watching us, the female horse's voice said, faint and close, as if walking back and forth. She doesn't like people running around, so don't open the door, understand? Qin Lang furrowed his brows. The young lady is watching us? Is she picking a groom? Sumuwei said, Qin Lang, are you afraid of being a groom? Qin Lang shook his head. Being a groom might not be a bad thing. If this young lady is a beauty, I'll have some good luck. Before he finished speaking, a strange noise came from outside. It sounded like some kind of beast howling, constantly echoing in his ears. But no matter how hard Qin Lang tried, he couldn't imagine what kind of creature could make such a sound. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, telling himself not to scare himself. It should be close to midnight now. At that time, he could refresh a powerful new skill, and maybe he wouldn't need to fear anything strange. Sizzle, sizzle. Another spine-chilling sound echoed outside, like 2 knives constantly grinding against each other. The sound repeatedly whispered, young lady, young lady. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound continued to echo all around, growing louder and louder, giving him goosebumps just from listening. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knock on the door shook the room. Qin Lang held his breath, clenched his fists, determined not to open the door. He even glanced at the countdown on the door to death. The door could still last for another 10 years. In other words, as long as he didn't open the door, the things outside couldn't destroy it. Qin Lang sighed in relief. Miss Su, don't be afraid. Miss Su? Qin Lang reached his hand forward but touched nothing. Su Wei was gone. Qin Lang gasped, then asked, Miss Su? Where are you? There was no sound of the door opening. She should still be there. At the same time, the knocking stopped suddenly, and the sounds outside became much quieter. Qin Lang grew anxious. Miss Su? Where are you? In the darkness, he didn't dare to move on his own. He even felt an impulse to open the door and look for her. No, he couldn't open the door. Qin Lang pulled his hand back. Su Wei must still be in the room. She said she had a terminal illness. Could it be that her illness caused her to faint? Qin Lang bent down, reaching out his hands, trying to feel around to see if he could find Su Wei. But before he could begin searching, a worse situation occurred. Qin Lang's body felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn, the female fragrance I inhaled before wasn't enough. Could it be that I'm going to get sick too? And that wasn't even the worst part that worried Qin Lang. As long as there was a woman nearby, even the fragrance of a woman in the air could alleviate his illness. Now, if the illness was flaring up, it meant that there was no woman in the room. Su Wei wasn't here. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang's pupils dilated, and he stiffly turned his head to look. The red-dressed girl who had twisted the bald-headed old seven's head off was standing behind him. Big brother, let's play together? The red-dressed girl crouched under the bed, letting out a low, eerie chuckle that sent chills down his spine. Qin Lang's first reaction was not fear. Because the pain in his body was already severe, as if countless needles were stabbing into his limbs. Qin Lang couldn't help but squat down, hugging himself. Damn, why does it hurt so much? It turned out that this illness was even worse than he imagined. It was truly a fate worse than death. The little girl in red slowly crawled out from under the bed and stood there with her arms open. Big brother, come play with me. Big brother. At this point, Qin Lang was sweating profusely from the pain. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed in his mind. This red-dressed little girl, she's also a woman. He decided to gamble on a dead horse being treated as a live one. Anything was better than dying from pain. Okay, big brother can play the game with you. Qin Lang stretched out his hand. But can you come over first? The girl in the red dress was stunned. She clearly didn't expect Qin Lang to say that, and the strange atmosphere from before weakened significantly. The girl in red took 2 steps forward, uncertain, and said, You want me to come over? Qin Lang nodded, and even waved his hand, seeming a bit impatient. The girl in red took a few more steps forward, and Qin Lang grabbed her hand, then pressed it to his forehead, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply the scent from her fingers. It's the scent of a girl. After the pain in his body disappeared, Qin Lang sighed deeply in relief. He opened his eyes and found that the hand he was holding seemed quite normal, not like those in horror movies with long nails, dirty and ugly. Suddenly, Qin Lang noticed a strange symbol on the girl's hand. He looked up, and just in time, he saw the girl's face, young and filled with confusion. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Qin Lang's heart started beating faster, but he tried hard to stay calm. If she doesn't act, it means I haven't violated her rules, right? Looking more closely, Qin Lang realized that the girl didn't look so scary after all. Little sister, you're quite cute. The voice of the girl in red suddenly became pitiful. Whoa. The young lady went crazy, she killed many people. I'm locked up here, and no one is coming to save me. Qin Lang glanced at the bed, asking, Who locked you up here? The girl in red shrugged her shoulders and started crying. The young lady, it's all the young lady. The young lady? She. Qin Lang was about to continue asking when suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. It was that sound again. Qin Lang was sure that no known creature could make such a strange and terrifying sound. The crying girl in red suddenly showed a vicious expression. Veins bulged on her face, and her teeth turned razor-sharp. Ayo! Just as the girl in red was about to bite Qin Lang, she suddenly widened her eyes. Young lady, go back quickly. Qin Lang was stunned. Young lady, go back quickly? What does that mean? With a swish, the little girl, who had been showing her teeth and claws, instantly turned into a red light and burrowed back under the bed. Hey, little sister, why did you leave? Qin Lang hadn't reacted yet when a cold hand placed itself on his shoulder. Who? Qin Lang turned around, and a familiar strange fragrance hit his nose. Shoo! Su Wei whispered, Don't make a sound. Qin Lang stood up, his mind racing with questions about where the girl had just gone. He looked at Sumaway again, noticing that the death countdown above her head still showed a terrifying 200 years. It seemed like she was fine, and there was no sign of her being impersonated by anything else. Coincidentally, as soon as Sumaway appeared, the noise outside quieted down, and the lights came back on. Sumaway sighed in relief and asked, "Qin Lang, are you alright?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Miss Su, where did you go just now?" Sumaway said, "I don't know, I just blacked out for a moment, and I lost consciousness." "What happened to you just now? Who were you talking to?" It was the little girl I saw at the village entrance just now." Qin Lang explained what had happened, but left out the part about him inhaling the girl's scent. After listening, Sumaway said, "You're really lucky. I passed out immediately and knew nothing, but you didn't violate the girl's rules, and she didn't do anything to you. Your luck and mental strength are really good." Qin Lang gave a bitter smile. "Same here. Actually, I should have realized that there was something wrong with this room earlier, but I never expected it to be like this." Sumaway asked, "You realized it earlier?" Qin Lang explained, "Yes, just now, the woman outside said, 'Don't open the door,' and the young lady doesn't like others running around, right?" When we heard 'don't open the door,' our first reaction was that something might break in, and we'd have to close the door to keep others out. But actually, there's another possibility. That's because something in this room will force us to leave. When we run out, we will break the young lady's rules." Sumaway nodded. "That makes sense. So, is the thing in this room that's forcing people out that little girl?" Qin Lang shook his head. "It seems like it. I just don't know what the young lady did to make her so afraid." Sumaway's voice became much colder. "Do you think the young lady did something wrong?" Qin Lang was a bit confused. "What's right or wrong here?" "I'm just thinking about the connection between the young lady and these strange things. And the greatest danger in this room, if it's not her, would be the thing that knocked you unconscious." Sumaway quickly responded with a simple "oh." "That's true. So what should we do now?" Qin Lang looked at the bed and said, "Let's lift it and see." The girl in the red dress came from under it, and based on her description, something seems to have happened there. This dungeon's key point is the young lady, and maybe we can find some clues about her from the girl. Sumaway asked, "Lift the bed? Aren't you afraid the girl will pop out again?" Qin Lang glanced again at the countdown on Sumaway's head. There was still no change. This meant what he was about to do wouldn't affect her lifespan. If there were something terrifying under the bed, it probably wouldn't target just him, right? Having Lady Luck on his side made him fearless. He said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Trust me." Sumaway hesitated but eventually nodded. Qin Lang took a deep breath, crouched down, and tried to lift the entire bed. Ding! Midnight has arrived. Host's superpower has refreshed. New superpower again? Qin Lang sighed with relief. It seemed like a timely blessing. Host gains ability, sensory loss. Host can disable a portion of their senses and emotions automatically, such as joy, anger, sadness, fear, smell, hearing, sight, etc. After sensory loss, the host can choose when to restore them. Each activation consumes mental power, 50. Host's remaining mental power, 140 of 200. Disabling part of one's senses? This ability might not sound very useful, but for Qin Lang, it was quite helpful. The most terrifying thing is fear itself. If he couldn't feel fear, he could remain calm in any situation. Qin Lang chose to turn off his fear sensation first. Host has disabled the fear sensation. Host's remaining mental power, 90 of 200. Alright, Miss Su, please step back a little. Qin Lang felt that even his speech was much calmer now, and he no longer felt nervous or uneasy about the room or the entire dungeon. With one forceful push, he lifted the bed with the girl in the red dress hidden under it. Ah! Sumaway covered her mouth and took a step back. Under the bed was a mummified corpse curled up in the corner. From its size and the clothes it was wearing, it was clear that this was the same girl in the red dress. Qin Lang's face was as calm as a lake. He didn't find the mummified corpse terrifying at all. After staring at the corpse for a while, Qin Lang quickly shifted his focus to the underside of the bed. Countless claw marks appeared on the underside of the bed, some even stained with blood. It was clear that the person once trapped under the bed had struggled and endured endless pain. Sumaway pointed at the mummified corpse and whispered, "Did she claw all of this?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yeah, she probably did. She must have been trapped here before she died. She couldn't get out and couldn't move. She could only struggle like this. No wonder the underside of the bed is cleaner than the top." Sumaway asked, "But she won't come out?" "She can't come out." Qin Lang sighed and said, "Do you remember what I said before? The chubby girl can't crawl under the bed because the gap is too small. Even a teenage girl couldn't get in from the outside. Similarly, if she were trapped under the bed, she would never be able to get out again. In other words, she was slowly suffocated to death. Sumue nodded. So, someone like you just now must have lifted the bed first, then pressed it down once the girl went inside. Qin Lang stared at the scratches and said, that's right, after being pressed under the bed, the girl had no water or food and soon starved to death. Sumue frowned. Who could be so cruel as to make a girl die so horribly? Qin Lang reached over to touch the varying depths of the scratches and crouched down to examine the dried corpse. Seeing Qin Lang being so bold, Sumue's eyes were filled with surprise. Was he not afraid? This kind of courage and mental strength would absolutely surpass 90% of newcomers. Qin Lang suddenly said, it wasn't to hurt her. The person who trapped her under the bed might have wanted to protect her. Sumue asked in confusion, what do you mean? Qin Lang said, if you think about it logically, the bed isn't a tool for torture, and normal people wouldn't think of killing this way. The corpse's mouth shows no signs of being blocked, nor any signs of being tied up, meaning she was allowed to scream for help and escape. Fengmen village originally had many villagers. This method of killing is slow and easy to detect. Who would do something like this? Sumue thought for a moment and asked again, then what do you think happened? Qin Lang said, look at the clothes she's wearing. They don't seem like everyday clothes. Before being trapped here, she was probably attending some kind of celebration or festival. Sumue immediately said, a wedding. Qin Lang agreed, exactly, maybe something went wrong during the young lady's wedding, and her family or friends hid her here. It was this accident that caused the tragedy for her and the whole village. Maybe something happened in the village, causing everyone to start fleeing, and this girl was hidden here by her parents. Qin Lang picked up the little girl's hand again, and sure enough, he saw the strange symbol. Sumue asked, is there something wrong with this? Qin Lang said, it looks like a religious totem. Could it be Fengmen village's local belief? Just as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from outside the window. Ah, let me out. Let me out. A player was in trouble? Qin Lang and Sumue went to the window, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as they reached the window, a dark object suddenly popped up. It was a woman's face skin. A strange-looking creature was wearing that face skin, with two tentacles emerging from the eye sockets. There were also tentacles wriggling out from the nostrils, mouth, and other openings. The woman's skin seemed like it had just been peeled off, with fresh blood constantly flowing downward. Sumue, terrified, covered his eyes and screamed, ah. Qin Lang, however, didn't react much. Having lost his sense of fear, he appeared unusually calm in the face of this horrifying scene, perhaps even too calm. Qin Lang recognized at a glance, the face skin belonged to the beautiful woman who had treated him poorly at the beginning. It was clear she had already died, and her skin had been mysteriously peeled off. Qin Lang asked the strange creature through the window, could you move aside? Such a polite question, but who knows if that tentacled creature understood. It pointed at Qin Lang with the two tentacles from its eyes, as if staring at him. Qin Lang shook his head, if you won't move, forget it. Sumue was surprised, aren't you afraid? Qin Lang said, I was born with a big heart. Help, don't come near. A man's voice rang out from outside. Are you crazy? If we open the door, we'll die. Are you trying to kill me? Another woman, probably in the same room as the man, angrily yelled. Then came more screams and shrieks. Ah! No! The surroundings soon fell into dead silence. Sumue grabbed Qin Lang's arm. Are they all dead? Qin Lang nodded, yes, including the one who was skinned, at least 3 are dead. It's only the first night, and it's almost a total wipeout. The strange tentacle outside the window hasn't gone away, still staring at Qin Lang. Sumue said, we're really lucky. We haven't broken any rules, so it can't come in. That girl in red too, there's still no reaction from her. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, then walked back to the window. He looked at the strange tentacle. Do you have something to tell me? Chapter 8, Unexpected. Qin Lang is actually trying to talk to the weirdness? Sumue stared at Qin Lang in shock. The strange tentacle kept staring at Qin Lang but didn't make any further moves. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then extended his hand, ready to open the window. Sumue hurriedly grabbed the corner of Qin Lang's shirt. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang spoke calmly, don't worry, as long as I follow the rules of not opening the door and not running around, I should be fine. After all, no one said I can't open the window, right? Sumue gave a helpless smile, you really have the biggest guts I've ever seen. Indeed, courage is also a precious quality. Qin Lang stared at her for a while, then smiled, maybe it's because you're here. A hint of shyness flashed in Sumue's eyes. Qin Lang opened the window and said to the strange tentacle, what do you want to say? To his surprise, the strange tentacle actually spoke. Young miss, come back. Young miss? Come back? That's almost exactly what the little girl said. As Qin Lang was still thinking about the connection between the two, the strange tentacle's body began to mutate. All its tentacles suddenly became incredibly sharp, aiming to stab at him. Qin Lang quickly reacted, stepping back immediately. The fabric of his shirt was torn at the chest. If he had been a second slower, his organs would surely have been sliced open. Sumubai rushed forward and grabbed him, asking, "Qin Lang, are you alright? I told you it was dangerous." Qin Lang looked at the strange tentacle. Its tentacles kept growing longer, and the number of tentacles stretching out from the hole in the woman's face also increased. Strange, which rule was broken? Qin Lang wasn't frightened by this scene. His brain started working quickly. Phew, finally safe. A woman's voice sounded from behind. Sumubai and Qin Lang turned around and saw a female player appear behind them. Qin Lang immediately recognized her as the glasses-wearing woman in the suit from the other room. Wasn't she in the room across from them? How did she suddenly come here? Qin Lang asked, "Did you use your ability?" The glasses-wearing woman nodded, "Yes, my room was breached by the weirdness, and my teammates are incredibly stupid." Before she could finish, Qin Lang immediately said, "Get out." The glasses-wearing woman frowned. "What did you say?" "The rule says that only 2 people can stay in a room at most, and you're breaking the rules now." Qin Lang pointed at the strange tentacle at the door. "It wasn't planning to attack me, but because you showed up, it's going to try to kill us and silence us." The glasses-wearing woman said, "So what? We can figure out a way to deal with it together, right? You're not helping your own kind?" Qin Lang retorted, "Why should I help you? Back then, you agreed to sacrifice Miss Su, and now that you're in trouble, you want to protect yourself. Are you really this shameless?" It was because of this glasses-wearing woman's uninvited arrival that Qin Lang almost died, so how could he possibly help her? Although in a weird scenario, survival is the priority, and her actions could be understood, Qin Lang didn't want to sympathize with her. People are their own hell. The glasses-wearing woman pulled a knife from her waist and sneered, "You're quite bold for a newbie. Looks like I need to teach you some manners on how to talk to your seniors." Qin Lang twisted his neck. "You want to force it? All right then." He glanced at the countdown to death on the glasses girl. 0. In other words, she had less than an hour left to live. "I will win." Qin Lang spent another 50 points of mental strength to turn off his sense of pain. Without fear, there would be no pain felt. Although Qin Lang did not know the strength of this old player, he believed in his own abilities. Most importantly, he truly did not know what it meant to be afraid right now. Sumubai said anxiously, "Qin Lang, be careful. She is an old player, and we don't know her abilities." Qin Lang picked up a candlestick from the table and pointed it at the glasses girl. "It's fine, when brave warriors meet, the brave will win." Sumubai was momentarily speechless. Has he always been this brave? The glasses girl was also a bit surprised, even somewhat impressed by Qin Lang's performance. However, she was the first to attack, lunging sharply at Qin Lang, clearly aiming for his life. Qin Lang dodged and kicked directly at the glasses girl's chin. With a scream, her glasses flew off. "Ugh! You!" The glasses girl clearly felt her chin had been dislocated from the kick. Who is this kid? Instinctively, Qin Lang wanted to continue his attack. But unexpectedly, the glasses girl suddenly appeared behind Qin Lang, grabbing his neck and raising a dagger to stab him. "Goodbye, newbie, it's over." However, Qin Lang turned his head and rubbed against the glasses girl's neck. "You smell so good." When the girl in red had appeared earlier, Qin Lang had only inhaled a small amount of her body fragrance. The strange illness was not stable enough. Now, with a woman suddenly pressed against him, Qin Lang's body instinctively took a deep breath. Are you sick?" The glasses girl was taken aback and abruptly pushed Qin Lang away. At this moment, Sumubai picked up a broom and charged at the glasses girl. The glasses girl didn't even look back, kicking Sumubai away with force. "Ah!" Sumubai cried out in pain as she fell to the ground, and Qin Lang retaliated against the glasses girl, knocking the dagger from her hand. "You are seeking death." The glasses girl was furious, repeatedly hitting Qin Lang on the back. Without the sense of pain, Qin Lang remained unaffected, only holding on tighter. Qin Lang knew how to put her to death, but right now, he just wanted to inhale a little more of her body fragrance to stabilize his condition. At the same time, the strange tentacle had crawled into the room, holding up a fully peeled human skin, constantly writhing toward the 3 of them. The glasses girl panicked. "Let go of me. Let go of me. Otherwise, we will all die." Her ability allowed her to teleport in a small range. From the moment she entered this room to just now attacking Qin Lang, she had been using this move. But the precondition for using her ability was that her body could not be in contact with any entity. Now that Qin Lang was holding her, she couldn't activate her ability at all. Qin Lang seized the moment and directly pushed the glasses girl in front of the strange tentacle. The sharp tentacles of the strange creature immediately pierced into the glasses girl's body. "Damn brat, you will regret this." The glasses girl said these hateful words, then was pierced with hundreds of holes. In the next second, all her flesh and blood, including her bones, turned into pus, leaving only a light, fluttering human skin. Sumubai watched from the side, her face paler than before. She did not expect Qin Lang's skills to be this good. What made her more uneasy was that Qin Lang remained terrifyingly calm, as if everything happening before him was perfectly normal. "Qin Lang, what do you do?" Qin Lang stood up from the ground and smiled. "Miss Su, trust me, you don't want to know." His identity as he crossed over was that of an unlucky fellow who entered a strange instance. But regarding his past life's identity, Qin Lang felt it was better not to say anything. After punishing one person, the strange tentacle collected its spoils and slowly retreated. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was good the strange creature followed the rules. He turned back to look at Sumubai. "Miss Su, are you alright?" Sumubai struggled to get up. "I'm fine." Qin Lang said, "Alright, now it's just the two of us, there won't be any problems." At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "Player Qin Lang killed player Fu Qin. Now, the player trial begins. Remaining players will vote to decide if Qin Lang can continue the game. If more than half of the players think Qin Lang should not stay in the dungeon, he will be erased." Qin Lang. What? Chapter 9. Only 4 people. Qin Lang was astonished. What does that mean? Players can't kill players? He couldn't understand. Logically, survival should come first in a bizarre dungeon. Why was there such a restriction? But soon, Qin Lang figured it out. This was not a restriction, but the dungeon system wanted to intensify the players' mutual killing and mistrust a little more. When a player kills another player, other players then have control over the killer's life or death. This essentially exacerbates the conflicts and suspicions among players. Especially in situations where tough decisions are necessary, players would hesitate because of this rule. And hesitation could lead to defeat or even death. For example, had Qin Lang known this rule earlier, he might not have killed the glasses girl, which could have risked his own life. If he chose to act decisively, he would face a stranger's judgment like Qin Lang was now, and his life would entirely depend on luck. The glasses girl dared to take lethal action against Qin Lang because, for the veteran players who had long banded together, there was no doubt they would eliminate newcomers. In order to survive, they couldn't avoid mutual slaughter, but killing came with risks as well. "The dungeon, you are the biggest villain." Sumubai managed to stand up and said, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will vote to keep you alive." Qin Lang smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Miss Su, but I still need a majority of votes. If others disagree, I will still die." Sumubai held his hand. "It won't happen, you can survive. I promise." Qin Lang looked at this beautiful girl, and for some reason, he felt remarkably calm inside. Even if he were really to die, having such a beautiful companion by his side wasn't all that bad. Sumubai lifted Qin Lang's shirt, seeing countless scars inflicted by the glasses girl, her brow furrowed. "Don't you feel any pain?" Qin Lang chuckled and shook his head. "Just endure it." It seemed Sumubai really believed he wouldn't die, and still had the mood to check his wounds. Time passed second by second. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was waiting for death. Sumubai kept staring at Qin Lang, noticing that there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation on his face. "Qin Lang, aren't you afraid of dying?" Qin Lang replied, "Being afraid is useless. Actually, I have a thick skin, so I'm quite numb to these feelings. Right now, I feel like a foreigner who doesn't know how to write the word fear. Sumubai looked puzzled. "Why? Is it because foreigners are generally braver?" Qin Lang laughed. "No, because foreigners don't write Chinese characters." This cold joke earned Qin Lang a look of disdain mixed with helplessness from Sumubai. What a time to be thinking about that. Voting completed. Half of the players found Qin Lang's actions acceptable. Player Qin Lang may continue the game and inherit player Fu Qin's equipment and abilities. Qin Lang was pleasantly surprised. There's this benefit too? Others chose to save themselves. The equipment and abilities of the glasses girl named Fu Qin became loot. Double happiness. It seemed that although killing a player carried great risk, the rewards were not small. Sumubai smiled and held Qin Lang's hand. "I told you that you would be fine." Qin Lang nodded. "Miss Su is indeed amazing." Sure enough, following a lucky one was the right choice. In the next second, Qin Lang suddenly felt a warm current continuously filling his body. The dagger used by the glasses girl floated up and flew in front of Qin Lang. A line of text appeared before him. Ability, Basic Teleportation. You can quickly flash to any point within 1 meter. Short-term use can continuously release, but it will consume a large amount of physical strength. Before using teleportation, if it comes into contact with any entity, one must separate from the entity and wait 10 seconds before using this ability. Black Dog Blood Dagger. Item level, C. Function, can cut through the strange body, causing continuous damage for 1 minute. Qin Lang said, it can make the strange creature suffer continuous damage for 1 minute? This equipment is quite powerful. This round wasn't a loss. It's just that this basic teleportation is a bit troublesome, with a short range and many limitations. No wonder the girl in glasses was so easily killed by me and Su Muwei. Apart from Qin Lang having cheat-like abilities, she must have used teleportation many times before entering this room, which consumed a lot of her stamina, and that was the main reason. Su Muwei smiled and said, "It's better than nothing, Qin Lang. Now you're also a power user." Qin Lang also smiled in response. He really wanted to say, "Actually, I've had 2 skills for a long time, and I will have more in the future." Oh. A long chicken crow came from outside, signaling that the bloody night in Fengmen village had finally passed. Su Muwei said, "Looks like we can finally go out." Qin Lang glanced at the dry corpse of the girl and read under the bed, unsure of what he was thinking. The female horse spoke outside, "Guests, you may come out now." Creak. Qin Lang and Su Muwei held hands and pushed the door open, finding the sunlight outside just right, and it was quite warm. However, the broken pieces of corpses on the ground made the scene unusually bloody and chilling. Needless to say, these were players who broke the rules last night by opening doors, and now they had turned into piles of meat paste. The fat girl twisted her snake-like body, greedily gnawing on a human thigh, her already large stomach constantly swallowing. Qin Lang noticed that there was blood on the female horse's mouth as well. She had also done it. The female horse wiped her mouth. "Guests, don't be afraid. A horse doesn't grow fat without eating night grass. I had to eat last night too." Qin Lang asked, "In your eyes, we are just food, right?" The female horse smiled but didn't answer. "Qin Lang, you actually managed to kill Fu Qin. Not bad." Lu Ji walked out, followed by a girl who looked even younger than Su Muwei. The girl covered her eyes and kept muttering, "So scary, so scary." Ling Long also walked out, and she was indeed unharmed. "Yeah, I was also shocked." Ling Long said, "Fu Qin is an old hand who has cleared 2 dungeons. I wonder if she tripped up this time." Qin Lang said, "It was out of necessity. Thanks for voting to let me survive." Lu Ji said, "Since you've inherited Fu Qin's abilities, the responsibility will be heavy from now on. We won't treat you as a newcomer anymore." Lu Ji's words carried a meaning. Now Qin Lang was part of their faction, and the only newcomer left was Su Muwei. Qin Lang had to make a statement. "Thank you, but I am still in a group with Miss Su." Qin Lang said, "Next time there's a vote, I'll make sure you all survive too." Faced with Qin Lang's lack of tact, Lu Ji's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but Ling Long gave him a look to shut him up. Qin Lang counted the number of people. Including him, there were only 5 people left. Suddenly, the female horse clapped her hands. "All right, guests, please allow me to take you to the next place. Prepare to attend the wedding. Please follow my footsteps, the 4 of you." Qin Lang frowned. 4? You must be mistaken. There are 5 of us here." The female horse's lips curled up. "No, only 4 survived last night." "Only 4 survived?" Qin Lang looked back at Ling Long and the others. "Who was the extra person?" Su Muwei widened her eyes. "Could it be that one of us isn't human?" Lu Ji immediately became alert, staring hard at Qin Lang. And Ling Long looked at Su Muwei with a cold gaze. "Woo-woo, so scary." The girl behind Lu Ji started crying loudly, stomping her feet repeatedly, and her short hair bounced up and down. Qin Lang looked at the short-haired girl, frowning. Those who made it through last night were not simple. So the short-haired girl's weak appearance seemed quite unusual, even a bit intentional. Lu Ji said that with his healing ability, he was just a helper and could only cooperate with those who had fighting power. Then, the short-haired girl must possess combat abilities, making it impossible for her to be so delicate. Is this a contrast? In places unseen by most, the comments began to celebrate wildly. "It's my favorite part, who's the undercover agent? Hee hee, if nothing goes wrong, they will definitely start suspecting each other and then turn on one another. In the next adventure, they will have to guard against each other, keek keek." At this moment, Qin Lang spent 10 points of mental power to take a look at the girl. Su Miao, 434678. Wow, she can live for almost 50 more years? Seems like she's tough too. And this also proves that she shouldn't be the strange one infiltrating the group. So who could it be? Qin Lang glanced at Lu Ji and noticed the words above his head had changed. "Paperman Monster, 11898. It's him." Qin Lang smiled. Who would have thought this ability was quite convenient? But now there was a problem: how to reveal the true identity of this monster. Everyone was trapped in a chain of suspicion. No one would easily trust what the others said. If he just said it outright, what if the other party was deceitful, claiming they were the monster instead? Qin Lang suddenly laughed. "I'm being foolish, why drag this out? The best way to eliminate monsters is to confront them directly. Just do it. Look. There seems to be a monster ahead." At Qin Lang's shout, everyone started to nervously look off in the distance. Qin Lang activated the small area teleportation skill he just acquired, appearing behind Lu Ji. What are you doing? By the time Lu Ji realized, Qin Lang had already plunged the black dog blood dagger into his neck. Ah! You! Lu Ji's expression twisted, veins bulging outward. He reached out to grab Qin Lang, but Qin Lang dodged easily. Qin Lang withdrew the dagger, turning it for another stab, aiming straight for the face. Ling Chung panicked. What are you doing? She suddenly pulled out a willow branch from somewhere and struck at Qin Lang. Qin Lang dodged again, shouting, "Look for yourself." With red eyes, Ling Chung turned to look back, gasping in surprise. The Paperman monster revealed its true form, a body and limbs made of paper, with facial features drawn with a pen, looking extremely creepy. Lu Ji. Ling Chang's legs went weak, so, he has been dead all along? The Paperman monster began to scream in agony as the wound created by Qin Lang kept burning, causing ongoing damage. However, this clearly did not inflict any fatal injury, it quickly regained its strength. He, what a good kid, able to see through me at once. The Paperman monster instantly grew immensely large, over 2 meters tall, its limbs becoming incredibly thick. Though its hands were made of paper, a gentle swipe broke through a dirt wall effortlessly. At the same time, the instance system provided a prompt. Sea-level monster appears. Ling Chung was stunned. What? We start with a sea-level monster? Monsters in the instance are ranked from highest to lowest based on power, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. For ordinary players, they could handle D and E monsters one-on-one, but anything above C required at least 3 people in a team to win. Ling Chung felt that it was all over now. She knew she definitely couldn't defeat this Paperman monster. There was probably no time for cooperation against this, there was no trust built between them. Are they really going to be wiped out now? Roar! The Paperman monster angrily lunged at Qin Lang, ready to begin the slaughter. Qin Lang did not confront it head-on, instead retreating. Yet, no one expected that as soon as Qin Lang's dagger plunged into the top of the Paperman monster's head, its movements started to slow down. Roar, roar, roar. The Paperman monster let out a cry, shaking its head repeatedly. Qin Lang! Come down quickly! Sumu Bai suddenly shouted. Qin Lang pulled out his dagger, performed a flip in the air, and landed smoothly on the ground. Bang! The next second, the paper figure exploded right where it stood. Ling Long and Su Miao were left dumbfounded, completely unexpected of this outcome. Even Qin Lang felt a bit puzzled. What is going on? He looked at the black dog blood dagger in his hand. Is this thing really that powerful? Isn't it just a C-grade item? Why is the power so exaggerated? The audience watching the live broadcast were also stunned. No way? A C-grade weirdness just disappeared like that? I thought I was going to fight for 500 rounds, is that it? The black dog blood dagger is just a C-grade weapon, it can't have such great power. Is this Qin Lang just too lucky? Sumu Bai stepped forward and asked with concern, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, I'm fine. Sumu Bai said, you're amazing, your skills don't look like a new player at all. What did you do before? Qin Lang smiled, nothing much, just worked as a teacher for a few years. Ling Long stared at Qin Lang, a teacher? You managed to defeat an old player and instantly kill a C-grade weirdness, what did you teach? Qin Lang did not answer. Player Qin Lang has killed a C-grade weirdness. Reward obtained, paper figurine. Item level, B. Then, a golden light appeared before Qin Lang, and a paperman cut out of white paper fell into Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang carefully examined the usage instructions for this item. Can instantly summon a paper figurine to serve you, useful for reconnaissance and combat. It can transform into any form and gender, but if you have bold ideas, please be cautious. Qin Lang frowned. How do you know I just happened to have a bold idea? This quest is quite inappropriate. But this thing is pretty good and will definitely be useful. After packing away the item, Qin Lang looked at the female horse. What should we do next? The female horse smiled. Mr. Qin, do I even need to ask? You are now the only male player. So tonight, you will attend the wedding as the groom, marrying the young lady. The plump girl waved her snake-like body excitedly. Wedding, wedding. Such a joy. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Single for 2 lifetimes, and now I have to get married? Moreover, this young lady I am going to marry is undoubtedly a weirdness. The most crucial identity of the groom has fallen onto me. Look quickly. Su Miao suddenly shouted, what is that? Everyone turned to look, and a gust of chilling wind blew, making people shiver. Chapter 11, Joyfully Acquiring the Ghost-Slaying Knife. A group of people walked from a distance, wearing red ancient costumes, resembling a wedding procession from ancient times. Each of them had their faces painted white, with a uniform eerie smile that made one's heart quail at the sight. They carried 4 large flower palanquins, clearly well prepared. Su Miao, scared, covered her face and screamed, "Ah, they look so scary, they can't be weirdness again, can they?" The group became alert once more. The female horse smiled, "Alright, everyone can set off for the wedding now." At this moment, an old lady with a hunched back walked out from the wedding procession. The old lady wore a long red robe, and a large red flower was nestled in her silver white hair. Her lips were also painted a deep red, as if smeared with blood. The same blood-red hue appeared on the old lady's blush, coupled with her naturally pale face, resembling one of those paper figures from a paper effigy shop. Such a get-up would be difficult for even a 17 or 18-year-old girl like Su Mubai to pull off. It was really a bit nauseating to see an old lady dressed like this. "I am a servant named Li, the young lady's personal maid. Young master, please come up with the other guests." As they came closer, Qin Lang realized that they were all flesh and blood real people, but their makeup was indeed a bit horrific. However, considering just now a paper figure weirdness was able to impersonate. So Qin Lang and others still had their guard up. Qin Lang exchanged glances with the others. Qin Lang asked Ling Long, "What do you think? Should we go over to them?" Ling Long said, "It should be fine to go over. If there's an ambush, we can react accordingly." Su Mubai nodded, "I'll go with you, Qin Lang." Su Miao only knew to cry and didn't oppose. Ling Long looked worried but still agreed. Qin Lang added, "But to prevent something like what happened with Lu Ji from happening again, I think we should prepare a bit. For example, we can agree on a password among ourselves. If we're not sure the other person is real, we can just say the password." Ling Long nodded, "Good idea, what password would be best?" Qin Lang said, Palace Jade Wine, 180 a cup." The other three looked at Qin Lang in confusion, seemingly not understanding what this password meant. "Palace Jade Wine, 180 a cup." Ling Long pinched her chin, "That's easy to remember, let's use that." After confirming the password, the group planned to set off. At that moment, Ling Long spoke again, "Wait. I want to pay tribute to the fallen, especially Lu Ji. He went through several dungeons with me." Qin Lang didn't oppose, it was only natural. But Granny Li frowned, "Young master, it will be bad if we delay the auspicious hour. We should hurry on our way." Qin Lang said, "Don't you understand that the dead are most important? Waiting a bit won't hurt." Granny Li sneered, "There are plenty of dead here. If we set up a tombstone for them now, someone will dig it up in a bit. It's a waste of effort." Before she could finish, Qin Lang punched her in the face. He felt no fear and had no fear of Granny Li, who could be a strange entity. After hearing those words, Qin Lang was purely enraged. "What's with the rush?" Granny Li was sent flying 2 meters away, staggering a few steps before falling down. Ling Long and the others were stunned at this scene. Granny Li was definitely an important NPC in the dungeon, and regardless of her strength, her role was significant. Did Qin Lang really just act like that and strike so hard? Was this newcomer too reckless? The viewers in the live stream were collectively shocked. Is this kid a bit too reckless? That was so decisive. Impressive. I've never seen such a fierce newcomer. Those strange beings probably didn't react. Qin Lang said, "Did I say waiting isn't an option? I know all of you are strange beings who have died once, but just because no one buries you doesn't mean you can't bear to see others being honored." Once this was said, the expressions of the villagers carrying the palanquin all changed, as if Qin Lang had hit a sore spot. Qin Lang coldly said, "What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come kill me. Let's see how your lady's wedding goes without a groom. I wouldn't mind killing a few more strange beings." This indeed had an effect, as the strange beings immediately withdrew their killing intent. It seemed this lady's wedding was really quite important. Granny Li slowly stood up, her features all messed up from the punch, her nose even caved in a few centimeters. "Young master has great strength, but please calm down. Waiting a bit is fine." Qin Lang snorted. Ding. Detected that the host's emotions have surged again, mental strength increased again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up successfully. Current mental strength, 500 of 500. The host obtained the item, Ghost Slaying Saber. A powerful weapon so intimidating that even evil spirits fear it, classified as an A-grade treasure in the dungeon. The treasure has been automatically placed into the host's storage space, and can be summoned with thought. Qin Lang was excited again, the C-grade Black Dog Blood Dagger already had significant power, and now he has an A-grade Ghost Slaying Saber as well. Wouldn't he just soar? Ling Long made a small mound of dirt on the ground and bowed towards the broken bodies at the village entrance. She also took out a cigarette and lit it. Insert in front of the earth mound, hands clasped together. "Rest in peace, I will avenge you." Su Miao also followed behind her and bowed. The silent Su Mubai also came to Su Miao's side and bowed to the earth mound. Qin Lang made no movement, he had been staring at Granny Li and those carrying the sedan chair with suspicion. Ling Long stood up and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you, Qin Lang." Qin Lang remained calm. "It's nothing, let's set off." Su Miao and Ling Long each chose a sedan chair and sat on it. When Su Mubai was about to get on, Qin Lang called out to her, "Miss Su, this is for you." He handed over the black dog blood dagger. "For me?" Su Mubai was taken aback, such a precious thing. Qin Lang said, "You are the only one among us without a weapon or skills. Having something by your side is always good, take it. I have my own ways." With the Ghost Slayer knife being so sweet, this dagger was just a good deed to give to Su Mubai. After all, she could live for 200 years, building a good relationship was never wrong. Su Mubai was somewhat touched. "You. Qin Lang, you are so good to me." This dagger had just helped Qin Lang deal with a paperman puppet, it could be said to be a treasure everyone wanted. Now for his own safety, Qin Lang actually said to give it away. He really cares about me. Qin Lang waved at her, then walked into the front sedan chair. Su Mubai tucked away the black dog blood dagger and whispered, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will definitely keep you alive." As Qin Lang sat in the sedan chair and prepared to pull up the curtain, Granny Lee suddenly walked over. At this time, the wounds on her face had disappeared, but she still looked as disgusting as before. "What is it, do you want revenge?" Qin Lang was already planning to pull out the Ghost Slayer knife. Granny Lee said nothing, but quietly threw a note to Qin Lang before leaving. Qin Lang opened the note and was instantly shocked. Chapter 12, Let's Wash Together. Qin Lang discovered that the note only had a single line written on it. "Save the young lady." What does this mean? What happened to the young lady? Why save her? And why me? Qin Lang was momentarily unsure of what this meant. He had just dealt with Granny Lee, could this be her revenge, setting some kind of trap? However, before he could think more, the sedan chair began to float by itself. And the speed of movement was even faster than he imagined. It seemed these villagers were not walking too fast but flying too low. At this moment, the live stream room began to buzz with lively discussion again. Ha ha ha, they really got into this sedan chair. If they knew the truth about this sedan chair, they might go crazy? What is this? If they see their destination, they might shiver. From the audience's perspective, these weird villagers were not carrying a sedan chair, but clearly 4 giant coffins. Qin Lang and the others looked like 4 corpses being hurriedly carried away. After an unknown amount of time, Granny Lee's voice came out, "It's here. It's here." Qin Lang settled down, feeling his buttocks were numb. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and found that it had become dark outside. What's happening? Did they sit in this sedan chair for a whole day? Is this Fengmen village really so big? After Ling Long and the others got off, they also looked incredulous. Granny Lee laughed, "Everyone, please come in." Only then did everyone notice that the sedan chair had stopped in front of a huge mansion gate, looking quite grand. 2 stone statues were placed on either side of the entrance. Logically, the carved stone statues at the entrance should be stone lions or similar animals. But these 2 statues were a bit different, they had 2 horns on their heads and seemed to be some kind of monster from mythology. Qin Lang looked at them, feeling they were very familiar, but for a moment, he truly could not recall. Su Mubai came over and held Qin Lang's hand, seemingly very nervous. Qin Lang smiled, "Miss Su, there is no need to be afraid. Next, let's just take it as it comes." Su Mubai nodded, "With you here, I'm not afraid." Ling Long glanced over at them, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. The 4 of them entered through the door, only to see the room filled with men and women in festive attire. Great joy! Great joy! Great joy! Congratulations to the young master and young lady. May you have a harmonious union for 100 years. Upon seeing Qin Lang, they loudly chanted various celebratory lines, their expressions filled with excitement. The scene was lively, but Qin Lang could read a certain emotion on their faces, greed and hunger. It was as though he and Su Mubai had already become their food. A young woman in a red cheongsam, taller than 1.8 meters, with a slit reaching up to her thigh, approached Qin Lang with a smile and said, "Young master, my name is Xiao Qin. I am the maid assigned to you by the young lady. Please follow me to the bath to change." Qin Lang glanced at Ling Long and the others, "What about my friends?" Old Lady Li spoke up, "Young master need not worry, these are honored guests. We will serve them well. The young lady enjoys lively events, the more people, the better." Ling Long gave Qin Lang a look, signaling that everything would be fine. Qin Lang nodded and followed Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was not only tall but also had a perfectly proportioned body with curves in all the right places. Her cheongsam wrapped tightly around her round backside, causing her to sway from side to side with each step, true drift hip style. The fragrance she carried, especially the kind of scent that Qin Lang, a man desperate for the scent of a woman, inhaled deeply, filled him with satisfaction. Qin Lang knew that Xiao Qin was likely a female ghost. But due to his strange illness, his body really craved the scent. "Sister, you smell so good. Qin Lang got closer and closer. Young master, we've arrived. Xiao Qin opened a door. Her gaze fell to the floor, and then she pulled out a few silver needles, finer than a hair, and quietly scattered them on the ground. The fine silver needles stood upright as if they had a life of their own after touching the floor. Xiao Qin sneered, even someone wearing iron armor would get a few holes if they stepped on this. Humph, daring to strike at old lady Li? I'll show you a little warning. Xiao Qin turned around, young master, please go in. Ah! Xiao Qin cried out in surprise because Qin Lang, she didn't know when, had gotten close to her shoulder and was sniffing away with his eyes closed. Young master, what are you doing? Xiao Qin looked at Qin Lang in fear. Qin Lang smiled, it's nothing, I just think, you smell so good. It's fine, aren't you my maid? Let me smell you a little more. Xiao Qin stepped back, no. Young master, I will scream. What's wrong with this human? The comments were also going wild at this point. Bro, can't you see that this woman has something wrong with her? Old Lady Li and those villagers who carried the sedan chair are all weird. How can she be a good person? As long as you're bold, female ghosts get maternity leave. If you're bold enough, they get 2 maternity leaves. Xiao Qin is a female ghost, but Qin Lang is a pervert. Qin Lang hadn't inhaled much of a woman's scent along the way, and his body was already desperate for it. Now, with such a beautiful woman in front of him, he didn't care about whether she was a ghost or not. He lunged forward, Xiao Qin couldn't dodge in time and was caught completely by Qin Lang, then fell backward. Oh, there are silver needles on the ground. Needles. Xiao Qin didn't have time to collect the silver needles, so she could only take the full impact with her back. She was now like a meat shield, helping Qin Lang avoid the first wave of traps. What's worse, this trap was set by her herself. Pain. So painful. The sharp pain caused Xiao Qin to lose control of her expression, and she could only bite her lower lip tightly to endure. Qin Lang, on the other hand, lay comfortably on Xiao Qin's chest, greedily inhaling the scent from her body. Ah! After letting out a shameful sound, Qin Lang's rationality gradually took hold. By the way, lying on Xiao Qin's body feels pretty good. No wonder so many boys like to drive luxury cars. Qin Lang lifted his head. Noticing Xiao Qin's expression was off, he asked, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qin gritted her teeth and said, it's nothing. Master, can we get up first? She felt like her back was bleeding. Qin Lang nodded, oh, I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. After standing up, Xiao Qin endured the pain in her back and pointed to a wooden tub nearby, Master, you can go take a bath now. Humph, I want you to have a little misfortune this time. In that bathwater, I have prepared something special for you. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang grabbed her hand, Xiao Qin, I'm not used to taking a bath alone. So, come wash with me. Xiao Qin's face changed, this. Master. Qin Lang pulled hard, don't be shy. Let me check your body. Chapter 13 The Young Lady in Spying. Xiao Qin panicked and hurriedly covered her chest as she stepped back, Master, if you do this, the young lady will be unhappy. Qin Lang chuckled, you're only thinking about the young lady's unhappiness, what about my unhappiness? Come on. Qin Lang grabbed Xiao Qin and tossed her into the wooden tub all at once. As soon as Xiao Qin hit the water, she immediately felt something bite her. Ah! Xiao Qin couldn't help but scream. There was a carnivorous fish possessed by a water ghost in the bathwater, it was quite fierce and bit everything in sight. Qin Lang stood by and laughed, what's wrong? Xiao Qin, is the water that hot? Then why did you let me in? That's your fault. Come, I'll help you. Qin Lang reached out and grabbed Xiao Qin's arm, then pulled hard. Crack. This time, he actually pulled her arm off. Qin Lang looked at the arm in his hand and at Xiao Qin, who had now become one-armed, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Xiao Qin thought he was scared, so she yanked out the ghost fish, stood up again, and restored her smile, Master, you are really bad. You actually broke my arm. Qin Lang surprisingly laughed, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Seeing you have only one hand, it's too inconvenient and not beautiful. Have you heard of the Venus de Milo? Xiao Qin, Qin Lang grabbed Xiao Qin's other arm and pulled hard again. Crack. It broke again. Now it's much better to look at. Qin Lang clapped his hands and laughed, now you're the second Venus. At this moment, the comments were flying all over the place. Dang, I've seen killing weirdos before, but teasing weirdos is a first. If it was me just now, I would have been scared to death at the moment I saw the arm. Bro, you've taken a wrong path. Xiao Qin's head of black hair suddenly stood on end. You go die. Xiao Qin's body grew taller, her limbs began to mutate in different degrees, and a gigantic insect head sprouted. It turned out she was the weird one originally as a dragonfly. Qin Lang laughed, I'm your master, if you kill me now, Aren't you afraid the young lady will blame you? Xiao Qin roared, you're just a smelly man. The changes to Fengmen village are all the fault of you stinky men. You want to marry the young lady, but I could easily eat one of your arms or legs. Saying that, she opened her bloody big mouth and aimed to bite Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled and pulled out the ghost-slaying knife. As the ghost-slaying knife appeared, a white mist floated out from the blade, the air around seemed to freeze, and a pin drop could be heard. The ghost-slaying knife hadn't even touched Xiao Qin, but just the heavy evil aura on it made her tremble all over. This. Xiao Qin froze, what is this? Don't come near. Qin Lang smiled lightly, what's wrong, not tough anymore. Come on, weren't you going to eat me? Xiao Qin, scared, immediately reverted to her human form. Master, I was wrong, please don't, spare me. As a mere sea-level monster, in front of an A-level weapon like the ghost-slaying knife, there was only one path, to turn to ashes. Qin Lang laughed, you don't want to die, right? Then tell me about Fengmen village and the wedding. Otherwise, with this ghost-slaying knife in my hand, soon I'll smoothly slide into your body, thrusting again and again, hard and fast, until I release the white essence inside you. The live chat exploded once more. Damn. What kind of wild words are these? That's some fast sword, some fast driving. This guy must be sick in the head. Not a guy, but why does killing monsters sound so dirty when you say it? Xiao Qin hurriedly nodded. I'll tell you, I'll say everything. Actually, I don't really know, the village was already like this when I was born. What I know was told to me by Granny Li. Granny Li said that Fengmen village used to be a good place, but ever since the young lady was born, she kept torturing the villagers and caused many deaths. As Xiao Qin spoke, her expression suddenly twisted in terror. She fell to her knees, clutching her head and sobbing. Young lady, I was wrong. Young lady, I won't dare again. Qin Lang frowned. Hey, what's going on? Before he could ask further, cracks began to spread across Xiao Qin's body, and she started to swell up. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Qin was gone. Player Qin Lang has slain a Class C aberration. Reward obtained, Primary Marrow Cleansing Pill. Primary Marrow Cleansing Pill temporarily enhances physical strength, endurance, and stamina. Though it sounds like a certain blue pill that can make a certain part of a man stand tall, the two are quite different. Weak-bodied users should exercise caution. Qin Lang scratched his head. That works? But I didn't even do anything. From Xiao Qin's last words, could it be that the young lady was the one who struck? Has she been secretly watching me all this time? That's a bit twisted. Qin Lang looked around and said, since you're watching, you should know I'm not someone to be controlled easily. If you're going to kill me, then do it already. Hearing no response, Qin Lang shrugged and turned to leave, planning to regroup with Su Mubai and the others. But as he reached the door, he noticed something strange. On the table sat a Tang San Kai figurine. Though the name sounds pleasant, Tang San Kai is actually a funerary object, something buried with the dead. Why would such a wealthy family display something so ominous? A chilling thought struck Qin Lang. The two stone statues at the gate. I remember now, those were Tianlu. Tianlu are mythical beasts said to ward off evil spirits, just like Tang San Kai, both used for burial offerings. A horrifying idea began to form in his mind. Son-in-law. Granny Li suddenly appeared from the other end of the hallway. What's wrong? Where's Xiao Qin? She's dead, Qin Lang replied. The young lady killed her. Granny Li only uttered an indifferent "oh," as if it didn't matter. You haven't changed your clothes yet. Hurry up, don't miss the auspicious time. The young lady will be out for the wedding soon, don't make her angry. Qin Lang asked directly, you all seem terrified of this young lady. What does she look like? Can I meet her now? Granny Li froze, then twisted her neck a full 180 degrees to stare at Qin Lang with chilling eyes. The young lady will appear when it's time. The son-in-law need not worry. Just as Qin Lang was about to question further, he saw Granny Li silently moving her lips. She seemed to be mouthing something. Qin Lang focused on her lips. She was repeating the same word again and again. Behind. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He spun around, nothing there. When he turned back, Granny Li had vanished. Ah! From the other side of the corridor came Su Miao's scream. Qin Lang rushed over, fearing something had happened to Su Mubai and the others. Passing through several rooms, he finally found Su Miao kneeling on the floor, crying bitterly. There's a rat. Su Miao squatted on the ground, crying like a pear flower drenched in rain. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. What the hell, is this what they call a veteran player? Where are Linglong and Miss Su? Where did they go? Su Miao looked around, then said, I don't know when they left. Qin Lang felt even more helpless. He called out, Imperial Jade Liquor. Su Miao looked up, her big watery eyes staring at Qin Lang. Is it 180 for a cup? Fine, that barely matches up. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao up and started running outside to find Linglong and Su Mubai. Qin Lang. Linglong's voice came from a corner. Qin Lang turned to look and found Linglong standing at the door of a room. Imperial Jade Liquor. 180 for a cup. The chant was correct, so Qin Lang hurried over to her. Linglong and Su Mubai were both in that room, which had a very unique decor. In the large room, besides an altar, a statue, and a wooden table with an incense burner, there was nothing else. Looking at that statue, it wasn't the Buddha nor the Jade Emperor, but a Taoist in a robe, grinning widely, seemingly laughing for no reason. Qin Lang wondered, is this some kind of belief in Fengmen village? Su Mubai touched the table and then said, it seems so. Look, it's quite clean here. Linglong and I just encountered a strange being. We wanted to follow it, catch it, and ask for some clues, but when we got here, it disappeared. Qin Lang looked at the statue, faintly feeling something was wrong. Su Mubai asked, by the way, Qin Lang, it's almost time for the wedding. Are you ready? Qin Lang smiled wryly, ready for what? I actually don't want to go at all. Linglong asked, why? Qin Lang replied, because this wedding is completely abnormal. Not only are all the others here strange, but this place is also unusual. I suspect we might be in an ancient tomb. This scared Su Miao to the point of crying. What? An ancient tomb? Linglong covered Su Miao's mouth and asked, Qin Lang, why do you think that? Qin Lang said, have you not noticed all the funeral items scattered everywhere? These things only belong in a grave. And the pair of stone statues at the entrance are the legendary heavenly beasts guarding tombs. Plus, the layout here is very strange. To get to any room, you have to go through a long corridor, typical of tomb structures, narrow in front, wide in the back. Do you remember the hint at the beginning of the dungeon? All the villagers in Fengmen village perished during a wedding 80 years ago. So this place might actually be a tomb, one that buried all the villagers. Though it seems nighttime for us, it's actually because we are underground. Linglong and the others changed their expressions. The live stream began to flood with comments. Damn, this kid seems brainless but actually has some skill. He figured it out, that's not simple. But what good does it do to guess? Unless they clean up these strange things, especially dealing with the Miss Boss, they might still be in dead ends? Qin Lang continued, what good is a wedding held in a cemetery? If I go, isn't that foolish? Instead of that, it's better to spend more time looking for clues. He looked again at the statue, murmuring, this thing might be a clue. The people of Fengmen village don't believe in land gods or immortals, yet they worship such a strange Taoist, very suspicious. Su Mubai frowned and said, but when the wedding time comes, they will definitely come looking for you, we don't have that much time now. At this point, Linglong sighed, looks like we have to use that trick. She took a black jade pendant from her bosom. Linglong explained, this is called the 3000 Divine Jade. It can summon a deity, and you can converse with it to gain information, even obtain items and more. When Qin Lang heard this, he was puzzled, such a good thing, why didn't you take it out sooner? Linglong said, this thing, although powerful, comes with great risk. 3000 Divine Jade, as the name implies, contains various deities from 3000 worlds. Different people will summon different deities. If a decent deity is summoned, that's fine, but if a bad thing comes out, it would be a terrible loss. Previously, someone summoned an evil god, and it demanded his soul as the price for a wish. Before long, he died. This was given to me by a big shot, who kept it by his side and never dared to use it. I've had it for several years. After hearing this, Qin Lang's gaze remained on the black jade. The risk and reward of this thing are both quite high, how to choose? Linglong said, Qin Lang, I am now giving it to you. Whether to use it or not depends on your choice. Qin Lang asked, giving it to me? Why? Linglong smiled and said, to be honest, my fate is not good, I am what they call a star of misfortune. So if I were to use this divine jade, it likely wouldn't end well. I see that you are different from other newcomers, you should be someone with great fortune, so you might summon a useful deity. Qin Lang took the 3000 Divine Jade, lost in thought. 3000 Divine Jade. Item level, A. Can summon powerful deities, but may also summon terrifying evil gods, it all depends on luck. The dungeon system also provided an introduction to it, proving that Linglong did not lie. Qin Lang was uncertain about what he could summon. However, lacking fear, he indeed wanted to give it a try. Su Mubai frowned, Qin Lang, think twice. Su Miao said, go ahead and try it. What if it works? Then we can all clear the level together. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then asked Linglong, how do you use this thing? Linglong's expression turned serious, you just need to drop your blood on it and read the incantation. Seeing that Qin Lang was really going to use the 3000 Divine Jade, the viewers in the livestream suddenly erupted. Ha, someone is daring enough to use this thing again. The 3000 Divine Jade should be an S-grade treasure in terms of power, but because the side effects are too obvious, it was directly downgraded by the dungeon system. It's really creepy. I remember last time, a guy summoned an evil god that promised to grant 3 wishes, but it required the summoner to fulfill its desires. In the end, that guy was played to death. Everyone was now staring at Qin Lang, eager to see what he could summon. Chapter 15, The Girl in the Bath. Lu Ji slammed the door and stormed out. Qin Lang looked at Linglong. It seems you two have a good relationship, aren't you going to stop him? Linglong sighed. He has always been like this, relying on his strong healing ability. He loves to run around. Don't worry, he's not that easy to kill. Having seen Lu Ji's abilities, Linglong was quite confident. Qin Lang asked, but didn't he say his healing ability is only auxiliary and not particularly strong? Linglong laughed. In the dungeon, what others say is just for reference. Lu Ji's ability is far stronger than he claims. But to lower other players' guard, some people always pretend to be weak, increasing their odds of survival. This is also a strategy used by veteran players to clear levels. Qin Lang shrugged after hearing this. Those are not veteran players, they are clearly old foxes. In fact, he already knew very well how Lu Ji would end up. The moment Lu Ji stepped outside, Qin Lang noticed that the countdown above his head had quietly changed. Lu Ji angrily marched down the corridor. Bunch of lunatics, one moment we listen to a newcomer, the next a weird one. Splash! A sound of water caught Lu Ji's attention. Lu Ji grew alert and then pulled out a knife. He cut off his own thumb and threw it up towards the ceiling. After doing this, Lu Ji followed the sound of water. Through a wooden carved window, Lu Ji saw a beautiful woman getting undressed and stretching her legs into a big wooden tub. Surrounded by layers of steam, he couldn't see her face clearly, but he could notice her slender curves. Such an enchanting scene made Lu Ji feel a bit dizzy. He shook his head and thought, wait, could she be the legendary young lady? Lu Ji thought he should quickly inform Linglong and the others. Splash splash. Wash it, hurry up and wash it clean, first wash the intestines, then wash the heart, wash it. Lu Ji was drawn in by this strange song and slowly turned his head to look. Ah! After taking a glance at the scene inside, Lu Ji was so frightened that he almost screamed and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. He saw a bathing girl cut open her belly, pulling out all her intestines and washing them in the bathwater. And her hands. Then her hands fell off, dropping into the bathwater and swirling around. Oh, I need to wash my hair. With a snap, the girl's head broke off and fell into the water, rolling by itself. This scene made Lu Ji unable to watch any longer. His legs began to weaken, with only one thought in his mind. Run! Just as Lu Ji was about to return the way he came, he found his foot caught by something. Turning around, he saw it was a severed female hand. Are you also a guest of the young lady? Peeking at others while they bathe is truly lewd. On the nearby wooden windowsill, the girl's head floated in the air, grinning with a terrifying smile, her wet hair dripping down. Lu Ji wanted to scream, but a severed foot was shoved into his mouth, making him feel a wave of suffocation. The girl let out a cold sneer, and other body parts floated out, surrounding Lu Ji and continuously attacking him. The freshly washed intestines wrapped around Lu Ji's neck, and with a strong grip, the girl actually strangled Lu Ji to death. After Lu Ji fell, the girl's body parts reassembled, revealing a beautiful naked woman in the middle of the corridor. She bent down, tore off a piece of Lu Ji's face, and began chewing it. Young people's faces are so tender. The girl ate with delight, and soon only a pile of white bones was left on the ground. She licked her lips. I wonder how the groom will taste. At the same time, the finger that Lu Ji had thrown onto the beam began to undergo a transformation. The broken end of the finger emitted a faint glow, and threads began to stretch out from within. The slender threads gathered more and more, finally forming dense fibers, then transformed into various organs and a brand new body. Damn it, luckily I'm clever. Lu Ji coughed weakly while lying on the beam and said, I didn't expect to use my rebirth ability right from the start. What the heck is this strange thing? He claimed to others that his ability was healing, but that was just a superficial cover. His real ability was limb regeneration. As long as his body retained even a small piece, he could reassemble a new body after being destroyed. This was why he had the confidence to act alone. After confirming that no one was around, Lu Ji planned to quickly return to his room to report everything to Linglong. If the earlier strangeness was indeed the young lady, then it was best for them to leave quickly. There you are. The girl's head appeared behind Lu Ji without him noticing, grinning as she said, your ability is quite interesting. Lu Ji gasped, and the girl opened her bloody jaws, biting down on his neck. A torrent of blood flowed from Lu Ji's neck, dripping onto the headless girl standing below. Lu Ji struggled to make the blood vessels in his throat regenerate quickly, while biting his finger to draw a symbol on the girl's face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Waves of white smoke rose from the girl's face, and with a cry, the girl released her grip. You can still perform an exorcism spell? Enduring the pain on one side of her face, the girl sneered, "Not simple, huh?" Lu Ji pressed his hand to his throat and jumped down. At this moment, his throat had healed enough to breathe, but it would take a little longer for his vocal cords to regain their voice. Lu Ji ran forward quickly, wanting nothing more than to escape this hell. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Lu Ji instinctively thought there was still an enemy, so he quickly formed a hand sign and made a gesture like a Western priest exorcist, pushing forward with great force. With his vocal cords partially healed, he hurriedly recited the spell, Andalaran, Daraska, Hohanaga. This was a Western exorcism spell he learned from a previous quest, a skill reserved for advanced exorcists, strong enough to fight against the 14 demons under Satan. A beam of golden light shot toward the shadow, and the moment it made contact, the golden light disappeared into the shadow without causing any effect. Lu Ji fell into despair. How is this possible? At that moment, the shadow began to charge at him. Lu Ji's pupils shrank continuously. The young lady is the young lady. You are the young lady. In the room, Qin Lang was still staring at the note filled with clues. Sumue used the tea set in the room to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang thanked her, took a sip of the tea, and continued to ponder. Sumue sat down next to him. "We're about to go and get married, aren't you afraid?" Qin Lang smiled. He really didn't know what fear meant right now. If time allowed, he would like to take another nap. Since we've come this far, there's nothing to be afraid of. I actually find it a bit interesting. Upon hearing this, Ling Long, who was sitting on the floor, leaned over. What's interesting? Chapter 16 The Young Lady. Qin Lang pointed at a line of text above. The young lady, after becoming strange, must hold regular weddings to absorb yang to replenish yin. But the problem is, there are many ways to absorb yang and replenish yin. Why must it be a ghost marriage? Ling Long asked. What other ways are there to absorb yang and replenish yin? Qin Lang was about to explain but noticed that Sumue, Ling Long, and Su Miao were eagerly waiting for him to describe what other ways to absorb yang and replenish yin meant. Forget I said anything. Qin Lang waved his hand. Don't worry about the details. Just then, the door was pushed open. A completely naked man, covered in blood, walked in. Who else could it be but Lu Ji? Su Miao quickly covered her eyes. Lu Ji, you pervert. Shameless. Lu Ji stared blankly at everyone, then said, "It's so cold." Ling Long, confused, asked, "Lu Ji, why did you take so long?" "Wait, did you use that move?" Lu Ji nodded. "Yeah. I did." Ling Long was greatly surprised. To force Lu Ji to use his rebirth ability meant something serious had happened. What exactly happened? Quickly, sit down and tell us. Qin Lang suddenly stopped Ling Long. Don't go over. He is not Lu Ji. What? He is not Lu Ji? Ling Long couldn't help but take a step back, then stared at Qin Lang and asked, "How do you know?" Qin Lang said, "Trust me, he is definitely not." From the moment Lu Ji stepped out of the door, he had already seen that Lu Ji's death countdown had reached 0. In other words, he had less than an hour of life left. Now an hour had passed, how could Lu Ji still be alive? Moreover, when Qin Lang looked at Lu Ji again, he found that the death countdown on his head had already disappeared, which meant he was long dead. Lu Ji glared at Qin Lang and shouted, "You brat, always talking nonsense here, now trying to mislead others. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." After saying that, he charged towards Qin Lang. Ling Long saw this and immediately pulled out the branch hidden in her sleeve, striking it fiercely at Lu Ji. Zizzizizi. A plume of white smoke rose from Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji's features twisted together, and he bellowed angrily, "Ling Long, what are you doing?" Ling Long stared at the white smoke, frowning, and said, "You really are dead. If you are truly Lu Ji, then you would know that this willow branch can ward off evil spirits, and only when it strikes something strange will it react like this." After finishing her words, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Ji's face. "The young lady has already said that you should die without realizing it. That is the only way to be a qualified sacrifice. It seems now that you can only be a second-rate sacrifice." Lu Ji then fixed his gaze on Qin Lang. "You can die a little later, but you will eventually be played with by the young lady." Saying this, he opened his mouth wide, his jaw actually dragging down to his chest. In the next second, a large number of long black worms crawled out from his body, quickly covering the entire room. Su Miao was so frightened that she burst into tears and quickly jumped onto a nearby antique table. Qin Lang quickly lifted Su Mubai onto the bed while drawing out his black dog blood dagger. "Miss Su, hold on to me tightly." Su Mubai grasped his neck firmly with both hands and vigorously nodded. Ling Long raised the branch and struck it down towards Lu Ji's head. The willow branch sliced through the air like a sword, directly splitting Lu Ji in half. As the worms rushed towards Ling Long, ready to bite her, her skin seemed as tough as steel. The worms bit at her several times without any effect. Ling Long then picked up the branch again and struck the black worms on her body in half. Lu Ji immediately transformed into a pool of pus, and the other worms, as if losing control, made unsettling wails before slowly dissipating into black smoke. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Ling Long questioned, how could Lu Ji turn into such a monster? Players who die in the copy, die as die, there's never been anything like this. Qin Lang said, this is probably the power of the blood sacrifice. Hurry up, we need to leave now. Ling Long asked, where to? Aren't we supposed to wait for the wedding to start? Qin Lang shook his head, leave the wedding to me and the crybaby, you and Miss Su go find out the truth behind the blood sacrifice. Ling Long felt surprised by this division of tasks, and even Su Mubai looked puzzled. Qin Lang, aren't you supposed to be with me? Su Mubai's tone carried a hint of reproach. Qin Lang replied, Miss Su, of course, we will still be together, so I need you to keep an eye on Ling Long. I can only feel at ease if you take on the blood sacrifice ritual. Although I don't like that crybaby, she is at least one of the survivors from last night, so acting with her should be fine. If the young lady appears, I will try to hold her off, and you and Ling Long must act quickly, find the site of the blood sacrifice from back then, and uncover that strange thing hidden among us. Su Mubai nodded with a complex expression and then said, well, alright. Pip pip a pap. The sound of firecrackers rang outside, accompanied by the noise of gongs and drums. Groom, the auspicious time has come. Old Li's voice came from the other side of the corridor. Qin Lang immediately changed into the groom's clothing on the bed and whispered, hurry up and go. Ling Long and Su Mubai exchanged glances and then ran out. Qin Lang watched their retreating figures and then looked at Su Miao, who was trembling in the corner. Alright, let's go quickly. Su Miao covered her face and shouted, no, I don't want to go, woo woo woo. Old Li appeared at the door and, seeing Qin Lang, sneered, Groom, why did two girls just run out? If the young lady sees them, it won't be good. Maybe you should let them come back? Qin Lang responded, my friends can go wherever they want, is that any of your business? Old Li remained cold as she said, Groom, I still advise you to let them come back. Without saying a word, Qin Lang stepped up and slapped Granny Li. You old thing, I've tolerated you for a long time. Qin Lang said, I'll say it again, my friend can do whatever they want, mind your own business. Granny Li struggled to turn her neck back, the sound of cracking echoed. She looked at Qin Lang with a venomous glare and said, alright, since you say that, let's go outside. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao and walked out. Whoa, I don't want to go. If you don't go, you'll die here faster. Granny Li saw them tugging at each other and coughingly said, young master, if you keep this up, the young lady might get upset. Qin Lang raised his hand, old thing, do you believe I will hit you again? Lead the way. Granny Li could only shut her mouth. After pulling Su Miao for a few steps, Qin Lang felt someone watching him again. Turning his head toward the corridor, he noticed a woman in a black and white cheongsam walking toward him. Granny Li, who is she? Could it be the young lady? Qin Lang asked, realizing that Granny Li had disappeared without him noticing. Granny Li? Old thing? Qin Lang called out several times, but there was still no response. What a beautiful young master. The woman in the cheongsam had somehow appeared in front of Qin Lang, her lips curving up to her ears, her eyes filled with desire. The young lady is so lucky. She was the bizarre one who had just devoured Lu Ji whole. At this moment, facing Qin Lang, her drool could no longer be contained. Chapter 17 Behind the Statue. This noise made Qin Lang alert again. 6 sources of light appeared in the corridor, steadily approaching them. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 6 large eyes glowing with a blue light. A spider-like monster, covered in countless human heads and remains, crawled swiftly on its long, interlacing legs. Corpse Spider King. Bizarre level, B. Su Miao turned pale with fear and immediately hid behind. It's actually a B-level bizarre creature. Qin Lang was about to rush forward but was stopped by Ling Long. Don't go over there. B-level bizarre creatures are almost like mini-bosses. Even though you have an A-level weapon and your skills are decent, you still have little chance against a B-level bizarre creature. It's better to retreat. Qin Lang glanced at the statue of Sun Yangzi and immediately said, go there. He suddenly recalled the message Granny Li had conveyed to him through lip reading. The back. Could she be referring to the back of this statue? Though Ling Long didn't understand Qin Lang's meaning, she had no choice but to trust this strong newcomer's intuition. Any statue or idol worshipped in a temple would be well protected on the backside. Who has ever seen the back of the Buddha or other statues? Qin Lang and the others jumped onto the altar, even Xiao Chun flew up with them. The flapping of its large wings looked a bit like that of a moth. The corpse Spider King moved to the doorway and roared at Qin Lang and the others. Ayu, ayu, ayu. Su Miao tightly held onto Ling Long and asked, Sister Ling Long, why are we here? Ling Long tightened her grip on the willow branch for ghost catching, her palms sweating. But Qin Lang remained calm, holding the ghost-slaying knife, staring at the corpse Spider King. Surprisingly, Qin Lang's plan actually worked. Seeing Qin Lang and the others behind Sun Yangzi's statue, the corpse Spider King seemed to lose its target and did not attack further. However, it didn't leave, just staring at Qin Lang and the others at the doorway. The live stream had now attracted a huge audience, calling it exhilarating. B-level bizarre creature. I haven't seen one in a long time. This dungeon is so impressive. Even elite monsters are of this level, the young lady must be even more amazing? These players I see are bound to be wiped out. What a pity, I thought we could continue to watch Qin Lang's antics. By the way, what is Qin Lang doing? Everyone's gaze quickly focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang did not want to continue confronting the corpse ghost Spider King, as time was not on his side. The longer it dragged on, the greater the danger to Sumu Bai, and whether they could escape this ghostly place was still uncertain. Behind. Qin Lang continued to recall the hint given by Granny Li. The reason the corpse ghost Spider King dared not come over might be because it was afraid to provoke Sun Yangzi, but could there be another possibility? Could there be some hidden mystery behind the statue of Sun Yangzi? Now that it was pitch dark, Qin Lang could only feel around behind him with his hand. Suddenly, Qin Lang felt he touched something. Qin Lang said to Xiao Chun, "You can't fight, but you must know some spells, right? Can you make a fire?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun quickly responded with an "Oh." She snapped her fingers, and immediately a ball of flame appeared in her palm. "Dear, this fire is for us to play with some wax strip programs during our dual cultivation, it's a fire of passion." Qin Lang. Unexpectedly, summoning a succubus turned out to be a troublesome matter. But at least they had a source of light, and Qin Lang was finally able to see the truth behind Sun Yangzi. He saw that on the back of Sun Yangzi, there was a long string of incomprehensible characters carved into it. Chu Tong Ranju Zao. Qin Lang wondered aloud, huh? What's written here seems like some kind of cultivation method. Ling Long was greatly surprised. Qin Lang, can you understand these things? Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can understand. What about you? Can't you read? Ling Long, Su Miao, and even Xiao Chun, the deity, shook their heads in confusion. Qin Lang frowned, but isn't this very easy to understand? The first line says Du Dai Shi Ji Ding Jiao. The second line is Yi Shen Ren Ji Yen Ji Fei Zhong. Isn't it very simple? You can see it clearly. Ling Long and the others looked at Qin Lang as if he was a monster that popped out from the ground, not knowing whether the corpse ghost Spider King outside was more terrifying or this nonsensical Qin Lang was more frightening. Qin Lang himself did not understand why, but he could understand these things. Since he crossed over, Qin Lang had discovered that the original owner must have had some serious illness, at least his brain structure and internal organization had problems. Otherwise, how could he have contracted such a bizarre disease that required the scent of a woman to survive? Maybe it was precisely because his brain was different from others that he could understand what others viewed as heavenly scriptures? Ah, you all look quickly. Xiao Chun shouted excitedly. Everyone turned to look and found that the corpse ghost Spider King was changing its appearance. It took a few steps back, lowering its head and entire body. Those 6 big eyes began to stare intensely at Qin Lang, but the murderous intent had vanished. This looked like it was kneeling before Qin Lang. Ling Long exclaimed excitedly, Qin Lang, maybe it's because of the spell you just chanted. Quick, try again. Qin Lang tried chanting again. Fong Chang Chi Wang Chao. The expression of the corpse ghost Spider King surprisingly became much calmer. Qin Lang continued to look and found that many things were recorded on the back of Sun Yangzi. But even though he knew what each character meant, understanding it all was still difficult. It was like ancient classical Chinese, with few words and immense information, different angles of interpretation lead to different meanings. However, since chanting was effective for the corpse ghost Spider King in front of him, then just keep chanting. Qin Lang continued to read down, Sheng Huan Shu Huan. The corpse ghost Spider King's behavior grew increasingly excited, then increasingly joyful, and finally it seemed to consciously make way, as if inviting Qin Lang and the others to leave. Ling Long was still suspicious, but Qin Lang had already jumped down first. Qin Lang. Ling Long called out, wanting him to be careful. But Qin Lang strode forward and found that the corpse ghost Spider King did not obstruct him, instead showing great respect towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned and looked at it, saying, Do you like hearing me chant those things? Can you understand what I chanted? The corpse ghost Spider King nodded, then shook its head. Qin Lang continued, I'm going to leave here now. Can you help me? The corpse Spider King continued to nod. Qin Lang pointed to the statue of Sun Yangzi, if you like to listen, then carry that thing and take it out with you. The corpse Spider King didn't say a word and immediately began to obey, scaring Ling Long and Su Miao, who were hiding behind the statue, to move aside. Ling Long exclaimed, Qin Lang, you actually tamed a B-class anomaly? Chapter 18, Are you still pretending? Qin Lang chuckled, maybe it just enjoys listening to my chanting. Not only Ling Long, but the viewers in the livestream were also stunned. What kind of immortal is this Qin Lang? Even a B-class anomaly dares not approach him? He can understand those celestial texts, he clearly isn't an ordinary person. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? The corpse Spider King carried the statue on its back and began to lead the way. Qin Lang and the others hurriedly followed. At this moment, many shadows appeared in the manor. Those shadows quickly turned into real villagers, who began to walk towards Qin Lang and the others. Son-in-law, great news, great news. Why is the son-in-law leaving? Miss is still looking for you. These people wore a rather eerie smile, continuously closing in on Qin Lang and the others. The corpse Spider King opened its bloody maw and let out a roar towards the front. The villagers seemed to be startled by the roar, standing still without moving forward. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse Spider King, thinking that it felt nice to have an anomaly as a subordinate. At this moment, Ling Long tugged at Qin Lang, since you can command this corpse Spider King, why not let it help us find Sumu Bai? Qin Lang replied, this corpse Spider King might not really be that obedient. Besides, I already said we need to get out first before we can save anyone. Ling Long saw that Qin Lang still stuck to his original view and said, I have something good on me, even rarer than 3,000 divine jade. If you help me find Sumu Bai, no matter if she's alive or dead, I'll give you this thing. How about it? If not, I'd rather destroy it. Qin Lang looked Ling Long up and down, how come you have all these good things? Then why don't you use them yourself? Ling Long sighed, just like why I don't use the 3,000 divine jade, because my fate is not good. If I use it easily, the outcome won't be good. And everyone's equipment and treasures are for saving their lives, who would easily reveal them? Unless absolutely necessary, I still don't want to mention it. Qin Lang was somewhat puzzled and asked, but you and Sumu Bai met by chance, why is her disappearance such a pressing matter for you? Ling Long bit her lip, I don't want to lose teammates again, and I don't want to see anyone die easily in front of me. Is that reason enough? Qin Lang didn't know what else to say. That's enough, it is indeed quite virtuous. He felt that Sumu Bai, who could live for over 200 years, wouldn't easily die, so he wasn't in a hurry to save her. However, if he said this now, Ling Long wouldn't believe him. But Ling Long's mention of something even rarer than 3,000 divine jade piqued his interest. Alright, we have a deal. Ling Long then smiled, good. Qin Lang immediately said to the corpse Spider King, we still need to find a companion. Help me catch a talking anomaly. Upon hearing this, the corpse Spider King's 6 big eyes immediately began to rotate. Suddenly, it spat out a string of blood-red threads from its mouth. The threads shot into a patch of darkness, quickly bringing out an old woman. Who else could it be but Granny Lee? Granny Lee was tightly bound by the corpse Spider King, unable to move at all. Qin Lang asked, Miss Su was captured by you, right? Where is she now? Granny Lee glanced at Qin Lang, then at the corpse Spider King, and couldn't help but shake her head. I've already died once, I won't fear dying again, and I certainly won't betray the young lady. It seems that Sumu Bai was indeed captured by the young lady. Qin Lang said, if you don't speak, I will tear this place down right now, and once I go up, I will sweep away Fengmen village too. I don't believe that young lady you speak of will remain indifferent. Granny Lee's face changed upon hearing this, Qin Lang, you ungrateful wretch. The young lady will never let you go. Sure enough, there isn't a single good man. This was the same thing that little Qin said before her death. Isn't the tragedy of Fengmen village caused by that young lady? Why do they all hate men so much? The corpse ghost Spider King seemed hungry, and it actually chewed down, biting half of Granny Lee's body with a crunch. Su Miao saw this bloody and terrifying scene and immediately covered her eyes and began to scream. Stop it! A long and mournful female voice echoed, reverberating around the area. A woman dressed in a magnificent scarlet robe approached, her clothing embroidered with dark gold and exquisite patterns, showcasing a classical and solemn aura. The red veil draped over her head covered most of her face, the edges adorned with tiny silver patterns, shining brilliantly with the red light from the candles around her. Granny Lee was already on the verge of death. Seeing that woman, she immediately said, young lady, young lady. The servant did her best. Ling Long shouted, Qin Lang. The young lady has appeared. Be careful. The young lady walked towards them step by step. Young lady of Fengmen village. Strangeness level, A. In the next second, the air around seemed to lower several degrees, and all the villagers knelt down to worship the young lady. A strong, sinister aura slammed into everyone present, causing Qin Lang's hands to tremble slightly. This is the terror of an A-level strangeness. Little Chun quickly hid behind Qin Lang, darling, you must protect me. Even though she is a deity, she is most afraid of these. Qin Lang. You really have embarrassed the face of the gods. Qin Lang turned to look at the young lady, laughing, so it turns out, young lady, you have such a good figure. I should have come to pay my respects sooner. I wonder if I would regret it now. Is it still too late? A chilling voice came from under the young lady's veil. I hate men. You all should die. The corpse ghost Spider King let out several low roars, blocking in front of Qin Lang. Ling Long took out her willow branch and said, Qin Lang, where's your ghost-slaying blade? Qin Lang drew out the ghost-slaying blade and said, it's right here. Ling Long said, Qin Lang, since you can command the corpse ghost Spider King, why not give me the ghost-slaying blade? You instruct the corpse ghost Spider King to deal with the young lady, and I will use the ghost-slaying blade against her. Su Miao also has combat abilities and can protect you. What do you say? Qin Lang nodded. We have ranged attacks, a front line, and a support to protect the back line. Not a bad team plan. Ling Long extended her hand. Alright, then we. But Qin Lang directly said, but I refuse. Ling Long was puzzled. Why? Qin Lang smiled. You want to take the ghost-slaying blade, and then take the opportunity to betray me, right? Ling Long was shocked, and Su Miao stopped crying, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Ling Long panicked. Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Qin Lang yawned. What's wrong? You still want to pretend? Chapter 19 Betrayal. Qin Lang took a few steps back, pointing the ghost-slaying blade at Ling Long, asking, actually, the biggest boss is indeed the young lady, but you are not a good person either, right? Ling Long's expression changed, staring at Qin Lang and asking, what do you mean? Qin Lang, you aren't being influenced by the strangeness, are you? Qin Lang laughed. No, I am very clear-headed right now. By the way, weren't you looking for Su Mubai? She is right in front of you. Ling Long was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Lang looked at the young lady, sighed and said, Miss Su, there is no point in you wearing that veil anymore. Upon hearing this, the young lady fell silent for a few seconds, then took off her veil. It was an absolutely stunning face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, with delicate features but a hint of eerie allure. The eyes were deep and pitch black, with slightly red pupils that held an unusual allure, and there seemed to be blood tears falling from the corners. It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai was the young lady of Fengmen village. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang. How did you know? Qin Lang sighed lightly. I guessed it when I saw Granny Li. He pointed at his own nose. I have a bit of a problem with my brain. I'm especially sensitive to smell, especially a woman's body fragrance. I was in the same room with you last night and smelled your body fragrance, so I knew what your scent was like. When I saw Granny Li from a distance, I smelled the same body fragrance. When I met Xiao Qin, I smelled that same body fragrance again. In other words, you should be quite familiar with these strange things. After understanding this, Qin Lang also realized why Su Mubai had a lifespan of over 200 years. For humans, this is a long life, but for the strange things, it's much more reasonable. The audience in the live streaming room applauded for Qin Hao. Awesome! 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 Turns out he already knew. So he had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He even guessed who the boss was. Check out who Qin Hao is. What did he do before? The essence of the Fengmen village instance is, a boss is mixed in with the teammates, then slowly placed to kill human players. On sight, Su Mubai smiled bitterly. Qin Lang, you are truly the smartest newcomer I have ever met. Usually, newcomers are scared to death when they find out my identity. Since you already knew, why didn't you expose my strangeness sooner? Qin Lang said, I am someone who judges by actions, not by intentions. Miss Su, you are in a different camp from me, but you haven't harmed me at all along the way. And I suspect that the first paperman ghost who died at my hands and the attempt from Xiao Qin to harm me were all helped by you, right? When the paperman ghost self-destructed, I observed your reaction. You seemed too calm, as if everything was under your control. Xiao Qin yelled, Miss, I was wrong right before she died, which indicates that you were actually helping me in secret. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around Su Mubai became even more serious. You are wrong, I am not helping you. Su Mubai shook her head. I just want to toy with you and see how you will die in the end. Qin Lang laughed. Say what you want. He looked at Ling Long. The reason I haven't stated my conclusions is also because of this woman. Ling Long frowned. What's wrong with me? Qin Lang, you are a bit outrageous. You believe a living strange thing, yet you don't believe me, a player who has fought alongside you. Qin Lang chuckled. Your acting is quite convincing. I just said, I judge by actions, not by intentions. You seem to have always been with us, but actually, you have been backstabbing us. First, you suggested we take the carriage first, then we ended up in this ghost town. Secondly, you insisted on saving Su Mubai, even though you knew splitting up was a dead end. Not only that, you encouraged me to use the highly risky 3,000 divine jades, but the summon thing really was of no use. It seems you are intentionally setting me up. Little Chun? The more Qin Hao spoke, the worse Ling Long's expression became. Finally, when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared, you wouldn't let me use the killing ghost blade, saying I couldn't unleash the power of an A-grade weapon, and that you could only escape. But just now, when facing Miss Su, you said you wanted to use my killing ghost blade to fight. How come, when dealing with an A-grade strange thing, you know how to unleash the power of an A-grade weapon? Then why were you hiding like a turtle when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared? Qin Lang then looked at Granny Lee, who only had half of her body left, and sighed, Granny, I misunderstood you. The lip movements you made in the corridor earlier were not back. You were telling me betray. There is a traitor beside me. Grandma Lee's expression became serene, then she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ling Long revealed a cruel smile. Ha ha ha. Qin Lang, very good, you're really good. Truly worthy of having an A-level weapon and escaping from 3,000 divine jade calamities. At this moment, the corpse Spider King also turned its head, glaring fiercely at Qin Lang, completely different from its previous docile appearance. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse Spider King and said, sure enough, you are truly a group. You said you wanted to find Su Mubai, not just wanting me to die, but also to hold me back, so that the corpse Spider King could find me, right? Ling Long said coldly, so what? The corpse Spider King is my pet. I originally wanted to swallow you all at the wedding, but I didn't expect that you kid actually have an A-level ghost-slaying blade. I can't sleep until I get it. Now, with one B-level weirdness and one A-level weirdness on my side, you and Su Miao are already dead. Oh, you're definitely curious why I included Su Mubai, right? Ling Long glanced proudly at Su Mubai and said, Qin Lang, if you want to understand why you will die, how about you bow to me? Or obediently hand over the ghost-slaying blade, and I can grant you a swift end. Qin Lang said, no need for you to say. I know why Miss Su is on your side. Because of Sun Yangzi, right? Ling Long and Su Mubai's faces both changed. Ling Long steadied herself, good boy, you even know this? Suddenly, Ling Long froze and quickly looked at Sun Yangzi's statue behind her, at those heavenly books. Could it be that the heavenly books told you? Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade, you can guess. Alright, Sun Yangzi, stop hiding. I already know. The boss of the boss in Feng Men Village is you. Come out. Chapter 20, No Way Society. Jia jia jia. A shrill and twisted laughter echoed, as the corpse Spider King opened its gaping mouth once again. But this laughter did not come from the corpse Spider King. A Taoist with squinting eyes and a long beard down to his chest walked out of the Spider King's mouth, dressed in a wide robe. Seeing this scene, the live stream room went wild. My god. There's actually such a spy within a spy? According to Qin Lang, Ling Long is implicated in the ghost-slaying blade along with the weirdness? Something's off, this dungeon is not right. It's different from what I saw before. Sun Yangzi smiled, Qin Shizhu has good insight, being able to see through the Taoist. You are the first. Qin Lang said, after I recited those ghostly spells behind your statue, the corpse Spider King became as obedient as a grandson. It's hard not to think it's unrelated to you. Since Miss Su does not want to harm me, then anyone in this dungeon who could conspire to harm me along with Ling Long, besides you Sun Yangzi, who else could it be? Sun Yangzi smiled, Qin Shizhu has spiritual roots, how about we comprehend the heavenly books together and cultivate the righteous path? He was practically eager for talent, after all, he had comprehended those heavenly books for many years but could not fathom their mysteries at all. Qin Lang ignored him and instead looked at Ling Long, I didn't expect, you with your thick brows and big eyes, also betrayed. Why did you do it? Players can form alliances with the weirdness? Ling Long smiled slightly, then unfastened the buttons on her clothing and forcefully pulled them apart, revealing a patch of white. At the same time, the dungeon's livestream was suddenly cut off. What's going on? The internet is down. It was going so well, what happened? Damn, why isn't there a welfare shot for us to see? Faced with Ling Long suddenly revealing herself, Qin Lang frowned, what are you doing taking off your clothes, huh? On Ling Long's chest, there was a rather peculiar pattern, at first glance resembling the Taoist black and white yin-yang fish, but within the black and white yin-yang fish each had a strange rune. Dungeon system detects no signal. Repairing. Qin Lang's heart jumped, after this pattern appeared, it could even block the signals of the copy system? Ling Long said, I am a member of the Wudao Society. Our purpose is to collect all the treasures in the copies and the items in players' hands. Qin Lang, you said you can't understand how players could join forces with the strange beings? Hee, because the power of the Wudao Society exceeds your imagination. Qin Lang replied, oh, I see. Your Wudao Society can negotiate with the strange beings in the copies, determine who can clear the levels, and then share the player's treasures and rewards, right? Ling Long nodded, Qin Lang, you are very talented to think of this so quickly. That's right. On my first night here, I already spoke with the strange beings in Sun Yangzi. Originally, I was the only one who could clear this copy. Now it seems, there can be one more. And that is you. Ling Long suddenly pointed at Su Miao, you kill her first, then we will kill Su Mubai together, and this copy will be considered cleared. At that time, we will share the profits, and I can recommend you to join the Wudao Society, how about that? As long as you are willing to gather items and treasures for our Wudao society, you will receive rewards and power beyond your wildest dreams. After hearing this, Qin Lang looked at Su Miao. Su Miao was so scared that she started crying. Wah! No, don't kill me. I can also join the Wudao society. Ling Long shook her head. The more people who clear the level, the less the reward, and the lower the score. Su Miao, you don't have Qin Lang's qualifications, you can only be eliminated. This is the survival rule of the copy. Qin Lang, what do you think? Su Mubai, who had been silent, looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang glanced at Sun Yangzi. Sun Yangzi, all the strange beings in Fengmen village listen to you, right? Sun Yangzi smiled and nodded. That's right, the Dao Master has always regarded this place as a land for immortality cultivation. Su Mubai is also a piece in the Dao Master's game, used to observe and filter usable people among players to help my cultivation. Every groom is an excellent sacrifice and cultivation material. Qin Lang, although it's a pity to clear it for you, the Wudao Society will also be grateful to the Dao Master, so it's not a loss. Don't worry, the Dao Master will help you kill Su Mubai, and then you can choose another new strange being as the young lady. Once you join the Wudao Society, everyone's fate is still long. Qin Lang nodded, so, as long as I say yes, I can easily clear it. But, I refuse. Ling Long frowned. What did you say? Qin Lang smiled and said, I have a weird habit, I like to refuse other people's proposals when they are in an advantageous position, thinking I will submit and feeling self-satisfied. Seeing their shocked expression is a great enjoyment for me. Ling Long coldly said, you are seeking death. You have no idea how powerful the Wudao Society is. Qin Lang raised his demon-slaying knife. It doesn't matter if it's Wudao or Yudao. My way is the greatest way. Closing off his fear, Qin Lang didn't know how to write the character for fear. The key point is. The system reminded him, there are 10 minutes left until midnight. A new superpower is about to arrive. There is a chance. As long as he can hold on for 10 minutes. Ling Long angrily said, Sun Yangzi, do it. Sun Yangzi looked at Su Mubai, go, kill Qin Lang. However, Su Mubai stood still. Sun Yangzi frowned, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Don't forget, you were the one who killed all the villagers in Fengmen village. Without the Dao Master's words, you cannot clear your sins in this lifetime. Only by helping the Dao Master become an immortal do you have a chance to wash away this guilt. Su Mubai, act. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang, grinding her teeth. Qin Lang, can you just surrender? Join the Wudao Society. Then kill me, then clear the level. I beg you. Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and shook his head. Sorry, Miss Su, I'm not familiar with you, so I can't do what you say. I, Qin Lang, only do things according to my own thoughts. I will never let the Wudao Society use me as a dog. Ling Long sneered, Sun Yangzi, it seems your team isn't as united as you thought. You better step up, we have what you want in the Wudao Society. Sun Yangzi shouted angrily, Su Mubai. Do you want to feel my power? If you don't attack, the Corpse Spider King and Ling Long can still take his life, it just might take some time. Su Mubai shed 2 lines of hot tears. What if I commit suicide? If I die, let the 3 of them clear the level together, okay? Chapter 21, all out of options. Su Mubai said, as long as I am dead, it counts as clearing the level, right? Then you can let Qin Lang go and have him collect the rewards, right? Ling Long said, Su Mubai, did you not hear what I just said? The more people who clear the level, the less valuable the reward. Now there are only 3 players left, if Qin Lang doesn't cooperate, I'll be the only one who clears the level. Sun Yangzi lost patience and took out a talisman from his Dao robe, snapping his fingers to stick it on Su Mubai. A cloud of white smoke burst from Su Mubai's body as she fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Ah! Ah! Ling Long saw Su Mubai like this, took out a willow branch from her hand, and said to Qin Lang, since you refuse to cooperate, there's only one way to go. I will represent the Wudao Society to punish you. Xiao Chun and Su Miao shrank back in fear to a corner. Dear, you can do it. Qin Lang, we are counting on you. Qin Lang helplessly lifted the ghost-slaying blade, preparing to fight. There were still 6 minutes until the new superpower arrived. It really felt like an eternity. Ling Long suddenly charged at Qin Lang, continuously swinging the willow branch in her hand. Qin Lang used the ghost-slaying blade to block, but the willow branch unexpectedly elongated, sprouting countless roots and leaves, wrapping around the ghost-slaying blade and tightly binding his other hand. Ling Long smiled confidently and then lunged at Qin Lang, kicking him in the chin. Qin Lang blocked his pain senses, but his body still recoiled. He gripped the ghost-slaying blade tightly with his right hand, but his left was ensnared in the leafy willow branch, making him an easy target for Ling Long. Ling Long struck fiercely at Qin Lang's abdomen, head, and chest. Puff! Qin Lang spat out a mouthful of hot blood, splattering onto the ghost-slaying blade. The blade seemed to gain a certain boost, exuding dark energy as the willow branches that were entangled with it began to snap automatically. Just as the blade was about to strike Ling Long, she skillfully turned and jumped. Ha! Ling Long exerted force in midair, kicking the ghost-slaying blade away. Ha! This is mine now. Wu Dao, invincible. Ling Long picked up the ghost-slaying blade, looking at Qin Lang with a cold smile and said, "You'll regret it in hell." Sun Yangzi shook his head. "What a pity, we finally meet someone who can understand the heavenly scriptures, and he's about to die. But Qin Lang, don't lose hope. When you die, I will find a way to turn you into one of the weird creatures in Fengmen village. At that time, you can focus on helping me interpret the heavenly scriptures, assisting me in becoming an immortal." At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. Ling Long was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Lang replied, "You can't kill me." Just then, a figure charged out directly from behind Ling Long. Ling Long was startled and quickly sidestepped. When she realized who it was, Ling Long was alarmed again. "Qin Lang?" Suddenly, there were two Qin Langs on the scene. The two Qin Langs lamented in unison, "Your reaction is really fast." Then, the Qin Lang who had just jumped out immediately picked up the ghost-slaying blade from the ground. Ling Long was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation for a moment. Sun Yangzi, however, quickly revealed the mystery. "It's a paperman puppet." Ling Long finally remembered that the reward Qin Lang obtained after defeating the paperman monster was the ability to mimic a real person with a paperman puppet. "You're trying to buy time with this little trick, aren't you?" Ling Long tugged at the willow branch in her hand and shouted, "I'll take care of one first." "Sun Yangzi, why are you just standing there?" Sun Yangzi, annoyed, formed hand seals with both hands, commanding the corpse spider King Zhao Qin Lang and the puppet to bite forward. The paper puppet raised the demon-slaying blade, hardly needing to move. Just the sinister aura from the blade made the corpse spider king wary to come close. At that moment, Su Mubai, enduring great pain, pulled out the black dog blood dagger that Qin Lang had given him from his bosom. "Qin Lang, catch!" Qin Lang caught the black dog blood dagger in his hand. Ling Long coldly laughed while pulling. "It's useless. My willow branch is an A-grade weapon, your mere C-grade black dog blood dagger can't cut it." With a smile on his face, Qin Lang suddenly slashed down at his own wrist. "What?" Sun Yangzi and Ling Long were shocked by Qin Lang's action. In order to escape, he actually cut off his own hand. Qin Lang was calm, completely unaffected. "It's just a hand, if I can live, it's worth it." He tightly clenched the black dog blood dagger with his teeth, then exploded forward towards Ling Long. Ling Long was ready to fight, but suddenly, Qin Lang vanished again. "What?" Qin Lang instantly reappeared behind Ling Long. After he killed the player Fu Qin, he gained her ability, short-range teleportation, and now it was coming in handy. Just as Qin Lang was about to slice Ling Long's throat, a yellow talisman was launched. Qin Lang suddenly felt 1,000 pounds of force crashing into him, with several bones in his body breaking. Sun Yangzi held another talisman in his hand and said, "Ling Long, your Wudao clan should be quite strong. How are you being handled by a newcomer like this?" "Let me handle it. I can just kill him directly, right?" Ling Long glared at him. "Mind your own business. If you kill him, his gear and abilities will belong to the dungeon system. Only I can inherit all his attributes after killing him." Sun Yangzi put away the talisman paper and said, "All right, my earlier spell has sealed all his strength. Next, it depends on you." Ling Long shrank her willow branch to the size of a longsword and began to walk step by step towards Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, accept your fate. Wu Dao is invincible." Qin Lang lay on the ground, watching Ling Long come closer and closer. Only 2 minutes left for a new super ability. Why is it taking so long? And he had no idea what the new super ability would be like. Qin Lang, unafraid of death, smiled. "This is really bad." Suddenly, Xiao Chun flapped her big wings and darted past. Xiao Chun grabbed Qin Lang and flew into the air. Xiao Chun looked at Qin Lang with concern. "Darling, how are you?" Qin Lang rested against Xiao Chun's towering peaks, taking in the fragrance of her body, feeling much more spirited. "Looks like you're not completely useless." Ling Long shouted angrily, "You useless succubus, are you trying to help him struggle in his dying moments? Put him down now." Sun Yangzi said no more, chanting incantations, and stabbed a peachwood sword towards Xiao Chun and Qin Lang. Xiao Chun, after all, was just a small god with no real power and couldn't stop this powerful magic. Ah! The peachwood sword pierced through Xiao Chun's wing, causing her to lose balance and rapidly fall. Ling Long rushed forward again. "Don't struggle. Just die obediently and offer your strength for Wu Dao." Chapter 22 The Last Move. Qin Lang looked at Xiao Chun's pierced wing and pushed her away forcefully. "Run!" But Xiao Chun still clung to Qin Lang tightly. "I've waited 3,000 years for you, I can't lose you like this." Ling Long swung her willow branch down heavily. Ding! 0 hour has arrived. New super ability has been acquired. Bang! The willow branch slammed down, creating a nearly 1 meter deep pit in the ground. Smoke and dust rose, flying sand and stones. Su Mubai revealed a desperate look in her eyes. Su Miao cried even louder, "Whoa whoa, don't come over, please don't come over." Suddenly, Su Miao stopped crying. Su Mubai was also taken aback, "No way." Sun Yangzi shouted, "Ling Long! Qin Lang is not dead." Ling Long suddenly looked up, discovering that Qin Lang was indeed standing about 10 steps to her left. Even little Chun herself didn't expect it, constantly checking her whole body, exclaiming, "I'm fine, dear, you're fine too." Ling Long asked in surprise, Do you have an immortal body?" Qin Lang smiled, "Hee, haven't you heard of the law that smoke does no harm?" That was really a close call. Just when Ling Long was about to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Lang's new ability finally activated. Time stops. Can make all time stop, only the host can move freely. Each time stops costs 200 mental strength, lasting 5 seconds. With this skill, Qin Lang narrowly escaped the fatal blow just now. Detecting host's emotional fluctuation, mental strength recovers 20. Host's current mental strength, 320 to 500. This ability was powerful, but for the already severely injured Qin Lang, its significance was not that great. If he still had enough strength to fight with the ghost-slicing blade, then 5 seconds would be enough to instantly kill Sun Yangzi and Ling Long. Now he barely had enough energy to use time stop once more. At this moment, the corpse ghost Spider King finally completely devoured the paper doll of Qin Lang. The ghost-slicing blade fell into Sun Yangzi's hands. Ling Long continued to adjust her state and said, "Qin Lang, this time I want to see where you hide." Ah. Su Mubai exerted herself and finally tore off the talisman on her body. But white smoke billowed even more from her body, and the damage and pain also doubled. Su Mubai at this moment had disheveled hair, giving off a kind of chaotic beauty. Sun Yangzi frowned, "Are you crazy? You really want to defy me?" Su Mubai said, "I will no longer assist you in cruelty. For deceiving so many people, for killing so many, even if I die today, I cannot let you succeed." Su Mubai stirred the Yin energy in her body and rushed right in front of the corpse ghost Spider King. Swish swish. Su Mubai moved her fingers like a swordsman, instantly cutting off 3 legs of the corpse ghost Spider King. The corpse ghost Spider King let out a wail, half of its body sinking down. Even Sun Yangzi standing on top lost his balance and shouted as he fell. Unfortunately, Sun Yangzi used a talisman for protection, basically unharmed. Su Mubai then quickly infused a wave of evil energy into the corpse ghost Spider King. Bang! The corpse ghost Spider King could not withstand Su Mubai's power, exploding like a ball. Then, Su Mubai swiftly dashed towards Ling Long. Ling Long immediately swung the willow branch in her hand to hit her. As an A-level anomaly, Su Mubai's strength was not something Ling Long could easily resist, so the willow branch was easily blocked. Ling Long's expression became extremely anxious as she yelled to Sun Yangzi, "What are you still frozen for?" Sun Yangzi gritted his teeth, "Ungrateful thing. See how I wipe you out." He chanted a spell again, and 2 talismans launched out. "The talismans I refined are being wasted like this. It makes me so mad." Su Mubai saw Sun Yangzi cast another talisman and immediately dodged to avoid it. Bang bang! 2 talismans exploded in the air. At this moment, Su Mubai had released nearly 200% of her years of power and energy, her whole body was in a limit state. Step by step, a bizarre scene unfolded. They were all broken corpses, large amounts of flesh and blood oozing from them. In certain spots where there was no flesh, only white, bare skeletons were exposed, showing numerous bite marks. Pieces of human skin lay either dragged on the ground or floating in the air like flags. These corpses included both men and women, completely naked, and it was evident that not a single part of their bodies was intact, all were shattered pieces. Moreover, all these corpses were headless, their necks topped with paper doll heads, with ghostly white faces painted in thick lipstick, forming eerie smiles. Su Mubai's expression changed, as he said, "These are all our fellow villagers from Fengmen village." "Sun Yangzi, you beast, you promised me." Sun Yangzi coldly replied, "They all died by your hand, how dare you speak? Now, I will have your villagers surround Qin Lang. If you want to save him, you will have to deal with these corpses." As those zombies began to close in on Qin Lang, Su Mubai gritted his teeth and rushed in front of Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, quickly use the black dog blood dagger to kill me. As long as you kill me, the level will clear. All of this will end. Once the level clears, killing each other among players is against the rules. Ling Long and the Wu Dao Association won't be able to do anything to you." Qin Lang shook his head, "It's useless, if he really wants to kill me, what's the point of clearing a level?" Ling Long relaxed and smiled, "That's right, our Wu Dao Association has already locked onto you. Qin Lang, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we can find you. And then kill you." Su Mubai cried, saying, "I'm sorry, Qin Lang. I shouldn't have chosen you as the groom, I should have told you everything sooner." Qin Lang said, "It's useless to say this now. Miss Su, could you buy me 1 minute? Su Mubai was stunned, asking, 1 minute? Qin Lang nodded, yes, just 1 minute. I have another method. Though I don't really want to use it. Sun Yangzi coldly said, stop pretending. Your meridians have already been sealed by me, no matter what skills you have, you can't use them. Qin Lang smiled, then, what about the heavenly book? Sun Yangzi was taken aback, what did you say? While Su Mubai was dealing with the zombies, Qin Lang began to silently recite part of the heavenly book's content that he had memorized. Du Shi Jing, Xin Gitu. Once he finished speaking, Qin Lang suddenly thrust the black dog blood dagger into his chest. Xiao Chun panicked, darling, what are you doing? Ling Long and Sun Yangzi were also puzzled, did Qin Lang give up? Is he going to commit suicide? But unexpectedly, Qin Lang opened his mouth and his voice changed, the expression on his face becoming particularly grim. He, this feeling of returning to the human world is really wonderful. Chapter 23, Evil Spirit. Qin Lang felt an immense joy, and when he saw the blood-soaked ground, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The words he just said came from some impulse. He learned a segment of the heavenly book when he looked at it. That segment taught one how to invite evil spirits to possess oneself. It seemed similar to the 3000 Divine Jade, but the heavenly book mentioned summoning a true evil spirit. Qin Lang couldn't yet grasp exactly what this evil spirit was. But for now, it didn't seem weak at all. Seeing Qin Lang's form and change, everyone present, including Su Mubai, felt uneasy. Ling Long frowned, Qin Lang, do you think you can hide by putting on a show? Qin Lang's expression turned a bit angry. How bold. Do you not kneel in front of me, the commander? At that moment, his voice was very rough, like that of a strong man. Qin Lang could obviously feel that this was not his voice, nor was it what he wanted to say. It felt as if there was a giant roommate inside his own body. Suddenly, Qin Lang's vision changed, he felt himself sinking into the ground, and everything around him became extremely dark. Ah! Qin Lang opened his eyes. Qin Lang found himself standing on a circular jade plate the size of a football field. So you're the guy who called me out? Qin Lang turned around and saw a creature with 2 horns on its head, big eyes, and long whiskers, resembling a dragon king, but dressed like an ancient general, staring intently at him. Qin Lang looked at him and asked, what are you? The dragon-headed monster was first taken aback, then burst into laughter, not bad, not bad. You're not afraid to meet me, you're someone with potential. To bring me out from the netherworld, you must be a destined person. But unfortunately, with your mortal body, you can only unleash a bit of my power. Qin Lang asked again, you didn't answer my question. Who exactly are you? Are you asking for my name in the human world? The dragon-headed monster stroked its beard, if I remember correctly, I should be called by Qi. The god of death, by Qi? Qin Lang gasped in shock. Detected fluctuations in host emotions, mental strength is beginning to grow. Current host mental strength, 500 to 500. I can chant a spell and actually summon the legendary Bai Qi? But wait. Qin Lang asked, how could the great butcher Bai Qi become an evil spirit? Bai Qi laughed heartily, butcher? Ah, very good. I like that title. Let's stop the small talk. Look at this. Qin Lang turned again and discovered a large hole had opened up, revealing Ling Long's terrified face and her sorrowful wailing, don't come over. Don't come near. It felt like watching a first-person video game scene. Bai Qi chuckled, that woman is your enemy, right? Kid, this time I'll do you a favor and take care of her. Saying this, in the image, Ling Long was suddenly heartlessly ripped open, her crimson heart torn out and blown apart. Blood gushed from Ling Long's chest. Although Qin Lang felt no fear, he still experienced a strong impact seeing this scene. Bai Qi continued, also, that old Taoist with the cow's horn deserves to die too, right? The scene shifted, and Sun Yangzi was already terrified, his face as pale as paper. Heaven's path is clear, the earth's path is peaceful. Sun Yangzi chanted incantations and produced several yellow talismans. Bai Qi scoffed, child's play. In the scene, Qin Lang's severed hand had somehow grown back, directly grabbing those yellow talismans as if nothing happened. Seeing his last resort was ineffective, Sun Yangzi was scared to the point of losing control, fleeing desperately. But it was already too late. Qin Lang grabbed one of Sun Yangzi's legs with each hand and pulled hard outward. Rip! Sun Yangzi was torn in half like dried meat, his insides spilling out everywhere, with blood pooling all around. Qin Lang frowned, for such a person, one should strike harder, but can we keep things a bit more hygienic? And this body you used is still mine, right? Who's going to clean up all this blood? Bai Qi clicked his tongue, thinking, this kid really isn't holding back, is he born this bold? Originally, Bai Qi had plans to take over his body, but after seeing that Qin Lang was indeed somewhat special, he started to consider observing him instead. Those tasks could also be left for him to do. Then the scene went black, and the surroundings echoed with Su Mubai and Xiao Chen calling Qin Lang and Deer in turn. Bai Qi said to Qin Lang, "Kid, I've already helped you for free once. Now it's your turn to help me with something." Qin Lang knew there's no free lunch in the world, but still asked tentatively, "Can I refuse?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "To summon me, you must help me fulfill 3 wishes. Once the 3 wishes are fulfilled, I'll return to the netherworld and give you some benefits." Qin Lang was speechless. Others summon gods to have them grant wishes, yet he has become a servant instead. The benefits Bai Qi mentioned felt like empty promises from a greedy boss to him. "Then let's hear what the first wish is." Bai Qi smiled and said, "That means you have to help me fulfill 1,000 wishes." "Qin Lang? Are you sick? I find 3 wishes troublesome, and your first wish is to fulfill 1,000 wishes? Have you killed so many that your brain is not well?" Bai Qi said, "Don't you know how to write the character for evil spirit? Before this 1,002 wishes are fulfilled, I will not leave easily." All right, you're relying on me, aren't you?" Qin Lang said, "What if after this 1,000 wishes, the second wish is another 1,000, or even 10,000, and you can never go back?" Bai Qi sneered, "You're too confident about yourself, aren't you? What if you die halfway through? I can indeed help you a little in times of danger, but it's not unconditional or limitless. I was just a bit restless since my first return to the human world. Moreover, your mortal body can't unleash all my power. Facing a strong enemy, I'm afraid you won't be able to cope." Qin Lang listened and pondered for a moment. "So, you're saying I'm at your mercy? I can only pledge my loyalty to you?" Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. "You can say that. You finally understand." Qin Lang chuckled, "Dream on. You think that just because I can summon you back, I can't send you back again?" Bai Qi widened his eyes. "What did you say?" Qin Lang said, "Although I haven't fully deciphered the contents of the heavenly book, I already know a way to send the evil spirit back. First, if I die, then you lose your host, and naturally you have to go back." A glimmer of unease flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. Chapter 24, Deal Reached. Qin Lang continued, "Besides this, there's also another way that can send you back, but I haven't fully decoded it yet." Seeing Bai Qi filled with murderous intent, Qin Lang added, "Of course, there's also a way to let the evil spirit stay in the human world permanently. If you cooperate, I can choose to keep you here." Bai Qi was angry. "You want me to be your servant?" Qin Lang said, "What you dislike, don't impose on others. If you don't want to serve others, I don't want to either. Clearly, we can both meet our needs, so why should I serve you? At worst, we both perish together." He could see that Bai Qi was very afraid of returning to the so-called underworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so shamelessly, thinking of forcing 1,000 wishes to stay. This is his bargaining chip. Bai Qi asked, "Dying together is naturally disadvantageous for everyone, so tell me, what exactly do you want?" Qin Lang said, "Very simple, let's not be servants, let's just be brothers. That way, we benefit each other as brothers, how about that?" In fact, what Qin Lang said about dying to send Bai Qi back, and the heavenly book having ways for the evil spirit to disappear or stay, were all nonsense, just lying to Bai Qi. Bai Qi's strength was evident, he could communicate, after all. So better for both parties to benefit, to take advantage first and talk later. Bai Qi stroked his dragon whiskers and said, "Humph, brothers? Back in the day, even King Qin had to show me respect. What virtue do you have?" Qin Lang questioned, "But didn't you end up being granted death by King Qin?" One sentence ended the argument. Bai Qi had nothing to say, and then extended his palm, saying, "All right. From today on, we slap hands to vow, forever bound as brothers." Qin Lang also extended his hand, and with a pa sound, they slapped hands to form a vow. However, Bai Qi's size and strength were more than double that of Qin Lang, and the impact from the slap made Qin Lang stagger back several steps. "Ha ha ha." Bai Qi found it amusing and laughed loudly, "Kid, since you become my little brother. Wait, I propose the alliance, so you should call me brother." Qin Lang said, "That's how the oath of the peach garden goes." Bai Qi obviously didn't know what the oath of the peach garden was, and angrily said, "What? How old are you? You dare to call yourself my elder brother?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "If you don't agree, then let's go all out. It's just a name, what does it matter? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck in that place of shadows." Bai Qi clenched his fists, "All right. Kid, as your big brother, you must help me fulfill my wish." Qin Lang smiled and said, "Of course, my good little brother, tell me, what do you want?" Bai Qi said, "First wish, I want you to get the Qian Kuan Jade Bottle and the White Dragon Reverse Scale." Qin Lang frowned, "Qian Kuan Jade Bottle, White Dragon Reverse Scale. What are those things? I'm still waiting to conquer the next dungeon, where do I have time to help you find them?" Bai Qi said, "I'm not asking you to find them, just buy them. This lord knows that in your world, there's something called ghost coins, which can exchange for a lot of treasures. Just ask around, and you'll know." Qin Lang said, "Oh, so you can buy them with money? That's easy. Great, I'll go ask around. By the way, how do I get out? Bai Qi laughed and said, you've always been in your body, you just need to close your eyes and feel. Qin Lang followed his advice, closing his eyes and imagining that he had returned to his true self. Wet, so wet. Qin Lang felt something splash on his face, salty as it flowed into his mouth. Qin Lang. Qin Lang. Sumu Bai held Qin Lang, continuously calling his name. Xiao Chun was crying sadly, darling, wake up quickly. You can't just call me out and not take responsibility. Qin Lang coughed and opened his eyes, okay, I'm not dead, don't cry. Seeing Qin Lang awake, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun were both very surprised. Qin Lang, you're okay? Qin Lang nodded, sitting up and saying, I'm fine. He looked at his body and found that all his wounds had disappeared, and the left hand he had severed had grown back, feeling exactly like the original one. Su Miao, hugging her knees, said, Qin Lang, are you a person or a ghost now? Qin Lang felt inexplicably angry. Wow, turns out you've been lying down winning the whole way. What about Ling Long and Sun Yangzi? Mentioning these two people, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun's expressions changed. Su Miao broke down in tears again. Just now, the scene of Qin Lang tearing people apart and pulling hearts out was quite shocking for them. Now Qin Lang appeared to have amnesia. Did he really remember nothing at all? Qin Lang glanced sideways and saw two bloody corpses, one male and one female, both dead in a gruesome manner. Remembered it was me. No, it was Bai Qi possessing me that killed them. Qin Lang coughed lightly. Alright, I understand. So next. Dungeon signal has been repaired. Detected a major bug in Fengmen Village dungeon. Compensation for players is now being issued. Player Qin Lang's act of killing player Ling Long will not be pursued. Player Qin Lang receives all equipment and abilities of player Ling Long. Player Qin Lang receives 1,000 ghost coins as compensation. Player Su Miao receives 500 ghost coins as compensation. Players Qin Lang and Su Miao have officially cleared the dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, cleared the dungeon, finally it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground tomb began to shake, and the ground was rising. Sumu Bai immediately stood up, smashing several large stones to protect Qin Lang from any harm. Through the rock layers, everyone finally breathed the fresh air outside. Though it was still deep night, it was much better than being underground. As Qin Lang guessed, the wedding procession had actually brought them to an underground tomb. The villagers and the ornate decorations were all just illusions. Looking at the desolate graveyard around, Sumu Bai felt a bit sadder. She knelt down and bowed 3 times to the moon. Villagers, Sun Yangzi is dead, you can rest in peace. Sumu Bai then stood up and said to Qin Lang, thank you. Otherwise, we would be slaves to Sun Yangzi for generations. You'll be leaving once we clear the dungeon, I really feel a bit reluctant. Qin Lang's eyes were complex, and he asked again, Miss Su, what exactly happened between you and the villagers of Fengmen Village? Sumu Bai sighed helplessly and began to tell the truth of the story of Fengmen Village. Chapter 25 MVP Player. 80 years ago, Sumu Bai's family was the biggest landlord in Fengmen Village. Though called landlords, the Su family treated the villagers very well, and Fengmen Village enjoyed good weather all the time. But one day, the villagers began to go missing, and it stopped raining for a long time, making life extremely difficult for everyone. At that time, a young man passed through Fengmen Village, claiming that strange things were happening nearby, which brought disaster to the village. He personally performed rituals and prayed for rain, eventually saving the village. This young man was Sun Yangzi. The entire Fengmen village was very grateful to Sun Yangzi, building a statue and a temple for him. Sumu Bai's father, wanting to keep him around, decided to marry his daughter to Sun Yangzi, leading to that wedding. The villagers of Fengmen village had no idea that this wedding would become the greatest nightmare of their lives. On the wedding night, Sun Yangzi killed Sumu Bai. It turned out that all the demons and disasters that had begun were arranged by Sun Yangzi. Years ago, Sun Yangzi obtained a celestial book, and with guidance from a wise man, he learned that it contained a cultivation method that involved marrying a girl with a purine fate and performing a blood sacrifice on the auspicious day of the wedding to greatly enhance his power. He had set his sights on Sumu Bai's purine fate from the start, meticulously planning everything just to marry her, to successfully refine her. Once Sumu Bai turned into a strange being, she suddenly went mad, becoming a fierce and malevolent spirit, directly killing and slaughtering the villagers. When Sumu Bai came to her senses, she found that she had killed all the villagers. And Sun Yangzi was using the corpses of the villagers to conduct a blood sacrifice, claiming he would use their souls to cultivate immortality. From that day on, Sun Yangzi turned Fengmen village into his place of blood sacrifice, and he would regularly select a player as a groom, allowing Sumu Bai to join him in a wedding ceremony, endlessly performing blood sacrifices. As she spoke, Sumu Bai couldn't help but sob. Now, I can finally be free. Qin Lang and Xiao Chun fell silent. Just when they were about to say something, Bai Qi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's ear again. Big brother, think of a way to keep this girl. Qin Lang was puzzled and asked in his heart, what, do you like her? I have no interest in women. Bai Qi said seriously, this girl has a natural purine fate and will be of great use in the future. Qin Lang frowned, but she is the oddity of this instance, how can I take her away? That's your problem to solve, who told you to be the big brother? You. Before Qin Lang could continue asking, the voice of the instance system rang out. Fengmen Village Instance Reward Settlement begins. Uncovering the truth of Fengmen Village, rating, yes. Reward plus 20%. Defeated hidden boss Sun Yangzi, rating, SSS. Reward plus 20%. Total rating, SSS. Total reward plus 200%. Player Qin Lang receives 100,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, immense strength. Instantly increases stamina and strength, up to 500%. Gains S-grade item, Sanhua Stone. A spirit stone that only produces on the path to the Yellow Springs, a nightmare for evil spirits, usable for upgrading weapons and equipment. For example, upgrading an A-grade weapon to S-grade. Note, this is a one-time item. Player Su Miao receives 5,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, invisibility. Player can remain invisible for 10 seconds, but attacking will reveal them immediately. Extra reward, all damage and negative effects on all personnel are completely cleared. As soon as the words fell, all the wounds on Qin Lang's body disappeared, and he felt much lighter than before. Even the wounds on Xiao Chun's wings were gone. The key point is that they received an SSS rating, a score that surpasses many veteran players. And they also received the powerful S-grade item Sanhua Stone. Simply a blood gain. Upgrading a weapon level, that A-grade Demon Slayer blade should go straight to S, right? Especially with these 100,000 ghost coins, I think it's enough to buy that Qian Kuan Jade bottle and White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi, right? When the time comes to fulfill Bai Qi's wish, he will have another reward for me. Delightful. Su Miao felt a little wronged, why is the reward so little? But thinking back, since I didn't do much, it's normal for the reward to be less. Just then, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has been determined as the MVP player. Player Qin Lang can realize a wish, it can be fulfilled now. Qin Lang glanced at Su Muo and then said, let Su Muo become my companion, and also close the entire Fengmen Village instance. Su Muo was startled, Qin Lang, you. Qin Lang replied, Miss Su, from now on, you will be my companion. With you by my side, I can feel much calmer. Su Muo's eyes turned red, said, Qin Lang, thank you. Wish from player Qin Lang has been received. This wish can be fulfilled, but as Su Muo is an anomaly of the instance, she cannot return to the real world with you, please be aware. Qin Lang nodded, okay. The Fengmen Village instance is about to close, would all players like to enter the next instance? Qin Lang heard this and asked, not in a hurry for that, can I use ghost coins to buy something? Yes, the shop interface is now opened for the player. In front of Qin Lang immediately appeared a bunch of item information. Upon closer inspection, he actually found that the two items Bai Qi wanted were indeed there. After checking the prices, Qin Lang immediately gasped. Just the Qian Kuan Jade bottle costs 1.2 million ghost coins. How many instances do I need to clear to save up that much money? Goodness, the rewards from the God of Killings aren't that easy to get. Bai Qi, let me tell you something, can we buy this treasure later? Bai Qi replied, what do you think? Big brother, you promised, so let's do it quickly to avoid long nights and many dreams. What if someone else buys it, then you'll have to go rob it back, which is more troublesome. Let's go to the next instance, just earn more ghost coins, or you can rob those players. Qin Lang had no choice but to say to Su Muo, Miss Su, it seems we won't be parting ways for now. I'm going to the next instance, do you want to come along? Su Muo didn't hesitate to say, Qin Lang, from now on, I will follow you. As long as I can be of use, just tell me. Xiao Chun quickly hugged Qin Lang, I want to follow you too, darling. Su Miao also said, Qin Lang, I'm going with you too. Qin Lang looked at her, feeling a bit speechless. You want an easy win again, right? But upon reflection, Su Miao truly is not simple. Just now when we were rising from the ground, so many falling rocks came down, I had to rely on Su Muo for protection, but Su Miao had no trouble at all? Could it be that she is really a master? Then let's go together. Qin Lang said to the instance system, I want to challenge the next instance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang felt darkness enveloping his eyes. Chapter 26, You Have People. When Qin Lang woke up again, he found himself sitting on a long-distance bus. Where is this? The interior of the bus was dimly lit, with several small lights that looked smaller than red dates. Qin Lang sat up straight, looking around. His seat was near the aisle, with a row of 4 seats, and now there was only him. Where are Su Muo and Su Miao? Where did Xiao Chun go again? Welcome to the new instance. Instance name, Donghu High School. In this instance, players will play roles such as teachers and janitors and interact friendly with the students of Donghu High School. Clearing requirement: survive for 3 days at Donghu High School. Instance difficulty: AA. First task: arrive alive at Donghu High School. The new instance has already begun? So this bus is on the way to Donghu High School? Darling, you're finally awake. A voice entered Qin Lang's mind from his palm. Qin Lang raised his hand, frowning. When did you hide here? Xiaochun said, you summoned me with 3,000 divine stones. On your palm, there will be divine markings, and I can naturally hide inside. All right. So, there's an evil spirit named Baichi inside me, and a succubus named Xiaochun. 2 serving 1, what a blessing. Qin Lang asked again, then why don't you come out? Xiaochun's voice trembled a bit. There's something very fierce on this bus, it was just staring at me. I'm afraid if I come out, it will find me, and harm my dear. Qin Lang nodded, so that's how it is, you're quite nice. Xiaochun's tone became a little aggrieved. Dear, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. Qin Lang said, it's fine, you can't fight, so you've done well enough. That information just now was very timely. Xiaochun perked up immediately, then can dear reward me a bit? I'm on your right hand, can you guide me once here, so I can feel it? Qin Lang. I usually use my left hand. Suddenly, the long-distance bus jolted. Ah! A woman's voice came from the back, impatiently shouting, driver, can't you drive properly? The driver up front said, sorry, this road is not easy to drive, please hold on tight, everyone. Qin Lang turned around to see who was speaking. Don't look back. A girl's voice shot out like a needle. This voice was very recognizable, somewhat neutral, but you could tell it was a girl from the tone, like a singer whose name includes Chun. Qin Lang asked, who are you? The girl said, my name is Yi Zi, you must not look back. This bus is a bit strange. Qin Lang frowned slightly, how are you so sure? The girl said, because that strange thing just spoke too, someone went over to see what was going on, and now they haven't moved, probably dead. You definitely don't want to end up like that, right? Qin Lang said nothing further. If what the girl said was true, then the elimination of players in this scenario had already begun. The girl asked again, you're a player too, right? What's your role this time? Qin Lang whispered, role? What role? The girl said, there must be an envelope at your seat, with your role for this trip to Donghu High School written on it. Qin Lang reached under him and indeed found an envelope. He opened it with the dim light and found there was indeed a section of text on it. Qin Lang, senior mathematics teacher. Your students' math grades this semester are not very good, find a way to help them. Recently, they tend to doze off during math classes, while it's normal for students to sleep in class, you'd better find out what they are doing privately. Hints. 1. Do not mention the previous math teacher in front of them. 2. The students like to play pranks, so try not to turn your back on them. 3. Students at Donghu High School stay in dorms, so strange noises might be heard at night, you can come out to patrol, but do not come out carelessly after 2 o'clock. After reading this long paragraph, Qin Lang felt a headache. What is this? I'm going to teach math? Is this real? I've already forgotten all those exam points, okay? So, what role did you draw? Yi Zi asked from behind. Qin Lang tucked away the envelope and said, I can't say. Yi Zi asked, why? Qin Lang said, on the way to Donghu High School, there may be many surprises, and no one can guarantee whether you'll make it to the end. If you die halfway, it won't matter what I say to you. If we make it, we can talk about it later. Yi Zi laughed in surprise, you're quite alert. Not a newbie, right? Qin Lang didn't answer, which was considered approval. If it were his previous self, these pieces of information would have been shared without a second thought. But after learning about the existence of the unlawful society, Qin Lang decided to stay alert with everyone except Su Mubai. What if someone like Ling Long sneaks among the players? Qin Lang fixed his gaze ahead. The seats of this car are designed very high, making it impossible to see the back of the head of the passenger in front, and with the dim lighting, it's even harder to know exactly how many people are in the vehicle. Perhaps besides the driver and the mysterious person in the back, there are only 2 passengers, Qin Lang and Yi Zi. Maybe there are others, Su Mubai and Su Miao might also be in the car, but for some reason, they are silent right now. There is another possibility. There is only Qin Lang as the passenger in the car. The owner of that earlier voice, along with the so-called Yi Zi, are not human. Whoosh! The car suddenly braked hard, causing Qin Lang's upper body to lean forward. The angry woman in the back started cursing again, driver, IF **** your mother. Do you even know how to drive? Believe me, I will tear you apart. The driver was not angry, continuing to say, sorry, there's someone blocking the car ahead. Qin Lang tilted his head to look forward. The car door opened, and indeed there were footsteps. An old woman's voice rang out, can we catch a ride? We want to go to Donghu High School. This old lady wants to go to Donghu High School too? Is she a player as well? While Qin Lang was pondering, the driver directly refused, no, it's full. Qin Lang looked at the empty row of seats beside him. The driver is lying. But this can be understood, in this remote area, it wouldn't be strange for there to be carjacking incidents, so it's understandable not to pick up unknown people. However, the old woman spoke again, please, we really need it. We don't need seats, we can stand. The driver hesitated for 2 seconds and surprisingly agreed, all right. Soon, an old woman with a cane, hunched over, and wearing a black coat got into the car. Following her were 2 people dressed in black robes. The people in black looked quite tall, exuding a strange and mysterious aura, making it impossible to guess their gender or identity. Qin Lang didn't smell any fragrance, so he judged that they should be 2 men. The old woman came to Qin Lang's side. Qin Lang thought the 3 of them would see the 3 empty seats beside him and choose to sit down or discuss something with the driver. But to his surprise, the old woman shook her head, looks like there really are no seats. Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, old lady, what are you talking about? I have empty seats on both sides. But the old woman looked at Qin Lang with a surprised expression. You young man, there are people sitting on both sides of you, how can you say there are empty seats? Chapter 27, Can't Distinguish. Qin Lang frowned slightly. Are there people sitting beside me? Qin Lang asked again, are you saying there are people beside me? The old woman replied, young man, don't joke with me. After saying that, she stood still, holding onto the seat with her hand. Qin Lang touched the seat next to him. It was completely empty. Is there something wrong with me, or is it the old lady who is mistaken? Suddenly, the old woman shouted like a kettle, young man. You're going too far. The girl was sitting there nicely, and you just went ahead and touched her? Look at how scared she is. Qin Lang was confused. What girl? I was clearly touching air. However, Qin Lang's hand was now near the cushion, and if there were indeed a woman sitting there, then he was indeed touching an indescribable place. Aren't you going to quickly take your hand away? The old woman's voice became louder and more anxious. Qin Lang furrowed his brows tighter and moved his hand up, making a grabbing gesture. You're still rubbing her. This is too much. The old woman raised her cane and angrily said, such behavior is disgraceful. Pervert. Everyone come and see, there's a pervert here. She stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The 2 people in black robes just stood there, not moving at all. The old woman finally stood up and said, you young man, you're simply lawless. Qin Lang pointed at the 2 men in black robes and asked, aren't you 2 going to help? The black-robed individuals didn't respond. The old lady asked in confusion, young man, what are you doing? Are you trying to act crazy to fool everyone? Qin Lang replied, old lady, those 2 got on the bus with you. What am I acting crazy for? The old lady frowned, every wrinkle on her face filled with disdain. So you really are a madman. I clearly got on the bus alone, where did these people come from? The 2 men in black robes started closely following the old lady, swiftly passing by Qin Lang. Qin Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. What she could see, she could not, what he could see, he could not. Who was really mistaken? She reached out her hand behind Qin Lang, young lady, stop crying, come out, come to me. Crazy people committing murder and arson are innocent, I don't know who came up with this law. Then, the old lady made a gesture of holding hands, truly seeming to bring someone to her side to comfort. The old lady looked around again and said, children, don't be anxious. Why argue with a fool? What? He's still a teacher? No way, a teacher treats students like this, truly worse than a beast. Oh, young man, thank you, you don't need to get up, I'll just stand for a bit. Oh, how can that be polite? The old lady kept laughing, then sat down in the spot right in front of Qin Lang, constantly thanking the air as if there were truly a kind person giving her a seat. Qin Lang suspected it was the old lady who was actually crazy. Yi Zi? Are you still there? Qin Lang wanted to talk to the only being he could communicate normally with to confirm who was really mistaken. But Yi Zi, who had just said quite a bit to Qin Lang, was now silent, as if she didn't exist at all. Could she also be my illusion? Qin Lang reached for the letter he had. It was still there. This proved that both Yi Zi and what he saw should be real. It must be this old lady who was out of her mind. But how to explain those 2 men in black robes? They were indeed standing right there, the old lady's mind might be bad, but her eyes too? Qin Lang looked out the window again. Still the desolate countryside scenery, as the vehicle sped along, strange trees were continuously retreating. What is going on? Is Donghu High School built deep in the mountains? Are Su Mubai and Su Miao also on such a strange vehicle? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. Why is it so quiet? If the vehicle is speeding and is in the mountains, it can't be completely silent, right? What kind of way is this vehicle moving forward? The vehicle suddenly jolted again. As expected, the irritable woman behind started cursing again. What's wrong? Can't you let people sleep? If you can't drive, don't drive. Go back and drive your mother. Qin Lang glanced at the old lady beside him. She seemed as if she hadn't heard what the woman said, holding her cane and resting her eyes. Qin Lang shouted to the front driver, "How long until we reach Donghu High School?" The driver replied, "Very soon." Qin Lang stood up and asked again, "Can you stop the vehicle? I need to go to the bathroom." The driver calmly answered, "Just wait, we'll be there soon." Qin Lang walked forward, "Stop the car. I can't hold it anymore." As he walked forward, Qin Lang also glanced at the other seats on the bus. They were all empty. Then why did the driver say it was full, and why did the old lady ignore so many empty seats? What were they seeing? The driver still spoke in an emotionless voice, "We'll be there soon." Qin Lang walked step by step forward. Am I being given face here? He took out a black dagger from the storage space, preparing to have a good chat with this driver. But when he reached the driver's seat, he found it empty. My God, high technology, unmanned driving? Qin Lang looked at the steering wheel that could turn by itself, feeling that this vehicle was becoming more and more interesting. Isn't it strange that so many weird things are happening even before we reach Donghu High School? The old lady behind saw and exclaimed, "Young man, what do you want? Don't you know you can't disturb the driver while driving? Didn't you hear everyone calling you crazy? If you want to die, don't involve others." Qin Lang stood still, lost in thought. If there really are weird things happening, so be it, it's just a big fight. He has the ghost-slaying knife, and after Ling Long's death, he also obtained a willow branch, 2 great items. With Bai Qi helping him inside, he could charge through any ordinary weirdness. But right now, he saw nothing at all. What was he supposed to do? Maybe this car, from the start, had nothing but invisible weirdness besides him. The old lady, who boarded halfway, can see them, but he cannot. The old lady shouted again, "Hey, young man, didn't you hear? Don't disturb the driver, come back fast." Qin Lang ignored her. If there is really a powerful weird thing in the car, he felt it wouldn't hurt to battle it. But what if it is also invisible? And, is he really seeing things? Is this illusion caused by it? Now it hasn't attacked him, so what is it waiting for? Qin Lang thought it was better to gather more reliable information before taking action. At that moment, Qin Lang noticed a newspaper stuck on the driver's door. He carefully glanced at it under the dim light. This is Chapter 28, Are You a Devil? The newspaper read, Donghu High School's school bus had an accident, all students on board died. 2 years ago, Donghu High School hired 2 buses to take all 200 senior students to the county for the college entrance exam. After finishing their last subject, the students joyfully got on the bus to return to school, planning to celebrate with their teachers. But on the way back, the vehicles malfunctioned, and both buses fell off a cliff, killing all teachers and students. 200 young lives were lost at the end of exams, just as they were stepping into a new phase of life. The news also featured a picture of the bus before the accident. Qin Lang focused and realized it was the very bus he was sitting on. Goodness, I'm on a ghost bus. That's quite thrilling. Teacher, what's wrong? Are you okay? A young boy suddenly appeared from nowhere and gently patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Turning around, Qin Lang was shocked by the scene before him. The originally empty seats are now filled with people. Each face so youthful, with clear but not foolish eyes. They were all students. What he saw just now, were they really just illusions? Beside the old lady stood a tearful girl, crying like a blooming pear flower. The boy said, Teacher, just now, you touched Xiaoyu, and now you are disturbing the driver, what is going on? It's so scary. Is it too much pressure? But we have finished our exams. Looking at those young faces, Qin Lang felt an instant of unreality. Looking at the driver's seat, the previously empty place had a middle-aged man carefully driving. The man was cautiously glancing at Qin Lang, seemingly terrified. And the newspaper about the accident had also vanished. The boy asked again, Teacher, you've been talking to yourself since a while ago, are you possessed? Qin Lang looked ahead and found the 2 figures in black robes who boarded with the old lady still there. He suddenly smiled. Teacher, please say something. The boy quietly asked, Are you okay, teacher? Qin Lang patted his head and asked, You mean I wasn't quite right just now in my seat? The boy nodded, Yes, you even touched. We won't blame you, but if there's something, you should say it. Qin Lang nodded, Okay, I understand. He knocked on the driver's section, stopped the car immediately. The driver looked puzzled, Teacher, what are you doing? We're going uphill, it's not safe to stop now. Qin Lang shouted again, Stop. Hurry. He directly pulled out the black blood dagger. start heavily striking the glass of the driver's cabin. The driver was startled. Don't do anything reckless. There are kids on the bus. The old lady pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, Are you crazy? Everyone, quickly stop him. A few taller male students stood up and quickly approached. Teacher, stop messing around. If this continues, we really won't hold back. They rushed forward, ready to grab Qin Lang. In his panic, the driver hit the steering wheel. The bus began to shake violently, the students' bodies swayed, and those standing in the aisle fell flat on their backs. The students started to scream loudly. The bus quickly lost control, charging towards the cliff ahead. Qin Lang steadied himself against the driver's seat and shouted, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's voice echoed in his ear, What's wrong? Qin Lang said, Big brother commands you, stop the bus immediately, no matter what it takes. Bai Qi replied, Oh? They all seem like ordinary people, at least I don't see anything strange. Do you really want to take action? You might bear some blood debts, you know. Qin Lang's tone was firm, Who cares? I want to get off the bus. Bai Qi twirled his dragon whiskers, then fine, big brother, be prepared. As he spoke, all the windows of the car cracked and then, with a bang, shattered completely. Glass fragments flew inside the bus, piercing the students' bodies. Even the roof of the bus caved in, as if something were pressing down on it. The old lady watched all this, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is this, teacher? Boom! The bus finally crashed through the roadside guardrail, nearly half of its body suspended in the air. Whoa. Mom, I'm so scared. I don't want to die here. Qin Lang immediately ran to the back, stepping on several students along the way. Reaching a window where the glass was relatively intact, Qin Lang climbed up on the bodies of two students to get close to the windowsill. The old lady gritted her teeth. Hey! These are your students, aren't you going to help them? Are you a devil? Shouldn't you let the students go first? As a teacher, you should be the last to leave. Qin Lang replied coldly with a smile, Oh, I didn't know you cared so much. Since you want to be a saint, then take responsibility for them. Goodbye. After saying this, Qin Lang jumped out of the bus. As soon as his feet landed, he activated his immense strength skill and shoved the bus hard towards the cliff. The once balanced long-distance bus was pushed slowly forward by Qin Lang alone, about to fall off. The old lady in the bus saw this through the back window and panicked. Hey, do you have a conscience? There are so many kids inside. Qin Lang laughed. Since you love kids so much, then stay with them. Seeing this, the students cried out loudly. Teacher, please wake up. Save us. How can you do this to us, teacher? You bastard. We won't let you go even in death. With a strong push, Qin Lang sent the long-distance bus plummeting down. Watching Qin Lang standing at the cliff's edge, the old lady gritted her teeth. I didn't expect someone could see clearly. Missed calculation. Sigh. Qin Lang sighed in relief and said, It's so tiring from the start, the rewards for this quest must be immense, right? You really are strong. A familiar voice sounded again as Yi Zi approached from afar, covered in dirt. Behind Yi Zi was a beautiful woman in red high heels, her legs really long, possibly longer than life itself. To walk in high heels on this kind of mountain road shows she is no ordinary person. Qin Lang could roughly guess that this elegant woman was the one who had been cursing loudly on the bus. Yi Zi smiled, Thanks to you, we were able to get off that hearse. The elegant woman said, Handsome guy, I owe you a life. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lu Jiu, what's yours? Lu Jiu, 6 and 9. Girl, your dad really knows how to name. Qin Lang looked indifferent. He said, No need for names, I wasn't really trying to save you. As long as you don't betray me, that's enough. Next, figure out how to get to East Lake High School. Yi Zi pointed ahead, we have arrived. Chapter 29 The Laughter of the Teaching Building. Qin Lang looked ahead, and indeed there was a large area of brightness, along with an entire teaching building. After putting away the black dog blood dagger, Qin Lang walked forward. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu wanted him to wait for them, but Qin Lang's steps were quick, ignoring their calls. He really has no gentlemanly demeanor at all. Lu Jiu frowned, this man must not have a girlfriend, he has no charm with women at all. Yi Zi smiled, people with great abilities often have strong personalities, I see he's pretty big in every way. By the way, how is your good friend Linglong doing? Any news? Lu Jiu sighed, I don't know, she might still be exploring in some dungeon. It's fine, she's so capable, she won't be in trouble. We agreed to finish another dungeon before taking a break, then we'll go shopping together and get our nails done, he. While they were talking, the three of them arrived one after another at the gate of East Lake High School. Welcome, everyone. A plump creature with a horse head stood in the center of the gate. When Qin Lang saw her, he felt as if he was meeting an old friend. Horsewoman, it's you again. Horsewoman smiled, Mr. Qin, you closed the village system, so I was assigned here. Speaking of which, your performance in the village was really excellent, you're the best newcomer I've seen in years. She extended her long tongue to lick her lips and patted her belly, thanks to you, I had a good meal. Qin Lang now understood how Linglong and Sun Yangzi's corpses were handled. But that was none of his business. By the way, have you seen anyone else? Qin Lang asked, that girl who was with me in the last dungeon? At the gate, only Horsewoman was present, Su Mubai and Su Miao were still nowhere to be seen. Horsewoman smiled, Mr. Qin, you are the first player to arrive here, I haven't seen anyone else. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu followed behind. Wow, this butler looks so strange this time? Lu Jiu covered her nose and mouth, seemingly disgusted by Horsewoman's appearance. Horsewoman didn't care, instead, she looked behind them and smiled, another player has arrived. Qin Lang turned around and saw a long bus slowly driving in, almost identical to the one he had just pushed down. As the bus door opened, a rush of footsteps followed. First, two men got off the bus. They stood on either side of the bus door, one man with glasses smiled, Lon Lon, we have arrived. The other, a muscular guy in a tank top, said warmly, welcome to East Lake High School, my precious little princess. A young girl in a pink dress, with twin pigtails, stepped down. Haoren, Wang Long, thank you for protecting me all the way. Lu Xinlan smiled and patted the heads of the two men. Just as one of her feet was about to touch the ground, the muscular man Zhang Haoren quickly crouched in front of her and stretched out his hands. My princess, please don't let the dust here dirty your shoes. From now on, let me be your knight and protect you. Lu Xinlan smiled, okay. As her feet landed on Zhang Haoren's palms, he used his strength to lift Lu Xinlan, allowing her to sit on his shoulders. Wang Long adjusted his glasses and somewhat reluctantly said, Lon Lon, are you thirsty? I have some water here. Qin Lang watched the three and couldn't help but sigh, a warm man is indeed behind the lapdogs. Yi Zi asked, what does that mean? Lu Jiu huffed, did you see that? Now that's called gentlemanly demeanor. Qin Lang ignored their comments and kept staring at the long bus. Was that it? Just those three? Where are Su Muba and Su Miao? The female horse laughed and said, time is up. Congratulations to the 6 players for reaching the destination. The East Lake High School instance has officially begun. As soon as the words fell, a white mist rose before the 6, enveloping the entire high school. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, vaguely seeing a short figure appear in the middle of the school gate. Are you all teachers sent from the county? A short and chubby middle-aged man said with a smile, I am the principal of East Lake High School, He Jinpeng. Qin Lang remembered his identity as a math teacher, and he would have to deal with He Jinpeng for the next 3 days. Yi Zi smiled and said, Principal, I am the new school doctor. Please take care of me. Then the others also began to introduce themselves. Lu Jiu is the Chinese teacher, LV Xinlan is the music teacher, Su Haoren is the physical education teacher, and Wang Long is the English teacher. He Jinpeng smiled and said, Great. With all of you here, our school will definitely achieve good results in this year's college entrance examination. Mentioning the college entrance examination, Qin Lang remembered the newspaper he saw in the car. The date of that car accident was in June 2021. What year is it today? Qin Lang suspected that the time the instance game started was different from the time he was on the bus, maybe even in a different space and time. The moment the female horse disappeared and He Jinpeng appeared, many things were reset. However, it might be strange to ask directly what date it is today, and Qin Lang didn't want to draw attention to himself right away. He Jinpeng cheerfully led them to the dormitory, saying they could rest for a night, and tomorrow they could start teaching. East Lake High School is not big, with only one large teaching building, one boys' dormitory, one girls' dormitory, a cafeteria, and an office building that also serves as the teachers' dormitory, plus a playground. It was around 8 in the evening, and some classrooms had their lights on. He Jinpeng said those were the senior students studying. On the way, He Jinpeng enthusiastically introduced the school's situation to them. East Lake High School currently has 620 students, all from nearby villages. They came to study here because they couldn't get into the key high school in the county and didn't want to be too far from their elderly families. Although East Lake High School is small, it has been established for nearly 70 years, starting as an elementary school and gradually upgrading to a high school. The first principal was He Jinpeng's grandfather. Their family has stayed here for 3 generations, teaching and running the school, and they are highly respected by the nearby villagers. The county leaders are very supportive of He Jinpeng and East Lake High School, often allocating funds to aid them, so they have all the necessary equipment like plastic tracks and multimedia classrooms. Dear teachers, I have arranged for someone to clean your rooms. There are bunk beds, with 4 people per dormitory. There are exactly 3 men and 3 women among you, so one bed can be left empty for you to put some things. Except for LV Xinlan, who looked displeased, everyone else agreed with no problem. Qin Lang stood in the corridor, carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a lonely little house in the center of the school playground. That house looked like it was from last century, something Qin Lang had never seen from his birth until now. Such an old house standing in the middle of a modern plastic track not only looked strange but also seemed a bit eerie. Qin Lang pointed at the house and asked, "Principal, what is that?" He Jinpeng turned to look and smiled, "That is?" Before He Jinpeng could finish speaking, a strange laughter came from the teaching building. He he he. Ha ha ha. The sound was very strange, seeming to come from afar and yet close by, like bugs drilling into everyone's ears. Qin Lang instinctively covered his ears. At this moment, he saw a terrifying thing appear in the corridor of the teaching building. Chapter 30, The Champion Soup. A pale human head floated past the corridor, and the laughter followed it away. Qin Lang took a closer look and found that the man's head had disappeared again. Did I see it wrong? The laughter startled Lu Xilan, her face lost color as she covered her ears and trembled, saying, "Who is there?" He Jinpeng's expression was somewhat gloomy, but then he laughed heartily. "This might be a child who isn't sleeping at night, playing tricks on us. Children in the mountains are naughty, unlike those in the city who are more disciplined. Please forgive us, teachers. Tomorrow I'll have a good talk with them, everyone need not worry." The laughter stopped, but everyone felt a bit uneasy inside. He Jinpeng continued, "Teachers, you came from afar, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? I have already asked the cafeteria to prepare your late-night snacks. If you're hungry, you can go get some. Students finish their self-study at 10, and they will also go to the cafeteria then, you can go early to avoid lining up with them, ha ha ha." Yizi smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Principal." He Jinpeng smiled slightly, "Alright, then I'll take my leave." Qin Lang stopped him, "Principal, you still haven't answered my question. What is the house in the middle of the playground for?" He Jinpeng hesitated for a moment, then laughed, "It's nothing, that house has always been there since the beginning. My grandfather said that no matter how the school changes, we can't touch that place. There's nothing inside." Then, he changed the subject, his tone serious, "Please do not go in there if there's nothing to do." Qin Lang frowned, thinking that was just an obvious cover-up. That old house must have something going on. Then, the boys and girls each went into their respective dormitories. Zhang Haoren and Wan Long entered and immediately occupied two lower bunks. Zhang Haoren said proudly, "Sorry, Teacher Qin, you can just sleep on the upper bunk." Wang Long pushed his glasses, "We aren't bullying you, but if Lan Lan needs us, we need to get to her side as quickly as possible." Qin Lang couldn't be bothered with them and didn't talk to them. His attention fell on a calendar hanging on the wall. May 13th, 2022? Qin Lang hissed. Sure enough, the time in the school was different from the time on the way here. In other words, the moment he entered the school, he had traveled to the future. The car accident happened more than a year ago. Qin, how many instances have you gone through? Zhang Haoren, not knowing when, started doing push-ups on the floor. And he had one hand behind his back, balancing on a single finger on the ground. Even with such a difficult move, he asked Qin Lang questions while his breath remained steady, not a bit flustered. Qin Lang did not answer and continued to think. Zhang Haoren was somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm asking you a question. How come you have no manners at all?" Wang Long said, "Alright, he has the right not to answer. Speaking of which, I really am a bit hungry. Do you guys want to go to the cafeteria together?" Zhang Haoren suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go ask Lan Lan. If she goes, then I'll go." Wan Long immediately responded, "Zhang Haoren, you just had Lan Lan sit on your shoulders. Now it's my turn to take care of her." Zhang Haoren replied coldly, "You cheeky dog, you dare to compete with me? If it weren't for Lan Lan asking me to get along with you, I would have." He cracked his knuckles, fingers making cracking sounds. Wang Long took off his glasses. "Oh? Then fine, let's see who can." Wang Long, Haoren. The neighboring Wang Xinlan shouted, "There's a cockroach. Come quickly and save me." The two men, who had just been glaring at each other, immediately rushed out. "Coming. My little princess. Lan Lan, I'm coming to save you." Qin Lang silently closed the dorm door, then stretched out his right palm. "Xiao Chun, come out." A shower of golden powder scattered from Qin Lang's palm, and moments later, a charming demon with two large wings appeared before him. "Darling." Xiao Chun couldn't help but rush over. Qin Lang pushed her away with his hand. "Don't get too excited. I called you out to help me with something." Xiao Chun said in confusion, "But I can't fight." Qin Lang replied, "You don't need to help me fight, just listen to me." 5 minutes later, Qin Lang walked out of the dormitory door. In the hallway, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were staring blankly at the dormitory. Zhang Haoren and the others were doing a big cleanup, struggling against cockroaches, while LV Xinlan sat on the upper bunk cheering them on. Yi Zi looked quite speechless, then asked Qin Lang, "Did you find anything?" Qin Lang countered, "What about you? What did you find?" Yi Zi smiled and said, "Why are you still so on guard? What happened to you in the last instance? Did someone betray you badly? Like you, I noticed that old house on the playground. There might be something incredible hidden inside. From my experience, mysterious places like this could be the key to clearing this quest. So, how about we go take a look together sometime? Qin Lang neither refused nor agreed, but instead mentioned a doubt that just came to mind. It's already mid-May, and there is less than half a month until the college entrance exam. Why did they suddenly make us new teachers? Where did those previous teachers go? Lu Jiu nodded. That makes sense. Something must have happened before that made those teachers leave, or they all died? The three fell into silence. Yeezy spoke again. Qin Lang, let's go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat. Qin Lang didn't refuse. 1. He was indeed quite hungry. 2. He wanted to see what other oddities this school had. The cafeteria was a 2-story small building, with the food serving and dining area on the first floor, filled with some tables and chairs that looked somewhat old. As soon as he entered, Qin Lang smelled a special fragrance. It wasn't just him, Yeezy and Lu Jiu sniffed the air too. Wow, it smells great. Is it pork rib soup? Oh, you are new teachers, right? A plump ant saw Qin Lang and the others and smiled. The principal told us to make you some delicious food. Come on, come on. They ordered 3 dishes and a soup but still couldn't stop thinking about that strange aroma. The 3 quickly pinpointed the source of the smell, a large pot at the entrance of the cafeteria. At that moment, the big pot was tightly covered, with only white smoke continuously rising from it. Yeezy couldn't help but ask, Auntie, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. The plump ant wiped her hands and stepped out, proudly smiling. This is our school's secret recipe, specially made to boost students' brains. Students all say that after drinking it, it refreshes their minds and helps them think more clearly on tests. They call it the top scholar soup. You 3 teachers should give it a try later. After saying this, she opened the lid of the big pot. Qin Lang looked into the pot and was instantly shocked. Inside were actually several living human heads boiling. Boiling human heads? Qin Lang couldn't help but furrow his brows and said, You use this to boost brains? The so-called top scholar soup was actually soup made from human heads? At this moment, he felt something moving on his tray. Looking down, he saw that the braised meat and vegetables had turned into severed fingers and internal organs, and even the steaming white rice was transforming into black insects crawling onto Qin Lang's hand. Even the previously warm meat soup had changed into a bowl of bloody water. Qin Lang immediately threw those things aside. Clatter! The stainless steel tray fell to the ground, spilling food everywhere. Ah! What are you doing? Wasting food. The plump ant squatted down, sadly picking up the spilled food with her hands. Yeezy and Lu Jiu quickly put down their food and grabbed a broom and dustpan from the corner to help clean up. The plump ant was furious at Qin Lang. What's wrong with you, teacher? If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. Why waste it? Do you know what kids are eating now? The school funds are so tight, and you waste good meat like this. As she continued to speak more emphatically, she nearly burst into tears. Qin Lang took another look at the large pot. It was indeed human heads. Qin Lang picked up a spoon hanging on the wall. Start stirring that pot of soup. The chubby ant became more anxious. What are you doing? What are you doing? That is for the students to drink. Qin Lang pushed her aside. Get out of the way. You're making soup with human heads and acting so arrogant. Human heads? Yeezy and Lu Jiu were shocked, hurrying over to take a look. Qin Lang fished out a human head, and to his surprise, he recognized it. Isn't that the boy who was talking to me on the bus? Wasn't he already dead? Could it be that the school collected the corpses of last year's dead students to make soup? Qin Lang, there are no human heads here? Yeezy said in confusion. It's clear that there are only pork ribs and beef bones inside. After saying this, Qin Lang realized that what he scooped up was actually just a large beef leg bone. What was going on? Was it another hallucination? Was I tricked again? The chubby ant looked at Qin Lang with a look of a monster. You can't be mentally ill, right? How did you become a teacher with that kind of gaze? Lu Jiu quickly took away the spoon from Qin Lang's hands, smiling. Sorry, Auntie, our friend here has had a rough journey, please don't take offense. He gets a bit silly when he's tired. Could you please make some more food? He'll be fine after eating and taking a nap. The chubby ant covered the pot again, cleaning up the dishes while saying, All right, you sit there and wait. After sitting down, Yeezy asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Did you have another hallucination? Qin Lang raised his head. What do you mean by another? Lu Jiu said, You were like this on the bus too, just talking to the air. Qin Lang was very puzzled. Talking to the air? Yeezy and Lu Jiu then recounted everything they saw along the way. At first, Qin Lang and Yeezy were having normal conversations, but after the bus stopped for a while, Qin Lang became a bit odd, starting to battle wits with the air. After saying a bunch of meaningless things, Qin Lang got up and knocked on the driver's door and windows with a dagger. The bus then began to rock violently, followed by the shattering of the windows, and they both jumped out. For a moment, Qin Lang felt even more confused. When the bus stopped, that old lady and the two men in black got on. Was that the moment I was caught in a hallucination? Was it the old lady's doing, or those two men in black? Qin Lang asked again, did you just sit there and watch? He wasn't blaming the two for not taking action, but thought there might be another reason why Yi Zi and Lu Jiu dared not act. Yi Zi said, the bus was filled with strange things, how could we dare to act recklessly? It was you who was making a racket, and we were all nervous watching. Lu Jiu took a sip of soup and said, yeah, I thought you were like me, cursing to ward off evil. Qin Lang was puzzled, cursing can ward off evil? Lu Jiu nodded, yeah, haven't you heard that saying? People fear ghosts 3 parts, but ghosts fear people 7 parts. As long as you act fiercer than them, they won't dare to approach. This is a trick my grandmother taught me. Qin Lang now understood why Lu Jiu kept using his manners in the backseat. What he was more concerned about now was whether everything he saw was truly just an illusion. Or was it half true and half false? Was the strange thing deliberately disturbing his mind, trying to drive him crazy? The chubby ant brought over a simple meal. This time there was only 1 canned fish and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, which was quite perfunctory, probably fearing Qin Lang would waste it. Yi Zi smiled bitterly, putting her braised pork into Qin Lang's bowl. I'm on a diet, you eat it. Lu Jiu also gave Qin Lang a piece of his rib, I don't like eating bones. Qin Lang looked at the normal food in front of him and started to doubt again. What is real now? For some reason, those strange characters he saw in Fengmen village floated before his eyes again. Qin Lang scratched his head, inexplicably feeling a mysterious force lurking around him, but he just couldn't understand what it was. Ding-ling-ling. The bell signaling the end of the evening study session rang, and a bustling sound of footsteps came from the teaching building. A group of students burst into the cafeteria like a cavalry charge. Auntie! Auntie! I want this! Auntie, stop shaking your hand! Are you afraid of Parkinson's? Where's the top scholar's soup? Auntie, I want 2 bowls today. The students were chattering excitedly, and the plump ant was so busy she was stretched thin. Yi Zi couldn't help but exclaim, wow, they are so young, so full of energy. Lu Jiu laughed and said, I was like this when I was in school too. I ate 4 meals a day, and even 2 bowls of white rice each meal weren't enough. Qin Lang looked at these students, silently saying nothing. The most popular dish was that bowl of top scholar's soup. Each student received a bowl, and before even sitting down, they couldn't help but take a sip. Ah! I don't feel tired at all. I wait for this sip every day. It's so good. I'm afraid I won't be able to drink it after graduation. Seeing how they were, along with the earlier image of heads rolling in the pot, Qin Lang was momentarily speechless, almost wanting to laugh. If he hadn't blocked his fear, he would probably find this scene horrifying, right? Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were feeling a bit envious. Is it really that good? I want to get a bowl too. Yi Zi stood up and asked Qin Lang, how about you? Do you want to join me for a bowl? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, okay, bring me a bowl then. I want to see what this top scholar's soup tastes like. Chapter 32, They are all rich women. 3 steaming bowls of top scholar's soup were brought up. Looking at the milky white soup, images of the heads he had just seen appeared again in Qin Lang's mind. They say you are what you eat, so eating brains should help the brain, right? Could it be that the students of Donghu High School are all relying on this to study well and improve every day? At this moment, Qin Lang vaguely felt as if someone was watching him. Qin Lang turned his head and saw an old hunched man by the cafeteria window, peering in with a cane. It was the old lady from the school bus. Behind her stood 2 men in black cloaks. Qin Lang stood up, pulled out his black blood dagger, and ran outside. Yi Zi was about to sip the soup when she saw this and asked, Qin Lang, where are you going? Lu Jiu sipped the soup and said, really, can't you stay calm for even a moment? This soup is really good. What she didn't notice was that the expressions of the students in the cafeteria were a bit strange. Qin Lang ran outside, but saw nothing. Gone? Qin Lang had a vague feeling that something had stuck to him since he arrived here. Bai Qi, do you feel anything strange? Bai Qi's voice came through, hee, you should ask me, where is anything right? This place is too sinister. I suspect there's a mass grave underneath this school, otherwise, how could there be such a huge grudge? A place that even an evil god finds evil is indeed not a joke for this AA-level dungeon. Qin Lang looked towards the playground. The strongest evil energy is that building, right? Bai Qi was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Don't know? Yeah, I can't really explain what that feeling is. Qin Lang thought for a while and inexplicably felt a gust of cold wind passing through his body. Yi Zi asked from behind, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Are you seeing hallucinations again? Qin Lang shook his head and said, I'm fine. Returning to the cafeteria, the two were surprised to find that the students were lining up to leave. There wasn't a scrap of food left on the tables, and all the plates were neatly placed by the door. Everyone's movements were so synchronized it looked as if they had been trained beforehand. Compared to the earlier scene of everyone rushing to get food, it was like heaven and earth. Yeezy wondered, could it be because of the top scholar's soup? Qin Lang asked, you feel something's off too? Yeezy couldn't help but look at Lugio, worried. Little Lu, how are you? Lugio sat in her seat, hands down, head lowered in silence. The food in front of her was all gone. The bowl that held the top scholar soup was spotless, showing clear signs that Lugio had licked it clean. Yeezy stepped forward and asked again, Little Lu, what's wrong? Lugio raised her head, squinting her eyes and said, Yeezy, you're back. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Seeing nothing wrong with her, Yeezy said, alright, I'll finish eating and then we can go back together. Qin Lang was silent for a moment and then asked, Lugio, which seat were you in on the return bus after last year's college entrance exam? Yeezy looked at him in confusion. Qin Lang, why are you asking this? Unexpectedly, Lugio suddenly became extremely agitated. Who is talking? Lugio looked around as if someone was speaking to her. Come out. Don't be sneaky. Yeezy was startled. Little Lu, don't scare me. What's wrong? It's just me and Qin Lang now. Lugio looked terrified. No, there's a man talking to me. I heard it very clearly. He said, there's a fire on the bus, the driver was killed. He said he's in my head. Yeezy panicked and asked, quick, use your best exorcism method. Lugio quickly took a deep breath and then angrily shouted, you bastard. Get out of me. Suddenly, Lugio slapped herself and said in a vicious voice, no cursing, good students can't be so rude. Yeezy was greatly alarmed and hurriedly asked Qin Lang, what should we do? Qin Lang said, I guessed it right. This so-called top scholar soup is made from the bodies of students who died last year. The grievances of those students are all trapped in it. Drinking it might allow some spirit to enter the mind and take control of her consciousness. Yeezy was filled with questions. Last year's accident? What? Qin Lang, do you know how to solve it? Qin Lang sat down and even started stirring the top scholar soup with a spoon, saying, I actually thought of a way. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Just ask these vengeful spirits directly. Yeezy quickly asked Lugio, I don't care who you are, as long as you are willing to come out of Little Lu's body, I will agree to any condition. I can even help you find peace and rise to bliss. Lugio shook her head, I don't want any bliss, I want to take the exam, I want to do well in the college entrance exam. As long as I don't die from studying, I will study hard. In the next second, Lugio panicked, those words were not me. Yeezy, think of something. Qin Lang laughed beside them and said to Yeezy, are you foolish? How could they easily come out? These vengeful spirits would love to parasite on more people. Otherwise, why would these students drink the so-called top scholar soup? Yeezy, seeing him like this, asked, if you have a way, hurry up and use it. Qin Lang smiled and said, there's no free lunch in this world. I do have a way, but it depends on how much sincerity you have. Yeezy quickly covered her chest after being sized up by Qin Lang, as long as it's not offering my body, just name your price. 100,000 ghost coins, how about that? Wow, 100,000 ghost coins can be taken out so easily? The reward I got in the Fengmen village instance was only 100,000. Let me think. Qin Lang looked at Lugio again, what about you? How much are you willing to offer as a reward? Lugio gritted her teeth, I will offer 120,000 ghost coins. Unexpectedly, they were all rich. Qin Lang held up 2 fingers, each person 200,000 ghost coins, a total of 400,000. Lugio's eyes widened, are you robbing me? Yeezy immediately agreed, okay. Open your system mall, I'll transfer it to you right now. Only then did Qin Lang realize that in the instance, players could trade or buy items through the system mall. Soon, Yeezy transferred 200,000 ghost coins to Qin Lang in front of him. However, the system deducted a 0.1% handling fee. So familiar. Although Lugio was reluctant. He could only transfer 200,000 past. Yeezy asked, alright, I've given you the money, how do we get the vengeful spirit out of Lugio's head? At this moment, Lugio let out a cold laugh, you underestimate yourself, I will never leave. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of champion soup, oh really? Then let's give it a try. After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the bowl of soup in one gulp. Yeezy and Lugio were shocked, are you crazy? You know you'll get possessed and you still drink it? Chapter 33, The Vengeful Spirit Jian. After drinking the champion soup, Qin Lang felt a ball of energy rolling around inside him, slowly merging into his body. Then, a boy's voice appeared in his mind. This is the first time I've seen such a stupid person. Great, I've gained another body. From now on, you will drink champion soup every day to help me fulfill my dream. Ha ha ha. In Qin Lang's consciousness, a white vengeful spirit slowly took shape. The spirit quickly transformed into the figure of a high school student, but his body had countless faces, even his fingers had several eyes. Each face looked like it was 17 or 18 years old, some with eyes closed and others wide open, mouths moving as if speaking something. The vengeful spirit looked at the faces growing on him and chuckled, "Don't worry, classmates, we will soon have our wishes fulfilled. Brother, you're really something," quietly bringing in a new roommate. Bai Qi walked out from behind, his voice deafening, "Do you think this little body is tough?" The vengeful spirit was shocked. Who are you?" After turning around and seeing Bai Qi's dragon-headed, human body appearance, the spirit collapsed in fear. A ghost. How could there already be a spirit parasitizing in Qin Lang's body? Soon, Qin Lang entered too. "Wow, Bai Qi, he looks even scarier than you." Bai Qi stroked his dragon whiskers, "I'm way more handsome than him. By the way, brother, where did you get this Jian?" He was now quite used to calling Qin Lang brother. Qin Lang was confused. Jian? What is that? Bai Qi chuckled and said proudly, "With your knowledge, you're still calling me brother? When someone dies, they are called a ghost. When a ghost dies, it's called Jian. Jian cannot reincarnate, has no spirit body, and cannot be accepted by the 6 realms, so it can only parasitize in humans. Humans have homes, ghosts have corpses, each has their own form, but Jian is not restricted. This form should be a mixture of many ghosts that died together. I often see Jian in the ghost realm, but this many young, strange combinations are a first for me." It was now Qin Lang's turn to feel proud. "How about it? Following brother, you're gaining some knowledge, right? Bai Qi. This person must be mentally ill, better not take over him." The vengeful spirit Jian trembled at the sight of the two. You better not come closer. I can tell you, this is just a clone of mine. Even if you destroy me here, I will still exist. By then. Qin Lang pointed at Bai Qi. "Do you know who my little brother is? The evil spirit Bai Qi. Do you know Bai Qi? The infamous slayer. During the Warring States, over 500 years, more than 200 million people died, and over 1 million died by his hands. How many clones do you have? Is it enough for him to kill you? I advise you to be honest, otherwise, when he goes crazy, even I, as the big brother, can't control him." Bai Qi listened and nodded with some pride. "What my brother says is true." The vengeful spirit Jian then showed signs of fear. "No please, I don't want to die again." Qin Lang delivered his prepared lines. "You'd better explain clearly how you came about and the secrets of this champion soup, then roll out from me and Lu Jiu's bodies. Then I might consider giving you a way out." "Bai Qi, brother, what are you talking about? He's dead and can't die anymore, how can there be a way out?" Qin Lang shot him a glare. The vengeful spirit Jian, quick thinking, then said, "I can leave, but I can't say anything. Gentlemen, I was forced. Someone said they could help me fulfill my champion dream, otherwise I wouldn't harm so many classmates. I'm just a student, please let me go, okay?" Those young faces with open eyes also looked at Qin Lang and Bai Qi with the same pleading gaze. Qin Lang waved his hand. "Bai Qi, just kill him. By the way, if a ghost dies to become a spirit, what happens when a spirit dies?" Bai Qi stroked his dragon mustache. "A ghost dies to become a spirit dies to become a hope dies to become a disaster. I don't know what happens after a disaster. So there can be more divisions." Qin Lang felt this was a bit like knowledge in physics. After molecules split, there are atoms, then quarks, and so on. No matter what hope or disaster, wipe him out. Bai Qi complained, "You promised to be brothers, yet you keep treating me as your muscle. I was the commander of 400,000 Qin troops back then." Qin Lang waved his hand. "I got it, help me with one thing, and I'll grant you another wish, okay?" Bai Qi smiled. "Now that's like an older brother." The vengeful spirit, Ling, panicked suddenly. Wait. I'll tell you. We all died on the way back from the college entrance examination last year. The car accident wasn't an accident, someone intentionally set the car on fire, killed the driver, and then we fell off a cliff. We were all hoping to go to university and live well, but who would have thought? The vengeful spirit, Ling, got more and more excited, even crying. Qin Lang was seeing a ghost cry for the first time. Wait, he had seen Sumu Bai cry before. Qin Lang said, "Stop wailing, quickly tell me, who was the one who set the fire and harmed you?" The vengeful spirit, Ling, said, "I don't remember because they were wearing black robes, and I couldn't see their faces at all." Black-robed people? Qin Lang suddenly remembered the 2 people he saw on the way here. Was there another old lady in your car? The vengeful spirit, Ling, was shocked. "How do you know? Have you seen her too?" Qin Lang, you continue, what happened next? The vengeful spirit, Ling, said, I'm not clear about what happened later, just remember that me and my classmates turned into ghosts, and it took a long time before we became like this. Someone told me that he could let us live in the minds of the younger students and guide them in studying and taking exams. Once Donghu High School produced top students who got into Qingbei, we would achieve our goals, fulfilling our dreams and then ascend to a higher realm. After hearing this, Qin Lang asked again, who was that person? The vengeful spirit, Ling, shook his head, I really don't know. Bai Qi said, older brother, asking won't help. Killing ghosts and turning them into spirits is a technical task, the one doing it must be a master, unlikely to leave any traces for you to find. Qin Lang scratched his head, I didn't expect there would be such a tricky existence at Donghu High School. It seems like this dungeon's difficulty is quite high. After thinking for a moment, Qin Lang said to the vengeful spirit, Ling, alright, you get out of my body in Lu Jiu's body. But if I contact you through a student, you must appear, and listen to me, understand? Otherwise. Bai Qi then said, otherwise, I will have to follow what my older brother said and wipe out all your split souls. Qin Lang glanced at Bai Qi, pretty in sync. The vengeful spirit, Ling, nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. I will definitely obey, I will leave now, I'll leave now. Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered something. Wait. Since you are a student of this school, I need to ask you something. Chapter 34, Death of Senior Year. Qin Lang asked, what is in that broken house at the center of the Donghu High School playground? The vengeful spirit, Ling, turned pale upon hearing this question. I don't know. Qin Lang didn't waste words, Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth and roared. The vengeful spirit, Ling, immediately knelt, I'll tell you. Actually, I really don't know what's inside, but all the previous principals forbade us from going in. Previously, 2 seniors and 1 senior sister went in. But they went crazy afterwards. One senior smashed the mirror in the dormitory with a mirror and cut off his own ear with the shards. Another senior went home and chopped off his fingers with a kitchen knife, and then lay down in a pigsty for the pigs to eat him. The remaining senior sister had the worst fate, she killed her parents and younger brother, then stuffed their tongues into her own mouth. They'll choke to death. We all guessed that there are ghosts in that old house, but the principal said it's because they have too much pressure from their studies. When Qin Lang heard this, he knew He Jinpeng was talking nonsense. Who cuts their own flesh at home because of study pressure? Everyone in this school is really something. That old house will eventually have to be checked out. Qin Lang said, alright, you can go now. I'll call you if there's something. The complaining spirit agreed repeatedly, then left. Bai Qi suddenly laughed, big brother, this time you're probably in for a lot of trouble. If you could reach my peak period, that wouldn't be a problem, but in this state, I'm afraid it's suspended. Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him, take care of yourself. After returning to his original body, Qin Lang found Yi Zi anxiously watching nearby. How is it? Upon seeing Qin Lang open his eyes, Yi Zi quickly asked. Qin Lang wriggled his arm, it's fine now. Lu Jiu touched his head and said, it seems, that strange sound is really gone. Yi Zi breathed out a sigh of relief, that's great. By the way, how did you do it, Qin Lang? It's a secret. Qin Lang got up and stretched, alright, let's go back. We have to teach those students again tomorrow. When the 3 left the cafeteria, the chubby ant serving food stood at the window staring at them. A hunched figure walked out from behind, what's up with this Qin Lang? He drank the top student's soup and is completely fine. The chubby ant asked, Mom, should we tell the ancestor? The old woman shook her head, for such a small matter to bother the ancestor, he would definitely think we are useless. Let's keep watching. I don't believe they can get through this. Back at the dorm, Qin Lang found Zhang Haoran and Wang Long had already fallen asleep. The lights were off on the girls' side, and it seemed that LV Xinlan, who had been licking around, had also gone to rest. Qin Lang frowned slightly. The 3 of them avoided the fate of drinking the top student's soup by going to bed early and not going to the cafeteria. What incredible luck is this? Or maybe, is it really just luck? Qin Lang lay down, waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! A new superpower has been received. X-ray vision. Can see through objects within 2 meters, ignoring all clothing, walls, and flesh. Activating consumes 2 points of mental power per second. Current host mental power, 500. X-ray vision? This ability is great. This way, while exploring that mysterious old house, I don't need to go inside, I can just use the vision within a 2-meter range. Qin Lang silently made a plan in his heart. At the same time, another question always plagued him. Where did Su Mubai and Su Miao go? What roles are they playing in this instance? The next day, around 6 o'clock, the school broadcast began to play the wake-up music. After washing up, Qin Lang and the others gathered downstairs. He Jinpeng was already waiting for them, and a group of students was jogging on the playground. Good morning, teachers. He Jinping smiled, you all worked hard yesterday, so I didn't ask you to get up early. Tomorrow I hope everyone can wake up at 5:30, because the students will also get up at that time, and it will be too late when the bell rings at 6. Principal. What are we doing today? Qin Lang rubbed her eyes, enjoying Zhang Haoran's massage while Wang Long stood by with a piece of bread. He Jinping laughed again. Yesterday the third-year students had a weekly test. You all first grade the papers, then report the scores, and briefly explain the questions to the students. Is there any problem? Yi Zi raised her hand and asked, Principal, are we the only teachers here? What about the other grades? He Jinping replied, there were many teachers before, but something came up suddenly, and they can't come over now. What specific matter? I will explain to everyone later. The college entrance exam and final exams are approaching, so students just need to practice and self-study. The kids in our school are very disciplined, everyone just needs to patrol a little when they have time. The people shook their heads, indicating that there was no problem. He Jinping led them to the teacher's office and then excused himself to leave. Looking at the table full of exam papers, each person received a stack for different subjects. Even Yi Zi, who played the role of the school nurse, received a pile. Qin Lang didn't immediately start grading the papers, instead, he counted the number of exam papers. Something's not right. His sudden comment caught everyone's attention. Yi Zi asked, what's not right? Qin Lang pointed at the exam papers and said, look, there are 4 classes and 200 papers, which means there are only a little over 200 students in the senior year. But the whole school has nearly 1,000 students. In other words, there are 800 students in the first and second years combined. If this year's seniors only admitted a little over 200 students, and the current juniors just enrolled last year, it wouldn't be possible to double the intake. At most, there might be 300 more, right? According to this calculation, when the new freshmen come in, that means more than 500 students were admitted? 200 were admitted the first year, 300 the second year, and 500 the third. How could a non-key high school like Donghu High School possibly double its admission numbers each year? Are there really so many students each year who can't go to good high schools? Even if enrollment increases, the number of students in each grade shouldn't have such a large gap. Zhang Haoran was a bit confused and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Qin Lang said, it's very simple. The truth should be that this school admits 400 to 500 students every year. These 400 to 500 students should complete the second and third years, even if there are transfers or dropouts, it shouldn't change too much. But now there are only 200 senior students. In other words, a large portion of students must have disappeared after reaching the senior year? As this conclusion was spoken, the room immediately fell silent. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Qin Lang sensed something was wrong. Disappeared? Yi Zi asked, are you saying that many students didn't manage to live to see their senior year? Lu Jiu shook his head, that's too exaggerating. What kind of school is that? Could it be that Donghu High School intentionally persuaded a batch of students to quit to improve their college admission rates? Qin Lang shook his head, the number of students is the lifeline of the school. How could they give that up so easily? If they want to improve their admission rate, they could just let a batch of students give up on the college entrance exam. Why go through all this trouble? Yi Zi frowned, but if so many students really disappear each year, don't parents check? Aren't the students scared? Isn't Donghu High School's reputation pretty good? Qin Lang said, so this needs to be investigated properly. I'm afraid the principal has something to hide from us. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's expressions changed dramatically. A petite female student stood at the doorway, with a high ponytail, her hair neat and tidy, revealing a smooth forehead. Her face was small and exquisite, and her bright big eyes revealed an innocent expression. Even wearing oversized school uniform, it couldn't hide her cuteness. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it wasn't her discussing the school that was overheard by He Jinping. Qin Lang saw this girl and couldn't help but laugh, wow, so cute. If I have a daughter in the future, she must be this adorable. Zhang Haoran quickly said, my little princess, you will definitely have a lovely daughter. He even flexed his biceps to show off. Wang Long rolled his eyes at him and said, what are you thinking? What does Lan Lan having a daughter have to do with you? The two glared at each other. Lu Jiu, seeing such a cute female student, walked over with a smile and asked, classmate, are you looking for the teachers for something? The girl trembled and said, hello teachers, I'm Chu Anren from class 2, senior 3. Which of you is the math teacher? Everyone's gaze focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang replied calmly, that's me. What's the matter? Chu Anren quickly walked up to Qin Lang and astonishingly knelt down directly before him. Teacher, can you help me, please? Yi Zi and the others were shocked. Qin Lang went over and pulled Chu Anren up, little sister, what are you doing? Just say it, the teachers will help you. Chu Anren cried like a flower in the rain, and said to Qin Lang, teacher. I didn't do well on this exam, can you find a way for me to pass? I promise I'll work harder next time, please don't let me fall below the 50th rank. Yeezy patted Chu Anren's back softly and said, Chu, calm down, how do you know you didn't do well in math? The papers haven't been graded yet, it's not certain. Chu Anren cried sadly, I didn't write some big questions this time. Woo, teacher, please help me. I'm not worried about other subjects, but I must be within the top 50 in every subject. Everyone frowned. You must be in the top 50 for every subject? Are the students in Donghu High School this competitive? Qin Lang asked calmly, it's just one exam, if you did poorly, you can try again next time. Chu Anren hurriedly said, no, teacher, you must help me. Qin Lang asked, it's just an exam, if you don't meet the requirement, what will happen? At most, just a scolding. Chu Anren's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, no, that's not it. Teacher, if I don't do well, I will. Teacher, please stop asking, just help me. I'll do anything. Qin Lang shook his head, no. LV Xinlan was unhappy, why do you have no sympathy at all? You just need to change one score, why be so stubborn? If she doesn't do well next time, we can talk about it then. Zhang Haoren and Wang Long unconditionally stood by LV Xinlan's side, also asking Qin Lang to change the score slightly. Even Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were reluctant, urging Qin Lang. Qin Lang still shook his head in refusal, no, the score should be what it is, it can't be changed at all. Unless you tell me what will happen if your rank drops. Seeing this, Chu Anren quickly said, my parents will beat me, they will scold me. The teachers and classmates will be disappointed in me. Teacher, please help me. She spoke with deep sincerity, and everyone in the office was moved. Qin Lang still shook his head, if that's the case, I will speak with your parents in detail. If your classmates look down on you, I can help educate them. But rules are rules. Chu Anren started crying again. Qin Lang remained unmoved. Chu Anren seemed to have made up her mind and said, Teacher, I will say. If I don't do well, I will be. Chu Anren. A tall man suddenly appeared, his round eyes almost popping out. Director. Chu Anren covered her mouth, collapsing to the ground. The man rushed over and angrily lifted Chu Anren, what are you doing here during class? How dare you disturb the teachers while they work? And you want the teacher to change your score? What do you think school discipline is? Did I teach you to be this way? The man looked at Qin Lang and the others, his expression softened slightly, sorry, teachers. I'm the dean, Su Hu. This student is too naughty, making a joke out of you. Yeezy spoke up, Director Su, the child didn't mean it, please don't punish her. It's almost time for the college entrance examination, it's normal to feel stressed. Su Hu said earnestly, learn to be a person first, then learn to do things. If she dares to ask the teacher to change scores now, I can't imagine what she would dare to do in the future. I'm doing this for her own good. After saying this, he suddenly pushed Chu Anren, shouting, get lost, go wait for me in the office. Chu Anren trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down, glancing back at Qin Lang. The resentment and grievance in her eyes reached an extreme, like a prey caught in a trap, knowing that it was going to die. As Su Hu and Chu Anren reached the door, Qin Lang stood up and asked, Director Su, I have a question. Is there any special punishment at school that makes Chu so afraid of dropping in rank? Su Hu shot a glare at Chu Anren, then said gently to Qin Lang, Teacher Qin. You are overthinking, our school has always used persuasion education for students, legally operating. There is no punishment, she overthought it, just a little education is enough. Just as she was speaking, Chu Anren suddenly rushed to the corridor railing, flipping over to jump down. Ah! Yeezy screamed, don't! Qin Lang immediately activated the time-stopping skill. Everything around stopped, even Chu Anren, who had her feet already hanging in the air, was frozen. Qin Lang rushed over and pulled Chu Anren up, putting her on the ground. What terrible secret is hidden in Donghu High School that failing an exam would lead to jumping off the building? What pains him is, 200 mental power just vanished like that. He hopes to get some useful information from this Chu Anren, otherwise, it would truly be a waste. 5 seconds later, time started flowing again. Ah! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief seeing Qin Lang catch Chu Anren. However, they were also puzzled, how did Qin Lang move so fast just now when Chu Anren was about to jump? Chu Anren leaned on Qin Lang's shoulder, crying, Teacher. Su Hu was furious, you little brat, come here. Still thinking of jumping off? Do you think it will solve the problem? Teacher Qin, please hand her over to me. What a joke, if you take her back and kill her, did I save her for nothing? Just as Qin Lang was about to refuse, Chu Anren suddenly whispered something to herself. Chapter 36, The Conference of Self-Restraint. Qin Lang was slightly startled, and by the time he reacted, Chu Anren had already been pulled away by Su Hu. Chu Anren looked back at Qin Lang, this time her eyes were full of hope and expectation. Qin Lang pursed his lips and said nothing, turning to enter the office. Yeezy said, the secrets hidden in this school are probably more than just that old house. We must quickly clarify the oddities here, otherwise, we might also be in danger. We didn't experience anything when we first arrived last night, but it might not be so calm tonight. Based on their previous experiences, once night falls, dangerous things will begin to happen in the instance. Just like when Qin Lang was in the Fengmen village instance, all sorts of strange things occurred at night. Something will definitely happen tonight, we must collect as many clues as possible before dark. Lu Jiu also agreed, isn't it? Students want to jump off for not doing well in exams, what is this all about? I'll try to give high scores when grading papers later, otherwise, it's really unbearable. After grading, I'll stroll around the school to see what's strange. Qin Lang shook his head, no, give everyone low scores. Deduct points wherever possible, as much as can be deducted. Even if their handwriting is ugly, they should receive low scores. Lu Xinlan protested, do you have any conscience? You know scores are very important to students, yet you want us to torment them like this? What if innocent people die later? What will happen to our scores? Qin Lang asked, killing innocents would lower the scores? Zhang Haoren sneered, you don't even know this? You can't be a rookie, right? The instance will strictly score based on our behavior. If any innocent person is killed, it will lower the final score and rewards, even attracting system punishment. If we could just kill, I would have gone on a killing spree my first day here. What are we even doing playing house? Qin Lang suddenly remembered, in the Fengmen village instance, everything except the players were bizarre, so killing countless didn't affect anything. But this school, at present, has not a single bizarre entity appearing. Qin Lang continued, no, I still want to give low scores. If they can't handle the pressure and die, that's their problem, I didn't force them. After saying that, he took his papers and went to a corner to grade. Lu Jiu looked at Yeezy, what to do? Yeezy hesitated for a moment and then said, let's follow Qin Lang's advice and give low scores, be strict. Soon, the results of the weekly test came out, and the scores of the entire senior class were shockingly low. Especially in the math papers graded by Qin Lang, among the 200 students. Almost half failed. After the test papers were returned, the students were unusually excited and unhappy. Teacher, I just wrote the wrong answer for this question, the other steps are correct. Why do I get no points? Didn't you say writing solve also gets 2 points? Teacher, you can't do this. Faced with these noisy shouts, Qin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger and plunged it directly into the table. This is how I grade papers. Who agrees, who disagrees? The students in the class saw the strangely shaped dagger and immediately dared not say another word. Qin Lang said, if you keep nagging, I will send you to speak with Director Su and Principal He. You want to rebel, do you? Mentioning Su Hu and He Jinpeng, these students went silent, their eyes filled with fear. A few looked at their papers and directly burst into tears. Qin Lang pretended not to see and was too lazy to discuss the test papers, directly telling them to study quietly. By the afternoon, the scores had been ranked. Due to the strict scoring of Qin Lang and others, many who were previously in the top 50 were dropped. He Jinpeng opened the broadcast, his tone very stern. This exam's results are quite unsatisfactory. Many students have made serious regressions, which shows you are not responsible for your future and not serious. You cannot be so lax before the college entrance exam. Those who were in the top 50 and now have fallen outside, as well as those who have been outside for 2 consecutive times, all go to the back mountain for the self-reflection conference. After the broadcast ended, many students cried even more violently, all getting up to leave. Qin Lang stopped a girl and asked, what does this self-reflection conference mean? The girl cried uncontrollably, I reflect on myself 3 times a day, the self-reflection conference is for self-examination. Teacher, you are too cruel. I shouldn't have to go. Qin Lang asked again, I didn't ask for the literal meaning, I asked what this self-reflection conference is for. The girl bit her lip, glared at Qin Lang hatefully, and quickly left the classroom. Without saying a word, Qin Lang was about to follow her. But Su Hu's figure appeared again. Teacher Qin, you should be watching the remaining students study quietly now. Where do you think you're going? His voice vaguely carried a touch of threat and warning. Qin Lang said, nothing. I urgently need to use the bathroom, is that okay? Su Hu was stunned, said nothing more, and stepped aside to let Qin Lang pass. After taking a few steps, Qin Lang turned back to Su Hu and asked, Director Su, what about Chu Anren? Why haven't I seen her? Su Hu answered bluntly, her behavior is a serious violation, I've sent her home for self-reflection. Qin Lang smiled slightly and then walked towards the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Standing by the bathroom window, Qin Lang clearly saw the students marching neatly towards the back mountain. With no adult watching, and neither He Jinpeng nor Su Hu present, they all advanced toward the mountain as obedient as could be. Qin Lang sneered and walked downstairs. Su Hu suddenly appeared again and asked, Teacher Qin, where exactly do you want to go? Don't you also want to follow the rules? Qin Lang stared at Suhu and asked, why are there so few senior students, while there are so many in the first and second years? I've checked in the office, your annual enrollment for first-year students is quite stable, around 400. So why, when it comes to senior year, are there only half left? Why are so many people not reaching senior year? Suhu's face changed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Lang continued to press, and what is this self-reflection conference all about for the students? Suhu's face turned ugly. What does this have to do with you? You are only here temporarily to help, why are you interfacing with so much? Now, go back to your work. Qin Lang approached him and smiled, if you don't tell me, I have plenty of ways to make you speak. Suhu's eyes flashed with fierce light, what? Do you want to make a move? One hand reached into his pocket. Chapter 37, The Ancestor. Before Suhu could grab what was in his pocket, Qin Lang rushed up, directly pinning him to the ground. Suhu was about to shout, but Qin Lang pressed a black dog blood dagger against his throat. Make a sound, and I'll kill you. I'm not a teacher at all, don't expect me to reason with you. Suhu gritted his teeth and said, alright, I won't shout, you let me go first, it hurts. Qin Lang did not immediately release him but pinned him against the wall in the corridor and reached for his pocket. Suhu had a hard object in his pocket. Taking it out, it turned out to be a small handgun. This handgun was not loaded with bullets, but with even shorter arrows, similar to the concealed weapons used in martial arts novels to shoot hidden darts. Qin Lang leaned closer to the gun, sniffed it, and laughed, good guy, this is pure anesthetic. Looks like you often use this trick on students? Suhu was sweating, then said, let's go to the office. I'll explain to you. Of course, Qin Lang wanted to go to the office with him, but before that, he had to call Yi and Lu Jiu. There was no choice, he needed to inhale the fragrance of women to prevent that strange illness from recurring. Even knowing that there might be members of the unprincipled society among Yi and Lu Jiu, he could only choose to trust them for now. After all, where were Su Mubai and Su Miao at this point? Where exactly are you? Arriving at Suhu's office, Qin Lang waited for the three to sit around him. Yi asked, Qin Lang, should we first check out that self-abasement conference? Those students won't be in danger, right? Qin Lang was somewhat speechless. What did it matter to you whether those students lived or died? He shook his head, don't worry, they are about to take the college entrance exam, the school won't easily let them die. He looked at Suhu, now tell me. First answer my question, why did so many students die when they were promoted to senior 3? Suhu swallowed hard and replied, it's the ancestors' rule. He said that Donghu High School only needs 200 people to participate in the college entrance exam each year, the rest don't need to, just stay here as human pillars. Lu Jiu frowned, human pillar? What does that mean? Suhu shook his head, I don't know either, the ancestor said, as long as they stay, the school will keep producing college students, even capable of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. And indeed, as the ancestor said, our school may not be great, but the students can get into undergraduate programs, which is already a big deal for a small place like us. Qin Lang directly interrupted him, who is the ancestor? Suhu replied, the ancestor is the ancestor, I've never seen him. Lu Jiu was speechless, you believe in something you've never seen? Suhu retorted, so many people believe in God and Buddha, have they really seen Jesus and Buddha? Lu Jiu was immediately at a loss for words. Qin Lang asked again, has the principal seen the ancestor? Suhu was taken aback, then nodded, he has seen him. The former principal has also seen him, many major decisions at our school have to be made by the ancestor. And? Suhu started to say something but stopped, it's nothing. Qin Lang revealed his dagger, keep talking. Otherwise, I'll cut off your fingers one by one. Yi and Lu Jiu exchanged glances. This Qin Lang is really ruthless. Suhu quickly said, at the self-abasement conference, the ancestor will also appear. Students who perform poorly will receive the ancestor's teachings and admonitions, and the effects are quite good. Our school's results have been improving year by year. Last year, we even had a top scorer, but unfortunately he died on the way back. Qin Lang, Lu Jiu, and Yi exchanged glances. It seemed that the one behind all these events at Donghu High School was the so-called ancestor. It sounded a lot like the leader of a cult. But the problem is, what this ancestor is doing is actually urging students to study hard. Is there really such a boring cult leader in the world? Seeing that Qin Lang and the others were not speaking, Suhu timidly asked, can I go now? Qin Lang laughed again, you think you can just leave like this? Going to complain to the principal? You need to spill some real dirt first. What exactly is in that old house in the middle of the playground? As soon as he heard this, Suhu quickly waved his hands, I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask. Don't ask. He was sweating on his forehead, speechless, only repeating these simple words over and over. Just as Qin Lang was about to push him for more information, suddenly, he saw a swirl of white mist appear behind Suhu. This white mist quickly solidified into a strange shape, its head, torso, and limbs slowly forming. It had a head like a wolf and a fox, one arm long and the other short, while its feet resembled chicken claws, as if it was pieced together from something sinister. There's something unnatural. Qin Lang swiftly drew the demon-slaying blade and charged at the monster formed by the white mist. The white mist opened its mouth ominously and lunged to bite down on Suhu's shoulder. Ah! Suhu let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a torrent of blood spraying out, splattering the wall in large patches of crimson. The abnormal amount of blood even surprised Qin Lang. The white mist grinned eerily, revealing a chilling smile towards Qin Lang. It's you who's been watching us from behind. Qin Lang struck down with the demon-slaying blade directly. The white mist reached out its hand and surprisingly caught the demon-slaying blade in one swift move. The malevolent energy from the blade erupted, shattering the white mist's hands. The white mist turned panic-stricken and began to retreat swiftly. Qin Lang pressed forward again, moving even faster this time. The white mist suddenly gathered together, and in the next moment, it transformed back into human form. Qin Lang was about to strike again, but when he saw the new form of the white mist, he couldn't help but exclaim. Miss Su! The white mist had actually transformed into the image of Su Mubai. Qin Lang, please help me. Qin Lang halted his actions. Su Mubai had been captured by this eerie presence? Suddenly, a voice from within him rang out, Big brother, you're losing focus. Look closely. What is that? This voice was like a loud bell, instantly awakening Qin Lang. The eerie white mist vanished again. When Qin Lang opened his eyes once more, he found that Yi Zi was standing in front of him. Yi Zi was spitting blood, using a paper fan to barely block Qin Lang's demon-slaying blade. Behind her, Lu Jiu was holding a magic staff, glaring at Qin Lang. What do you want? If you don't stop, I won't hold back. Yi Zi shouted, Little Lu, put down your weapon. Mr. Qin's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Lang's breathing quickened. What's going on? Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. How can you even ask that? Look at your feet. Qin Lang looked down and was shocked again. He saw a puddle of soft, bloody flesh on the ground. Suhu had actually been killed by his own blade. What happened? Lu Jiu said, and you still ask? Just now, you took out your blade and started swinging at him. We couldn't even stop you. Now he's dead, what should we do? If the principal finds out, how will we survive in this school? If they decide to attack us, what can we do? We can't just kill them. It'll put us in a passive position. Aren't you just alarming the snake in the grass? Faced with Lu Jiu's accusations, Qin Lang paid little mind and didn't respond. His mind was in chaos. Everything that had just happened felt even more real than the illusions he had encountered before. What was going on? Was it because this instance was too powerful? If it could affect his consciousness and create illusions, why didn't it act against him? Yi Zi stepped forward and asked, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang suddenly asked out of the blue, have you ever read Journey to the West? Yi Zi was stunned, huh? Qin Lang said, when Sun Wukong deals with some little monsters and small gods, he can use his own magic to make them feel sleepy if they wish, dizzy if they wish, and he can also use the 72 transformations to confuse them. Why can he do this? Lu Jiu pulled Yi Zi closer to himself. Yi Zi, let's stay away from him, this guy might really be abnormal. Qin Lang continued on his own, because Sun Wukong is stronger than them, his magic and powers are more powerful than theirs. So, he can do whatever he wants to those who are weaker than him. Yi Zi asked, so, what's your conclusion? Qin Lang did not answer but continued to ask, but there are plenty of gods and monsters whose magic is stronger than his, why didn't they make Sun Wukong dizzy? For example, Taishan Laojun, his circle is so powerful, why couldn't he subdue Sun Wukong during the Great Havoc in Heaven, but later on the journey to retrieve the scriptures, his ox made Sun Wukong suffer quite a bit with that circle. The reason is simple, everything is fake. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu simultaneously expressed confusion, huh? Qin Lang shrugged off the blood from his demon slayer sword and said, the Great Havoc in Heaven was designed by the Jade Emperor to settle scores, the journey to retrieve the scriptures was set up by the Buddha to prove his strength. Everything is fake, all calculated, all arranged. From the very beginning, what Sun Wukong could do and could not do is not up to him. Those who are stronger than him don't deal with him, simply because they haven't gone all out. Fake. Everything is fake. After saying this, Qin Lang took his sword and walked outside. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what are you going to do? Qin Lang reached the door and said, isn't it obvious? I'm going to that cleansing conference, I want to see who this so-called ancestor is. I want to see what is really true. Yi Zi was about to stop him, but Qin Lang had already run outside. Lu Jiu held his head in his hands, oh no, what if he messes around and directly provokes the boss? We haven't gathered any clues or tools, aren't we doomed? Yi Zi frowned and thought for a while before saying, at this point, we have no choice but to find a way to follow him. Maybe we can stop Qin Lang. Lu Jiao pulled her back and shut the office door. Little Lu, what are you doing? Yi Zi asked in confusion. Lu Jiao shouted, Yi Zi, are you stupid? Did Qin Lang, that rascal, put a spell on you? Do you trust him this much? He's gone mad. Yi Zi said helplessly, then what do you suggest we do? Lu Jiao said, now we can only go discuss with LV Xinlan and the others. But before that, we have to deal with Su Hu's body, otherwise, it will be trouble if the principal finds out. We can only act against the weirdness. Suddenly, Lu Jiao looked out the window and exclaimed, oh no, the sun has set. As dusk fell, night descended. The time for slaughter in the instance had begun. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the office door was knocked on. Director Su, are you there? An elderly voice sounded from outside. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi exchanged glances. Yi Zi raised her fan and waved it forcefully towards the ground. A swift and strong wind blew, magically rolling Su Hu's body along with the blood on the floor, shrinking it under the table. Lu Jiao opened the door and found an old woman standing outside. If Qin Lang were here, he would surely recognize her immediately. She was the old woman who appeared on the long-distance bus. Behind the old woman stood the two figures in black robes. But in Lu Jiao and Yi Zi's eyes, there was only that one old woman outside the door. Lu Jiao asked, elderly lady, do you need something? The old woman spoke, oh, it's like this, I am a helper in the cafeteria, and I want to ask Director Su a few questions. I've been looking for him for a while now and haven't seen him, have you seen him? Lu Jiao nervously shook his head. Director Su just took a leave of absence to go home. They said they can only come back tomorrow. The old woman looked at her with suspicion on her face. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. What's wrong, old lady, don't you believe me? Of course, I don't believe it. The old woman stared straight at the office. Isn't he standing right behind you? As soon as those words came out, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi felt a chill down their spines. The two turned their heads to discover that Su Hu, who had just been cut in half by Qin Lang, was actually standing up. He had already used his hands to hold on to his exposed intestines, his head twisted at an incredible angle. His other half was also standing, moving restlessly, as if wanting to reunite with the half that had a head. He. Su Hu's body continued to bleed, his mouth twisted, emitting a chilling laugh. Seeing this, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi immediately realized, it's bizarre. This old woman must also have a problem. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi quickly took out their weapons, ready to deal with them separately. Ha! Where is she? Just as Lu Jiao took out her demon-slaying staff, she discovered that the old woman had disappeared without a trace. Yi Zi pulled Lu Jiao to run outside. No matter what, we shouldn't stay here. This teaching building is strange, let's talk outside. But just as they had taken a few steps outside, a shrill scream came from downstairs. Ah! At this moment, Qin Lang had already run to the back mountain. After climbing over a small hillside, Qin Lang stopped suddenly after running a few steps. Bai Qi's voice sounded again, asking, what's wrong? Qin Lang turned around, showing a triumphant smile towards the school. Of course, I ran back. Chapter 39, The Way of Warfare is Deception. Bai Qi asked in confusion, aren't you going to find some ancestor? Qin Lang laughed, you used to lead troops. In warfare, deception is key. I want to clearly inform the school about the bizarre things hidden here, so they know I went to the back mountain. But actually, my target is that old house on the school playground. Bai Qi understood after hearing this, so what you just told those two women was just a mad act. You wanted to prove to the people behind you that you've gone crazy, letting them lower their guard? Qin Lang nodded, you are only half right. I do want the people behind me to think I've lost my mind. But what I said was not false. The entire story of the journey to the west is a carefully arranged performance by the heavens and gods. When I entered this side story, I was suppressed by a powerful and mysterious force that cannot be described. As long as I am still at school, I will be influenced by it. Bai Qi asked again, but if you go back now, won't it know? Qin Lang smiled, you are mistaken. I have long made arrangements. After saying that, he whistled at the sky. Soon, a winged black shadow began to pounce towards Qin Lang. Darling! Xiao Chun tightly hugged Qin Lang, I haven't seen you for almost 24 hours, I miss you so much. Qin Lang almost couldn't breathe due to her ample chest. Cough cough cough, alright, hurry and take me flying. Also, tell me what you discovered from last night to now. After releasing Xiao Chun last night, Qin Lang's task for her was to monitor the entire campus and its surroundings from the air. Xiao Chun smiled, okay. Darling, after this is done, you have to reward me with a lollipop. It would be even better if there's milk. Qin Lang. Bai Qi laughed, amazing, you actually have a way to fly back. Big brother, your mind is quite clever. Did you anticipate this step when you let this succubus out last night? Xiao Chun immediately squatted down, saying, "Come on, darling, just ride on me and use your natural weapon to spur me to fly forward." Qin Lang would rather walk back now. Xiao Chun took off with Qin Lang, quickly reaching above the school. Xiao Chun and Qin Lang shared her discovery. Last night, in the middle of the night, a group of students ran out of the dormitory. They went straight to the back mountain. Again, the back mountain. It seems it is connected to that ancient ancestor somehow. Qin Lang asked, "Did you follow them to take a look?" Xiao Chun replied, "Yes, I saw the students run to an open space on the back mountain from a distance." As Xiao Chun described the scene, goosebumps rose on her arms. 800 first and second year students gathered in an open area, each holding a book. In the center of the open space was a huge statue of Confucius, and the students began to surround the statue, quietly reading aloud from their books. The scene looked quite eerie. All the students seemed like emotionless machines, their eyes incredibly hollow. After the recitation ended, a few students approached the statue of Confucius and began to confess their sins. Some said they should not have fallen in love early, some said they climbed over the wall to go out, and some mentioned their recent drop in grades, and so on. After these students confessed their misdeeds, they began to bow their heads repeatedly in front of the statue. They were saying, "Ancestor, spare me. Ancestor, spare me. I will definitely study hard and bring glory to the school." They kept bowing and apologizing, even until their foreheads bled. They did not stop. Then, one or two of those students suddenly levitated, floating into the air. Bang! With a loud noise, those two students were blown in half, with other body parts scattered everywhere. The students who were not blown apart continued bowing. "Thank you, Ancestor, for giving me a chance. I will definitely study hard from now on." A plump woman walked out from the crowd, cut off her head, and walked away. Following her, a short, stout man stepped forward. It was the principal, He Jinpeng. He Jinpeng said, "Dear students, you are all part of the school, and also the pride of your parents in the future. You have parents who didn't arrange jobs for you, no strong connections, and no other paths to take, only the road of studying hard. If you do not cherish the environment and opportunities the school gives you, that is just wasting your life. Instead of that, why not make a greater contribution? Now, come up according to your rankings to accept the rewards from the ancestor. Second-year students come first." As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, students stepped forward, first bowing to the statue of Confucius, then took out a knife, cutting a piece of flesh from the bodies of those who had been blown in half and putting it in their mouths. Once everyone had eaten, the students who died had already become skeletons. After hearing this description, Qin Lang frowned. The statue of Confucius? Could it be that the ancestor they speak of is the sage Confucius? Bai Qi sneered, "Confucius? Does that rotten Confucius deserve to be called a sage?" Qin Lang then remembered that Bai Qi was from the military school, which was a sworn enemy of Confucianism. But that does not matter for now. Qin Lang felt that what Xiao Chun saw last night must have been a self-reflection meeting for the first and second year students. No wonder more than half of the students disappeared when they advanced to the third year. With this kind of self-reflection meeting, where several students die each time, how many could remain alive? What kind of process does the third-year self-reflection meeting follow? At this moment, Xiao Chun reminded, "Dear, we are above the school." Bai Qi asked, "A surprise attack from the sky is indeed a good idea. But aren't you afraid that the strange things hidden in the school will make you hallucinate?" Qin Lang replied, "No, I am 90% sure nothing will happen." Bai Qi asked, "Why?" Qin Lang said, "The No Way Society." Bai Qi, the No Way Society? What does that have to do with them? Qin Lang replied, "I have had 3 hallucinations in total. Once on the long-distance bus here, once in the cafeteria, and the third time just now in Su Hu's office. Don't you notice? Every time, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi are right next to me." Bai Qi suddenly understood, it's them who are up to something. Qin Lang said, "One of them must be a member of the Wu Dao Society. Or maybe both of them are. The Wu Dao Society works like this, finding ways to kill players and then taking their gear and skills. I might have angered them by killing a Wu Dao member in the last dungeon. I don't even know what method they are using to track me so accurately." At this moment, Qin Lang saw someone running out of the old house in the middle of the schoolyard. Someone broke into the old house ahead of time? What did he discover? Chapter 40, Secrets of the Old House. Because he flew too high, Xin Hao couldn't clearly see who that person was, but he could faintly recognize that it was Zhang Haoran, who was following LV Xinlan. Zhang Haoran was moving very hurriedly, as if he were escaping. "Xiao Chun, fly down a bit." Qin Lang commanded, "Just stop on the top floor of the teaching building." Xiao Chun followed orders and landed Qin Lang on the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Lang finally saw clearly, it was indeed Zhang Haoran. Then, LV Xinlan, Wan Long, and others were on the other side of the playground, calling out Zhang Haoran's name loudly. Zhang Haoran's situation was very strange at this moment. He was biting his own ears, and blood was spraying out from both sides of his face. His eyes were wide open, and he was running faster and faster. His body was covered with many wounds that looked like they were clawed by a beast, with some deep enough on his left arm to show bone. Zhang Haoran kept running outside, his face full of terror. Qin Lang covered her eyes. Ah! Haoran, what happened to you? Wang Long stood in front of Qin Lang and shouted, Lan, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhang Haoran has gone mad, we must go. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu quickly ran down. What's going on? Qin Lang tearfully explained the whole story. It turned out that as they were preparing to search for clues hidden in the school, they noticed the old house on the playground. Wang Long said the old house was unusual and shouldn't be entered recklessly. But Zhang Haoran accused Wang Long of being timid. They made a bet, whoever dared to enter the old house and brought back key clues would win. The loser could no longer get close to Qin Lang. Zhang Haoran rushed in, and as a result, ended up in this condition. At this moment, Lu Jiu turned back and exclaimed, What the heck, what are all these students doing? Everyone looked back to see that the students in the teaching building had all come out, standing in a line in the corridor, looking down. They seemed unfazed by this and were all incredibly calm. Ah! Suddenly, Zhang Haoran's arm muscles began to swell rapidly, becoming thicker than his thighs. Then, Zhang Haoran charged directly towards Qin Lang and the others. Wang Long quickly took out a bell, shaking it constantly while chanting something. Upon hearing the bell, Zhang Haoran's back erupted with streams of blood, as if someone was stabbing him from behind. Wang Long shook the bell faster and faster, with thick veins popping out on his forehead. Zhang Haoran let out a howl, kneeling on the ground, his hands pinned down by something. Wang Long gritted his teeth. What great strength! What did this guy see inside? Why is he so violent all of a sudden? Yeezy said, It seems, he's been possessed by something strange. Lu Jiu gripped the demon-slaying club. Let me give it a try. She jumped up on her high heels, cursing a couple of words in the air before attacking fiercely towards Zhang Haoran's head. Suddenly, from Zhang Haoran's wounds, several long whips made of bones burst out, striking towards Lu Jiu. Quickly throw the magic staff into the sky. Om Maha, Basmaha. The magic staff burst forth with a golden light, instantly bouncing away those bone whips. Lu Jiu saw that his weapon was effective and immediately smiled, loudly beginning to chant spells. Avalokiteshvara, Natha Buddha Bolram. The golden light on the magic staff grew even more dazzling, the surrounding temperature kept rising, and even the air began to distort. Zhang Haoran and the bone whips on him seemed to show signs of fear, wanting to retreat. Wang Long suddenly shook the bell, trying again to pin Zhang Haoran down. Seeing that they were about to subdue Zhang Haoran, Yi Zi and Qin Lang also sighed in relief. But at that moment, Yi Zi looked up again and felt a shiver run down her spine. The students looking this way became excited, their smiles more strange and unsettling. Suddenly, an ear-splitting and eerie scream erupted from the old house in the middle of the playground. The sound seemed to come from hell, a huge mistake to appear in the human world. Those who heard it felt the greatest fear of their lives, their legs growing weaker. Wang Long and Lu Jiu also stopped their actions and spells. They all thought of the same thing, this might be the last day they stay in this world. Ow! With another angry roar, Zhang Haoran punched down, directly creating a giant pit in the playground's ground. The immense force caused shockwaves, actually knocking Lu Jiu back over 2 meters, 2 of his ribs even broken. Wang Long spat blood, falling to the ground and shouting, His strength is too strong, I can't hold him down. Run! He has completely lost his mind now. Zhang Haoran hammered the ground violently, each blow bringing about small earthquakes. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu, seeing this, also gave up on the idea of direct confrontation and chose to scatter and run. Facing Zhang Haoran's terrifying rampage, the students present remained calm, as if watching a performance. Yi Zi shouted, Classmates, hurry and run. Stop watching. But those students seemed soulless, staring straight ahead, looking extremely strange. Zhang Haoran's eyes rolled back, all white, even more frightening than before, his punches growing heavier. Ow! Zhang Haoran almost smashed the playground to pieces, but still wanting more, he aimed at the teaching building and lunged forward. Is he going to attack the students? Yi Zi shouted, Quick, save them. But no one responded to her. At this moment, even self-preservation was difficult, who had the spare time to save any students? And it was obvious these students were not normal. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Haoran. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade, smirking, Your style is quite unique. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu exclaimed, Qin Lang? Weren't you at the self-discipline conference? Zhang Haoran opened his mouth to roar, seeming to tell Qin Lang to get lost. Qin Lang chuckled, What are you so excited about? Don't worry, I have an idea of what you want to do. But you have to answer me a few questions first. Zhang Haoran let out a loud roar, with the bone whips on him preparing to attack. Yi Zi raised the paper fan in her hand. Qin Lang, I'm here to help you. He must be planning to attack the students, we can't let him go up. Lu Jiu spat on the ground, didn't expect this Qin to have some conscience. But Qin Lang seemed not to hear, continuing to speak to Zhang Haoran. Oh? Not willing to talk? Then I'll go upstairs now. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill these students one by one. Yi Zi gasped, what? Chapter 41, The Mutated Monster. Qin Lang's words shocked everyone again. Yi Zi asked in confusion, Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Why do you want to attack the students? Others were equally baffled. Just now, the ferocious Zhang Haoran suddenly froze. Qin Lang smiled and said, now you know how to be honest? Listen carefully, if you don't tell me what is in that old house, I really will make a move. With a pair of red eyes, Zhang Haoran let out a few low growls. Qin Lang didn't waste words, directly grabbing a student and raising his knife to strike. Zhang Haoran roared angrily, seeming especially anxious. Yi Zi threw her paper fan, hitting Qin Lang's ghost-slaying knife hard. Qin Lang felt a wave of soreness in his arm and temporarily stopped. Yi Zi was furious. Qin Lang, are you really crazy? Why do you want to attack innocent students? They must be controlled by something. Qin Lang replied, this monster was never targeting the students, can't you see that? Yi Zi looked puzzled, what? From what just happened, Zhang Haoran clearly aimed to attack the students. Qin Lang said, I just watched him upstairs, even though he was fighting you, his eyes were always looking towards the principal's office. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi and the others seemed to understand something. Right, where is Principal He Jinpeng? Could these incidents be related to him? Wang Long asked, then how do you know this monster won't attack the students? Even if it won't attack the students, what significance would killing them have for him? Qin Lang replied, I can't tell you this right now. Someone among you must be a member of the unruly society. I don't want to share such important clues. While Wang Long and others were in a showdown with Zhang Haoran, Qin Lang had quietly approached the old house from the other side of the playground. At a distance of 2 meters, he activated his X-ray vision and saw the situation inside the old house. In that moment, Qin Lang felt he understood everything. Zhang Haoran let out an angry roar, kill him, we must kill him. Qin Lang said, He Jinpeng isn't here right now. He has already gone to the provincial meeting, go find him in the back mountain. Hearing this, Zhang Haoran immediately turned and charged out. LV Xinlan asked, Haoran, he. Wang Long said, Zhang Haoran is already dead. The one now, is just a shell possessed by something strange. At that moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu exchanged glances. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, you just mentioned the unruly society, why do you say someone here is a member of it? Qin Lang glanced at the two of them but didn't answer. He turned to the students and shouted, that spirit. Get out here. One boy stepped forward and spoke without opening his mouth, Mr. Qin. Qin Lang said, gather all the students around that old house and stand in a circle. The spirit hesitated for a moment and said, but that house. Qin Lang shouted, just do it. The spirit had no choice but to comply, yes. Then, the students bowed their heads and quickly walked down the stairs towards the old house. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? That house is clearly so dangerous. Qin Lang sneered, dangerous? I'll show you what true danger is. His gaze turned to the distance. As the spirit led the students towards the playground, a stooped figure blocked their way. The old woman tapped the ground with her cane and said, everyone go back. Don't you know it's class time? When the spirit saw the old woman, it seemed to recall some bad memories, its control and emotions became strange and unstable, and the students displayed uneasy expressions. Qin Lang walked over and said, old lady, we meet again. The old woman stared at Qin Lang, chuckling, young man, not killing you back then turned out to be my mistake. It's been a year, I hope you're doing well. Qin Lang smiled and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I've only been here for 2 days. The old woman frowned, 2 days? What do you mean? I remember seeing you a year ago. Qin Lang sighed, indeed, indeed. Everything is fake. You still haven't figured this all out, no wonder you can't get out. It's too absurd, simply too absurd. The old woman widened her eyes, what do you know? What are you saying? Qin Lang said, you've actually been trying to stop these students from leaving this school. The old woman was stunned, staring foolishly at Qin Lang. Yi Zi was even more confused, Qin Lang, what are you saying? Qin Lang continued, this old woman mentioned something that happened a year ago, a tragedy at Donghu High School. After the college entrance examination, 200 senior students fell off a cliff while returning to school, ultimately losing their lives. And the instigator was this old woman. She got on the bus midway, took the opportunity to start a fire, causing the vehicle to lose control, and so those students all died. The vengeful spirit then spoke up, questioning the old woman, why did you do this? What did we do to offend you? Who are you to treat us this way? Nearly 1,000 students spoke out simultaneously, questioning the old woman in unison, their voices thunderous. But the old woman didn't say a word. Qin Lang then said, "All right, it's time for you to reveal your true identity. You killed those 200 students returning to school last year. Your purpose was not to harm people, but to stop them from going out and harming others, right?" As soon as these words fell, everyone present was taken aback. Lu Jiu exclaimed, "Qin Lang, what are you saying? What does it mean to stop students from harming others?" Qin Lang remained silent, instead staring at the old woman, seemingly waiting for her to speak. The old woman asked, "What else do you know?" Qin Lang shrugged, "So far, about this much. Since learning about the top student soup and the vengeful spirit, I could roughly guess how could the students coming out of this school be normal. And the top student soup has been brewed since last year. In other words, the candidates who drank it and participated in the college entrance examination are those who died in the car accident last year. They just happened to be killed by you. This is probably not a coincidence. You are stopping them from graduating and leaving, aren't you?" The old woman laughed, "You really are beyond the expectations of the ancestor. But unfortunately, you are not his match. Young man, you'd better leave here soon. Otherwise, you will die." Chapter 42 The First Principle. Qin Lang said, "If it weren't for something else, I wouldn't want to stay in this cursed place. Now, you have to tell me what you know." The old woman sighed, "Well, these people were indeed killed by me. What they drank was not the top student soup, but rather a potion that allowed the vengeful spirit to possess the body. All of this was ordered by the ancestor. This is a crime." Lu Jiu said, "You've done such terrible things, and you still dare to speak of crime? Who exactly is that ancestor?" At this moment, behind the old woman, the two hooded figures appeared again. Unlike before, this time everyone could see them. Ah! Yi Zi and the others were startled, thinking something strange had appeared again. The old woman turned around, her pupils dilating. "Who are you?" One of the hooded men spoke to the old woman, "Li Chunhua, you assisted others in darkening the spirits, unlawfully killing souls, disturbing the order of the underworld. Today, you must die. In the 18th level of hell, there is a spot for you." "Li Chunhua?" Yi Zi looked at the old woman, "Is this your name? This sounds a bit familiar." Hearing the hooded man speak, Li Chunhua smiled in relief. So there really is hell in this world. Qin Lang looked at the two hooded figures. "Are you, the legendary Inkai?" The first hooded man replied, "That's right. A large number of people here died wrongfully before their time. We were sent here to investigate. But unexpectedly, they did not turn into ghosts after death. Instead, they were turned into vengeful spirits. This matter is too strange. We are here on a mission to investigate." "Qin Lang, this time you found the true culprit, preventing these fiends from wreaking havoc on the world. It's truly a great achievement. I will note this down for you, and seek a reward from above." Qin Lang said, "The matter isn't resolved yet. I need to hear Li Chunhua reveal the clues she knows." The cloaked man hesitated for a moment, then said, "I was originally going to take her away immediately, but for your sake, I'll give you this face." Yi Zi and the others were so anxious they didn't dare to breathe. To earn the respect of a Inchai, Qin Lang's influence was indeed substantial. That being said, it was their first time encountering a Inchai in the instance. Qin Lang turned to Yi Zi and the others, saying, "You all step back a bit." Lu Jiu said, "Hey, why should we? Can't we just listen from the side?" Qin Lang coldly replied, "I've already said it before, if any of you are from the Wudao Society, I won't cooperate with you or share information. This clue was also found by me. Why should I let you eavesdrop?" Lu Xinlan pouted, "You're so stingy. Sure, you're skilled, but do you really think you can clear this instance alone?" Qin Lang said, "That's none of your business. As long as you all are here, I won't let Li Chunhua continue speaking. Or perhaps, we could settle it with a fight? You choose." Wang Long showed an unhappy look on his face, taking out a bell as if he wanted to confront Qin Lang. Yi Zi blocked the emotionally stirred Lu Jiu and Wang Long, saying, "Forget it, it's no use if Qin Lang doesn't trust us. We all know what the Wudao Society is like, there's no need to put pressure on him. This clue indeed has nothing to do with us. Qin Lang has the right to decide who can listen and who cannot." Seeing Yi Zi say this, Lu Jiu could only huff and turn to leave. Yi Zi said to Qin Lang, "I understand your thoughts, but you're indeed too suspicious. If there were members of the Wudao Society among us, why haven't they acted until now? Moreover, the Wudao Society aims to deceive players. Since the instance began, have we done anything to you? Instances rely on cooperation to succeed. You could start learning to trust others, starting with us." Qin Lang didn't respond directly, only giving her a back view. Yi Zi sighed and left. At that moment, Li Chunhua finally spoke, "Qin Lang, though I don't know what method you used, you must have found out what's inside the house, right?" Qin Lang nodded, "That's right. Then you also know my identity? You are the first principal of Donghu High School. Qin Lang stated, in other words, you are He Jinping's grandmother. Using his X-ray vision, Qin Lang saw 3 old photos in the old house, one of which was Li Chunhua's. Below the photo was a line of text, Principal Li Chunhua, 1977 to 1997. She served as the principal of Donghu for 20 years until her passing. In other words, this old lady had actually been dead for nearly 40 years. Li Chunhua sighed, actually, all of this is my fault. This old house was originally the earliest classroom of Donghu High School. That year, Li Chunhua was sent to the countryside and then the college entrance examination was reinstated. But she didn't get into college, so she stayed as a rural teacher. The school expanded from primary school to junior high. Donghu Primary School also became Donghu Middle School. Many nearby villages had children who couldn't afford school, and many were left behind kids. Li Chunhua went to persuade them one by one to come here for school, wanting them to change their faith through knowledge. With the country later announcing free compulsory education, students could also afford to attend junior high. But when it came time to enter high school, they still had little options. At this time, Li Chunhua stepped forward again, willing to create a high school so that these students could attend university, fulfilling her long unfinished dream. Unfortunately, her ability was limited, and the students' grades couldn't improve. The county refused to support, and the school's teaching quality began to decline. Li Chunhua knew very well that she could no longer hold on. The county thought for a while and simply decided to cancel Donghu High School and build a new public school to better accommodate those children. But Li Chunhua had an obsession in her heart, believing that she could definitely teach college students. Back then, when Donghu High School was about to be cancelled, I lost my mind and listened to others' advice to invite a statue, believing it would bless the mountain children to get into college, even to become top students. The statue was indeed invited back, and the students' grades did improve, and the school was saved, but... Qin Lang asked, that statue, is it the Confucius statue placed at the back mountain, right? Li Chunhua nodded. Recalling the past, Li Chunhua still felt a lingering fear. She said, it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. I only realized later that it wasn't even a Confucius statue, but a monster. Every year before the start of school and before the big exams, I would take the students to incense and pray to it. Unexpectedly, this gave it a lot of incense, and it became substantial, even able to give me dreams. That was when I and the children in this school fell into a complete nightmare. Chapter 43, The Origin of the Ancestor. Li Chunhua did not know what kind of monster was inside that Confucius statue. One night, the monster dreamed of Li Chunhua, saying that those students could do even better, and even high achievers could appear, including top students. This was a huge honor for Li Chunhua. She felt that if one of her students got into Qingbei, it would be worth her whole life. Li Chunhua said this and couldn't help but kneel down and cry. Qin Lang coldly stared at her and asked, what did you promise it? Li Chunhua said, as long as I select suitable students from some as sacrifices, and let other good students eat their flesh, it could make the students smarter. The more they eat, the faster their grades improve. At first, I was unwilling, but it told me that if those students couldn't get into college, they would be stuck in these mountains like me forever. What's the point of life? All things are inferior, only reading is high. Qin Lang sighed softly, and then you agreed. Li Chunhua cried even louder. I was really confused. I actually promised him. At that time, my mind was filled with, I was originally a high achiever, it was the times that let me down, it was this society that let me down. I could have gone to college, and all my classmates around me got in, why couldn't I? I just wanted to prove, I am not worse than others. Qin Lang shook his head and said, it's not just like that, you think if you can be let down, then why can't others? Li Chunhua, you didn't want to cultivate these children into talents, you only regarded them as tools. Li Chunhua lay on the ground, crying even harder. Yes. That's right. Since then, I have become a devil. I followed what it said, casting spells on the students, letting them eat their classmates' flesh in peace, making them understand this is survival of the fittest. After the students turned into sacrifices and died, I helped it kill those ghosts, transforming them into countless spirits. Because spirits don't belong to the 6 realms, even the underworld won't easily notice. At this point, the Grim Reaper corrected, it's not that we cannot notice, it's too much trouble to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. For such small matters, just the 2 of us are enough, why make a big deal about it? Qin Lang then asked Li Chunhua, so many people died at the school, didn't the parents of those students know? Li Chunhua said, how are these left-behind children living here? Hardly anyone cares. If their parents often cared about them, how could so many left-behind children go astray? Even if those kids' parents came looking, as long as we let them eat that meat and let the parasite take control of them, there wouldn't be any problems. With the top scholar soup, this method became even more convenient, easily allowing the parasite to invade the students' bodies and hearts. Qin Lang glanced at the student behind him who was infested by the parasite, saying, you really are something. That monster also told me, since they are bound to become garbage in society sooner or later, why not let them play a more valuable role? I really am a bastard. I actually believed him. Qin Lang continued calmly, you ate those students' flesh, didn't you? Li Chunhua gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. He said this way I could survive, he extended my life, saying I would see a top scholar from Donghu High School. Qin Lang looked at the two Grim Reapers, eating human flesh can extend life? The Grim Reaper said, I can't answer that for you. Qin Lang smiled. Not denying it actually confirmed the matter. Li Chunhua said, I can't turn back now. All I can do is help it recruit more students, let more students become its sacrifices. Last year. I truly couldn't bear it anymore, I finally went crazy and killed those kids. But it wouldn't let me go, saying I had to collect all those children's bones to make the top scholar soup. Li Chunhua had said to this point, he no longer wanted to continue, only able to cry continuously. Qin Lang, expressionless, said, what does that ancestor look like? How powerful is he? Li Chunhua said, I don't know. I've never seen his appearance. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson are also like me, becoming his slaves, unable to be dissuaded or moved. Now it's fine, I can finally leave. Mr. Qin, since you can end all this, please. Qin Lang said, you don't need to say such things, making it seem like you're nobly entrusting something to me. You have always been the one who deserves to die the most. If not, why did you attack me on the way here? Where did those teachers go? Can you explain that clearly? You clearly just want to continue living. Let me ask you one last question, besides us, who else have you seen? Are there two girls who arrived at the school? Li Chunhua was slightly stunned upon hearing this, girls? No. The Grim Reaper spoke at this moment, alright, the time has come. It's time to set off. After saying this, he pulled out a thick black chain from his robe and directly secured it around Li Chunhua's neck. The Grim Reaper then said, Qin Lang, you've really helped us a lot this time, consider it a major achievement. This so-called ancestor's monster is likely something only you can subdue. We won't let you work for nothing, nor will we let you do it alone. Another Grim Reaper in a black robe stepped forward. The Grim Reaper who bound said, he can be your helper. Once the matter is accomplished, we will have a heavy reward for you. Qin Lang glanced at the black-robed Grim Reaper, thinking his combat power should be good, perhaps he wouldn't need Bai Qi to intervene. Moreover, the Grim Reaper should also have attributes to deal with these strange beings, right? Good, you guys are quite generous. Qin Lang said, then I'll take care of this. The Grim Reaper nodded, then a dark tunnel appeared before him, from which continuous wails emerged. Li Chunhua was trembling and then asked, I have taught for many years, just took a wrong turn, it can't be too painful, right? I can still be reincarnated as a person, right? The Grim Reaper coldly replied, what do you think? Li Chunhua's face turned as pale as paper, screaming, no. No. The Grim Reaper kicked her inside, then said to Qin Lang, by the way, there is one more thing in this old house, you must not touch it. Though I don't know why the thing is here, but it is something that you mortals should not touch. Qin Lang smiled, then nodded. After that ghost left, the remaining ghost suddenly became much shorter. Whoa. He finally left, scared me to death. When Qin Lang heard this voice, his expression changed. Why does this cry sound so familiar? Chapter 44, what kind of immortal is this? Knowing Su Miao was one of the black-robed people, Qin Lang really struggled to hold himself together. Why? If she is one of the black-robed people, then why didn't I notice it at first? And if the other black-robed person is the real ghost officer, why would they let Su Miao be a colleague? Su Miao wiped her tears and looked at Qin Lang, I can finally talk to you, I was so scared earlier. Qin Lang asked in confusion, so what is this situation? You are not playing the role of a ghost officer in this instance, right? Su Miao nodded, then took out an envelope. Opening it, there were several lines of large text neatly written inside. Your role, ghost officer. There are always deaths at Donghu High School, but not a single ghost reports to the underworld. This has seriously affected the order of the underworld for decades. As the newly appointed ghost officer, you should do something. Next, you will be stripped of all human presence and follow the real ghost officer to fulfill your duties. Remember, during this process, listen to your senior, do not act on your own, and never make a sound, or you will fail the mission. Qin Lang was speechless. Why? This role is too easy, right? Her luck has always been so good, there can't be any shady deal with the instant system, right? Su Miao retorted angrily, how is it easy? You have no idea how strange that person is, and you don't know what kind of tasks he will give you. What if he wants me to go back to the underworld with him? Whoa. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, alright, stop crying, come with me to the back mountain. Su Miao asked, mountain? I'm most afraid of climbing mountains, whoa. Qin Lang shot her a glare. If you don't go, you should be more afraid of me next. Su Miao, woo-woo. In the distance, Yi Zi and others didn't know what the two were talking about, but seeing Qin Lang chatting so well with the ghost officers, especially one ghost officer crying so hard in front of Qin Lang, they instantly felt their scalp tingle. Lu Jiu swallowed. Yi Zi, you were right, it's wise not to confront Qin Lang directly. Even a ghost officer can be reduced to tears, how powerful must he be? Wan Long recalled his earlier confrontation with Qin Lang and felt a chill run down his back, filled with fear. Could it be that Qin Lang is some hidden big shot here to bully the weak? Qin Lang summoned Xiao Chun again. A flash of golden light appeared, and a stunning beauty with two big wings and a fiery figure, Xiao Chun, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Chun saw Qin Lang and instinctively wanted to hug, darling. Qin Lang waved his hand, mind the occasion. You lead the way, I want to see the place for the province self-reflection conference. Xiao Chun pouted, Master, don't I get any rewards? Qin Lang squinted at her for a moment. Xiao Chun shivered, sticking out her tongue and said, Darling, I will lead the way now. This scene left the others completely stunned. My God. Is that a succubus? Is it really a succubus? Lu Jiu covered her mouth with both hands. Qin Lang actually has a succubus that is the most difficult to summon and has extremely high power? Yi Zi asked, Little Lu, how do you know that's a succubus? And what do you mean by extremely high power? Lu Jiu swallowed, and said, My sister Ling Long had a piece of 3,000 divine stones, which can summon 3,000 deities, and a level item. She told me that among the deities summoned by the 3,000 divine stones, they can be classified into high, medium, low, and mixed based on cost-performance ratio. Succubi belong to the highest cost-performance level. Succubi initially have very low power, even no combat ability, but as long as they have a relationship with their master, after absorbing yin and supplementing yang, they can evolve into powerful succubi with other abilities. The more times we gather yang to supplement yin, the stronger the succubus becomes. And their loyalty is incredibly high, making them one of the most cost-effective deities among the 3,000 gods. Wang Long, seeing Xiao Chun's fiery figure, couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart, and continued, gathering yang to supplement yin will, sooner or later, turn him into useless scrap. Lu Jiu shook his head, you are wrong. Gathering yang to supplement yin is not a one-sided act of taking, that is a misunderstanding of mere mortals. The master and the succubus, every time they gather yang to supplement yin, are also supplementing yin to gather yang, gaining a certain enhancement. In other words, as long as the master has a good physique, enough time, and doesn't find those matters monotonous, he can completely rely on daily gathering yang to supplement yin for cultivation. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. They looked at Qin Lang's departing back, their expressions all showing surprise. Qin Lang carried both the ghost-slaying knife and the succubus by his side. He could even chat and laugh with the ghost officials. What kind of a mortal is this? Qin Lang began to walk up the mountain, personally heading to the provincial conference to see what was happening. Yi Zi and the others quickly followed him. A group of people walked a long way over mountains and ridges. Darling, it's just ahead. Xiao Chun pointed to the upper region, and indeed, a bright light was shining. At the same time, a thick smell of blood floated down with the mountain wind. Something has happened. Qin Lang slightly fanned his nostrils, then said, Looks like we're a step late? Roar. The familiar roar sounded again. It was Zhang Haoran. Su Miao covered his ears. Has the monster come? Qin Lang said, It's a monster, but it's not coming for us. Just as Yi Zi caught up, she asked, How do you know it's not coming for us? Qin Lang said, The monster's target from the very beginning is the principal. Can't you see? If it wanted to attack the students, it would be effortless. The students chose to come out to watch, not because it was fun, but because of a natural affinity, perhaps. Lu Jiu asked, puzzled, affinity? Qin Lang nodded. Although the spirit might lose most of its memories, it still has an obsession with certain things from its past life. So when something they are obsessed with appears, there will inevitably be an emotional response, just like when a person is hungry, they want to eat, it's a reflex. In other words, the spirits inside the students are actually old acquaintances with this monster. It must have been sealed in that old house for a long time. Zhang Haoran probably accidentally released the seal when he entered and got possessed. These were Bai Qi's conclusions, based on his understanding of spirits in the underworld. Qin Lang didn't fully understand at first, and Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the others were even more confused listening to this. They felt Qin Lang was even stranger than the monster itself. Could it be that a fully leveled expert came here to bully the weak? Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, There must be something unspeakable going on between He Jinpeng and the old ancestor. If they succeed, we'll be in trouble. The group sped up their pace and rushed forward. When they reached the slope, the scene before them stunned them all. In a piece of artificially leveled ground, over 100 shredded corpses were scattered. Upon closer inspection, they were actually arranged in a pattern that was hard to comprehend, surrounding a huge statue of Confucius, radiating outward. In front of the Confucius statue, there was a girl tied up. Lu Jiu looked and said, "Isn't that Chu Anren, who came to find us to change her grades today?" But Qin Lang shook his head. "No, she is not Chu Anren." Yi Zi asked in confusion, "Then who is she?" Qin Lang took 2 steps forward and shouted loudly, "Miss Su." Chu Anren raised her head, saw Qin Lang, and gave a miserable smile. "Mr. Qin, you finally recognized me." Yi Zi and the others were even more confused. What is going on here? Did they already know each other? Qin Lang smiled slightly. "Actually, I should have realized it earlier. Since the spirit can possess students. You are definitely strange." Before, after Chu Anren was saved by Qin Lang, she told Qin Lang one word. Seal. At that time, Qin Lang suspected that this seal referred to Fengmen village. In this instance, only Su Mubei and Su Miao, who had ventured through the previous instance with him, knew about Fengmen village. When Su Miao appeared, Qin Lang realized that Chu Anren was actually Su Mubei. Qin Lang asked, "Is this arranged by the instance system?" Su Mubei nodded. "I came earlier than you, and there are many plots and tasks. And the system requires that I cannot reveal my identity, only when you figure it out can I admit it." Qin Lang shook his head. "Alright, so this is how it is, huh?" In the Fengmen village instance, Qin Lang proposed to bring Su Mubei, who was the boss, out. Although the instance system agreed, it clearly felt unwilling. So, in this instance, it purposely forced Su Mubei and himself apart, prevented Su Mubei from revealing his identity, and weakened Su Mubei. It was obviously trying to make things difficult for him. However, it was no use to dwell on that now. Qin Lang asked again, "Where is He Jinpeng?" Su Mubei said, "Just now, a person with many bones exposed came, they fought for a while and then left." "Mr. Qin, you must be careful, the ancestor has already possessed He Jinpeng. He originally wanted to possess me, but that man came and stopped him." Qin Lang nodded. "I understand." Roar. After a furious roar, the nearby forest suddenly erupted into chaos. Qin Lang and others immediately stood ready. At that moment, trees began to fall, and a tall figure slowly stepped out. Judging roughly, that thing was at least nearly 3 meters tall, looking terrifying. Boom! More trees crashed down, and a large monster wearing ancient clothing appeared before everyone. It had no eyes, nose, or ears, its enormous head was slick, its massive mouth split wide, and a long tongue hung down to its chest, with a lot of blood continuously dripping down. On its thick limbs were many ancient Chinese characters that were hard to understand, as if they were some kind of incantation. He, more have come. The monster licked its fingers. "Just right, after completing the ritual, I still need to replenish my strength, you came at the perfect time." Seeing it, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were so scared that they dared not move. Such a strange thing, they had truly never seen before. Donghu Ancestor. Strangeness level, AA. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying knife, eager to try A-level strangeness, Then the rewards must be very rich after taking it down, right? The ancestor chuckled, "Take me down? You really are naive. I have been lurking here for almost 60 years, nurturing countless spirits and ghosts. Even the underworld messengers have no way to deal with me. Do you think a small fry like you can handle me?" He took out 2 skulls from behind, grinning. "Your fate will be just like this." Everyone focused their eyes and found that the 2 skulls were Zhang Haoren's and He Jinpeng's. Lu Xinlan covered her eyes, saying, "Ah! Haoren is really dead." The ancestor laughed. "I have waited so many years, today I finally have my body again, ha! Is this not the will of heaven?" Qin Lang said calmly, It indeed is the will of heaven. However, your practice of this Confucian child technique is still incomplete, and in the end, to choose He Jinpeng's flesh as a drug guide, this is truly the failure of failures." Everyone again looked confused. Confucian child technique? The ancestor was stunned, wide-eyed, asking, "You, how do you know?" The Confucian child technique is an ancient method, there shouldn't be anyone who knows about it anymore. Before he could finish, the ancestor seemed to realize something. "Have you read the Pango Heavenly Book? You can still understand it?" Qin Lang smiled and then spoke. "Before I came here, I had stayed in a place called Fengmen village. There is a seeker of the sun, who has collected something called the Heavenly Book. It records many things, all quite interesting. Like this art of Confucian children, it continuously creates spirits of scholars to return to life, and they can even achieve immortality in one go. Although scholars are not saints, they only read the words of saints, and after studying day and night, they will absorb some so-called scholarly aura, which is of better quality than ordinary offerings. Especially young scholars are easier to control and brainwash, as long as you give them a little benefit, they are willing to do anything. After being turned into spirits, they can transcend the 6 realms, making it hard for the underworld to discover and capture them. They just need to be stored for a certain number of years before they can be used for formations and cultivation." Qin Lang glanced at the corpse on the ground and said, "These students risk their lives for education, studying hard, and each generation works even harder, making them the best material for the Confucian child technique. You have worked so hard, deceiving 3 generations of principals from Donghu High School to collect offerings for you. Over the past 60 years, you have killed so many students. His words turned Yi Zi and the others pale. Lu Jiu trembled as she said, such dark magic, can it really lead to immortality? Qin Lang looked at her and replied, in ancient times, human sacrifices were popular. If eating people leads to immortality, how could it be impossible? The ancestor chuckled, right, how many have been consumed by the imperial examination over the years? Batch after batch of scholars go to take exams, and in the end, many die because of it, contributing to the prosperity of dynasties and the glory of emperors. This is simply a ritual of sacrificing some to enable a few to attain the way. They have consumed so much, yet I have hardly consumed anything, probably not even a fraction. Qin Lang smiled, unfortunately, everything you do comes with a cost. The ancestor felt inexplicably nervous. Cost? What cost? Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife and said, your cost is me. The ancestor gaped and laughed heartily, just you? Even if you can understand the Pango Heavenly Book, so what? Can you utilize everything written inside? If you could truly comprehend the Heavenly Book, you probably would have already attained immortality. Why waste your breath? Qin Lang stepped forward towards the statue of Confucius, preparing to lower Su Mubai. You can come and try. I am going to rescue the offering you value the most right now. Do you dare to stop me? The ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Why is this mortal so brave? Qin Lang used the ghost-slaying knife to cut the ropes on Su Mubai and caught her in his arms. Su Mubai was already quite weak, the power of the strange force that once attached to Chu Anren could not be exerted now. Qin Lang handed her to Xiao Chun and then walked towards the ancestor with his knife. The ancestor laughed again. I let you save her, not because I'm afraid of you, but because killing you and then eating her is the same. Next, I want to. Qin Lang rushed forward, raising the ghost-slaying knife and slashing at the ancestor. By the time the ancestor reacted, one of its arms had been directly chopped off by Qin Lang. The ancestor opened its mouth wide, stunned and unable to accept this fact. Although it had no eyes, it still had spiritual sight to sense everything happening now. What exactly is Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed the ghost-slaying knife at it. Stop howling here. Have you prepared your last words? The ancestor retreated violently, its veins bulging. You, don't come near. At that moment, in its spiritual sight, Qin Lang was not just a person. Behind him, there was a huge black shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a monster with a dragon's head and a human body. Big brother, you are borrowing my power again, this will need to be returned later. Bai Qi chuckled. Qin Lang said, I never said I wouldn't return it. Quick, help me deal with it. If it adapts to its current flesh over time, it'll be hard to deal with. Bai Qi said, okay, big brother. Qin Lang raised his knife again and struck the ancestor down. The ancestor quickly dodged, but with his enormous size, where could he escape to? Swish, swish, swish. After a few strikes, the ancestor's limbs were chopped off, and his body was cut into pieces by Qin Lang. Only that massive head was still rolling on the ground. When the head rolled in front of the Confucius statue, the ancestor let out a long howl. Impossible. Impossible. I've never encountered such a thing in these thousands of years. Teacher, you lied to me. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback. Teacher? The ancestor gritted his teeth and said, I am different from you mere mortals. I am one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples. What you did is an ambush. Despicable. Cheating. He truly could not accept it. He hadn't even made a move and was beaten down like this by Qin Lang. He hadn't even struck yet. Qin Lang frowned and said, fighting isn't turn-based, do I have to wait for you to unleash your skills? If I kill you quickly, I can still get a reward. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, so you are a student of the Kong family. No wonder he gives off the smell of a rotten Confucian. I suppose this so-called Confucian child technique was taught to him by Kong Chiu? I said these bookish people don't have good intentions. Qin Lang said, you killed 40,000 people, are you a good person? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Bai Qi. The ancestor shouted at the Confucius statue, teacher. If you have a spirit in heaven, help me one more time, alright? I have done so much, can you bear to see me suffer? Before he finished speaking, the Confucius statue began to shake slightly. The surrounding mountains and forests were also trembling constantly. An earthquake. Yi Zi exclaimed, and the others quickly scattered, running to the nearest open place. The Confucius statue swayed back and forth, and the connection between the statue and the base actually broke. Ah! The huge statue fell down, landing directly on the ancestor's head. Poof! The ancestor's head was smashed into a pile of flesh and blood, and he made no more sound. Almost at the same time, the earthquake ended, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang planted the ghost-slaying blade in the ground and smiled. It turns out there really is a will of heaven. For some reason, despite his great victory, he felt no joy at all. Instead, his expression was quite grave. Meanwhile, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were completely stunned. They hadn't even had a chance to make an appearance, and this boss was already taken care of by Qin Lang? So this dungeon, isn't it over? Just like that? It's a direct speedrun. Qin Lang still held the ghost-slaying blade and walked over to Sumubai. Mr. Qin, you are still amazing. Sumubai smiled. I knew it, without me, you could still clear the level. Qin Lang sighed lightly. Don't speak yet, just recover slowly. Sumubai didn't know how long she had been here or how much suffering she had endured. It was truly unimaginable. To still be alive now is already not easy. At this moment, Lu Jiu couldn't help but ask, Qin Lang, who exactly are you? Qin Lang did not answer her but said, you should prepare quickly. Things here are not over yet. Yi Zi looked confused. Not over? But didn't you kill this old ancestor? Qin Lang sighed. You are really naive. If it were cleared, why didn't the dungeon system pop up a notification? Generally speaking, the boss has to be defeated, or the dungeon task has to be completed to clear the level. But now there is no reward notification at all, which means the boss isn't dead yet. Yi Zi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. So you mean, the old ancestor is still alive? Qin Lang looked down at the teaching building. The ancestor just failed to refine his body. I only destroyed the Confucian child technique he was trying to complete and ruined his physical body. I didn't kill him. Su Miao cried again at this moment. Why is it still not over? Does that mean we have to kill all those students next? Qin Lang was a bit speechless, thinking, how could she say such a cruel thing in such a weak tone? Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, are you saying that among the students down the mountain, there is also an incarnation of the ancestor? Qin Lang replied, didn't I say this before? Everything is fake. The ancestor I just fought might not even be the real ancestor. The true ancestor has actually been watching us all along. Then, he turned to look at the statue of Confucius that had smashed through the ancestor's skull. Right? Ancestor. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. What happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 47 Immortal and Indestructible. They saw the already fallen statue of Confucius gradually standing up again. The flesh and debris it had smashed out slowly adhered back to it, gradually covering the statue, leaving only a head exposed. Not only that, but many strange objects also appeared behind the statue of Confucius. Even the bodies of the students on the ground began to mutate, as if driven by some terrifying force. The scene before them was beyond everyone's understanding, and Yi Zi and the others didn't dare to move. Only Qin Lang's mind remained clear, staring at it intently. Hee, how do you know I didn't die? The ancestor's voice echoed again, piercing through everyone's eardrums. It had no mouth or vocal organs. It was as if it was connecting with everyone's minds, spreading the sound out. Qin Lang said, your obsession is too deep, lingering in this world for 1,000 years. The Confucian child technique is just one of your obsessions, not your life. I broke your technique, but that doesn't mean I took your life. I believe that in this 1,000 years, you must have tried countless times to use the Confucian child technique to be reborn and become an immortal, but you have never succeeded. Otherwise, how could you have thought of collecting sacrifices through exams and using the technique to control your sacrifices? You have done everything perfectly, evading human laws, and even the underworld officials almost couldn't catch you. As long as the students' obsessions remain, you will continue to exist. As long as we are still in this school, we can never defeat you and will eventually be eliminated by you. Hearing this, Yi Zi couldn't help but shiver and asked, Qin Lang, does that mean we have no chance of winning? Lu Jiu's face turned pale. No way, is this really an AA-level instance? A sense of despair spread in everyone's hearts. The statue of Confucius, transformed into the ancestor, walked step by step towards Qin Lang, saying coldly, you are really clever, you even guessed this? That's right, I have long been an immortal and indestructible existence. As long as people in this world still have the obsession to succeed through studying, I will exist. As long as the students in the school are still diligent, they will ultimately be my pawns. Originally, studying and becoming an official is like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. The world pays attention only to the winners crossing that bridge. Who cares about those who fall? For example, students from Donghu High School, coming here to study signifies their lack of talent. They will never be able to get into a good university, and no one will care about them in the future. Since no one cares, what harm is there in using them? After a pause, the ancestor said proudly, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot eliminate me. I just wanted to play a game with you, haha. Yi Zi's face turned even paler. Lu Jiu murmured, immortal and indestructible? What do we do now? Everyone's eyes dimmed again as they watched the ancestor continue to approach them, the inexplicable sense of oppression growing stronger. But Qin Lang laughed, I'm not clever, I couldn't have thought of so much on my own. The ancestor asked, oh? Then why could you think of all this? Qin Lang paused for a moment, then said, someone told me. The ancestor was stunned, stopping in his tracks. Who? Qin Lang said, I don't know, but he is standing right behind you. He is an old man with a white beard, looking quite old. It's quite tall. The ancestor was taken aback, then said, Are you trying to deceive me? Qin Lang shook his head. As you said, I indeed saw part of the Pango Heavenly Book. After understanding it, I discovered that my mind became even stranger, often hearing and seeing things that were different. I suspected my mind was broken, and I even doubted that someone was causing trouble around me. At this moment, Qin Lang glanced at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Yi Zi was a bit nervous. Did you suspect us? Qin Lang didn't answer and said to the ancestor, Later, I understood that everything was actually someone communicating with me. Sometimes, he was even helping me. Maybe this is the wonderful thing about the Pango Heavenly Book that you mentioned. Do you want to know what I heard after I saw you? The ancestor's tone showed a hint of hesitation. What did you hear? Qin Lang smiled and said, The old man behind you told me to say that you are wrong. The ancestor's body began to swell further, and limbs similar to arms and legs began to grow out. The corpses around seemed to suffer some impact, and with a bang, they exploded. A long tentacle stretched out from the Confucius statue, sweeping towards Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang hugged Su Muwhite and jumped up. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also quickly retreated. Ah! Wang Long stood in front of LV Xinlan, solidly blocking for her, then his body was broken in half, and after a painful scream, he spat out a lot of blood. Only then did LV Xinlan have the chance to escape from the ancestor's attack range. Wang Long! LV Xinlan shouted in pain. Qin Lang hugged Su Muwhite and said to the ancestor, What's wrong, anxious? The ancestor's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. What are you talking about? I was wrong. Where did I go wrong? The art of the Confucian disciple was taught to me by my teacher before he died. Didn't he do it so I could become immortal this way? You are lying to me. You are deceiving me. I know that in your eyes, those of you who are mere mortals, this method is cruel and shouldn't be done. But the teacher said, no, it can't be done and still do it. Some things have a reason to be done, even when they seem impossible. Where am I wrong? These are all my teacher's teachings to me. Qin Lang frowned and shouted, Nonsense. This roar was deafening, sounding as if it was not Qin Lang himself. Su Muwhite held on to Qin Lang tightly, her gaze towards him changed. Qin Lang continued, To know it can't be done and still do it doesn't mean to ask whether it's possible, but whether it's right. The ancestor was stunned, old. Qin Lang continued, Harming the world and innocent, is that also knowing it can't be done and still doing it? You see the art of the Confucian disciple and then learn how to kill innocent students? Don't forget, you are also one of them. You remember to know it can't be done and still do it, but why don't you remember, do not impose on others what you do not wish for yourself? All of the ancestors' actions came to a halt, and the movements in the surroundings also quieted. Qin Lang lowered his head, becoming silent. Su Muwhite looked at Qin Lang's face, holding her breath. Ah! The ancestor suddenly let out a tremendous wail, echoing in the night sky. Chapter 48, Learning without thought is a waste. After the ancestor's wail, the changes in his body became more pronounced. Many organs and body parts that words cannot describe grew out from him, appearing even more horrifying. Impossible! 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 The ancestor roared as he lunged at everyone, None of you will leave alive. All will become mine. At that moment, a white light appeared from Qin Lang. When the ancestor saw that white light, he was stunned again. The white light was blinding, and Qin Lang and others could not see what it was. The ancestor, however, stared directly at it, his voice shaking little by little. Impossible! Impossible! A hand reached out from the white light and gently rested on the head of the Confucius statue it clung to. Lowering his head, Qin Lang suddenly began to mumble to himself. What a pity, you can no longer reincarnate and can only suffer in the underworld. Learning without thinking leads to confusion, thinking without learning leads to danger. Why can't you understand this principle? The voice of the ancestor suddenly grew younger. Teacher, I'm sorry, I am confused. Another hand reached out from the white light, resting on the ancestor's head as well. Qin Lang, Yin Chai sir, please proceed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Miao, crying, quickly took out an iron chain and slowly walked towards the ancestor. She threw the iron chain in front of the ancestor, unexpectedly pulling out a young man who had been bowing his head. Whoa whoa! Let me think about the spell. Su Miao bit her lip and softly said, Yin Chai, bind the soul, living beings keep away. Open the gate to hell. A huge black cave appeared ahead, and the sounds of wailing ghosts echoed from within. The black-robed Yin Chai reappeared, standing before the cave entrance, taking the captured ancestor. The black-robed Yin Chai first bowed slightly to the white light, then gazed at the young man transformed from the ancestor as the light slowly dissipated. Sai, he was originally one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples, had a great future, but insisted on doing these things. The black-robed Qin Chai sighed and looked at Qin Lang. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your efforts this time. He reached into the ancestor's chest and surprisingly pulled out a blood-colored jade tablet. The black-robed Qin Chai said, this blood jade tablet was given to him by Confucius when he passed away. Over the millennia, he has gathered a lot of essence while practicing Confucian arts. It must be a treasure, so I'll give it to you as a reward. With that, he tossed the blood jade tablet to Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly looked up and caught the blood jade tablet in one hand. Blood jade tablet. Treasure level, S. Function? S-level treasure? Yi Zi and the others were instantly shocked when they saw the system prompt. They had only heard that S-level items could drop in S-level dungeons, but they never expected to see an S-level item drop in an AA-level dungeon. Moreover, they had never seen a real S-level item. They were now envious and jealous of Qin Lang to the extreme. To actually obtain an S-level item in an AA-level dungeon, what luck and strength is this? Qin Lang looked puzzled. What can this thing do? The black-robed Qin Chai said, this item must have divine powers, but how to use it depends on your fortune. Holding the blood jade tablet, Qin Lang felt the blood light on its surface seem to pulse gently, like a faintly beating heart. Not only that, but Qin Lang suddenly felt a lot lighter in his body. In the next second, his superpower system also spoke up. Congratulations, host. You've leveled up. The superpower system has fully upgraded. Now the host will no longer randomly gain new skills daily, but will refresh new skills every day. The host has already obtained 3 skills, and can choose one to refresh at midnight each day. For example, with the Death Countdown skill, if the host doesn't want to use this skill, they can choose one to refresh into a new skill from options A, B, or C. The host can also choose not to refresh, and if they do not, they will receive 100 mental power as compensation. Current mental power of the host, 1000. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to gain this benefit after obtaining the blood jade tablet. S-level items are truly useful. Qin Lang held the blood jade tablet and said, alright, I'll accept it. The black-robed Qin Chai nodded and took the ancestor away. The moment the gate to hell closed, the dungeon system finally revealed itself. East Lake High School dungeon completed. Congratulations to players Qin Lang, Sumiao, Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and LV Xinlan for clearing the dungeon. Dungeon objective, survive 3 days at East Lake High School. Player Qin Lang actually soloed the boss on the first day, setting a new record. Rating, SSS. Super God level perfection. Rewards are as follows. 1. Player Qin Lang receives 1 million ghost coins. 2. Obtain item, Doomsday Virus Potion. Item level, AAA, disposable. Greatly enhances physical abilities and can heal any damage, transforms into a super warrior. 3. Acquire item, Assassin's Cloak. Item level, AA. Wearing it moves at 8 times the speed, greatly increases agility and jumping ability, becomes a true top assassin. 4. Choose privileges. Player Qin Lang can choose the difficulty of the next dungeon. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he thought he truly hit the jackpot this time. 1 million ghost coins, plus what he had earned before, was enough to buy by Qi either the Universe Jade Bottle or the White Dragon Reverse Scale. As for the Deadly Virus and Assassin's Cloak, they were also good items. Paired with this Blood Jade Pendant, wouldn't that just be a huge boost? Especially the privilege to choose, that could make anyone jealous. This time, battling the AA level dungeon could be cleared in a day, and if he picked a slightly easier one, wouldn't it be as easy as drinking water? It's a guaranteed win, right? Qin Lang was undoubtedly the biggest winner. The other players each received 10,000 ghost coins as a reward. Lu Jiu couldn't hold back. Damn system. I have my hard work too, why do I get so little? When she came to this dungeon, she still had over 200,000 ghost coins. After giving Qin Lang 200,000, she thought she could break even when clearing. But look at this? Is this a way to treat a beggar? Yi Zi smiled and said, alright, little Lu, we essentially went along for the ride with Qin Lang this time. If it weren't for him, who could have figured out how to deal with this boss ancestor? I'm afraid in the end, everyone would have been killed by this ancestor. Less is still better than nothing, surviving is the most important. After hearing this, Lu Jiu could only nod helplessly. Lu Xinlan stepped forward quickly and said to Qin Lang, Brother Qin Lang, you're amazing. You must take care of me more from now on. Qin Lang took a step back, stay away from me. Lu Xinlan was stunned, what are you doing? Qin Lang said, I just saw everything. You are the most dangerous one among this group. Lu Xinlan was momentarily taken aback and then felt a bit wronged. Why do you say that? What's wrong with me? Qin Lang said indifferently, when the ancestor attacked, Wang Long had a chance to survive. You controlled him. At the moment he was jumping up with Sumubai, Qin Lang saw Wang Long about to dodge when Lu Xinlan made a hand seal, then Wang Long couldn't move, taking on that attack. I think Su Haoren and Wang Long don't genuinely like you, they are probably enchanted or controlled in some way by you. Now tell me, did Su Haoren really volunteer to explore that old house? With these words, everyone looked at Lu Xinlan with different eyes. Lu Xinlan changed from her previously pitiful expression, her face now looking much more stern. You're really smart, truly very smart. Lu Xinlan smiled, no wonder you're the man who can clear AA-level dungeons in one day. Qin Lang said, now is not the time for flattery. Someone like you who enjoys killing players must be from the unrighteous society, right? As soon as the words unrighteous society came out, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu became tense. Lu Xinlan smiled, Qin Lang, you're too sensitive. I have indeed thought about joining the unrighteous society. But I'm still in the assessment right now. Qin Lang replied, that's about it. If you are with them, don't come and mess with me. The incident where he almost got ambushed by Ling Long and the unrighteous society kept replaying in Qin Lang's mind. He would settle that score sooner or later. If Lu Xinlan had just admitted to being with the unrighteous society, he wouldn't have minded testing out his new gear and items right now. Lu Xinlan shrugged, walked away dejectedly. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai in his arms and asked, Miss Su, how are you doing? Su Mubai's voice was a bit weak, then she said, I'm fine, you can put me down now. After Qin Lang complied, Su Mubai suddenly separated her spirit from Chuanren's body. Suddenly reappeared in front of Qin Lang. Yi Zi and others were shocked again. The Sumi White that Qin Lang mentioned was actually an anomaly. And it was an A-level anomaly. In other words, besides having a succubus, Qin Lang also had a powerful anomaly that could easily kill any one of them as a teammate. This is too terrifying. Qin Lang could practically be a boss of a dungeon by himself. Sumi White gave a wry smile to Qin Lang. I'm sorry, Qin Lang. I didn't help much this time. Qin Lang smiled and said, the dungeon system deliberately weakened you, there is nothing we can do. Next dungeon I will choose an easier one so everyone can be more comfortable. At this moment, Bai Chi's voice rang out. Big brother, are you stupid? It was because they were worried you would pass through this dungeon too easily that they deliberately held back this girl. If you choose an easier one, wouldn't that make her suffer more? Qin Lang thought for a moment. So, does that mean the next dungeon has to be a harder one? Bai Chi, what else? A harder one has better rewards for clearing it. Qin Lang sighed, thinking this time it would not be easy. The Eastern Lake High School dungeon is about to end. The new dungeon will open in 1 hour. Players can decide their own stay or leave. Whether to continue the challenge or temporarily return to the real world. Qin Lang didn't need to say anything, of course, he would continue to gather anomaly coins. After spending 1.2 million in the mall to buy the Qiankuan Jade bottle, Bai Chi was genuinely happy for a while, but he did not explain what this thing was for. Big brother, the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. I will tell you when I get the White Dragon's reverse scale. Bai Chi placed the Qiankuan Jade bottle in front of the long dragon nose, and the dragon scales all trembled, as if sliding on ice. Qin Lang also started to think about what difficulty to choose for the next dungeon. At this moment, Su Miao also came over. Whoa whoa. Qin Lang, can you take me along again? Qin Lang was speechless. You just rode the wave to victory again. You only cosplayed as a ghost once, isn't that enough? Why do you always want to follow me? To be honest, Qin Lang felt that this crybaby was scarier than Lu Xinlan. 2 dangerous dungeons could be cleared just by crying. Looking at someone who was timid as a mouse, yet expected to challenge the dungeon without a thought. What were they after? Moreover, until now, only she had not revealed any details or abilities. Su Mi White smiled and gave Su Miao a hug, saying, Mr. Qin, it wasn't until you reached this dungeon that Sister Su was always helping me. She recognized me from the start and secretly assisted me using the ghost identity, otherwise, I might have been sacrificed by the ancestor long ago. Sister Su does have some skills. Qin Lang sighed softly, alright then. So he continued to choose to team up with Su Miao to head towards the next dungeon. Qin Lang, take us along too? Lu Jiu and Yi Zi came over, we want to go with you to the next dungeon. Qin Lang said, why? I plan to choose a harder level to challenge in the next dungeon. Aren't you afraid of dying if you come along? Lu Jiu replied, who among those who come to this dungeon is not afraid of death? But we only got so little reward this time, most of our anomaly coins have basically gone to you. We can't go back empty-handed. We can definitely help you, just relax. Yi Zi also said, yeah, you've already figured it out, we won't harm you. Difficult ones are fine, even if we die, we won't blame you. Qin Lang glanced at the two of them and said, alright, just bear the consequences yourself. It's good to have more women around, it would help with his strange illness. However, speaking of this strange illness, Qin Lang noticed that after reading that heavenly book, it seemed to have worsened. It's just that having a woman around at all times now keeps it from surfacing. Could it be that something really is wrong with my head? Qin Lang shook his head and carefully looked at the dungeon system again. A-level dungeons go to AAA, then Quad A, and finally 5A. Other levels of dungeons follow the same principle. However, there is also a new level of difficulty on 5S dungeons. It seems that no one has challenged this so far. Although Qin Lang is now well-equipped, he still does not dare to act rashly. Then, he said to the dungeon system, "For the next dungeon, I want a challenge. AAA level." Received. The AAA level dungeon is about to open, please prepare, players. The only one neglected, LV Xinlan, looked at them with a faint cold smile. She fished out a red card from her pocket. "Qin Lang, you want to shake me off? It's not that easy." A flash of golden light passed, and Qin Lang and the others all disappeared from their original spot. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a big bed. The antique room and the classical dressing table made it feel like he had arrived on the set of a historical drama. Qin Lang looked confused. What am I here for? Chapter 50, The Pose of the Movie Queen. Qin Lang sat up and was about to get out of bed. Cut. A coarse and loud voice rang out. A man wearing a baseball cap stood up, pointed at Qin Lang, and shouted angrily, "In the script, you have already fainted. How can you wake up by yourself? How can you, as an actor, be so unprofessional?" Qin Lang looked at him, then glanced around. Cameras, spotlights, and many modern-dressed men and women. They really are filming a historical drama? The script of this dungeon is quite unique. Director Qin said to Qin Lang, "Hey, I'm talking to you, do you hear me?" He expressed his dissatisfaction to a skinny man beside him. "Li Wei, I gave you so much time to choose actors, and you just found someone like this?" Li Wei quickly replied, "Sorry, director, just wait for me to talk to him." He came in front of Qin Lang. "Bro, according to the script, you should be lying in bed now, waiting for the female lead to come find you." Qin Lang shrugged. Since it's such an easy role, he might as well cooperate. He deserved a break anyway. As Qin Lang lay down, he took the chance to glance at the clothes he was wearing. A grayish-black long robe, quite reminiscent of the Republic of China era. Could it be a period drama? Just as his head touched the pillow, Qin Lang discovered that there was a face on the ceiling. No doubt, it was a woman's face. The woman seemed to be glued to the ceiling, constantly making faces at Qin Lang. But Qin Lang had no reaction at all. So what if it's weird? Just don't disturb my sleep. Seeing Qin Lang remain unmoved, the weird woman showed a hint of surprise. As if asking, "Why aren't you scared?" At this moment, the prompt from the dungeon system finally arrived. Dungeon name, Death Film Crew. 2 years ago, 5 young bloggers came here for an exploration livestream and mysteriously died. Since then, film crews have continuously come here to shoot, but without exception, they all encountered paranormal events, filming could never proceed smoothly, and accidents or even murders frequently occurred. This film crew equally does not believe in evil. Can you complete this filming? Clear requirements, help the crew finish shooting. Difficulty, AAA. Immediately, a flood of background information poured into Qin Lang's mind. The place he was in was a Qing dynasty ancient house with a history of 200 years. It is said that a horrific family massacre occurred here, and afterward, every family that lived here met a bad end, becoming a well-known haunted house. After the founding of the country, this place was developed into a scenic area, yet paranormal events often occurred, and the local management could only choose to abandon it, as demolishing it required a lot of funding. No actions were taken. 2 years ago, 5 adventure bloggers came here to prove there were no ghosts by daring to spend a night. Unexpectedly, the next day all 5 of them died miserably. At this time, a woman slowly walked up to Qin Lang. She shouted in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my god, Owen, what happened to you?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. Is this the female lead? Her acting is just too bad. Qin Lang opened his eyes slightly. The female lead turned out to be a stranger, with a face that looked like a social media influencer. To be honest, the ghost face on the ceiling looked much better than hers. Suddenly, the female lead shouted at the air beside her, "Ah! There's a ghost! Ka! Ka!" Qin couldn't help but shout, "Mimi, that was way too fake, anyone can tell you're acting." Qin Lang smiled, the director had a point. Mimi pouted, "But aren't we acting?" Qin. Then Qin sighed and started to direct her. "Listen carefully, in this scene, you discover your missing companion, Owen, and you're really happy at first. But then you see something strange about his clothes and suspect something's wrong. At that moment, you see a female ghost sitting beside the bed and are immediately scared. Got it? You have to be natural, understand?" Mimi raised her overly enhanced chin. "I understand, you've said it many times. Let's do one more take, and then we can go eat. I'm so hungry." Qin looked like he wanted to curse her whole family, but he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Qin Lang felt bored and opened his eyes. He discovered that the woman's face had moved from the ceiling to the wall opposite him. Ha, did she want to come play with me? Qin Lang had dealt with the Eerie for too long, so he could clearly feel that this ghostly woman wasn't that scary. Bored from lying down while filming, Qin Lang simply stared at her. The female ghost realized that Qin Lang was really staring at her, and for a moment, she felt a bit flustered. He can really see me? Then why isn't he afraid of me? Ah, a one. You're here. Mimi started her exaggerated performance again, this time even struggling with her lines. Director Qin felt a bit desperate and sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do, after all, Mimi was the investor's mistress. If he fired her, he would be in big trouble himself. He glanced at the meticulously polished script, and his heart was bleeding. If only a ghost would come out and kill this annoying girl. Qin complained in a voice only he could hear. At that moment, after finishing her lines, Mimi looked to the side, preparing to lazily yell and go eat. Unexpectedly, the female ghost walked out from the wall, staring intently at Qin Lang. Mimi suddenly saw a disheveled woman appear, with bleeding eyes and a face as white as paper. She instantly felt her scalp tingle. Ah! Mimi's legs went weak, and a warm liquid shot out. Ghost, ghost, ghost. There's a ghost. Don't come over, don't come over. Qin's eyes lit up instantly. Good, very good. This is the feeling. Finally, he got the effect he wanted. He hurriedly signaled the cameraman to zoom in, to capture Mimi's facial expressions in more detail. Mimi was so scared she sat on the ground, shouting to Qin and the others, "There's a ghost. There really is a ghost. Come and save me." The crew was astonished. Her acting is really damn good. Who would have thought Mimi had such a talent hidden away? The assistant director felt something was off. Director, there's no scene like this in the script, it seems wrong? Qin was incredibly excited at that moment. What do you know? This is the actor adding to the scene. I think it's great, let her keep acting, don't stop. This Mimi really has the potential of an award-winning actress. Mimi cried out, "Are you all dead?" I'm not joking, there's really a ghost. But no matter how loud she shouted, everyone thought she was having a dramatic outburst, and instead appreciated her terrified expressions. The female ghost slowly approached, but her focus wasn't on Mimi, it was on Qin Lang lying on the bed. Mimi cried, "Help! Don't come over, don't come over." In the next moment, her vision went black, and she fainted. At that moment, everyone realized something was wrong. Damn! Something happened. Quick, save her. Chapter 51, I am a ghost, but you are not human. Everyone hurriedly carried Mimi away. Qin stood up, his entire face showing confusion. Is it really that serious? Were you acting too into it? Qin pulled up the earlier clip and found that Mimi's terrified expression was indeed very real, a completely instinctive reaction. It didn't look like acting at all. Qin felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be, there really is a ghost? The other staff quietly asked, "Director, should we leave for now?" Qin swallowed hard and said, "What are we afraid of? We're almost done filming, there was nothing before, so what is there to fear now? Let's go eat first." He said not to be afraid, but in reality, he was the fastest to move. The others quickly followed suit. This time, it left Qin Lang behind. Qin Lang sat up and stretched lazily. So comfortable. Qin Lang patted his head, that was a great sleep. Can you see me? The female ghost stared at Qin Lang, asking very earnestly. Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can see you, what's wrong? The female ghost suddenly sneered and extended her long arm to choke Qin Lang. Then you can go die. A sharp pain surged. The female ghost realized that Qin Lang had stabbed her fiercely in the chest. Zizz. And white smoke rose up. Qin Lang held the black dog blood dagger, shrugged, sorry, but I'm a bit faster. The female ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood and then said, I just wanted to tease you. I meant no harm. How could there be someone so unafraid of ghosts? Normally, when people encounter her, they would get so scared like Mimi just now, right? Qin Lang replied, oh, then you should have said so earlier. After saying that, he suddenly pulled out the dagger. Zizz. Another puff of white smoke erupted. The female ghost cried out in pain, ah. Qin Lang had an apologetic face, sorry, does it feel better to stab it in? Then he pushed the dagger back in. Ah. The female ghost gritted her teeth, you. Qin Lang asked, is it more comfortable if I take it out? He pulled the dagger out again. The female ghost lost her composure in pain, no. Qin Lang said, you don't want it out? Then fine, I'll stab it back in. Poochie. The female ghost looked at Qin Lang with resentment, I mean, don't stab it again. Qin Lang nodded, got it, when a woman says no, she really means yes. Just wait, if I stab you a few more times, you'll feel good. Poochie. Poochie. After several stabs, the female ghost shouted, stop. Qin Lang sighed, you say it hurts when I stab it in, and you say it's wrong when I pull it out. So, women are really too troublesome. The female ghost got angry, you dare to play with me. Her hair stood on end, and her body began to float in the air, then she opened her bloody mouth and lunged at Qin Lang. Qin Lang calmly pulled out his ghost-slaying knife. The female ghost's eyes instantly cleared up. Ah! The female ghost stepped back, clearly unable to withstand the evil aura from the ghost-slaying knife. Qin Lang stroked the ghost-slaying knife and asked, what's wrong, not so powerful now. The female ghost leaned against the wall, swallowing hard, who are you? Qin Lang smiled, who I am is not important, what's important is that you're going to have trouble next. The female ghost said, I haven't harmed anyone, can't you let me go? Qin Lang shouldered the ghost-slaying knife and walked forward, saying, sure, but you need to answer me a few questions first. The female ghost nodded, okay, I will tell you everything, please ask me, master. Qin Lang stroked his chin, am I handsome? The female ghost was stunned upon hearing that. The next second, she nodded repeatedly, handsome. So handsome. Qin Lang raised his knife and slashed at her. Ah! The female ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail. Why? The female ghost didn't understand what she had said wrong. Qin Lang shook his head, you know too much. Female ghost. Qin Lang added, I'll give you another chance. Am I handsome? The female ghost shook her head, not handsome. Qin Lang didn't hesitate and slashed again. You dared to lie. The female ghost was in despair. Qin Lang asked again, I'll ask you one more time, am I handsome? The female ghost covered her body, which was already battered and bruised, gritting her teeth, swearing to stay silent. Qin Lang slashed again, not saying anything means you think I'm not handsome. The female ghost was utterly desperate. She was not human, but Qin Lang was definitely a real devil. The female ghost cried out, Master, please let me go. I will never dare again. Qin Lang, holding the ghost-slaying blade, asked, so how long have you been a ghost in this ancient mansion? The female ghost weakly replied, I don't know, I can't even remember when I came here. Qin Lang asked again, so you have been blocking the film crew's shooting this whole time? The female ghost shook her head, I was just playing a prank. Of course, Qin Lang didn't believe her words. You have no useful information, you can die again. The female ghost hurriedly said, no, master, give me another chance. There are many ghosts in this ancient mansion, almost every room has one. But the strongest ghost king actually hides in a well. He is very powerful, you must be careful. We are also controlled by someone, we are very pitiful, woo woo woo. After hearing this, Qin Lang said, okay, I understand, now you can die. The female ghost wailed, I have already given you information, why do you still want to kill me? Qin Lang laughed, I just said you didn't give me any information, so I should take you out. When did I say that if you gave me information, I would spare you? The female ghost was truly going crazy. This man was truly a devil. Player Qin Lang successfully killed a B-grade anomaly. Reward, 1,000 ghost coins. Ha! Such a weak anomaly, and it's actually B-grade? Qin Lang remembered that B-grade anomalies required group battles to deal with. Is this it? But thinking about it, he had just used the black dog blood dagger and the ghost-slaying knife. After hacking so many times, it did indeed have some skill as an anomaly. Qin Lang walked out of the room, wanting to see where Su Mubai and the others had gone this time. Since there were anomalies everywhere, Su Mubai should be useful now. Qin Lang looked down at his clothes, thinking they were really ugly, so he wanted to find a fitting room to change. At that moment, a clamor erupted in the courtyard. What did you say? Director Qin Shi loudly held his phone and shouted, Mimi is dead? The other staff members looked surprised. Qin Shi put down his phone and looked at others. Mimi was in the ambulance, had a car accident, she probably didn't make it. The assistant director asked, Director, how do we explain this to President LV? Also, the other crew is still filming, should we call them back too? With the female lead gone, logically, filming should stop. But Qin Shi gritted his teeth and said, no. We can't stop filming, we can change the script, just write that the female lead has already died in that scene we just filmed. Where's the screenwriter? Call him over. At that moment, a staff member ran over, breathless, Director. Director. Ni has come back. Chapter 52, False Alarm. How could a person who was already dead come back? Qin Shi widened his eyes and stared hard at the staff member, are you sure you're not mistaken? The staff member replied, no, it's definitely Ni. She said she wants to find you. Qin Shi's legs were trembling. No way, could it be that she holds a grudge against me for always cutting her scenes? Qin Lang stood quietly to the side, watching. Is this copy's ghost that bold? Coming out in broad daylight? The assistant director asked. Director, what should we do? This ancient mansion can't really be haunted, right? Shenshur kept trembling, then forcibly calmed himself down. Everyone don't panic. We have many people here, plus so many men, with strong yang energy, and it's daytime, what's there to fear? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman appeared in front of everyone, her head lowered, hands stretched forward, walking slowly barefoot. Mimi lifted her head. Director. Her face was covered in fresh red blood, and her eyes were filled with deep resentment. You caused me so much suffering. A ghost. Shenshur and the others quickly turned and ran. As they passed Qin Lang, Shenshur was pulled back by him. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Shenshur's legs were still desperately trying to run, but Qin Lang was too strong and pulled him back. Take a closer look. Is she really a ghost? The crowd stopped, turning their heads to look closely. Shenshur. Who are you calling a ghost? Mimi wiped the blood from her face and shouted, I'm going to tell my dad to fire you. Shenshur pointed at her face. Your blood, you've lost so much blood. Mimi angrily replied, I just accidentally got some of the prop crew's fake blood. How could you mess up so badly? Shenshur raised his phone and asked, but I just heard, the car that was supposed to take you to the hospital got into an accident. Mimi frowned. What accident? I didn't even leave. I was fine when they lifted me onto the car, then I just came back. This old house is so big. I looked for you guys for so long. Shenshur asked again, then why are you barefoot? Mimi said, I just went through a gap, my high heel broke, so I had no choice but to come over barefoot. You still dare to call me a ghost? Shenshur and the others breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests. Scaring yourselves. So it was just a false alarm. At that moment, Qin Lang suddenly spoke, don't be too happy too soon. He asked Mimi, what about the people who were supposed to take you to the hospital? Mimi frowned, how would I know? I said I didn't need to go, yet they still drove off. Qin Lang asked again, was it one car or two? Definitely one. Mimi said impatiently. Qin Lang then looked at Shenshur, Director, who called you just now? Shenshur suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Right. If one car had an accident and someone died, then who called him? The police wouldn't come so quickly, let alone contact him so fast. The relief everyone felt suddenly turned into unease again. Shenshur quickly checked the caller ID. The number was fine, it was one of the crew members. But when he called back, all he heard was laughter on the other end, hee. Ah. Shenshur was so scared he dropped his phone. What's going on? Qin Lang said, it's obvious that we've been targeted by the ghosts here. The accident might be real, it was a ghost who called you. Everyone's legs trembled, ready to run away again. Stop. Qin Lang said, it's a shame you guys are the ones filming a horror movie. Don't you know that running in different directions is exactly what these fierce ghosts want? Shenshur asked, what should we do? He didn't expect this temporary stand-in male lead to be so calm. Qin Lang said, it's simple, call back the other crew members. Then continue filming. Shenshur widened his eyes, keep filming? Shouldn't we be calling the police now? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, if you successfully call the police, won't the ghosts here lose face? They just want us to not get out. Instead of that, we might as well keep filming the movie. The more strange it is, the less afraid you are of it, the more afraid it becomes of you. Shenshur swallowed, why should I believe you? Qin Lang chuckled, well, if any of you want to run, feel free. Everyone looked at each other, none dared to take a step. A thin little guy couldn't take it anymore. I can't take it. I want to leave, I don't want to die with you. He immediately ran towards the yard. But as soon as one of his feet stepped out, bang, his head was smashed by a stone flying toward him. Brain matter exploded, blood gushed everywhere. Ah! Mimi was so scared she collapsed to the ground again. Now no one dared to run away. Qin Lang shrugged, see? This is what happens when you try to escape. We're fine now, which means we are following some kind of rule. Running away is undoubtedly breaking the rules, and that's a dead end. Shenshur breathed quickly and asked, then, if we finish filming, we can leave? Qin Lang nodded, I think so. He actually wasn't sure. But to complete the mission, they had to finish this film. Before that, he had to trick them into finishing the movie. Mimi started crying, Daddy. I don't want to film any movie anymore, I want to go home. Woo. Qin Lang frowned and asked Shenshur, this woman is too annoying as the female lead. Can we change the person? Shenshur shook his head, she's been in every scene so far, changing her now probably won't work. Qin Lang scratched his head and sighed, alright. So how much is left to shoot? The script? Let me take a look. Also, everyone should get back to work, aren't we supposed to eat? At this point, Qin Lang had completely become the pillar of support for these people. The assistant director, following Qin Lang's instructions, called over another filming team, while the rest went to prepare lunch. Qin Lang took the script and started flipping through it. Shenshur carefully explained, "We've finished shooting most of the plot. Only the ending part remains, where the male and female leads encounter an evil spirit, kneel down to beg for forgiveness, and then leave the old house safely. But in the end, the female lead realizes it's all a dream, and she is still in the old house, then the evil spirit eats her." Qin Lang nodded, "Not bad, there's a twist. Speaking of which, can we even pass the review in the country with real ghosts appearing?" Shenshur said, "Of course, we can't pass the review in the country, but this film isn't meant for domestic audiences." Qin Lang asked, "Then who is it for?" Shenshur suddenly showed a look of difficulty. At this moment, a wail echoed from the neighboring yard. "Ah! You all come quick!" This cry quickly caught everyone's attention, and they nervously ran over. As Qin Lang approached, he saw a staff member slumped on the ground, pointing at several thermal boxes, shaking uncontrollably. "Look!" The boxes of takeout food were all crushed, spilling out piles of food that were covered in mold. Even the vacuum-packed meat, bread, sandwiches, and so on were all moldy and filled with insects. The sight sent chills down everyone's spine. Needless to say, the strange happenings in the old house were causing chaos. Shenshur's teeth were chattering as he looked at Qin Lang. "What should we do?" Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, another group of people rushed over. "Qin Lang!" Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately recognized Qin Lang. The tearful Su Miao followed closely behind them. Qin Lang frowned, "Where's Miss Su? Isn't she here again?" "Qin Lang, I'm here." A sweet-looking girl with a youthful face raised her hand. Qin Lang looked her up and down. "So? You've possessed someone else again?" Su Mubai smiled wryly, "Yes, what can I do? My physical body was long destroyed. After leaving Fengmen village, I can only possess others to exist in human form." Qin Lang patted her shoulder, "That's fine, you can experience different lives. This old house is full of weirdness, have you encountered any?" Lu Jiao quickly spoke, "Encountered? More than encountered. Our crew has already lost 3 people. But we haven't seen even a shadow of the weirdness. What about you?" After hearing this, Qin Lang said, "Well, we just dealt with a B-level weirdness, and we've had deaths here too." Yi Zi and Lu Jiao gasped. "You killed a B-level weirdness? A solo kill? What kind of terrifying combat power is this?" But thinking back to Qin Lang's performance in the last sub-instance, it didn't seem as hard to understand. Su Mubai asked, "How about you, Qin Lang?" Qin Lang pointed at the moldy and smelly food and said, "This weirdness isn't letting us eat." Faced with the stinky food, Lu Jiao and others frowned tightly. Shenshur hurriedly said, "We didn't expect you all to come, please use any abilities you have to help us. This movie must be finished." Yi Zi frowned, "What time is it, and you're still thinking about the movie instead of leaving? Is making a movie more important than your life?" Suddenly, Qin Lang smiled, "Alright, if they won't let us eat, then they shouldn't expect to feast either." After saying that, he walked into a room and closed the door. Qin Lang took out the Abyss virus from the previous sub-instance rewards and drank it down. Ah, this feeling. Qin Lang felt a strong burning sensation spreading from his throat throughout his body. It felt like swallowing a mouthful of 50-degree liquor. Refreshing. Qin Lang obviously felt his body undergoing a transformation from every cell to every bone. Bai Qi said, "Big brother, this thing is indeed useful. I feel your physique is greatly different from before. Before, you were just a mortal body." Qin Lang asked, "Oh, and what about now?" Bai Qi replied, "A much stronger mortal body." Qin Lang. Bai Qi said, "That's already great. I think now you can unleash up to 2,000ths of my power. By the way, why did you suddenly do this?" Qin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger, cut his palm, and said, "Just want to play with something different." A blood-red cut was drawn, and in the next second, it began to heal at a visible speed. He. Qin Lang laughed, enhanced physique, limitless strength skills, plus the super healing speed combined. "We can play any way we want." Outside, Shenshur and others were anxiously waiting for Qin Lang. Why is there no sound? Could something have gone wrong? This place is too eerie. Bang! A loud sound erupted from inside the house, as if the wall had collapsed. Qin Lang. Yi Zi thought something had happened to Qin Lang. But Su Mubai held her back, saying, "No need to go, Qin Lang is fine." Boom! Then came another loud noise. Qin Lang kicked open the front door and smashed a row of windows with a punch. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene. This is incredible. Qin Lang then twisted off a column in front of the door, weighted in his hand, and suddenly jabbed it at the nearby wall. The wall instantly shattered, dust swirling around. Qin Lang shouted at the surroundings, "You won't let us out, and now you want to ruin our dinner. Are you trying to starve us to death? If you don't let us get some food, I'll flatten this whole area. If you dare, come out now." After saying this, he raised his fist ready to smash another wall. Yeezy suddenly shouted, "Qin Lang, wait. Look there." On the side of a wall, 2 words written in blood suddenly appeared, "Stop." Qin Lang laughed, "Then let 2 of us go out to buy food and bring it back." The wall again showed 2 words written in blood. "Okay." Qin Lang said to Lu Jiao and Yeezy, "You 2 go buy it. The rest stay where you are and don't move." At this moment, there was no doubt that Qin Lang had become the backbone, and while others wanted to go out, they still followed this arrangement. Qin Lang proudly dusted off his hands, thinking that the strangeness of this 3A level was nothing much. "Ah! This house." The female lead, Mimi, suddenly shouted. Qin Lang turned around and was shocked. The brick walls that had just been smashed, and those columns, all automatically returned to their place as if they were alive, and all the holes and cracks disappeared. It was as if Qin Lang's previous chaos had never happened. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, "Big brother, it seems that those strangeness were not afraid of you, but rather giving you face. You'll have quite a show next." Qin Lang's mouth curled up. "This is getting interesting." Chen Shi was so frightened that his legs softened, and he slumped to the ground. Could it be that the legend is true? Qin Lang asked, "Legend? What legend?" Chen Shi swallowed and seemed not to hear Qin Lang, muttering to himself, "The house that eats people, the house will eat people." The staff members also turned pale. Qin Lang squatted down and patted Chen Shi's face, "Stop mumbling, what house eats people?" The pain made Chen Shi wake up. He touched his reddened cheek and said, "There has always been a legend in this area that this ancient house is actually alive. And for the past 200 years, it has been constantly eating people." Chapter 54, A Movie for Ghosts. Chen Shi trembled as he said, "The first owner of this ancient house was a scholar from the early Ming dynasty. It is said that he would have a strange dream every day. Once there was a woman walking back and forth in the yard, and she kept spitting water out. Later, he invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. In the dream, the woman appeared in the yard, and they dug down, discovering a woman's corpse, and it was soaking in water. But the corpse looked just like a normal person. The Taoist priest suggested burning the corpse, but that night, the priest and the scholar's family all died, and the corpse disappeared without a trace. Since then, everyone who moved into this house would die mysteriously. People said it was the ghost of that corpse merging with the house, devouring everyone inside." Qin Lang heard this and said, "Is that it? Doesn't sound particularly scary." He had just dealt with an ancient ghost in the last instance. Now this century-old female ghost did not seem like a big deal to Qin Lang. But the task for this instance was to complete the film. The main challenge was to protect these crew members, letting them finish the movie without being taken out by the strange happenings before it ended. Chen Shi continued, "I haven't finished. 2 years ago, 5 young people came to do a live ghost house show. When they moved in, someone dreamt of a woman walking back and forth in the yard again. So they dug up the soil in the yard, just like the scholar in the legend, to see what was there. They ended up finding a corpse soaking in water, just like the scholar from 200 years ago. The corpse, like the legend described, had not decayed at all while soaking in the water, looking almost exactly like a living person. But the next day, they all died. And in a terribly tragic way. It was said that one of them completely cut open his belly, grabbing his own intestines with both hands. And those intestines had bite marks on them, as if someone had taken a few bites." Su Miao stepped back in fright. "Whoa, don't say anymore." Qin Lang stroked his chin. "Oh? So it seems the key to this old house is that corpse soaking in the water?" Chen Shi nodded, "It should be." At this moment, the assistant director couldn't help but ask, "Director, how did you know all this? Wasn't that live broadcast of those 5 people interrupted halfway?" Qin Lang asked, "Interrupted? How did it get interrupted?" The assistant director said, "I also watched that livestream. I was one of the audience that night. The livestream was interrupted halfway, and there was no segment about dreams or corpses. I was curious, which is why I joined this crew." As soon as he finished speaking, others in the crew also said, "Yeah, I also watched that livestream. There really weren't the scenes and segments the director mentioned." "What a coincidence, you saw it too. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have come. This place is really creepy." At this moment, Qin Lang and Su Mubai finally understood. These people had one thing in common: they had seen that livestream of the 5 individuals. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Qin Lang stared at Chen Shi. "Director, where did you see those segments you just mentioned?" Chen Shi hesitated to speak, looking around nervously. Qin Lang said, "Don't worry, with me here, those strange happenings won't dare to act easily." Chen Shi cautiously said, "Actually, about a month ago, I received a video. Someone added me as a friend on Feishin, sent the video, and then blocked me. I opened the video and discovered it was actually the second half of that livestream of the 5 people, and it scared me so much that I couldn't sleep well for half a month. Qin Lang asked, then how did you dare to come here to shoot a movie? Chenshir's face looked extremely pale, clearly finding this question even more frightening than what he had just said. Because after watching that video, I received a phone call that night. The person calling me said, I need to come here to shoot a movie and then show it to, let the ghosts watch. Qin Lang frowned, what? Show the ghosts a movie? Chenshir said, I don't know what this means either. At first, I thought it was a prank, but this call kept coming and coming, as if it was haunting me. Not only that, but I also have nightmares every day, and each time I dream of this place. I had no choice but to find a way to attract investment, and then I came here. I have a vague feeling, if I don't finish this movie, I might die. The other crew members looked at each other and all fixed Chenshir with sorrowful eyes. It turned out they were here today because of him. Qin Lang stroked his chin again. There were too many doubts at the moment. First, why would the livestream of those 5 people be interrupted? Generally, when there's such a technical problem, the first response should be to restore the livestream, right? Why did they continue to dig up the bodies? Since there would be livestream clips, does that mean they didn't realize their livestream was interrupted? Second, who sent Chenshir that strange video and kept harassing him? Lastly, what does it mean to make a movie for ghosts? Just as Qin Lang was about to ask further, a phone suddenly rang. Chenshir hurriedly answered it. Hello? It's me. The other side said something, and Chenshir was so startled that he stood up directly. What did you say? Chenshir quickly looked around, are you sure? Qin Lang asked, what's going on? Chenshir swallowed hard, just now the police called and said they found our cruise van was in a car accident. Inside there were 2 bodies, 1 male and 1 female. And according to the ID carried by the corpses, one of them is Mimi. As soon as these words came out, all the crew members instantly felt a chill run down their backs, and they were horrified. Where's Mimi? Everyone began to look around. The female lead Mimi, who had just been with them, had now disappeared. Could it be that they had just been with a female ghost? Chenshir trembled incessantly, as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Qin Lang said, don't be afraid, sit down and wait for dinner. He then said to Sumubai, Miss Su, you go look for her first. Sumubai nodded, and then stood up to walk outside. Ah! As Sumubai walked just a few steps, she saw a figure standing at the gate of the yard. It was Mimi. Chenshir and the others quickly took several steps back. The assistant director called out strangely, Mimi? Mimi turned slowly to face everyone, backlit by the dim light. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared before all their eyes. Mimi turned her body, her skin already peeled away, both eyeballs and white, jagged teeth, bloody facial muscles exposed to the air. Not only that, but all her clothes and skin from the neck, chest, abdomen, and lower body were gone. The flowing muscles and organs, along with the bones, looked extremely horrifying and disgusting. She had no skin in the front, resembling a model from a medical school. Ugh! Some staff members looked at her and immediately vomited on the spot. More people felt icy all over, covering their eyes tightly, unable to dare look again. Qin Lang was not afraid and said, wow, this is what they call being exposed, right? Chenshir and the others were speechless. At this moment, he still had the mind to make jokes? But in fact, Qin Lang already sensed something was off. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Miao behind him. This crybaby would cry at any ghost story, how is she so quiet now? Qin Lang cast a sidelong glance at Su Miao and found she was actually smiling. Qin Lang, be careful! Sumubai shouted, pulling Qin Lang's attention back. Mimi stretched out her hand, smiling as she ran towards everyone. Ha ha ha, keep filming the movie, is it my turn in the shot yet? Sumubai extended her right hand, slashing it across Mimi's neck. Mimi's head and body immediately separated. Sumubai reached out again, directly plucking out Mimi's heart, and with a little force, he crushed it. Mimi suddenly carbonized, her body revealing multiple cracks, turning into a pile of powder scattered by the wind. Sumubai said, how pitiful, how pitiful. Qin Lang said, it seems the strange happenings in this ancient house can't stand loneliness anymore. Probably tonight it will be very lively. Chenshir became very desperate, why, the previous filming was fine. Qin Lang asked, someone among you must have violated the rules. Rules? Qin Lang said, the strange things that harm people have both active and passive aspects. If you had no issues before, it means that the strangeness of the ancient house is not actively harmful. Now that they are causing such a commotion, it can only prove that someone among you has violated the rules and touched their reverse scales. At these words, the crew exchanged glances, carefully recalling if they had made any inappropriate actions. Chenshir asked, Master, are we going to die? This was also a concern for the others. Qin Lang said, maybe, but I also hope the movie can be completed. So those who don't want to die should follow what I say. Chanshur nodded vigorously. At this moment, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, who had gone out to buy food, returned. They brought back 2 full boxes of boxed meals and started distributing them after placing them on the ground. However, after the recent events, many people lost their appetite, finding the food tasteless, and they cried while eating. Qin Lang enjoyed his meal, sharing everything that had just happened with Yi Zi and the others. Ah? There's such a thing? Yi Zi clicked her tongue and said, no wonder it's a level 3A copy, even the strangeness here is so bizarre. Lu Jiao said, watching movies for ghosts? How do you do that? Qin Lang shook his head, I've only heard of singing operas for ghosts. Wasn't there such a tradition in the countryside? Inviting a troupe to sing all night in the ancestral hall, claiming it would please the ancestors. Lu Jiao quickly replied, I understand, maybe the strangeness here means that they want to finish the movie and then screen it in this old house. As long as we fulfill this wish, we will be fine. Qin Lang said, but I still feel that this matter is not so simple. Yi Zi asked, why? Qin Lang took a sip of cola and said, think about it, the legend of the cannibalism in this old house has existed for over 200 years. In other words, even if there are strange things, they must have gained the old prestige from over 100 years. Did they know what a movie was back then? Why would they have such an obsession with watching movies? Even if they kept up with the times and knew about movies, it wouldn't mean they would be satisfied just by watching them, right? The others agreed deeply. Qin Lang continued, moreover, the strangeness here is quite formidable. That Mimi previously disguised herself as a human and mingled among us. I didn't even notice she was strange, even when she stood right in front of me and hadn't turned around, I still didn't see anything unusual. So the strangeness in this copy is very different from before. Sumubai said, Qin Lang, you can leave this matter to me. As soon as that Mimi appeared, I knew she and I were of the same kind. So I think I can distinguish who was real and who was strange. Qin Lang glanced at Sumubai with a smile. Then he said, there is still some kind of killing rule here, as long as you violate it, they will act without hesitation. One known rule is, anyone who leaves here without permission is bound to die. Including the early staff member, and Mimi, and the person who took her to the hospital, they all died for this reason. Su Miao then asked in a whimper, then what should we do tonight? We can't possibly sleep in this yard, can we? What if this is the yard where that female corpse is buried? Yi Zi and Lu Jiao also felt nervous, unable to help but look down at the ground. Qin Lang scratched his head, saying, this is indeed a problem. Although I don't need to worry. But the people in this crew are too easily picked off one by one. But without them, this movie can't be completed. Suddenly, Qin Lang thought of something. He called Chanshur over. Director, how long will it take to shoot the remaining scenes? Chanshur shook his head, I think it can't be filmed anymore. The male and female leads are dead, what do we do? Qin Lang asked in confusion, when did the male lead die? Yi Zi said, did I not say that 3 people died on our side? One of them was the male lead. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead and asked again, what if we change the script and shoot it again? Chanshur shook his head once more, it's too late, if we reshoot, it will take another half a month. I'm afraid of prolonged dreams. Qin Lang said, I mean change the script. We don't need to film a lengthy 2-hour movie, just make a short one about half an hour, okay? We can also find new actors and use local talent, that should work, right? Adding actors, photography, and lighting, how many people do you need at least for a crew? Chanshur thought for a moment and said, I estimate, at least 10 people. Qin Lang said, good. We have 5 people here in total, just choose 4 more from those people. Our 10 people will be the new crew, and we'll sleep in one room tonight. Chanshur was stunned and asked, what about the remaining 20 people? Qin Lang answered calmly, they can die as they please. What? Chapter 56 Cold-Hearted. Yi Zi was shocked, Qin Lang, do you mean to give up on them? Qin Lang nodded, that's right, that's what I mean. Lu Jiao objected, no way, this is too cold-hearted. This is not a way to clear the instance. Qin Lang asked, then tell me, what is the way to clear the instance? Lu Jiao spoke earnestly, of course, it's to complete the instance mission with all your might, minimizing sacrifices as much as possible. Because the humans that appear in the instance are real. If it were you, would you want to be abandoned? Chanshur looked at them in surprise, instance, you all. Yi Zi said, you probably can't understand. We are not from the same dimension and world as you. Your place has been designed as a horror instance. We are the players trying to clear it. After hearing this, Chanshur's expression froze, seemingly unable to react, maybe his mind was already crashed. Qin Lang touched his chin and said, so that's how it is, the instance system connects stories from different eras and worlds, letting us come here to complete the so-called task. The system, or perhaps a group of people are watching us. Lu Jiao nodded, exactly. Qin Lang, you will eventually return to the real world one day. If your life was chosen to become an instance, and you became an NPC in someone else's eyes, how would you feel? Would you want to be abandoned? Qin Lang smiled slightly. Of course I wouldn't. I would choose to kill those players and become the biggest boss in that instance. I have always believed my life is in my own hands. Lu Jiu couldn't help but say, madman. In any case, I oppose your idea. Yi Zi nodded, I oppose too. Qin Lang said, it doesn't matter, I don't plan to seek your understanding anyway. He looked at Su Mubai, I believe Miss Su will definitely stand by me. Su Mubai nodded, yes, whatever Qin Lang says, I will do. Lu Jiu then looked at Su Miao. Su Miao covered her face and said, whoa, don't look at me, I don't know. Qin Lang said, I am not seeking your opinions, nor will I decide based on voting whether to do this or not. I am just notifying you. Since 10 people are enough to finish filming a movie, then the rest are unnecessary. Protecting them would distract extra energy, and make it easier for the strange attacks in the ancient house. If you want to be overly compassionate, then so be it. Lu Jiu angrily stood up and walked straight out. Yi Zi sighed and followed. They both knew that they were not Qin Lang's match. But they did not agree with Qin Lang's approach, they only protested in this way. Qin Lang did not care. He never intended for these two women to follow him. In a 3-level dungeon, he never thought about a happy ending, no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't have that idea. Qin Lang looked at Qinshi and said, now that 2 more have left, you need to find 2 more people. In any case, we need to gather enough team members to film the movie. Qinshi nodded, his voice trembling as he said, okay. After the people left, Qin Lang asked Su Mubai, do I look too cold-blooded? Su Mubai smiled and said, Qin Lang, just do what you think is right. Qin Lang smiled too. Soon, people were divided into 2 groups. One side was Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Su Miao, and Qinshi, along with 6 crew members, forming a team of 10. The other side was Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the remaining 22 crew members. It was already around 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. With the regrouping done, Qin Lang needed to think about revising the screenplay. Qin Lang asked, do the people forcing you to make the movie have any requirements for the film? Qinshi swallowed hard and said, I remember he said that it must be related to the follow-up of those 5 people in the old house. In other words, their adventure livestream was the first part, and the movie we are filming is their sequel. Qin Lang said, by the way, you always said you watched the follow-up livestream of those 5 people, could you find it and show me what they encountered afterward? Qinshi hesitated a bit, are you sure you want to see it? Everyone who has watched it has died except for me. It turned out that Qinshi had watched it with other friends before, and they had all experienced accidents after the scare. That was why Qinshi obediently followed what that mysterious person said and tried hard to raise investment to complete the movie. Right now, Qin Lang was the only reliable fighter Qinshi had seen. If something happened to him, wouldn't that truly mean dying in the strange hands of this old house? Qin Lang yawned and said, you don't need to worry about this. Just open it. Qinshi had to follow his instruction and took out his computer, opening one of the videos. On the screen, 3 men and 2 women were excitedly chattering at the camera. A boy with a buzz cut said seriously, you might not believe it, but the 5 of us just had the exact same dream at the same time. We all dreamt that a woman appeared in the courtyard outside. It's really identical. God, this curse of the old house can't be real, right? I'll say it again, this is not a drill, this is not for show. Another girl with long hair said, so we plan to do what the legend says and dig up the land in the courtyard to see if there's really something. Another girl with short hair stared at the screen, seemingly seeing some kind of comment, and asked, aren't you afraid of disturbing the ghosts here? Ha, we're not disturbing, we are just saying hello. She took out her phone and said, and look, our phone signal is still full. This means if something happens, we can still call for help. And everyone watching, if there really are ghosts, then we will witness it together. The buzzcut boy said, if there really are ghosts, I definitely want Nobel to come back and give me an award. The 5 young people burst into laughter. Qin Lang pressed pause and asked, for this segment of the video, have only you and your friends watched it? Is it not the live content at that time? Qinshi shook his head, no. The live broadcast stopped after they fell asleep. The next news I got was that all 5 of them died tragically. So this video, waking up from their dream in the middle of the night, is definitely exclusive. Qin Lang continued, this is going to be fun. They just acted as if they didn't notice the livestream was interrupted, and they are still interacting with the bullet comments. Is a ghost accompanying them on the livestream? Chapter 57, Disputes Arise. As soon as Qin Lang's voice fell, Qinshi and the crew couldn't help but shiver. A ghost is actually interacting with these 5 people? Is the ghost playing with humans? Qin Lang chuckled, it seems like the strange happenings in this ancient house are quite interesting. He pressed the play button and continued watching. The 5 people in the livestream took out tools and began to dig the soil, really planning to excavate the yard. Chen had already watched the video and knew what was going to happen next, yet he was trembling and didn't dare to look directly, so he turned away. Look quickly. In the video, the short-haired girl's excited voice came through. There really is something. The crew-cut guy and 2 other boys said, "Wow, it's gold." But in Qin Lang's eyes, what they were digging up was certainly not gold. In the excavated soil, there was a lot of standing water, and a pale female corpse was lying inside. Yet the 5 people behaved as if they didn't see anything and continued to say that there was gold underground. "We're rich. We're rich. Oh my god, should we report this to the government? Is it really gold? Take it out and have a look, don't throw it into the water." At that moment, the female corpse opened her eyes. The next second, the video ended. Su Miao was scared to tears again. Woo. Qin Lang looked at Chen. "Is that all?" Chen nodded tremulously, "Yes. I wanted to delete it after watching. But the day after I deleted it, this video showed up on my desktop again. I suspected that I got a virus, and I've changed several computers, but this video always appears." Qin Lang laughed. "So this strange thing is also a hacker. It actually knows how to tamper with your computer. You don't have any study materials on your computer, right? That night when you were looking at those Japanese teachers, wouldn't they see you too?" Chen had a speechless expression. He really didn't understand why Qin Lang made such jokes at this moment. Qin Lang clapped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, let's start thinking about the script. Since we're going to film the story of these 5 people, let's confirm the actors. The director, the assistant director, and I can play the 3 men. And the 2 women, Miss Su and Su Miao, will do." At this point, Chen asked again, "Then what about the ghost? Who will play the ghost in this ancient house?" Qin Lang smiled. "No need to specifically set someone to play the ghost." He looked around and said, "Aren't there ghosts all over this place?" Chen and the assistant director were shocked. "Are you saying no one needs to act as the ghost and we actually let the ghost come on screen?" Qin Lang nodded. "That's what I mean. Since this movie needs to be watched by ghosts, why not let the ghosts appear?" Chen trembled, unable to help but ask, "Well, are there no other options?" Qin Lang retorted, "What do you think?" Chen looked utterly hopeless. He asked again, "After we film the movie, can we leave?" Qin Lang said, "I don't know. If it weren't for completing the copy mission, he wouldn't have the heart to deal with this." A glimmer of despair flashed in Chen and the assistant director's eyes. One of the crew members couldn't help but sit down, sobbing. "So, are we doomed? Filming means death, not filming also means death, so what's the difference?" Qin Lang coldly glared at him. "Of course there's a difference. If you don't film, then you will die right now." The person bit his lip and said, "How dare you? Once I go outside, I'll report to the police." Qin Lang sneered, "If you can get out, feel free to report. Let's see if the police die with you. And do you think I'd give you that chance?" The man saw the murderous look on Qin Lang's face and immediately shut up. On the other side, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi huddled together, surrounded by the anxious crew members. Lu Jiao said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. We will definitely protect you. Although our skills and strength are not as good as that Qin Lang, compared to ordinary ghosts, we are still not afraid." A strong man asked, "Then hurry up and take us away. I don't want to stay in this ghostly place for a moment." The others quickly echoed his sentiment. Yi Zi patiently said, "Everyone, please calm down. I can understand how you feel, but it's almost night now. Acting rashly will cause problems. And as you can see, anyone who tries to leave easily ends up dead." The strong man replied, "But the problem is, staying here isn't a solution. And according to what you said, we can't act at night, but we can during the day? Did Nini not die during the day?" Lu Jiao was a bit impatient. "Then tell me, what do you want to do?" The strong man snorted, "I see you all have some capabilities, so of course, we should start thinking of ways to break out now, to see if we can carve a path. This way, we can escape to safety." His words immediately gained agreement from other crew members. After all, it was not them who charged into danger and faced the evil ghosts, maybe they could really brute force a way out. Lu Jiao was infuriated. "I clearly gathered you all together to protect you, but you all treat me as cannon fodder?" The strong man shrugged. "You all said you would protect us. If you're scared, just admit it. Why act so tough?" Lu Jiao was about to go crazy. How could these people be so ungrateful? Another long-haired woman took out her phone. "Everyone, stop arguing. I think this is very simple, let's just call the police. The police have strong yang energy. Maybe they are not afraid of these ghosts. Then we can just follow them out." Others quickly agreed. Yi Zi hurriedly said, No. We absolutely cannot call the police. You'll anger those evil ghosts. If we are alive, it means we are not breaking their rules. Calling the police now is like causing unnecessary trouble, and even if the police can come in, we still can't go out with them. The long-haired woman scoffed, just because you say so, does that make it true? We have no food left, and soon we'll have to sleep at night. We can't just stay in this haunted house and sleep here, can we? Since the phone still has signal, can go online, and make calls, why can't we try calling the police? Should we just sit and wait to die? The strong man agreed, exactly, I support calling the police. And we can also send a message to friends and family, or post online to let everyone know the situation here. More people means more strength. I don't believe these ghosts in this old house are that powerful. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi looked at each other helplessly. At this moment, they heard strange footsteps coming from the next yard. Tap. 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 Chapter 58, A Restless Night. The people in the yard felt a chill when they heard the sound, hair standing on end. What is that noise? The strong man tightened his grip on his phone. Are the director and them coming? Just a moment ago, everyone was in one yard eating together. After parting ways, Qin Lang went to the eastern yard while they went to the larger western yard. All the equipment and props were placed in the middle yard, meaning the two groups were not far apart, separated by just one yard. And the footsteps were coming from the east, from Qin Lang's yard. More than 20 pairs of eyes fixed on the half-circular archway of the yard, but they could never see any shadow. But the tap-tap footsteps continued to echo in the air, now close, now far, now distant. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately took out their weapons, on guard. No. This noise is clearly unusual, everyone, don't act rashly. But the strong man immediately shouted, a ghost is coming, everyone, run. After this shout, more than 20 people immediately ran to the house in the yard next door to the west. Yi Zi was anxious, everyone, please don't run around, it's easy to become a target like this. Lu Jiao was already feeling a bit tired, why can't these people ever listen? It was strange, after most people had run away, the sound of de footsteps suddenly stopped. Yi Zi quickly caught up, everyone, come back. There are no ghosts, don't scatter. They had a hard time pulling back the people, and after counting, they found one person was missing. It was the long-haired girl who said she would call the police. Lu Jiao frowned, oh no. It seems we've really offended those ghosts. Woo. Help me. The long-haired girl's voice suddenly came from a room in the yard next door. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately ran over. In the dim room, the long-haired girl said, I twisted my ankle, I can't move. Woo, it's so dark here, I can't see anything, please come and save me. A big man and another tall, skinny man ran over, and after hearing this, immediately said to Yi Zi, you should go take a look. Lu Jiao shot him an angry glare. At this moment, the long-haired girl cried out more mournfully, why haven't you four come yet? Lu Jiao had no choice but to grip her demon-slaying staff and said, I'll go take a look. Yi Zi grabbed her. Did you not hear what she said? Little Lu, she's not human anymore. Lu Jiao suddenly realized, right. She just said she couldn't see, how does she know there are four of us here? A chill swept through their whole bodies from head to toe. Let's go back first. Yi Zi, feeling her own fear, sharply realized that she couldn't handle this situation. The ghost in this house was definitely not something she could deal with. After retreating, Lu Jiao put her hands on her hips and said to the others, now do you understand? It's right not to let you run around and call the police. The big man protested, you say whatever you want? If we had called the police sooner, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Besides, you keep saying you will protect us, but now one person is missing. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Jiao was angry, are you crazy or what? Damn it, if the king of hell can't save the damned ghost, what do you expect me to do if you insist on seeking death? Am I giving you face? According to Qin Lang's idea, you all should have perished on your own, and yet we still chose to stay with you. Shouldn't you be grateful? The big man replied, I should be grateful only if you protected us well. What should I be grateful for now? Lu Jiao was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and was about to fight. Yi Zi hurriedly stopped her, alright, little Lu, now is not the time for infighting. We had no real confidence in dealing with these ghosts to begin with. Arguing is useless. A fist can't kill anyone, let alone when we're not united? Lu Jiao glared fiercely at that person and pointed at him. Yi Zi then stood up and said, everyone, I know you're all very scared and nervous now. When we first faced all kinds of strange things and ghosts, we felt the same way. But this is useless, we still have to rely on ourselves to get through this. Qin Lang and the director are thinking of ways to shoot a new movie again. Maybe when the movie is done, we can get out. Before that, let's unite, okay? These words were heartfelt and quite infectious, even the big man who had just spoken fell silent for a moment. Yi Zi saw that she had managed to stir up their emotions and was very pleased, saying, since that's the case, let's decide the rotation and schedule for tonight. We now have 24 people, so we can form teams of 4, swapping groups every hour, a 6-hour rotation. Everyone can endure sleeping in this yard tonight, and during the day, you can go help Qin Lang and them shoot the movie. Little Lu and I will find a few suitable rooms. Get rid of the weirdness in there, and everyone will sleep well tomorrow night. Lu Jiao looked at Yi Zi with approval. I have to say, this is a very good idea. But the big man spoke again, nonsense. We are unarmed and can't catch ghosts. If we run into one during our watch, we will be eaten even if we send warning. Moreover, why should we work during the day while you don't have to? Are you trying to use us as meat shields tonight and quietly think of a way to escape in the morning? And you still want to help us find places to sleep and take care of the kids? Upon hearing this, the people present started to discuss among themselves. Yi Zi pleaded earnestly, everyone, I absolutely have no such intention. You trust me, you can't get out, and neither can we. Since I chose to be with you, I won't abandon you. The big man stood up and pointed at her, saying, but you clearly witnessed someone in danger and did nothing. The tall, skinny man echoed, exactly. Just now, when we heard the cries for help, you said she wasn't human and just left. Why should we trust you? Yi Zi was stunned. She still tried to explain, it's night, our chance of winning against the ghosts is very slim, everyone, please understand. The big man said, understand what? We absolutely refuse your plan. We want to find our own way out. Don't you all agree? Others chimed in, yes. Let's get out first. Lu Jiao was furious, fine, you all go. If I care about you, then I'm not human. At this moment, suddenly a rotting hand reached out from the direction of the long-haired woman who had called for help, slowly crawling towards them. Chapter 59, The Man in the Pink Cloak. The crowd was still angry, expressing their distrust towards Yi Zi and Lu Jiao fiercely. At that moment, someone suddenly screamed loudly. Ah! Let go of me, let go of me. A girl saw a pair of rotten hands grabbing her feet and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Others saw this scene and hurriedly avoided it, and the crowd suddenly scattered. Yi Zi took out her white paper fan and rushed forward. Paper blowing snow. A few thin pieces of paper flew out like blades, striking the rotten hands. Hiss hiss hiss. The pair of rotten hands turned into wisps of green smoke and vanished. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the girl. Miss, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you act sooner? I was about to be scared to death. The girl shoved Yi Zi away violently. Yeah, how can you be so careless? We chose to stay because we believed in you. If you'd have been a bit quicker just now, I wouldn't have fallen. The people around also began to blame Yi Zi. This left Yi Zi bewildered. She had clearly saved someone, how could she still be scolded? Should a good person be pointed at with a gun? Lu Jiao could not bear it anymore. Are you done yet? If you want to die, just go ahead. No wonder Qin Lang said it would be better for you to die. You take kindness for granted, let's all go die. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately provoked a strong reaction from the crowd. What did you say? That Qin Lang said we should die? Too cold-blooded, you're just like him. I don't care, you're responsible for us. If even one of us dies, it's all your fault. They began to slowly surround Yi Zi and Lu Jiao. Yi Zi hurriedly pulled Lu Jiao to leave. Don't run. Seeing this, those people chased after them. Lu Jiao was annoyed, really. These people are so ungrateful, I might as well just kill them. Yi Zi said, stop saying such foolish things. Killing innocent people will hurt us in the end as well. Sigh, perhaps Qin Lang is really right. Lu Jiao fell silent. If they followed Qin Lang and let these people fend for themselves, how much trouble would there really be? Sometimes humans are scarier than ghosts. Yi Zi sighed and quickened her pace. Suddenly, Yi Zi exclaimed, wait. Lu Jiao asked, what's wrong? Yi Zi said, we are clearly running towards Qin Lang. Why haven't we run away yet? Lu Jiao also realized it and couldn't help but stand still, shivering in place. They were just one small courtyard away from Qin Lang's yard. But they had just run past 2 or 3 courtyards, so why were they still not there? Yi Zi looked around. We have been targeted by the ghosts in this old house. Lu Jiao raised her demon-slaying staff and started to guard her surroundings. They're here. The people from the crew caught up, and it looked like they were about to surround them again. Yi Zi shouted, everyone, stay calm. We have been targeted by ghosts. Don't come over, or you'll be in trouble too. The big man just shouted, do you think we'll still believe you? Hurry and take us out of here. Lu Jiao tightened her grip on the demon-slaying staff and thrust it toward the big man's face. Puff. The big man's face was punctured by Lu Jiao, creating a large blood hole. Yi Zi was shocked. Little Lu, what are you doing? Lu Jiao shouted, they are not human. Look! As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Zi noticed that these people's eyes were not like ordinary people. Black, very black. Their pupils were pitch black, devoid of any light, as if their eyes had been hollowed out. The big man with a punctured face actually grabbed Lu Zhou's hand. He. An eerie laughter echoed from all directions, shaking Yi Zi and Lu Zhou to their core. Those crew members also extended their hands to start surrounding Yi Zi and the others. Ow! Several people opened their gaping mouths and lunged forward. Yi Zi hurriedly waved a sheet of paper, fanning it out to transform it again into blades shooting out. But even when half their heads were sliced off, those people still moved freely. Oh no! This was Yi Zi's first time encountering such a situation. Little Lu, run! Lu Zhou was fighting and cursing all the way, saying, damn it! Can't even kill them. They won't die at all. Where can we run to? These people are like zombies. Zombies die without a head, they seem to have no weaknesses. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed out. Swish swish swish. Several silver blades of light appeared. The closest mutated people to Lu Zhou and Yi Zi shattered into pieces. I didn't expect this house to be so big. A man in a pink cloak stood before Lu Zhou and Yi Zi. I didn't expect to find two little beauties here. The man's figure was tall and straight, radiating a powerful aura, exuding a carefree yet powerful charm. He wore a conical hat, rough at the edges, adding a touch of a knightly air. Lu Zhou and Yi Zi were stunned. Why you, who are you? The man chuckled, took out a pink headband, and tied up his long, dark hair. Just call me Qin Lang. Don't worry, little beauties, you are safe now. He raised the curved blade, the edge shimmering coldly, and charged like a pink lightning toward those mutated people. Lu Zhou and Yi Zi stood in place, watching those eerie creatures being taken down by Qin Lang, their faces full of amazement. This was the first time they had seen such powerful swordsmanship. In almost just 2 minutes, Qin Lang had chopped all those mutated beings into a pile of flesh. He flicked the blood off the blade and smiled at Lu Zhou and Yi Zi. Little beauties, it's all right now. Lu Zhou was captivated by his handsome appearance and powerful skill, stepping forward and cupping her hands. Thank you. Why, you are a player too, right? Qin Lang laughed. Yes, but during the day I just sleep. I only come out at night to have some fun with the fierce ghosts. I didn't expect to run into you. Yi Zi was surprised. You dare to sleep so much in an A-level instance? Aren't you supposed to gather clues and progress the story during the day? Qin Lang laughed heartily. I came here just to kill ghosts. I don't care about plots or tasks at all. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps came from the old house, as if some enormous creature was about to emerge. A spark of excitement glinted in Qin Lang's eyes. It looks like the big one is coming. Ladies, step back. Yi Zi just realized that Qin Lang had 3 knives on his waist, each one of different size. Ha. How violent to treat my toys like this. A blue-faced fierce ghost dressed in Ming and Qing dynasty clothing emerged from the ancient house, with no lips and sharp fangs exposed to the air. You deserve to die too. Blue-faced zombie. Weirdness level, B. Lu Zhou quickly exclaimed, Qin Lang. This B-level weirdness, let's deal with it together. Qin Lang waved his hand and then drew a knife with each hand. B-level weirdness? Then I'll draw both knives to show my respect. Chapter 60. Let me slash once. The drool from the blue-faced zombie flowed down its fangs, chuckling. Looks like you're very delicious. Qin Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Needless to say? Unfortunately, you can't eat me. The blue-faced zombie let out a furious roar and sucked in deeply. A whirlwind rose around, catching Lu Zhou and Yi Zi off guard, making them almost lose their balance. But Qin Lang remained steady like a mountain, his expression calm as still water. The scattered bits of meat were also sucked into the blue-faced zombie's mouth. In the next second, the blue-faced zombie had grown significantly larger than before. Qin Lang, who was originally about the same height, could now just barely reach its belly. Tasty. The blue-faced zombie wiped its mouth. Next, it's your turn. Qin Lang smiled. Now that you're full, you can go on your way. The blue-faced zombie was furious, reaching out its enormous hand to smack down. Qin Lang's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had one foot on the back of the blue-faced zombie's hand, using strength to leap into the air and slash down with both knives at the zombie's face. This ghost-like speed shocked the blue-faced zombie. It wanted to block with its other hand and smack Qin Lang down hard. But Qin Lang disappeared a second time. Before the blue-faced zombie could react, it felt the world spinning, everything turning upside down. Not the world turning upside down, but its head was chopped off and fell to the ground. The blue-faced zombie tried to understand everything, while Qin Lang had already appeared in front of it. Qin Lang's expression was quite relaxed, with green blood dripping from his knives. Lu Zhou and Yi Zi swallowed hard, murmuring, so fast. They were amazed by the blue-faced zombie's huge size, and when they came back to their senses, they saw Qin Lang passing through the zombie's neck. The blue-faced zombie's blood hadn't had time to splatter, and Qin Lang's pink cloak had already swept past, landing gracefully after a flip. Everything happened in an instant. They were even more stunned than the blue-faced zombie. How could there be a knife so fast? The blue-faced zombie furiously said, "You." Before it could finish, Qin Lang's knives moved again. Swish 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 swish. Qin Lang's knives were as fast as lightning, slicing the blue-faced zombie into tiny pieces in just moments. Ha! Qin Lang happily laughed and thrust his curved knife fiercely into the ground. A strong sword wind rose from the ground, wrapping around the sword energy and rushing toward the blue-faced zombie's fragments and body. Bang bang bang! The blue-faced zombie's body exploded in multiple places, falling sharply backward. Qin Lang shook the blood off his knives, quickly sheathing them, and turned around confidently. The ghosts in the 3A dungeon feel so good to slice. Player Qin Lang successfully killed B-level weirdness. Reward, 1,200 ghost coins. Qin Lang smiled, now I have money for wine. Unknowingly, a silver wine jug had appeared in his hand. Ah, the wine after killing ghosts is the best. After taking a sip of strong liquor, Qin Lang said satisfied. Then the scenery around began to change, and Lu Jiao and Yi Zi realized they hadn't left the courtyard at all, but had been trapped in a ghost wall, spinning in circles all along. Lu Jiao stepped forward and smiled, "Thank you, brother Qin Lang. If it weren't for you, Yi Zi and I would have been doomed." Qin Lang smiled, "It's nothing, you were safe, and I gained joy, so no one owes anyone anything." Lu Jiao felt the warmth of spring. "If only we had met you earlier. This time we owe our progress entirely to you." Qin Lang said, "Are you guys eager to pass the level? Then we can look for the strongest one." Lu Jiao immediately agreed. Yi Zi said, "Little Lu, wouldn't it be better to discuss this with Qin Lang? After all, it's a 3A level dungeon. What if there are more traps?" Lu Jiao pouted, "What do we have to say to that cold-blooded guy? He might sell us out later." Qin Lang asked, "Oh? Besides you, what other players are there?" Lu Jiao nodded, "Of course, but he's a talented but ungrateful bastard. His name is Qin Lang. He can handle B-level anomalies alone, but his character is far worse than yours." Hearing that Qin Lang could also handle B-level anomalies alone, Qin Lang's expression changed. "Really? I'm curious to meet him." Yi Zi pointed to the nearby courtyard, "He's right there." On Qin Lang's side, he had just finished writing the script. Just shoot it like this, director, is half an hour's content enough?" Chen Sure looked at the script Qin Lang wrote, amazed, "Awesome. This story you wrote is amazing. I think it's totally fine." Qin Lang smiled, thinking how these people had never seen Buried Encounter, Grudge, or The Conjuring. "Qin Lang. Miss Lu and the others are back." Sumu Bai pulled Qin Lang, "They even brought someone." Qin Lang turned his head and saw Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, along with the most striking Qin Lang. Qin Lang also noticed Qin Lang, their gazes met, both feeling a strong pressure. Qin Lang thought, "This guy in a pink cape is a master. But it has nothing to do with me." Not sure if it was from reading the heavenly book or having an evil god and succubus in him for too long, Qin Lang felt a sense of alienation from ordinary humans. So far, besides himself, he didn't even trust anyone else. Lu Jiao proudly pointed at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, let me introduce you. This is our lifesaver, his name is." "I'm not interested in knowing." Qin Lang asked, "Why is it just you few? What about the others in the crew?" Yi Zi looked troubled and said, "They seem to have been controlled by the ghosts in the ancient house and started attacking us." Lu Jiao continued, "Thanks to brother Qin Lang, he saved us and single-handedly took down a B-level anomaly." Qin Lang smiled, "Just a casual effort." Qin Lang looked at Lu Jiao and teased, "So, did you find it no fun being a babysitter for a group?" Lu Jiao looked a bit embarrassed, You're wrong. If brother Qin Lang had shown up sooner, those anomalies might not have happened." Qin Lang couldn't help but interrupt her, turning to Qin Lang, "You are Qin Lang, nice to meet you." Qin Lang nodded, Lu Jiao was somewhat unconvinced. Why should she be unhappy seeing someone more capable than herself? Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, "I heard you can also handle B-level anomalies solo. What weapon do you use? Can I take a look?" Qin Lang said, "I'm not interested in discussing this. If you don't want to help, then you can leave." Qin Lang chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. Qin Lang stared at Sumu Bai, one hand reaching for his knife. "Are you an anomaly?" Sumu Bai asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang exclaimed excitedly, "You're even an A-level anomaly. Can I chop you for a bit?" Chapter 61, 30% and 70%. Sumu Bai's face changed. Qin Lang had already started to draw his knife. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Qin Lang's body, knocking everyone nearby to the ground. Qin Lang sheathed his knife. You don't want me to make a move? Qin Lang didn't respond, instead motioning for Su Mubai to come closer. Su Mubai swallowed hard, walking toward Qin Lang like a frightened rabbit. Actually, Qin Lang hadn't made a move earlier. It was Bai Qi who did it. Qin Lang retracted his consciousness into his body. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Qin Lang looked around but didn't see Bai Qi. Big brother, this way. A familiar voice with a weathered tone sounded. Qin Lang turned around, stunned by the scene before him. Bai Qi had transformed into a black dragon, coiled around the Qian Koan jade bottle. The Qian Koan jade bottle could still be cradled in two hands when it was bought, but now it towers several meters high, making Bai Qi's entire body stick tightly to it. Qin Lang asked, "What were you angry about just now?" Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth and said, "Isn't Su Mubai your woman? That pretty boy is going to hurt her. I can't just watch my sister-in-law get hurt, can I?" Qin Lang chuckled, "You don't have that much initiative, do you? What exactly is the reason?" Bai Qi replied, "When I was still a mortal, I had a daughter. Su Mubai resembles her a bit, so I felt soft-hearted for a moment." Qin Lang laughed, "So even the notorious killer Bai Qi has a daughter? Your wife is quite pitiful." Bai Qi's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "Yes, she is." Qin Lang shook his head, "It seems I can't make a move on Miss Su in the future. If you treat her like a daughter and me like an older brother, wouldn't that be a mess?" Bai Qi chuckled, "What's the problem? We can each have our own way. I call you brother, and you call me dad. Get lost." Qin Lang asked again, "What do you think of this guy Qin Lang?" Bai Qi scoffed, "If this handsome man could regain his peak from back then, a mere mortal like him wouldn't be a threat. Unfortunately, you're not strong enough now, only a 70% chance." Qin Lang frowned, "Why only 70%? Bai Qi replied, 70% is for him. Right now, you only have a 30% chance, and it also depends on luck." Qin Lang was speechless. "So are you saying I shouldn't make a move? That would be too frustrating." Bai Qi said, "Don't worry, I can sense that he is not someone who enjoys killing. I have already shocked him with my evil god's aura just now. No matter how powerful Qin Lang is, he is still just a mortal. He may seem fine now, but he is already panicking inside. For now, he won't make a move against you, at least not with lethal force." Qin Lang asked again, "How can you tell he doesn't like killing?" Bai Qi laughed again, "Brother, don't I know what a real killer looks like?" Qin Lang thought for a moment and agreed. Bai Qi has been a slaughter god, having killed over 1 million people. He can tell at a glance who is a killer. Qin Lang waved his hand, "I understand now, you can play with that bottle yourself." Bai Qi said again, "Brother, you still have to be careful. That Qin Lang may be immortal, but his body and sword skills are already perfect. The moment you show killing intent, he can take you down. Don't provoke him." Qin Lang didn't respond and left directly. When he returned to his true body, it was indeed as Bai Qi said. That moment made Qin Lang silent for a long time, and he showed no intent to draw his sword again, and his killing intent had faded somewhat. But in Qin Lang's eyes when he looked at Qin Lang, there was an added sense of excitement. "Interesting, so very interesting." Yeezy spoke, "Qin Lang, although Miss Su is strange, she is not bad. And she has always been with Qin Lang, so don't ruin the harmony." Qin Lang stroked his chin, "So there are such tactics? I'll try that next time." Su Mubai anxiously glanced at him. Qin Lang licked his lips again, "But encountering an A-level anomaly is rare, it wouldn't be right not to draw my sword." "Qin Lang, can I spar with her for a bit?" Qin Lang straightforwardly replied, "If you love drawing your sword to chop things, you can go to the New Oriental Institute, why bother here?" Qin Lang chuckled, "If that's the case, then it mustn't be said that way. I just want to spar with her." He began to draw his sword again. Qin Lang also prepared to take out his ghost-slaying blade. The atmosphere suddenly froze. "Woo woo woo." Su Miao started crying loudly, "So scary, so scary." Qin Lang was taken aback and turned to look at Su Miao. "Meow meow?" Qin Lang and the others were startled. Do they know each other? Su Miao curled up in a corner, saying, "Woo woo woo, so scary, don't come near." Qin Lang stood still, showing a rare look of surprise. But soon, he returned to his usual cool demeanor. "I see. Since Meow Meow is crying, I won't joke anymore." He plopped down and extended his hand toward Qin Lang. "I apologize for what just happened." Qin Lang frowned and ignored him. What is the relationship between Su Miao and Qin Lang? Who are they? But no matter what, with two experts like Qin Lang and Qin Lang around, the crowd felt somewhat at ease. At least they didn't have to worry about any strange and reckless people crashing in. Qin Lang glanced at the time and found it was already 9:30. There were still 2.5 hours until midnight, when he could refresh his skills. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, Qin Lang was lying on the eaves of a house, his face covered by a straw hat, and his pink cloak wrapped around him like a blanket, as if he were asleep. What a truly carefree and untamed spirit. Qin Lang thought that if even Bai Qi paid attention to Qin Lang, it was clear he was not to be underestimated. At this distance, even using the time pause would make it hard to launch a surprise attack. Hopefully he could get a skill, not to defeat him, but at least to counterbalance him. A 30% chance of winning was too low. Feeling a bit anxious and bored, Qin Lang called over Qinsher to look at the previous script. Qinsher asked while searching, "Master Qin, didn't we just write a new script? Why look at the old one?" Qin Lang replied, "The way your previous script went smoothly shows that the earlier plot satisfied the ghosts in the ancient house. If something went wrong later, could it be that something was written that displeased them?" Qinsher became a bit nervous and quickly dug out a script. Qin Lang picked up the script and began to flip through it. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the second page. Could it be? Qin Lang looked at Su Mubei and asked, "Miss Su, you were in another film crew during the day, can you tell me who all died and when?" Su Mubei nodded, "I remember everyone, wait a moment, I'll write it down for you." The first to die was the actor playing the male lead. At this moment, Qin Lang, sleeping on the roof, lifted his straw hat with a finger and glanced at Qin Lang. After Su Mubei finished speaking, Qin Lang furrowed his brows. "So that's how it is." Qin Lang said, "If the ghosts in this ancient house kill people according to this pattern, it will be interesting." Su Mubei asked, "Qin Lang, what did you discover?" Qin Lang pointed at the original script and said, "Look, the order of deaths matches the order of character appearances in the script, doesn't it?" As soon as he said this, everyone else quickly gathered around. Sure enough, the current order of deaths was as Qin Lang said, determined by the order of character appearances in the script. Qinsher swallowed hard. "Why do the ghosts here do this?" Qin Lang said, "Isn't that simple? All of you have seen that livestream, the ghosts here probably want to rekindle something with you." The faces of Qinsher and the others changed. Rekindle something? What does that mean? Qin Lang replied coldly, "Everyone in the same film crew has seen that livestream and can still come together to shoot. Is there really such a coincidence?" "Qinsher, you haven't told me the entire truth, have you?" Qinsher felt a chill down his back, then said, "I." Qin Lang continued, "You don't have to answer me now, what you say in this situation will likely be lies anyway. After all, starting tomorrow, you'll be one of the actors, whether you want to live or die, you decide." After saying this, he turned to the side, lay down on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. Qinsher and the other crew members exchanged glances, their faces full of guilt and unease. Clearly, they must have done something shameful in the past and were too afraid to speak directly about it. The assistant director looked at Qinsher. "Director, it shouldn't be related to that matter, right?" Qinsher swallowed hard. "Don't say such things. Let me think how to explain it clearly to Master Qin." Another staff member said, "Director, if it really comes to it, can't we just tell the truth? Those people are already dead, what are we still keeping that secret for?" Qinsher gritted his teeth and said, "Those people weren't killed by ghosts. Did you not hear what Lu Jiu said? Those people are controlled by ghosts, and the one who kills them is that man with the knife and sword." Others exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. The night watch duty was handed over to Su Mubei, who did not need sleep, while the rest slept around a campfire in the yard. Lu Jiu glanced at Qin Lang, who was lying on the rooftop, and asked Yi Zi, "Isn't Big Brother Qin Lang cold? And sleeping in that place is easy to be targeted by the ghosts in the ancient house, right?" Yi Zi smiled lightly. "How long have you known him? You're already concerned about him. After we pass this instance, you should team up with him." Lu Jiu lightly tapped her. "What are you talking about? Please don't set up such strange flags. I think relying on Big Brother Qin Lang is much better than relying on that Qin Lang, at least he has some human warmth." Yi Zi glanced at Qin Lang, who was sleeping soundly, and shook her head. "I don't think so. Qin Lang might be a bit more reliable than Qin Lang." Lu Jiu asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Yi Zi replied, "Qin Lang is not thinking about clearing the instance, he looks forward to battling with stronger monsters. If you follow him, you'll only encounter more formidable enemies. But Qin Lang has really led us through an A-class instance." Lu Jiu said stubbornly, "But I just don't like him acting as if the whole world owes him something. In terms of strength, Big Brother Qin Lang is still stronger, right?" Yi Zi smiled helplessly, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang. At that moment, Qin Lang went to find Bai Qi. Bai Qi seemed to particularly enjoy coiling on the Qiankuan jade bottle and was still sticking to it. Qin Lang asked, "You don't have any special preferences, do you?" Bai Qi opened his eyes, the dragon whiskers on his face beginning to tremble. "Big brother, why are you here at night?" Qin Lang stretched lazily and said, "I want to ask you something. What is the Pango Heavenly Book?" Bai Qi laughed, "You're just now remembering to ask me?" Qin Lang said, "I've wanted to ask for a long time, I just didn't have the time. After I saw those so-called heavenly books in Fengmen Village, those characters seemed to be engraved in my mind, impossible to forget. The old ancestor from Donghu High School said I had seen the Pango Heavenly Book, and in the end, even summoned Confucius. But every time I pull it out, I don't know how it works, it just works for no reason. Can you tell me what's going on? Bai Qi chuckled, if I could directly use the Pango Heavenly Book, would I still need to rely on you, big brother? Qin Lang was speechless, so you know you're relying on me now? Bai Qi said, the Pango Heavenly Book just borrows the name of Pango, we don't know who exactly wrote it. I heard about the power of this heavenly book while in the netherworld, it can summon gods from all directions and communicate with the myriad worlds. But very few people can interpret the heavenly book, only one type of person can do it. Qin Lang asked, what kind of person? Bai Qi stared at him, that would be Qi people. Qin Lang looked puzzled, Qi people? What Qi, fire Qi? Anger Qi? Balloon Qi? Bai Qi explained, it's not that kind of Qi, it's the Qi above and below and fire. I don't fully understand what Qi people means either. But it said that Qi people are very rare, and only they have the qualification to interpret the heavenly book. Not all Qi people can understand the heavenly book, let alone use it. Big brother, consider yourself a special case, just enjoy it. This is a big opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth. Qin Lang laughed, do you want this opportunity for yourself? Being a Qi person, won't it draw some unwanted attention? Bai Qi nodded, once the Pango Heavenly Book is used again, it will easily attract attention. After all, how many people want the power of such a worldly treasure? As someone who can summon evil gods with the heavenly book, if you encounter someone who recognizes its worth, they will definitely treat you as a treasure. At that time, you can only pray that the other party doesn't have a powerful strength like Qin Lang. Moreover, with so many spirits around you now, the ones that can stay by your side won't be anything good. Qin Lang waved his hand, stop cursing me. He seemed to think of something, intending to ask Bai Qi again, but after glancing at its current state, he decided against it. After his divine sense returned to his body, Qin Lang looked at the time, there were still 10 minutes until midnight. Qin Lang changed his position, lying down and gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought. What will I ultimately gain after going through these dungeons again and again, while bearing the secret of the heavenly book? A common man is innocent but is guilty when possessing a treasure, it seems there won't be any good things happening next, right? Ding! Midnight has arrived. Skill refresh has started. Please choose the skill to refresh. Finally here. Qin Lang chose to refresh the death countdown skill. At first, he used this skill to cling to a big shot. Now he was the biggest shot himself, keeping it was useless. Death countdown skill has been refreshed. Please choose a new skill. A damage reflection. Reflects 50% of the damage dealt by enemies. Consumes 100 mental power per second. D. Danger perception. Detects the environment within 5 meters, finding potential dangers and foreseeing threats. Consumes 20 mental power per second. C. Super defense. When fighting the same enemy, immune to damage from the first 3 attacks, with subsequent attacks only dealing 30% damage. Each activation consumes 100 mental power, cooldown time, 120 seconds. Wow, they're all quite practical. This is definitely the upgraded system. Qin Lang felt these skills would come in handy when fighting Qin Lang. For some reason, Qin Lang felt he would have to fight that sissy in the powder cloak sooner or later. Looking at it this way, A and C were the best options. But Qin Lang hesitated while choosing. Strange, I came to clear the dungeon, not to fight this Qin Lang. Why do I care about him? Moreover, with that crying ghost Su Miao around, Qin Lang wouldn't easily take action. Qin Lang chose B. Then, Qin Lang activated danger perception, wanting to see what was hidden in this ancient house. Qin Lang closed his eyes but found he was not plunged into darkness, instead, he could see some things clearly. The surroundings were so clear, Qin Lang could even feel every gust of wind blowing. And many small red dots had already appeared. The walls, door frames, abandoned wells, and several tiles in the adjacent yard were all flashing red, clearly warning that there was a trick inside. Wow, there are really quite a lot. If I easily step into that, I don't know how much trouble I'd encounter. What a defenseless situation. Qin Lang wondered, what rules do the ghosts in this ancient house follow to kill or harm people? The script could be one reason, but the previous 5 livestreamers did not have a script. If I don't understand this rule, ordinary people like Chen Shi would continue to die, making it impossible for this movie to finish, and I wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon either. The boss of this dungeon was very clever, it only sent some B-level or lower strange beings to set up various traps. It wasn't targeting players like him with strength, but aimed at ordinary people like Chen Shi. The purpose was to stop the movie from being completed. As long as it continued to hide and make the movie incomplete, he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon, it had the advantage as the home field. With that thought, Qin Lang's head started to hurt. First, the condition to clear the dungeon was to complete the movie. What is the definition of this movie? If it is the movie that Chen Shi originally intended to shoot, then since I changed the script, does the new story still count? If it doesn't count, then wasn't all my previous effort in vain? Moreover, besides these players, in this ancient house, ordinary people going out means death, but some want to come in and seem unaffected. Thinking from another perspective, I can keep bringing people in to expand our team to finish the film. But doesn't that turn it into a war of attrition? Indeed, the 3A copy is not so easy to clear. Qin Lang thought for a long time and unknowingly spent the whole night. When Qin Lang woke up again, a delicious smell of food wafted nearby. Sitting up, he saw everyone gathered together, eating noodles. Qin Lang, you're awake. Su Mubwa handed him a bowl of noodles. This is for you, there's more if it's not enough. Qin Lang took the noodles and asked, where did it come from? The bowl of noodles obviously came from a shop outside, someone had clearly gone out. Su Mubwa said that Jun Lang went out to buy it. He's now searching the ancient house, saying he wants to practice his skills with something new and strange. Qin Lang didn't say anything and started to eat the noodles eagerly. Lu Jiao sneered from the side, as expected, we have to wait for brother Jun Lang to take action. If you keep leading us, we probably would be hungry all morning. You eat so heartily, thank brother Jun Lang when he comes back. Yi Zi frowned, little Lu. Qin Lang ignored her. Talking to such a woman was just wasting his breath. Shenshur walked over, looking nervous, Master Qin, I thought about it last night. We actually hid something. If I tell you, will you still help us? Qin Lang didn't answer directly, he just asked, do you think you have other choices? Speak plainly, I don't have time for riddles. Shenshur swallowed hard, then said, actually, those 5 people who came here to livestream, they used to work at our company. He and the entire crew were from the same film company, and the 5 young people who came to livestream were signed hosts from their neighboring new media department. In other words, they were all acquaintances. Qin Lang nodded, go on. It turned out to be more complicated than it seemed. Shenshur continued, actually, the entire adventure livestream and the ancient house to the film shoot was a project planned by our company. The boss originally planned to have those 5 hosts come here for livestream publicity and to boost their fame. Then buy a few marketing accounts to say how terrifying and strange it was. When the popularity and all sorts of rumors increased, we could come here to shoot the movie, and it would definitely sell well then. Qin Lang drank the soup in one gulp and asked Su Mubwa for another bowl. At the same time, his mind was rapidly processing this information. It all matched up, it all made sense. No wonder the crew members had all watched the livestream. It turned out to be colleague relationships plus work needs. Qin Lang asked again, so many of the legends in the ancient house are actually fake? Shenshur nodded, right, things like the 200-year-old ancient house, the scholar meeting the female ghost, the house eating people, etc. These are just gimmicks. But the discovery of the incorruptible female corpse was real, as you saw during the livestream. Qin Lang waved his hand, speak little by little, don't try to confuse my thoughts. The greatest lies in the world are those mixed with truths or reversed facts. Shenshur was skilled in filmmaking, and he was too familiar with these tricks. Qin Lang didn't want to be influenced by him. Your company deliberately created this haunting rumor about the ancient house, then wanted to take advantage of it. But you didn't expect that the 5 people who came to livestream actually died, then what happened? Shenshur added, then the company paused the project. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, just recently, I received the latter part of that livestream recording, and it was ordered by the ghosts here to be used for the film. You know the rest. Master Qin, everything I'm saying now is the truth. Qin Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, you are still lying to me. Shenshur's face turned as pale as paper, Master Qin, I really haven't. Qin Lang said, you just said, because 5 hosts died. Your company's boss just paused the project? But didn't your boss initially want to blow things up to gather material for a movie? If someone really died, wouldn't it actually benefit his plans and projects? Why stop it? Doesn't death mean no profit? I can't believe a capitalist would be this agreeable. Moreover, now that you've had an incident, your company restarted the project? Just for your safety? I believe your boss is bad, but I don't quite believe he's foolish. You must still be hiding something, right? Shenshur felt sweat trickling down his forehead and couldn't help but glance back at the assistant director behind him. The assistant director and others briefly met his gaze, then quickly lowered their heads to continue eating noodles. Yizi then spoke up, Director Chen, if you have any struggles, just say them out loud. Even if you're carrying a huge secret, is it more important than your lives? If you don't speak, how can we help you? This gentle voice truly made Shenshur relax. He wiped his sweat and said, Master Qin, Miss Yi. I didn't mean to conceal anything, but there are some things I really dare not say. You must be like gods coming down from the heavens, each with special skills. You can definitely ensure our safety, and later on, you'll all have your own paths. But I still need to continue hanging around here. If I just carelessly say anything, I could be finished. You all need to understand me. But since Missy just said that, I know I can't keep hiding things from you. After Qin finished speaking in a rush, he took a sip of water and said, Actually, as Master Qin said, after those 5 people died, the boss really did have us shoot a movie. Qin Lang took a bite of noodles and then said to Qin, extend your hand. Qin was puzzled but extended his hand in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger and quickly cut a small wound on his hand. Ah! Qin cried out in pain, holding his wound and shouting, Master Qin, what are you doing? Lu Jiao also questioned, Qin Lang, why are you randomly using a knife? Isn't this bullying? After seeing how Qin Lang acted heroically and saved his life, Lu Jiao was 100 times more annoyed with Qin Lang's behavior. Qin Lang remained nonchalant and said to Qin, I don't like this toothpaste-style questioning where I have to force you to say something. Isn't that wasting everyone's time? I've already given you a whole night to think. If you're still not talking to me properly, then I can only teach you a lesson. Lu Jiao said, can't you use another way? Why must you hurt others? Your behavior is no different from those strange beings. Qin Lang glanced at her and said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, is there any way to make her shut up? Su Mubai's eyes turned cold, and with a slight exertion, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped several degrees. Su Miao was frightened and covered her eyes, woo, so scary. Lu Jiao was genuinely panicking this time. She struggled even with B-level strange beings, let alone A-level Su Mubai. Lu Jiao nervously pleaded, you guys better not mess around, or when Qin Lang comes back, he definitely won't let you go. Yi Zi quickly said, everyone calm down. This is not the time for internal conflict. Qin Lang, do whatever you want, we won't say anything else. Then she shot Lu Jiao a glare. Su Mubai also turned to look at Qin Lang at that moment. Qin Lang said, next time that annoying woman speaks, Miss Su, you can just go pull out her tongue. Su Mubai nodded, okay. Qin then began to speak nervously again. This time he told an even stranger and more bizarre story. After the 5-person live streaming team was completely wiped out, the company planned to capitalize and hurriedly prepare a movie based on it. Of course, to pass the review, the film could not feature ghosts or monsters but instead should be changed to include a serial killer among the 5 people. He himself was caught and shot dead by the police. The filming of the movie went very smoothly, taking less than a month to complete. However, during the preview of the film, strange things happened. First, the office where the master copy was stored mysteriously caught fire, killing several staff members who were working overtime. Next, while editing late at night, the editor inexplicably killed 2 colleagues and then jumped out of the building to commit suicide. Seeing things getting worse, the boss invited a Taoist priest to perform rituals. The Taoist priest said the master copy was filled with resentment. The tragic deaths of the 5 people hated the company for making jokes about their deaths and refused to help them seek justice, causing so many casualties. The boss had no choice but to hire a private investigator and asked the police to look into their cases. He even held a water and land memorial to appease the souls of the 5 deceased. The boss said he would send the master copy to the Taoist temple for worship, and indeed, things quieted down for a while. But on the boss's birthday, he took a knife and killed his entire family, causing a sensational massacre, and he killed himself too. After the new boss took over, he demanded that no one mention the ancient mansion again, even wiping all the project records clean. Qin and the others could stay only because they had a good relationship with the new boss. That's all. Qin looked uneasily at Qin Lang, I promise there are no omissions. Qin Lang spun the black dog blood dagger in his hand, his mind racing quickly. After Yi Zi listened, she said, it seems, the curse of the ancient mansion really exists. But if it's the resentment of those 5 that caused all this, why 2 years later, do they still need you to film it again? Could it be that someone else has disturbed their souls? Su Mubai also said, the desire for revenge can be very strong. Generally, they would eliminate all enemies quickly. And if everyone who had contact with the master copy and the project would die, how come Director Chen you are fine? Qin waved his hand, I don't know. I really don't know. I have said everything I understand. This time Qin Lang did not respond immediately but spoke to Su Mubai, sometimes, the strange won't retaliate against enemies right away. For example, Miss Su, didn't you also wait before retaliating against Sun Yangzi? Mentioning Sun Yangzi, Su Mubai couldn't help but think of the incident in Fengmen village, her emotions becoming complex. But soon, Su Mubai understood the reason Qin Lang said this. Qin Lang didn't want to reopen his wounds, he just thought of the key point. Qin Lang, are you saying someone is controlling those strange happenings? Qin Lang nodded, those 5 livestreamers must have been controlled by something. Otherwise, their behavior couldn't be so abnormal. The biggest suspect is the female corpse they dug up. That female corpse might have somehow controlled those 5 to seek revenge against the crew and the company. Then forced the crew members to return to the old site. The question is, what's her motive? Such a huge effort must have some purpose, right? The scene fell silent again. Lu Jiao then said, why think so much? Let's just dig out that female corpse and destroy it. No matter what strange thing it is, as long as we eliminate it, with brother Qin Lang here, everything will be alright. Qin Lang shot her a glance, thinking there couldn't be a more foolish woman than her. This ancient mansion can repair itself as soon as it's damaged. How hard can it be to move a female corpse? Can you think before you speak? Lu Jiao, you. Yeezy said, alright, now is not the time to argue. In my opinion, it's better to wait for Qin Lang to come back. He went to search for the strange things, right? Maybe there will be new discoveries. Lu Jiao crossed her arms and said, yeah, maybe brother Qin Lang found the boss and killed it in one blow, and we can just clear the level. She then looked at Qin Lang, this time, let you enjoy the feeling of lying down to win. Qin Lang replied, you really like lying down to win, and you like being saved. As soon as he said that, Lu Jiao's ears turned red. She had also been saved by Qin Lang before, and the last instance was also a time when she lay down and won with him. Those words just now seemed really inappropriate. At that moment, the pink figure appeared again. Qin Lang shook his head and said, I'm really exhausted, this mansion is just so big. Lu Jiao hurriedly stepped forward, brother Qin Lang, how is it? Did you find anything? Qin Lang smiled bitterly, no, I haven't found a single strange creature, it's like they all seem to be hiding. Hearing this, Qin Lang quietly activated his danger perception. There were still many red dots around. It was clear that the strange creatures and traps were still there, but since Qin Lang said he found nothing, it seemed they chose to hide. He just didn't know what would happen when they all erupted later. Qin Lang thought for a moment and said to Qinshi, have you eaten enough? Then let's get to work. Let's try to finish filming the movie early and see if the strange creatures in this old mansion are satisfactory. Qinshi quickly nodded and immediately arranged for the remaining people to get ready. Qin Lang knew that he didn't need to appear in the next scene for now, so he also began to walk into the old mansion. Sumubai also wanted to go, but Qin Lang asked her to stay behind to supervise the movie's completion. Seeing that Qin Lang was going to explore, Qin Lang immediately suggested, hey, take me along. I walked around here in the morning, so I'm more familiar with the paths. Qin Lang coldly replied, I'm not interested in forming a team. Qin Lang laughed, so cold? I'm just being kind. Qin Lang said, I don't need kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang walked directly deeper into the old mansion. Lu Jiao scoffed, what's that? Putting on airs. Brother Qin Lang is being kind, but he's treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Sumubai turned her head and said, watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll pull your tongue out, just like Qin Lang said. Lu Jiao clenched her fists, about to erupt, but was directly stopped by Yi. Okay. Yi looked at Qin Lang's back, vaguely feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. Qin Lang walked into a room and found the furnishings here to be antique and very clean. After so many years of no one coming, it's still this clean. Ha, what are you trying to pretend? Qin Lang said to the empty room, trying to scare me? If you have the guts, come out and talk. Only air responded to him. Qin Lang said, if you don't come out, that's fine, but you better hide quickly. He immediately activated his danger perception. Under the bed, there was a hidden compartment, and the red light was the most obvious and brightest. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Qin Lang smiled a little, then picked up the ghost-slaying blade and hacked the bed in half. After the hidden compartment under the bed appeared, Qin Lang inserted the ghost-slaying blade into the gap in the floor tiles, planning to forcefully pry it open. With his current strength and the power of the ghost-slaying blade, this was a trivial task. Bang! The hidden compartment was opened. Hiss hiss hiss. Several black poisonous snakes shot out from beneath the floor tiles, biting directly onto Qin Lang's arm. He. The root of the poisonous snakes was surprisingly connected to a beautiful woman's head, and those snakes were growing out of her eyes. If an ordinary person suddenly saw this scene, they would probably have been scared to death. Qin Lang directly swung his blade and cut off the snake bodies, then stepped on the woman's head with one foot. Is that it? The expression of the woman's head became somewhat flustered but still showed a fierce look, constantly letting out beast-like growls. Behind the woman's head was an incredibly dark opening. Get out, get out. The snake-eyed beautiful head gritted her teeth and said. Qin Lang glanced at the poisonous snakes still biting his arm and said, do these snakes still have poison? What a pity, I'm not afraid of this now. After injecting the desperate virus, these minor injuries and toxins are nothing at all. Qin Lang directly pulled off the head of the snake, then with his right foot, he stomped down hard and crushed the beautiful snake-eye woman's head. Player Qin Lang eliminated a sea-level anomaly. Reward 500 anomaly coins. Qin Lang looked around and said, there must be good things down here, right? If you don't stop me, I'm going in. Just sending one sea-level anomaly to guard? Are you underestimating me? The surroundings were still very quiet, but Qin Lang could feel a faint cold wind blowing in, cooling against his skin. Qin Lang smiled, took out a useless straw anomaly he had left from the ceiling village, shaped it to look like himself, and threw it down. 5 minutes later, the straw anomaly sent back a signal, indicating that it was temporarily safe. Qin Lang immediately turned and jumped down. Bang! His foot landed on a step, and after stabilizing himself, air currents blew toward him from both sides. By rights, this shouldn't be the case. In a sealed space, how could there be air movement? No wonder the straw anomaly didn't suffocate. Based on the direction and size of the air currents, Qin Lang judged that the secret chamber below was quite large. Suddenly, a frightening thought popped into his mind. Could it be that everything above the old house is just an illusion and a display? That the real terror lies beneath the old house? Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying knife and said, "Don't try to scare me. Otherwise, you will find that I am the real devil." Footsteps grew closer, and Qin Lang prepared for battle. But nothing happened. It was as if just a gust of wind had blown past him. Tap tap tap. Again, footsteps passed by. Qin Lang's danger-sensing ability didn't detect any threats. How strange. Could it be that there are no anomalies in this underground space? Qin Lang simply followed the sound of the footsteps forward. The straw anomaly led the way, and still, nothing happened, as if there really was nothing at all here. But it was eerily spacious around, and seemed to have no end. At that moment, a small light appeared ahead, as if there was a room. Qin Lang hurried over, thinking there must be something this time, right? Upon entering the room, Qin Lang used the dim light to see the layout inside. My God! Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, so there were these things hidden in the old house? Well, this is going to be fun. No wonder the anomalies in the old house conceal themselves so well. On set, Chen Shi and the others had just finished filming one scene. Okay, very good, everyone take a break. Chen Shi hadn't called for a stop the entire time. He now seemed eager to leave this place, completely indifferent to how the final product would turn out. Another reason was that the crew were working very hard. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who would dare to be careless? It was already noon, yet Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Sumo Bai was a bit worried. Why hasn't Qin Lang come back yet? Did he get lost? Yizi said, maybe he found some clues and is studying them. Lu Jiu mumbled quietly, Yizi, why do you always defend that Qin Lang? I think he's probably. She made a slicing motion across her throat. Yizi was startled. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Lang is capable of single-handedly killing A-level anomalies. How could he possibly run into trouble easily? You should mind your own business, right? If Sumo Bai hears you cursing Qin Lang like that, I'm afraid. Yizi patted Lu Jiu's shoulder and then went to get lunch packs. Lunch was also bought by Qin Lang, and it seemed that the anomalies in the old house didn't intend to let them starve. Lu Jiu wanted to eat with Qin Lang, but Qin Lang only drank alcohol and didn't eat. A person is lying on the rooftop, sleeping. Bored to death, Lu Jiu had no choice but to open a computer in the film crew to search for some movies or TV shows to occupy herself. While eating and watching, Lu Jiu was suddenly captivated by the plot when she suddenly discovered that a woman's back in the screen looked just like hers. Huh? How did I end up in a TV show? Lu Jiu thought she must be seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes. Looking again, she found that the figure was still on the screen, and it seemed to slowly turn toward her. Lu Jiu gasped and quickly hit the pause button. Yizi. Brother Qin Lang. You guys come look. Yizi hurried over. What's wrong? Qin Lang lifted his hat, also asking what happened. Lu Jiu quickly shared what she found. I saw myself in there. The moment these words came out, Chen Shi and the others, who were eating, immediately changed their expressions. But soon, after exchanging glances, they lowered their heads and continued eating their boxed meals. Yizi approached Lu Jiu and stared at the screen, puzzled. You're in there? Why can't I see it? Lu Jiu pointed at the screen, right there. Huh? It's really gone. She nearly pressed her face against the screen. It was just here. I saw someone who looked just like me. Yizi felt something was off, but she couldn't find anything wrong. Little Lu, did you maybe see it wrong? Lu Jiu shook her head. No way. I clearly saw a figure. Let me rewind and have another look. But after rewinding multiple times, she still found nothing unusual. The characters in the show were exactly the same, neither more nor less. Lu Jiu scratched her head. That's strange, how could there be nothing? I clearly saw it. Yizi said, did you really see it wrong? If there really was something strange, with so many of us here, we wouldn't miss it. Besides, you yourself would be able to sense something strange. Before they cleared the dungeon, Lu Jiu and the others had obtained a skill to sense the surroundings for any anomalies by touch and perception. If there was really something odd in this computer, Lu Jiu and Yizi would certainly notice it. Lu Jiu was so close to the computer, yet she was completely unharmed and didn't notice anything unusual, which meant there was nothing wrong. Could it be that I really saw it wrong? Lu Jiu swallowed, feeling that something didn't seem right. Yeezy patted her shoulder. Don't overthink. Hey, where did Qin Lang go? The two women turned around and found Qin Lang was missing again. Lu Jiu felt a bit worried. Is brother Qin Lang okay? Su Mentbai, standing nearby, spoke up. Just now, Qin Lang seemed to see something and jumped away. Yeezy responded, oh, really? With Qin Lang being so powerful, how could he easily get into trouble? Little Lu, don't be nervous, don't scare yourself. Lu Jiu nodded and continued sitting down to watch and eat. Did I really see it wrong? The characters in the TV show continued to deliver their lines. I think given the situation. The male lead said, there's only one explanation, Lu Jiu, you're going to die. Lu Jiu almost spat out her food. How could the male lead say my name? Did I hear wrong? Lu Jiu, is it tasty? How are we performing? Why don't you come join us? Lu Jiu trembled all over, her face as pale as paper. This was the first time she encountered such a strange matter. Not only that, all the characters on the screen were staring at her. Lu Jiu dropped her hand, and the boxed meal fell to the ground. Those characters stared at her with eerie smiles on their faces. Hee Lu Jiu, come on, stay with us. Stay with us. Lu Jiu quickly shut the laptop, her breathing becoming heavy. She was just about to call Yi Zi and the others to come look. But for some reason, Lu Jiu inexplicably reopened the laptop. At this time, the TV show was playing normally again, and all the characters had returned to their usual lines. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What's going on? Did I see it wrong again? And in the center of the screen, that same silhouette appeared. The woman stood in the middle of all the characters in the drama, now turned halfway, and from her profile and figure, she looked just like Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu grabbed the mouse, hurriedly wanting to close the webpage. But all the characters in the drama stared at her in unison and shouted. Don't close it. Chapter 67. They spoke. Ah! Lu Jiu screamed and knocked the computer to the ground. This commotion startled everyone. Yi Zi rushed over. Little Lu, what's wrong? Lu Jiu pointed at the computer, her lips trembling uncontrollably, her speech was disordered. There's a ghost. There must be a ghost in there. The strange Sumubai walked over, closed his eyes to sense, then looked at Lu Jiu with confusion. No, there's nothing. I don't sense the presence of others nearby. At least in this yard, I haven't found anything unusual. Lu Jiu screamed hysterically, yes. There really is. They spoke to me. She told everyone what she had just seen, and the people present exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe what Lu Jiu was saying. Characters in the drama speaking to her? Could that really happen? Yi Zi picked up the computer and found that the screen was cracked, but it still worked. She opened the webpage for the drama again but still found nothing unusual. Little Lu, there's nothing. Yi Zi said, I didn't find anything. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. Where's brother Qin Lang? I want him back. He must be able to see the problem. At this moment, Chen, who had been silent, spoke up. Can you tell me what those characters said to you? Yi Zi looked at him and asked, do you know what's going on? Chen shook his head. I don't know, but I've encountered something similar. Do you remember the editor who committed suicide that I mentioned yesterday? It turned out that the deceased editor had faced a situation similar to Lu Jiu's. That night, the editor was working overtime in the office, cutting a film. Chen was also there reviewing footage. The editor suddenly said, Director, come look at this, there seems to be a woman here who doesn't look right, was she accidentally filmed? Upon hearing this, Chen immediately denied, how could that happen? But as he leaned closer to the screen, he discovered there was indeed a woman standing in the background of the main character's dialogue. The woman had her back to the camera, wearing clothes that didn't match the storyline, and didn't look like a background actor. Chen felt something was off. He didn't remember filming this woman when they were shooting. So he asked, can you cut her out? The editor made an okay gesture, and they both went back to their work. But then, the editor started mumbling, weird, why can't I cut it out? Director, I can't seem to cut out this woman's scene, I don't know if there's a problem with the software. Chen said, then just restart it, why are you asking me? The editor replied, oh, but this woman looks a bit familiar. In the next second, the editor suddenly screamed. Ah! Chen was startled and asked angrily, what are you doing? The editor pointed at the screen, trembling, they spoke. They spoke to me. Chen thought he was just hallucinating from staying up too late and walked over to question him, what did the film say? Are you crazy? The editor covered his eyes and said to Chen just now, the characters in there were talking to me. Of course, Chen didn't believe him and thought he was really out of it. He took another look and found everything normal, and that strange woman was gone. Didn't you already cut it out? Chen slapped the editor's head. Finish cutting the rest, then go get some sleep. Suspicious and paranoid. The editor looked panic-stricken, then took a deep breath, picked up the mouse, and continued working. Chen sat in his seat, continuing to review the footage, but felt an unusual silence in the office. He thought the editor had dozed off and was slacking off, so he turned to look at him. What happened next was something he would remember for life. The editor stared at the footage, revealing a strange smile, then took a utility knife and began cutting into his own arm. Chen was terrified. Just as he was about to speak, the editor suddenly stood up and started walking towards the door. Then, the few colleagues upstairs were killed by him. Chen was covered in sweat. After that, he committed suicide. Before dying, his experience was similar to Miss Lu's. Lu Jiao's breathing grew heavy. She had encountered many strange things and ghosts. But nothing had ever made her feel so scared. This sense of unpredictability was gradually seeping into her body. Yi, hurry to find brother Qin Lang. As long as he is here, everything will be fine. But who would dare to go out easily now? Moreover, even Qin Lang had to admit that the layout of the ancient mansion was complex. Once they went out, it would be hard to come back. Yi held her tightly. Don't be afraid, we are still here. Miss Su is also very strong. Usually ghosts don't dare to approach. Maybe they just want to scare you. And didn't we just check several times? Neither the computer nor anything around had any ghostly shadows. Unexpectedly, the strangeness in this ancient mansion was so hidden that it could be said to be everywhere. Sumubai looked at Chen again and asked, why didn't you say those things earlier? You should have made it clear when Qin Lang asked you yesterday. Chen hurriedly said, no, you all listened to me. I didn't intend to hide anything from you. I was scared by Mr. Qin last night. How could I remember so many details? On the night when the editor went on a killing spree, I almost died too. Sumubai didn't say anything more, just silently packed up the computer, thinking everything could wait until Qin Lang returned. Yi hugged Lu Jiao and said, Miss Su, I think waiting like this isn't a solution. Everyone might not have the heart to continue filming. And based on Little Lu and the director's experience, these strange things might interfere with the film. The more we shoot, the more dangerous it could become. Sumubai replied, no, we should follow Qin Lang's orders and finish the movie first. Lu Jiao was annoyed. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what I just said? Those strange things can appear in the film. What if those things we shot in the morning also have? What do you mean by continuing to film? Just because you are no longer a living person, do you want us to accompany you? Sumubai turned her head and frowned, asking, what did you say? Yi saw Sumubai was angry and quickly said, Miss Su, Little Lu is just scared, please don't mind her. At that moment, the entire ancient mansion suddenly trembled. Chapter 68, Timely Earthquake. The ancient mansion shook for about 10 seconds, then everything returned to normal. Lu Jiao, still frightened, asked, what happened? Yi gently comforted her, it's okay, maybe it was just a small earthquake. Lu Jiao recalled the terrifying scene she just saw and tightly held onto Yi's hand. Yi, do you believe me about what I just said? Yi's expression became a bit hesitant. This. She nodded, I believe. Having been friends with Lu Jiao through several adventures, she had seen many incredible situations and naturally believed her. But it couldn't be ruled out that Lu Jiao might have truly seen it wrong, or was confused by the strange things. Moreover, neither she nor Sumubai had sensed any trace of strangeness at all. Sumubai continued to focus on the inside of the ancient house. Qin Lang had been gone for a long time. Why was there still no news? That earthquake just now, could it be related to Qin Lang? Chen and the crew members were shaking in the corner, then asked, what do we do next? Sumubai replied, just do what I said earlier, and keep filming the movie. As Qin Lang said, finishing the film might keep us safe, but not doing it definitely won't help us escape. Chen and the assistant director exchanged glances, then quickly got ready to work. Sumubai walked towards Lu Jiao and Yi. Lu Jiao thought Sumubai was coming for revenge, so he instinctively prepared to use his magic staff. What do you want? Sumubai coldly said, don't waste your effort. You struggle against B-grade horrors, I'm really not sure you can handle me if I actually fight. Lu Jiao fell silent all at once. Yi hurriedly said, Miss Su, Lu Jiao was just scared and spoke thoughtlessly, please don't. Sumubai said, that's not what I meant. I just want to tell you, because I am no longer alive, I understand how painful death feels, and I also understand the meaning of life even more. If it weren't for Qin Lang, I would be just like the horrors in this ancient house, forever trapped here, taking other people's lives as my goal and meaning. I may be dead, but I want to live more than anyone. After saying this, Sumubai turned and left. Lu Jiao watched her, letting go of the magic staff in his hand. All his words and feelings vanished in an instant. Yizi gently patted Lu Jiu's back, softly comforting him. Until evening, Qin Lang and Qin Lang had not returned. The filming work was going relatively smoothly. With Sumubai watching over, she could sense any horrors in advance and eliminate them with her strength. The crew suffered no casualties. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy everyone's hearts became. How could nothing happen at all? This is not normal. Miss Su, we're a bit hungry. Shenshur covered his stomach and said, can someone go get some food? Sumubai looked at Yizi and Lu Jiu beside her. You two have gone out for food before, I'll leave dinner to you. I'll stay here to protect everyone. Yizi nodded, alright, but Lu Jiu was scared today, it's better if I go alone. Lu Jiu looked at Su Miao, who was still squatting in the corner, and said, it's too dangerous for Yizi to go alone, she can go too. She knows brother Qin Lang, she must also be skilled. She did nothing last time, so it's her turn to do something now, right? Su Miao started to cry upon hearing this. Woo woo woo, no, I don't want to go, I'm the most afraid of the dark. Everyone felt inexplicably annoyed at her crying. Sumubai had to say, then let's wait for Qin Lang or Qin Lang to come back. Yizi dusted herself off, alright, I'll go. Qin Lang and Qin Lang will probably be back late, by then, everyone may be starving. It's fine, if there is danger, I will find a way to leave, maybe I can meet Qin Lang or Qin Lang on the way. Sumubai watched her for a moment, then said, be careful. Yizi nodded, okay. After saying that, Yizi quickly walked towards the outside of the ancient house. Just a few steps out, Yizi noticed the temperature around her dropping, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Yizi realized something was wrong and immediately took out her white paper fan. Suddenly, a blurry shadow appeared before her. Who is there? Yizi swallowed hard as she opened the white paper fan, ready for battle. But the other party didn't respond at all, their body swayed unsteadily, constantly stumbling towards Yizi. Stop, stay right there. Yizi began to back away. But she barely took a few steps when it felt like something had bumped into her. Yizi turned her head and was surprised to find a tall wall had appeared behind her without her noticing. She was tricked. Yizi immediately waved her white paper fan and began to attack the high wall. Ding ding ding. But no matter how hard Yizi hit, the wall in front of her remained completely still, only producing a metallic sound of impact. A wall of copper and iron? Yizi turned her head again and found that figure was much closer now. Yizi took a deep breath and again used her strength to fan forward, paper snow. Countless paper pieces like snowflakes flew out and struck that figure. Break! Yizi shouted, and those paper pieces began to explode, making a series of bang 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 sounds, with white smoke billowing up around. Yizi nervously stared ahead, her heart racing. Does it work? But as the white smoke cleared, that figure became clearer yet remained unharmed. Yizi grit her teeth and did not give up the attack, instead, she continued to wave her paper fan, sending more paper pieces attacking the strange figure in front of her. But after taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly saw that figure clearly. Ah! Yizi was stunned for a moment and then let out a sharp scream, you. She saw herself. That Yizi turned her head, gave her a cold sneer, and then extended a dark, shadowy arm. Yizi quickly dodged, gritting her teeth and shouted, get away. It's all an illusion. But that Yizi grabbed her paper fan and violently lifted her up. Yizi clutched her weapon tightly, her legs pushed hard in the air, tensing her whole body, using her own weight to push down. The Yizi's feet sank into the ground, but her smile grew even more wild. The Yizi opened her mouth wide, and a dark arm stretched out from inside, directly reaching for the Yizi above. Oh no! Suddenly, the entire ancient house began to shake violently once more. Boom 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 boom. The Yizi's face changed, she let go, and directly disappeared into the suddenly appearing tall wall, her expression filled with unwillingness. The real Yizi fell to the ground, feeling the strong vibration. What on earth is happening in this place? Chapter 69, For the Tiger to Make a Disturbance. Yizi. Sumubai rushed over and asked, are you okay? Yizi saw her and let out a sigh of relief, saying, I just encountered a strange. The tremors of the ancient house ended again, and no one knew why, as if they couldn't understand why it suddenly shook. Sumubai said, I sensed something strange around as soon as you went out, but I searched around and couldn't find you. It wasn't until the earthquake that I saw you were actually in the next yard all alone. Yizi looked around and realized she hadn't actually moved more than 10 meters from her original spot. This place is too creepy. Yizi said to Sumubai, thank you, Miss Su, otherwise I might have just died. Sumubai replied, if it weren't for that last earthquake, I probably wouldn't have found you. No need to be polite. Yizi smiled bitterly, it was only you who dared to come out then, my legs are weak now, without you, those strange things might come back again. Sumubai helped her up and said, you are much better than that Lu Jiu, at least you reason well. Yizi was assisted by Sumubai as they walked forward, don't blame little Lu, she actually has her own hardships. She had a very good friend who died in a previous instance, and it was by the hands of a female strange being. Su Mubai's expression changed slightly. Yi continued, at that time, little Lu hid that friend away. She watched as that female strange being devoured her friend. She is just too sensitive. Actually, she is a pretty good person. Su Mubai fell silent for a moment before nodding. I understand. Seeing Yi return all injured, Lu Jiao panicked. Yi, what happened to you? Yi said, the strange being's attacked, and that strange being can even change into someone else's appearance. Everyone, be careful. Transform into someone else? When Lu Jiao heard this, he remembered the strange incident from the day. Isn't that just like what I saw on a TV show? Yi said, she is very powerful, at least above B level. Before Qin Lang and Jun Lang return, we should not act rashly. Lu Jiao felt somewhat desperate, but now we can't even see the two of them. Where have they gone? Chen Shi and others were also very desperate, huddling together, looking around anxiously. Time passed little by little, hunger tormented everyone. Except for Su Mubai, who didn't need to eat, the others were feeling uncomfortable. But the lack of food and water was secondary. What made everyone anxious was the current predicament. With Qin Lang and Jun Lang missing, Yi badly injured, and Su Mubai unable to leave, outside there was also a B-level strange entity. They felt trapped on a deserted island. At this moment, Chen Shi spoke, how about, we finish filming the remaining shots tonight? Lu Jiao replied unhappily, what time is it? You're still thinking about filming? What's there to shoot? Chen Shi patiently explained, what I mean is, everyone should act together. Those strange entities only dare to act outside and don't come in, which means they are afraid of Miss Su and everyone. Moreover, I noticed that during the filming, those strange entities rarely come out to cause trouble. This indicates that they actually don't oppose the filming starting. So why don't we move together in the name of filming towards the exit, and then send someone out to buy supplies? We could also speed up the progress, how about that? This was indeed a good idea. Everyone expressed that they could give it a try. Su Mubai and Yi exchanged glances and both agreed. They gathered their things and carefully prepared to step out of the yard. Wait. Everyone turned sharply to find Qin Lang walking out from another part of the yard. Qin Lang. Su Mubai walked over in excitement. Are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, then asked, where are you guys planning to go? Chen Shi hurriedly said, it's great that you've returned, Master Qin. We want to change places to continue filming. After hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly smiled. You plan to find them a better grave, right? Chen Shi was stunned, stuttering, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? Qin Lang said, stop pretending, I already know the secret of this ancient house. Or maybe, I also know your secret. Su Mubai was startled, then immediately moved in front of Chen Shi and grabbed his neck. Qin Lang shouted, Miss Su, don't kill him yet. Just capture him first. Su Mubai nodded, then pressed Chen Shi's body down to the ground. Chen Shi shouted, no, let me go. You. Master Qin, please stop joking. Qin Lang pulled out a few USB drives from his pocket and threw them on the ground, claim innocence? Then you should explain these. Seeing those USB drives, Chen Shi's expression changed dramatically, clearly different from before. But he immediately shouted innocence, Master Qin, I don't know what you mean. Master, please don't joke like this. Yi, covering her wound, walked over, picked up a USB drive and asked, Qin Lang, what are these? Qin Lang replied, I found them underground. This morning, I found a large underground space under the ancient house. At first, I didn't know what it was for. Until I discovered a small room. At that time, when Qin Lang entered the room, he saw a pile of tapes marked with time and many people's names. In the center of the room, there was also a computer and a projector. Qin Lang saw that the most recent tape was labeled with the names of 5 people. Those 5 people were exactly the ones who came here to live stream before. So, Qin Lang opened that tape and found a USB drive inside. After plugging the USB drive into the computer, Qin Lang found only a movie inside. When he opened it, Qin Lang discovered that it was a scene of 5 people bound to pillars. And in the footage, there was a person inflicting torture, and the realism was unlike a performance. That person was Chen Shi. The other tapes were the same, all showing Chen Shi torturing various characters. The 5 people are not actually missing. Qin Lang said, you have captured them. Chen Shi was sweating profusely, quickly saying, Mr. Qin, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I saw that live broadcast clip, you all saw it too. They were clearly killed by the female corpse in the old house. What does this have to do with me? Qin Lang smiled again, isn't this simple? The clip you showed me was just your experiment designed with the ghost in the old house. You are already in cahoots with the weirdness here. Chapter 70, Keeping Up with the Times. In cahoots with the weirdness? Everyone's gaze towards Chen Shi suddenly changed. Chen Shi quickly said, no, how could I possibly collaborate with ghosts? Master Qin, you're making a huge joke. You can't slander a good person, right? Qin Lang chuckled lightly and said, whether it's true or not, won't we know when we look? Is there a computer? Yeezy immediately brought over a laptop. Qin Lang plugged in the USB drive and played a segment of the video. Ah. No, director, I beg you. I don't want to, don't let me die here. In the footage, 5 young men and women were bound to pillars, 2 of whom had already been dismembered. Qianshi stood before a dead woman, using a small knife to slowly peel off her skin. Throughout the entire process, Qianshi's expression was exceptionally eerie and calm, and his technique was quite skilled. Such a disgusting and bloody scene made everyone present feel nauseated. Lu Jiu covered his mouth and said, "Ugh, what is he doing? Does he simply enjoy torturing?" Qin Lang said, "Didn't he say before? He came to this old house to shoot a movie for ghosts. What he does, what he shoots, is aimed at the ghosts in this old house. He must have made some agreement with the ghosts here, which is why he constantly lured people to this place. As long as someone comes, he would cooperate with the weirdness to film these disgusting things. If you don't believe it, just keep watching." At the end of the film, after Qianshi killed the 5 people and skinned and dismembered them, he bowed to the camera. "To the masters of the old house, I hope you enjoyed today's performance." Then he bowed and knelt to the air, creating an incredibly eerie scene. Qin Lang said to Qianshi, "If I'm not mistaken, everyone in this shooting crew is also your filming material, right? You just said you wanted to leave this courtyard, it was also to create opportunities for the weirdness, trying to control Miss Su and the others, right? I think those 5 people were the same back then. They did indeed dig up a female corpse and were deceived by the ghost. But you were also in this old house at that time. After they completely fell into the illusion, you came out to take them underground. The underground of the old house is so spacious because it was meant for filming. I just dug a hole underground and found that there is indeed another layer. There are countless corpses hidden below." Yeezy recalled the earthquake from earlier and said, "So it was you who dug it out, Qin Lang." At this moment, Qianshi's face was incredibly pale, his clothes soaked with sweat. No, Mr. Qin, you've got it wrong. I didn't do such things. I'm not. Sumobai pressed down on him forcefully, "Stop quibbling. The facts are right in front of you, hurry and explain. Where are those ghosts hiding? Speak." Qianshi swallowed hard, "I don't know, I really don't know. These things weren't done by me." The other members of the crew huddled in the corner, shivering in fear. A few more points of resentment and complaint appeared in Qianshi's eyes, along with fear. At this moment, the assistant director asked, "Master Qin, then why has Qianshi not filmed those movies for 2 whole years? And during these 2 years, Qianshi's behavior seemed quite normal. Why did he act after 2 years?" Qin Lang said, "This is very simple. Because he brought the ghosts from the ancient house out. Do you remember those 5 people? During the later part, they didn't even know the livestream was interrupted and could still see many bullet comments and interaction messages. What does this indicate? Those bullet comments are all fake. They were created alive by these ghosts." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Ghosts can send bullet comments? Qin Lang said, "Let me give you a simple example. For instance, the kind of movies that men love to watch, why do many people feel very unreal after watching them, as if their vitality has been drained?" This sudden question made the men present look at each other involuntarily, feeling a wave of confusion and embarrassment. What else could it be? Isn't it well known? Qin Lang continued to explain, "Have you ever thought that the female lead in those movies might be a monster, continuously seducing the watching men and then absorbing their vitality? Similarly, during that live stream, Qianshi and the ghosts in the ancient house inadvertently discovered they could enter phones, USB drives, and even the internet. They altered the related data, making the scenes and things people saw change. You think what you see on your screen is already filmed, but in reality, it is custom made by them for you. They can truly entice your eyes while you watch, absorbing your vitality for their use." Sumobai suddenly understood. No wonder those who watched the original film of the ancient house went mad, even seeing many strange images and even resorting to killing, so that's how it is. Last night, Qianshi said that the editor who killed his colleague saw the uncut woman's back and ultimately harmed himself with a knife, killing his colleague. It was because at that time, the ghost possessed the data of the film and controlled his computer. Yeezy looked at Lu Jiu and said, "Little Lu, was the strange scene you saw in that TV drama during the day also because of this?" Lu Jiu remembered, "That's right, that laptop seemed to belong to Qianshi. The reason I saw a woman in the TV drama who looked like me was that the ghost in the computer was scaring me." Sumobai nodded, "I can only feel the uncanny nature of reality, this kind of ghost hidden in data has never been seen. They can also hide their breath this way." Qin Lang nodded, "Yes, nowadays, even ghosts have learned to keep up with the times. When you watch these videos and movies, you are actually being controlled by ghosts. With such convenient means, why would they still go through hardships to hide in this ancient house to scare people? Chen gritted his teeth and said, "No, no. You are slandering me. What ghost becomes data, what ghost in movies, it's all nonsense. Then tell me, why do they want me back now? If what you say is true, wouldn't it be better for them to continue hiding in USB drives, computers, and cables? Why do they want me back? Isn't this just a pointless effort?" Qin Lang shook his head. "You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, huh? Should I dig out that female corpse for you to see?" Female corpse? When the female corpse was mentioned, Chen Shi's face changed again. Qin Lang said, "Yes, you have been doing this, haven't you been raising the corpse? The souls of those who died in the ancient house or were harmed by its weirdness will all be absorbed into one main body. I think that's the female corpse, right?" Chen Shi swallowed hard. How do you know?" Qin Lang smiled slightly. "You should be the one answering my question now, right? Also, your rhetorical question is a confession in itself. The matter of raising corpses was actually told to him by Bai Qi. Who knows this kind of thing better than Bai Qi, who has been in the underworld?" At that moment, another voice came. "Qin Lang, you're wrong." Jun Lung appeared with his signature pink cloak. "Phew. I'm finally back." Blood was actually splattered on Jun Lang, and his hair was a bit messy. Seeing Jun Lang, Lu Jiu was extremely excited. "Brother Jun Lang, you're back." Jun Lang smiled. "Sorry, I saw signs of something weird this morning, so I rushed over to take a look." He then looked at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, you have made a mistake." Qin Lang asked, "Why do you say I'm wrong?" Jun Lang said, "I also went to that small room you mentioned. There were indeed many of those USB drives inside, but how can you be sure that the director Chen Shi in the video is real? Weird things can take human forms, don't you know this? So what you see may not be the truth. Life is at stake, we cannot be careless." Qin Lang chuckled. "So the weird thing has gorged itself and is pretending to be him? Even if those things weren't done by him, he can't be separated from the weird incidents." Jun Lang brushed the dirt off his clothes. "But no matter what, we can't let ourselves get confused first." He stared at Sumu Bai. "Hey, can you let the person go first? Then we can slowly ask questions, doesn't that work? What truth can we get from torture?" Lu Jiu spoke up. "Yeah, I think Brother Jun Lang makes sense. Let go of the person first, so we don't scare ourselves." Sumu Bai did not release her grip but instead looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Jun Lang and said, "First, her name is Sumu Bai, not Hei. Moreover, my rules are my rules, you just need to know how to deal with the weird, don't meddle." Jun Lang touched the handle of his knife. "Oh? You mean to treat me like your thug?" Qin Lang nodded. "You could say that." He also took out the ghost-slaying knife, confronting Jun Lang. Seeing the tense atmosphere, a major battle about to erupt, Yi quickly said, "Don't act impulsively. The weird thing is still nearby, fighting here can easily give them a chance." Jun Lang and Qin Lang locked eyes. "To defend against external threats, we must first ensure internal peace, don't you think?" Qin Lang calmly said, "Agreed." Then, in the next second, the two suddenly charged towards each other. Clang! The two knives clashed, sending a shower of sparks flying. They exchanged strikes and rolled toward the next yard. Boom! With a loud crash, smoke and dust rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Sumu Bai, Yi and Lu Jiu panicked, wanting to rush over to see what was happening. But after taking just a couple of steps, they were shaken by the aftermath of the battle ahead. This was clearly a fight they couldn't intervene in. He. Behind them, Chen Shi suddenly laughed. Sumu Bai and the others turned back and found him holding a computer, turning the screen toward everyone. As expected, humans are like this, enjoying turning against each other. Chen Shi opened the computer, "So my choice was right, as long as I don't become a person." Yi exclaimed, "Quick, stop him." Sumu Bai rushed over, but it was all too late. Countless shadows flew out from the computer screen, darting above everyone's heads, and the surroundings filled with the sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Chen Shi laughed loudly, "Masters, come out. Although the sacrifice ritual failed and my movie couldn't be completed, they can still serve as your food." The shadows gradually gathered together, forming a solid entity that crashed to the ground. A being with 3 heads, each showing different expressions, appeared before everyone. With a chilling aura, standing nearly 4 meters tall, it blocked the moonlight completely. Some crew members attempted to escape but were caught by one of the 3-headed monsters, torn apart into 3 segments and swallowed. Eating human flesh raw is just disgusting. The 3-headed monster spat a mouthful of black phlegm, staring at Sumu Bai and the others. "How about trying these 3? The other 2 heads also let out cold laughter, slowly closing in. Lu Jiu raised the demon-suppressing staff and shouted behind, "Brother Jun Lang, stop fighting. The monsters are here." Chen Shi laughed heartily, "No need to waste your effort. They can't hear the commotion from here. By the time they fight each other to the death, you'll already be corpses." After saying this, he knelt on one knee and spoke to the three-headed monster. Master, the two men just now are the strongest, their flesh must be the most delicious. I will find a way to make them the best ingredients to offer you. The middle head of the three-headed monster said, Very well, my servant, you may go to the back. The left head glared at Sumubai, gritting its teeth. You are clearly a monster, yet you serve humans, truly a disgrace to our kind. You too should become part of us, like those ghostly souls of the mortals. Sumubai extended her hands with long nails, saying to Yi Zi and Lujio, This guy is also an A-level monster, take care of yourselves, I'll deal with him. In a sudden leap, Sumubai soared 2 meters high, blood-colored threads shot from her 10 fingers, piercing directly into the three-headed monster's body. Blood demon technique? Not bad. The three-headed monster grabbed the blood threads, yanking them hard, causing Sumubai to fall. Sumubai reacted quickly, immediately severing the blood threads, flipping in the air, and sending new blood threads flying toward the three-headed monster. Arg! The left head of the three-headed monster roared in anger as 2 more hands grew from its shoulders, blocking Sumubai's blood threads. The right head opened its massive mouth, countless tentacles shooting out, all attacking Sumubai at once. Sumubai spun web-like blood threads beneath her feet, pushing off forcefully to jump upward. Her hands came together, several blood threads intertwined to form a thick whip, whipping down towards the three-headed monster. Bang! 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 The middle head of the three-headed monster was struck in half, black blood sprayed out, and the other 2 heads were also hit hard. This astonishing combat power left Lujio and Yi Zi dumbfounded. Is this really the fight between A-level monsters? Sumubai continued to weave web-like blood threads beneath her feet, using them as a ladder to slowly descend. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. Not good. The three-headed monster's body began to heal rapidly, and the middle head quickly merged back together. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The three-headed monster shouted angrily, You traitor, how could you do this to me? Traitor! The three-headed monster grew 8 hands, striking down at Sumubai from above. Boom! 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 The ground was smashed to pieces, countless craters formed, and the ancient home structures were reduced to rubble. Yi Zi and Lujio were left covered in dust, constantly pushed back by the shockwaves. Miss Su! Yi Zi shouted, disregarding her own pain as she pulled out a paper fan to help. I'm fine. Sumubai's voice came from the dust. Yi Zi was delighted by her safety, but in the next second, she was left dumbfounded. Sumubai's left arm was shattered, her right shoulder missing a large chunk of flesh, her legs were even worse, with bones exposed. Miss Su! Yi Zi looked terrified, quickly saying, Run away now. Sumubai replied, It's fine, this isn't my original body. The three-headed monster chuckled, So you've possessed a human body. You can't bear to leave this body, looks like you're very weak in a spiritual form, right? He was indeed correct. Even though Sumubai was a powerful monster who had been left behind by Qin Lang in the copy system, she also had a limitation. She needed a physical body to maintain 100% of her strength. And this was something she had struggled to adapt to. In the last copy at Donghu High School, Sumubai struggled to adapt to her new body, even speaking freely was tough, until she later recognized Qin Lang. Now, if she were to abandon this body, it would be equivalent to seeking death in front of the 3 strange entities. No, it would be worse than death, she would be completely scattered. Sumubai continued to shoot out blood-colored threads from her fingers, densely weaving together to cover the gaps in her flesh, wrapping around her skin like a suit of blood-red armor. Lujio couldn't help but exclaim, So cool. At this moment, Sumubai looked like a heroic female warrior, stirring a rush of excitement. The 3 strange entities coldly laughed, Aren't you still relying on the fragile human body? This is your weakness. Come, let me show you the fate of relying on humans. Sumubai suddenly leaped and rapidly charged toward the chest of the 3 strange entities, ready to attack. The 8 large hands of the 3 strange entities quickly closed in, tightly surrounding Sumubai, squeezing hard. Blood demon technique, blazing flame. Sumubai's blood-red armor quickly heated up, white mist rising around her, and when the 3 strange entities' hands touched it, they sounded like they were being burned, making a hissing noise. Ah! The 3 heads of the strange entities howled in unison. Sumubai activated the blood demon technique again, extending 2 blades from her hands, spinning her body to create a terrifying storm of blades, crashing towards the 3 strange entities. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous wounds appeared on the bodies of the 3 strange entities, while Sumubai danced around, attacking and defending in a fierce exchange. But it was clear that Sumubai had the advantage. The healing speed of the 3 strange entities could not keep up with her cutting speed. You bastard! The 3 strange entities opened their 3 large mouths, spewing out black energy bullets, shooting them in all directions. The density of the energy bullets was also immense, the 3 mouths firing like machine guns non-stop, quickly halting Sumubai's onslaught. Seizing the gap, the 3 strange entities struck with all 8 fists, launching a storm of punches into the air. Ya, 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 ya. The punches from the three strange entities were overwhelmingly dense, leaving Sumubai nowhere to run. Bang, bang. The armor woven from the blood demon technique was instantly shattered. Yi Zi's legs went weak. Miss Su. Lu Jiu's face turned as pale as a sheet. Without Sumubai, Qin Lang and Qin Lang were also nowhere to be found. How could they possibly defeat the three strange entities? The three strange entities laughed maniacally. Good, 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 this is the fate of traitors. Ha! The three strange entities quickly sensed something was wrong. Logically, Sumubai should have had her spirit float out and then be absorbed by them. Why was that not happening? Moreover, there were only fragments of the blood demon technique armor in the air, and even Sumubai's possessed body was nowhere to be found. The strange entity's neck became cold. Oh no! Sumubai appeared behind it with her broken body, her hands forming blades of the blood demon technique. You just noticed? Too late. You were having fun just now, so let me have some fun too. The three strange entities panicked. Wait. We are both strange beings. Sumubai's eyes glowed red, her hair stood on end, falling into the unique violent slaughter mode of the strange entities. Swish, swish, swish. The neck of the three strange entities was continuously sliced by Sumubai, cutting deeper and deeper. Ah! The three strange entities screamed in agony, their neck flesh growing thinner and thinner, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting them. Sumubai coldly said, not very satisfying. She concentrated all her strength and struck fiercely, breaking through the throat of the three strange entities. The three heads of the strange entity flew into the air, then all came crashing down. Sumubai stepped firmly on one of the heads and stood there steadily. Her current body had clearly reached its limit. There were more injuries, and several bones were broken. Although they finally landed steadily, it was still shaky. One of the heads of the three-headed monster, stuck upside down in the ground, unwillingly asked, "You were so strong, why do you sell your life to humans?" Sumubai connected her flesh with strands of blood while calmly saying, "Because I owe Qin Lang too much." The three-headed monster sneered, boring. Then, its huge body scattered with the wind, drifting towards the sky like dust. Yi Zi pressed her hand against her chest. Great, so great. Sumubai walked over. Don't relax so quickly. There's no news from Qin Lang and Qin Lang, they might have encountered the strongest monster here. Before she finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to rise and shake. Quick, scatter! Sumubai shouted loudly. But her reaction was slow. A huge black hand emerged from the ground, grabbing her lower half and ripping her in two with a sizzling sound. Seeing this, Yi Zi quickly fanned her paper fan. Paper blew like snow, creating a shield. A shield made of paper blocked between Sumubai's upper body and the giant black hand. Although the paper shield was quickly shattered, it gave Yi Zi enough time to catch the half-body of Sumubai. Miss Su, are you okay? Yi Zi saw Sumubai's exposed intestines, her eyes filled with terror. I'm fine. Sumubai said, I am a monster, as long as the spiritual body is unharmed, I'm fine, but this creature is too strong. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Ancient House's Ghost Hand. Monster level, S. Lu Jiu was pale, S-class, we're finished. Chapter 73, Struggling with Split Bodies. At this moment, another explosion sounded from behind the crowd. What's wrong again? Sumubai frowned. But soon she smiled. Because two familiar figures walked out. I just wanted to put on a show, yet got trapped. Qin Lang walked out, holding the demon-slaying sword. Qin Lang held a knife and a sword. We were supposed to lure the snake out of its cave, but ended up being ambushed. How embarrassing. Sumubai and Yi Zi shouted, Qin Lang. Lu Jiu called out, Brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled, sorry, there was no time to discuss it with you, but this performance was quite realistic, right? Performance? Lu Jiu was a bit dazed. You weren't really fighting just now? Qin Lang said, that's right, Qin Lang and I met during the day and discovered that some of the monsters in this ancient house can hide within computers and data. If they don't believe that we are killing each other, we probably can't force them out. Besides, didn't this scenario say? We must make a good movie to leave. This is also part of the script. Soon, his attention was drawn to the giant ghost hand. Ha ha ha. Qin Lang's hands trembled with excitement, it's actually an S-class monster. I knew it, a level 3 scenario wouldn't let me down. Qin Lang frowned upon seeing only half of Sumubai left. Miss Su, you won't be harmed, will you? Sumubai shook her head, I'm fine, my spiritual body is okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, this time we only eliminated an A-class monster and didn't help much. Qin Lang said, don't talk, just lay down. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke in Qin Lang's mind, brother, they are targeting your woman, can you endure this? Qin Lang coldly replied, shut up. Yi Zi and Sumubai exchanged glances, they hadn't spoken at all. Qin Lang took the initiative, with one hand holding a knife and the other a sword, he stepped on the wall and slashed at the ghost hand. The knife and sword laughed, a life and death struggle. A swirling black mist emerged from the ghost hand, forming a monster almost identical in size and shape to Qin Lang. The monster also held a knife and sword like Qin Lang, responding quickly, actually blocking the first wave of slashes. Not only that, it could counterattack with a sword, slicing through Qin Lang's pink cloak. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen my doppelganger. Qin Lang glanced at his slashed cloak and, instead of getting angry, smiled. Then can you do this move? Qin Lang stepped on the head of the monster swordsman and jumped upwards. He sheathed his knife and sword, positioning his hands as if drawing them out again. Qin Lang's figure merged with the moonlight, his pink cape fluttering in the wind like cherry blossoms blooming under the moon. Swords laughed, the moon fell, flowers broke. He drew his sword with incredible speed, striking through the mysterious swordsman with a flash that left the air around him vibrating with sonic booms, a thunderous roar that shook the heart. Good. Lu Jiao clapped with excitement. Brother Qin Lang is amazing. Yi Zi was already dumbfounded. She hadn't even seen Qin Lang's movements clearly, as if she only felt for a moment that the moonlight and his blade light completely merged, and by the time she reacted, the mysterious swordsman was gone. Qin Lang stood still. Besides knowing that Qin Lang could handle that mysterious swordsman, he was also aware that the ghostly hand's tricks were not limited to this. And there definitely wasn't just one ghostly hand. Qin Lang shouted, "It's not over yet." He turned around, sword slashing at that ghostly hand. Boom! The ground broke open again, and sure enough, a second ghostly hand appeared. It intended to repeat what it just did to Su Mubai, yanking Qin Lang's foot downward. Bai Qi, go! Qin Lang gathered Bai Qi's killing power in both hands and swung the ghost-slaying blade in a horizontal cut. With Bai Qi's strength, the demonic energy on the ghost-slaying blade, and the boost of immense strength, this strike from Qin Lang had almost the force of 10,000 pounds. Even an S-class ghostly hand could not withstand it easily. The ghostly hand instantly let go, retreating quickly to the side. Qin Lang did not stop, each strike carried the weight of thunder, precise and aimed at the vital points. The two ghostly hands shrank closer together, swaying incessantly. Then, the ghostly hands spread open, and with a thud, they grew more than twice their size, appearing even more terrifying. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, quickly taking a sip of wine. It grows underground, connected to the souls of the dead in this ancient house. These endless souls are its source of power. He looked at Qin Lang and said, "One for you, one for me?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Are you sure there are only two?" Before his words faded, 8 smaller ghostly hands emerged from the ground, forming a layer of defense, completely preventing Qin Lang and Qin Lang from getting close. Not only that, but 4 more appeared behind Su Mubai and the others, surrounding them entirely. Qin Lang frowned, realizing they were being attacked from 2 sides. And now they had to deal with 12 ghostly hands, clearly feeling overwhelmed. The 2 largest ghostly hands continued to absorb the power of the souls, and they had no idea what more terrifying tricks awaited them. Qin Lang glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until midnight, and after his skills refreshed, there might be a glimmer of hope. Right now, he had no idea how to break the deadlock. The battlefield sank into an unsettling stalemate. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao grew even more afraid, unsure how long they could withstand an S-class anomaly. Qin Lang, however, remained calm, loudly calling out, "Meow meow." At this moment, everyone realized that the crying Su Miao was curled up in a corner. Su Miao cried loudly, covering her eyes, "Don't look at me, don't look at me. It's so scary, boo-hoo." Qin Lang said, "Hurry up and do something. Or we really might die." Su Miao sobbed loudly, then took out a dice from her pocket and threw it to Su Mubai. "Mubai, please help me, throw it, boo-hoo." "I can't." Su Mubai grasped the dice, her expression blank, not knowing what it meant. Qin Lang readied his sword for battle and smiled, "Strange lady, just throw it. Hopefully, our luck will be a bit better." Qin Lang asked, "What does it mean?" Qin Lang just smiled and said nothing. Su Mubai still wore a questioning expression, but in a hurry, she had no time to worry too much. She could only throw the dice. The dice bounced on the ground with ding-ding-ding sounds, finally landing with 5 red dots facing up. Oh. Qin Lang let out a sharp breath, bitterly smiling. "Our luck doesn't seem too good." Su Miao sobbed even more, "Boo-hoo-hoo, it's number 5, boo-hoo." Seeing the ghostly hands absorbing the power of the souls almost finished, Qin Lang was a bit anxious. What exactly is going on? Qin Lang said, "You can see for yourself, just don't get scared." Qin Lang turned to look at Su Miao. What happened next made him feel like his common sense was turned upside down. No way. Chapter 74, Difficult Situation. A circle of black mist appeared around Su Miao, and under her feet was a hexagram formation emitting a bloody light. The next second, a creature with a goat's head, back covered in layers of feathers, and well-defined muscles appeared. Its vertically slit pupils were the most terrifying, making one shiver at just a glance. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao were already too scared to speak. Su Mubai felt that this eerie scene was too bizarre. Qin Lang looked at Qin Lang. What is going on? Qin Lang looked surprised. Seeing Baphomet for the first time and you're not scared, you're very brave. Baphomet? It's a famous goat-headed demon from the west. Qin Lang took another sip of his drink. It has another name, called Satan. Qin Lang asked, Satan? Su Miao has turned into Satan? Qin Lang nodded. Miao Miao gained the ability to summon demons in a previous quest. She can summon a total of 6 demons, and Baphomet is the 5th demon. I've seen it once, its temper isn't very good. Su Miao stood in front of Baphomet, crying even louder. Baphomet spoke, it's you again, what do you want me to come out for? Su Miao sobbed, help me, protect them. Saying this, she pointed to Su Mubai and the others. Baphomet snorted coldly, again with this nonsense. Then the price is the same as before. After saying this, Baphomet placed Su Miao in its palm and took long strides with its goat legs towards Su Mubai and the others. Baphomet's appearance and that evil aura made Lu Jiao and Yizi shudder. They couldn't tell which was more terrifying, the ghostly hands or this demon. The little ghostly hands seemed to sense something and decisively launched an attack on Baphomet. Ah! Su Miao was so frightened that she squatted in Baphomet's palm, covering her ears and screaming. Baphomet gently flapped its wings, and countless small magic circles appeared around it. Each magic circle shot out bloody spikes that flew out with a swish, accurately piercing through those black hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black hands continuously made strange low growls, then gradually transformed into a puddle of black mud on the ground. These soon gathered again, continuously charging at Baphomet. Baphomet remained expressionless, not even turning its head to look at them. The magic circles increased, sending out countless blood-red blades that directly cut and penetrated those little black hands. No matter how those black hands were reborn or how they attacked, they could never approach Baphomet, let alone Su Miao and the others. Qin Lang asked Qin Lang again, what did Baphomet say the price is? Qin Lang replied, Baphomet wants a part of Miao Miao's body, the higher the request, the greater the price. Baphomet has about 70 or 80% chance of defeating this S-class anomaly. But the problem is the price is too high. Qin Lang suddenly understood Su Miao. Having such an ability, a normal person would go crazy. But he gained inspiration from it. Bai Qi, look at her, she doesn't need the host to help fulfill any wishes, just a part of her body will do, why don't you learn from her? Bai Qi chuckled, big brother, do you think I'm stupid? What do I need your flesh for? And you have the deadly virus in your body, even if you lose a hand or a foot, you can grow it back. I could ask you for a finger today, and tomorrow you'd be fine again, do you think it's a zero-cost profit? Qin Lang smiled a few times, realizing his thoughts were seen through. Bai Qi said again, you should focus on how to deal with these ghost hands. If you can clear this stage, you should be able to earn more rewards. I can help you by the White Dragon reverse scale. At that time, using it together with this Qiankuan jade bottle, what a scene, haha. Qin Lang shrugged, thinking that Bai Qi was really a bit overly optimistic. He still hadn't thought of a good way to deal with these ghost hands. At this moment, the ghost hands continued to grow larger, and other ghost hands became excited. Dark liquid kept bubbling up from their palms, falling to the ground and forming one eerie human shape after another, appearing before everyone like soldiers. Qin Lang's hand suddenly started to shake. Qin Lang asked, are you scared? It's not me shaking. Qin Lang released his grip, and then Qin Lang discovered it was his knife shaking by itself. This knife is called Liyang, it is a weapon of pure righteousness and purity. These ghost hands are clearly using the souls that died in the ancient mansion as their subordinates, making them serve even after death. Liyang can't stand it, so it's crying. Qin Lang drew Liyang and said, no need to cry, old buddy, let's chop them down together. A strong gust of air burst forth from Qin Lang's body, causing Qin Lang's clothes to flutter wildly. Qin Lang said to Qin Lang, just like before, I'll face it head-on, you find the chance to join in. An S-class anomaly definitely cannot be dealt with alone. Qin Lang said, I won't follow your plan. At this time, it doesn't matter the order of attack, we're all on the offense. Qin Lang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, then let's see who is faster. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Lang suddenly darted in like lightning. The Liyang knife in his hand was engulfed in flames, shining brightly in the night. Those ghostly souls were turned to ashes before they even got close. Qin Lang then drew out a sword with unbelievable speed, the cold light flashing in an instant. Knife and sword laughed, ice and fire danced. The two weapons in Qin Lang's hands spun rapidly like a fan, his attacks continuously changing, a moment using the Liyang knife to slash, the next moment fiercely slicing with the sword. The speed was so fast that many new ghostly souls were sliced into pieces before they could even materialize. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly army scattered, and Qin Lang's figure moved as quickly as lightning. Qin Lang had to admit, Bai Qi's prediction was very accurate. If he really fought with Qin Lang, he would be lucky to have a 30% chance of winning. It seemed that to survive in this dungeon world, one still needed to be strong enough, and even stronger. Bai Qi laughed, Big brother, I sense that you are developing ambition. It looks like you really desire power. Then keep fulfilling my wishes, and I will help you rise even higher. Qin Lang replied, alright, I won't fall for your big talk. Bai Qi chuckled awkwardly, then asked, so, are you going up? Qin Lang stared at the two largest ghost hands and asked, can we fight them? Although Qin Lang temporarily suppressed those small ghost hands, they hadn't approached the most troublesome giant ghost hands yet. Bai Qi said, yes, but the risk is very high. Qin Lang raised the demon-slaying knife, then stop talking nonsense, let's go. Chapter 75, Demons and Anomalies. Immediately, a strong impact surged from beneath Qin Lang's feet, as he dashed forward, the malice on his demon-slaying knife intensifying. As the small ghost hands prepared to pounce on Qin Lang, the malice automatically formed small storms that rebounded back, causing the small ghost hands to retreat step by step. Bai Qi said, Big brother, I'm now using my energy to enhance your power in all aspects, but this will burn your body and even your lifespan. If it hurts too much, let me know. Hurts? Qin Lang laughed. I had already turned off my pain perception long ago. Powerful evil god energy surged out from Qin Lang's body, and if one got close enough, they could see a black dragon coiling around him, roaring fiercely. In the distance, Su Bai and others looked on in shock at the scene of Qin Lang and Qin Lang fighting. Lu Jiu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The eyeballs are about to drop out. Buffet laughed, one relies on speed, and one observes strength. It's a pretty good combination. This time out, I can finally see some interesting things. Qin Lang charged forward, only less than 2 meters away from the big ghost hand. The little ghost hands gathered together, giving up on Qin Lang to defend against Qin Lang. Very good. A wave of pleasure surged in Qin Lang's chest, gathering together makes it easier to solve. He raised the ghost-slaying knife high and brought it down with great force. Boom boom boom. From beneath Qin Lang's feet, a bottomless crack formed, and everything around the crack was either split in half or sucked in. All the little ghost hands were instantly cut in half. Su Bai was overjoyed at this sight, good. Qin Lang's expression turned extremely excited. I didn't expect him to be this strong. I really didn't misjudge him at the beginning. Qin Lang licked his lips, I need to find a chance to have a good fight with him. Those ghost hands were cut in half, then. Ha 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 ha. Two giant ghost hands unexpectedly grew mouths and shouted with reckless laughter. In the center of the giant ghost hand's palm grew a mouth, the left hand spoke in a male voice, while the right hand spoke in a female voice, both continuously laughing wildly. It turns out you can talk. Qin Lang relaxed, I thought that S-level weirdness was mute. The left ghost hand laughed, although we were exposed early because of you, it's still fine. The right ghost hand said, yes, I've been here in this ancient house for hundreds of years, eating so many souls, I'm completely fed up. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife and said, I don't have time to listen to your stories. Quickly let me cut you and end this, don't babble here. The right ghost hand chuckled, kid, no matter how strong you are, aren't you still just human? You're still a long way from dealing with a weirdness like me that's been around for hundreds of years. Now, let me show you the gap between us. After saying this, numerous holes exploded from the right ghost hand, and countless black spheres flew out. These spheres were smooth on the surface, with only a long, sharp-toothed mouth. They came like swarms of locusts, directly covering Qin Lang completely. Su Bai panicked, Qin Lang. Qin Lang pushed off the ground, leaping into the air to prepare to rescue Qin Lang. But the left ghost hand suddenly emerged, hey, what about me? Its fingers stretched continuously, the very tip turning into a tentacle that lunged at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with cold light as he drew his third knife. Knife, sword, smile, 3 illusion gods. He threw a knife into the air, the knife, as if it had life, sliced and diced forward in various ways, and the remaining souls in the left ghost hand's tentacles dared not approach. Qin Lang continued to attack with his dual swords below. Come back. With Qin Lang's command, the knife in front automatically returned, he threw another one, catching the incoming knife to continue the attack. The 3 knives and swords were like extensions of Qin Lang's body, gracefully maneuvering through the left ghost hand's attacks with ease. The left ghost hand laughed, not bad, but you're still a bit short. Saying this, it spat out a thick green liquid toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately saw that the liquid was toxic, so he increased the speed of his knife and sword, using sword energy and knife wind to scatter it. But those toxic liquids automatically split into more lumps, spreading around Qin Lang. The left ghost hand excitedly shouted, explode. The little toxic lumps bang 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 exploded in succession, and thick toxic smoke completely enveloped Qin Lang. Ha ha ha. The left ghost hand proudly asked the right ghost hand, I'm done here. What about you over there? The right ghost hand looked at the already dispersed spherical ghosts, also proud, he has been consumed completely, without a scrap left. Lu Jiu's face turned pale, and he slumped down to the ground. Brother Qin Lang and Qin Lang both are gone. Su Bai gritted his teeth, trying to crawl over, impossible, Qin Lang wouldn't. Yi Zilian quickly grabbed her. Miss Su, don't act impulsively. At that moment, two ghostly hands targeted Bufumi, who was guarding beside Sumu Bai. They said, "You are not human either, why help them? Hand over those humans, and we'll let you go." Bufumi chuckled, "What kind of tone is that? Do you take me for your servant? Do we Western demons have no face here? I advise you not to provoke me, or you will face the consequences." The two ghostly hands laughed sinisterly. "Trying to scare us is useless. What you say is very clear to me. As long as that girl doesn't pay the corresponding price, all you can do is defend yourself. Moreover, her summoning is definitely permanent. After a certain time, you have to go back, right? Why should we be afraid of you?" After hearing this, Bufumi let out a cold laugh, then placed Su Miao on the ground. "You guys are quite clever. I am cash on delivery, but I also have a bit of initiative. I have long wanted to test how different we Western demons are from your strange beings." Bufumi muttered incantations, extending a giant scythe from his hand. Bufumi's arm emitted a strong red light, then he swung forward with force, Reaper's scythe. Ha! A huge blood-red light shot forward rapidly, like a sharp blade ready to slice those two ghostly hands. Seeing this, the two ghostly hands burst into reckless laughter. The left ghostly hand spread its 5 fingers and unexpectedly crushed the blood-red blade that Bufumi launched, while the right ghostly hand charged forward violently, transforming into a giant fist to smash Bufumi. Bufumi raised the scythe to block this punch. Trivial skills. Bufumi sneered, "Your moves are not even better than the bugs I summoned." Unexpectedly, the right ghostly hand chuckled coldly, "Is that so?" Suddenly, countless venomous snakes sprouted from its body and struck Bufumi like lightning. Bufumi frowned slightly as countless magic circles opened around him to attack those snakes. Bang! 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 The snakes were interrupted by the energy of the magic circles, but the toxins from the right ghostly hand had completely entered Bufumi's body. The right ghostly hand laughed loudly and retreated. Bufumi wanted to continue attacking but found that his body seemed to be locked by something. The left and right ghostly hands pressed together and slapped hard. The left ghostly hand laughed, "Hee hee, not bad for a great demon, still not dead. That was refined with sinister poison over 100 years, made from hundreds and thousands of souls and grievances, even a great immortal would die." Seeing this, Su Miao cried and asked, "Great goat, are you okay?" Bufumi snorted coldly, "I'm fine, just temporarily unable to move, my defense is not a problem. Didn't expect this to be a bit tricky, I was careless. This time, you need to give more rewards." Sumubai and the others felt their heartbeats quicken. Even such a powerful demon is not a match? Is this the power of an S-class weird being? Lu Jiu felt weak all over, her lips trembling. "It's over this time, it's all over. I shouldn't have come to this instance." She really didn't expect an S-class weird being to be so hard to fight. Yeezy took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid, Bufumi said he can defend, as long as there is time, we have a chance. We must not give up like this, or we would be letting Qin Lang and Qin Lang down." Before she finished speaking, the ground exploded with a loud bang, and 2 figures jumped out. Qin Lang, bare-chested and showing off his muscles, stood before everyone with Qin Lang, wearing a pink cloak. "Qin Lang, you're okay?" Yeezy looked relieved, just about to say something, only to find that Qin Lang looked quite unusual. Qin Lang frowned, panting, and asked Qin Lang, "How did you do it?" He had just been engulfed by poisonous smoke when. Just as he was about to break free, was the S-class strange toxin really that easy to deal with? Qin Lang's limbs instantly went numb, unable to move. Just when he thought he was going to die, he found himself being carried on Qin Lang's shoulder the next second. Although Qin Lang was not dead, he had inhaled a small amount of poisonous mist and was now just as immobile as Bufumi. If he had received the same dosage of toxin as Bufumi, he would have probably already been cold by now. Qin Lang did not answer Qin Lang, but instead asked back, "Are you still tangled up in this at this moment? Just lie down." When the round-faced strange creature just rushed towards him in droves, Qin Lang activated the skills of Time Pause and Blink to dodge aside and prepare to attack again. Seeing Qin Lang engulfed by the poisonous gas, Qin Lang used the same trick again and rescued him. Just right, the previous battle had created a hole in the ground, and Qin Lang jumped down while carrying Qin Lang, who had just managed to come up. Using Bai Chi's power for an extended period for the first time made Qin Lang feel noticeably fatigued. If it weren't for the boost from the absolute crisis virus, a normal person would have been dead by now. The virus was constantly repairing Qin Lang's body, but it still couldn't keep up with the rate of damage. Bai Chi asked, "Big brother, are you alright?" Qin Lang replied, "Less nonsense, keep going." Bai Chi said, "Your body has reached its limit. If you continue, you will die. Find a place to hide and recuperate." Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, "Then I have to go too." Hide? Where could he hide? Only one battle. He stared at the 2 ghostly hands before him. "If I have to die at the hands of such monsters, I should die fighting." Bai Qi shook his head helplessly. Bafumi looked at Qin Lang and laughed. "Ha, you are the most spirited bug I have ever seen. I will give you some help, go. Once I clear all these toxins, I will definitely lend you a hand." Qin Lang glanced at him and continued walking toward the two ghostly hands. Su Mubai gritted her teeth and said to Yi Zi, "Miss Yi, can I borrow your body?" Yi Zi was startled. "Borrow it?" Su Mubai nodded. "I want to use your body to fight. I can't let Qin Lang risk it alone. Although I have never tried to inhabit a living person before, I promise I won't harm you." Zhu Lang spoke up. "Miss Yi, you must be cautious. Once the strange entity inhabits a living person, it won't be easy to come out. Moreover, Hareen energy will also affect you, and you might even suffer permanent damage." Lu Jiu hurriedly said, "Yes, Yi Zi, this is an S-class strange entity, the power gap is not trivial." Yi Zi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay. Miss Su, come on." Lu Jiu, Yi Zi. Yi Zi said, "We might not even survive, what's there to talk about later? I have to do something." On the other side, the confrontation between Qin Lang and the two ghostly hands began again. Holding the ghost-slaying blade, he continuously dodged the various weapons and toxins spat out by the two ghostly hands using his blink ability. Countless wraiths and dark weapons covered in toxin rushed toward Qin Lang. He relied on his agile body to keep dodging, making all those attacks miss. Boom! 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 The weapons fell to the ground, causing explosions, and the strong toxicity corroded the ground. The big mouths of the two ghostly hands opened simultaneously, shooting out one red and one black gigantic energy ball into the sky. Soul Rain. The energy balls exploded in the air, and from several meters high, they instantaneously fell, transforming into countless droplets covering an area of several meters around Qin Lang. Blood Demon Technique. Yi Zi rushed to Qin Lang's front, creating a massive barrier made of blood. No, she was Su Mubai at this moment. Qin Lang looked puzzled. "Miss Su?" He smelled the familiar scent belonging to Su Mubai. Su Mubai said, "I am currently borrowing Miss Ye's body." Qin Lang. "Hurry up and find a way to escape. I'll draw the fire from this guy." Before the words even left his mouth, the fierce rain of death spirits poured down harder, nearly breaking through Su Mubai's barrier. Qin Lang gripped the demon-slaying blade tightly. Although his expression was calm, his heart was already ablaze with anger. He roared in his heart, "Bai Qi, increase the power." Bai Qi replied, "Big brother, I've been boosting your power from the very beginning, and it's already at the maximum you can handle. If you increase it any further, you will die." Just as Qin Lang was about to tell him to ignore that, a mechanical voice rang out. "The host can refresh skills now." Qin Lang was stunned. He was not surprised about the skill refresh. But he saw on the system panel in front of him that his mental energy was actually full. Wait a minute. In order to dodge the ghost hand's attacks, Qin Lang had used time pause several times, so the remaining mental energy shouldn't be much. Even if his emotions were fluctuating wildly, it shouldn't increase so much, right? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. "Bai Qi, stop giving me power." Bai Qi was puzzled. "If I give you energy, you can't win. If I don't give it to you, won't you lose even more?" Qin Lang shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Just stop." After Bai Qi stopped boosting his power, Qin Lang activated time pause and picked up Su Mubai to rush out. Current mental energy of the host, 800/1000. "Bai Qi, give me power." Though Bai Qi was confused, he complied. Current mental energy of the host, 1000/1000. Qin Lang exclaimed, "What the hell? Bai Qi, so you're a healer? Can you help me score?" Chapter 77, Do As You Please. Qin Lang was unexpectedly delighted. "Bai Qi, turns out you're a healer." Bai Qi? As a legendary killing god, how could he be associated with the term healer? Qin Lang laughed heartily. "I have a plan now. You keep giving me power, don't stop. How much, that's up to you. Just don't stop." He rarely checked his mental energy lately, and it was only in a moment of desperation that he discovered Bai Qi's potential. It was like a racing car that not only goes fast but can also refuel while running. No. Bai Qi said that the power he was exerting was still less than 2000ths. But even that was impressive. It was like having a nuclear power generator inside a racing car. If he had a strong skill, wouldn't he just soar? Qin Lang continued to use the time pause skill, pausing for more than a minute. After getting Su Mubai to a safe area, Qin Lang let time resume. Qin Lang. Ha? Su Mubai had thought she was still enduring the storm of death spirits, only to find their positions had changed. The others were also shocked and confused. "Qin Lang, this speed, faster than me." Bafum, yeah, it felt like a blink of an eye and he disappeared. Did this bug use some magic? It felt that even if it had faced the last attack directly, it couldn't have emerged unscathed. No matter how fast one moves, avoiding the dense, widespread rain of death spirits is nearly impossible. But Qin Lang managed to do it, simply unbelievable. The two ghost hands were equally astonished. They thought that the last strike would be the end, yet Qin Lang was unharmed? Is there such a thing? Qin Lang stood protectively in front of Sumubai. Don't move around, just occasionally cover me. Sumubai responded, oh. Qin Lang, please be careful. Qin Lang raised the demon-slaying blade again and charged towards the two ghost hands. Human, don't be so arrogant. The left ghost hand roared, spewing a large amount of venom that shot toward Qin Lang like poisonous spikes. The right ghost hand retracted into the ground, then appeared behind Qin Lang, preparing to pounce on him, aiming to cut off his escape or simply crush him. Your attacks and coordination are indeed frightening. Qin Lang laughed, but no matter how powerful the attack is, if it can't hit, it means nothing. Time, pause. Everything came to a standstill, including the two ghost hands which froze in place. Ya. Qin Lang boldly hacked at the right ghost hand. Let all the pent-up anger burst out. The 5 fingers of the right ghost hand were severed by Qin Lang, and the palm was almost cut to the thickness of spicy strips. Qin Lang hid behind the right ghost hand, using it to block the poisonous liquid from the left ghost hand. Time resumed. Ayo. The right ghost hand cried out in heart-wrenching pain, where it was sliced by the ghost-slaying sword, smoke billowed out, and ghosts kept fleeing from within. Combined with the poison attack from the left ghost hand, it further aggravated the tearing of the wound. The left ghost hand was dazed. Ah. The right ghost hand angrily said, what do you mean ah? Can't you aim at all? The left ghost hand shouted, how do I know? How did you get cut like this? Useless. The right ghost hand retorted, you dare to scold me again. The battle situation unexpectedly reversed quietly. Sumubai and the others were astonished, unable to say a word. Again, they couldn't see clearly. Qin Lang was also fast, but faced with the giant ghost hand in such a swift poison attack, he inevitably got hit. But Qin Lang was now completely unaffected. More bizarre than bizarre. Qin Lang looked at the ghost-slaying sword in his hand and shook his head, what a pity, I can't kill it with one strike. These two ghost hands are really tough. The right ghost hand was continuously regenerating itself and angrily said to Qin Lang, you little brat. I'll swallow you whole later, so you can't reincarnate. Qin Lang shrugged, oh really? Then let me see just how capable you are. While both sides were in a stalemate, Qin Lang began to refresh his new skills. The host can select any skill to refresh. 1. Super strong perspective. You can see everything within 100 meters, including the terrain. Consumes 80 mental power per second. 2. Let the bullets fly. The host can choose any part of the body as the gun's mouth to fire, converting mental power into bullets. These bullets deal 100% real damage to ghosts, monsters, superheroes, and Batman, etc. Consumes 10 mental power per bullet. 3. 0-degree freezing. The host can open a certain domain, and all objects entering that domain will be frozen. Consumes 100 mental power per second. Wow, all 3 skills are so impressive. To be honest, Qin Lang really wanted all of them. But for now, he chose the second one, let the bullets fly. Transforming mental power into bullets. What I lack the least right now is mental power. And real damage. With Bai Qi who can infinitely replenish energy, this is going to take off. Bai Qi, remember, the healing can't stop. Bai Qi's dragon whiskers perked up, brother, do you hear how that sounds like human language? Qin Lang launched another attack. This time, he made a pistol gesture with his left hand, aiming at the left ghost hand. Kid, the times have changed. Bang 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 bang. He immediately fired dozens of bullets, turning all the ghosts spat out by the left ghost hand into mush. The left ghost hand was initially stunned, then immediately retreated to avoid this round of bombardment. The right ghost hand was not fully healed yet and yelled, what's wrong with you? Fight back. The left ghost hand was enraged as well, it's easy for you to say. Those bullets are fierce, and they are not ordinary bullets. Qin Lang chuckled internally, right, they are not ordinary bullets, they are the bullets from Wang Wei's poems. Qin Lang poured a sip of wine into his mouth with the last bit of strength he had left, lamenting, this. I've really never seen bullets used to destroy the bazaar before. And where did he hide the gun? Lu Jiu shook his head vigorously, impossible, the bazaar is immune to all physical attacks. It shouldn't be able to be harmed without appropriate weapons and tools. Bafu Mia fell silent as well. Physical exorcism. I've really seen it all. Seeing how useful the mental power bullets were, Qin Lang simply put away the ghost-slaying sword, raised both hands, and also created a barrel from his chest. Fire. Da-did-day-day-day. Powerful gunfire instantly formed a barrage, pummeling towards the left and right ghost hands. The two ghost hands hurriedly spat out a large number of ghosts to shield themselves from the firepower. A large number of little ghost hands drilled up from the underground to disturb Qin Lang. I don't believe your bullets are infinite. The left ghost hand angrily said, shoot, shoot, shoot. I'll let you shoot enough. Once you run out, I will slice you up. Qin Lang laughed. Running out? Sorry, the long blue bar can do whatever it wants. Chapter 78, 1,000 Years of Cultivation. The left and right ghost hands used all their strength, continuously creating various shapes of monsters and soldiers from the ghostly power within them to resist Qin Lang's firepower. The left ghost hand said, I don't believe our centuries of power can lose to a mere human. The right ghost hand replied, that's right, I want to see how many bullets he can waste. Even Qin Lang and the others looked a bit worried. Lu Jiao swallowed hard, is Qin Lang a monster? How can he even grow gun barrels from his body? What is he using as bullets? Qin Lang squeezed the wine jug and said, Qin Lang's trick should use something like his own inner power as the material. But these bullets seem so powerful, the consumption must be huge. Bafumi said, Qin Lang actually wants to fight a war of attrition, he is making a huge mistake. No matter how powerful he is still human. The opposing side has years of experience in being weird. The two sides are not on the same level, their starting points are also different. If this continues, he will definitely suffer. Sumubai anxiously watched Qin Lang, wanting so much to go help him. But the battle was intense before her eyes, the ghost hands released a large number of ghostly beings, making it impossible for her to intervene. Moreover, she had not fully adapted to Yizi's body, even though Yizi's body and soul did not oppose her possession, and she could use blood ghost technique. Sumubai, who had never possessed a living person before, still felt a bit powerless. Time passed little by little, and Qin Lang continued to output frantically. Everyone began to notice something was off. Qin Lang wondered, strange, why is Qin Lang's firepower getting stronger and stronger? This isn't normal. Logically, his internal energy should only decrease, not increase. Lu Jiao was also dumbfounded, what is going on? I can't understand. Bafumi felt that everything before him exceeded his understanding, even breaking into a cold sweat. Are Eastern weirds and Eastern people really this amazing? I can't understand at all. At this moment, the most embarrassed were still the two ghost hands. This human, what is going on? Why is he still outputting? It was as if these bullets were never going to run out. The left ghost hand said, this kid clearly doesn't have strength greater than ours, he is completely suppressing us with quantity and firepower. It's already been so long, why is his ammunition still so abundant? The right ghost hand replied, he actually dares to compete in attrition and can last this long, what on earth is happening? This is the first time I've seen such a human. In fact, until now, both of them, S-grade weirds, still held the advantage. In terms of strength, Qin Lang fell far short of them. Otherwise, Qin Lang would have long used mental bullets to shoot them dead. But Qin Lang's move successfully shattered everyone's psychological expectations, catching everyone off guard. Moreover, Qin Lang had just gained this skill, so he had not used it before. From the perspective of others, it seemed that Qin Lang had this skill all along but deliberately hid it and did not use it. Then another question arose, how many more skills did he hide? Weirds can also be afraid, and the unknown is something all creatures fear. How many more bullets can Qin Lang shoot? How many more tricks does he have hidden? I'm afraid that before Qin Lang runs out of bullets, they will be annihilated. Bang! A bullet pierced through the last layer of the ghostly defense, brushing past the left ghost hand. The left ghost hand shook, why don't we withdraw? As long as the ancient residence is still here, we still have a chance. The right ghost hand said, are you an idiot? What has he done to the ancient residence? Now retreat, if he discovers our foundation, it will be a disaster. Left ghost hand, then what do you suggest? Right ghost hand, of course, we fight. Left ghost hand, it's easy for you to say. Their behavior gave Qin Lang a chance. Panic? That's good. Qin Lang shouted at Sumubai, Miss Su. Sumubai seemed to understand something instantly and rushed forward. Qin Lang tried his best to create a gun muzzle on himself, increasing the firepower's output. The left and right ghost hands both charged forward, I don't believe it. My 100 years of cultivation will not be defeated by this smelly brat. Qin Lang smiled, 100 years of cultivation? He and Bai Qi spoke in unison, our cultivation is over 1,000 years. Boom, 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 boom. A massive firepower directly covered the left and right ghost hands, and the Yin power they released was completely shattered. While the right ghost hand was struggling, it suddenly felt a string wrapping around its 5 fingers. It grew eyes from the back and discovered that Sumubai had tightly wrapped it with several blood threads. Blood ghost technique. Sumubai held the blood thread, pulled with great force. The blood thread was long and sharp, quickly slicing through the right ghost hand's fingers. Just when it was about to be cut completely, the right ghost hand hurriedly used Dean power to repair itself. Smelly girl. You're asking for death. Several poisonous snakes shot from the back of the right hand towards Sumu Bai. The left ghost hand angrily shouted, "Don't get distracted. Idiot." The right ghost hand realized that Qin Lang ahead was the key, and hurriedly established a new defense. But everything was too late. Qin Lang jumped into the air, raising the Ghost Slayer blade. Ha! A downward chop from the sky split the right ghost hand in half. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang fired again with both hands, blasting countless holes in the right ghost hand, preventing it from restoring. Jun Lang clapped, "Beautiful." Sumubai also smiled, her eyes filled with admiration and worship as she looked at Qin Lang. At the same time, she felt a strong heartbeat, her cheeks burning. Strangely, though Sumubai was possessed in Yi Zi's body, as a strange entity, she did not enjoy the body's sensations, her emotions wouldn't reflect physically either. So this heartbeat and blushing reaction. Is it Yi Zi? Seeing this, the left ghost hand immediately prepared to shrink back underground to hide. At that moment, a big hand tightly grabbed it. Baphomet smiled and said, "Hey, Eastern Strange, you were very arrogant just now?" The left ghost hand panicked, "We are not human, we are fellow travelers, you don't have to kill us all, right?" Baphomet sneered, "I heard that the Eastern Hell is scarier than my hell, why don't you help me take a look?" He swung the huge death god scythe with the other hand, cutting horizontally through the left ghost hand. Once severed from the base, the left ghost hand immediately transformed into blue smoke and slowly vanished. Qin Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief, quietly watching Baphomet. Baphomet coldly said, "Bug, you are quite strong." Qin Lang replied, "You are the bug." Suddenly, a strong wave of heat spread throughout his body. Ah! Qin Lang clutched his heart, shouted, and then fell down. Sumubai stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Qin Lang." Chapter 79 Two Major Events. Qin Lang opened his eyes, realizing Bai Qi was beside him. "I didn't die, right?" Qin Lang sat up, noticing the surroundings were dark and murky, he must be in his own world of consciousness. Bai Qi stroked the Qiankuan jade bottle, saying, "Big brother, I have reminded you long ago, your physical endurance is limited. So my power constantly entering your body will also bite back at you. Fortunately, you injected the deadly virus early, plus your body is different from others, so you didn't die." Qin Lang responded with an "Oh," wanting to try to return to his original body but found he lacked the energy to do so. "Bai Qi, you are still in a coma, don't waste your energy. You'd better rest for a period, otherwise, your body will definitely have problems." Qin Lang said, "Yeah, I should rest. After clearing this instance, the reward should be enough to buy that white dragon's reverse scale. Your first wish, I consider it fulfilled." Bai Qi nodded, "Thank you, big brother. Now I must state my second wish." Qin Lang sighed, "Alright, just don't be too greedy." Bai Qi said, "Don't worry, the second wish is, I want the rolling sword." Qin Lang frowned, "Rolling sword? What is that? The name sounds odd." Bai Qi's face and tone became heavy. "The rolling sword was the precious sword I used for suicide back then. After that, this sword became the weapon of King Qin. You know Jing Ku, right? When he assassinated King Yingzheng of Qin, Yingzheng blocked his wife Su's dagger with the rolling sword and killed Jing Ku. Qin Lang, this rolling sword has such a big background?" Suddenly, he asked, "Wait, when Jing Ku attacked Qin, you were already dead, how do you know about this?" Bai Qi smiled, "Because I met him in the underworld." Qin Lang, "Alright." Bai Qi was a human butcher, and Jing Ku was a top assassin who almost killed the ancient dragon Yingzheng. Two talents from the warring states, both died under the rolling sword. This treasure has quite the origin. Qin Lang asked again, "What do you want this sword for? Revenge?" Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard, "I am not such a petty person. In any case, you help me look for it." Qin Lang added, "If the system has it in the mall, I can get it for you. But if not, it could be with some collector, maybe buried in the ground, or perhaps it doesn't exist anymore." Bai Qi shook his head, "Impossible, treasures like the rolling sword are protected by heaven and earth, and won't easily be damaged. Besides, I heard from the people in the underworld that it has reappeared in the world. Perhaps it is held by some mortal, big brother, if you put in some effort to find it, you will definitely succeed." Qin Lang scratched his head, alright. I'm not planning to go to the next dungeon, let's stay in the real world for a while." At this moment, Sumu Bai's voice sounded above. "Qin Lang? Qin Lang? Bai Qi, it seems you have recovered quite a lot, you can go back." Qin Lang stood up to leave, suddenly remembering a question. "Bai Qi, I've always wanted to ask, why did you become like this?" Bai Qi twisted his dragon head, "Big brother, you don't need to ask about this." Qin Lang shrugged and left. Then, Qin Lang's real body opened his eyes, seeing Ez staring at him with a nervous expression. Wait, she should be Sumu by now. Sumu Bai exclaimed, Qin Lang, you are awake. Qin Lang felt warmth and comfort lying in her embrace. He couldn't help but rub his face a few times. Miss Su, your legs are really soft. Sumu Bai's face turned red. Qin Lang, this is not my leg. Qin Lang. Oh right, the body still belongs to Ez. Qin Lang coughed twice and sat up. Why aren't you getting off her? Sumu Bai shook her head. I can't do it. Beside, Qin Lang spoke, it's very hard to switch bodies after an odd possession on a living person, unless the possessed person dies or someone else helps. Just go back to the real world and find a skilled Taoist or monk for help. Qin Lang looked at him and said, you recovered quite quickly. Qin Lang laughed, thanks to you, after clearing the dungeon, all wounds and toxins were cleared. By the way, you need to hurry, if too much time passes, the negative energy from Sumu Bai will invade Ez's body, then it will be hard to save. Sumu Bai's face changed, she lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry, Missy, Qin Lang and I will find a way. In the next moment, her voice changed back to Ez, it's okay, this was my choice back then, I believe in you. Qin Lang looked at the coexistence of Sumu Bai and Ez, feeling quite complicated inside. Behind them, the goat-headed Bafumia spoke up, this time coming out really opened my eyes. Bafumia let out a cold laugh unique to demons, kekekek. Su Miao cried loudly, you go back quickly. I am scared. Whoa whoa. Bafumi said, humph, then I will take the price. Qin Lang and others looked at Bafumi, wanting to know the price of summoning a demon to do work. They saw Bafumi stretch out his claw and swipe behind Su Miao's head. Su Miao's long hair instantly turned into shoulder-length short hair, and the cut-off part was taken by Bafumi. I originally wanted more, but considering how enjoyable this fight was, I'll just take this much for now. Bafumi held that tuft of hair and opened a hexagram barrier at his feet, disappearing in a flash. Qin Lang frowned. Is this the price? A part of the body? Well, hair does count as a part of the body. Su Miao cried, woo woo woo. I have to grow my hair long again. Short hair looks so ugly. Everyone. Qin Lang chuckled and said, the dungeon is settling, rewards will be given soon. By the way, Qin Lang, let's team up for the next dungeon? Qin Lang said, no need, I need to return to the real world for a while. Right now, the urgent matter is to get Su Miao Bai out of Ez's body and find the wheel sword that Bai Qi wants. Suddenly, a series of tiny footsteps sounded. Who? Lu Jiu rushed out after hearing the noise. Don't kill me. The director Qin Shi crouched on the ground, hugging his head with both hands, trembling and begging, dear immortals, I was wrong. Let me go. Lu Jiu grabbed his collar, damn, you were so arrogant just now. Doing things for the bazaar, killing so many people. You still shoot that kind of film, pervert. Shameless. Lu Jiu raised his hand and slapped him several times, leaving Qin Shi's face swollen like a pig's head. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Qin Shi cried out, I was wrong, I won't dare again. I was forced. Just as Lu Jiu was about to deliver a fatal blow, a mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all players for clearing the dungeon. Now starting to distribute rewards. As the system settled, everyone stopped their actions. Congratulations to player Qin Lang for successfully killing the S-level bazaar. Rating, SSS. Perfect. Player Qin Lang received 2 million bazaar coins. Qin Lang received S-level item, Goddess of Luo Jade. Goddess of Luo Jade allows you to breathe normally underwater for 48 hours. A golden light appeared in Qin Lang's hand, and a round exquisite jade pendant continuously emitted strange light. Can stay underwater for 48 hours? This thing is definitely a divine artifact. Qin Lang received A-level item, Swift Fist Gloves. Swift Fist Gloves increases attack speed by 60%. Another uniquely designed, yet very lightweight pair of gloves fell into Qin Lang's hands. Increasing attack speed is also good, combined with the mental bullet skill, it can unleash more and faster attacks. The other players like Qin Lang and Yi Zi had already received their corresponding rewards. Qin Lang chuckled, Qin Lang, thanks to you, I had the opportunity to participate in killing the S-level bazaar, the rewards this time are plentiful. Qin Lang's reward was as high as 500,000 bazaar coins, which was the highest of his career. Although the item he received was only B-level, Qin Lang didn't care much, he felt that having money to buy a new knife was enough. As for Lu Jiu, who didn't really participate in the battle against the ancient house ghost hands, could only receive a consolation prize of 2,000 bazaar coins. Accordingly, Su Miao and Yi Zi's rewards were much higher than Lu Jiu's, coming second only to Qin Lang and Qin Lang. Lu Jiu knew the results were very fair but still felt a bit unconvinced. She vented all her anger on Qin Shi. You bastard, you wanted to kill us as sacrifices just now, right? Qin Shi quickly hugged his head and cried, don't, please spare me. Qin Lang went over and patted Lu Jiu's shoulder. Alright, Miss Lu, let him go. Lu Jiu puzzled, Brother Qin Lang, people like him are not worth forgiving. Now that the dungeon is over, we should teach him a lesson. Qin Lang said, where to let go, let go. Let him go. Lu Jiu had no choice but to release Chen Shi. Chen Shi bowed to Qin Lang and then said, thank you. Thank you, master. After saying this, he turned and ran. Suddenly, Qin Lang drew his knife and instantly chopped off Chen Shi's head. Lu Jiu didn't even react. Chen Shi had already lost his head and body. Qin Lang said, let you go, but didn't let you live. Now the world is completely clean. At this time, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has performed excellently in the dungeon challenge 3 times in a row and immediately gains the qualification to enter the ranked match. Now evaluating the initial rank. Ranked match? Initial rank? Qin Lang wondered, what is this? Qin Lang laughed, huh? You don't even know this? Dungeon difficulty has categories like S, A, B, and C, but there's also a more challenging ranked mode. Your previous dungeon and this one are both normal modes. If you enter the ranked match, you can gain corresponding points upon clearing it, thus getting your own rank. Ranks go from small to large, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, and so on, with each rank divided into 5 tiers, tier 1 being the strongest and tier 5 the weakest. Once you gain the qualification to enter ranked matches, your initial rank will be decided based on your performance in the last 3 dungeon runs. Player Qin Lang's initial rank, Gold Tier 2. Lu Jiu was so shocked that his jaw nearly hit the ground. What? Gold Tier 2? Qin Lang couldn't help but widen his pupils and kept exclaiming, incredible, truly incredible. The highest initial rank for ordinary players is just silver, and in the past 20 years, the highest initial rank has only been silver tier 1. Qin Lang, you are simply a monster. A key-shaped treasure fell from the sky, shining with flowing golden light, and a gem was embedded on the key handle. Qin Lang took out a similar key-shaped token, but it was silver in appearance. This is the token that proves your rank. As you can see, I am currently only at the silver rank. Qin Lang stored the token and asked, since you can play ranked, why enter this normal mode? Qin Lang smiled, it's simple. After playing a ranked match, I became a bit unsure of myself. I participated in a B-tier ranked match. To be honest, the difficulty is about the same as this 3 in normal dungeon. Many players who are strong in normal mode or have cleared S-tier dungeons have directly died in a ranked match. I advise you not to be in a hurry to enter the ranked match, practice more first. A B-tier ranked match is harder than a 3 in normal dungeon? Qin Lang suddenly understood the value of this ranked match. Once cleared, the rewards would surely be more abundant, right? Player Qin Lang contributed over 80% in the dungeon boss fight, ranking first among players without rank. Received global announcement rewards. Global announcement? Lu Jiu's eyes nearly popped out, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth were chattering. This was a rare and precious reward. Make a name for oneself. The global announcement is about to begin, hide name? Without thinking, Qin Lang said, hide. He had no intention of being in the spotlight. Qin Lang seemed unsurprised and smiled, don't worry, we won't tell anyone else. Qin Lang said, even if you say, it's fine, I just won't acknowledge it. Lu Jiu frowned and muttered softly, what's there to be proud of, Qin Lang then told the dungeon system he wanted to return to the real world. Lu Jiu quickly said, Qin Lang. I want to go with Brother Qin Lang, but Yi, you have to protect me well. If something happens to me, you won't have a good time. Qin Lang patted his chest, I thought you wanted to be a follower. Luckily, you're a person who values love over friends. Lu Jiu, you. I just purely don't want to stay with you anymore. Qin Lang gently patted Su Miao's head, meow meow, shall we go back together? Su Miao cried, whoa, I don't want to go back. Qin Lang said, not going back, then let's go to the next instance, don't be afraid. Then he turned around and knelt on one knee facing Qin Lang. Lu Jiu was shocked, Brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this time I owe you a life and a favor. You are strong, but I will be stronger. Next time we meet, let's see who can clear an instance faster. Qin Lang replied coldly, I'm not interested in competing with you, and we probably won't meet again. Qin Lang stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and smiled, don't speak too confidently. By the way, if you want to find a way to get Su Mubai out, I know a place. Go to Qingshan City and find the White Dragon Temple, just say you're my friend. Master Wukong in the temple will help you. Qin Lang said, okay, I'll remember that. A portal to another space opened wide, and Qin Lang took Su Mubai's hand and walked in. At the same time, all media and social networks around the world received a message. A mysterious player has just been ranked as Gold Tier 2. This player achieved 80% contribution against an S-level anomaly. All players around the world exploded with excitement. What? 80% contribution against an S-level anomaly? Doesn't that mean he did most of the fighting? That's like a one-on-one battle, right? Although it's not a ranked match boss, it's still impressive. The point is, he was ranked gold tier 2 on his first try. This is simply unbelievable. Everyone couldn't help but become curious about who this mysterious player was. Is this the real world? Qin Lang stepped out of the portal and found the exit was in an abandoned construction site. Qin Lang glanced around the environment and asked, "Are all these unfinished buildings?" The voice of Yi Zi came from behind. "They're not unfinished buildings, we should be in the old district." She pointed at the brightly lit city in the distance and said, "That area is the current residential area, also called the new district. Every city has such a place." In the distance, a forest of steel and glass rose up, and suspended tracks wandered through the clouds like silver threads, giving a near-futuristic sci-fi feeling. Qin Lang asked, "New district? Old district? Is it because the new district is more luxurious?" Yi Zi continued, "Of course not. The old district used to be where humans lived, and the new district was built by superpowered players." "Wait, Qin Lang, how come you don't even know this?" Qin Lang shrugged, "I just don't know, you continue." Through Yi Zi's explanation, Qin Lang gradually understood. The technology level of this world was about the same as the Earth before he crossed over. Maglev trains, AI, and the internet were all present. But after the instance system arrived, countless players emerged, applying the skills they brought from the instances to reality, creating the current cities and civilization. For example, in the past, building houses required laborers to lay one brick at a time, but now they only need to use their thoughts to replace manual labor, and they can even create the desired facilities with just their thoughts. Some item rewards from instances could also be applied to production in daily life, and the previous rules for society's operation changed. With these convenient superpowers, humans abandoned the past facilities and moved into the new cities to live. As Qin Lang walked, he asked, "So why not transform the old district completely?" Yi Zi replied, "It's simple. On one hand, costs are quite high, and those with powers don't work for free. Many players, after gaining a skill, choose not to explore instances anymore, but instead use the skills gained to earn a living in the real world. Most of them can become better than others, and over time, they end up living in comfort. Moreover, if everything were advanced in the new district, it would mean none of it is advanced. Keeping the backward old district highlights their superiority." Qin Lang scratched his head and asked, "So are we going to the new district now?" Yi Zi nodded, "Yes, first." Yi Zi squatted down, letting out a cry of pain. Qin Lang stepped forward hurriedly. "What happened?" This time, it was Sumubai's voice that rang out, "It's my fault, maybe my negative energy is too strong, so miss you can't take control for too long. We need to find a way to get me out quickly." Qin Lang said that Jun Lang mentioned the White Dragon Temple in Qingcheng, but where is Qingcheng? They had just stepped out of the construction site, wanting to ask someone for directions or find a bus station. But this place was like a no-man's land, with not a single person in sight. Yi Zi was weak right now, so it was not suitable to directly ask her about the situation, so Qin Lang could only take Sumubai toward the bustling new district. Along the way, Qin Lang saw many familiar things, but the further they went into the new district, the more unfamiliar the scenes became. Not only had the architectural style changed, but the way people dressed on the streets was also different. The young people looked especially strange, with all their hair dyed in vibrant colors, whether they were male or female. The billboards by the roadside were quite explicit, flaunting elements of gambling, drugs, and vice without any shame. Qin Lang wanted to ask a passerby for directions, but they all seemed to be in a very unusual mental state, clearly having taken something inappropriate. There was even a couple doing something intimate in the street, and the crowd around them didn't care at all, not even showing the slightest interest. "Qin Lang, look!" Sumubai exclaimed, pointing at a large door ahead with surprise. The door towered like the spine of a giant beast, its surface, a mix of steel and glass, reflecting the neon lights of the new district, cold and distant. Flashing electronic screens were embedded in the door, scrolling the entrance fee and warning slogans, slicing through prosperity and decay. "Warning! 2 unidentified individuals approaching." A mechanical voice echoed from a loudspeaker. A group of guards in thick bulletproof vests, wielding advanced weapons, quickly surrounded them. The leader of the guard shouted, "Halt! What do you want?" Qin Lang pointed ahead, into the city. The captain asked, "Have you paid the fee?" Qin Lang shook his head. The captain asked again, "Let me see your entrance code." "Entrance code?" Qin Lang and Sumubai looked puzzled. The captain replied impatiently, "What are you playing dumb? Show me your entrance safety app." Qin Lang waved his hand, "I don't have a phone." "Speaking of which, just paying the fee is fine, right? Just tell me how much it costs to enter the city." The captain sneered, "A poor guy without even a phone, how can you afford the entrance fee?" "It's 1,000 per person, can you pay it?" Qin Lang pulled out a strange coin and asked, "Can I use this?" The moment the guards saw the strange coin, their eyes widened. Strange coin? Their expressions instantly became clear. The captain stared at Qin Lang, swallowing hard. May I ask, are you a dungeon player? Qin Lang nodded. Yes, so what? The captain stood at attention. Everyone, stand at attention. Salute. The guards all formed a line to salute, clearing a path for Qin Lang and Sumubai. The captain nervously said, I'm sorry, I didn't ask carefully just now. You may enter the city now. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Lang and Sumubai exchanged a glance. Qin Lang held the strange coin tightly. Don't you want this? The captain was sweating profusely. No. I dare not. Players enter the city for free. We didn't do our job properly just now, please forgive us. Qin Lang smiled, thinking that dungeon players had such privileges in the real world. But then he realized, returning to reality as a dungeon player indicated they had cleared the game, which meant they had some skills. How could these ordinary people dare to provoke them lightly? He entered the city directly, and Sumubai quickly followed him. The guard captain wiped his sweat, complaining, with their looks, they are actually players? Another team member said, maybe the dungeon level they cleared wasn't high? They actually came back from the old district. The captain said, immediately call Master Hu, just say another player has returned. Chapter 82, High-Level Player. After entering the city, Qin Lang found that the scenery in the new area was indeed different from the old area. Various shapes of tall buildings formed a dazzling steel forest, with passages connecting different floors and many overpasses and tracks on the ground, making the city's terrain quite magical with its ups and downs. Qin Lang and Sumubai casually found a larger restaurant to have a meal. This one, and this one. Qin Lang hadn't eaten anything proper in the dungeon, and now he picked up the menu, ordering almost everything except for the cover. The waiter stared in shock, wondering if this man and woman really could eat all this? Surrounding customers also turned their heads, looking at Qin Lang's table with eyes of disbelief. Qin Lang and Sumubai were dressed quite ordinarily. Were they here to eat and cause trouble? Sir, you need to pay in advance before we serve the dishes. The waiter said, you have ordered a total of 21 dishes, which amounts to 36,789 yuan. Qin Lang took out a strange coin. Can I use this? In the next second, the waiter gasped, exclaiming, ah! A strange coin. His hand holding the silver tray trembled slightly, his pupils contracted suddenly, his throat moved as if he even stopped breathing. A strange coin, sir, are you sure you want to pay with it? His voice was a bit tense, with an unbelievable tremor. The surrounding customers were also attracted by this scene, stopping their forks and knives, focusing their gazes on the strange coin in Qin Lang's hand. Oh my god, that really is a strange coin. Is he a player who came back alive from the dungeon? How could he come to a place like this? This is the first time I've seen a real player. Their voices were soft, but could not hide their shock and envy. Qin Lang looked at the strange coin in his hand, confirming that it was indeed worth a lot. Thinking of this, he regretted spending over 1,000,000 strange coins so quickly to buy the White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi, leaving him with just over 400,000 now. What was even more irritating was that after Bai Qi got the White Dragon reverse scale, he acted like he had treasure, secretly tinkering with it. He didn't say what he was going to do, just told them to wait and not to disturb him. At this moment, the restaurant manager personally walked over. Hello, sir. The manager smiled and said, sorry for the delay. Please go to our private room upstairs for your meal. The dishes you ordered will be prepared immediately. Qin Lang certainly wouldn't refuse, and after getting up, he asked, what city is this? The manager replied, don't you know? We are in Qing City. Hey, what a coincidence. Qin Lang continued to ask, do you know about the White Dragon Temple? The manager nodded, yes, it's on the second floor of Area D. Area D? Second floor? That doesn't sound like a proper place name? Forget it, as long as I know where it is, I'll go have a look after I'm full. Qin Lang asked again, is a strange coin very valuable? The manager laughed, you must be joking, sir. A strange coin has now reached its historical highest price. One strange coin can be exchanged for over 1,000 federal coins. Moreover, a strange coin represents your strength and status. We are very honored to host you, dear guest. Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why so many dungeon players were reluctant to enter dungeons again for adventures. With a strange coin or proof of a player's identity, one could be someone important in the real world, who would be willing to take the life-threatening risk of entering dungeons. After entering the private room, Qin Lang took out 50 strange coins. If it's 1 to 1,000, these strange coins can cover the meal. Remember to give change. The manager took the strange coins, his hands trembling, with red eyes. Qin Lang frowned, is it really that important? The manager replied, sir, as a hero who has cleared the dungeon, it's incredible that you still pay for your meal, you truly are a saint. Qin Lang said, oh? So is it possible not to pay? The manager. In the end, after Sumubai's persuasion, Qin Lang still paid. Once the dishes were served, Qin Lang immediately began to gobble down the meat, eating with hearty bites and drinking wine, enjoying the meal immensely. Though Sumubai could not taste anything and didn't need to eat anymore. But for the sake of taking care of Yeezy's body and ensuring nutrition, she still opened her mouth and ate a bit, while carefully chewing the food with her teeth based on her memories from when she was human before swallowing it. Suddenly, the door of the room was kicked open directly. A big man in a suit walked in with a group of people. The big man sat down directly in front of Qin Lang, leaning back slightly, one arm resting on the back of the chair, and the other hand holding an unlit cigar. His underlings closed the door and stood straight in a row, no one daring to speak casually. An invisible pressure filled the air. "Kid, looks like you have a good appetite." The black bear laughed. "I heard you are also a player who cleared the dungeon?" "Congratulations, Lord Tiger asked me to come and talk to you." Qin Lang didn't look up at him, continuing to gnaw on the elbow in his hand. One of the underlings complained, "Hey, our brother bear is talking to you." The black bear waved his hand. "Hey, I know how it feels just coming out of a dungeon. I was as hungry as a ghost when I cleared it back then." Sumubai asked, "Oh? You are also a player?" Seeing Easy's beauty embodied by Sumubai, the black bear licked his lips. Of course. Otherwise, how could I work under Lord Tiger? But a good man doesn't talk about past bravery, it's all in the past. I only made a little achievement." The earlier underling boasted, "Little girl, brother bear has cleared 3 ordinary B-level dungeons. Back then, my rank was Black Iron 2nd stage, and then I climbed step by step up to bronze." "Impressive, right? Sumubai. 3 B-level dungeons." She, a boss from an A-level dungeon, suddenly didn't know what to say. The black bear laughed. "Hey, why say this? Stay low-key, stay low-key. Look, you scared the pretty girl." The underlings laughed heartily and began showering compliments. The black bear asked Qin Lang, "Kid, Lord Tiger is recently looking for someone to form a team to conquer a dungeon. The reward is quite generous." Qin Lang shook his head, not interested. The black bear said coldly, "Kid, you got it wrong, those 2 sentences I just said were not questions, nor an invitation. I need you to participate, do you understand? You just came to Qingcheng, you don't know the rules, right? Our Lord Tiger is the biggest boss here, even the city capital has to listen to him. It's just that there aren't many usable players recently, otherwise, when could it be your turn to do a nice job for Lord Tiger?" Qin Lang wiped his mouth. "Oh, I see, then you should have said so earlier. If you had said it earlier, I could have let you roll out." The black bear exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, you little brat, looking at you as a fellow player, I gave you some face, and you didn't cherish it? I was a player who made it to bronze back in the day. If you didn't die in the dungeon, do you want to die here?" Qin Lang said, "Oh, only bronze? Then you really are trash." "What did you say?" The black bear widened his eyes. "I climbed to bronze with my strength." Qin Lang didn't even lift his head. "What's bronze? I am in the gold rank now." The black bear's eyes widened, and the cigarette in his hand dropped to the ground. The air in the room suddenly became thick. "Gold? Ha 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 ha." Everyone laughed recklessly. The black bear said loudly, "Kid, stop bragging. You think you're gold? Then I must be in the diamond rank. Come on, prove it to me. I want to see." "Qin Lang, I have no obligation to prove anything to you, get out." He had no desire to communicate with such a person at all. The black bear shouted angrily, "Brat, do you dare speak to me like that? Don't think clearing a dungeon makes you amazing. When I entered the dungeon, you were still liquid." Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Sumubai raised her palm and slapped it across the black bear's face. With a loud bang, the black bear flew up. His nearly 1.9-meter sturdy body crashed to the ground, creating a heavy thud, shaking the floor around. "Brother bear." The little brothers hurried over to check, and found that Black Bear's face was already swollen, several teeth were missing, blood was flowing from his mouth, and there were many streaks of blood on his cheeks. Sumubai kicked Black Bear hard on the butt again. "Watch how you talk to Qin Lang," Sumubai said coldly, "otherwise, I will kill you right now." Her tenderness was only for Qin Lang. To others, she was still that mysterious figure who could kill without blinking. The thick killing intent and pressure scared the little brothers present, making them too afraid to move, staring fiercely at Sumubai. "Sumubai, aren't you leaving yet? Master Tiger kindly invited you over, but you were so ungrateful. You'll regret this later." As the little brothers dragged Black Bear outside, they cursed and scolded. Sumubai closed the door and asked, "Qin Lang, it seems that we've been targeted as soon as we entered the city." Qin Lang wiped his hands. "No worries, they got themselves into trouble. If they get beaten to death, they deserve it. Let's finish what we need to do at the White Dragon Temple first." After finishing their meal, the two took the high-rise elevator to District D, and saw the entrance of a temple on the second floor. The three big characters' White Dragon Temple were carved on the plaque at the entrance, and a long line of worshippers formed outside, coming endlessly. Qin Lang thought, if they lined up obediently, it would take till tomorrow to meet the abbot Wukong. So he said to a little monk maintaining order, "Little master, is your abbot here?" The little monk glanced at him and said impatiently, "Don't know, get in line." "Qin Lang, I was recommended by a friend." The little monk's expression was calm as he asked, "Friend? Which friend?" "Qin Lang." "June." The little monk's mouth opened wide, his eyes almost popping out. How do you know Qin Lang?" Several little monks nearby turned pale at the mention of Qin Lang, staring at Qin Lang in shock. Qin Lang looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Qin Lang asked me to come." The previously rude little monk quickly put on a smile. "This benefactor, I apologize for my earlier offense. The abbot went out early, would you like to go in and wait?" Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need, just tell me where he went." The little monk quickly said, "The abbot went to the number 5 mansion in District C. The president of the Tiger and Dragon Association is looking for him to discuss important matters, and he left in a hurry." Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, thinking, why do I have to run there again? At the same time, inside the number 5 mansion in District C. "Master Wukong, do you think this wheel-shaped sword is real?" A white-haired man dressed in a custom suit, exuding wealth, asked in a heavy tone. Wukong carefully examined an ancient sword and nodded. "No doubt, the spiritual power on it is very strong, it is definitely real. Legend has it that the manslayer by Qi and Jing could both died at the hands of this sword. It is not an ordinary item, I can see the floating spiritual energy on it without using my heavenly eye." By Qin, who breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, I can rest easy now. That plan should be almost ready as well." Wukong put his hands together. "Benefactor, Bai's sincere efforts will surely touch the heavens and fulfill your wish." Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. "Master Tiger, bad news." By Qin, who put away the wheel-shaped sword and let the person in. "What happened?" A subordinate walked in and said, "Black Bear was beaten, he is seriously injured." By Qin, who was stunned, "How is that possible? He is an experienced player who has passed several instances, he isn't even afraid of bullets. Where is he? Call him over." The subordinate complied and quickly brought in Black Bear, who looked like a beaten pig. "Master Tiger, I let you down." Black Bear entered the door with one hand covering his face and the other covering his butt. "I embarrassed you." Wukong wanted to laugh at his appearance but immediately blocked his face with his hands. Ahmedba. By Qin, who frowned, "Who did this?" In Xincheng, not many dared to be so ruthless to the people of the Tiger and Dragon Association. Black Bear wiped his tears. He said, "According to your instructions, I have called all the newly cleared players to participate in the assessment. But I ran into someone named Qin Lang, who not only showed no gratitude, but even dared to attack me. This injury was caused by him." By Qin touched his chin and thought, "Qin Lang? I haven't heard of this person. Where does he get such courage?" He and Wukong exchanged glances, and a guess popped into their minds. Wudao Society? Wukong said, "Recently, many potential players have been misled by the Wudao Society and have gone astray. Why, sir, you also need to be careful during the assessment." Heyu cried loudly, "Lord Tiger, this isn't damage on my butt, it's clearly on your face." By Qin. By Qin said to Heyu, "You should go treat your wounds first, I will take care of this matter for you. Also, have all the assessors been gathered?" Heyu nodded. "Everyone is here, all waiting for your orders in the hall." By Qin said, "Good, I know. I'll send a few more people to catch that Qin Lang, daring to touch my Longhu Society." At that moment, a maid stood at the door. "Mr. Bai, there are 2 guests outside who want to find Wukong to host." By Qin looked at Wukong, a bit displeased. "Master, didn't you say you would accompany me for the assessment today?" Wukong shrugged. "I didn't know, maybe they came uninvited, just send them off." The maid said, "But that person said it was Qin Lang who called for them." Upon hearing Qin Lang's name, Wukong's face turned pale. By Qin was very excited. "Qin Lang? He came out of the dungeon? What is that guest's name?" "It seems to be Qin Lang." Chapter 84, Instant Kill. "Qin Lang?" Heyu shouted angrily. "That brat came looking for trouble?" Wukong and By Qin were also puzzled. How did this Qin Lang get linked to Qin Lang? Wukong said to By Qin, "Since Qin Lang recommended him to come, we really should meet him." By Qin sneered, "Alright, since it's Qin Lang sending him, I must treat him well." "Perfect, let him participate in the assessment in the hall. Heyu, you will be the examiner." Wukong was shocked. "Master Bai." By Qin said, "Master, you also know my relationship with Qin Lang, I can't wait to eat him. For your sake, I'll first test that brat's ability. If he really is that capable, I can have a good talk with him later. If he's useless, then he deserves to die. You just say you haven't seen this person. He offended my Longhu Society, it's normal for him to die." Yukong nodded after hearing this. Alright then. Ba. Heyu showed a trace of a cold smile. Don't worry, Lord Tiger, I will definitely deal with this stinky little brat. On the other side, Qin Lang and Sumubai arrived at a luxurious hall led by a servant. Dozens of people were seated in the hall, dressed differently, even looking like people of different eras. Didn't expect to be called by the Longhu Society right after coming out of the dungeon. Yeah, I thought I could have a good rest. Since Lord Tiger called us, he won't be asking me to join his association, right? That would be such an honor. If I became a member of the Longhu Society, I wouldn't have to worry about anything in Xincheng. Qin Lang and Sumubai found a sofa to sit down. Qin Lang was puzzled. Strange, weren't we supposed to meet that old monk? Where are we now? Sumubai pulled Qin Lang. Qin Lang, look, it's that person. Qin Lang looked up and saw a big man with a bandage wrapped around his head and his mouth crooked to the ear. It was none other than Heyu, who had been beaten by Sumubai. Heyu glanced around the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Lang and Sumubai. He let out two cold laughs and said, "Welcome, players, to your arrival. Lord Tiger called everyone here to find some capable people among you to form a team to conquer a dungeon. As long as you pass the assessment, we will immediately give out 100,000 ghost coins as a bonus. If anyone can conquer the dungeon and complete the hidden tasks inside, in addition to the monetary reward, they will also receive a mysterious grand prize. Moreover, they will gain access to all the resources and protection of our Tiger and Dragon Society. Tiger Master promises not to let you down." The players on site erupted with excitement. Another trip to a dungeon? What is Tiger Master planning? 100,000 ghost coins is quite a lot. I only got 10,000 for clearing. If I could join the Tiger and Dragon Society and be protected by Tiger Master, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. Seeing the eager faces around him, Qin Lang felt particularly bored. What's going on? What assessment? He was about to leave, but the unusual situation in front of him made him think again. He already said he would meet Wukong, yet he ended up in this place. Who is arranging this on purpose? Is it Wukong or the Tiger Master that these people are talking about? What is their relationship? At this moment, a surveillance camera was directly focused on Qin Lang and Sumubai. In the monitoring room, Bai Qinhui and Wukong were watching Qin Lang, looking somewhat indifferent. Is this Qin Lang? He looks rather ordinary. Bai Qinhui took a sip of red wine. I just had someone check, there was no record of him before. He should be a newbie just coming out of the dungeon, right? Wukong said, maybe he teamed up with Qin Lang to clear the dungeon, riding on Qin Lang's coattails. Several times before, Qin Lang has also brought people to me seeking some incantations, and most of them relied on Qin Lang to pass. Bai Qinhui snorted coldly, then he must not have any skills, how dare he touch my people? Seeking death. Wukong couldn't help but sigh, Ba. In the hall, He Xiong was incredibly excited, shouting loudly, next, the first wave of the assessment begins. Are you all ready? The players on site shouted in unison, ready. He Xiong chuckled coldly, then, the first wave of the assessment is. He pointed sharply at Qin Lang, you will duel with that man, whoever can kill him will pass. Everyone turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, you want to fight me? Is this for real? He Xiong gritted his teeth, everyone, don't underestimate him. This person has not registered an official clearing record or player identity, in other words, he just came out of the dungeon. But he claims to be at the golden level. As soon as this was said, the scene erupted with laughter. Golden? Just out of the dungeon and he's golden? Could he be that mysterious player announced globally? How could that be? If he were such a big shot, he would have gone to enjoy life or become an official by now. A player at the golden level could at least be a city mayor. Why waste effort here? Kid, your bluffing is over. In the monitoring room, Bai Qinhui shook his head, still dare to pose as a golden player? Truly a reckless fool. Master, if you meet him, who knows what kind of trouble he could bring you, I'm just helping you. Wukong also sighed, sigh, why does Qin Lang always introduce me to such people? Qin Lang looked at them without expression, his heart calm as the sea. A fierce-looking man swaggered out and stood in front of Qin Lang. Kid, you say you're golden, then show me you can take me out in one hit. Another man stepped forward, hey, I'm closest, so I should fight him first. You step back. He pointed at Qin Lang and asked, kid, if you're capable, take me out too. Qin Lang raised his hand and fired 2 mental energy bullets at them. Bang! Bang! The 2 men's heads were instantly shot through, brain matter splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the ground. He actually killed 2 people with just a wave of his hand? Is he a player with special abilities from a dungeon? Many present were fighting in B or C level dungeons, and such terrifying scenes were rare, while there are situations where people die. but most had never seen it with their own eyes. They had died with their companions in a haze, etc. It was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying scene. Not to mention Qin Lang's overwhelming combat strength. Qin Lang, everyone saw it, they made me kill them in an instant. Such a request, I have never heard in my life. Chapter 85, Screams. Black Tiger saw this scene on the second floor, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Is this kid really that incredible? No, the people just now must have underestimated him. Wasn't I like that back then? There are so many people here, what is there to fear? Everyone, don't panic. Black Bear shouted, let's take him on together. Don't be afraid of him, never underestimate him. As soon as these words were spoken, all the players in the hall became alert at once, using furniture like sofas as cover, starting to surround Qin Lang, waiting for their chance to strike. Having learned from the lessons of the two just now, they were much more cautious this time. Sumubai prepared to get up. Qin Lang, let me handle it. Qin Lang pressed her down. Forget it, I'll handle it, it'll be quicker this way. He stood up, surveying his surroundings. Listen carefully, I am looking for someone, not here for any nonsense assessment. Master Wukong, are you here? At that moment, 3 people suddenly jumped out from behind, each wielding different weapons and attacking Qin Lang. Qin Lang drew the Demon Slayer blade in a swift motion, slicing sideways. Ah! The 3 people were immediately cut in half, their bodies falling down. Qin Lang planted the Demon Slayer blade vertically into the ground and asked, who else is there? The players present felt a chill run down their spines, their legs turning weak. That's an A-class weapon. Yes, it's A-class. My goodness, he actually has an A-class weapon, no wonder he's so powerful. The killing aura exuded by the Demon Slayer blade made the weapons in their hands tremble uncontrollably, seeming to refuse to cooperate. I'm not playing anymore. One player ran out directly. Me too. What nonsense assessment, saving my life is more important. Run. Soon, all those people fled. Qin Lang shouldered the Demon Slayer blade and looked at Black Bear. Hey, do you know where Master Wukong is? Black Bear's vision blurred, almost passing out again. This guy, can't he really be at the golden rank? Qin Lang and Sumubai walked toward the second floor, while Black Bear and the others huddled together, shivering. Big boss, big boss. Black Bear knelt down. I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you, please don't kill me. Qin Lang coldly said, killing you would only dirty my hands. I came to find someone, what did you bring me here for? Are you sick? Black Bear shook his head, then nodded, right, you're right. I'm sick. Big boss, please show mercy, let me go. Qin Lang frowned, if you can't hold it, at least be a little arrogant. Looking at you like this is honestly disgusting. Hearing this, Black Bear quickly wanted to comply, but he could only think about crying and feeling no other emotion. Qin Lang was about to continue asking when a voice came from behind. Mr. Qin. By Qin, who spoke with great enthusiasm, your presence honors us. I deeply apologize for not greeting you properly. Behind him, Wukong also clasped his hands. Amatba, benefactor, my monk's name is Wukong. Qin Lang sheathed the Demon Slayer blade, ignoring Bai Qinhu, and instead told Wukong about Sumubai and Yi Zi's situation. Please, master, help get my peculiar friends out of my human friends without hurting either. Wukong laughed softly. I see. A small matter. Bai Qinhu smiled. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll prepare the venue for Master Wukong to perform a ritual, you just need to take a short rest. Qin Lang frowned. Who are you? Bai Qinhu patted his chest. I am Bai Qinhu, president of the Dragon and Tiger Association. Qin Lang scratched his face. Oh, so it's you, this bastard, causing trouble for me? Bai Qinhu did not expect Qin Lang to be so rude and said somewhat displeased, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. You attacked my people first and then went on a killing spree in my territory. Aren't we even now? Qin Lang shrugged. You brought this on yourself. You. Bai Qinhu clenched his fists, about to explode. But thinking about future collaboration with Qin Lang, he temporarily held back his temper. Arriving in a well-arranged room, Wukong confidently said, Mr. Qin, don't worry, this kind of ritual I have done before. In a moment, I just need to chant a few verses to definitely bring your strange friend out and even find her a good place to belong. After saying this, he first sprinkled some water on Yi Zi, then wrote a few verses on her forehead, and afterward shook the ritual tool while reciting the verses. At this moment, Bai Qintian quietly asked Qin Lang, Mr. Qin, let's leave this to the master, shall we talk over there? Qin Lang waved his hand, there's nothing for us to talk about. And whether it will succeed or not is still unknown, why are you talking? Bai Qintian's anger grew even more inside. You give him some paint and he starts running a dye shop? It's just a strange occurrence, is it worth staring at it so closely? But he wasn't anxious. Once Wukong solved this strange problem, Qin Lang would definitely owe him a favor and would have to cooperate with him. Time passed little by little, yet there was no sign of effect. Sumu Bai still couldn't get down from Yi Zi. Wukong was sweating profusely. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Bai Qintian felt something was off, asking, Master, why is it still not done? Wukong couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, do you know what level of strange being is possessing Yi Zi? Qin Lang replied, Level A. Wukong exclaimed, Level A? Wait. What did you say? Wukong and Bai Qintian showed fear on their faces, unable to help but take 2 steps back. This Sumu Bai is an A-level strange being? Wukong's lips turned pale, Mr. Qin, please don't joke. A-level strange being, where did you get it? Also, how are you friends with it? In his impression, A-level strange beings could almost kill all players below the bronze level, their power was terrifying. Qin Lang said, I met Miss Su while running a dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qintian swallowed hard, what dungeon? Qin Lang replied, an A-level dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qintian's brain suddenly crashed, then, you met Jun Lang in the A-level dungeon? Qin Lang shook his head, no, I met him in a 3A level dungeon. 3A. Wukong and Bai Qintian shouted in disbelief, their blood pressure skyrocketing. Wukong suspected that if he had hair, it might stand up straight. The strongest player in Xinjiang had only cleared a 2A level dungeon. Qin Lang actually survived in a 3A level dungeon? This is really tough. Wukong couldn't help but swallow, Jun Lang's strength can already clear 3A level dungeons? God. Sumu Bai said defiantly, what Jun Lang, that dungeon could be cleared, it was all thanks to Qin Lang, during the boss fight, he was the main attacker. The room erupted with screams again. Bai Qintian immediately approached Qin Lang and bowed, Mr. Qin, please help me. Chapter 86 Two-Wheel Swords. Qin Lang frowned, looking disgusted, what are you up to this time? Forget it, don't say anything, I won't help you. He could see that Bai Qintian was just looking for players and testing them, it was obvious he had something going on. But Qin Lang didn't want to get involved. Bai Qintian said, Mr. Qin, please. As long as you agree to this request, I can give you anything. Qin Lang was speechless, wanting to refuse again. But Bai Qi's voice suddenly rang out, Big brother, this person has come into contact with the wheel sword. Qin Lang wondered in his heart, are you sure? Bai Qi, absolutely. No one knows the aura of that sword better than me. Qin Lang looked at Bai Qintian and asked, do you have the wheel sword here? Upon hearing this question, Bai Qintian immediately nodded, how did Mr. Qin know? So there really is one. Qin Lang asked, take me to see it later. Bai Qintian immediately agreed. Qin Lang then asked Wukong, can you still bring Miss Su out? Wukong nodded, I can, but it will take some time. I never expected your strange friend to be so formidable. Qin Lang let him take his time, while he followed Bai Qinha to see the wheel sword. After entering the study, Bai Qinha twisted a statue next to the door. Creak. 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 The nearby bookshelf made a loud noise, parting to reveal a passage. After entering, Bai Qinha quickly came out holding a long, exquisite wooden box. Qin Lang opened the box and saw a sword over a meter long. It gleamed coldly, with an aura that demanded respect. The first glance was enough to imagine its might, cutting through all with ease. What a good sword! Qin Lang couldn't help but be moved. After all, it was the sword that had defeated the monster Bai Qi and the assassin Jing Ku. No! Bai Qi's voice rang out, that's not the one. Qin Lang, confused, asked, what? Isn't this the wheel sword? Bai Qinha was alarmed, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I have had experts authenticate it, Master Wukong has seen it too, and they all said it's fine. Qin Lang waved his hand, I'm not talking to you, be quiet. Bai Qinha immediately fell silent. Facing a person who had passed a 3A instance, this president of the Dragon and Tiger Society had to obediently listen. Bai Qi explained to Qin Lang, this sword is the wheel sword, but it also is not. Qin Lang, speechless, replied, can you stop speaking in riddles? Is it or is it not? Bai Qi said, famous swords like the wheel sword are never made in only one version, there is one true sword and another is a spare. Similar to Ganjiang and Moe, they were crafted as two. Ganjiang is Moe, and Moe is also Ganjiang. Likewise, this sword is a wheel sword, but it's not the one I used when I committed suicide. Qin Lang scratched his head and asked, so this sword is useless, huh? Bai Qi said, that wouldn't be right, just like twins have a mental connection, the true sword and the spare sword are also attracted to each other. As long as you have the spare sword in hand, you will soon find the true sword. Qin Lang understood, he needed to take this sword to find the other one. He looked at Bai Qinha, I want this sword, what's your price? Hearing this, Bai Qinha was excited, Mr. Qin, you truly are the person I've been waiting for. Qin Lang asked in confusion, what do you mean? Bai Qinha said, to be honest, I collected this sword not for any other reason, but to save my daughter. A week ago, Bai Qinhua's daughter had an accident during an instance and died. A friend who was with her fought to bring her body back. Bai Qinha was heartbroken. As he prepared to cremate her, a mysterious Taoist passed by, saying that his daughter was not meant to die and would come back to life once a destined person appeared. That Taoist looked filthy and crazy. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense and was about to beat him up and chase him away. But then, he immediately cast a spell and made me see my daughter's soul. It turned out that, although Bai Qinhua's daughter was dead, her soul lingered in her body, and a special elixir was needed to revive her. Bai Qinha continued, this elixir exists in a high-difficulty instance. You must complete a hidden task inside to obtain it. That instance has been around for 10 years, and so far, no one has been able to conquer it. I prepared to recruit people to form a team to conquer that instance, but that Taoist calculated and said I would need to find the wheel sword, so a destined person would come to seek it, someone who could conquer that instance. I immediately sent someone to find the sword and finally bought it from a collector, but no one came to ask for it. I thought I was cheated, or that the sword was fake. That's why I summoned players from everywhere to participate in the assessment and even asked Master Wukong to check its authenticity. And then, Mr. Qin, you came. After speaking, Bai Qinha looked at Qin Lang with eyes full of expectation. Qin Lang held the wheel sword, so I was set up? Did that Taoist say who he is? I didn't expect that my search for the wheel sword was anticipated by someone. Recalling that Zunyangzi from Fengmen village, Qin Lang didn't have a good impression of the Taoist group at all. Bai Qinha said, he didn't leave a name, just helped me calculate this hexagram. Oh, he also mentioned that the destined person has water in his name. Qin Lang thought for a moment, and indeed, he was right, there was water in his name. So, you want me to help you go to that dungeon and complete that hidden task? Bai Qinha nodded, that's right, please, Mr. Qin, do me this favor. As long as I can get the elixir to save my daughter, I can give you everything. Qin Lang laughed lightly, you don't need to say that, I'm not interested in your things. I want to ask you something. How many members does your Tianlong society have? Bai Qinha said, we have branches all over the country, with a total membership of 100,000. Qin Lang nodded, then listened carefully. Then he told him about the wheel sword and another real sword. You mobilize everyone to search for that sword, and when the time comes, we will exchange one for the other. You bring the sword to trade for my elixir. Bai Qinha was extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, when you come out of the dungeon, I will definitely find the real sword. Qin Lang set down the wheel sword and asked, by the way, what's the name of the dungeon you mentioned, and how do you get there? Bai Qinha hurriedly said, the entrance to that dungeon is fixed, players can enter after some time, but no one has succeeded in conquering it yet. The dungeon's name is a bit strange, it's called Silent Hill. Qin Lang, Silent Hill? Qin Lang wondered, Silent Hill? Are you talking about the Silent Hill from that classic horror movie? Bai Qinha looked even more puzzled than him, movie? Silent Hill has a movie? Qin Lang realized that this world was very different from the Earth he remembered. Many artistic works and histories were not the same. It seemed that the people here had never heard of, let alone seen, Silent Hill. He recalled back when he and his roommate watched Silent Hill late at night, ending up needing to go to the bathroom together in fear. Qin Lang thought, if this dungeon Silent Hill was set up like the movie he had seen, it would be an easy task for him. Even if he had to complete a hidden task, he could take his time. This was a surefire deal. Qin Lang asked again, where is the entrance to that Silent Hill dungeon? Bai Qinha said, Mr. Qin, you don't need to worry, I will send someone to take you there. Not just me, many associations and groups want to conquer that dungeon, so there will be many players going there. This time, you will set off in the name of our association, and I can also select a few helpers for you. Qin Lang shook his head, no need, I'll go with my strange friends, and I won't use your banner. Alright, let's go see how Master Wukong is doing. He picked up the wheel sword again, I'll take this thing with me. After all, it was a treasure, if he didn't take it, it would be a shame. Bai Qinha didn't dare refuse, of course, please. Qin Lang walked back holding the sword, and Bai Qi's voice rang out again. Hee, big brother, I didn't expect you to care so much for your younger brother, even willing to take such a big risk to find the wheel sword. Qin Lang thought to himself, stop being so self-important, I just feel like I've been targeted and need to clarify things. To predict that I would come looking for the wheel sword, along with the UND conquered dungeon, do you really think these are coincidences? Might as well believe I'm Emperor Qin. Bai Qi smiled coldly, if you were really Emperor Qin, I might have to kill you. So, do you think someone is designing all of this? But no one could possibly know that I want the wheel sword, it can't be pre-designed, it can only be predicted. Qin Lang said, I believe this can be calculated. But why let Bai Qin Tiger take the wheel sword and then send me to save his daughter? I'm afraid the wheel sword you want is already in someone's hands, just waiting for Bai Qin Tiger to take it. Bai Qi understood, someone must be forcing you to go to that dungeon. Qin Lang nodded, I suspect someone is setting a trap behind this, but I haven't figured out their purpose yet. My intuition has always been the most accurate, there must be something behind this. I hate feeling targeted like this. I won't rest until I root them out. Bai Qi smiled. Those who have thunder in their hearts but a face like a calm lake may join the ranks of generals. Facing such a tumultuous situation, Qin Lang was still so calm, truly extraordinary. Bai Qi's claws creaked. Maybe Qin Lang really could help him achieve that ambition. Arriving at the previous room, under the bright lights, Yizi lay on a bed. Beside her stood a stunning woman, her figure faint and flickering. Wukong curled up in the corner, looking tired, constantly chanting scriptures, with several half-burned incense sticks before him. It seemed Su Mubai had successfully left Yizi's body. Su Mubai spoke, "Qin Lang, I'm fine. It's just that Miss Yi may have been affected by the dark energy from my body, and she is still quite weak." Qin Lang nodded and said to Wukong, "Master, thank you. I will donate for incense offerings." Wukong smiled bitterly, "Qin benefactor, you are too polite, you are a friend of Zhu Ling and a VIP of President Bai. Of course, I will help. However, her karmic obstacles are too heavy, she cannot reincarnate. But staying as a wandering spirit is probably not a long-term plan." Su Mubai's gaze dimmed. In fact, even if given the chance to reincarnate, she wouldn't want to go, all she wanted now was to stay with Qin Lang and help. Qin Lang nodded, "Thank you for the reminder, master." He said to Su Mubai, "Miss Su, let's go, we are heading to a new dungeon." Wait. At this moment, Yi Zi on the bed woke up again. "Qin Lang, are you going to leave me behind?" Qin Lang said, "You're awake." "Of course not, I will take you to a safe place." "Yi Zi, I want to go with you to the new dungeon." Qin Lang frowned, "But your body." Yi Zi shook her head, "It's not a big deal. Even if I die, I won't blame you. After experiencing the dungeon with you, I found this so interesting and meaningful. So, I beg you to take me along." Qin Lang shrugged, "Then, it's up to you. Let's go." Half an hour later, Qin Lang and Yi Zi, led by Qin Tiger, drove out of the city, passing through the rundown old district, arriving at a desolate construction site. As soon as Qin Lang and the others got out of the car, they immediately exchanged glances. Wasn't this the entrance they used to return to reality? What a coincidence. Qin Lang felt even more certain that someone was arranging all of this behind the scenes. If he didn't figure it out, he feared he would never have a peaceful life again. Qin Tiger instructed his men to retrieve a box from the car. "Mr. Qin, this is an S-level item my woman obtained before. I think it could be useful for you." Qin Lang opened it and found a beautifully crafted, shiny black ring inside. Qin Tiger explained, "This is called the Obsidian Ring. It absorbs all bizarre attacks and stores them, which can be released for counterattacks when necessary. My daughter says this is a very powerful weapon." After hearing this, Qin Lang thought it would be especially useful, so he accepted it without hesitation. Qin Tiger added, "Mr. Qin, if you keep going forward, you will see a group of players. At that time, the dungeon administrator will take you in. Everything is up to you. Qin Lang, don't worry." After saying that, he turned and walked forward. Qin Tiger watched Qin Lang and the others' receding figures, took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, and then dialed a phone number. "Hello, I have done as you instructed. Can I save my daughter now?" The voice on the other end replied, "Why the rush? Wait until Qin Lang dies in the dungeon to discuss." Qin Hui angrily said, "He entered that dungeon, there's no chance of survival. Aren't you just cheating? I brought him over as you said and even gave him that ring, how is that not enough?" On the other end of the phone, no need to rush. I'll say it again, once Qin Lang is dead, your daughter can live." Qin Lang and Su Mubai walked about 50 meters and found that indeed many people were gathered ahead, likely players going into the dungeon together. Wow, there are really quite a few. Before Qin Lang could finish his sentence, a scream came from the front. "Ah! Someone's being eaten." Chapter 88 Old Friends. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Lang stepped forward to join in the excitement. "What's going on?" Qin Lang asked a man, "Who's being eaten?" The player trembled and said, "It's the administrator, she was supposed to take us to the dungeon, but suddenly she just bit a player to death and started eating him." Qin Lang was confused, "What's so strange about eating people? Isn't that common in the dungeon? I've seen it several times." The other person looked at Qin Lang like he was a monster. "What are you talking about? I've completed so many dungeons and have never seen that. You must be exaggerating." Qin Lang didn't want to argue about this. He looked around at the players, all of whom were filled with fear. Could it be that they were all just rookies who only tackle easy dungeons? A few players were so scared they collapsed on the ground, scrambling to flee. "No way, I'm not playing anymore. What's the point of gaining powerful abilities after clearing? My life is more important. Dying before even entering the dungeon is too brutal." In the blink of an eye, the crowd was halved. "Young man, you're quite brave, not scared at all." An old voice pricked Qin Lang's back like a needle. Qin Lang turned around and only saw a few young men and women staring at him, but they clearly weren't the ones speaking. Looking down, he saw an old lady hunched over, grinning at him, holding a long smoking pipe. You're quite handsome. How about considering joining our team? After she spoke, the old lady took a puff from her pipe, exhaled from her mouth, inhaled all back through her nose, then exhaled again from her mouth. Qin Lang promptly refused. No thanks, I have my own teammates. The old lady laughed. A young girl and a mysterious being under 200 years old, what can they do? She could actually see Sumubai. Under her spiritual state, Sumubai was invisible to common people unless she chose to reveal herself. No one had noticed her along the way, yet this old lady could see through it? Qin Lang replied calmly, that's none of your concern, old lady, you should take care of your health and not hurt your back. A man with a square face widened his eyes, anger appearing on his straight face. How dare you speak to the old lady like that? She kindly invited you to join, it's both a compliment and a lifesaver. So many people wanted to go with her but couldn't, you should be grateful. Next to him, a girl in a yellow outfit crossed her arms. Exactly, we were all selected by the old lady to join the team going to Silent Hill. You haven't shown any skills yet, and the old lady might have seen you as pitiful, allowing you to join us. How can you not appreciate her kindness? The old lady spoke. Alright, he didn't mean any harm, why are you saying so much? She turned to Qin Lang and smiled. Young man, I see you have some spirit, you're much better than those others. It seems you've been through a few bloody battles, so I don't want to miss out on talent. She pointed her pipe at the square-faced man who spoke earlier. His name is Fong Chang, a top swordsman who has killed a B-class anomaly. Then she pointed at a man dressed in a black cloak. His name is Sima Qing, the strongest mage in Qing City. Finally, she pointed at the girl in yellow. Her name is Fong Lanlan. Don't underestimate her as a girl, her skills in infiltration and lockpicking are top-notch, a rare female assassin. Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan wore proud expressions, looking at Qin Lang with even greater arrogance. Sima Qing shot a glance at Qin Lang, his face full of displeasure, not even bothering to greet him. They were all selected by Grandma after rigorous evaluations, so naturally, they felt 100 times unwilling when Qin Lang received an invitation without doing anything. Qin Lang nodded. Oh, swordsman, mage, and assassin. Isn't that selling swords, making staffs, and selling daggers? Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan were stunned for a moment, then exploded with anger. What did you say? Fong Lanlan gritted her teeth and said, who are you calling filthy, shameless? Fong Chang said to Grandma, Grandma, this person is so uncivilized, why summon him? I think it's better to deal with him here. But Grandma just silently smoked her cigarette, saying nothing. Ah. She's eating again. The crowd ahead erupted with gasps and wails. Qin Lang said to Yi Zi and the others, let's go and see what's going on. Fong Chang was about to chase after Qin Lang to argue but was held back by Grandma. Whatever, the young ones don't understand, why bother with him? Grandma sighed. I see he must have seen some big scenes before, but unfortunately, his experience is still lacking. His aura is weak, he probably has average strength. What a pity, I thought he was a piece of rough jade that could be finely polished, but it turns out to be this. Fong Lanlan tightened her little fists. I think so too, he doesn't look like someone capable. Grandma exhaled a puff of smoke. Let's go, we should check it out too. As the four of them moved forward, many players recognized Grandma. It's Grandma Jinye. She actually came out personally to challenge Silent Hill? We must follow her closely and hitch a ride. Players showed great respect for Grandma Jinye, all making way for her. Grandma Jinye smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. When they arrived at the front of the crowd, they saw a horse-headed humanoid monster gnawing on two corpses. It ate quite happily, completely ignoring the terrified gazes of surrounding players. Fong Lanlan covered her mouth and nose, nearly throwing up. She's an administrator? What does she look like? The administrators in the instances she had been to all looked human, and she had never seen such a horse-headed monster. Fong Chang's face turned pale, and he instinctively moved closer to Grandma Jinye. Grandma Jinye said, this should be a monster not inferior to an A-grade anomaly. To become an administrator, it's probably stronger than players of silver rank. Player strength ranges from low to high as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, and so on, with each rank divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier being the strongest and the 5th being the weakest. Most players present were at most bronze rank. This female horse is surprisingly strong? I wonder how it even started eating people. Can the administrator attack players? Let's just watch for now. The atmosphere became tense, and no one dared to speak easily. Female horse? Finally pushing to the front, Qin Lang shouted, what are you doing here? The female horse, who was eating, immediately stopped chewing, turned around, and exclaimed happily, Mr. Qin. All players turned to look at Qin Lang in surprise. They know each other? Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan's mouths opened wide, their eyes bulged, pupils shrinking to pinprick size, and their hearts raced to the maximum. Their hands trembled even more than before, feeling a tingling on their scalps. Feng Lanlan swallowed hard. I am not seeing things, right? Even Grandma Jinya was momentarily stunned, her brows tightly knitted together. The female horse wiped her mouth and politely smiled at Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect our paths to cross like this. Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, are you the administrator of this instance again? The female horse nodded with a smile. Yes, all thanks to you. After saying that, she bowed to Qin Lang. I hope you'll take good care of me this time. Everyone felt their breath stop, and then they gasped in shock. This monster is so polite to Qin Lang? Who is he? Chapter 89 Hidden Mission. The woman's mouth dripped with blood as she smiled. Mr. Qin, I noticed long ago you are not an ordinary person. As expected, you came. Qin Lang smiled, a fateful connection. The woman was there, and Sumubai was also there. Goodness, is this the place where the dream began? He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, what? Are you that hungry? The woman replied, these two were gossiping, I just wanted them to learn what manners are. After all, not everyone is like Mr. Qin, having both strength and quality. Qin Lang waved his hand. Now is not the time for flattery. Where do we enter the dungeon? The woman smiled. I'm also waiting for notice, please be patient. Qin Lang yawned. Okay, then. By the way, I heard there's a hidden mission in the Silent Hill dungeon. Do you have any clues? The woman paused for a moment, then said, Mr. Qin, do you have enemies? Qin Lang was puzzled. Why do you ask that? The woman replied, someone told you, most likely hoping you would take on this mission? Qin Lang nodded. The woman continued, indeed, there is a hidden mission in Silent Hill, but completing it is even harder than clearing the dungeon. If it's not an enemy, why would they tell you this? They are trying to harm you. I believe with your strength, clearing the dungeon is possible. But completing that hidden mission. I advise you not to be headstrong. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang became interested. Since you know what the hidden mission is, tell me. The woman frowned slightly, then said, I can't say it directly. But if you are really interested, you can check a basement after entering the dungeon. Let me remind you once more, that hidden mission is not that simple. Qin Lang noted it down. Alright, you can continue eating. Just as the woman was about to resume her meal, she added, Mr. Qin, considering we are somewhat old acquaintances, I'll remind you, the Silent Hill dungeon hasn't been cleared for many years. Many golden ranked players have also failed inside. If you don't have absolute confidence, you'd better go back. I'm not really in the mood to eat you yet. Qin Lang glanced at her, talkative. What he wasn't sure about was whether the Silent Hill was the same as the terrifying town in the Silent Hill movie he had seen in his past life. If it's the same, then he might not have much to fear, as he already knew the general plot and monsters. But if there are changes, where would they be? Then Qin Lang returned to the crowd. At this moment, all the players looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster that had popped up from the ground. This guy didn't look surprised at all to see the woman eating people, and he even chatted with her. Could it be that he also eats people? But he looks so ordinary. Fortunately, he is a player, not an enemy. What were they just saying? Yi Zi also asked Qin Lang, do you know that, monster? Qin Lang sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. We've had some dealings before, but not much. I didn't expect the dungeon administrator to be her. She just said this dungeon is tough, especially that hidden mission is even harder. You'd better think it through before going. Yi Zi smiled, no need to think, I'm going. Qin Lang asked, why? Yi Zi said, because you are here. As soon as she said this, Yi Zi's pretty face turned red, and she immediately changed her words, I mean, you are very reliable. Qin Lang replied, I know. Yi Zi. On the side, Sumubai looked at them, his expression quite complex. Across from the three, Granny Jinyi and the others had been staring at Qin Lang the whole time. Feng Chang asked, Granny, this kid is not simple. Granny Jinyi replied, isn't that obvious? If he were ordinary, how could I possibly invite him to join us? Meeting such a person at the start, and he didn't even want to pay us any mind, that's probably not good news. Feng Chang patted his chest, there's still good news. Like the fact that I'm here. Granny Jinyi, I know you are here, but what is the good news? Feng Chang looked puzzled, I just said it, the good news is that I am here. Feng Lanlan laughed uncontrollably. When Feng Chang came back to himself, his face turned red. Granny. Sima Qing spoke in a cold voice, Granny, do you know any clues about the Silent Hill instance? Granny Jinyi took a puff of smoke and said, if we're talking about clues, there is indeed one. A friend of mine once told me a bit of information using a sound jade. The sound jade is an S-class item within the instance, allowing players to communicate with people in the real world. Many players rely on it to create strategies. Players can die in the instance, information is life, and sound jades are very rare, so this information is quite valuable. Hearing Granny Genia's words, Fong Chang and the others became excited again. Granny, what did your friend say? Granny Genie was silent for a moment, then uttered two words, church. Church? Granny Genie said, yes, the church should be the key. Once we get in, we should prioritize finding the church. The three of them replied, yes. At that moment, the female horse suddenly spoke, everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. The Silent Hill instance is officially starting now. Please enter in an orderly fashion. After speaking, a dark red spatial door appeared behind her, resembling an abyss that seemed endless. The players looked at each other, and various teams whispered among themselves, unsure whether to enter first. Qin Lang led Yi Zi and Su Mubai to enter first. Granny Genie said, hurry, follow him. Once Granny Genie moved, other players also streamed in one after another. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an abandoned roadway. Gray and white mist flowed slowly along the cracked asphalt, with visibility less than 5 meters. A rusty metal road sign crookedly stuck by the roadside, its peeling red paint reading Welcome to Silent Hill in English. A dull, hollow sound of ding dong echoed from afar, and with every sound, the mist thickened. In the center of the road, deep brown stains ran like dried blood, meandering into the fog. Yi Zi and Su Mubai felt a strong unease rushing towards them, becoming extremely tense. Qin Lang, however, felt a bit excited. It's the same. Exactly the same. In his previous life, he had played through the Silent Hill movies and games, and everything he saw now was exactly as he remembered Silent Hill. Qin Lang stepped forward, but Su Mubai stopped him. Qin Lang, let me scout ahead first. I am in spirit form now, it's easier to escape in case of any situation. Qin Lang thought it was a good idea, so he said, don't go too far, be careful. Remember, pay attention to where the church is. Su Mubai nodded, then began walking deeper into the fog. Chapter 90, Differences in Detail. While Qin Lang and Yi Zi were waiting, more and more players appeared behind them. However, none of these people were Granny Genie and her group. Qin Lang remembered that Granny Genie and the others had entered right behind him. Could it be that the portal sends players to different places? But he remembered that there was only one entrance to Silent Hill Town. Qin Lang realized something, this Silent Hill is indeed slightly different from the one he knew. At this moment, the instance system prompt began. Instance, Silent Hill. Decades ago, Silent Hill was a prosperous mining town until a sudden disaster changed everything. The official report stated that a collapse of the underground mine caused the entire town to be abandoned, but survivors told a completely different story. Survivors said black mist rose from deep within the mine, enveloping the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist had distorted, painful expressions on their faces. The body gradually merged into the darkness, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Some say that the miners, while working in the coal mine, inadvertently opened the gates of hell. After entering Silent Hill, remember to think about one question, which is more terrifying, the living or the ghosts? Instance difficulty, B, ranking mode. In ranking mode, players will earn points upon clearing stages and receive richer rewards. Qin Lang nodded as he read. Aha, the background is about the same. The story of Silent Hill in my past life also started in a small coal mining town. Qin Lang remembered that Silent Hill was originally a small town that thrived on coal mining. This was true in both the game and movie versions. But due to a major fire igniting the mines, the town was shrouded in coal dust, and the fire continued to burn the coal underground for half a century. The system just mentioned, black mist rise from the depths of the mine, covering the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist show distorted faces of agony, describes that disaster. However, there are some differences in detail, such as the townspeople bodies gradually merging into darkness, ultimately vanishing without a trace, which is not in the movie or game. And that survivor rumor about the miners opening the gates of hell is also something Qin Lang heard for the first time. Where is Mubai? Why hasn't she come back yet? Yi Zi asked anxiously. Qin Lang frowned, not good. He quickly walked into the fog. The air was filled with the smell of rust and decay, like a mix of blood and rotting wood. Occasionally, a sickly sweet scent wafted by, reminiscent of burnt cotton candy, but it was quickly overpowered by the stench of rot. Miss Su! Qin Lang shouted loudly. Qin Lang! Fortunately, Su Mubai quickly floated over after hearing Qin Lang's voice. Qin Lang held her hand. Where have you been? Su Mubai said, I just saw a figure and rushed after it. But I couldn't catch up to him. Qin Lang said, there are many monsters here, be careful. Next to them, Yi Zi had just exhaled in relief, looking into the distance, suddenly exclaiming, Qin Lang, look. In the center of the path ahead, there was a stone base piled up, with a huge cross standing upright. And a body, charred black, was bound to the cross. The body was highly carbonized, with features burned beyond recognition, but from the distorted neck and wide-open mouth, one could tell the torment it suffered while being burned alive. Yi Zi's hands trembled constantly, her whole body shivering. Even Su Mubai frowned. Yi Zi, is this the work of a monster? Qin Lang, no, it's the Church of Silent Hill. Yi Zi and Su Mubai, the church? Qin Lang nodded. There is an evil church in Silent Hill that believes that burning heretics on a cross will exorcise demons, which they call a purification ritual. This is just one method. Another way is to throw people directly into the red-hot braziers, roasting them alive. Qin Lang remembered that in the movie, the very fire in Silent Hill started because the church burned sacrificial victims using the second, cruelest method, but an accident occurred. The ropes binding the victim malfunctioned, causing the victim to knock over the brazier, which then ignited the underground coal vein. Yi Zi looked at him in surprise. Qin Lang, have you been here before? How do you know so much? Qin Lang was just about to find an excuse when he heard a piercing scream from behind. Ah! Players behind screamed as they ran away. A monster, about 2 meters tall, with a body as thin as if it had been severely tortured, was devouring a player, with 2 legs still outside, making it look as if the monster was smoking 2 cigarettes. The monster's skin was a dark purple, almost as if rotting. The surface was covered with cracked openings, each crevice wriggling with flesh that looked like eyeballs, blinking from time to time, staring at its prey. Yi Zi's face turned pale. What is this thing? The monster's face barely had features, only a huge mouth torn to the roots of its ears, inside which were not normal teeth, but layers of twisted human faces piled on top of each other. These human faces constantly warped and struggled, showing expressions of pain, emitting twisted cries and whispers, as if countless souls were trapped within, never able to escape. Abyss Whaler. Weird level, B. Yi Zi only felt her body go soft, almost forgetting about the fight. Many cowardly players immediately panicked, directly scared to death and collapsing to the ground. How strange. Qin Lang murmured, then grabbed Yi Zi's hand and ran towards another street. Su Muba also closely followed. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, aren't we going to fight? Qin Lang said, we didn't come here to fight monsters, let's not waste our energy. Those people are dead and gone. Let's find that basement the lady spoke about first. He thought to himself, another different setting has appeared. He remembered that Silent Hill was divided into 3 worlds, the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. Among them, the surface world and inner world corresponded to the inner feelings of the key character in Silent Hill, Shuero. These 2 worlds were also created by her mental power. Monsters appeared in both the surface and inner worlds, with the latter having more and stronger monsters, more bloody and horrifying. Logically, according to the recently burned corpses and scenes, Qin Lang and the others were still in the first layer of the real world, so there should be no monsters. This familiar yet strange feeling made Qin Lang's heart erupt with unease and a certain sense of uncertainty for the first time. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren rang out in the sky. Qin Lang stopped and said, "Tsk tisk, it's coming." What's happening? Yi Zi felt her ears hurt. What is this sound? Qin Lang, something is about to happen. Anyone who has seen the Silent Hill movies or games has a shadow because of this wailing air raid siren. Because this sound signals that the exchange between the 3 worlds is beginning. In other words, more monsters will appear, and the following scenes will only become stranger and more terrifying. Qin Lang saw a church faintly visible in the distance, so he pulled Yi Zi and called Su Muba to rush over. On the other side, just shortly after Qin Lang left, a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Grandma Jin Yi and her 3 companions. Fang Chang disdainfully said, "Tch, thought they were impressive, yet they ran away directly, so disappointing." Feng Lanlan looked at the Abyss Whaler and frowned. What a disgusting monster, Grandma, shall we take action? Grandma Jin Yi glanced at the players sprawled across the ground and said, saving a life is good enough. Fang Chang was overjoyed at the order and immediately jumped out. He drew the sword from his waist, ran a few steps, and then leaped into the air, directly stabbing at the Abyss Whaler. Before he got close, the Abyss Whaler opened its terrifying mouth, and an indescribable sound pierced everyone's ears. Fang Chang's left chest shook, his throat tasted sweetness, and he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah! Fang Chang released his hands, crashing to the ground along with the sword. Grandma Jin Yi sighed, "Xing, it's your turn." Sima Qing extended her hand, chanting a spell, and 3 fireballs appeared out of thin air, whoosh, whoosh, shooting towards the whaler. Bang, bang, the fireballs hit the Abyss Whaler, igniting it in a great blaze. Feng Lanlan's eyes flashed cold, turning into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the whaler's feet. A sharp dagger appeared in her hand without her knowing when, and with 2 swipes, she cut the whaler's legs. The Abyss Whaler let out a cry to the sky, losing its balance and falling forward. Fang Chang had already stood up, recalling the scene just now. Feeling ashamed, he attacked even harder. Break! Fang Chang first unleashed a strike like a long rainbow piercing the sun, creating a large hole in the chest of the Abyss Howler. Seeing this, Fang Chang twirled his sword, bent down and executed a sweeping blow at the Abyss Howler's lower body. Unfortunately, he was injured and lacked strength, failing to deal a fatal blow. The Abyss Howler still fell down but reached out a large hand to grab Fang Chang. Sima Qing pointed with his hand, and a long pillar of fire shot out, hitting the abyss howler and igniting a great fire once again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fong Chang jumped back in pain. The abyss howler became motionless and then turned to ashes, drifting up into the sky. Player Sima Qing successfully killed B-level anomaly, rewarded 10,000 anomaly coins. Player Fong Lan assisted, rewarded 5,000 anomaly coins. Player Fong Chang assisted, rewarded 1,000 anomaly coins. What's going on? Fong Chang shouted in dissatisfaction, I worked so hard, and I only got 1,000 anomaly coins? Fong Lan chuckled, your hardship was all your own doing. Who told you to rush in like that? If it weren't for me and brother Sima, you would have died long ago. Fong Chang argued loudly, what? That last strike pierced the monster. I dealt the most damage. He pointed at Sima Qing, he was just playing with fireballs, not breaking a sweat, how did he become the main attacker? I refuse to accept this. Sima Qing remained quite indifferent to Fong Chang's anger as if he hadn't heard anything. Grandma Genie spoke up, enough, Fong Chang, Lan is right, you only made things harder for yourself just now. Sima Qing saved your life, yet you are making a fuss over such a small amount of anomaly coins, what does that look like? Apologize to him. Fong Chang still felt a bit unwilling, but seeing Grandma's gaze, he still bowed to Sima Qing and said, I'm sorry, I was too harsh with my words just now. Sima Qing acknowledged it with a grunt for Grandma Genie's sake. Grandma Genie took a puff of smoke, murmuring, this dungeon isn't simple, it starts with a B-level anomaly. Sima Qing said, Grandma, what's most important now is to figure out what that cult Qin Lang just mentioned is about. Just now, Grandma Genie and the others had been following behind Qin Lang, but Grandma used her magic to conceal their presence, and since Qin Lang was focused on the dungeon, he didn't notice them. Qin Lang's conversation with Yi Zi had been overheard by them. Sima Qing said, Qin Lang seems to be very familiar with this Silent Hill. Also, Silent Hill hasn't been cleared by anyone, yet he knows it so well, clearly. Grandma Genie said, what he just mentioned, my friend in the sound transmission jade also mentioned. It shows that he, like me, has a sound transmission jade that has grasped information about Silent Hill and knows some strategies here. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know so much. Fong Lan jumped over and said, but the sound transmission jade is such a precious item, how could he have it? Maybe he heard it from some information dealer? Grandma Genie shook her head, impossible, the players who come to Silent Hill all perish, besides those like my friend who would bear the certainty of death to explore and pass on information, no one would be that foolish. In other words, the only ones who know the inside information and details about Silent Hill are me and a few others, and they won't leak this information. Fong Lan didn't understand, then how does Qin Lang know such details? Grandma Genie frowned, there's only one explanation. Qin Lang has the ability to foresee the future, otherwise, he has high-level help. Fong Lan asked, high level? What high level? Grandma Genie took a puff of smoke, actually, there is an abnormality beside Qin Lang, and you all just didn't see it. I suspect that the anomaly is the high-level person beside Qin Lang, and the information about Silent Hill was told to Qin Lang by that anomaly. Sima Qing nodded, that makes sense. Fong Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out a pill to swallow. Humph, turns out he's just a pathetic little guy relying on a strange guide, I thought he was more impressive. He's probably still that strange slave. I've seen people wrapped up in the strange before, forced to work for it, almost like a so-called ghost, TSK. Fong Lan suddenly realized, no wonder he knows that female head administrator, it's probably because of that female strange. I get it now, Qin Lang is just a freeloader. Old Granny Genie puffed on her cigarette, it seems now that if Qin Lang refuses to cooperate, we just need to separate him from that strange, and we can easily take control of him. That's his fatal weakness. Fong Chang rubbed his hands together, alright, let's go for it. Before he finished speaking, the alarm blared, woo woo woo. Fong Lan looked up at the sky, excited, wow, it's snowing. Old Granny Genie looked up in shock, no, that's not snow. Old Granny Genie stretched out her hand, pinching a snowflake, only to find a large gray stain between her fingers, clearly not snow. Fong Lan gasped, what is this? Old Granny Genie replied calmly, it's coal dust. Didn't the system just say this place used to be a coal mining town? A big fire burned the coal mine, and there's still fire underground, so you all be careful. Fong Lan and the others responded, got it. Sima Qing asked again, Granny, are we still following Qin Lang? Old Granny Genie looked into the distance and said, if he truly has skills, we will definitely see him again. Let's move forward. Just as they took a step out, suddenly the road cracked with a loud boom, and the four of them lost their balance and fell down. Fong Lan and Fong Chang screamed. After they all fell down, the previously cracked road began to magically restore itself, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. On the other side, Qin Lang was still rushing towards the church with Yi Zi and Su Mu Bai. The scenery on the road became stranger and even more unsettling, with an indescribable stench filling the air. Qin Lang suddenly stopped. Yi Zi, what's wrong? Qin Lang said, we've fallen into a trap. Yi Zi, a trap? Why? Qin Lang pointed to a nearby shop, don't you find it familiar? Only then did Yi Zi realize the surroundings looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the same as the street they had just passed. Just now, everything was hazy in the smoke, so they didn't notice. Qin Lang, have we run into a wall of ghosts and been going in circles? Qin Lang nodded, exactly, no matter how many years we rush, we won't reach the destination. He recalled from the original plot that the outer world and inner world represented the inner reflection of the key character, Shuai. In other words, they had entered Shuai's spiritual world. If Shuai didn't let them go, they wouldn't escape. The key was to find Shuai. Qin Lang suddenly saw an underground passage in a nearby alley and said, let's check that out. Running on the street was pointless now, this passage might have clues. Just as Qin Lang and the others went down, outside another wave of strong woo-woo alarms sounded. Qin Lang frowned, oh, it's starting again. The air raid siren signaled the end of the outer world and the beginning of the inner world. The monsters in the inner world would be even more terrifying, and the scenes would be more horrifying. Qin Lang, look. Yi Zi was shocked to find thick bloodstains on the nearby wall, along with many claw marks, as if countless hands had smeared and torn it apart. The sky outside flickered dimly, with piercing buzzing sounds, and weak light cast trembling shadows over the bloodstains. Moreover, the steps beneath their feet were also covered with congealed blood scabs. There were still many sticky liquids above. This scene made Yi Zi's stomach turn wildly, and she subconsciously clutched Qin Lang tightly, her face pale as paper, and she could clearly feel her feet becoming incredibly cold. Qin Lang said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, keep an eye on Yi Zi. If anything goes wrong, make sure she gets out safely first. Both Yi Zi and Su Mubai were startled. Qin Lang, what will you do? Qin Lang said, don't worry about me, just follow me closely. The scene before him was still quite familiar because there were similar images in movies and games. This indicated that, for the most part, the Silent Hill replica still followed the framework of his memories. As they walked further down, the light grew dimmer, and outside suddenly plunged into darkness, all light sources disappeared, and everything around was pitch black. Su Mubai quickly lit a ghost fire, finally bringing a glimmer of light. Yi Zi walked down trembling and asked Qin Lang, are we in the wrong place? Shouldn't we go out? Qin Lang said, going out is useless, the streets at midnight are even more dangerous. Yi Zi replied, midnight? But it seemed like morning when we came, how did it suddenly become? Qin Lang shushed, something is coming. A low whimpering sound came from ahead, like countless people softly crying beside them. Sometimes mixed with the harsh sound of metal scraping, like someone dragging chains. A monster without facial features, without hands, its skin tightly shrunk, limped toward them, mumbling something indistinctly. Yi Zi's eyes widened as she said, it. Qin Lang asked in confusion, have you seen it? Yi Zi was so scared that her legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, it can't be, it's impossible. She held her head with her hands and cried loudly, it can't be, it should be dead. Su Mubai reacted quickly and used blood ghost skill to cut the monster in half at the waist. The monster struggled on the ground in two halves, still letting out displeasing low growls. Qin Lang squatted down to help Yi Zi up, asking, hey, what's wrong with you? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang in terror and said, I've seen it. I've seen it. Qin Lang asked, where did you see it? Yi Zi sobbed, it's called the white skin monster. I went through a replica before, the white skin monster is the boss of that replica. My teammates were almost all eaten by it, Yi Zi spoke incoherently, her body trembling, showing the huge shadow the white skin monster cast over her. Qin Lang seemed to sense something. Could it be? Su Mubai patted Yi Zi's shoulder and said, it's okay now, it's dead, right? You are safe now. Yi Zi said, I originally had a team, but they all died at the hands of this monster. That replica was a time-based one, as long as we survived a certain time, we could clear it. To deceive it, I hid in a pile of dead bodies for a day and a night. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment and asked, so you watched it alive eat your teammates? Yi Zi started to cry loudly, her mind recalling the immense fear and guilt she felt at that time. At that time, she hid among a pile of monster-eaten corpses, looking through the gaps as the monster gnawed on her teammates. Teammates emitted painful moans, along with desperate wails and cries for help. But Yi Zi was too scared to move, wide-eyed as she watched her teammates being eaten bit by bit. Traitor, traitor. The monster, which had already been cut in half, surprisingly made a sound, whispering to Yi Zi, it's because of you that we died. I still have a fiancé in the real world. I could have experienced endless happiness and a prosperous life, but because of you, I can only rot inside a monster's belly. Yi Zi, you are so vicious. Yi Zi cried, no, Captain, I didn't mean to. I really. Before she could finish, Qin Lang took out the demon-slaying blade and chopped the monster in half. The monster was still not dead, but it finally shut up. Qin Lang said, "Yi, you're too attached. There must be some mechanism with the monsters here that reveals your deepest fears." Yi's tears continued to flow as she asked, "Really? So what I see, and hear, are all illusions?" Qin Lang shook his head. "The monster is real, but it is transformed by your inner fears. It's definitely not the same one that ate your teammate. Otherwise, how would it appear in this silent hill?" Yi took a deep breath and said, "Is that so?" Then she could not help but cry again. "I always wanted to go back to that dungeon and avenge personally. But every time I think about it, Qin Lang gently patted her head. "Alright, calm down. Once this dungeon of Silent Hill is over, I'll go with you and help you get your revenge." Yi stopped crying a lot after hearing this, her eyes lit up. "Really?" Qin Lang nodded. "I promise to do what I said." "Alright, let's go quickly. If you're scared, just close your eyes and let Miss Su lead you." Yi glanced uneasily at the monster on the ground, making a certain decision. "I'm fine." She closely followed Qin Lang, gazing at his back, suddenly asking, "Qin Lang, is there something you're afraid of?" Qin Lang suddenly froze for a moment, then laughed. "Afraid? I haven't felt that in a long time." Ever since turning off his fear, Qin Lang's emotions remained quite stable, and he couldn't even remember what he used to be afraid of. Yi asked again, "So this mechanism doesn't affect you?" Qin Lang shook his head. "That's not certain. Just because I'm not afraid now doesn't mean I wasn't afraid before. They can still transform into things I used to fear." He began to think carefully about what he had been afraid of before. At this moment, Qin Lang and the others found themselves standing in front of a red door. The surface of the door looked as if it had been soaked in blood, covered with messy scratches, like someone desperately clawing to escape. Sumubai couldn't help but frown, such heavy resentment. "I'm afraid the thing inside is not friendly. Qin Lang, let me go through first to take a look?" Qin Lang waved his hand. "This resentment is strong, the evil energy is heavy, my demon-slaying blade may not be a match. You getting close easily could cause trouble. Stand back a bit." Qin Lang took out the wheel sword from his storage space. This sword is feared even by a killing god like Bai Qi, its aura even stronger, definitely able to suppress the evil energy of this door. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly stabbed fiercely at the red door. Oh. Countless wails began to echo through the narrow corridor, a strong smell of blood surged out, and the fluorescent lights on the wall flickered wildly, making a low buzzing sound. The red door opened with a click. Qin Lang carefully pushed the door with the wheel sword. The room inside was empty, the floor covered with twisted black shadows, like some struggling human shapes. They were clearly shadows, but he could hear them whispering, muttering some incomprehensible incantations. Yi leaned closer to Qin Lang. "What are these?" Qin Lang said, "Most likely the original residents of Silent Hill. During the coal mine fire years ago, many people were forced to hide underground. These people were probably suffocated to death. In the disaster of Silent Hill, almost all residents could not escape, so one can imagine how much resentment was harbored within." Qin Lang decisively said, "Miss Su, make your move." Sumubai nodded, then rushed into the room, preparing to use her vampire technique to eliminate the shadows. But as soon as she entered the door, she suddenly let out a loud scream. "Villagers, why are you here?" Those shadows transformed into the appearance of villagers from Fengmen village, all staring fixedly at Sumubai. Although Sumubai was bizarre, she still retained her original emotions. At the moment she saw the villagers, her facial features twisted into an expression of indescribable pain, her brows tightly furrowed. "Miss, why did you abandon us? You are happily enjoying life with this young man, while we are still lonely ghosts in Fengmen village. Miss, your heart is too cruel. Whoa. You killed us. Sumubai's breathing became heavier as she struggled to tell herself that these were all illusions. But she could not do it. She quickly retracted her vampire technique, and those shadows drew closer to her. Qin Lang furrowed his brow and immediately raised the wheel sword, stabbing towards the shadows. The wheel sword emitted a dazzling golden light, forcing the shadows to retreat. Qin Lang swung it again in a horizontal cut, scattering 2 or 3 shadows, causing them to vanish. Qin Lang pulled Sumubai close and then suddenly shut the door. Sumubai's jaw trembled from the extreme tension, her entire face seemed twisted by an invisible hand. Having known her for so long, this was the first time Qin Lang saw such an expression on her face. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang. "I'm sorry. I know that is fake, but... Remembering the villagers of Fengmen, Sumubai's heart always ached. After all, those people were killed by her own hands. Even if she was manipulated by Yangzi, she had committed an unforgivable sin. Qin Lang gently hugged her and said, "Okay, don't blame yourself too much. The dungeon of Fengmen village has been closed, those villagers will no longer be disturbed." Yi watched them, feeling both sympathy for Sumubai and a bit uncomfortable. Having just been frightened and feeling guilty, Qin Lang simply patted his own head. Why does Su Mubai get a hug? Oh dear, what am I thinking? What time is it now? Qin Lang glanced at the red door and said, let me handle this, you all step back. Can you make me feel guilty? Interesting, I want to see what tricks you can play on me. Chapter 94, Parricide. Qin Lang pushed open the red door and stepped inside first. All the monsters in the inner world have counterparts in reality. He remembered the infamous nurse monster, combining both sensuality and terror. She was the product of a character in Silent Hill after long-term suppression of her mind. But in this dungeon, all the monsters were clearly manifestations of various emotions in the players' hearts. From the moment Qin Lang and the others stepped into the inner world, their inner voices were completely exposed. Qin Lang entered the room and found that the shadows had disappeared. The room was filled with a decaying moldy smell, and the walls were stained with patches resembling some dark red eerie patterns. A dim yellow bulb flickered nervously on the ceiling, casting a twisted shadow on the ground that fell over Qin Lang. Cough cough. In the corner, a man sat there, having appeared at some unknown time. His head hung low, shoulders slightly shaking, as if he were gasping. His wrinkled shirt had large dark stains on the chest, and a faint smell of rust pervaded the air. When Qin Lang saw his face, it felt as if his heart was gripped by a cold hand. Dad. It was actually his long-deceased father, Qin Zhongshi. Qin Lang's throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. His rational mind told him it must be an illusion, a trick from Silent Hill. Qin Lang. His voice was deep and hoarse. It seemed stuck in his throat, like a rusty saw scraping against bone. Why, did you kill me? His eyes suddenly widened, staring fiercely at Qin Lang, the white of his eyes filled with terrifying blood vessels, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his lips trembling with anger. Qin Lang gripped the wheel sword tightly in his hand. Su Mubai and Yi Zi walked in, ready to strike at once. But Qin Lang stopped them. Stop. He spoke with the little reason he had left. The weirdness in this room is focusing solely on me. If you push it too hard, more illusions will appear. At that time, no one will be able to manage anyone. Get out. Yi Zi and Su Mubai looked at him with worry. But you. Qin Lang's gaze was steadfast. I can do it. Yi Zi and Su Mubai had no choice but to retreat. Qin Zhongji stood up, staring intensely at Qin Lang. Speak. His roar exploded in the room, like rolling thunder. Qin Zhongji suddenly stood from the chair, his movements stiff and twisted, like some kind of forcibly controlled corpse. His arms trembled unnaturally, fingers clenched tightly like dead branches, joints cracking with sounds. Qin Lang's breath suddenly caught. You brought this upon yourself. Qin Lang said, all these years, I've never regretted laying hands on you. He couldn't help but admire the designs in Silent Hill. Even knowing the figure across wasn't real, just the thought of the past made Qin Lang feel a surge of impulse. What astonished him the most was not this. Being a father's avenger was something he did in his previous life. Why could the weirdness in Silent Hill read this? It showed that it didn't create simulations based on existing data or intelligence. Instead, it projected the most primitive and genuine emotions and thoughts from deep within a person. How ruthless. Qin Lang couldn't help but marvel. After all, this was a ranked mode dungeon, and the designs were indeed ruthless. No regrets? Qin Lang, ask yourself, were the things you did back then really right? You're just lying to yourself. Qin Zhongji's expression grew more sinister, his mouth splitting open, black blood slowly dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the floor, seeping into the crevices like rotting mud. You killed me with your own hands, Qin Lang. Qin Zhongji's voice echoed as if coming from the depths of hell. I want to seek justice from you. You beast. Without me, where would you be? The lights flickered wildly, and the walls of the room began to ooze crimson liquid, the floor trembling slightly. For some reason, Qin Lang felt his hands could not move, and his ears buzzed. The wheel sword in his hand trembled continuously, as if about to fall to the ground. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Bullshit. You were the real beast back then. The things you've done, can you say I wouldn't dare to listen? Listen well, Qin Zhongji, I do not regret killing you. After speaking, Qin Lang raised the wheel sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed towards Qin Zhongji. Qin Zhongji's body began to rapidly distort. Bones misaligned, flesh ruptured, limbs twisted into an impossible shape, like some monster escaping a human shell. Black liquid spilled from his eyes, his mouth splitting wider, as if he wanted to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Zhongji's voice pierced into Qin Lang's ears. I a beast? Then you are the son of a beast. I can't escape, and you will never escape. Qin Lang felt his head was about to explode again. Bai Qi. A powerful aura burst forth from Qin Lang's body. Bai Qi chuckled. Big brother, so you really killed your own father? How thrilling. Just right, I also don't like my father. Bai Qi grasped the wheel sword and slashed through the monster's hands. We are quite like-minded. Thick white smoke emanated from the monster's body. The floor began to shatter. A thin, delicate tentacle flew out from within. Bai Qi chuckled, so that's how it is. This room is filled with these little tentacles. As long as you step on them, they will read the disturbing thoughts and slowly consume you. The monster attempted to evolve again but could only transform into Qin Zhongshi's appearance. Because now, although Bai Qi was controlling Qin Lang's body, the monster's tentacles could only read the hidden things in Qin Lang's heart, which were ineffective against Bai Qi. In other words, Bai Qi existed like an alter ego of Qin Lang, and the monster had no way to deal with it. How could my thoughts be easily guessed by you? With a swift move, Bai Qi slashed away countless tentacles, and then he struck fiercely at the monster's core. The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, bursting black liquid from within, and its remaining part suddenly collapsed into a cloud of black ash, disappearing into the air. Yi Zi and Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi said, "Big brother, it's all right now." Qin Lang returned to his original form. "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Qi said, "Big brother, you're really something now. I find your body much stronger than before. Now you're able to unleash 1/10 of my power. Congratulations." Qin Lang chuckled, "That's good, you need to work even harder for me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the room changed dramatically again. Qin Lang's eyes widened. How could this be? Chapter 95, The Blood of Sin. In an instant, the entire room shed its previous bloodiness and darkness. The bloody and meaty textures on the walls vanished, replaced by light yellow wallpaper, radiating a warm tone, weathered by time. The worn-out floor restored its wooden texture, emitting a faint fragrance of sandalwood. The dim yellow light softly illuminated the space, dispelling the previous darkness, as if everything had been an illusion, even holding a hint of warmth. Yi Zi anxiously said, "What is happening? The illusion has disappeared?" Qin Lang shook his head, "Not necessarily, we may still be in the illusion. In Silent Hill, do not easily trust what your eyes see, otherwise, it's easy to be deceived." Yi Zi asked, "They?" Qin Lang pondered, "There is a church here, so there must be a corresponding cult. Since there is a cult, there must be a certain god or even an evil god they worship." Su Mubai's complexion changed. Could it be, like Fengmen village? That so many people died in the town years ago due to some sort of sacrificial ritual? Qin Lang fell silent. His impression of Silent Hill did not include such a setting, but in this world, it was hard to say. Just when Qin Lang didn't know how to answer, his attention was grabbed again. "Look quickly." On the originally smooth wall, blood suddenly appeared, slowly forming a line of words. "Your sins, my nourishment." Yi Zi gulped. "What does this mean?" Qin Lang pressed his chin and said, "Taking it literally, it probably suggests that each of us has sins, and these sins become the nourishment for the monsters of Silent Hill, or the material that torments us. Just now, each of us saw illusions to different extents, all related to some wrongdoings from our past, at least morally wrong deeds. For example, Yi Zi, you think you are guilty for not saving someone when you could, and Miss Su, you believe you are guilty for killing all the villagers. As for me, I need not say, killing my own father is the ultimate sin in any culture. The monsters in Silent Hill will constantly torment us through these." Yi Zi and Su Mubai's faces turned ugly again at this moment. Because they could not escape from the shadows of their past and the questioning of their conscience. Even if they had their reasons for what they did, wrong was still wrong in the end. Qin Lang, however, remained very calm. Walking towards another door in the room. "All right, let's keep going." Opening the door, there was another dark and narrow corridor, and the smell of coal dust was even stronger. Qin Lang and the others walked down, hearing faint sounds coming from ahead. Yi Zi said vigilantly, "Is it a monster?" Qin Lang shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it, I hear people crying." Sure enough, as they got closer, it really was a group of people screaming in anguish. "Ah, let me out. Please, put me down. I don't want to die." Qin Lang pushed open the door. There were dozens of rusty chains hanging from the high dome, each chain holding a person. The stained glass had long been shattered, and moonlight streamed through the gaps, casting mottled patches of blood-red light on the ground. Sharp weapons stood densely on the floor, rusty spears, broken blades, and inverted spikes, each stained with dried blood. Each person's wrists were tightly bound by the chains, skin turning purple from hanging for too long. Their feet were only an inch away from the sharp weapons, any slight movement could be fatal. Below was an ancient altar made of black marble, its surface carved with twisted runes. In the center of the altar was a sunken circular groove, its edges embedded with human bones, the bottom connected to a complex system of pipes. When the girl saw Qin Lang and the others enter, she shouted loudly, "Help, help! We're all captured, please let us go. You are players too, right? Please help us." Other people were also pleading desperately. Yi Zi instinctively wanted to find a way to get them down. But Qin Lang held her back. Qin Lang asked, "Who captured you?" The girl said, We don't know. We were just walking down the street when suddenly there was an earthquake, we fell down and passed out. When we reopened our eyes, we were already here." Help us. We've been trapped here for a long time, and I'm scared. Qin Lang looked around and noticed a piece of paper pinned to the nearby wall. As he approached to have a look, he found a few lines written on it. Those who enter this door must perform the work of purification. The blood of the sinner is the only way out. Find the one with the heaviest sins, use their blood to complete the purification, and the key will appear. The one with the heaviest sins will die, the rest will be able to escape. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and said, "Not good." Before he finished speaking, the door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Yi was shocked and began to attack the door with all her strength, but it had no effect. Qin Lang said, "Don't waste your effort. This room is protected by rules, unless we do as it says, we can't leave." Yi was a bit anxious. "Then let's free them first? We can think of a way together." Qin Lang pointed to the altar below. "We can't release them, they are the key to solving the problem. Do you see the altar and those grooves? As long as we let them fall, their blood will slowly flow down the grooves and fill the entire altar. This paper says the blood of the sinner is the key to leaving. We must fill the altar with the blood of the one with the heaviest sins if we want any chance of escape." The people being hung turned pale, and then began to shout loudly in protest. "I'm a good person. You all need to be careful." "Yeah, I've done nothing wrong, you have to believe me." "Woo woo woo, I don't want to die." Yi frowned and stepped forward to look at the altar. "This altar is quite shallow, one person's blood might be enough." She turned back to Qin Lang and said, "But, who is the one with the heaviest sins?" Su Mubai also looked puzzled. "The heaviest sins, the criteria and definition are too vague. How do we define this? To ordinary people, murder and arson are heavy sins, but is it purely about who kills more? So is killing always wrong? Is a righteous thief who specifically robs the rich to help the poor considered a great evil? This evaluation standard is too vague, making it impossible to define." Qin Lang looked at the 6 people hanging on the ground, falling into deep thought. He murmured, "Find the person with the deepest sins, purify with his blood, then the key will appear." What does that mean? Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Chapter 96, All Good People. Yi's body swayed slightly, surprised. What happened? The people who were hanging became more panicked, their cries growing louder. She looked around and was startled. There were spikes growing out of the walls. The tips of the needles gleamed coldly, each one looking as if it had been carefully polished, with dark red stains remaining at the tips. The distance between the needles gradually shrank, as if some kind of mechanical device was slowly advancing. Qin Lang said, "It seems that if we don't open that device quickly, we might die here." Su Mubai asked, "Should I try to knock out these spikes?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "That's useless. This is a rules-based room, we can only leave by solving the puzzle. Forcing a breakthrough could lead to worse results and waste time. Players who can enter this instance may generally not be very skilled, but I refuse to believe they can't break free from a mere iron chain. The fact that they can't escape with all their might proves there's something in this room that is tightly restricting them." Yi's face turned pale. "Does that mean we have to kill someone to leave here?" The altar, though not deep, needed a lot of fresh blood from a living person to fill it. Once the blood flowing to the altar was enough, that person would most likely not survive. Qin Lang nodded and looked at a table beside him, which had several buttons on it. The buttons were arranged in a circle, each corresponding to one of the hanging people. As long as the corresponding button was pressed, it could send that person to meet the king of hell. Yi looked at Qin Lang. "Must we do this?" To kill a stranger to survive was a bit much for her. Moreover, this would remind her of the scene when she watched her teammate be devoured. The 6 people hanging struggled even harder. "I'm really a good person, don't kill me. I can't die here. Please, I haven't done anything wrong. My family is still waiting for me to go home. You can't just let me die. I'm innocent." Qin Lang waved his hand. "Enough. Tell me who you all are. There's no time, make it quick." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses nervously spoke up, his voice trembling. "My name is Li Zhiheng, and I'm an elementary school teacher. I teach children math every day and use my own salary to buy school supplies for impoverished students. I joined this instance to get rewards so that more children can continue their education. I've participated in over 100 volunteer activities to teach in the mountains. I always teach children to be kind and honest. I'm not a bad person. If there's truly a deeply sinful person in this room, it definitely wouldn't be me." A man with a buzz cut roared, his voice containing a hint of anger. "What kind of good person are you? My name is Zhao Mingxian, and I've been a police officer for 15 years. I've caught at least 80 criminals. If anyone should die here, it must be those real villains." He took a deep breath and fixed his fierce gaze on the blood lettering on the wall. "I can't possibly be the bad guy, right?" Qin Lang sat leisurely on a chair, looking quite relaxed. "That's hard to say." Zhao Mingxian widened his eyes. "You A woman in a white shirt quickly spoke up, struggling to keep her voice steady. I'm Xin Jing, and I'm a doctor. I'm a pediatrician, facing children suffering from pain every day. I also regularly provide free medical care for the children in the orphanage. My hands have saved countless little lives. How could I possibly be a sinner? Her gaze swept across the room, her face pale but her eyes steadfast. I would never harm anyone. This must be a mistake. If I die, then you must have chosen wrongly. Qin Lang asked again, then why are you here in this instance? Xin Wanqing hurriedly replied, I didn't want to come myself, but someone took a whole orphanage of children hostage, saying they would kill them all if I didn't come to Silent Hill. I came to save lives. Qin Lang was silent for a few seconds, then said, continue, next. A young man in his 20s spoke with a trembling voice, clearly on the verge of breaking down. My name is Chen Hao, I'm just an ordinary office worker. Every day I work, overtime, earning a pitiful salary, facing my boss's exploitation. I'm just a regular beast of burden. I have a paralyzed wife at home, and I heard there are potions in this instance that could restore people to normal. That's why I came. I've never even skipped paying a fare. How could I possibly be deeply sinful? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian sneered, your lies are too fake. Then he shouted to Qin Lang, hey, the results are in. With all those fake words, he must be feeling guilty. Chen Hao got angry. What right do you have to tarnish my innocence? Zhao Mingxian coldly replied, I'm a police officer. Do you think I can't hear the loopholes in your speech? Players entering this instance are all qualified for ranked matches. They have certain skills. So these players are considered elite in reality. How could they be exploited beasts of burden? Who do you think you're fooling? I got a skill for finding items in a previous instance. I rose high, and I live in tall buildings. There's no way I would be living as miserably as you say. Others nodded in agreement. They all had certain abilities and lived well in reality. Doing good deeds was driven by their ideals and character. They completely couldn't imagine a situation like Chen Hao's. Chen Hao gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. You people, at first glance, clearly have never seen a real paralyzed patient. Do you know that treating this illness is an endless pit? The rewards I got from the instance, and those strange coins, are simply not enough for my wife to recover. Qin Lang waved his hand, stop arguing. Continue, next. At this moment, the wall filled with needles was getting closer. A blonde woman began to cry, her eyes filled with terror. I am Su Lina, a single mother. My daughter is only 5 years old. I was accidentally drawn into this instance, struggling to survive, just to give her a better life after clearing it. But 2 days ago, someone kidnapped my daughter, saying I must come here, otherwise they would take her organs to sell. I wouldn't even want to step on an ant. How could I be a bad person? Her body trembled violently, tears dripped down, falling to the ground like small drops of despair. Qin Lang stroked his chin, faintly realizing something. Chapter 97, One Must Die. Qin Lang looked at the last person. It's your turn. Tell us, what good deeds have you done? A man in a suit finally raised his head, his complexion unusually calm. Han Zhuaran, lawyer. His voice was steady, but it made people uneasy. I know what you were thinking, lawyers often defend guilty people, shouldn't they die? Others exchanged glances and remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Han Zhuaran chuckled softly, a glimmer of cleverness flashing in his eyes, but I never defend true criminals. My duty is to uphold justice and ensure the fairness of the law. I entered this instance because I was forced by someone, but I can't tell you the exact reason. He slightly raised his head. In short, if there really is a sinner here, it can't possibly be me. And I think, even if someone has to sacrifice, it doesn't have to be us 6. As soon as these words came out, Yi Zi was stunned. What do you mean? Han Zhuaran looked at Qin Lang and Yi Zi and said, isn't it obvious? We need the blood of someone with deep sins to find the key, but it didn't say it had to be us 6, right? Aren't you two also in this room? Perhaps the one who's most deserving of death is among you. Yi Zi was shocked, then looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled. He does make a point. Han Zhuaran sighed in relief, right? This altar can only contain the blood of one person, and we only have one chance. Time is also short. If we choose wrong, there will be no way out for everyone, right? It's your turn to confess. Yi Zi clenched her fists. If what these 6 people said was true, then they really were not deeply sinful, and were even just pitiful individuals forced into this for various reasons. In contrast, both she and Qin Lang had been proven guilty in the previous room. Even if she had acted to survive, and Qin Lang had other reasons to kill his father out of necessity, from the outcome, both were unforgivable sins. Sumobai noticed Yi Zi's emotion and quickly said, Yi Zi, don't overthink. The things between you and Qin Lang, including my matters, were all due to being forced, without choice. Don't blame yourself. Just trust Qin Lang. Yi Zi felt her nose sour again, and looked back at Qin Lang. Qin Lang stood up again and walked to the paper filled with blood writings. He tore the paper down, turned it over, and looked at it carefully. At that moment, he noticed a pattern on the wall, which had just been covered by the paper, so he hadn't seen it before. A naked person was nailed to a cross. Jesus on the cross? Qin Lang looked at the paper and fell into thought. The wall with needle spikes was getting closer and closer. Zhao Mingxian got angry. Aren't you going to hurry up? We're about to die. What? Are you afraid to admit your guilt, so you dare not die? Qin Lang held the note and sat back down. What are you yelling about? Do you believe I'll send you to die first? Zhao Mingxian swallowed hard. Do you dare? I am not guilty, my blood is useless. If you kill me, you'll die too. Qin Lang chuckled. If, according to that lawyer, I have to sacrifice myself to survive, then let me ask, if I let you live, I must die, if I don't let you live, I still die. So, why should I do that? Before I die, I can drag a few down with me. Shen Wangqing's face turned pale. You're inhuman. How could you think like this? Yi Zi also looked at Qin Lang with a worried face. She knew Qin Lang thought like this, and he would do it. In the last instance, Qin Lang deliberately let most people face the vicious and Eerie, without caring how many died. When the first monster appeared to slaughter players, Qin Lang also quickly let himself to explore instead of saving people. Qin Lang could be ruthless. Shen Hao shouted, no. My wife relies on me alone, how can you bear this? Li Zhiheng also cried out, I have so many students, they all rely on me to continue studying and grow up. If you kill me, how many people's hopes will you destroy? Shen Wangqing shouted, if I can't go back alive, the children in the orphanage will be torn apart. Do you think the only ones you are killing are us 6? Those are countless innocent lives. Qin Lang yawned, doesn't matter. I have no morals, so your moral coercion is useless against me. Yi Zi's expression turned painful, wanting to speak to advise Qin Lang. She thought if it really didn't work out, she could be the one to be sacrificed. But Su Mubai grabbed her once again. This time, without Su Mubai saying a word, Yi Zi could read one sentence. Believe in Qin Lang. Yi Zi could only close her eyes, praying continuously in her heart. The needle-like spikes were getting closer, less than 2 meters away from Qin Lang and the others. Han Juoran was completely anxious. You are too selfish. Don't you understand how to give up the small self for the greater self? The theme of this room is purification. You refuse to purify yourself, and it will only drag you deeper. Qin Lang chuckled, stop pretending here. No, it should be that you all are the ones pretending here. With these words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Han Juoran, what do you mean? Qin Lang shook the note in his hand. I just said that only the blood of the deeply sinful person can leave, but I never mentioned anything about keys. The word key was only written on the note. You say you arrived here in a fog, waking up only to find yourselves hanging. Then may I ask, how do you know about the key? Han Juoran suddenly became dumbfounded. The other 5 people stared at this foolish lawyer with resentful eyes. Qin Lang continued, it is obvious that before I came to this room, you had already seen the note, and then you were caught. If I'm not mistaken, you have also received some instructions and hints. For example, one person among you entering this room must die, and then you can complete your task and leave here, right? Han Juoran swallowed hard. Qin Lang was right on all counts. Qin Lang said, from the very beginning, Yi Zi and I were plotted against by you. Oh my, you each speak so grandly, yet seek to lure a stranger to bleed for you. Excuse me, doesn't that count as a deep sin? Zhao Mingxian, seeing that Qin Lang had seen through their plan, immediately shouted, cut out this nonsense. Moral kidnapping doesn't work on us. If one of you 2 doesn't die, this level is impossible to complete. You received hints that it doesn't necessarily require all 6 of us to die. But we received hints that one of you must die. Still not understanding? You need to die for this level to count as complete. One of you must die. Chapter 98 The Truth of the Trap. Qin Lang laughed again, one of us must die? With you all like this, it doesn't seem like you can walk out of this copy alive. Yi Zi heard the implication and asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? Qin Lang did not answer, continuing to sit still. Shen Wangqing closed her eyes and shouted loudly, who will think of a way to kill him? Li Zhiheng struggled continuously, I already said this wouldn't work, it's better to fight now. Zhao Mingxian shouted fiercely, kid, if you don't act, I'll help you act. Qin Lang yawned, stop howling here, if you really had a plan, would you still be hanging here? I could really send you all to see Yama right now. So just shut your mouths obediently. Han Juoran glared at Qin Lang with hatred, cursing, you won't have a good death. At this moment, the needle-like wall was approaching, less than half a meter away from Qin Lang. Su Mubai was also anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Yi Zi closed her eyes, her heart racing, praying for a miracle to appear. The 6 people hanging called for help continuously or cursed Qin Lang fiercely. Because of you, we are all going to die. Why won't you go die? Are you that selfish? Bastard! What is this level? It simply wants us to be wiped out. Crack! The wall covered in spikes actually stopped. The spiked wall slowly retreated with a dull mechanical sound. The sharp metal blades began to slowly retract. This scene shocked everyone present. They completely didn't understand what was happening. Everyone held their breath, wide-eyed as those deadly spikes slowly moved away, their inner fear not yet gone, suddenly replaced by a rush of astonishment. Is the trap gone? We survived? After a brief silence, a wave of excited gasps surfaced. Great! I'm not dead. Li Zhiheng's face showed sheer joy from surviving a disaster, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Qin Lang couldn't help but cry, repeatedly murmuring thanks to God, as if she had escaped the shadow of death. However, as the joy faded, a strange unease quietly spread in the air. Is it really over? Zhao Mingxian frowned, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings, still wary. Why? We clearly haven't made a choice yet. Han Zhuoran tightly clenched his fists, muttering, something's not right, isn't this where we were supposed to execute purification? Why, did the walls retreat without us doing anything? What about the key? Even though no one had died, the key to leave the room had never shown up, leaving everyone feeling extremely uneasy. More importantly, they were still suspended. A strange silence enveloped everyone, joy gradually devoured by unease. Yizi asked Qin Lang, Qin Lang, what's going on? Qin Lang replied, it's simple. Everything is actually a trap. If any of us had died and filled the altar with blood, we would never walk out of this room. As soon as he said this, the air suddenly froze, and everyone's faces showed surprise and confusion. Zhao Mingxian directly asked, what are you talking about? The hint we got was that the guilty person entering the room must die. As Qin Lang said, when they entered, they had already seen a note. The note read, you must find a way to purify the guilty person entering the room. Then, Han Zhuoran saw another note on the wall, which was the one Qin Lang held in his hand now. Zhao Mingxian paused, his tone low, we didn't understand, and suddenly a thick fog rose, then we lost consciousness. Han Zhuoran looked at Qin Lang, the hint you got told us 6 of us need to die, right? If we make you die, we can pass. If you make us die, you can pass. Isn't that how it works? The hints on the note are all lies? Qin Lang shook his head, the hints on the note are true, as long as one of us, me or Yizi, dies, you can leave this room. Similarly, if I kill any one of you, or even all of you, I can also leave. Because everyone entering this room is a guilty person, killing him counts as successful purification. But the problem is, you all got it wrong. Because it says to leave, but doesn't say you won't die, right? After hearing this, Zhao Mingxian and others' faces changed instantly. Qin Wanqing said, you mean, after we leave the room, we will die soon? Qin Lang nodded, correct, because once you kill someone in this room, it will intensify your guilt, making you a truly deeply guilty person, so if you aren't purified here, stepping out of the room will also get you purified. Han Zhuoran swallowed, somewhat unconvinced, and asked, how do you know that? Qin Lang pointed to the cross pattern on the wall and said, this room has Christian elements, Christian teachings emphasize love, sacrifice, forgiveness, and justice, especially loving others as yourself. If a person voluntarily chooses to let another person die to save their own life, especially out of selfishness, it could be seen as selfishness, injustice, or even murder. This violates the teachings and thus increases one's sins. On the contrary, if you do nothing, you have a great chance of surviving. Zhao Mingxian got angry, but we're still hanging here, what's the use of saying this? Just as he finished speaking, a loud boom, boom, boom echoed from the wall next to them. The wall split apart, revealing a fiery illuminated passage before everyone. Yizi exclaimed with excitement, that must be the new exit, right? Qin Lang nodded, yes, the so-called key does not actually exist. If we stubbornly bang on that door, we truly won't get out. At this moment, Zhao Mingxian and the others panicked, hey, you're leaving, what about us? Li Zhiheng shouted, yeah, let us out too. Don't be so selfish, it's a crime. Yizi looked at them, then spoke to Qin Lang, if it's really not possible, how about you help them? Qin Lang glanced at her, then silently walked to the table with the buttons. Han Zhuoran widened his eyes, what are you doing? If you press that, we will die. Qin Lang chuckled, then said, if we die, we die. The exit has already appeared, even if it closes now, I can still make it. You all are too noisy, just let it be if you die. With that, he directly pressed the button. Chapter 99, Moment of Regret. Qin Lang pressed the button without hesitation. Han Zhuoran, hanging, felt his pupils shrink suddenly, realizing he was rapidly falling. His throat erupted with a heart-wrenching scream, no. Everyone held their breath, watching as he plummeted straight down, the cold spikes below waiting like monsters with open fangs, eager for the blood and flesh. However, just as Han Zhuoran was about to touch the spikes, those cold steel spikes suddenly retracted violently into the floor. Bang! Han Zhuoran crashed hard onto the solid ground, creating a muffled sound. He lay on the ground, trembling, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with terror of having survived. The surrounding people were stunned, and after a moment, single mother Sulina, who had just been the most frightened and screamed loudly, now trembled and said, not dead? Han Zhuoran gasped for air, suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, his face pale, lips trembling. What are you doing? Qin Lang remained silent, continuing to press other buttons. The others, like Han Zhuoran, fell down with screams, but did not get pierced, instead falling solidly onto the cold ground. Seeing them lying on the ground moaning in pain, Yi Zi was surprised. Qin Lang, you knew nothing would happen? Qin Lang chuckled, isn't it obvious? The real exit has already appeared, why must we have to die? Zhao Mingxian rolled up his sleeves, you little brat, you were so arrogant just now. Wait, once we get out, I will definitely throw you in jail. Qin Lang walked to the door, turned his head to glance at him, then revealed the ghost-slaying knife in his hand. A-level weapon. Han Zhuoran exclaimed in surprise, then adjusted his glasses. This, you got this as a reward from the instance? Zhao Mingxuan's face turned quite ugly, no longer daring to say anything about dealing with Qin Lang. The strongest weapon he had was only B-level, and if they competed directly against Qin Lang, he would probably be smashed to bits. Zhao Mingxian muttered, we'll deal with you after we get out. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to argue with someone so insignificant. What he was thinking was, the theme of Silent Hill revolves around sin and purification, which is quite similar to his impression. But the problem is, the players here are all guilty, so what is the true way of purification? Moreover, if every room has its own rules, then all weapons and abilities will be useless. This feeling of being manipulated is really uncomfortable. Qin Lang and Yi Zi walked in front, while Han Zhuoran and the others cautiously followed behind. Su Mubai existed in spirit form, vigilantly keeping an eye on them. The group arrived in front of a door that was similar in size to the previous room. At the entrance were two large characters, repentance. Qin Lang frowned, then directly pushed the door open. Welcome everyone. In the center of the room stood a strange creature dressed in a black suit. Its shape was human, but its head was that of a huge and fierce snake. Ah. Shen Wanqing covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Han Zhuoran also frowned, and even Zhao Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was suddenly slammed shut. Hello everyone, my name is Snake Person, and I am the host of this room. The snake head of the snake person was covered with dark green scales, which reflected a cold light under the lamps. Its narrow eyes resembled two yellow ambers, with slitted pupils, giving off a feeling of cold, indifferent scrutiny. Qin Lang saw 9 chairs arranged in a circle nearby and smiled. You've been waiting for a long time. Yes, thankfully everyone is here. God bless, may you all receive your own purification. A long, thin snake tongue slowly stretched out from the mouth of the snake person, gently trembling. It slightly lowered its head, revealing a strange expression that resembled a smile, then opened its mouth, hissing as it spoke with a serpent-like tone. Now, our repentance activity begins. Its voice was deep, with a hoarse echo, as if a ghost was crawling out from a bottomless abyss. The lights in the room flickered slightly, as if responding to its eerie welcome. Han Zhuoran uneasily asked, what is a repentance activity? The snake person smiled without speaking, simply making a gesture inviting everyone to take their seats. Zhao Mingxian and the others exchanged glances, their hearts racing, but faced with this mysterious and strange snake-headed being, they had no choice but to comply. After everyone was seated, the snake person smiled slightly and slowly took out a stack of cards with a black background and golden letters from inside its suit, fluttering them skillfully between its fingers, like an experienced gambler. Next, I will randomly distribute the cards to you. The voice of the snake person was low and subtly hoarse, as if some ancient ritual was about to begin. Each card records a crime, and your task is to confess and repent. It paused, the amber snake eyes slowly scanning the crowd, a chilling smile creeping onto its lips. For example, if someone receives the card for murder, then they must detail for us, who did you kill? Why did you act? How did you dispose of the body? At that moment, Han Zhuoran frowned and spoke, his tone revealing a hint of unease. What if I haven't committed that crime at all? Are you asking me to make things up? Hearing this, the snake person slowly flicked its crimson tongue and let out a hoarse laugh. You are right. Even if you have never committed this crime, please play the part of a real sinner and narrate your experience without flaws. Shen Wanqing abruptly stood up, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. She glared at the snake person, her tone icy and angry. This rule is utterly ridiculous. Why should we confess to crimes we haven't committed? She looked around, her gaze landing on Han Zhuoran and Zhao Mingxian, her brows furrowed, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Moreover, the two of them, one is a lawyer, the other is a policeman. Their jobs make them familiar with countless cases, fully aware of various crimes. For them to fabricate a crime is ridiculously easy. This is completely unfair to us. Zhao Mingxian laughed scornfully, crossing his arms and giving a provocative gaze. He sneered, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. So what? The rules of the game are like this: someone will always start with an advantage, isn't it reasonable? He felt a surge of delight at this moment. No matter the crime, as long as he trimmed and adjusted the case files he had seen, changing the names, he could easily get through. Zhao Mingxian stared at Qin Lang, thinking to himself that in this round, he would show this kid his true skills. Chapter 100, The True Criminal. Who would have thought? Qin Lang coldly swept a glance at him, his tone indifferent yet infused with undeniable authority. Shut up. Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, and his heart suddenly sank. He instinctively wanted to retort, but seeing Qin Lang's sharp gaze, he found himself silenced, his arrogant demeanor gradually fading away. He could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Just wait and see. Qin Lang turned to the snake human, his tone calm yet oppressive. Continue explaining the rules. The snake human's strange snake face revealed a hint of inscrutable amusement, as if it found the scene before it immensely entertaining. It gently flicked the card in its hand and spoke in a low voice. Next is the key part of this event. The snake human slowly lifted the card in its hand, speaking in a leisurely and eerie tone. Among you, 2 people will be dealt their true crimes. Next, everyone must find one person who is genuinely confessing to a crime, meaning, you all need to work together to identify a true guilty person. Its snake eyes slightly narrowed, a strange curve formed at the corners of its mouth, the last syllable dripping with a hoarse laughter. Once this true criminal is identified, he or she will be left behind for purification. The snake human deliberately emphasized the word purification, as if it concealed some ominous fate behind it. It paused, glancing around at the anxious faces, before slowly adding. As for the others. It elongated its tone, squinting its eyes. The others will be able to pass and leave here. If you're wrong, then everyone will be left behind. As the words fell, the room plunged into silence. Everyone's complexion instantly soured. Shen Wanqing took a sharp breath, Zhao Mingxian frowned slightly, and Han Zhuoran's throat moved as if wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. The tense atmosphere permeated, everyone's heartbeats raced uncontrollably. Zhao Mingxian had just been smug, thinking he could describe a non-existent crime as realistically as possible. But now it seemed that if he made it too realistic, he was practically looking for death. If his fabricated lies were chosen, they would all die. However, if he told a lie about a crime he had actually committed, there was also a risk of being seen through and dragged out for being guilty. It was too difficult. Too difficult. Should he speak the truth, or should he lie? The snake human said the real criminal would be left behind. But the problem is, who is the real criminal? No one knew what the standard was, nor did anyone know what purification truly meant. Han Zhuoran began to regret as well. Just moments ago, he was thinking of how to concoct a reasonable crime. Now his mind was racing with uncertainty. If he spoke too realistically, and everyone mistakenly thought he was the true criminal, then it would be over. The air seemed to solidify, everyone tensed up. The snake human watched the changes in their expressions, appearing to relish the moment, licking its lips before casually slapping the card onto the table and saying softly, "Then, let the game begin." It stood up and started dealing cards to everyone. After dealing the cards, the snake human smiled and said, "When you begin to confess your drawn crimes, feel free to show your card to everyone and let them judge if it's true or not." Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness and unease. Qin Lang opened his card, discovering 2 striking characters written on it. Patricide. Qin Lang placed the card on his knees. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke up, "It's over, big brother, did you really kill your own father? What will you do later? If you tell the truth, then if everyone thinks it's too realistic, they'll pick you out. If you lie, then everyone will think you're concealing something. It's a dead end either way." Qin Lang said in his heart to Bai Qi, "Don't worry, I know what to do." At that moment, the serpent spoke excitedly. "Next, please let the first person to confess begin." It looked to its left at Su Lina. Su Lina's fingers trembled, grasping the thin card, her knuckles nearly white. She took a deep breath and struggled to flip the card over. "Murdering my husband." The 4 black characters flashed before everyone's eyes, as if etched into their hearts. The air instantly became heavy, and everyone's gaze fell sharply upon her. Su Lina's face turned pale, her lips quivered slightly, she raised her head, her eyes filled with fear and struggle, as if she wanted to say something, but it was stuck in her throat. Finally, she closed her eyes, as if having made a determination, and trembled as she spoke. "It was a rainy night. My husband was drunk and started to lose his temper at me, smashing bottles, overturning tables, cursing at me, saying I couldn't cook, cursing that I spent his savings too quickly. He even cursed that I didn't deserve to be his wife." Her fingertips gripped the edge of the table tightly, her nails nearly digging into the wood. "He said all this was slander, he gambled outside, fought, and often brought strange women home for the night. My daughter's biological father died early, and I married him just to find some support. I never expected him to be such a beast, and actually wanted to." Her voice choked, tears slid down her cheeks, but she didn't stop. Shenwaning couldn't help but cover her mouth, and Yizi also showed a sympathetic expression. As women, they could already guess what that man had done. Qin Lang remained cold throughout, even revealing a barely noticeable smile. Sulina said, "That night, I really couldn't take it anymore. The knife in the kitchen was right beside me, the thunder outside roared, and the darkness was maddening. When he raised his hand to hit me, I don't know where the courage came from. I grabbed that knife and stabbed it fiercely into his chest. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on her. Sulina's gaze became hazy, lost in past memories, her lips moved as if recalling some kind of nightmarish scene. Sulina stared at her hands, took a deep breath and said, he opened his eyes wide, looking at me in disbelief, blood gurgling out of his mouth. He even grabbed my hand, his strength terrifying. I thought he would choke me to death, but he was just gasping for breath, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something. Her voice had become hoarse, her shoulders trembling slightly. Then he slowly stopped moving, but I was afraid that he hadn't died completely and would come back. I pulled out the knife and stabbed down again. Tears streamed down her face, her breathing rapid, as if she were about to suffocate. When he finally breathed his last, I realized what I had done. She covered her face, her voice full of despair and pain. I was terrified to death, I didn't dare to call the police, nor did I dare to escape, I just knelt beside him, apologizing again and again. I'm sorry, but he could no longer hear. Her nails almost buried in her palm, her whole body curled up in the chair, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would be free, but every night, as soon as I closed my eyes, he would stand by the bed, blood flowing from his chest, staring at me intently. He didn't speak, nor did he move, but I knew, he hated me. Her voice grew weaker, almost a whisper. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Her body trembled violently, as if she were being torn apart, her eyes filled with fear, regret, and pain. The room fell into a deep silence, everyone was rendered speechless by her confession. What she said was so true, so genuine, that people felt she was indeed repenting. But not everyone believes that Sulina is telling the truth. Right now, they can only choose one truly repentant person. If they choose wrong, it could cost them their lives. Next, it was Li Zhiheng's turn. Li Zhiheng's fingers trembled slightly as he stared at the card in his hand, his lips moved for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just took a deep breath and slowly flipped the card onto the table. Hurt students. 4 black characters appeared before everyone's eyes, like sharp blades piercing the air, bringing an unsettling chill. In the previous room, Li Zhiheng had claimed he dedicated himself to his students, yet the crime assigned to him was this? Li Zhiheng lowered his head, his voice dry, as if weighed down by endless heaviness and guilt. As I said before, I am a teacher. He raised his head, glancing complexly at everyone, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, revealing a self-deprecating smile. When I chose this path, it wasn't out of love for education, but because I liked to control others. Everyone furrowed their brows slightly, beginning to listen breathlessly. I enjoyed the feeling of standing on the podium, that feeling of being looked up to and obeyed by a group of children made me feel powerful. When I saw them obeying me, listening to me, I felt especially joyful, from head to toe I felt incredibly comfortable. His gaze gradually deepened, as if reminiscing about those past times. But not every student would listen, there would always be a few naughty ones who talked back, a few who didn't take me seriously. As he said this, his face paled slightly, fingers gripping the table tightly, his voice beginning to tremble. At first, I just had them stand in the corner or scolded them, but, later, I gradually realized I couldn't control my anger. He suddenly closed his eyes, his hands gripping his hair tightly, as if trying to tear away some heavy memories. The first time I hit someone was because a student kept talking in class. I warned him 3 times, but he still didn't listen. I got so angry that I slammed a book hard on his head. Seeing him clutching his head, terrified to cry out, I surprisingly felt a thrill. He raised his head, his gaze losing some clarity, his face pale. The room fell into dead silence. From then on, I became even more severe. Whoever dared not to listen would be made to lie on their desk, and I would whip them hard with a ruler. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the table, as if he could still feel the ruler in his palm, hear the students' terrified gasps and choked sobs. They were afraid of me, so afraid they didn't dare to say a word, afraid to tell their parents, afraid that every time they saw me they would tremble. At that time, I thought this was the feeling of the dignity of a teacher and the pleasure of having power. He took a deep breath, cradled his head in his hands, his voice shaking completely. But later, I realized how terribly wrong I was. Tears slid down his cheeks, he wiped his face hard, and his gaze turned pained and desperate. There was a student who, because I scolded him too harshly, ran out of the classroom. By the time I found him again, he was already a corpse. His fingertips trembled, and his voice was almost shattered. In that moment, I realized I was not a teacher, I was just an abuser, a complete villain. I always claimed to others that I was a good teacher, but in reality, I had done many inhumane things. He deeply lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, tears dripping onto the table, soaking into the wood's grain. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for them. His shoulders shook, making muffled sobbing sounds, as if finally unable to hold it together, pouring out all his guilt and pain. The air froze, so heavy it made it hard to breathe. In this moment, no one spoke, no one comforted, and no one easily judged whether his words were true or false. Qin Lang looked at Li Zhihong and the others. There really isn't a single decent person among them. But what I'm more curious about now is, what is the basis for judging whether a person truly repents for that crime in this game? If the judgment is wrong, then the wrong person will die. The only way to think is through the method of elimination. Eliminate those who might lie, meaning those who have not committed related crimes but insist they have, and what remains are the truly guilty, needing purification. So, what would people do if they drew a crime they never committed? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back in his chair, his cold gaze sweeping over Li Zhihong, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Alright, stop pretending. I've seen too many scum like you. Zhao Mingxian chuckled softly, his sharp eyes seeming to interrogate a criminal. You say you're regretful? But, heh. He squinted, the smile deepening, but his tone grew colder. If you truly regret, why didn't you turn yourself in back then? Zhao Mingxian leaned slightly forward, exuding a pressing sense of intimidation. I've seen many people like you, they won't truly repent until they've spent a few years in prison or have genuinely been caught. His voice was low, but each word struck like a hammer on Li Zhihong's heart. Stop acting here, are you trying to trick us into letting you go, or do you want us to believe your conscience suddenly awoke? As soon as those words fell, Li Zhihong slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, eyes blazing with anger. Zhao Mingxian. You have no right to say anything about me. Are you really that clean? Li Zhihong's chest heaved violently, as if he was about to explode from anger, his eyes filled with rage and a sense of humiliation. What gives you the right to say that? Do you know me? Do you know what's in my heart? Li Zhihong's hands were clenched into tight fists, knuckles white, his voice slightly trembling with agitation. I've damn well admitted my mistakes and am already repenting. What gives you the right to insist I'm pretending? Just because you are a police officer? You can randomly convict someone? Zhao Mingxian replied, I'm just stating my speculation, why are you so anxious? Li Zhihong gritted his teeth, you? He looked at the human snake, I'm genuinely repenting here, and he's messing around. Aren't you doing anything about it? The human snake smiled, I'm just facilitating, everyone is free to speak as long as you don't resort to violence. Next one, please begin. Qin Lang tightly grasped the card in her hand, her knuckles whitening from the effort. The card also had 4 words written on it, secretly filming patience. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Lang is a pediatrician. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming. Qin Lang's gaze was unfocused, seemingly struggling with whether to speak, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all her emotions, but a shivering voice still emerged from her throat. You all know, I'm a pediatrician. Her voice was soft, she licked her cracked lips and continued. The duty of a doctor is to save lives, but I. She paused, looking down at the card in her hand, her fingertips rubbing over it as if trying to erase those words. Every time a child comes to see a doctor, I always comfort them first, telling them not to be afraid, they trust me, treating me as an adult who protects them. But, hidden on my desk, was a camera. As soon as this sentence came out, the room seemed to chill even more. Her breathing quickened slightly, as if with every word, the pressure in her chest grew heavier, pain reflected in her eyes as if recalling those images. Everyone held their breath, expressions on their faces gradually solidifying. Qin Lang's hands trembled slightly, her voice tightening. But she still continued to speak. The cameras were carefully placed, at angles just right to capture their bodies. Every time I checked, I would pretend to be calm and press the switch. I told myself that I was just recording, that I had done nothing. But the truth is, I knew where those videos would end up. Those videos would be compiled and sold to some wealthy people. Her voice gradually lowered, as if something was weighing down on her, making even her breath feel hurried. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Her throat felt blocked, and her voice turned hoarse. She raised her hand and rubbed her face hard, as if trying to wipe away an invisible sense of guilt, but the more she rubbed, the more her expression twisted in pain, the red veins in her eyes becoming more pronounced. I know what kind of people the buyers are. They are willing to pay a high price for their desires, but I never thought, as long as I don't think about it, I can pretend that none of this is my fault. I thought that was enough, but later, I went to the orphanage. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Those children. They have no parents, no one to protect them. I used my identity as a doctor, still doing the same things. Her eyes completely lost their spark, as if drowning in her own sins. Her hands slowly wrapped around herself, as if wanting to curl up, her voice trembling. Once, a child cried and asked me, "Dr. Auntie, will you protect me?" She closed her eyes, and tears finally fell, splashing on the table, creating small watermarks. Her throat rolled, as if swallowing bitter emotions, slowly spitting out the final sentence. I nodded, smiled, and told her, "Of course, Doctor's sister will protect you." Her voice choked, like a blade stabbing into her heart, finally unable to hold it anymore, collapsing on the table, her shoulders shaking violently. I know. I am guilty. I shouldn't have done that, but I desperately needed money at that time. After I passed one level, I was no longer short of money, but I was still controlled by those wealthy men. After all, if I didn't continue doing those things, they would ruin me. The whole room was silent, as if even the air had frozen. Zhao Mingxian spoke again. "So, you say someone kidnapped the children from the orphanage and forced you to come here, is that also fake? You don't care about those children at all?" Qin Wanjing immediately began to refute. "No. It's true. Of course I care. If I didn't care, how could I repent?" The others exchanged glances, saying nothing. Qin Lang's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze drifting among the crowd, a strange sense of unease rising in his heart. He looked around, every face written with regret and pain, as if truly burdened with heavy sins. Their statements were full of details, from the motives for the crime to the execution process, even the psychological changes afterward described clearly, as if they had lived through it themselves. But this didn't feel right. If they were confessing crimes they hadn't committed, logically speaking, their narratives should have logical flaws, or their details shouldn't feel so real. After all, even for a skilled liar, when faced with crimes they've never experienced, it's hard to be completely flawless. Their emotions wouldn't feel this deeply immersed. In such a high-pressure environment, it should be easier to make mistakes. Moreover, this wasn't just a simple lie, but a need to fabricate a coherent criminal story in a very short time, and to act as if it were real. However, the people just now, Su Lina, Li Jiheng, Qin Wanjing, their narratives were too smooth. The fluctuations of emotion. That kind of remorseful struggle, even the rhythm of crying was just right, like a person long immersed in pain suddenly pushed to the brink of collapse. But if they truly committed such a sin, their hearts must be extremely cold. You could even say they had an antisocial personality. How could they be driven to the collapse of their psychological defenses in just a few minutes? Qin Lang's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his thoughts racing. His intuition told him there was something wrong here. But where exactly was the problem? Was their performance too brilliant, or was there some force influencing them? Chapter 103, Excessive Confession. It was Zhao Mingxuan's turn to confess. He took a deep breath, looked down at the cards in his hand, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then quickly concealed his expression and scanned the people present. His voice was low, with a slight huskiness, as if he was immersed in some distant memory. Breaking the law while knowing the law. He slowly read the 4 characters on the card, scoffing at himself, as if mocking his own words. This indeed fits me. He placed the card on the table, hands folded, fingers slowly rubbing against his palm, as if reminiscing, or weighing how to tell this crime. I used to be a police officer, a cop who specialized in criminal cases. He chuckled coldly, his gaze slightly downcast, as if unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. I fought against crime every day, but I also did disgraceful things, and not just once or twice. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, then continued. A few years ago, a colleague came to me, saying he was watching a businessman. That businessman had his hands in many shady deals, spending lavishly, keeping a mistress, engaging in speculative trades, and possibly involved in money laundering. My colleague told me that if we teamed up and applied a little pressure, we could make this guy hand over money. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers lightly tapped on his knee, his tone eerily calm. At that time, I didn't hesitate much and agreed. After all, that guy's hands weren't clean either. In other words, the fact that he could be extorted meant he should have been caught long ago. Justice doesn't only have one form. I thought this was better for him than throwing him in jail. At first, our plan went smoothly. We made him a suspect in a certain case, making him believe he could be arrested at any moment. Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly at this point, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. He was indeed scared, immediately handing over a large sum of money as a bribe. During that time, we lived quite luxuriously. He paused, his gaze drifting to the cards on the table, letting out a quiet sigh, his tone darkening. But once a person tastes sweetness, it's hard to stop. We weren't satisfied with just one payment, so we found another reason to force him to continue paying protection fees. But after all, he was a businessman, not stupid. Realizing we were tasting the fruits of our labor, he simply started negotiating with us for cooperation. He kept using money to corrupt me and my colleagues, trying to make us his shield. But you can't hide a fire under paper. He was eventually found out. When the news broke, we knew things were going to get tough. Zhao Mingxian lightly bit his teeth, his gaze turning murky. That colleague of mine was even more ruthless than I was. He thought we couldn't let that guy rise again, so we found an excuse and kidnapped his family. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, Zhao Mingxuan's voice dropping slightly, as if stating something utterly ordinary. "We let that guy know, if he didn't comply with our demands, his family would." As a result, he broke down. Zhao Mingxuan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. That boss didn't go to the police, but instead chose to commit suicide. He closed his eyes, as if recalling the scene from years ago, his fingers slightly curled, and his voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Unfortunately, sometimes fate loves to play tricks on people. He paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. If I had gone to prison back then, I might not have ended up in this hellhole. After Zhao Mingxian finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, as if finally laying down some burden, seemingly sinking into endless contemplation. Li Zhiheng scoffed, crossing his arms, his gaze filled with evident disdain and sarcasm. He stared at Zhao Mingxian and said disdainfully, "You really are hypocritical, Officer Zhao. You just criticized me, yet you're even more wicked than I am." Zhao Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, his lips still curled in a faint cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Li Zhiheng's pathetic psychological tactics in an instant. He scoffed lightly, his tone lazy yet filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. "Oh? You think I am more evil than you?" He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharply focusing on Li Zhiheng, his voice deep yet powerful. "I colluded with businessmen, extorted and blackmailed, ultimately driving that guy to suicide, but what about you? At least we sacrificed one for the sake of many. How many children have you harmed? Can you count them?" Zhao Mingxuan's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Li Zhiheng's heart, causing his expression to freeze momentarily. Zhao Mingxian coldly chuckled and continued to press. "Those children you beat, scolded, humiliated, and tormented, their psychological scars will last a lifetime. You didn't just destroy one life, you ruined countless futures. What right do you think you have to criticize me here?" Li Zhiheng opened his mouth, his face turned from red to pale, but he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. His lips trembled, his eyes darted away, as if Zhao Mingxuan's words had struck deep into the part of himself he was most unwilling to face. Just a moment ago, he had been looking down on Zhao Mingxian, and now, he found himself the more disgraceful one. Qin Lang silently watched this confrontation from the side, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling increasingly uneasy. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mingxian, quickly sorting through everything he had just heard in his mind. Zhao Mingxian could have stopped the conversation after admitting his collusion with businessmen and started to repent. But he chose to continue revealing details, even describing how he had driven the businessman to a dead end. Too abnormal. Qin Lang thought to himself, under normal circumstances, one would try to minimize their crimes to avoid suspicion, yet Zhao Mingxian did the opposite, presenting his crimes as even worse. This reaction was not what an ordinary person would have in this situation. His gaze darkened, faintly sensing that there was something in this confession game that he had not yet noticed. Chen Hao's fingers trembled, his fingertips nearly losing hold of the card. He took a deep breath and struggled to turn the card over. Abandoning the first wife. Four black characters struck the eyes of the crowd like a cold judgment. Chen Hao swallowed hard, a flash of indescribable pain and guilt crossing his eyes. Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly again. Chen Hao had previously argued that he risked everything for his paralyzed wife. Yet he still held such a crime upon him. Chen Hao was now sweating profusely, saying, "My wife's paralysis, it was caused by me." Chapter 104, Coincidence. Chen Hao lowered his head, his voice dry, as if burdened by some weight of guilt. I once vowed to take care of her for a lifetime." He gritted his teeth, his gaze wandering, not daring to make eye contact with anyone. Like fearing to see disdain and blame in others' eyes. "That year, I was unexpectedly chosen to enter a scenario, and then I made a huge fortune, turning my life around. At first, I thought both our lives would get better, that our destinies would change because of it. I held her hand and told her, no matter what happened, I would stay by her side, take care of her, love her. I thought I could do it, I thought as long as I persisted, I could hold on. But later, I started making excuses not to go home. I spent my time outside, drinking with friends, going to nightclubs, and even seeking other women." His fingertips unconsciously gripped the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if trying to grasp something that had already slipped away. Chen Hao abruptly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, as if to suppress all regrets and guilt in his chest, but his voice still trembled. "I was hired by a company, and then became their enforcer, sinking deeper, spending even less time at home. My wife, when she went out to find me, got into a car accident." Chen Hao's eyes became red, tears shimmered in his gaze, but he still held on, continuing to speak. "It was my fault. I harmed her." He gave a bitter laugh, his smile filled with endless self-mockery and pain. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing deep regret, as if he wanted to expose his crimes completely in front of everyone. She was lying in a pool of blood, the driver fled, and no one helped her. If it weren't for a passerby, she would have. I was out there, drinking and partying, pretending I was still free, unrestrained. She could have lived well. If I had taken some responsibility, hired a caregiver for her, bought her medicine, she wouldn't have died from an infection. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently, as if he could no longer bear the heavy sin. Chen Hao's cries were low and filled with heart-wrenching pain. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. The room fell into deep silence, even the air seemed to solidify. Everyone was silent, their expressions varied, while Qin Lang's frown deepened. Why is he speaking so in detail? Confusion surged in Qin Lang's mind like a tide. Chen Hao's emotional collapse was so complete, his words full of regret and pain. If this was just a lie he fabricated, how could it be so real? But if it was true, why would he expose himself in such a setting? An indescribable unease gradually rose in Qin Lang's heart. He felt distinctly that Annette was waiting for him. So far, everyone had been seriously confessing, almost showing no signs of lying. Especially during the confession part, unless these five were all natural-born actors, it was impossible to have such expressiveness. What exactly felt off? Yizi's fingers paused on the table for a moment, trembling slightly as she opened her card. She glanced down, and the color drained from her face, leaving her frozen in place. Betray a teammate. Her lips trembled slightly, as if wanting to say something, but her throat seemed blocked, unable to produce sound. She took a deep breath, her gaze flickering, as if recalling that painful experience. It's my turn now. That was a nightmarish scenario. Her voice was husky, carrying a hint of restrained pain. There were 4 of us at the time, trapped in a scenario. We knew we had to find an exit, or we would die at the hands of monsters. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, as if trying to hold herself tightly to endure the torment of continuing to speak. The monsters in that scenario, they are not like ordinary monsters, they do not attack recklessly, but instead watch us, as if waiting for their prey to show a flaw. Her throat moved, and she took a deep breath. At that time, I was responsible for setting traps. We had planned to lure the monster into the trap and then attack it with all our strength, taking the chance to rush toward the exit. Her gaze gradually lost focus, immersed in that nightmare-like memory. But I made a mistake. Her voice choked a bit, her eyes reddening, her nails digging deeply into her palm. At that moment, I was too nervous, my hands were shaking, causing the mechanism to not trigger. The monster wasn't trapped, instead, it found us. Her eyes dimmed, she lowered her head, and her voice began to tremble. It started to approach us, and we all panicked. Everyone was running, but I couldn't move. Her shoulders shook gently, tears sliding down her cheeks. She bit her lip, afraid to recall what happened next, yet she had to continue speaking. I was so scared. I was really scared, it was getting closer, I felt like it would pounce at any moment. I didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. So I did something that I couldn't even forgive myself for. Her voice shattered completely, tears kept falling, her fingers clenched as if trying to suppress the fear inside her. I deliberately exposed my teammate's location, letting the monster find him. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, everyone's expression suddenly changed, but she did not look up, lost in her own pain. The monster lunged at him, he didn't even have time to react, he looked back at me. Her voice grew softer, as if crushed by the memories, tears fell, making her unable to speak. His eyes, he must have wanted me to save him. She covered her face tightly, as if trying to hide her tears, but the trembling of her shoulders revealed her inner collapse. But I didn't. I just stood there in a daze, watching the monster grab him, watching him struggle and scream, then, bit by bit, torn apart. Her voice was intermittent, her gaze lost focus, her whole body curling up in the chair. He died. I killed him. Her hands tightly gripped her arms, tears flowing uncontrollably, her voice choked with indescribable pain and regret. If it weren't for me, he could have survived, but I sent him to his death to save myself. Qin Lang looked at Yizi, and his heart thought of more things. Yizi had mentioned betraying a teammate before, it shouldn't be a lie. So Yizi was really repenting, and the sin she drew was true. Then the 2 people mentioned by the snake's mouth that needed purification were just herself and Yizi? Did the other 6 people draw sins they never committed? Could such a coincidence happen? Chapter 105, Code Words. Yizi's weeping echoed in the silent room, heavy enough to suffocate. Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter. Something was wrong, it had to be wrong. First, this game required genuine repentance, but if it was too real, then once someone pointed it out, he would be finished. So from a personal perspective, he had to lie. Why were Zhao Mingxian and the others so serious, even a bit overacting? Han Zhuoran's fingers rubbed the edge of the card for a moment before finally taking a deep breath and flipping it over. Perjury. Han Zhuoran smiled and said, I have indeed done this. He stared at the card, his expression complex, the corner of his mouth twitched, as if trying to smile bitterly but ultimately couldn't. I really did commit perjury once. His voice was low, as if carrying a heavy sense of guilt. I thought I could forget this thing, but it has haunted me like a nightmare. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering, as his thoughts seemed to drift back to that gloomy courtroom, that decision he could never let go of. That case was very sensational. He said in a low voice, his tone slow, but with a kind of suppressed pain. The defendant is a serial killer, a thorough devil. He killed 6 people, and his methods were extremely cruel, but I stood on his side. I was neither scared nor threatened. I simply wanted to prove that I could do what others could not. He gave a bitter smile, his voice laced with self-mockery. I was young then, just starting to gain recognition in the industry. I wanted everyone to see my abilities, to let people know that even in the worst cases, if I wanted to, I could turn it around. So, I accepted their deal. Han Zhuoran raised his head, his eyes somewhat hollow. The killer's family was very wealthy. They gave me a huge sum of money, an amount I couldn't refuse. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched, but his tone held no pride, instead filled with regret. Back then, I thought that clearing his name could make me famous and earn money, even if he was guilty. Why not take a gamble? Han Zhuoran's eyes gradually dimmed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his pants, as if touching a scar that couldn't be erased. I tampered with the testimony, overturned the original evidence, and exploited legal loopholes to lead all unfavorable clues into police investigation errors. On the day of the trial, I stood in court, watching the anger and despair in the eyes of the victims' families. They were crying, shouting, begging, but I closed my eyes, pretending not to hear. When the verdict was announced, the criminal was acquitted. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran's shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing a pain that couldn't be spoken. I thought I would be happy. After all, I succeeded. I proved my abilities. He bitterly shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of hidden bitterness. But when I walked out of the court, when I saw that man standing in the crowd, wearing a mocking smile, I suddenly felt like a wound had been torn open in me. Months later, the news reported his next case. He killed again, even more brutally. The victim was a young girl living alone. Zhao Mingxian showed a look of disdain, seemingly wanting to stop him from continuing. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, his voice becoming hoarse. If I hadn't perjured for him, that girl wouldn't have died. His voice finally carried an undeniable regret. It was me who released this devil. It was me who returned him to the streets, allowing him to kill again. I am guilty. It was my mistake. His nails dug deeply into his palm, as if punishing himself. I thought I could control the law, could dominate everything, but in the end, I was just a hired executioner. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red, his throat slightly moving as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he just softly uttered a sentence. I really have betrayed my profession. He closed his eyes, as if unable to face the gaze of everyone. The room was deathly silent, even the sound of breathing felt heavy. Yet Qin Lang's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. It started again. Why were their confessions so detailed? Even unnecessary details were explained one by one? Were they all good people? Qin Lang's mind surged with thoughts, as if being pulled back to the initial rules by an invisible force. He forced himself to recall every detail, trying to find flaws in those seemingly just terms. However, the more carefully he recalled, the faster his heart raced, as if he had glimpsed some chilling truth. This confession session could never find the truly guilty person. Or perhaps, everyone here is guilty. He slowly scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment, trying to catch even the slightest flaw in their expressions. But what he saw was only remorse, repression, pain, and that deep-seated calmness in their eyes. Qin Lang suddenly realized a key point: the number of victims had already been decided from the very beginning. The Serpent Man spoke at this moment. Mr. Qin, it's your turn. Qin Lang frowned. The Serpent Man said, the real culprits were 2 people. But why 2? Why not 1 or more? Right, it was him and Yi Zi, just the 2. Qin Lang realized, this rule had already been set. No matter how they struggled, the one pushed onto the judgment seat could only be one of him or Yi Zi. This confession meeting was never about identifying the guilty, but rather about creating them. Everyone was telling their sins, their tones filled with pain, emotions abundant, even detailing the environment, their mental activities, and the specific experiences. But were all these stories really true? Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricted slightly. The stories told by Han Zhuoran and the other 6 began replaying in Qin Lang's mind over and over again. Murdering their husbands, breaking the law, violating students. These were all things they might have done. But where were the flaws? Qin Lang rapidly replayed everyone's confessions in his mind, his thoughts turning like gears. That's right. Qin Lang suddenly realized, in all those people's confessions, there was one similar phrase. Chapter 106, Breaking the Game. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and began to sort through one by one. After Su Lina finished her story of murdering her husband, she finally whispered, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Li Zhiheng, after admitting to hurting a student, cried uncontrollably, choking out, I am guilty, really guilty. Others were similar, and they all showed signs of acting. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly constricted. If only 1 or 2 people said this, he might not think much, but since everyone added this similar expression, it was definitely not a coincidence. This was very likely a signal. The true meaning of this phrase wasn't to confess guilt, but to relay a message to a teammate: the crime I drew is real. They were using this method for the process of elimination. If the number of people confessing their real crimes exceeded 2, it could only mean one thing: all the crimes they drew were real. In this way, only one victim needed to be chosen. This victim would only be produced from among himself and Yi Zi. This explained Qin Lang's previous confusion. If these people really hadn't committed these crimes while fabricating stories, there would undoubtedly be logical flaws or obvious signs of guilt. Yet they not only told their stories in extreme detail but also displayed intense guilt and remorse without flaws. In fact, this was just sending a signal. Just now, Han Zhuoran even directly admitted, "I really did this." This indicated they completely got the signal. The 6 people's drawn crimes were all things they had done themselves. They just needed to confess obediently, and then collectively point towards themselves or Yi Zi. The Serpent Man had lied from the beginning. Alright, this is how we're playing it, huh? Qin Lang sneered coldly in his heart. So now, he and Yi Zi were completely kept in the dark, becoming the only lambs awaiting slaughter. So how could he escape? Qin Lang glanced at the card in his hand. Patricide. He indeed did this. Even more coincidentally, the original body had also done this. Han Zhuoran and the others would definitely point at him or Yi Zi soon. So he and Yi Zi were destined to stay behind. Qin Lang did not want to see this scene happen, because he did not trust these 6 people, and Sumu Beizu should not want it either. He glanced at Sumu Beizu in the corner. Her gaze was indeed shifting between himself and Yi Zi. Turn the table directly? No, it was too risky to fight in this room. Moreover, the Snake Man was the administrator. Killing the administrator might lead to some punishment. Qin Lang stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Qin Lang's mind. Got it. It was Qin Lang's turn to confess, and all eyes were on him, those gazes carrying a sense of oppression, even a hint of vague malice. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Han Zhuoran chuckled lightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Speak up, could it be that you have something you can't say? Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, seemingly carrying a touch of mockery. Yes, everyone has to confess, you can't escape. Shen Wanqing said softly, her voice gentle as if she were advising a disobedient child. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the people around him. His doubts grew deeper. Everyone else had completed their confessions, they were already safe, while he and Yi Zi were the only 2 left. From the very beginning, these 6 had secretly reached an agreement. Qin Lang calmly glanced at Yi Zi. She kept her head down, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Han Zhuoran and the others might have spoken the truth, but they were planning to use Qin Lang and Yi Zi as scapegoats. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the silent Snake Man, asking, "So, the rule is that we must confess according to the crimes written on the cards we drew, is that right?" The Snake Man paused slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile, slowly nodding, "Of course." Qin Lang asked again, "What if I never committed the acts written on the card? Do I still have to admit it?" The Snake Man's smile remained, and he nonchalantly replied, "The rule is the rule, whether you have done it or not, you must confess according to the content on the card." Qin Lang's eyes shifted, continuing to inquire, what if the content of the confession is different from what's on the card? The Snake Man slightly squinted his eyes, the curve of his lips widening further, then that would violate the rules. However, it seems everyone has confessed according to the content on their cards. Mr. Qin, do you mean to confess not according to the crimes on your card? That's not allowed, you will be punished. Qin Lang's smile held a hint of playfulness, he gently clapped his hands, the sound ringing particularly clear in the silent room. Qin Lang said, "Have you heard of the saying, the law does not punish the masses?" The Snake Man flicked his tongue, "What do you mean by that?" "Because they have already violated the rules." He spoke calmly as if just casually mentioning it, but his eyes glinted with mockery, landing on everyone present. Zhao Mingxian frowned, his face filled with confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about? We all confessed according to the crimes on our cards. I even talked about something from years ago." He scoffed, seemingly dismissing Qin Lang's words, yet feeling a hint of unease inside. Qin Lang did not answer directly but scanned the crowd, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. "If you don't believe me, then take a look at the cards in your hands." In an instant, everyone felt a tightness in their chest and lowered their heads to look at the cards in their hands. The next second, shocked voices rose one after another. "What's going on? This isn't right. Why has the content on my card changed? It wasn't written like this just now." Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. The cards they had just opened themselves had written down the crimes they needed to confess, but now, the words on them had completely changed. Zhao Mingxian stared intently at his card, his fingers trembling slightly. Just moments ago, his confession of breaking the law had vanished, replaced instead by the big words, "giving false testimony." Wasn't this the crime of Han Zhuoran? How is this possible? Shen Wanjing's face was pale. Her card originally said secretly filming patience, but now it had turned into breaking the law. She suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with terror. What did you do? Everyone began to check their cards against one another and found that the contents had all changed. This meant that everything they had just confessed was completely inconsistent with what was on their cards. The smile of the snake man finally faded a bit, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, staring deeply at Qin Lang, his tone still relaxed but with a hint of vigilance. Qin Lang, what did you do? Qin Lang shrugged, the smile on his lips unwavering. Me? I didn't do anything at all. Chapter 107, The Rules of the Dungeon. Actually, just a moment ago, while everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of confession, Qin Lang quietly activated his time pause skill. Qin Lang thought, since you insist on designing my death, I'll just flip the table on you. He acted without hesitation, quickly moving to each person, swapping all their cards. After doing all this, Qin Lang returned to his original position, took a deep breath, and lifted the time pause. Time resumed flowing, and it was as if a faint pop echoed in the air. Everyone continued their previous actions without noticing anything. This was when the previous scene unfolded. When Qin Lang had them check their cards again, the entire confession meeting fell into total chaos. What's going on? The content on my card changed? This isn't right. What on earth is happening? Why doesn't it match what I just confessed? In an instant, cries of shock and roars of anger rose and fell, and everyone's expressions twisted in confusion. This was too incredible, they couldn't comprehend what had happened. They looked up at Qin Lang as if hoping to get an explanation from his lips. But Qin Lang merely smiled lightly, his arms crossed, looking at them with an amused yet enigmatic expression. The snake man's expression finally darkened. He squinted, his fingers gently tapping his knee, as if pondering something. He did not expect Qin Lang could pull off such a stunt, directly ruining the entire rules of the game. Yet he had been keeping a close eye on Qin Lang. How did it turn out this way? After all the trouble to design a way to completely eliminate Qin Lang without leaving a trace, it still failed? Ha! The snake man gave a soft chuckle, his tone tinged with frustration. Qin Lang, you really are quite unexpected. His eyes flickered for a moment, clearly contemplating how to respond, but for the time being, the rules of this game truly couldn't continue. After all, everyone had already confessed, and now, everyone was wrong. It was like crying at the wrong grave. The rules have collapsed. The snake man stood there, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His scales glimmered with a cold light under the dim glow, his pupils narrowed to a fine line, his tail restlessly thumping against the floor, producing a soft papa sound, as if venting inner agitation. Qin Lang spoke up, so, is it time to start over? Or are you just going to let us go? The snake man reluctantly replied, leave? It's not that easy. Just as he hesitated, the door beside them suddenly made a soft sound, slowly opening. A faint light seeped through the crack, and then the figure of the female horse appeared in the doorway. Her steps were light and graceful, as if each move landed on invisible piano keys, creating a silent melody. Snake man, don't be so disrespectful to Mr. Qin. Her face bore a hint of a smile, but that smile did not reach her eyes. Instead, it brought a chill to the air. The confession session is over. The voice of the female horse was calm and indifferent, as if coming from a faraway place. Congratulations, everyone, you may all leave the scene. Her voice echoed in the empty room, as if carrying some irresistible power. The crowd in the room began to stir, Zhao Mingxian on the other side in relief, ready to leave. However, the human snake did not move. Its eyes locked on the female horse, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Why should we? The human snake's voice was hoarse and furious, its body leaning forward slightly, as if ready to pounce on the female horse at any moment. We haven't finished yet. You can't just. Before it could finish, the female horse's smile suddenly vanished. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of her lips becoming sharp as a blade. In the next second, her mouth opened wide, her originally elegant face twisting and deforming, as if some ancient monster was breaking free from beneath her skin. Her mouth opened so wide that it could almost swallow the entire room, the depths of her throat a pitch-black abyss, as if leading to another world. Before the human snake could react, the female horse's head lunged forward, the speed too fast to be seen. Her mouth was like a giant net, instantly engulfing the entire human snake. The human snake's tail thrashed in the air for a moment, then disappeared into the darkness. When the female horse closed her mouth, it made a dull crunch sound, like bones being crushed. The room fell into a deadly silence, everyone holding their breath, as if even the air had solidified. Su Lina, terrified, covered her eyes and screamed loudly. After swallowing the human snake whole, the female horse slowly raised her head, a trace of blood lingering on her lips, her gaze cold and sharp, scanning every person present. No one can break the rules of the game. Her voice remained calm, but each word landed like a hammer on everyone's hearts, including the administrator. Qin Lang stood up from his chair, his movements crisp and clean, as if the previous tense scene had failed to stir much in his heart. All right, I understand, we can leave now, right? His black coat fluttered slightly with the movement, the hem drawing a sharp, cold arc. Mr. Qin. The female horse's voice came from behind, laced with an imperceptible smile. Aren't you going to thank me? Qin Lang paused a moment but did not turn back. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Thank you? His voice was deep and indifferent, as if squeezed from the back of his throat. You were just following the rules, why should I thank you? Besides, you've always wanted to eat me, right? The female horse chuckled lightly, her laughter echoing from a distance, carrying with it a strange ethereal quality. Mr. Qin, you are very clever, but sometimes you still need to be careful. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze settling on Qin Lang's back, as if appraising an interesting prey. Then I hope you continue to have good luck in Silent Hill. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an indescribable sense of danger. In that earlier setup, you were surely destined to die. I didn't expect you to escape, that's truly remarkable. Qin Lang finally turned around, his gaze locking onto the female horse. His eyes showed no fear, but rather a provocative intent. Oh? His voice remained calm, but his tone was laced with disdain. Is the next setup going to be a guaranteed death too? The female horse's smile grew louder. If you are still fixated on that hidden task. Her voice was deep and slow, as if every word was striking at everyone's nerves, then you will definitely die. Chapter 108, High Difficulty and Low Difficulty. Qin Lang's brows slightly raised, his face still wearing that nonchalant expression. Really? His voice was light and airy. It was as if they were discussing a trivial matter. Then I will have to give it a try. The female horse said nothing more, only quietly looked at him, her gaze carrying an elusive depth. She bowed to Qin Lang. Then please be careful on your way. Qin Lang didn't say much more, pushing open the heavy iron door with his hand and walking to the next room. The door behind them closed with a loud bang, creating a dull echo, as if cutting off their connection to the world they were in before. The group crossed another long hallway, with no one speaking to each other. Another room. Qin Lang's words made everyone tense up again. Qin Lang walked at the front and pushed open an iron door with force. This room was more spacious than any place they had been before, surrounded by an eerie silence. The lights overhead cast a pale glow, and in the corners where the light could not reach, the darkness seemed thick as ink, subtly causing unease. The floor was made of hard stone tiles, and the walls were carved with strange runes that could not be understood, exuding a chilling presence. Welcome, everyone. A low, deep voice suddenly rang out, and everyone looked up at the source of the voice in unison. A massive creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull stood in the center of the room. White mist issued from its nostrils, and the thick bull horns on its forehead glimmered coldly under the light. Qin Lang waved his hand. No need to be so polite, just tell us how we can get out. And how many of these rooms do you have? I'm in a hurry to move on. Now the Silent Hill is still in the inner world stage. To reach the church, they must return to the outer world and uncover the secrets here. The bull-headed monster laughed. You all don't need to rush. The rules for the next challenge are very simple. It paused for a moment, seeming to enjoy the nervous expressions on the faces of the crowd, then slowly said. You will enter a one-on-one fighting match. Each person must face one B-class anomaly alone. The standard for victory is to completely defeat your opponent, by any means necessary. You now have 8 people. As long as you win 5 of them, you can pass this round. Everyone relaxed a little upon hearing this, their previously tense nerves easing. B-class? Zhao Mingxian was momentarily stunned, then his lips curved slightly. That's too easy. The others also showed relaxed expressions, exchanging glances, with some already rolling up their sleeves, eager to try. For an average newcomer, B-class monsters required a team to handle, but for these seasoned players, it was a piece of cake. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room noticeably lightened, even as some began to grin in delight, as if this round was already in their pocket. However, the bull-headed monster continued to smile, watching their reactions, a hint of amusement flickering in its eyes. In a deep voice, it said, since you all find it easy, then good luck. Qin Lang stood among the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze scanning the surroundings with depth. Something was off, very off. The theme of this instance had always revolved around repentance and sin, but now the challenge was just a simple fight? Just winning 5 battles to clear the level? How could it be this simple? He carefully recalled each room they had previously experienced, every rule's design filled with schemes and traps, exploiting human weaknesses, deception, fear, selfishness, regret, pushing them step by step to the brink of despair. And now, this round was just simple combat? Qin Lang clenched his fists, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had confidence in his own strength. Yi Zi was a bit weak, but when necessary, having Su Mubai possess her again should not be a big problem. But the problem is, even if he and Yi Zi can win, it doesn't matter at all. Others still need to win 3 more matches. But the problem is, he has no idea what the real strength of the others is, or how to support them. He lowered his eyes, his gaze sweeping complexly over the people around him, each one excitedly discussing the upcoming battle, some even eager to try, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Finally can have a big fight. Zhao Mingxuan's voice broke Qin Lang's thoughts. He excitedly moved his neck, the bones cracking, and his fighting spirit was completely boiling. I was almost going crazy playing those earlier levels. Zhao Mingxian grinned, eager to go, saying, "This round suits me perfectly, I'll go first." He pointed his finger at the bull-headed monster standing in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with pride and confidence. "Hurry up and let me go, I'll set the stage." The bull-headed monster grinned, revealing a row of bone-white fangs, letting out a low, sinister laugh. He casually threw the dark brown lump of mud he was holding onto the ground. "It's ready, please begin." His voice was hoarse and menacing, as if carrying some unfathomable malice. Upon hitting the ground, the lump of mud surprisingly began to wriggle like a living creature, its surface bulging and collapsing continuously, like a heartbeat. Then, its size rapidly expanded, as if something terrifying was about to be born. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian was first stunned and then burst into laughter, his face full of disdain. "Is this all you've got? You won't even let out a decent monster?" He casually shook his arm, then suddenly flipped his right hand, and a dazzling flame burst into light in his palm. In his hand, a long spear emerged, completely dark red, with patterns of raging flames carved along its body, flame spear. The flame patterns on the shaft seemed to flow like living things. At the tip of the spear, faintly burning crimson flames flickered, creating a distorted heat wave as Zhao Mingxian swung it through the air, giving off a stifling warmth. "Kid, watch carefully, this is an A-class weapon, flame spear." Zhao Mingxian yelled loudly to Qin Lang, his lips curling up, his tone filled with a hint of pride. "It's not something those ordinary scraps you have can compare to." He slowly raised the flame spear, giving it a gentle shake, and the flames at the tip instantly erupted, like an angry dragon rolling up scorching waves of heat. Even the ground was slightly discolored, as if it would catch fire at any moment. Qin Lang didn't bother to respond to him. But looking at it now, Zhao Mingxian seemed arrogant, but he did have some real strength. The difficulty of obtaining an A-class weapon is extremely high, just the power of this spear shows he is not an ordinary person. Indeed, those who could enter this dungeon for ranking matches were not weaklings. But, would this battle really be that simple? Chapter 109, The Most Fearsome Enemy. Zhao Mingxian, proudly waving the flame spear, wore an arrogant smile, completely ignoring the writhing lump of mud before him. But at that moment, the wriggling of the mud suddenly stopped, as if frozen in time, and then, its shape began to rapidly transform. The mud appeared to be shaped by some invisible force, elongating and contracting little by little, its outline becoming clearer, eventually turning into a man in a police uniform. The man's features gradually sharpened, revealing a familiar yet grim face before Zhao Mingxuan's eyes. Dressed in a deep blue police uniform, neatly as ever, with a badge pinned on his chest, and those deep black eyes were staring intently at Zhao Mingxian, filled with an unfathomable chill. Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, his pupils sharply contracted as if he had seen something terrifying he could not accept. Li Yang? His voice trembled uncontrollably, and he could barely hold onto the fire gun. In the room filled with people, he confessed how he, along with his colleague, became corrupt cops, extorting others, leading to their imprisonment. That colleague looked exactly like the monster in front of him. The man, looking like a police officer, smiled slightly, showing a row of perfect white teeth, but that smile carried an indescribable eeriness. "Old Zhao, it's really been a long time." His tone was gentle, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Mingxuan's breath suddenly caught, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he froze, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with terror and unease. The voice, tone, and expression were all the same. How are you here?" He instinctively took a step back, his fingers tightening involuntarily, the knuckles turning pale. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his eyes watching Zhao Mingxian with amusement, the smile on his lips deepening. "What, are you so surprised to see me here?" Zhao Mingxian felt like his throat was blocked, memories from the past surged in his mind, memories he desperately wanted to forget but could never fully erase. "No, that matter has nothing to do with me." He shook his head violently, his face turning pale, his voice urgent as if trying to push the blame away. "Li Yang, don't blame me. I didn't do anything." But Li Yang just quietly stared at him, the smile on his lips unchanged, as though filled with pity, yet also mocking his pathetic defense. The air seemed to freeze, and all Zhao Mingxian could hear was his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. "Zhao Mingxian, wake up. This is all fake. Don't believe it. End this quickly." Han Zhuoran's voice rang out, like a bell suddenly shaking Zhao Mingxuan's senses awake. Zhao Mingxian shook his head violently, cold sweat trickling down his face, his mind slowly returning to reality. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then gripped the fire gun tightly, his gaze becoming determined. No matter who this Li Yang was, as long as he stood in his way, there was only one fate: utter annihilation. Zhao Mingxian clenched his teeth and charged forward, the fire gun in his hand blazing with intense flames, driving it fiercely toward Li Yang's chest. Thud! The tip of the gun pierced Li Yang's body accurately, but Zhao Mingxuan's pupils suddenly dilated. Because, the blood splatter and the feeling of tearing flesh that he had expected didn't come. Instead, it felt as though the gun tip had sunk into a pit of mud, entering the other's chest without resistance, like stabbing into a bottomless quicksand. What was even more terrifying was that the fire gun wasn't doing its usual job of penetrating the enemy. Instead, it was slowly being sucked into Li Yang's body. Zhao Mingxian stared wide-eyed in horror, and immediately tried to retract the weapon, but the fire gun was tightly gripped by some invisible force, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Damn! He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to jerk the gun back, but it only trembled slightly, still firmly stuck, even sinking deeper. Li Yang's face still wore that chilling smile. He slowly raised his head, his gaze as dark as a deep, bottomless well, his voice low and filled with mockery. "Old Zhao, are you really this ruthless?" Zhao Mingxuan's hand trembled, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Li Yang's tone grew heavier, each word like a nail, hammering fiercely into Zhao Mingxuan's mind. "Did you forget? When you dragged me into this, how sweetly you spoke. You swore that we could get rich together, brothers united, just one big score and we'd live a good life. But what happened? I was a fine cop, and you turned me into a corrupt one." Li Yang's voice was filled with an indescribable bitterness and mockery. Like a bone-deep sore, it slowly drilled into Zhao Mingxuan's heart. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly froze. Scenes from many years ago rushed into his mind. "No, it can't be, you died in prison." Zhao Mingxian muttered to himself, his face pale, even his breath was out of rhythm. He suddenly loosened his grip, as if shocked, stepping back a pace, his gaze uncertain as he looked at Li Yang, his lips trembling slightly. You monster, how did you know?" This matter, aside from himself, no one else could possibly know. He hadn't told anyone. But the Li Yang before him spoke so clearly. So, he really is Li Yang himself. Zhao Mingxuan's breath became more and more rapid, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. What on earth is this monster? Li Yang slowly stepped forward, each step felt like a hammer pounding on Zhao Mingxuan's heart, the air suddenly becoming heavy, making it hard to breathe. His face still bore a faint smile, yet the smile contained an unfathomable coldness and resentment, as if a terrible thing was hidden beneath a mere skin, sending chills down the spine. "Zhao Mingxian, do you still remember?" Li Yang's voice was slow and deep, laced with a hint of bitter nostalgia, but more importantly, it couldn't hide the anger. "Back then, I was a good cop, a truly good cop." As he said this, a touch of pain and self-mockery appeared in his eyes, as if mocking his once foolish and naive self. "But, what about you? When I was most helpless, you dragged me into the abyss." In an instant, Zhao Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale, his pupils sharply constricting, as he subconsciously took a step back, feeling pinned in place. "You even told others that I encouraged you to extort that wealthy man. But everything was your doing." Li Yang's voice suddenly rose, his eyes burning with suppressed fury. "You patted my shoulder back then, laughing as you said, brotherly, taking someone's money and helping them solve their troubles. The small amount of money isn't much for that old man. And what about me? I wasn't greedy back then, I didn't even want to touch that dirty money. But my wife was seriously ill, the expensive medical bills were suffocating me, I truly had no choice. You exploited this opportunity and dragged me into this swamp." Li Yang's fist slowly clenched tight, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, looking just like a real person. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing quickened, cold sweat rolling down his forehead in big drops. "No, it's not my fault." His lips trembled, desperately trying to argue, but his voice was so weak he could barely hear it himself. But Li Yang didn't stop, his steps still slowly moving forward, his gaze like a knife, piercing deep into Zhao Mingxuan's soul. "Not your fault? Are you sure? At that time, after getting the money, your appetite only grew larger, from a small amount at first, to later millions, tens of millions, you had completely changed. But do you know how I felt during that time? I lived in fear every day, worried about when I would be exposed, worried that my child would one day find out that his father was once a corrupt cop. And what about you?" Li Yang suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Zhao Mingxian, his gaze like it would nail him in place, his tone even colder. "Not only did you not stop, but at the last moment, you betrayed me. When things fell apart, to save yourself, you pushed all the blame onto me at the first moment, making me take the fall for you. You successfully emerged from this storm unscathed, even going on to succeed in the next level, enjoying treatment that others could never attain. Zhao Mingxian, tell me. In that next level, did you also betray your teammates to gain everything you have now?" Li Yang's voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, echoing in this empty space. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly trembled, the color draining completely from his face. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs turned soft, cold sweat soaked his back, and he even almost lost the courage to flee. "No, don't come over. Don't come over." His voice had already gained a tremor, his hands shot up as if trying to block Li Yang's approach, but his feet kept retreating. Li Yang's footsteps remained unhurried, advancing step by step, his eyes filled with mockery and hatred. Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, and he shouted sharply, Zhao Mingxian. How long do you want to be pathetic? Stand up and keep fighting. But Qin Lang shrugged, it's useless, no matter how loud you shout, he won't hear. Zhao Mingxuan's body slightly trembled, he supported himself on the ground, his arms straining hard as he desperately tried to stand up. His face was as pale as paper, large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. I am not. His lips quivered, his voice weak to the point of being almost inaudible. He swayed, attempting to stand tall, but the next second, his pupils contracted sharply, his whole body stiffened for a moment, then he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! This heavy sound of falling made everyone's heart skip a beat. Zhao Mingxian? Hey, Zhao Mingxian? The bullhuman slowly walked over, looking down at Zhao Mingxuan's body. Those beastly eyes had no hint of emotion, as if all this was not surprising at all. It leaned down, reached out a thick hand to check under Zhao Mingxuan's nose, then stood up, speaking in a tone as calm as if stating a trivial fact, he has been scared to death. In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Scared to death? Han Zhuoran and the others' faces changed dramatically, everyone's pupils slightly contracted, struggling to accept this reality. Zhao Mingxian just died like this? No blood, no battle, not even a wound, just because of fear, he was scared to death? Everyone's throats felt as if they were tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, even breathing became difficult. Yi Zi frowned, muttering, what a joke, someone died immediately. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned toward the cold body, a surge of indescribable chill filling their hearts. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said grimly, Administrator, we need to discuss this immediately, this battle is probably far scarier than we imagined. The bullhuman heard this, the corners of its mouth curling into a cold smile, that smile carrying mocking humor as if watching a show. Sure, you all discuss, there's plenty of time. It elongated its words, the tone filled with an indescribable weirdness and mockery, as if waiting to see their next performance. Han Zhuoran's gaze swept across everyone, speaking in a deep voice, next, this mud monster will definitely become the target of our inner regret. But you all remember, it's just a monster. Don't be fooled by appearances. Be ruthless, don't hesitate. As long as we win 4 more matches, we can clear the game. After he finished, his sharp gaze scanned every person in the team. No problem. Let's just do it. It's just a B-level anomaly, what's so scary? Everyone nodded, their expressions resolute, as if they were already prepared. However, Qin Lang standing beside them frowned slightly, a sense of unease subtly surfacing in his heart. Since just now, he had an indescribable feeling. If it were him, no matter what he saw, he would probably remain undisturbed inside. The problem is, could it really be that simple? Just then, Chen Hao suddenly stepped forward, speaking lightly, next round. Let me do it. Everyone looked at him. Are you sure? Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, staring at his face. Of course. Chen Hao nodded, with not a hint of hesitation in his eyes, if this monster becomes my wife's appearance, then it will be even easier. Everyone was stunned. Qin Lang frowned, really? Are you sure you won't be affected? Chen Hao scoffed, with a cold expression, affected? What a joke. I have only one wife. No matter how this monster mimics her, it will never be my wife. Moreover, the reason I came to this instance is to return to her side alive. How could I be fooled by a mere abnormality? Chapter 111, The Deeply Emotionally Charged Truth. His words were strong and powerful, making the few people present take a second glance at him. Alright then, it's up to you. Han Zhuoran nodded, thinking that Chen Hao's fierce determination might really solve the battle quickly. But in Qin Lang's view, he was merely setting a dangerous flag. This competition was said to be about fighting against one's inner guilt and dark side, but is it really that easy? Even knowing the truth of repentance. Could it be that this instance has been aware of so much information from the very beginning? Mind reading? Impossible. If there really were such a heaven-defying ability, there would be no chance to clear the game. Chen Hao didn't say anything more but waved his hand, causing a black, manifested thought firearm to slowly appear in his palm. This gun had a smooth and deadly design, with the body seeming to emit a faint ghostly glow, like the sharpest fangs of a hunter. Seeing this gun, Qin Lang thought it was quite similar to his own psychic bullet ability. However, one obvious difference was that Chen Hao's gun bullets seemed to be specialized and could not rely on his own mental power as the source like his. This is the reward I obtained from the instance. A-grade silver bullets. Even a B-grade vampire duke would be killed with a single shot. I promised to not give this guy a chance to speak. Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly, fingers stroking the gun's body, his tone indifferent. As soon as it appears, I won't give it even a moment to open its mouth. The air seemed to be filled with a chilling atmosphere. Everyone stared as he stepped onto the duel stage, hoping for the next battle to go smoothly. The mud monster began to writhe again, with what seemed like countless tiny tentacles trembling on its surface, resembling some ominous creature hatching. However, Chen Hao showed no hesitation and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air, accurately shooting toward the mud mass. However, the bullet that should have pierced through the enemy instantly weirdly halted in mid-air, as if trapped in an invisible barrier. Then, the bullet slowly dissolved into the air, not even producing a ripple. Chen Hao's face changed slightly, his brow tightly furrowed. This weapon of his could kill even A-grade anomalies in one shot. How could it be ineffective? In the moment of his shock, the mud monster quickly condensed, its surface seemingly molded by invisible hands, gradually taking on a human shape. 1 second, 2 seconds. When that figure fully formed, revealing its features, Chen Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, displaying unprecedented surprise and fear. Standing before him was a man with a deep knife scar on his face. The man was stocky, wearing a worn worker's uniform. His features were not particularly special, but his face seemed to carry a heavy shadow that made the air feel suffocating. Chen Hao's hands actually trembled slightly. Chen Hao. Seeing this, Han Zhuoran couldn't help but anxiously shout, "What are you afraid of? That guy isn't your wife, just attack." Chen Hao didn't respond, his whole being felt as if something had gripped his throat, causing his breathing to become rapid involuntarily. At this moment, standing beside, Qin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze fixed on the man, and calmly said, "No need to ask. I guess that person is the driver who hit his wife and made her paralyzed back then." Han Zhuoran was taken aback, then suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Lang. "How do you know?" Qin Lang's eyes were calm, slowly scanning the surroundings, and he resolutely said, "Have you noticed that the rooms we've experienced are actually all connected? They are like a complete filtering system, with each link having its meaning." Everyone listened with confusion, and Han Zhuoran frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang pointed around, continuing to explain, "First, this instance will let us see the object of our own remorse, the person we fear facing the most. Then, it will use these people to judge what unforgivable sins we have committed. After that comes the confession session, where we must tell our stories, whether we are willing or forced. Once we speak, it's equivalent to exposing our past." As he spoke, his eyes coldly swept over the driver who still stood expressionless in place, and continued. "And the most terrifying part of this instance is that it will create the so-called monster based on your own story, combined with your true inner thoughts." Xin Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard and asking, "What you mean is, the appearance of this monster is not random, but tailored to Chen Hao's inner fears and guilt-ridden story?" Qin Lang nodded slightly, his tone extremely certain, "Exactly." Han Zhuoran seemed to begin to understand but still frowned, "But, in Chen Hao's story, the characters involved are only he and his wife, right? Why does the monster turn out to be that driver?" Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Very simple. Because without this driver, Chen Hao's wife wouldn't have been paralyzed. Don't you all understand yet?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran seemed to understand something but didn't dare to easily voice it. The air was filled with oppressive silence, and everyone couldn't help but look again at the driver. At this moment, Chen Hao's face had turned extremely pale, his fists tightly clenched, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Xin Wanqing stared at Chen Hao, her expression puzzled. "No, if this driver really harmed his wife, Chen Hao should be angry. Why is he so scared instead?" Qin Lang chuckled softly and began to speak slowly. "He's not afraid of that driver, he's guilty. If it was an accident, he should be angry. But what if the driver was instructed by him to hit his wife?" Everyone was shocked. Qin Lang's eyes were sharp, watching Chen Hao's changing expression, and slowly said, "He is so afraid, not just because this driver hit his wife, but because he definitely knows this driver. To put it bluntly, they planned that car accident together." This statement made the air in the room seem to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang sighed lightly, but his tone was extremely certain. "Chen Hao indeed has a paralyzed wife, but he came to this instance, definitely not for his wife, but for another reason." Xin Wanqing gasped, abruptly looking at Chen Hao. "So, he's not afraid of the monster, but afraid of his own wrongdoings being exposed?" At this moment, Chen Hao's face completely darkened. But he didn't say much. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the driver. "Fake, it's all fake. I'm not afraid of you." Bang! 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 The gunfire suddenly rang out. The firelight flickered in the dim room, and the bullet hit that driver with precision. But strangely, the driver didn't even sway. The bullet seemed to have hit a pool of dead water, having no effect at all. Chen Hao's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly realizing something was wrong. "How is this possible?" he murmured softly, then suddenly pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang bang bang. The bullets poured out continuously, the gun barrel even getting slightly hot, yet that driver remained unmoved, not a single bullet hole on him. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Hao's cheek, his fingers began to tremble, he was finally panicking. "Damn it! He cursed under his breath, suddenly tossed away the gun, and charged forward, intending to fight hand to hand. The driver spoke, "You just can't change, can you? Want to kill to silence me?" Chen Hao shouted, "That's not my fault. You hit her." However, the driver standing there slowly curled his lips into a cold arc, his tone extremely mocking. "Heh, you didn't say that when you hired me." Chen Hao's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils contracted sharply. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing gasped in disbelief as they looked at Qin Lang. Was the driver really hired by Chen Hao? How did Qin Lang guess it so accurately? At that moment, Chen Hao's expression completely twisted, gritting his teeth and staring fiercely at the driver, madness filling his eyes. He suddenly roared, "You're talking nonsense." "Nonsense. I love my wife very much. Otherwise, how could I take care of her and keep her alive?" As this sentence escaped his lips, everyone in the room felt a jolt, a chilling sensation surged up their spines. The driver's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing deep into Chen Hao's innermost wounds. "You don't know the reason you keep her alive?" His voice was cold, as if carrying a bizarre echo that kept resonating in the room. Chen Hao's expression suddenly twisted, his gaze flickering, his teeth grinding, but he kept silent. The driver slowly took a step forward and continued, "You keep her not because you love her, but because you want to take revenge on her." Chen Hao's pupils shrank violently, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged. "The reason you keep her alive is to make her live in pain for the rest of her life, to let her know how ridiculous her past mistakes were, so ridiculous that, even death is a luxury." The driver's words sliced through Chen Hao's facade like a sharp blade. "Because while you were silent, your wife cheated on you and treated you like a dog, she exploited your fear of divorce without restraint. Later, you accidentally cleared a dungeon, gaining incredible abilities and status, turning your life around. You thought you finally controlled your life and became the main character. Everything you have done so far has been for the purpose of revenge against her." The room fell into a dead silence. Han Zhuoran and the others were stunned, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief. Sulina even couldn't help but gasp, her face pale. "No, that's not true." Lu Hao murmured, shaking his head, "Absolutely not." But the driver continued to stare at Chen Hao, pressing closer, his tone icy as he added, "As for your reason for entering this dungeon, it was entirely due to someone else's commission. What you did had nothing to do with your wife." These words hit Chen Hao's mind like a heavy hammer, making him completely crumble. "Shut up." Chen Hao screamed like a madman, utterly losing his reason. His eyes turned red, his gaze ferocious, suddenly charging at the driver. Chen Hao let out a beast-like roar, his fists, filled with fury, smashed towards the driver's face. At the same time raising his handgun, ready to shoot through this bizarre scene again. Just at the moment he took action, the driver suddenly opened his mouth. That was not an ordinary mouth, but a huge black and deep abyss, capable of swallowing everything. Vroom. It was as if the air itself was being sucked into that gaping chasm, a powerful pull enveloping Chen Hao's entire body in an instant. His movements froze. "Ah ah ah." His scream echoed throughout the room, but just a few seconds later, his voice abruptly stopped. Chen Hao completely vanished. The room was left with only his dropped weapon landing on the ground with a light click. The muddy mass reformed again, becoming a puddle of dirt on the ground. Sulina's face instantly drained of color, her whole body collapsed onto the floor, her legs unable to support her. She frantically clutched onto Shen Wanqing, trembling uncontrollably, her lips quivering so much that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Han Zhuoran's complexion turned the worst it could be, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his lips pressed into a straight line. "What on earth is this thing?" His voice was hoarse, unmasking an undeniable fear. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his brow furrowing tightly, his gaze sweeping over the entire room, slowly speaking, "The way this thing operates is too strange." A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he had already sensed something off. "Why can it know the deepest confessions hidden in each person's heart? Why can it not only understand surface sins but even reveal secrets that one wouldn't dare to admit? Such a power is quite terrifying, isn't it?" A strange oppressive feeling filled the air, everyone held their breath, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, making even a single breath feel difficult. The gaze of the bull-headed man wandered among the group, a heavy atmosphere saturating the air. He asked faintly, "Next who goes?" The room fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the writhing mud creature, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. It had just swallowed Chen Hao, and the room still retained that suffocating pressure, as if it would be their turn in the next second. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly surveyed the crowd, his expression deep as water. He knew that if they lost 2 more rounds, it would be over. "We need to discuss this further," Qin Lang said quietly. The bull-headed man sneered, "Please, take your time." After people gathered around, Qin Lang finally spoke, "I have a plan, although it's extremely dangerous, it's worth a try." Chapter 113 Experiment. Qin Lang's voice was kept very low, his eyes showing an elusive meaning. He slightly turned to the side, beckoning a few people to come closer, then spoke rapidly in a volume barely loud enough for them to hear. Listen carefully, I have a guess. The instant his words fell, the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Do you have any basis for this? And what do you mean by experiment? Han Joran's pupils contracted sharply, staring at Qin Lang with wide eyes, disbelief and barely containable anger on his face. Qin Lang said, I don't know, so let someone test if my method works. Han Joran flatly refused, you are joking with everyone's lives. He grabbed Qin Lang's arm tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sulina took a frightened step back, her face filled with horror. What if it's just like what you said? Wouldn't we have died for nothing? Xin Wanqing's lips trembled slightly, although she didn't voice a rebuttal, her eyes displayed extreme hesitation. However, Qin Lang looked at them calmly, his deep gaze containing a glimmer of coldness. Qin Lang said, this is the only way. If you don't listen, you will only die faster. Xin Wanqing looked at Qin Lang, so, according to you, must one of us go to die? If your guess is wrong, we could all be wiped out. Qin Lang said, that's right. You all discuss who should go. Actually, it might not necessarily be death, it's just 50-50. But if we don't use this method, we'll definitely be trapped here. Li Jiheng glared at him, then why don't you go? Why make us go to our deaths? Qin Lang answered bluntly, if I go, I definitely won't lose. That won't be useful for reference. But what good is it if I don't lose? You all have to win for us to leave here. So we have to figure this out. The other few people looked at each other. Yi Zi stepped forward, then I'll go. I'm willing to take this risk. Beside her, Su Mubai frowned and asked Qin Lang, how about I help Yi Zi? Yi Zi handling the B-class anomaly alone might. Yi Zi spoke up, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but this time it's not necessary. I'm much stronger than before, and I'm afraid it might affect Qin Lang's plan. Qin Lang nodded in agreement, that's right, this time it depends on whether the opponent really knows mind reading or not. If you go possess, it will affect the experiment's result. In any case, Yi Zi, just do as I say. If there's really danger, Miss Su can come to help later. Yi Zi nodded, thank you all. Then she took a deep breath and said, with your words, Qin Lang, I feel that even if I die this time, it's okay. After saying that, she took out her paper fan and started walking up to the stage. The beefy man smiled and then snapped his fingers, signaling the new round of duel to begin. The mud monster writhed, its shape like a boiling pool of black sludge, constantly rolling, squeezing, and molding. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were manipulating it, molding the chaotic money flow into a certain fixed form. Yi Zi kept her eyes fixed on it. Gradually, a distorted and familiar face surfaced from the sludge, followed by features, torso, and limbs. Yi Zi's pupils constricted sharply, her heart feeling as if it was tightly squeezed by someone. It's him. It's the teammate who was previously betrayed by her. Her breathing became uncontrollably chaotic, her fingertips cold, and goosebumps rising, as if pulled back to that dark night in an instant. Lu Jia. The Lu Jia before her wore the gear they had used during missions, even the scar from a past injury on his chest was vividly restored. However, his face held an indescribable emotion, with deep eyes locking onto Yi Zi tightly. Yi Zi. A low and hoarse voice came from Lu Jia, carrying an indescribable pain and resentment. Why did you abandon me back then? Yi Zi's footsteps suddenly froze, she instinctively took a half step back, her palms slightly sweating. Memories she wished to forget surged in her mind. At that moment, Yi Zi understood why Zhao Mingxian and Chen Hao had been so panic-stricken, even leading to their deaths due to performance issues. The fake person formed by the mud monster felt even more real than a living person. Facing someone she knew was already dead, and who harbored guilt, plus this overwhelming environment, it was hard not to waver. The hesitation deep in her heart made Yi Zi's previously firm resolve and defenses slightly shake. Lu Jia continued to move forward, with a strange smile on his face. Just then, Yi Zi caught a glimpse of Qin Lang out of the corner of her eye. Qin Lang stood quietly not far away, his gaze steady as iron. Qin Lang said, don't be afraid. These 3 words made Yi Zi's heart suddenly tremble, as if a powerful force pulled her back to reality. Her eyes gradually cooled, her fingers slightly tightening, the corners of her lips forming a hint of coldness. She stared directly at Lu Jia transformed by the mud monster. Taking a deep breath, he then calmly and firmly asked, do you remember when you drugged me back then? This sentence was like a heavy bomb, exploding loudly in the dead silence of the space. The expression of the mud creature suddenly froze. Lu Jia's mouth slightly opened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, clearly not expecting Yi Zi to say this. The resentment and pain on his face instantly halted. What did you say? Lu Jia's throat slightly moved, seemingly wanting to refute, but after several seconds, he was speechless. Yi Zi's gaze became even colder, as she slowly took a step closer, her eyes sharp as knives, as if to completely tear apart his disguise. Why aren't you speaking? Her voice was low, yet carried a pressing sense of urgency, don't you remember? At that time, in order to make me your woman, you purposely drugged me before we set off. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by the captain. The reason I let that monster attack you was also because of this. I wanted you to be punished. Although this punishment was heavier than I expected, I also didn't think I wouldn't be able to save you. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's breathing became urgent. Lucia spoke again, then you shouldn't have abandoned me like that. Yeezy suddenly laughed, you've exposed yourself. Lucia never drugged me. You really have no mind-reading ability. Chapter 114, No Mind Reading. The expression on the Lucia turned into distortion, with anger, panic, and struggle. That kind of panic from being exposed finally turned into an extremely complex emotion. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes lost their firmness, beginning to dodge, even carrying a hint of fear. A strange silence filled the space between the two. The bull-like man frowned slightly. His gaze began to lock tightly onto Qin Lang, his pupils slightly shrinking. Just as I thought. Qin Lang slowly spoke, his tone firm, the so-called mind-reading ability, there is no real knowledge of true evil. The bull-like man frowned, his eyes slightly wavering. Qin Lang paid no attention to his reaction and continued, these monsters can shape those people we repent for, even mimicking their tone, habits, and logic perfectly. But that's not because they can really penetrate our hearts. They are like an AI, input with specific information in programs. Han Zhuoran nodded, I understand now, the consciousness of these mud monsters does not come from our true memories of that past, but from real existing information and intelligence. In an instant, everyone's heart shivered. The bull-like man's pupils shrank, still looking a bit unconvinced. Sulina asked in confusion, I still don't quite understand. Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, his eyes sharp as knives, it's simple, the system of the dungeon must have grasped information about each of us in advance in some way. So these mud monsters can replicate those people deep in our hearts that we are unwilling to face. What they know is indeed terrifying, striking at our pain points, even exposing certain facts we are reluctant to admit. But... He paused, the smile on his lips deepening, in the end, they are not real people and do not truly hold all our secrets. Take the previous Lucia for example, it indeed revealed the past Yi was unwilling to face, it knew Lucia had been abandoned, knowing Yi had been carrying guilt all alone. But it doesn't know all the details of Yi and Lucia's relationship. His tone gradually grew heavier, every word like a heavy hammer, smashing down hard on the bull-like man's heart. The bull-like man's face completely darkened. So? Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone calm yet laced with ridicule, these mud monsters seem omniscient, but they are actually lacking. It is incomplete. They only piece together scattered information to make themselves look like a person. The human bull stared at him intensely, silent for 2 seconds, then snorted coldly, so what? You always knew they were fake, but what was the result? You still lost, didn't you? His tone carried a hint of mockery, his gaze sweeping over Yi, passing by Sulina, and finally landing on Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with true or false. The human bull scoffed, emotions cannot go against instinct. When you face them, you still feel fear, still feel guilt, still be bound by your past mistakes, this has never changed. Qin Lang quietly looked at the human bull, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. You? He gently shook his head, his tone carrying a mix of pity and sarcasm, you really don't understand human feelings at all. This sentence made the human bull's eyes suddenly narrow. Qin Lang stood in the dim light and shadow, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm, as if he could see through everything. Human emotions are not just fear, regret, guilt. You think they can only be our weaknesses, but in fact, they are also our strengths. Soon, you will understand. The human bull's breath slightly stalled, his fists clenched tighter, his expression gradually darkening. The air around them seemed to become heavy. Yi attacked without hesitation. Countless white pieces of paper suddenly floated in the air, sweeping away like a storm, casting shattered shadows in the dark space. Each piece of paper was like a sharp blade, slicing through the body of the mud monster, splattering dark debris all around. Although it did not fall immediately, its movements clearly became slower, even a bit hesitant. The human bull watching from the side had a slight change in his expression, his brows furrowing. What is going on? He could see that Yi's fighting power was actually continuously increasing, and her battle enthusiasm was particularly high. However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, the corners of his mouth even curling up slightly, carrying a hint of a profound smile. The reason humans feel regret is because they care. Zhao Mingxian fears his colleague Li Ming because he once regarded Li Ming as his best friend. Chen Hao fears that driver, not because he fears death, but because he still holds regret towards his wife even if he has hurt her, deep down, he still cares. Yi is the same, she cares about the teammate she once killed. Qin Lang paused, his gaze resting on Yi, who was fighting desperately on the field. Her figure was as fast as an afterimage, her hands constantly scattering deadly paper pieces, every movement pushing the mud monster back further. Her actions were no longer hesitant, nor filled with fear. Instead, they were replaced with a complete awakening, a calm yet burning anger. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp as knives, when she finally realizes that you are merely toying with her emotions, using those broken memories to piece together a cheap illusion, trying to manipulate her with superficial information. What do you think a truly normal person would do? The human bull was slightly taken aback. Qin Lang's smile deepened, his tone low yet full of power, hatred and anger. At that moment, Yi Ji's attacks became even more violent. Her paper pieces flew even faster, each wave of her hand seemed to create a gust of wind in the air, those sharp paper blades tearing through the skin of the mud monster, leaving countless deep cracks. The mud monster, unwilling to be outdone, began a frenzied counterattack, trying to bind her with its gigantic tentacles, but it could no longer gain the upper hand. At that moment, Yi Ji seemed to have completely broken free from the shackles of her mind, her body moved with such speed that it was difficult to follow. Every dodge is just right, every attack is merciless, even filled with overwhelming fury. You are not Luja, you know nothing. Yi Ji is no longer afraid and no longer hesitant, because she has clearly seen everything before her. She will no longer let past guilt bind her, nor will she allow meaningless regret to affect her fight. She will win. The mud monster completely reveals its true form, becoming incredibly swollen and massive, starting to launch a deadly attack on Yi Ji. Sumubai shouted loudly, "Oh no!" Chapter 115 True Repentance. Sumubai frowned slightly, watching Yi Ji in the fierce battle, her hand had quietly tightened. She looked at Qin Lang and asked, "How about I go help?" Qin Lang only smiled gently, his tone firm, "No need, Yi Ji can do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle situation changed instantly. Yi Ji suddenly unfolded her paper fan, and sharp paper pieces poured out like a violent storm, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. Countless paper pieces spun and flew, forming a silvery vortex that firmly trapped the mud monster within. The monster struggled, trying to break through this encirclement, but the more it struggled, the more violently the paper pieces cut, tearing its body apart, sending waves of dark mud flying. The mud monster lets out a shrill wail, but Yi Ji's expression is incredibly calm. "It's over." She fiercely waved the paper fan, and all the paper pieces suddenly shrank toward the center, like a giant net closing in, completely swallowing the monster. In an instant, a dazzling white light exploded in the arena, and following that, the mud monster completely vanished. After a brief silence, cheers of joy erupted in the arena. "We won!" Hanjor Rant's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene. Su now was so excited she almost jumped up. Sumubai's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with approval. However, the worst expression belonged to Nyo. Its eyes were dark, fists tightly clenched, muscles trembling slightly with anger. Yi Ji slowly closed her paper fan, took a deep breath, and then turned to Qin Lang, her eyes and expression light and easy. "Qin Lang, thank you." Her voice carried a hint of complexity, but more was a sense of determination. "I feel stronger than before." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang smiled slightly. "I said, this plan is very risky, you surviving is all because of yourself." He was also unsure whether this monster, or say the instance system, truly could read everything in each person's heart. If it really could, the difficulty of this level would be extremely high. Because if there really was a mind-reading ability, the human form the mud monster turned into would be incredibly frightening, constantly saying many truths, disturbing people's minds. It didn't matter to him, but others might not be able to bear it. Qin Lang had already raised his head, looking at the opposing Nyo, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading, his eyes turning sharp. "So, do you want to compete again?" Nyo's face darkened to the extreme, but it did not seem too panicked by Yi Ji's victory. On the contrary, it just coldly looked at Qin Lang, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. "No need to compete anymore." Its voice was low, slowly saying, "Because your opponent is already gone. That mud monster has disappeared, and the secret of this level has also been revealed to Qin Lang. There really was no need to compete further." Nyo continued, "Qin Lang, you are just like my colleague said, really hard to deal with." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Hanjor Ran frowned, looking at Qin Lang in confusion. Could it be that these administrators hold a grudge against Qin Lang? However, Nyo did not care about their confusion and continued, "But, Qin Lang, do you think this can lead you to victory? What does it matter if you found a trick? You've only discovered so-called shortcuts, but from beginning to end, you never truly repented or faced it. The rules and theme of Silent Hill are all about repentance. So, you can't escape." Qin Lang paused slightly at this statement, then revealed a faint smile. He lightly huffed, seemingly unconcerned with the warning from the bullman, and turned to leave. Hanjoran looked at his departing figure with a puzzled expression, unable to hold back a frown as he asked, "Wait, this isn't right, is it? If simply killing monsters could end this, then the few of us left wouldn't need to compete at all? But this doesn't align with the bullman's earlier rules, does it? Could it be that everything he said is a lie?" His words voiced the questions lingering in everyone's hearts, and they silently looked to Qin Lang, seemingly waiting for his explanation. Qin Lang halted his steps, glanced at them, his smile still faint but his eyes grew a bit colder. Haven't figured it out yet? Every room here, from the start, is not meant to let us pass, but to make us die. If they can't make us die, why not just let us leave? Han Zhuoran jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Lang continued, his tone laced with sarcasm, the repentance in Silent Hill is very simple, and very bloody. It must be like Zhao Mingxian, facing the mistakes he made and then dying, that is what counts as redemption. He glanced around, sweeping over the faint shadows emerging in the room, his cold smile deepening. So no matter how grandly packaged it seems on the surface, all the rules are just for show. The true aim is to leave us with no way out, ultimately leading us to death. Every room here is basically about struggling to die, and once we realize the purpose and key point of the trials, all challenges will end. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone shivered, a deep, indescribable chill rising in their hearts. Then, what do we do next? Su Lina's voice trembled slightly. If dying is true repentance, then are they really going to die next? Qin Lang calmly fixed his gaze on the bullman and asked, how many more rooms do we have to pass to return to the surface of Silent Hill? The bullman grinned, his tone heavy with meaning, I just said, the theme of Silent Hill is repentance. So even if you really return to the surface now, it would be pointless. Qin Lang was not surprised by this answer, then what about the church? In his understanding of Silent Hill, there were indeed those who remain forever, and just because one gets out doesn't mean they can escape. The bullman's smile stiffened for a moment, then returned to a nonchalant look as he shrugged, you're smart, actually knowing that the church is the key. In fact, you have already reached the church. We are already in the church? Han Zhuoran exclaimed in shock. To be precise, you have only been beneath the church. The bullman stated, given how hard you've been trying, I'll give you a hint, once you reach above the church, you will know the truth of Silent Hill and the way to pass. An uneasy feeling spread through the air as everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before asking again, what about the hidden mission? How can we achieve it? Chapter 116, The Faceless Man. The bullman tilted his head, his smile laced with mockery, go find it yourself. As long as you can find a basement, you will know the content of the hidden mission. However, the conditions to complete this hidden mission are very harsh, even harder than passing the main trials. The bullman stopped speaking, merely watching Qin Lang, his gaze seemingly expecting something. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. This was the same as what the female horse said. Where exactly is that so-called basement? Qin Lang and the others stepped out of the heavy door, the air outside seemed even colder than before, filled with an unsettling dampness. Before them was a long corridor, which split into two paths at the end, and an old wooden sign hung above the junction, the words were still clear. The left path said, survival rate 60%, but farther from the exit. The right path said, survival rate 10%, but closer to the exit. The air was still for a moment, and everyone's gaze fixed on the sign. Left. Li Zhiheng spoke almost without hesitation, his tone resolute, though it's farther, at least the survival rate is higher. Right, I think so too. Su Lina quickly nodded, the situation is already dangerous enough, we don't need to gamble with our lives. However, Qin Lang merely glanced at the sign, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his tone indifferent, I'm going right. Everyone was taken aback, Li Zhiheng frowned, are you crazy? The survival rate is only 10%. Survival rate? Qin Lang scoffed lightly, his eyes calmly sweeping over them, haven't you realized? Those numbers are meaningless. Li Zhiheng's expression changed, gritting his teeth, what do you mean? This is not a place where you can survive by probability. Qin Lang's tone was steady, yet carried an undeniable certainty, no matter which path we choose, the outcome can only be to life or death. In other words, the chance of survival is always 50%. And the labeled survival rates are just traps to mislead us. On what grounds do you say that? Li Zhiheng clearly didn't believe it. Qin Lang didn't answer, if you don't believe it, you can try it out for yourself, I don't need to explain much. In any case, I choose the closer right path. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I'll go with Qin Lang. Shen Wanqing was the first to express her stance, her voice firm. The previous challenges could only be barely overcome with Qin Lang's help, now she chose to continue trusting him. Han Zhuoran hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I'm going too. You too. Li Zhiheng's face turned extremely ugly, staring at them, you're both insane. Qin Lang smiled slightly, coldly saying, if that's the case, then you can take your own path. The air seemed to freeze, the tension at the junction felt almost dripping wet. Li Zhiheng's fists were clenched tightly, Su Lina's face was filled with hesitation, but in the end, she clenched her teeth and whispered, let's go. Li Zhiheng shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, then turned sharply and walked towards the left passage. Qin Lang didn't look back at them but stepped into the right corridor leading into the unknown depths. Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran followed closely behind. Qin Lang and the others walked slowly down the dim corridor, the floor beneath them subtly exuding a damp, decayed feeling, as if it might collapse at any moment. An indescribable odor filled the air, reminiscent of old, moldy book pages or the scent of rotten flesh. Occasionally, blurred and patchy shadows flickered across the walls, as if invisible eyes were watching their every move in the dark. They did not know how long they had walked when suddenly, an ancient iron door appeared before them. The door bore no marks and had no handle, only a slightly ajar gap, as if waiting for their arrival. Qin Lang was at the front, confidently pushing the door open. Inside the room was surprisingly spacious, the grey walls had no windows, and a bare incandescent light hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow glow, plunging the space into an eerie silence. In the center of the room, a tall figure stood quietly. It was a man, but he had no face. His skin was smooth without a single flaw, and the front of his head was a featureless flat surface, devoid of eyes. No nose, no mouth, not even ears. The moment Han Zhuoran saw him, he felt an indescribable discomfort. Even when he encountered the bullman and snake woman before, he had never felt this disgusted. However, in the next second, the faceless man let out a laugh, despite the fact that he had no mouth at all. Welcome, everyone. The faceless man's voice seemed to resonate directly in everyone's mind, gentle yet filled with a chilling eeriness. I am the administrator of this room, you can call me the faceless man. I know you have already been calling me that in your hearts. Shen Wangqing's fingers subconsciously tightened, and Han Zhuoran furrowed his brows, clearly feeling uneasy about this guy's presence. The faceless man tilted his head, seemingly pleased with everyone's reaction, and continued with a slightly joyful tone, congratulations on coming here. The next challenge is considered the simplest in all of Silent Hill. He paused slightly, this level is not complicated, you can pass it purely by luck. The air was silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted his eyes and looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Oh, such a good thing? The faceless man gently clapped his hands. The room's light flickered slightly, and then illuminated in a cold white light, completely shining on the floor ahead. Everyone followed the brightness and saw that the space ahead was actually a narrow long bridge floating in the darkness, the bridge surface pieced together by square glass blocks. Each row consisted of 2 glass blocks side by side, extending a total of 10 rows towards the distant end. However, beneath the glass was not solid ground, but an endless dark abyss. The faceless man slowly raised a long hand and calmly said, "This is your upcoming trial, jumping on glass." Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened, and he did not speak. Jumping on glass? Why does this challenge seem so familiar? The rules are very simple. The faceless man spoke in a calm tone. On the glass bridge ahead, each row has 2 glass blocks, one of which is real and can bear a person's weight. The other block is fake, stepping on it will lead you straight into the abyss. You will take turns walking across, as long as you reach the end, you win. After hearing this rule, Han Zhuoran's face instantly turned pale, his throat moved slightly as if words were stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 117, Luck. When the faceless man finished speaking, he paused, seemingly allowing everyone to digest this information. In other words, you can only choose one from the 2 glass blocks to stand on each time. Choose right and you'll continue forward, choose wrong and you'll sink into darkness forever. Of course, you can take your time to discuss among yourselves, deciding who should go first, or use other ways to test the correct path. By the way, please do not use any skills or items, the consequences will be quite severe if discovered. Alright, let's begin, I look forward to your performance. The faceless man had no features, but everyone could feel he was grinning at Qin Lang and his group. The air suddenly became incredibly heavy. Relying on luck? Shen Wangqing frowned and murmured, this is not a test at all, it's asking people to go to their deaths. This is just a level that tests your life. Han Zhuoran finally couldn't help but shout angrily, glaring at the faceless man, it's clear it's asking us to sacrifice ourselves for the right path. This is not a fair game at all. The faceless man silently watched them, his smooth skin remaining blank, showing no reaction. Qin Lang said, I just mentioned that the core of this scenario was making us die in various ways. Where is the fairness in that? The faceless man replied, Mr. Qin is very clever. Qin Lang looked at him, you know me? It seems I am quite famous among your administrators. The faceless man said, of course, your achievements are quite impressive in the eyes of our administrators, and the female horse can't stop praising you. Qin Lang chuckled, in that case, can you let us off the hook? I'm sorry, rules are rules. The faceless man's voice remained cold and calm, the game has started, move, or don't move, the choice is yours. He slightly waved his hand, making a please proceed gesture, you can discuss slowly and decide how to proceed, I won't rush you. Everyone fell into silence. Qin Lang stared ahead at the silent glass bridge, slightly squinting his eyes, pondering something. The room was deathly silent, only the wind softly whirling, wailing endlessly in the abyss beneath the glass bridge. Sumobai looked at the glass bridge in front of her, furrowed her brows, and said, Qin Lang, I am not human, I can pass through in spirit form to take a look. There must be a difference between the real and fake glass. She lifted her foot and took a step forward, her figure slightly glowing in the air. As a spirit, she should not be affected by gravity and could pass through obstacles at will. However, with a sudden crack, Sumubai's body came to an abrupt halt. Ah! Sumubai stopped completely, moving even a finger became immensely difficult. What happened? Sumubai was stunned for a moment, struggling to lift her arm, but her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. Qin Lang's gaze darkened, instantly sensing something. His eyes slowly turned to the faceless man, who was leisurely standing by, holding a dark red talisman between his fingers. The strange patterns on it seemed alive, writhing continuously, emitting a special wave that suppressed spirits. The faceless man slightly tilted his head, his tone flat. Cheating is not allowed here. After he spoke, the faceless man tightened his fingers slightly, the talisman's red light grew fiercer, and Sumubai's figure instantly flickered. Ah, ah, ah. Sumubai cried out in pain. Yi Zi shouted, Miss Su. Let her go. Qin Lang glared at the faceless man. The faceless man did not respond immediately but slowly tightened his fingers, seemingly waiting for Qin Lang's next reaction. Boom! An invisible momentum suddenly spread, and the air in the entire room grew cold. Qin Lang's gaze was as deep as an abyss. He stood there, his body slightly leaning forward, hands in his pockets, seemingly casual but hiding sharpness within. We have no intention of cheating. He spoke slowly, voice deep and firm, but don't push me, I'll say it one last time, let her go. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing took a step back in unison, even their breathing paused. The faceless man quietly stared at Qin Lang, his face still expressionless, his smooth skin looking even more eerie in the dim light. The aura between the two subtly clashed, the silence lasted for a few seconds, and finally, the faceless man suddenly chuckled softly, slowly loosening his fingers, the talisman turning to ash with the wind, and Sumubai felt a lightness all over her body, regaining her freedom. Heh, then I'll give Mr. Qin a bit of face. The faceless man's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Please follow the rules. Qin Lang stared at him for a moment, withdrew his momentum, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved up, a faint smile that wasn't quite a smile. All right. Qin Lang said, then let's proceed according to the rules. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Everyone stood in front of the bridge, their expressions varied, all filled with anxiety and unease. What should we do next? Shen Wanqing asked with her brows furrowed, her voice tinged with urgency. Yeah. Han Zhuoran echoed, how do we get past this glass? If it's all based on luck, then there's no way to get through. Yi Zi also looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. However, Qin Lang merely turned his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. With a smile that was hard to grasp. I know the way to get through. He said slowly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes brightened. Then hurry up and tell us. Han Zhuoran couldn't help but urge. But Qin Lang spoke calmly, his voice deep and meaningful. However, before I tell you, you need to answer me a question. The air suddenly froze for a moment. What question? Shen Wanqing frowned. Han Zhuoran furrowed his brows, impatiently saying, Qin Lang, stop keeping us in suspense. Right now, the most important thing is how to get through, there's no time to beat around the bush. Qin Lang glanced at him, his gaze deep as a well, and didn't respond directly, instead slowly saying, this question is very important. If you don't answer it, I won't tell you the way. His voice was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable power. Shen Wanqing looked at him deeply, and finally nodded, all right, go ahead and ask. Qin Lang's gaze scanned the crowd, slowly uttering a sentence, you, who exactly called you to this instance? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Han Zhuoran's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of unnatural tension appeared on his face, as if something had pierced his heart. After a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth, his voice somewhat stiff, why are you asking this? Chapter 118, Reason. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as it swept over Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran. You both said from the beginning that you were forced to participate in this instance. Qin Lang slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and with a hint of scrutiny, so I want to know, who is forcing you? In the room full of snake and human, they had both said they were forced to join this instance. Qin Lang immediately felt something was off. He came to the instance to collect another wheel sword, and the others were being forced to join, as if someone had been sending countless players into this instance from the start. To say there was no conspiracy behind it, he would never believe. Han Zhuoran's face changed slightly, his gaze flickering, and he instinctively glanced towards Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing frowned, speaking in a low voice, is this question important? Qin Lang smiled faintly, but his eyes were as cold as a sharp blade, of course it's important. If you don't say, I won't be able to feel at ease. Han Zhuoran seemed very uncomfortable, his lips moving slightly, but he didn't say anything. Shen Wanqing's expression was similarly complicated, seeming to avoid the question, not daring to speak. Qin Lang said, if you don't say, then we'll just wait. Anyway, I don't need to clear the level and can afford to wait. Shen Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, then looked at Han Zhuoran, finally letting out a sigh. Her voice was low and slightly bitter. Then I'll go first. Actually, I didn't want to come to this instance at first. But someone found me and said that if I didn't come. Her voice suddenly became tight, as if recalling something that made her extremely uneasy. They would expose everything I secretly did to the children. Han Zhuoran's eyes slightly trembled, while Qin Lang's gaze fixated deeply on Shen Wanqing, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Shen Wanqing's mind was brought back to that night. In a dim room, a window was half open, and the night wind blew in with a hint of dampness. She had just gotten off work and returned home. The room was dark without the lights on, looking gloomy. As she reached for the light switch, she casually tossed her bag onto the sofa. However, at the moment the light turned on, she saw a person standing in the living room. The person wore a black trench coat and a hood, standing by the window, half of their face hidden in the shadow. Shen Wanqing's heart tightened abruptly. She instinctively took a step back and asked sharply, "Who are you?" The person slowly turned their head, their voice deep and cold, "Dr. Shen. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to talk about a deal with you." What deal are you talking about?" She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice steady. The man smiled slightly, taking out a USB drive from his pocket and gently spinning it in his hand. "On this, there are secrets you have kept all along," he said, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "If it were made public, I bet many people would see you differently." Shen Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale, her heart tugging sharply. She struggled to suppress the fear in her heart, her voice tightening. "What exactly do you want?" The man leaned slightly forward, his eyes deep. "It's simple, you just need to participate in a side quest." Shen Wanqing's heart raced as she replied, "I don't want to go on any quests anymore." The mysterious man chuckled. "This is a notification to you, not a request for your opinion. If you don't go, the things on this USB drive will leak, and this is just the first step." Shen Wanqing paused here, and the room fell into a brief silence. Her expression was complicated as she looked at Qin Lang. "Is this enough?" "I promise, not a single word I said was a lie." Qin Lang quietly stared at her, as if confirming the truth in her words. A few seconds later, he nodded slightly, accepting her answer. Everyone's gaze turned to Han Zhuoran. Han Zhuoran's mouth twitched slightly, his expression not looking good. He was silent for a while before speaking. "My situation is pretty much the same." His voice was a bit low, as if he was trying to recall the scene from that time. "That day, I was in the office preparing for a case," he said, his brows slightly furrowed, as memories surfaced in his mind. It was already late at night, and he was the only one working overtime in the law firm. The office lights were slightly yellow, and the documents on the desk piled up like a small mountain, the computer screen filled with case analysis. Han Zhuoran rubbed his temples, tiredly sighed, and reached for the already cold coffee for a sip. At that moment, the office door suddenly opened a crack. Han Zhuoran looked up sharply, his brow furrowing. "Who's there?" His voice carried a professional wariness. The door opened, and a man in a black trench coat walked in. The person wore a hood, and his face was hidden in the shadows, making it hard to see his features. Han Zhuoran felt a sinking feeling in his heart, instinctively standing up and grabbing a pen from the desk, gazing sharply at the newcomer. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The man in black slowly walked to the desk, casually taking out a business card and placing it on the surface, his tone calm yet with an undeniable authority. "Lawyer Han, I come to deliver a special invitation to you." Han Zhuoran did not touch the business card, narrowing his eyes. "I don't know you." The man in black chuckled softly, slowly saying, "This is not a case, but a journey." As he spoke, he took a letter from his coat pocket and placed it in front of Han Zhuoran. The envelope had no sender information, only 4 blood-red words. Silent Hill Quest. Han Zhuoran's heart skipped a beat, his gaze sharpening slightly. "What are you joking about?" he said coldly. "This quest is so dangerous. Do you want me to go die?" The man in black gently tapped the desk, his tone still calm. "You must go." "Why should I?" Han Zhuoran sneered. "Just because you casually pull out a letter, I have to go?" The man in black suddenly raised his head, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood, but revealing a cold, indifferent gleam. "Why should you?" he slowly repeated, before a slight smile crept onto his lips, as if mockingly saying, "Because you have no choice." Han Zhuoran's heart trembled, a chill creeping up his spine. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "What if I refuse?" The man in black chuckled softly, tapping the envelope. "Then you might find that the things you have done in secret can no longer be hidden." "I know everything." Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted sharply, staring intently at the stranger before him. He didn't believe such a threat, but the other person's tone was so certain that it sent chills down his spine. He instinctively felt this was not an empty intimidation, but that something real would happen. The man in black said nothing more, just looked at him, as if already certain he would make a choice. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him. "Not right. You're lying to me." Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes grew cold. "The story you're telling has too many loopholes." Han Zhuoran's face changed, forcing himself to remain calm. "What loopholes?" Qin Lang squinted, slowly saying, "You said that black-clad man suddenly broke into your office, gave you a letter, and made you come to this Silent Hill instance, right?" "Yes." Han Juoran nodded. Qin Lang let out a sneer. "Ridiculous, since you're a lawyer, don't you know that the dirty deeds you've done might have left you with some evidence?" He could use that evidence to threaten Qin Wanqing, but to threaten you, I think it's a bit impossible, right? The atmosphere in the room had dropped to freezing point. Han Juoran's forehead was faintly sweating. He forced himself to remain calm, but the expression on his face was no longer as natural as before. Qin Lang stared at him, his tone steady yet sharp with every word. "However, the biggest loophole isn't these." Han Juoran's fists unconsciously tightened a little. "You're a lawyer, representing wealthy clients, even helping people commit perjury, fixing cases. With such a background, you must have quite a few connections to powerful people, right?" Qin Lang spoke slowly, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Han Juoran said nothing, but his face turned slightly pale. Qin Lang sneered, "But you want us to believe that a mysterious stranger, just by threatening you with a few words, made you willingly come to this life-or-death instance? What about those backers of yours? Didn't you think of asking for help? Or is it that you don't dare?" Han Juoran's breathing quickened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "Isn't Qin Wanqing the same? She was also threatened, yet she still came, didn't she?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. "That's right, Qin Wanqing's story also has loopholes. But do you know what your biggest problem is?" Han Juoran frowned. "What?" Qin Lang's gaze was icy, slowly saying, "When I pointed out the problems in your story, your first reaction was not 'I didn't lie,' but 'she is the same.' If you were really innocent, why not directly refute me but rush to drag someone else down? Doesn't that sound like hiding something?" Han Juoran's face froze entirely. Others also looked at him, their eyes full of doubt and inquiry. Han Juoran's face changed drastically, beads of sweat dripping down his temples. His breathing was rapid, his gaze wavering uncertainly. I don't know." Han Juoran's fingers curled slightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force, his lips quivered, seemingly wanting to speak, but forced the words back down. Qin Lang continued, "You're a lawyer who understands human nature. Making such a low-level mistake must mean that person who came to you put tremendous pressure on you, right? That person is so terrifying you don't even dare to mention them. What I just said is all true." Han Juoran's voice tightened, filled with an almost uncontrollable fear. "Qin Lang, why do you have to force me?" Qin Lang quietly watched him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, without a hint of panic. "You only told a part of the truth, that does not equal the whole truth. If you don't speak, I don't plan on considering you a teammate anymore. Next, you just take care of yourself." Qin Lang's words struck like a steady and cold warning bell, ringing in Han Juoran's heart. Han Juoran's breath suddenly stopped, his throat bobbing. The gaze instantly became even more panicked. He clenched his fists, as if engaged in a fierce mental struggle, a faint expression of painful struggle appearing on his face. "I can't say, can you stop pressuring me?" Han Juoran suddenly shouted in a low voice, his voice hoarse, seemingly suppressing some terrifying emotion. He shook his head sharply, his eyes carrying a trace of pleading. "If I let it slip, I will die." The room instantly fell into a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on Han Juoran, while Qin Wanqing's brow furrowed tightly. Yizi seemed to guess something, an uneasy look appearing on her face. Qin Lang remained calm, his expression unchanged. He asked lightly, "It's not the people from the Wudao Society coming to find you, is it?" As soon as this question was asked, Han Juoran's body suddenly trembled. His pupils constricted abruptly, the color drained from his face in an instant, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. Something seemed to choke him in his throat, making it impossible for him to make a sound. He wanted to deny it, but his expression had completely betrayed him, shock, fear, struggle, even tinged with a hint of helpless despair. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, quietly waiting for Han Juoran's response. Han Juoran's lips trembled, cold sweat slipping down from his forehead, his breathing rapid, his fists clenched tightly, as if letting go would cause him to collapse entirely. The three words Wudao Society brought a heavy atmosphere to the room, as if the air had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Even the usually unresponsive faceless man turned toward them. Wudao Society, a terrifying organization specialized in hunting players in side quests to seize treasures, was something any seasoned player would fear. Han Juoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if deciding on something, and slowly nodded. "Yes, it's them." Everyone's gaze fell on Han Juoran, their eyes varied. Qin Wanqing's brow was tightly knit, seemingly pondering something. Li Zhiheng instinctively took a step back, as if afraid of being pulled into some uncontrollable vortex. Did you encounter the Wudao Society?" Han Juoran swallowed hard. "I originally didn't know, but I asked my benefactor to investigate. As Qin Lang said, those people really came from the Wudao Society. At that moment, my benefactor was about to give up on me, and I had no choice." Qin Lang showed no surprise, no anger, even his expression did not change. It's those bastards from the Wudao Society, after all. Qin Lang's lips slightly curled into a cold smile, but that smile held no warmth, instead making one feel as if they were plunging into an ice cave. I felt something was off long ago. Qin Lang said slowly, his tone indifferent, as if simply stating an established fact. From the first side quest, you all almost got me killed. Sure enough, someone has been manipulating things behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Hanjuran, slowly gliding past each person in the room, as if assessing whether they were trustworthy. Now I understand, those who are manipulating from behind are the Wudao Society. Chapter 120, this time, we'll take them out. As those 4 words fell, everyone's hearts tightened suddenly. Su Lina gasped, Shen Wanqing wore a complex expression, and Li Jihan was already sweating nervously. And Han Juran seemed to have his throat choked, his face pale, lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Qin Lang ignored them. He looked down and laughed softly, his voice low and cold. Interesting, it seems the people from the Wudao Society haven't given up on me yet. Not just this side quest, they haven't let me go in the previous ones either. Han Juran and the others stared at Qin Lang in unison. You had a run-in with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang remained silent. Qin Lang and Liangzi of the No Way Society had long settled their score. Ling Long, a member of the No Way Society, had tried to kill Qin Lang in the previous Fengmen village instance, but ended up dying at his hands. Han Juran's face became increasingly ugly, sweat trickling down his temples, instinctively backing away as if afraid Qin Lang would suddenly attack him. But Qin Lang only watched him quietly, his gaze cold and indifferent. So? I can only return the favor. Qin Lang slowly exhaled, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. This time, I must unearth the skeletons of the No Way Society and utterly destroy them. It was as if an invisible killing intent exploded in the room, causing everyone to tense up, even their breathing becoming cautious. Yizi saw Qin Lang's expression like this for the first time. Han Juran's face changed completely, his back drenched in cold sweat, frozen in place, too scared to say another word. Han Juran's complexion remained pale. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm, but it still trembled slightly. No matter what, we still have to pass this level. His voice was deep, unable to hide the fear within. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping over everyone. You two haven't reached any cooperation with the No Way Society, right? Shen Wanqing and Han Juran shook their heads vigorously. No, we wouldn't dare. Qin Lang kept staring at them, his expression calm, but a hint of an ambiguous smile played at the corners of his mouth. All right then. Qin Lang spoke with an unwavering tone, carrying an undeniable resolve. Since you haven't aligned yourselves with those bastards, I can lead you a little further. Next, I will walk in front, and you all just follow me. After saying that, he took a step forward, walking straight towards the glass bridge ahead. Everyone held their breath in unison. The glass bridge floated in the void, seeming like a narrow plank leading to the abyss. Below was endless darkness, like some monstrous creature that devoured everything, making hearts race. The bridge surface was made from pieces of transparent glass stitched together, reflecting a cold and eerie glow under the dim blue light. Just thinking about the fact that half of this glass was fake sent chills down one's spine. As long as one missteps, they would directly fall into the darkness, with no chance of survival. The faceless man stood at a distance, arms crossed over his chest. He gazed ominously at Qin Lang's back, his tone laced with a hint of cruel excitement. Ha. Good luck to you. His voice twisted like sound waves, echoing eerily in the dark, carrying a cold malice that sounded mocking yet also eager for something. Shen Wanqing remained anxious, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but step forward, lowering her voice to remind Qin Lang, shouldn't you examine the glass more carefully first? This bridge is harder than we imagined, don't be too impulsive. Qin Lang stopped but did not turn around, only saying indifferently, no need. His tone was calm and firm, without any hesitation. Shen Wanqing was slightly taken aback, opened her mouth as if wanting to persuade him again, but ultimately fell silent. She felt a vague unease in her heart, as if something bad would happen next. Yizi looked at the faceless man and found his posture a bit strange, his hands hidden behind his back doing who knows what. How naive. The faceless man sneered inwardly. The authenticity of these glasses wasn't a fixed rule, but rather, controlled secretly by him. In other words, no matter how Qin Lang observed or probed, as long as he took the first step, the faceless man could shatter that piece of glass the moment he stepped on it. At that time, Qin Lang would fall into the abyss unguarded, his body shattered beyond recognition. From the very beginning, Qin Lang and the others were never going to pass the test. The faceless man slightly narrowed his eyes, a mocking cold light gleaming in his gaze. He seemed like a controller, watching a puppet struggle, filled with a malicious pleasure in his heart. Come on. He murmured to himself, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Let me see, what does your panicked expression look like? In the darkness, that eerie smile grew more bizarre and terrifying. Qin Lang had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care at all about this dangerously thin glass bridge. He gently moved his wrist, his gaze sweeping over the people behind him, his tone casual as if he were discussing what to eat for lunch. Just follow me. His words sounded completely without tension, even carrying a sense of unpredictable confidence. Yi swallowed nervously. Qin Lang, you better be careful. She really couldn't understand, was this challenge really just about luck? Or was there some hidden mechanism? Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing exchanged glances, but instead of feeling reassured, they grew even more anxious. They both knew that this glass bridge couldn't be crossed just by luck. Qin Lang's apparent ease made them feel more uneasy. However, Qin Lang no longer explained. He lifted one foot and slowly stepped onto the left side of the glass. At the same time, the faceless man, standing in the distance, slightly raised his chin, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Heh, it's finally here. He gently brought his thumb and forefinger together, snapping his fingers lightly. Snap. The soft sound seemed insignificant, but on this dangerous glass bridge, it was like the whisper of death. At the moment Qin Lang's foot was about to land on the left glass, the internal structure of the glass silently shifted. Beneath its seemingly sturdy surface, countless fine cracks spread out. With enough weight, it would instantly shatter. One wrong step, and it would be the end. However, Qin Lang's foot did not actually land. In that moment, as everyone held their breath, Qin Lang's expression suddenly darkened, a smug smile appearing on his face. Time pause. Start. In an instant, the entire world came to a standstill. Shen Wanqing stood still, her lips slightly parted, as if she hadn't even had time to shout anything. Han Zhuoran's eyes were filled with tension, his fingers having just moved, frozen as if they were trapped in midair. Even the faceless man in the distance was frozen midway. The entire space became deathly silent, only Qin Lang was able to move. He slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing at the left glass he was about to step on, a cold sneer rising in his heart. He gently stepped down, his weight pressing onto the left glass, and a strange sensation immediately surged under his feet. Crack! Tiny cracks spread beneath his foot, and even the slightest pressure was enough to cause the internal structure of the glass to collapse completely. As expected, he did it. Qin Lang nodded, confirming that his guess was right. The faceless man could indeed control the stability of the glass at any time. That was close. Qin Lang muttered to himself, quickly retracting his foot, and leaping to the right side of the glass. Stable, safe. He looked down at the glass, confirming there was no abnormality, before slightly curling the corners of his mouth, already having a plan in mind. Time was still frozen, and the world remained silent, as if only Qin Lang stood on the bridge. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, and time seemed to return to its normal pace. Qin Lang stood firmly on the right side of the glass, still wearing a calm and composed expression. He gently moved his neck, emitting a crisp crack sound, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the others. He said lightly, "See? It's simple." Su Mubai was first stunned, then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Great." Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew in his heart that if he were in the same situation, he would have probably fallen already. Shen Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with a hint of disbelief. She had thought that Qin Lang was just speaking lightly, but when truly facing a life and death game, no one could remain calm. Yet Qin Lang actually took the first step safely. However, unlike their surprise and relief, the faceless man's emotions were extremely complicated at this moment, a mix of anger and confusion intertwined. He had no features, and people couldn't see his expression, but if he had a face, it would probably be completely twisted right now. This isn't right? The faceless man's mind rapidly replayed the scene from earlier. He clearly saw Qin Lang about to step onto the left glass, and he, at the first moment, shattered the support structure of the left glass. According to his plan, as long as Qin Lang stepped on it, the glass would shatter instantly, and he would fall straight down, completely perishing in this scenario. But why did Qin Lang end up standing on the right side? The faceless man could hardly believe his eyes. If Qin Lang was lucky and accidentally changed direction at the moment of landing, the chance would be too low to be possible. But he had seen with his own eyes Qin Lang stepping towards the left. Not only that, but the left glass had shattered too. Could it be that he broke the left glass and then chose the right side? Impossible. The faceless man's fist tightened slightly, his fingertips let out a light cracking sound, his heart filled with doubt. "What's going on?" he murmured softly. His gaze was fixed on Qin Lang, as if trying to find a flaw in him. But Qin Lang's face still held that calm expression, even revealing a hint of an almost invisible smile. "Faceless man, why aren't you speaking?" Qin Lang suddenly spoke, his tone casual. "What's wrong?" "I'm going to continue now." This casual remark instantly ignited the faceless man's unwillingness. The faceless man's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. "Impossible. I will try again." He didn't believe that his game could be so easily cracked. He wanted to try once more to see if Qin Lang was just lucky, or whether he really had some means. But in this space, all props and skills couldn't be used. Qin Lang stood on the glass bridge, slightly squinting, looking around. The wind howled from an unknown place, carrying a chilling breath, making people shiver involuntarily. He lifted his foot, preparing to step towards the next glass. This time, he chose the left. Because the distance between the two pieces of glass was slightly farther than before, he needed to use a leap to land steadily on it. Qin Lang took a deep breath, slightly crouching, his legs instantly filled with power. In the next second, he jumped up sharply, his whole body tracing a perfect arc, falling toward the left glass. However, just as he was in mid-air, the faceless man silently snapped his fingers again. The left glass shattered. Qin Lang caught a glimpse of the glass quivering slightly, fine cracks rapidly spreading from the center to the surroundings, as if it were about to turn to dust and fall into the abyss at any moment. Oh, you want to try this again? His pupils slightly contracted, his mind stirred. Time paused. The air once again solidified in an instant, all sounds were drawn away, and the world seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. Qin Lang's body remained in mid-air, but at this moment, he finally had enough time to observe the glass that was about to collapse. The crack had spread to the edge. If he continued to fall, he would surely plummet into the endless darkness below. He must find another foothold. In an instant, Qin Lang suddenly tightened his body, adjusting his center of gravity. His left hand, like lightning, shot out and grabbed the edge of the nearby intact glass. Qin Lang quickly flipped over, using his wrist strength to leap up, his whole body agilely flipping and landing steadily on the glass to his right. However, just as he flipped, he inadvertently glanced down into the abyss. Something was there. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes were enormous, as if they could pierce the darkness, and they were fixated on him. The deep red looked soaked in blood, as if some unspeakable malice was staring at everything in the world. This aura was more terrifying than the S-class bazaar he encountered before. It seemed that falling down would have serious consequences. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his mind, seizing the moment to adjust his body to its best state. Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Time resumes. The air instantly flowed back, and the world regained its movement. Everyone only saw that in the moment Qin Lang soared into the air, the glass on his left suddenly shattered, yet he seemed completely unaffected, standing firmly on the glass to his right. Yi patted her chest. Great, we are safe. The faceless man, impossible. You cheated again. Chapter 122, Cheating that goes unnoticed is not cheating. Sumobai clenched his fists, his eyes full of amazement and disbelief. Shen Wancheng and Han Zhuoran were also dumbfounded, they had no clue how Qin Lang accomplished such a bewildering scene. But more shocked than them was the faceless man. He stood frozen in place, his black robe trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be possible? He had clearly set a trap with his own hands to make Qin Lang fall into the abyss, but why? Not only did Qin Lang stand successfully on the correct glass, but the glass on the left really shattered? No. Something is not right. A hint of fear appeared in the faceless man's eyes for the first time. This Qin Lang is definitely not an ordinary player. But, how did he do it? You cheated. The faceless man stepped forward, unable to contain his anger. His black robe trembled slightly, his breath became unstable. Though he had no facial features, his whole demeanor exuded fury. This is impossible. You can't possibly know which glass is faulty. He shouted, fists clenched tightly. Tell me. What means did you use? Listening to the faceless man's angry rebuke, Qin Lang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a teasing smile. He casually glanced at the faceless man and said leisurely, Do you have evidence? You. The faceless man was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Lang shrugged lightly, casually saying, Without evidence, don't shout randomly. Cheating only counts as cheating if it's caught, right? The faceless man's body shook violently, knowing full well the rules were the rules. If he couldn't catch Qin Lang cheating on the spot, he could only watch helplessly as he continued forward. Could it be that you're feeling guilty? Qin Lang looked at him with a half-smile, or is it that the traps in your game aren't as reliable as you thought? The faceless man's body trembled slightly, his fingertips shaking slightly. No. He must not let Qin Lang pass through smoothly. He gritted his teeth, quickly making the decision in his heart even though he had failed just now, this time he must succeed in taking down Qin Lang. He must personally make Qin Lang fall into the abyss. But Qin Lang seemed completely unaffected, chuckling softly, stepping forward toward the next piece of glass. The faceless man took a deep breath, his fingers slightly raised at his side. This time, he will not let Qin Lang escape by luck again. He coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Lang's footsteps, and the moment he stepped towards the next piece of glass, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Crack! The structure inside the glass instantly changed. The originally solid glass was secretly transformed into the most fragile state. As long as Qin Lang dared to step on it, it would immediately shatter. However, Qin Lang still walked steadily. The faceless man's eyes were icy, tightly locked onto Qin Lang's movements, waiting for him to step on the glass and fall into the abyss. Thump thump thump. In the next second, the faceless man's heart suddenly trembled. He was shocked to discover that at the moment Qin Lang was about to land, his step momentarily paused, as if he sensed something, then he casually adjusted his center of gravity, and incredibly chose another intact piece of glass. What? The faceless man was momentarily stunned. Oh? Failed again? Qin Lang's mouth curled slightly, as if he had already seen through everything. He slowly turned his head, his gaze half-smiling as he looked at the faceless man. That's really too bad. Just now, he once again found the correct option by pausing time. Although skills from the copy couldn't be used here, but the skills my system gave me, you can do nothing about them, right? The faceless man's fists were tightly clenched. This is impossible. He had adjusted the glass twice, but Qin Lang seemed to be able to foresee the future, dodging all traps perfectly every time. The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his anger almost shattering his reason. At this moment, Yi Zi, Han Zhuoran, and Shen Wanning were closely following behind Qin Lang. They focused entirely on Qin Lang's actions, fearing that any slight misstep would lead them into a trap. Yet, under Qin Lang's guidance, they navigated smoothly without any obstacles. Quick! Keep up with Qin Lang! Yi Zi reacted first, urging softly, and everyone hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up with Qin Lang's footsteps. The faceless man watched them pass one by one, completely breaking down. If he had features, they would surely be twisted at this moment. This is impossible. This is impossible. Damn it, the faceless man cursed under his breath, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him, but he was helpless. Watching Qin Lang lead everyone through successfully. The faceless man stood at the end of the glass bridge, glaring at the fading figures of Qin Lang and the others, his fists cracking ominously. I lost? No. Qin Lang must have played some trick. He is the master of this game, he is the one who sets the rules. But why can Qin Lang toy with him right under his nose? The faceless man's chest heaved violently, the black robe on him seemed to rustle from his rage. He suddenly lifted his foot, wanting to charge forward. Even if he could no longer control the glass now, he must directly question Qin Lang. How did he do it? But just as he took a step, Yi Zi turned back and exclaimed, "Ah! You!" Crack! A chilling sound echoed beneath the faceless man's feet, like the sound of a mirror shattering, and his heart sank instantly. Not good. He hurriedly looked down and found that he was standing on a piece of glass set as a trap by himself. What? Boom! The glass shattered instantly. The faceless man lost his balance, his entire body was as if suddenly swallowed by the abyss, falling downward. He desperately reached out, trying to grab onto anything for support, but around him was only endless void, with nothing to lean on. The howling wind rushed past his ears, the chill of the abyss made his body tremble involuntarily. At this moment, in the dark abyss, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. They were like two blood-red lanterns burning with evil fire, emanating bloodthirst and cruelty. Then, a huge, monstrous shadow slowly emerged from the abyss, a strange creature covered in twisted black tentacles. Each tentacle twisted like a living thing, its mouth cracked open, revealing rows of terrifying, interlocking fangs. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a strange arc, as if it were savoring the terror of the faceless man. No. No. The faceless man finally felt fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but his body was completely bound by the dark power and could not move. I shouldn't be the one to die. He struggled and roared in madness, but it was all in vain. Qin Lang and the others stood by, looking down, and they saw a terrifying scene. Chapter 123, The Mechanism. Sizzle. The monster in the abyss opened its gaping mouth and suddenly inhaled. The faceless man's body was instantly wrapped by the distorted darkness, like a piece of paper being swallowed, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gulp. The sound of the monster swallowing echoed in the abyss, its crimson eyes scanning the area, as if searching for new prey. But eventually, it slowly closed its eyes, sinking back into the endless darkness, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Qin Lang and the others on the bridge witnessed the fall of the faceless man, and for a moment, their hearts trembled, leaving them speechless. Shen Wanqing took a gentle breath and murmured, he actually died in the trap he set for himself. Yi Zi frowned slightly, a hint of complexity in her eyes. He deserved it. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, his face pale, but what exactly is that thing? A chill rose in everyone's hearts as they stared at the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, falling into silence together. Qin Lang and the others walked out of the room, discovering that their view was a bit wider than before. Before them, a stone staircase wound upward, with a soft glow faintly shining at the top, clearly an exit. We finally made it out? Han Zhuoran looked at the stairs, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Shen Wanqing let out a gentle sigh and smiled slightly. It seems so. Yi Zi also relaxed, her gaze toward Qin Lang holding more admiration. However, just as everyone was about to step forward, Shen Wanqing suddenly stopped, furrowing her brow and softly said, "Wait. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't come out yet. Should we wait for them?" The air instantly fell silent. Huan Zhuoran laughed disdainfully and replied, wait for them? Qin Wanqing, you can't seriously think they are still alive, right? Qin Wanqing was slightly stunned. What are you talking about? They chose a longer route, so of course, they would be slower. Han Zhuoran continued, those two chose to part ways with us back then, in other words, they severed ties with us. This means they never considered us as teammates in their hearts. Do you think we still need to stop for them now? If they really died here, should we wait for them forever? If they really had the ability, they should have caught up by now. Even if they aren't dead, we have no idea how long it would take them to come out from their longer route. Qin Wanqing's expression was complex, as if she wanted to say more, but she didn't speak. At that moment, Qin Lang spoke casually, I think, waiting a bit is fine. Han Zhuoran frowned, Qin Lang, you can't possibly. Qin Lang gently waved his hand, looking calm, we're just waiting a little, it won't hurt. Han Zhuoran opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, standing by impatiently. After several life and death trials, Qin Lang was undoubtedly the leader of this small team, and his words carried considerable weight. Qin Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, slightly relieved, while Yi Zi remained silent, quietly looking toward the direction of the stairs. The group stood before the stairs, waiting for the long-absent Li Zhiheng and Su Lina. Time passed slowly, and the air was filled with boredom and restlessness. Han Zhuoran leaned against the wall, lowering his head as he fiddled with his cuffs, looking somewhat impatient. Qin Wanqing crossed her arms, occasionally glancing back into the darkness, seemingly still hopeful. Yi Zi stood upright, constantly watching Qin Lang. Qin Lang was not idle at all. He was exploring around the walls and the floor, his palms slowly sliding along the stone wall, his brow slightly furrowed, and his expression focused. Qin Lang, what are you looking for? Sumobai looked at his actions and couldn't help but ask out loud. Qin Lang didn't stop his movements, casually replying, I'm looking for the basement. Basement? Sumobai was taken aback, tilting her head. Yes. Qin Lang paused for a moment and continued, since I came in, I haven't found the basement that the woman mentioned. I checked all the previous rooms, and there were no hidden entrances at all, so the only possibility is that it is here. This was also the reason why he did not go out immediately but chose to wait here. Sumobai blinked, then smiled lightly, Qin Lang, did you forget? Forget what? Qin Lang looked at her in confusion. Sumobai's lips curled up slightly, and she pointed to her own cheek, I'm a spirit. Qin Lang was stunned, then realized, feeling a mix of laughter and tears in his heart. Right. Sumobai was a spirit now, completely undeterred by walls and floors, she could just pass through to help check. If he had known this, he would not have been fidgeting around here. I really am a bit silly. Qin Lang chuckled, then I'll trouble Miss Su to go in and see if there is any hidden room here. Sumobai smiled slightly, it's just a small matter. After saying that, her figure trembled slightly, and she transformed into a phantom light, instantly merging into the stone wall. Sumobai's figure penetrated the stone wall like a wisp of smoke, gradually solidifying. She frowned, a serious expression on her face. How is it? Qin Lang immediately asked. Sumobai nodded, there is indeed a place similar to a basement, it looks like a kind of hidden secret room. However. She paused, her eyes revealing a trace of helplessness, there is a restriction at the entrance, I can't get in. Restriction? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her in surprise, but you're a spirit, even you can't go in? Is there a barrier? Sumobai shrugged, it should be. I tried several times, and as soon as I got close to that entrance, my entire spirit would be pushed back by an invisible force, I simply can't penetrate. It seems the stuff here really can't be entered just like that. Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, in what direction? Where is that secret room? Sumobai extended her hand and pointed to a wall not far away, it's right over there, it should be behind this wall. Qin Lang walked over in the direction she pointed, raising his hand to feel the wall, his fingertips sliding inch by inch along the stone bricks, sensing any possible abnormalities. His movements were very careful, and not a single stone brick was overlooked. A few seconds later, his fingers suddenly stopped. Qin Lang slightly squinted, pressing down repeatedly on a particular floor tile, discovering that this tile was slightly looser than the surrounding ones, as if it could be pushed. Tentatively, he applied some force to push it. At first, there was no response, but when he added a bit more strength. Click! A soft sound of a mechanism turning echoed in the silent space, and then, the wall in front of him began to slowly crack open, revealing a dark passageway in front of everyone. A chill emanated from the passage, making the air feel cold. Another secret passage. Qin Lang murmured softly, wondering if this silent ridge was full of tunnels? Qin Wanqing instinctively took a step back, a trace of unease flashing across her face, this place feels a bit off. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath. Staring at the pitch-black entrance, the corner of his mouth twitched, damn it, why do I feel like we're about to step into some troublesome place again? Yi Zi said nothing, only slightly frowned, gripping her weapon tightly, her eyes flashing with a vigilant light. Yi stood beside Qin Lang, staring at the dark entrance, her eyes shining with firm light, her tone resolute. I'm going with you. Qin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then chuckled softly, then I will go too. Qin Lang glanced at her, are you sure? Qin lifted her chin, her tone self-evident. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is afraid of death? Qin Lang had little affection for her, as she was a profit-seeker who harmed children. Beside them, Han Zhuoran frowned, arms crossed, looking a bit hesitant. I think I'll stay. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't arrived yet. If they are really alive, someone must wait here for them. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help but chuckle, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Oh? Didn't you just say they might already be dead and we don't need to care? Han Zhuoran's face turned red instantly, momentarily speechless, his gaze a bit evasive. That. So? Qin smiled meaningfully. Are you scared, or just looking for an excuse to live? Scared of what? Han Zhuoran gritted his teeth, his expression changing from embarrassment to anger, stamping his foot hard. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Qin Lang watched as the few of them decided to go together, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up, but then he quickly restrained his smile, his gaze becoming more serious. If you are sure you want to go, you need to think it through. His tone became much more serious as he scanned everyone. This place is very likely a hidden task area. The difficulty will definitely be higher than the previous instances, even extremely dangerous. To put it simply, if you come here, you might die. This short sentence made the atmosphere around instantly heavier. The dark entrance seemed like a giant mouth of an abyss, waiting to swallow those who recklessly entered. Yi, however, was unperturbed, the corner of her mouth slightly lifting, her expression calm. Qin Lang, if I were afraid of death, I wouldn't come here with you. Qin blinked, her smile unchanged. All my dirty secrets are in someone's hands, leaving wouldn't be interesting. Dying here meaningfully wouldn't be too bad. Qin Lang, you saved my life, so it's nothing to give you mine in return. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, although he felt a bit scared inside. He didn't want to back down at this moment, thumping his chest. Let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? Qin Lang looked at them and nodded. Very well, let's go. After saying that, he stepped forward first, striding confidently into the darkness. Sumubai gently raised her hand, a ball of ghostly blue flame igniting in her palm, casting a weak light that danced in the dark passage, illuminating the surrounding environment. As she slowly moved forward, the scenery around gradually became clearer. On the walls, crooked characters were densely arranged, resembling some ancient inscriptions or perhaps some insane graffiti. These characters were irregular, varying in size, some appearing to be scratched out by nails, deeply embedded in the stone wall, exuding an indescribably eerie aura. The ghost fire from Sumubai illuminated them, and those engravings seemed to come alive. Amidst the light and shadow, distorted faces faintly emerged, fierce, in pain, as if silently screaming. What are these things? Han Zhuoran couldn't help but ask softly, his tone slightly uneasy. They look like some kind of talisman, but they're not. Qin frowned, a hint of unease in her eyes, but they definitely don't look normal. Han Zhuoran, no kidding. Qin Lang didn't answer, he simply continued walking calmly forward, stepping past those twisted characters, his pace steady, not pausing at all. Finally, at the end of the passage, a heavy iron door appeared before everyone. The surface of the door is filled with strange symbols, and a hint of deep darkness seeps through the crack, unknown where it leads. Compared to the chaotic scratches around, the characters on this door are clearly more orderly, faintly revealing a certain oppressive authority, like a seal that tightly locks away some unknown existence behind the door. Qin Lang stood still, his gaze fixed on the door, his brows slightly furrowed. Save. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice faintly echoed from behind the door. Everyone instantly tightened their nerves, as if the air had solidified. Did you hear that? Yi whispered, her eyes watchful as she looked towards behind the door. Of course, it's so obvious. Han Zhuoran also lowered his voice, but a hint of tension had already surfaced in his eyes. Sumubai frowned slightly, the glow of the ghostly fire flickering slightly. She looked at Qin Lang, her voice somewhat hesitant. It seems, there really is someone inside. Is it a living person, or something eerie? Qin didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her intention. Qin Lang stared at the door, his expression growing serious, slowly extending his hand, gently pressing on the cold iron door. Behind the door, that hoarse voice seemed to grow slightly clearer. Qin Lang focused on the prohibition on the door, his brows slightly furrowing. The runes of the prohibition were intricately intertwined and scattered across the entire iron door, emitting a chilling aura. The ghostly fire reflected on the runes, flickering slightly, writhing like a living creature, causing unease in people's hearts. Step back a little. Qin Lang said softly, extending his finger to lightly trace the runes. In an instant, the runes collapsed like a torn spider web, a hidden aura rushing out from behind the door, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breath. Yi instinctively reached for the weapon at her waist, while Qin tightened her grip on the talisman in her hand, all entering a state of alertness. Qin Lang took a deep breath, pressing his hands against the door and pushing hard. Boom! The heavy iron door slowly opened with a harsh scraping sound, a heavy, damp aura mixed with a strange fragrance flooding out. The glow of the ghostly fire penetrated into the darkness, illuminating the scene inside the room. When everyone saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 125, The Container. In the center of the room, there were rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, like a bizarre classroom. But the most shocking thing was the altar that stood tall at the end of the room. The altar was built from black rocks, its surface carved with intricate and strange patterns. In the center of the altar, a figure lay quietly, her pale skin reflecting an eerie glow in the light of the ghostly fire. "That's Fong Lan Lan!" Yeezy exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantaneously focused on the woman. It was the same Fong Lan Lan who had been with Granny Genie before. Fong Lan Lan's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others, she struggled to raise her head, her voice trembling and urgent as she cried out, "Great! It's you! Help! Please save me!" Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying a heart-wrenching despair. Shen Wanqing asked Qin Lang, "Is she your friend?" Qin Lang shook his head, not very well acquainted. Yeezy asked, "Fong Lan Lan, what exactly happened to you?" Fong Lan Lan's face was pale, her lips quivering slightly, clearly still in shock. Her gaze swept over Qin Lang and the others, as if finally grasping a lifeline, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes, but more so was fear and unease. We were walking with Granny Genie along that mountain path." Her voice choked, recalling the situation, her body involuntarily trembling. Then, suddenly, the ground cracked open, we had no time to react and fell down. "The ground suddenly cracked open?" Shen Wanqing frowned. Qin Lang looked at her, "Why are you so surprised?" Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran exchanged a glance and said, "Because we came to the underground like this." Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. Fong Lan Lan nodded, breathing heavily, "Yes. It's like we were sucked in, completely unable to break free. Then I passed out." Her hands trembled slightly at her sides. "When I woke up, I was already here, my hands and feet were tied, I couldn't move at all." She suddenly looked up, her eyes full of pleading, "Please help me. I beg you, get me down." Fong Lan Lan looked extremely distressed, bound to an altar, her limbs restricted by strange black chains. On her skin, there were faint marks from the binding, and she seemed trapped in this eerie, terrifying room, like she might become some kind of sacrificial offering at any moment. "Qin Lang, what should we do?" Yeezy looked at Qin Lang. "No." Qin Lang's voice was calm and firm. Yeezy's movement paused, staring back in shock. "Why?" Qin Lang squinted, carefully scanning the entire room, especially the bizarre altar. Fong Lan Lan saw Qin Lang's refusal, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, she struggled, her hands bound by black chains, making a sharp clanking sound. "Qin Lang, why won't you save me? Hurry! These chains are hurting me so much. If you don't save me soon, I'm really going to die. Are you really going to watch me die?" Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of despair. Qin Lang said, "Saving you is kindness, not saving you is common sense, don't act like I came here just to save you." Yeezy frowned, a trace of hesitation flashed in her heart. "Qin Lang, if this is a ritual, will we be in danger once the ritual is complete? Out of emotion and reason, we should save her first." Shen Wanqing also said softly, "I agree, I feel here is indeed strange, but if Fong Lan Lan is really some kind of offering, waiting too long might be dangerous." Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly walked towards the altar, scanning the room carefully. Sumubai followed him, the ghostly fire he released flickered slightly in the air, illuminating the twisted words on the walls. These words seemed to be distorted by some power, presenting an eerie arc, unsettling to the heart. Qin Lang's gaze fell to the ground, discovering a circle of ancient runes carved at the bottom of the altar. Faint red light flickered, as if holding some special energy. And the black chains on Fong Lan Lan's hands and feet seemed to slowly wriggle like living things, as if sensing something, producing a faint sound. Qin Lang squinted, coldly stating, "What you said is possible, but there is another situation. Also, these chains do not seem like ordinary bindings, but a kind of sealing." "Sealing?" Yeezy's heart skipped a beat, becoming alert. Qin Lang nodded, his gaze fixed on the altar, his tone deep and serious. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason Fong Lan Lan is tied here may be to seal something. She might not be an offering, but a container." At this revelation, everyone was stunned. Fong Lan Lan's face suddenly changed, her eyes flickering, then appearing even more urgent. No. "Qin Lang, you're overthinking. I really was just captured. You must save me." Her voice trembled, as if she was desperately trying to explain, but Qin Lang had already noticed her subtle changes. Han Zhuoran asked, "Qin Lang, what is your basis?" Shen Wanqing's expression also turned serious. "If she really is sealed, then unsealing it may release some dangerous thing." Qin Lang did not answer hastily. He remembered that in his impression of Silent Hill, the evil spirit needed to use the female protagonist's body as a container to descend back into this world. Qin Lang slowly walked around the altar once. suddenly raised her hand to gently flick the black chains. In an instant, the chains seemed to be angered, letting out a shrill quiver, as if the air in the entire room had solidified. At the same time, Phong Lanlan's body trembled suddenly, her expression slightly twisted, and a strange light flashed deep in her eyes. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, looking at her with a half-smile. It seems my guess was right. You carry some incredible energy. All the anomalies in Silent Hill were caused by you, weren't they? Phong Lanlan stared fiercely at Qin Lang, veins bulging on her face. Qin Lang's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on Phong Lanlan, slowly speaking in a low and calm voice. This town has been bizarre from the start, especially the coal mine accident in Silent Hill. The official statement has always been it was an accident. But don't you think it's strange? A small town, completely abandoned within a short time after a coal mine accident, making even nearby residents avoid it? This can't simply be caused by a mining disaster. Chapter 126, Victims. Qin Wanqing frowned, her expression a bit uneasy. Are you saying that the true cause of that accident wasn't a mine collapse? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze becoming sharper. I suspect that the root of that accident may very well be that miners discovered something that should not have been found. It was that thing that destroyed the whole Silent Hill. Yizi gasped in shock, unable to help but ask, what thing? Qin Lang slowly surveyed the surroundings, as if searching for some clue, and after a moment, he whispered, perhaps it is an ancient creature, perhaps it is some kind of evil monster. In any case, those miners unearthed something that did not belong to the human world underground and accidentally triggered its prison, and everything spiraled out of control. As soon as the words fell, the air in the room instantly became oppressive, as if even the distorted runes on the walls were stirring restlessly. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, forcing calmness as he said, are you saying that deep in the mine, they released something terrible? Qin Lang gently tapped the stone surface of the altar, his voice hollow and cold, perhaps worse than you can imagine. The mining disaster back then may not have been caused by a mine collapse at all, but rather those released things made the entire mine pit, even the whole town, into some kind of laboratory. Laboratory? Su Mubai's voice carried a hint of surprise. Are you saying, the people of this town are all experiments of those things? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, slowly nodding. Perhaps they are experiments, perhaps they are sacrifices, but whichever it is, it explains why the entire town eventually became a ghost town, and why no one dares to approach here to this day. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill spreading from their spines to their limbs, as if the temperature in the entire room had dropped several degrees. Yizi looked around, seemingly feeling that the runes had become even eerier. She unconsciously hugged her arms and whispered, Qin Lang, if your guess is true, then the place we are in now is likely the source of those things? Qin Lang did not answer but shifted his gaze back to Phong Lanlan. At this moment, Phong Lanlan's expression was no longer one of simple fear, her face was pale, her eyes seemed to hide some unknown secret, and her lips trembled slightly, as if struggling to conceal something. The room fell into an inexplicable silence, with only faint ghostly lights flickering in the air, illuminating everyone's shocked or vigilant expressions. Qin Wanqing frowned tightly, staring at Phong Lanlan on the altar, her voice carrying a hint of confusion. I still don't understand, what does all this have to do with Phong Lanlan being sealed here? Qin Lang's gaze swept deeply around, slowly opening his mouth. Someone, or rather, the plot of this scenario, arranged Phong Lanlan to replace the container that was sealed back then. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, a trace of shock appearing on his face. Are you saying that the person who sealed that strange thing back then is still alive? Qin Lang nodded, his expression cold. The ritual should not be completed yet, so she is still alive. But in other words, someone will definitely come over soon to continue this ritual. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill, as if the air had become thick and oppressive. Yizi couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings, while Qin Wanqing instinctively clenched her fist, ready to fight. Qin Lang did not pause, quickly turning to Su Mubai. Mubai, go find out if there are any other secret passages or exits here. Someone definitely walked out just now, but we didn't notice. There should be another way out. Su Mubai nodded, his figure flickering, turning into a stream of ghostly blue light, swiftly passing through the wall and disappearing into the darkness. At that moment, Phong Lanlan on the altar suddenly began to struggle violently, her voice filled with fear and urgency. Qin Lang, you are wrong. There is no ritual at all. Hurry and save me. Her eyes were full of terror, as if afraid that everyone would believe Qin Lang's words and refuse to save her, her voice tinged with sobs. I really am just tied up here, I'm not a container. Please, let me go, I beg you. Her cries echoed painfully in the darkroom, sounding unusually harsh, even somewhat out of control. However, Qin Lang did not act immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes, carefully observing Phong Lanlan's expression. Qin Lang. Yizi was about to say something when suddenly, a deep and aged laughter echoed from the corner of the room, like dry branches rubbing against each other in the wind. Just obediently accept your fate, Phong Lanlan. Everyone suddenly turned back to see two figures slowly emerging from the shadows, Grandma Jinya and Sima Qing. Grandma Jinya held a long smoking pipe, her face wearing a strange smile, her gaze as deep as a black hole, while Sima Qing stood expressionlessly beside her, hands behind his back, his gaze cold. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face instantly, her voice filled with despair. Grandma Genia, please save me. You are not on the same team as me? Aren't we teammates? Grandma Genia slowly raised her head, smiling slightly, with an inexplicable meaning in her gaze. Teammates? Heh, Feng Lanlan, you are too naive. You are just someone I hired. Feng Lanlan struggled violently, tears continually streaming down her cheeks. She cried out hysterically, Why? Why me? I did nothing wrong. We clearly entered this scenario together. Why am I the one to be sacrificed? Qin Lang quietly watched the scene, his gaze deep, suddenly asking, Where did you come from? His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Grandma Genia slowly reined in her smile, lifting those unfathomable eyes to look at Qin Lang, her lips curling slightly. Guess? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Grandma Genia, his voice low and devoid of warmth. So, you already knew about this ritual? Grandma Genia lightly laughed, exhaling a puff of smoke, slowly taking a step forward, her eyes sparkling. Qin Lang, do you think I would fight without preparation? Her voice was soft, even carrying a hint of laughter. Before stepping into this town, I had already investigated its history. The coal mine accident in Silent Hill? Heh, that's just the surface. The real disaster is the release of those sealed things. And now. At this point, Grandma Genia suddenly paused. A meaningful smile appeared on her face, and her gaze slowly swept across the crowd. Speaking of which, I'm a bit surprised that you all could survive to get here. Qin Lang didn't say a word, only staring at her coldly. At that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the doorway, slow and dragging, as if each step took all of his strength. Everyone quickly turned their heads, and saw a man staggering in, covered in blood, his face pale, with a gruesome wound on his chest, blood dripping from the hem of his clothes onto the floor. His breathing was rapid and heavy, with each step, it seemed he was enduring immense pain. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the man as Fang Chang from Granny Jin's group. Fang Chang's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he glared at Granny Jin and Sima Qing, his voice hoarse with overwhelming anger. You are not human at all. By the time he finished speaking, it was almost a roar, his hands trembling, eyes filled with despair and rage. He struggled to steady himself, gasping heavily, seemingly wanting to continue his accusation. Boom! Before Fang Chang could finish speaking, a fierce flame suddenly took shape in the air, enveloped in scorching heat, instantly lunging toward Fang Chang. Ah! Fang Chang let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, he was consumed by the flames, the firelight reddening the entire room. Fang Chang's body twisted painfully in the flames, struggling, only to finally turn into a pile of charred ash, his cries cutting off abruptly. Everyone's heart shook, and they could not help but gasp in shock. Qin Lang slightly tilted his head, looking at Sima Qing, who stood frozen in place, his right hand raised slightly, his palm not fully closed, with a lingering burnt smell in the air. Granny Jean looked at the ashes on the ground with indifference, letting out a soft sigh, her tone calm as if the slaughter just now was a trivial matter. Did you see? Those who talk too much never live long. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned cold, and the air around seemed to press down heavily. Qin Lang's eyes slowly scanned the room, where Feng Lanlan was bound and motionless on the altar. Granny Jean stood calmly beside, while the heat left over from Sima Qing's recent spell made the air suddenly distort. Fang Chang's body had already turned into charred remains on the ground, only a burnt smell lingering in the air. Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, but there was no trace of a smile, his voice was low yet unwaveringly certain. I understand now. Granny Jean, you have known about this ritual from the very beginning, haven't you? Granny Jean didn't answer immediately, instead, she chuckled lightly, her fingers tapping lightly on the ground with her cane, creating a clear sound. Qin Lang continued, his words steady but sharp. From the moment you entered the town, you already grasped the secret of Silent Hill. So you arrived here earlier than us, with only one purpose, to find this sealing ritual and control it. He paused, squinting his eyes sharply at her, and Feng Lanlan has been your sacrifice from the very start. You need a living person as the core of the seal, and she just happens to be the perfect pawn. As soon as these words were said, Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in terror, struggling frantically, her voice trembling. No. That's not true. Granny, you aren't that kind of person, are you? Granny Jean tilted her head slightly, still wearing that faint smile, as if Feng Lanlan's cries for help were merely echoes in the air, utterly meaningless. Qin Lang's gaze was chilling as he continued, as for that just now, he accused you, which means he was also a victim. He was merely a discarded piece on your path. A sacrifice, right? Grandma Jean finally smiled this time, her eyes deep like an ancient well, looking at Qin Lang calmly. You are indeed very clever. Her tone remained indifferent, even carrying a hint of admiration, as if she greatly valued Qin Lang's reasoning ability. Qin Lang snorted coldly, not moved by her praise, his gaze tightened slightly, slowly opening his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called sealing ceremony, could it be the hidden mission of this instance? As soon as he finished speaking, Grandma Genia's smile on her face slightly froze, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes, like a venomous snake fixating on its prey, hinting at hidden murderous intent. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly tensed, the air seeming to have solidified in an instant. Qin, Yi Zi, and others instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, while Sumobai's ghostly fire flickered gently, casting wavy characters on the wall, as if they had come alive, casting twisted and eerie shadows. Qin Lang did not retreat. Instead, he met her gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, speaking playfully, "It seems I guessed right." Grandma Genie narrowed her eyes, her cane coming to a gentle stop, producing a dull sound. A meaningful smile hung at the corners of her mouth as she exhaled a puff of smoke, which spiraled upward as she lightly said, "Qin Lang, how do you know about the hidden mission?" Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as a knife. He let out a slight hum, the corners of his mouth lifting provocatively. "Well, you guess." He paused, confidently stating, "If completing the ceremony is the hidden mission, then I can't just give it to you." At that moment, the air seemed to solidify for an instant. Grandma Genie quietly watched Qin Lang, and after a moment, she exhaled a puff of smoke. Among the swirling haze, her face became obscured and unclear. "Then we shall have a good contest." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly laughed, his voice carrying a hint of mockery, his gaze playfully observing Grandma Genie. "Are you planning to start here?" His hand slightly lifted, a hint of spiritual energy gathering in his palm, the surrounding air seeming to tremble slightly as if affected by some force. However, Grandma Genie did not rush to take action. She merely chuckled softly, shook her head, her gaze deep and somewhat mocking. "I know you are not an ordinary person. Right now, you have a numbers advantage. I and Sima Qing may not be your match. But even if you win, what can you do?" She slowly exhaled a breath, her fingers lightly tapping on her cane, the sound crisp, echoing in the cold room. "The specific method of implementing this ceremony, only I know. Without me, none of you can complete it." Qin Lang's smile slightly retracted. He looked deeply at Grandma Genie, a flash of contemplation gleaming in his eyes. The room fell into a brief silence, Feng Lanlan still struggling on the altar, while Yi Zi, Qin, and others wore tense expressions, the atmosphere ready to explode. Grandma Genie said, "Then how about we talk?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "A deal?" "You speak, I listen." Grandma Genie calmly gazed around the crowd, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, her tone slow and steady as she began. "Qin Lang, do you think I want to monopolize this hidden mission?" She paused, lightly shook her head, exhaling a puff of smoke, her voice carrying a hint of calm. "In fact, as you said, the real goal of this hidden mission is to successfully seal the monsters in the town." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Qin Lang nodded, this matched his thoughts. Moreover, in his previous life, the evil god in Silent Hill also descended to this world through the female lead, Shuero's body. But he couldn't recall the specific method of sealing. It should have been some part of the plot modified by the instance system. Grandma Genie leaned slightly forward, staring at the altar, slowly saying, "You guessed correctly before." The coal mine accident from that year was not simply a collapse, but rather the miners had unearthed something that should not have been dug up deep within the mine, which marked the beginning of all disasters. Her voice was low, carrying a chilling coldness. They inadvertently released a long-sleeping monster, causing the entire Silent Hill town to be filled with supernatural and bizarre occurrences. In other words, it drove the entire town insane. Everyone's hearts jolted, as the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, his tone steady. "Are you saying that as long as we can reseal that monster, we can complete the hidden task?" Old Granny Jean nodded gently, her expression calm. "That's right. As long as the sealing is successful, the town will return to normal, all the abnormal phenomena will disappear, and then, the hidden task will be considered complete. As for the reward..." She paused, revealing a meaningful smile. "Since we are all in the same instance, why should we harm each other? If we cooperate to finish this, we can share the task rewards. Wouldn't that be a win-win?" As her words fell, the room plunged into a brief silence. Yi Zi and Qin exchanged glances, Han Zhuoran clenched his fists, while Sumobai crossed his arms, his gaze flickering slightly. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his deep gaze fixed on old Granny Jean, as if weighing the pros and cons. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, staring at old Granny Jean, his tone steady without a hint of emotional fluctuation. "You speak as if it's easy, but do you have any evidence to prove that the true goal of the hidden task is to seal the monster, rather than to sacrifice?" Hearing this, old Granny Jean chuckled lightly, taking out an ancient jade token from her sleeve, tossing it casually towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang reacted quickly, catching it deftly. It felt cool to the touch, with the surface covered in intricate patterns, emanating a strange energy wave. "What is this?" Qin Lang frowned, carefully examining the jade token in his hand. Old Granny Jean smiled slightly, resting her hands on her cane, her tone leisurely. "This is called the voice-transmitting jade, which allows for communication between instance players and real-world players. It is quite a rare treasure within the instance, you could even call it priceless." Everyone gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Qin frowned and asked, "Instance players can still communicate with the real world?" Even as an experienced player, it was her first time hearing about this. If players inside and outside the instance could communicate, then some instances that couldn't be cleared, like Silent Hill, could be spoiled? No wonder old Granny Jean knew so much. Old Granny Jean nodded gently, her voice low. "Of course, provided you can find such a thing and are qualified to use it." Qin Lang held the voice-transmitting jade, caressing its surface with his fingers, deep in thought. So, you pulled this out to tell us that you have inside information? Old Granny Jean smiled softly, her eyes deep as a well. That's right. I had a friend who entered Silent Hill before. He wanted to unlock this hidden task. But unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Yeezy's expression slightly changed, unable to help but ask, failed? Then didn't he? Old Granny Jean exhaled a puff of smoke, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Of course, he died. Well, open the voice-transmitting jade and listen, just a slight twist will do. Qin Lang gazed at the voice-transmitting jade in his hand, slowly rubbing the cold jade surface with his finger, and with a gentle twist, he activated the jade. The jade faintly glowed, and soon after, a hoarse and weak voice began to resonate in the dead silence of the room. Cough, cough, this is my 8th day in Silent Hill. The voice belonged to a man, sounding urgent and clearly out of breath, as if he had just fled from a dangerous situation. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. I finally found this mysterious basement. As soon as the words were spoken, a harsh noise suddenly erupted from the jade pendant, like fingernails scraping against glass, sending chills down one's spine. Then came the sound of metal grinding together, along with heavy breathing, as if something was approaching. Then, all of a sudden, there was a sharp, piercing scream. Ah! The scream was accompanied by a series of chaotic crashing sounds, as if someone was struggling violently, the entire space resonating with that person's extreme terror. However, their voice gradually twisted, as if being swallowed by some invisible presence, painfully stretching, becoming blurred, and finally transforming into an unintelligible series of deep mutterings. Qin Lang and the others were sure that those sounds absolutely did not belong to a human. Yeezy instinctively inhaled sharply, unable to help but step back, her face pale. Qin Lang, on the other hand, stared intently at the sound-transmitting jade, his expression unchanged as he continued to listen. After a long while, the man's voice finally came through the jade again. But this time, his tone was no longer filled with fear. Instead, it carried extreme weakness and despair, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength to force out a few words. The thing inside has come out, must seal it away. It hasn't really disappeared, it is waiting for a vessel. His voice abruptly cut off. Then, the sound-transmitting jade fell into complete silence, no further sounds emanating from it. A deadly silence enveloped everyone, as if even the air had been frozen by this eerie recording. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, murmuring, What is this? Han Joran swallowed hard, cold sweat beating at his temples. If that's the case, the thing that guy saw has already escaped? If it's true, then we're in big trouble. Yeezy said softly, her brows tightly knit. The calmest one was still Qin Lang. He looked again at Granny Genia, but he didn't mention the specific method to seal it. Granny Genia slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a cryptic smile flickering in her eyes. Well, you don't need to ask about that. Her tone was flat, yet it sent chills down the spine. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Granny Genia, have you already understood these characters? Granny Genia was leisurely exhaling smoke, but upon hearing this, her fingers paused slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she squinted at Qin Lang, her tone unconsciously lowering a few degrees. How do you know? Granny Genia's words paused for a moment, suddenly seeming to realize something, her expression changing slightly, staring intently at Qin Lang. Could it be, you can also understand? This time, Qin Lang did not answer immediately, instead letting out a light laugh, crossing his arms, his tone casual yet dismissive. You don't need to ask about that. In fact, from the moment Qin Lang entered this room, he had already understood the strange characters on the walls, the floor, and the altar. Because these characters were exactly the same as those he had seen in the Fengmen village dungeon. However, for the characters here, he could only decode a part of them, some key parts were still unsolved. When Granny Genia appeared here, Qin Lang discovered that what she said aligned perfectly with what he understood, as if suddenly all the clues had come together. Qin Lang began to believe, Granny Genia knew how to complete this ritual. Granny Genia remained silent for a moment, seeming to weigh something, then her face returned to its usual calm and composure. She took another puff of smoke and said lightly, In that case, shall we cooperate? Her tone was a question, yet it carried a hint of subtle probing and caution. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding without hesitation. Cooperation is no problem, but I want a 70-30 split. His gaze was sharp, watching Granny Genia with a playful yet provocative smile. Granny Genia's eyes turned cold. The smile at the corner of her mouth instantly faded, her gaze deep and penetrating as she looked at Qin Lang, as if weighing the pros and cons. She knew very well that although she held some key information about this sealing ritual, Qin Lang could interpret these characters, and he might not even have less information than her. This information gap was quite critical, even related to the success or failure of this hidden task. After a few seconds of silence, she bit her teeth and said in a low voice, All right, a 30-70 split, it's settled. You can't do this. Feng Lanlan's eyes were filled with anger and fear, fine cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her lips trembled slightly, but she still struggled desperately. Her gaze scanned the faces of Qin Lang, Han Zhuoran, Yi Zi, and others, seemingly trying to find a hint of pity among them. What right do you have to decide my life or death? Let me go. Player killing player is a violation. What you are doing will be punished. Grandma Jeannie stood in front of the altar, lightly tapping her pipe with her hand. She squinted her eyes with a hint of sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. Feng Lanlan, just behave and listen, don't think about anything else. Anyway, all of this is your own fault. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke curling in the air like a slowly moving poisonous snake. Feng Lanlan's pupils suddenly constricted, her face turned pale, she bit down hard on her teeth, trying to feign calm as she asked, "What do you mean?" Grandma Jeannie's gaze was cold as a knife, sharply piercing into Feng Lanlan. She slowly walked to the edge of the altar, leaned down slightly, staring into her eyes with a playful tone. "Feng Lanlan, you don't really think I don't know anything, do you? With your weak strength, yet you were chosen by me, have you never been curious?" As soon as her words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Feng Lanlan's breathing became rapid, she stopped struggling. Grandma Jeannie chuckled softly, her tone revealing a hint of cruelty. "After you entered the instance, you obtained all the assassin skills. And then? You thought you had great power, instantly slaughtering the men who entered the red light district as you pleased." Her voice suddenly deepened, her gaze sharper than a blade. "You have already stained your hands with dozens of lives. You once killed 40 clients and 32 prostitutes in one night, nearly a massacre. You thought no one knew, it was just that no one wanted to care." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into dead silence. Han Zhuoran stood to the side, slightly frowned, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He stared at Feng Lanlan's face, unconsciously searching his mind for relevant laws. "If that's the case, then it's indeed well deserved. Although I have also killed, I haven't gone as insane as her." Feng Lanlan suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at Han Zhuoran, her eyes burning with fury, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms, her face distorted with anger. "What right do you have to say that about me?" Her voice trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. "You know nothing. What right do you have to judge me? Do you think you are clean?" Her voice almost erupted into a howl, filled with despair, unwillingness, and deep rage. She struggled desperately, like a beast forced to the edge of a cliff, trying her utmost to break free from her restraints, but the tough ropes tightly bound her movements, making her resistance seem feeble. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows on her face, her eyes wild and furious, her teeth grinding, her breaths rapid and chaotic. Grandma Jeannie tapped her forehead with her pipe. A hiss sound echoed, leaving a scarlet mark on Feng Lanlan's head. Shen Wanqing and Yi Zi closed their eyes in helplessness. Grandma Jeannie said, "Be honest. You are the most bloody among us. The person with the deepest sins. The reason we chose you was because of this." Feng Lanlan screamed in pain, then gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling irregularly. Her eyes, sharp as poisoned blades, locked onto Granny Jeannie with a deathly gaze. In the next moment, a hoarse laugh escaped from her throat, laced with sarcasm, resentment, and a touch of desperate madness. "Why do you say I am guilty?" Her voice was hoarse, her eyes bloodshot, as if carrying an indescribable anger and pain. "Do you know what I've been through? Do you know how I've survived all this time?" She took a deep breath, her nails digging deep into her palms, her voice growing sharper, filled with a maddened resolve. "I was sold to the red light district as a child, and became a prostitute. I didn't even know what a normal life was in my dreams." Her voice trembled with a harsh edge, as though accusing, yet also as if tearing apart the deepest pain in her heart. "Those men, they treated me like livestock, abusing and trampling me at will. Has any of you ever felt the humiliation of being treated as an object? Has any of you ever felt the despair of living in hell every single day?" Her tears mixed with fury and slid down her cheeks, but she didn't wipe them away. Instead, she laughed wildly, painfully. "So, when I finally gained power, why shouldn't I take my revenge?" Han Zhuoran adjusted his glasses and stopped looking at Feng Lanlan. Shen Wanqing and Yi Zi both looked on with pity. Feng Lanlan shouted, "Those men, they deserve it. They deserve to die. I killed them to do justice. I have the power to take revenge, and I will make them pay. What's wrong with that? Why are you blaming me? Why?" As soon as her voice fell, Qin Lang frowned. "Not good, quickly, make her stop talking." As soon as Qin Lang spoke, Granny Jeannie quickly pressed a yellow talisman onto Feng Lanlan's mouth. Feng Lanlan could only let out muffled cries of "mama," her voice echoing in the cold room, filled with bitter hatred, like the wailing of a vengeful ghost seeking revenge. Yi Zi was confused. "Qin Lang, what's going on? Why can't Feng Lanlan finish speaking?" Qin Lang said, "Didn't you see? The black marks on Feng Lanlan are becoming more obvious." Only then did everyone notice that the black symbols on Feng Lanlan's arms were darker than before, as if they were carved in. The more resentful Feng Lanlan becomes, the more the demon is drawn to her. Granny Jeannie stood quietly by, watching her with eyes as deep as an ancient well. Her face showed no pity, only a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Fong Lan Lan, I said you're perfect to be this vessel and offering, didn't I? The demon's interest in you means your sins are grave. Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, which spread through the air, carrying a faint herbal scent, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Fong Lanlan's pupils suddenly contracted, her lips trembling slightly. She glared at Granny Genie, her eyes filled with extreme anger and fear. Granny Genie gazed at her indifferently, her voice dripping with an eerie coldness. This is your fate. Accept it. Her casual words were like a cold death sentence, instantly freezing the air in the room. Fong Lanlan trembled all over, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. Her breath grew rapid, and her heart pounded fiercely. She wanted to speak back, to struggle, but the chilling coldness deep in her bones made it feel as if her throat was blocked by something. She couldn't utter a single word. Granny Genie slowly walked, the smoking stick tapping lightly against her palm, as she looked at Qin Lang, her eyes glinting with a cold, sinister light. Qin Lang, to complete the ritual, you must kill Fong Lanlan with your own hands. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Fong Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, her lips quivering slightly, her face filled with disbelief. Her body instinctively shrank back, but her limbs were firmly tied to the altar with ropes, leaving her nowhere to escape. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, his tone steady and calm. Why? Why me? Granny Jean slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes deep, her voice low. The power of the monster has partially entered her body. Upon hearing this, Fong Lanlan struggled more frantically, twisting her body in an attempt to break free, but the rope seemed infused with some mysterious power, binding tighter and tighter, making her skin turn pale. Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly, calmly pondering the truth of this statement. So, he said in a deep voice, what you mean is, as long as we kill her, the monster can successfully possess her? Granny Jean nodded, her tone so calm it sent chills down the spine. Exactly. The monster needs a perfect vessel to descend into the world, and Fong Lanlan is already the most suitable medium. Her hatred, her killings, her obsessions, all have become the best nourishment for the monster. Now, it only lacks the final step. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart already understanding her meaning. I understand. Your plan is wait for the monster to arrive and then kill it. Qin Lang said slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing an unimportant matter. Granny Jin's lips curled into a faint smile. Exactly. To seal the monster, we must let it reveal itself. If you don't enter the tiger's hole, how can you catch the tiger's cub? Once the monster fully descends, we will think of a way to seal it. Yeezy asked in confusion, but it's a monster. Once it arrives, do we really have a way to deal with it? Granny Jean glanced at Qin Lang. You few certainly cannot, but Qin Lang and I can. That's why I asked Qin Lang to take action. If it were you, you'd probably wet yourselves with fear the moment the monster arrives. Han Zhuoran let out an unwilling grunt. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to meet Granny Jin's gaze. Is it really that simple? Granny Jin's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said slowly, simple? Ha! If it were really that simple, it wouldn't deserve to be called a monster. Her voice was cold and low, carrying an indescribable sense of dread. This thing is extraordinary. She narrowed her eyes, lightly tapping her smoking rod against her palm, a profound cold smile on her lips. Once it truly descends into the world, it won't just be a disaster for the town. Qin Lang, you must be fully alert, muster all your strength to deal with it. Qin Lang's gaze deepened, his heart tightening slightly. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence in an instant. The flickering candlelight reflected the complex colors on everyone's faces. Such a ritual was too risky, the dangers were extraordinarily high. Who could guarantee that everything would go smoothly? And the biggest question, would Granny Jean also treat them as bait? Granny Jean seemed to see their worries and said, don't be afraid, if I really betray you, what benefit would I gain? If the monster comes and I can't handle it, wouldn't I also die here? An old woman like me values her life more than you young ones. The others looked at each other, thinking there was some truth to her words. Granny Jean lightly shook her smoking rod, looking at Qin Lang with a half-smile. If you want to take 7 points, you must be willing to give something up, right? I originally planned for Sima Qing to help me, but now that you want to intervene, then please work harder for what you get. The others, Han Zhuoran and Fong Lanlan on the altar all held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Lang. Fong Lanlan's face was pale, cold sweat trickling from her forehead, her hands tightly bound to the altar, unable to break free. Her voice was filled with pleas, fear, and even a hint of desperate hope. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, as if contemplating, as if weighing options. He walked to Fong Lanlan's side and then spoke. I refuse. A flash of wild joy passed through Fong Lanlan's eyes. She looked at Qin Lang in disbelief, while Granny Jin's brow faintly furrowed, her finger gently pausing on the smoking pipe. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened slightly, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to make such a decision. In the previous tasks, Qin Lang had appeared indifferent whenever he saw someone die. Only when Su Mubai was captured did he show a hint of anger. Could it be that he felt pity for Fong Lanlan? Granny Jean was silent for a moment, squinting her eyes, her voice still calm. Why? Don't you want that 70% reward? Qin Lang exhaled softly, surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the altar, the flickering candles, landing on Granny Jean, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, his eyes deep and sharp. There is a flaw in your argument. In other words, you are lying to me. A flicker of surprise crossed Granny Jin's eyes, but she said nothing, quietly watching Qin Lang. Chapter 131 The First Generation Container. Qin Lang slowly said, the entire theme of the Silent Hill instance revolves around repentance. His gaze was profound, his voice low and powerful. You say that as long as we kill Fong Lanlan, let the demon successfully take over, and then eliminate it, the hidden task will be considered complete? He paused, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. But the question is, how is this repentance? Shen Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly, as if she too realized this problem, while Han Zhuoran's expression grew serious. This instance has always been guiding players to seek the meaning of repentance, making them confront past sins and mistakes in search of redemption. Qin Lang continued, his gaze cutting like a blade, staring directly at Granny Jean, but your approach only allows the demon to descend, and then you kill it. What does this have to do with repentance? On the contrary, letting the demon descend is the very thing that should be repented, isn't it? Granny Jin's face remained calm, but her fingers subtly tapped on the smoking pipe, as if pondering something. Qin Lang squinted, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Moreover, I suspect what happened in Silent Hill back then was probably not that simple. Everyone was shocked again upon hearing this. Could it be that Qin Lang had discovered something? Qin Lang's voice echoed in the quiet and oppressive space, each word like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that made everyone's hearts tremble. Let's think carefully. His gaze slowly swept across each person, the air seeming to grow dense, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Qin Lang said, if that demon descended back then, causing Silent Hill to become the ghostly place it is now, then why don't we see it now? Granny Jean slowly spoke, her voice still low and hoarse. Very simple. Because it currently does not have a suitable container, so it cannot descend into this world. This is why we are here. Han Zhuoran gently nodded, right? Isn't this obvious? However, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. If that's the case. His voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of coldness. Doesn't that mean that its descent back then already indicated there was a suitable container at that time? At the moment the sentence dropped, it was as if a chill silently spread along the floor, an inexplicable unease rising in everyone's back. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Granny Jean continued to calmly exhale green smoke, her eyes slightly narrowing. Qin Lang continued, if the demon really descended back then where is its container now? Everyone gasped in shock. This question was like an invisible thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's minds. Yes, if the monstrous beings that descended back then meant they found suitable vessels, then why do they still need new vessels now? Qin Lang said, unless that vessel from back then has already vanished. But would a vessel capable of containing the descent of a monster really disappear without a trace? Old Granny Jean still held her pipe, slowly taking a puff, her face showing no signs of change, only her slightly trembling fingertips revealing that her heart was beginning to waver. Could it be that Qin Lang's thoughts were so delicate? Even this was discovered? Qin Lang ceased to speak, quietly watching old Granny Jean, waiting for her response. Old Granny Jean did not speak immediately, she only slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and after a moment, she slowly said, you young man, indeed very clever. But does your concern over this issue have any meaning? Her fingers lightly knocked on the pipe, ashes falling to the ground, instantly swallowed by darkness. Qin Lang, however, curled his lips, his gaze sharp. Of course it has meaning. If the monster really needs a vessel to descend, then it indicates, when the coal miners unearthed it, it did not directly descend to the world. In other words, they merely opened its existence but did not truly release it. Simply put, the monster merely appeared but did not truly descend. Silent Hill did not transform all at once. Qin Lang slightly squinted, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. If so, does it mean someone did something, performed some kind of ritual, that allowed the monster to truly descend? Old Granny Jean's eyes flickered slightly, but she still calmly inhaled the blue smoke, not responding. Fong Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling, as if she thought of something but dared not speak. Han Zhuoran frowned, seeming to struggle to clarify the logic within. Yi Zi suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils revealing shock and realization. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was firm as she said, I understand. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on her, waiting for her to continue. Yi Zi took a deep breath, clenched her fists, her tone carrying an unprecedented certainty. Back then, the monster made people create a vessel. As soon as the words fell, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by a degree. It's precisely because it needed a vessel that it could not descend to the world at the moment it was unearthed from the coal mine. Yi Zi continued to analyze, her thoughts becoming clearer. So, it must be that someone, following its will, performed some kind of ritual to create its vessel, allowing it to truly descend. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Exactly. But this brings up a question: if the monster's descent depends on the creation of a vessel, then who back then, and how, knew how to complete this ritual? And how did that vessel disappear? Qin Lang stood in front of the flickering candle, slightly lowering his gaze, as if pondering something. His fingertips gently stroked the surface of the sound-conveying jade, as if sorting through the clues appearing in his mind. So, in my view, what happened back then in Silent Hill should be like this. Qin Lang spoke steadily. Though the monster was let loose, it could not immediately descend into the world. It lacked enough power, or rather, it was missing a key medium, a suitable vessel. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to his speculation. Feng Lanlan, lying on the altar, was completely stiff, her face pale, as if she had already thought of something. Old Granny Jinya's gaze was inscrutable, her mouth curling into a somewhat ambiguous smile. Qin Lang slowly paced, his voice echoing in this eerie basement. Therefore, at the start, it sought a suitable person, or rather, it began to guide someone. Let him go complete a certain ritual. Chapter 132, Deception. Qin Lang stared at Granny Jinyi. It must have used that person, tempting his mind, giving him some promise, making him willingly do this thing. In the end, this first-generation vessel was born. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, an impatient voice broke the silence. Sima Qing frowned, arms crossed, his tone carrying some impatience and doubt. Enough, what are you trying to say with all this? These things happened so many years ago, even if there was really a first-generation vessel, it has nothing to do with us, right? Qin Lang's gaze lingered on him and Granny Jinyi for a moment, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly spoke. Are you intentionally avoiding my main point? What I'm saying is that if it wants to descend to the world again, it must lure others to complete the ritual. Don't you think this is a bit like what we are doing now? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. Yi Zi's expression instantly changed. She took a step back, her fingers trembling slightly, watching Granny Jinyi warily. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened. Despite being bound to the altar, she couldn't help but struggle slightly, her eyes filled with fear. Han Zhuoran and Sima Qing exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious, then they all turned to look at Granny Jinyi. The air suddenly became extremely oppressive. Everyone looked at Granny Jinyi, their eyes filled with wariness and doubt. Granny Jinyi remained calm, a faint smile adorning her lips, as if she had anticipated this scene long ago. She lightly tapped her pipe, the curling blue smoke spreading in the air, her gaze slowly sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Qin Lang. He. She chuckled softly, her voice low and meaningful. Kid, it seems you figured it out well. I must admit, I underestimated you. Qin Lang did not reply, only silently stared at her. Xin Wanqing's face turned pale, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her fingertips nearly digging into her palm, breathing rapidly. She fixed her gaze on Granny Jinyi, her voice trembling slightly with fear and anger. So it was you. You had already conspired with the monster. That's why you deliberately lured us here to create a new vessel. This sentence shot through everyone's nerves like lightning. Han Zhuoran's face turned extremely ugly, Sima Qing furrowed his brow tightly, and Yi Zi clenched her fists, knuckles turning white. Feng Lanlan widened her eyes, her lips slightly trembling. So that's it, no wonder it was you from the very beginning. Granny Jinyi remained composed, a faint smile still on her lips, as if everything was under her control. She nodded slowly, her voice low and calm. That's right. Her gaze swept over the crowd, her eyes holding a hint of unabashed mockery. I initially wanted to hide this from you. Actually, allowing the monster to descend is the real hidden mission. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. What? Han Zhuoran exclaimed in shock, his fists tightly clenched, veins popping. Xin Wanqing furrowed her brows fiercely, her voice filled with anger. Have you lost your mind? So you deliberately let the monster descend, without thinking about how to deal with it? You could just pull it out, and you could walk away? Granny Jinyi simply smiled faintly, a strange calmness in that smile. Her gaze slowly shifted towards Qin Lang, her lips curving slightly, revealing a profound smile. Qin Lang, don't you want to complete the hidden task? She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes like a snake in the depths of the night, holding a seductive meaning. Well then, the opportunity is right before you. You should take action now, shouldn't you? The task in Silent Hill is actually almost done. When we reach the ground, we are almost done. With this hidden item, the reward will be very rich. The candle flame flickered in the cold air, illuminating Qin Lang's face, his gaze deep, and a cold smile curved on his lips. Qin Lang said, I refuse. Granny Jinyi was slightly taken aback, the smile in her eyes seemed to deepen. Oh, why? You don't want to do this task? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly staring at Granny Jinyi. You've deceived me too many times, I have no reason to trust you again. Granny Jinyi smiled, gently shook the smoking pipe in her hand, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, her voice leisurely. Oh? I've deceived you? Qin Lang scoffed, his gaze like a torch. A real hidden task is only called a hidden task once completed. You only told me part of it, while you intentionally concealed the rest. Why should I believe that your let the demons descend is the right choice? Perhaps, stopping the demons from descending is the real hidden task? When Granny Jean Yi heard this, the smile on her face faltered slightly, but soon, she regained her composure. A deal is about trading information. If I tell you all the truths, is it still called a deal? The essence of a deal is that one person knows more than the other. How could you think I'm deceiving you? She shrugged, sighed gently, her gaze quietly fixed on Qin Lang. No, I just hid part of the truth. Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, coldly smiling. Hey. No matter how you argue, I won't let you have your way. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, everyone felt an invisible tension of confrontation. Granny Jean Yi quietly looked at Qin Lang, a hint of faint regret passing through her eyes, as if lamenting something unfortunate. Then there's no other way, since it's this. She sighed lightly, slowly turning her head to look at Sima Qing, her tone calm enough to chill the bones. Make your move. As soon as her words fell, Sima Qing's gaze suddenly darkened, his hand quietly clenched tight. Qin Lang's expression turned serious, he said firmly to Yi Zi and the others, protect Feng Lanlan. Yi Zi immediately reacted, stepping in front of Feng Lanlan, while Shen Wanqing, Han Zhuoran, and others also took defensive positions. However, Han Zhuoran furrowed his brows, whispering, shouldn't we save her? She's still alive. Qin Lang didn't answer immediately, but sharply scanned the surroundings, his gaze finally landing on Feng Lanlan. The black iron chains tightly binding her limbs suddenly emitted a strange dark red light, as if blood were seeping through. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, a hint of struggle and pain flashing in her eyes. Yeah, save me first. Qin Lang shook his head. No. Cannot save. Qin Lang's tone was undeniable. Han Zhuoran was taken aback. Why? Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly explained, the chains on Feng Lanlan are not right. They are not just ordinary restraints, but part of a ritual. I suspect as long as these chains are here, she is still under the control of the ritual. He paused, his gaze cold as he added, more importantly, part of her body has already been invaded by the demon. If we rashly rescue her now, it won't help her, it might instead bring the demons even faster. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart shuddered. At this moment, Sima Qing coldly snorted, unexpectedly making his move. Boom! Several blazing fireballs shot out rapidly from his palm, burning with intense flames, as if they would devour everything. They left trails of crimson light in the dark space, like falling meteors, rapidly flying towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly turned icy, the ghost-cutting blade swiftly unsheathed. Clang! The sword light flashed, the cold blade reflecting a silver arc in the firelight. Bang! 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 Qin Lang accurately swung his blade, each strike perfectly hitting the core of the fireball. The flames burst open in an instant, scattering like a sky full of sparks, resembling blooming fiery flowers. In that moment, a wave of heat surged, the air howled past, stirring up the surrounding crumbling dust, and the ground was charred black. Qin Lang looked at Sima Qing and smiled. You're just an average wizard, aren't you? Sima Qing raised several fireballs with both hands and said, be careful, my fire is very quick. Qin Lang chuckled, is it faster than the speed at which you might die? Sima Qing's eyes turned cold, you're asking for death. Old Granny Jean Yi silently watched from the side, gently tapping her smoking pipe, exhaling a puff of white smoke, her lips curved into a meaningful smile. He. Her gaze fell on Qin Lang as if she was enjoying a thrilling struggle of a fun prey, coldly observing the life and death game about to unfold. As for Qin Lang, in order to guard against old Granny Jean Yi, it was indeed difficult to focus on Sima Qing. Yi Zi's eyes narrowed, watching Qin Lang and Sima Qing in a fierce battle, flames rolling and blades whistling, while old Granny Jean Yi remained leisurely standing to the side, coldly watching, as if everything was under control. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Qin Lang, I'll help you. Before her words fell, she suddenly raised her hand, waving the paper fan, accompanied by a light rustling sound, dozens of white talismans flew and fluttered in the air. Paper blowing snow. The paper transformed into razor-sharp snowflakes, flickering with a chilling cold light, rushing straight towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing sensed something unusual, anger flashing in his eyes, he raised his hand to block this sudden attack. However, just as the talismans were about to collide with him, they suddenly changed direction. Yi Zi's target was actually old Granny Jean Yi. Sima Qing was alarmed, Granny. The paper snowflakes suddenly became extremely sharp in the air, each piece like a thin blade, carrying a piercing chill, slashing towards old Granny Jean Yi. Old Granny Jean Yi, who was still leisurely smoking, slightly raised the corner of her mouth, coldly smiling. She simply raised her hand lightly, as if casually waving her sleeve, and those talismans crashed into an invisible barrier just 3 inches from her body, instantly shattering, turning into a sky of white ash, drifting down. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her lips carrying a hint of mockery, her eyes revealing a playful glint, slowly saying, Little girl, you're quite clever. On the surface, you're aiming at Sima Qing, but your true target is me. Your mind works quite fast. Her voice was light, yet it carried a chilling meaning. Yi Zi's heart sank, gripping the paper fan even tighter, the caution in her eyes deepening. She knew that this old lady in front of her was more dangerous than anyone she had encountered before. Old Granny Genia's cold smile did not waver, and with a gentle sweep of her smoking pipe, a strange airflow suddenly surged through the air. Those white papers that had just fallen to the ground seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, suddenly swirling up. The papers rolled in midair, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, reshaping into sharp white arrows, shooting towards Yi Zi at a faster speed. Yi Zi's face changed dramatically, hurriedly waving the fan to defend herself, but she knew that her earlier attack had been seen through by old Granny Genie, and this counterattack would be even harder to deal with. However, at that moment, from behind old Granny Genie, a shadow suddenly appeared. A blood-red figure, like a ghost, burst forth from the wall's shadow. In that instant, the cracks in the broken wall seemed to seep with thick blood mist, as a slender figure silently rushed out from the darkness. Blood Demon Technique Shadow Erosion. Sumubai's figure swept by like a gust of wind, as if he had transformed into a blood-red remnant shadow, speeding toward the back of Granny Golden Leaf. Her dual pupils glowed with a faint red light, and the blood energy around her wrapped around like threads. With a wave of his right hand, the bloody mist solidified into a pitch-black ghostly claw, fiercely reaching for Granny Golden Leaf's back. This strike was as fast as thunder, mysterious like a shadow, with an odd angle and a brutal intention, clearly aiming to crush Granny Golden Leaf in one blow. But at that moment, a cold curve rose at the corner of Granny Golden Leaf's mouth. She sighed in a half-smile, softly saying, I almost forgot, there's still one more." Her voice carried no surprise, as if she had foreseen all of it long ago. Granny Golden Leaf slightly tilted her body, her movements seemed slow, but they precisely avoided Sumubai's fatal strike. Sumubai passed by her, raising a chilling scent of blood but only grasped at emptiness. Her gaze tightened slightly. The instant she realized she had missed, she immediately wanted to use the phantom blood ghost technique to withdraw. Granny Golden Leaf's lips curled into a cold smile as she slightly raised her pipe and casually exhaled a puff of smoke. This puff of smoke was not ordinary, it carried strange ripples, swirling in the air as if alive, quickly spreading out. What was initially just a thin wisp of smoke suddenly expanded into a thick white mist, rapidly winding toward Sumubai. Sumubai's pupils contracted. He immediately sensed something was wrong and wanted to dodge back, but that cloud of smoke seemed to have already captured her scent. The white smoke twisted and tangled in an extremely bizarre way, as if it had life, accurately locking onto her figure. Sumubai was shocked. What? Sumubai let out a low shout. Her figure was just beginning to blur as she tried to blend into the shadows to escape. But just as she was about to completely vanish into the darkness, the white smoke suddenly shrank sharply, transforming into countless twisted white smoke tendrils, wrapping around her limbs and torso like venomous snakes. Swish! Those smoke tendrils moved through the air at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Sumubai's arms were tightly bound. How is this possible? She was clearly a spirit, yet these white smoke could actually bind her? Sumubai gritted her teeth and struggled fiercely, continuously trying to break free with her blood ghost technique. But those smoke tendrils seemed to be some sort of special spell. Not only did they not dissipate under her blood energy, but the harder she struggled, the tighter they wrapped around her. They even dug deeply into her spirit, sending a strange burning pain flowing through her. She frowned, feeling a sinking in her heart. This smoke. Something wasn't right. Don't waste your efforts. Granny Golden Leaf's voice echoed leisurely. She gently shook her pipe, a hint of mockery on her face. You little ones are quite interesting. It's a pity, you are still a bit too tender. She lightly flicked her pipe, and those smoke tendrils wrapping around Sumubai suddenly tightened, forcefully pulling her into a half-kneeling position on the ground. Don't move. Granny Golden Leaf said calmly, the yellowed pipe in her mouth emitting a low whisper. That pipe seemed like a part of her body. The smoke tendrils around Sumubai shrank with her breathing, tightening even more. Sumubai's entire body tensed. She could feel that this smoke was not an ordinary spell, but rather a kind of higher-level technique, even carrying a peculiar, lingering aura. Unlike ordinary binding spells, where one could break free with enough force, it felt more like a soul-locking restraint. With every struggle, it absorbed her strength and entwined deeper. Be careful, or I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. Granny Golden Leaf spoke slowly, her gaze piercing through the faint smoke toward her. A hint of cold laughter curled at the corners of her mouth. Sumubai gritted her teeth and roared, if you have the ability, then make a move. Grandma Genia watched his reaction and suddenly chuckled lightly, shaking her smoking pipe gently, her voice carrying a touch of mockery. TSK, your temper is really fierce. Is this how you act as a person? Sumubai, less nonsense. Let me go. Otherwise, kill me, or else. Grandma Genia narrowed her eyes slightly, as if admiring the last struggle of a trapped beast, then she slowly said, kill you? Hee, I'm not that foolish. If you die, Qin Lang would probably come directly to deal with me. Sumubai trembled all over, stunned. What do you mean? Seeing this, Grandma Genia's smile deepened. She leisurely took a puff from her pipe, then slowly exhaled. The smoke spread like waves, forming ripples that enveloped Su Mubai. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a sense of certainty. I can see that you are very important to Qin Lang. She paused, seemingly dragging out her tone, watching the change in Su Mubai's expression, and continued, even, he thinks protecting you is his responsibility. Su Mubai's fingers slightly tightened, her pupils flickered for a moment. Responsibility? Her breath paused, and many images suddenly flashed in her mind, from their first meeting, to fighting side by side, from Qin Lang pulling her back from the gates of death countless times, to that casual yet resolute statement, Miss Su, rest assured, I'm here. Su Mubai never expected this herself. Was she really so important to Qin Lang? Grandma Genia did not say more, she had gotten the reaction she wanted. She could tell that Su Mubai's heart had already stirred. She gently tapped her pipe, the smoke still swirling around Su Mubai, but it did not tighten further, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, on another side, the battle between Qin Lang and Sima Qing continued. Firelight and blade light intertwined, the intense air currents created by their collisions exploded in the air. Sima Qing was engulfed in blue magical flames, raising his hand, the flames rolled like a long snake, rushing towards Qin Lang. Every swing carried powerful explosive force, the ground around it scorched black, the air filled with scorching waves. Qin Lang held the ghost-slaying blade, constantly dodging and blocking, every swing emitted a sharp sound of breaking air. His figure moved through the firelight like a hunting wolf, always searching for a flaw. Sima Qing's strength was even stronger than Qin Lang had imagined. He doubted if this guy was pretending to be weak to catch him off guard. "Ai Qi!" Qin Lang called out in a low voice, his gaze like lightning. "What are your chances against this guy?" Bai Qi's voice resonated in his mind, deep and calm. "Must get close, otherwise, the chances are slim. But this guy's spells are not normal, you'd better be careful." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening. "Must get close, but this guy's flames don't give any chance." He suddenly swung his blade, cleaving through the incoming flames and instantly darted to the side. At the same time, Sima Qing let out a cold laugh, the flames in his hand suddenly erupted, transforming into dozens of fire snake shadows, surrounding him from all directions. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened, gritting his teeth he growled, "Looks like I can only gamble it." Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang stepped forward, his figure instantly transforming into a whirlwind, charging towards Sima Qing. "Crazy, are you trying to throw away your life?" Sima Qing's expression changed slightly, both hands slammed together, the surrounding flames as if pulled by an unseen force, wildly gathering into his palms, the crimson light illuminated his face, revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. He shouted, swinging his hand sharply, a blazing wall of fire erupted, like the gates of hell, blocking Qin Lang's path. The rolling flames surged, the heat wave rushing towards him, the air seemed to distort. The ground around him instantly cracked from the heat. "Die." Sima Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. To him, Qin Lang's charge was like seeking death. Anyone blocked by this wall of fire would be instantly turned to ash. But Qin Lang did not stop, instead, he quickened his pace. His figure raced through the howling wind, and his steps thundered like lightning, directly charging toward that blazing wall of fire without any sign of stopping. Is he really crazy? Sima Qing's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Boom! Qin Lang charged straight into the wall of fire. Flames instantly engulfed Qin Lang, and Sima Qing's smirk was just taking shape when suddenly, it froze. Chapter 135, Full Force Strike. The wall of fire still blazed, but Qin Lang's figure unexpectedly emerged from the other side, completely unharmed. Moreover, beside him appeared a pale blue translucent barrier, like a delicate bubble, perfectly enveloping his body, keeping the surrounding flames from penetrating even a little. What? The cold smile on Sima Qing's face instantly froze, his pupils suddenly tightening, hardly able to believe his eyes. His flames didn't burn Qin Lang at all? And what was this big bubble? Qin Lang was momentarily stunned, he didn't expect to emerge from that wall of fire unharmed. What was this pale blue barrier? However, he had no time to ponder, the opportunity was fleeting, and Sima Qing was already before him. "Ai Qi!" Qin Lang shouted, raising his ghost slayer knife suddenly, the blade gleamed with a cold light in the fire's glow. At the same time, a fierce power surged from the blade, like a long-sleeping beast awakened, the killing intent and malice condensing into substance in the air. Sima Qing's expression suddenly changed, just as he was about to retreat, he felt an invisible binding constricting his breath, slowing his actions for a moment. And that moment was enough. What? Puff! Qin Lang's ghost slayer knife tore through the air with thunderous force, its blade wrapped in a wind that could shred everything, empowered by Bai Qi, as if it could cleave even souls. Crack! Blood spattered everywhere, as Sima Qing's right arm was severed in an instant, cut off at the shoulder. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream split the night sky as Sima Qing stumbled back, his face twisted in agony. The flesh at the severed arm was charred black, clearly burned by the power attached to the blade, making healing nearly impossible. Yet Qin Lang's assault was not over, he did not withdraw the blade, following up with a kick that charged straight at Sima Qing. Sima Qin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with mad rage. He bore the excruciating pain of his severed arm, waving his single hand to violently gather fierce flames before him, coalescing almost instantly into several fireballs the size of fists. Die! Boom! The fireball shot out with a scalding shockwave, like meteors, heading straight for Qin Lang. Sima Qing's fireballs crashed down like falling meteors, instantly igniting the air with fierce flames, a rolling heatwave coming at him, as if even the earth would be burned to ashes. However, just as the fireballs were about to engulf Qin Lang, a translucent barrier swiftly unfolded, like a softly glowing soap bubble, enveloping him once again. Bang! 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 A series of explosive roars erupted outside the barrier, raging shockwaves sweeping around, the ground turning red from the scorching heat, and the air filled with a burnt smell. Yet, Qin Lang stood there unharmed, the bubble barrier acting like a gentle yet firm wall, keeping all flames at bay, only causing ripples on its surface. Qin Lang frowned. He quickly turned around, his gaze locking onto Qin Wanqing not far away. At this moment, Qin Wanqing's face was pale, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and she appeared extremely weak. She trembled slightly as she raised her hands, the tips of her fingers floating a few faintly glowing bubbles, which seemed to contain the power of life, floating lightly while exuding a strange protective force. Is it you? Qin Lang was slightly taken aback. Qin Wanqing forced herself to hold on, biting her lip to manage a weak smile, her voice somewhat frail. This is my ability. These bubbles can heal and can also resist a certain amount of damage for a short time. Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly, he did not expect her ability to be so miraculous. To withstand an attack of flame impact from someone like Sima Qin, this bubble barrier was far more resilient than it appeared, but the consumption must be great. Sure enough, Qin Wanqing's body swayed as if it would collapse at any moment. I can fight only one more time. Her voice carried a hint of strain, even her breathing seemed hurried. Qin Lang looked at her weak appearance, and suddenly his lips curled into a smile, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. That's enough. Seeing the unwavering light in Qin Lang's eyes, Qin Wanqing felt an unknown energy surge within her, suddenly thinking everything still had hope. Qin Lang's legs pushed vigorously against the ground, his figure rushing towards Sima Qing like a swift wind, with the Ghost Slayer blade in hand, the cold light sharp, aiming directly at the enemy's vital points. At the same time, Qin Wanqing took a deep breath, concentrating to create the last bubble, lightly pushing it, and that bubble instantly expanded, enveloping Qin Lang completely, resembling a layer of transparent armor. A cold light flashed in Sima Qing's eyes, and facing the advancing Qin Lang, he suddenly clenched his flaming ball, causing the flames to churn and burn violently, twisting and reshaping rapidly. In the intense heat of the fire, a fiery spear gradually took form, the shaft glowing red, the tip radiating ominous light, as if it could pierce through everything at any moment. I hate cockroaches that can't be killed. Sima Qing roared in anger, suddenly stepping forward, the flaming spear slicing through the air like a blazing comet, directly aiming for Qin Lang's chest. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, however, Qin Lang's mouth curled into a hint of disdainful smile. Bang! He raised his left hand sharply, adopting a gun gesture, his fingertips vibrating slightly, and an invisible spiritual bullet shot out like a midnight meteor. Bang! 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 Several spiritual bullets shot directly at Sima Qing. Sima Qing's pupils contracted sharply, he did not expect Qin Lang to have such a means. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the spiritual bullets were silent and moved faster than anyone could imagine. Puff! Sima Qing felt a jolt in his chest, a wave of sharp pain surged through him, and he staggered back, his eyes full of horror. His consciousness was momentarily plunged into blankness, even the flaming spear in his hand wobbled slightly. Ha! A cold light flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as the Ghost Slayer blade slashed out in an instant, the blade tearing through the air with unstoppable force, directly targeting Sima Qing's neck. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch Sima Qing's skin, a strange shadow suddenly dashed in. Bang! Qin Lang's blade was abruptly blocked. He narrowed his eyes, the figure before him was not Sima Qing, but Granny Jin Yi. Granny Jin Yi had somehow moved between the two, and she simply lifted her hand lightly. With a gentle tap of her ancient pipe, Qin Lang's body instantly froze, as if bound by an invisible force. He. Granny Jin Yi's lips curled into a meaningful smile, taking a deep puff from her pipe, her gaze chilly and mysterious amidst the swirling smoke. Young man, why the hurry? Qin Lang felt his body bound by invisible threads, the Ghost Slayer blade paused in midair, he was clearly using all his strength, yet he couldn't move an inch. His arm seemed to be frozen by a strange force, even the trembles of his muscles were stripped away. Am I pinned down? What is this ability? He took a deep breath, his sharp gaze fixed on the old woman with golden leaves before him. Why aren't you making a move? The old woman with golden leaves curled the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling around her, as if forming a faint barrier in front of her. Her voice carried a hint of laziness, mixed with a touch of playfulness. To remain calm in this situation. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've seen such a smart young man like you. I want to give you a chance. She paused, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. If you agree to cease hostilities now, we can negotiate. I'm even willing to team up with you to complete a true hidden mission. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. Don't fool me, you never planned to trade with me. The old woman with golden leaves raised an eyebrow, her tone still calm. Oh? Why are you so sure? Qin Lang's eyes were sharp, his tone certain. Because you are a woman too. The old woman with golden leaves was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to answer like this. Qin Lang continued, his tone tinged with mockery. As long as it's a woman lying, I can see through it at a glance. The old woman stared at Qin Lang, her eyes deep as a dark pool, as if pondering something. After a moment, she gently sighed, the smile on her face finally vanishing, replaced by a hint of cold killing intent. Then there's no choice. She slowly raised the pipe in her hand, pointing it at Qin Lang, her voice no longer carrying any warmth. Then you shall die. Qin Lang's pupils slightly contracted, knowing the old woman had no intention of holding back any longer. Time paused. The world fell into deathly silence. The smoke in the air was frozen, the old woman's hand gesture stuck in mid-air, her impending killing blow suspended in time's halt. At that moment, Bai Chi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind, a hint of confusion in his tone. This is a great opportunity, why not take the chance to eliminate them? Qin Lang frowned slightly, calmly replying, during the time pause, I cannot kill. Bai Chi was stunned. What? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze still sharp. Have you ever seen me kill someone during a time pause? That's also my limitation. Several times, Qin Lang had wanted to do something bad during time pause, but the system had told him that he could not commit extreme events during that time. Speaking of which, Qin Lang suddenly realized that his ability hadn't refreshed in a long time. Could it be that staying in Silent Hill for so long meant that time hadn't passed at all? Suddenly, Qin Lang understood. Right, Silent Hill has a surface world and an inner world. They were still in the inner world, and time's flow was probably different. Bai Chi remained silent for a moment, then teased, Big brother, your ability is quite peaceful. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Lang's lips twitched slightly, turning his gaze to his hands. Hurry and break this immobilization, my hands are going numb. Heh, a small matter. Bai Chi scoffed, then released an invisible force. In an instant, the sense of restriction on Qin Lang vanished like clouds blown away by a strong wind, disappearing without a trace. Bai Chi said, this old lady is not ordinary, such strong magical power just now, even I was startled, almost forgetting to use my power to break free. Looks like, big brother, you've met your match this time. Quit the chatter, don't mess things up later. Qin Lang moved his fingers, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, then he unhesitatingly ended the time pause. The moment time resumed, the world returned to its clamor. The old woman with golden leaves was astonished to find that Qin Lang had fully regained the ability to move. What? Her pupils shrank, disbelief in her eyes. How did you do that? She clearly remembered locking Qin Lang's movement with her own hands. Unless she initiates the release, no one can escape. But Qin Lang seemed to completely ignore this rule, standing in front of her without any obstacles. A slight smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips, his gaze filled with a hint of mockery as he slowly raised the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, its blade reflecting Granny Genia's shocked expression. Want to know? Then trade your life for it. Granny Genia did not show panic because of Qin Lang's overwhelming dominance, instead, she smiled with relief, gently tapping her pipe to let the ashes fall to the ground. Qin Lang, I admit defeat, you are indeed formidable. Her gaze scrutinized Qin Lang, her tone carrying a trace of admiration but also a kind of unshakable certainty. But do you think this will change anything? Qin Lang's heart tightened, and his brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Granny Genia maintained her smile, her tone leisurely. The ritual is about to be completed. Ritual? Qin Lang's heart suddenly trembled, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He abruptly turned around and saw Han Zhuoran standing beside Feng Lanlan, holding a pitch-black short blade in his hand, its edge wrapped in a strange purple aura, stabbing towards Feng Lanlan's heart at lightning speed. Not good. Qin Lang shouted, his pupils constricting as his heart instantly grasped the truth. The demon was tempting him. From the beginning to the end, he thought the danger came from Granny Genia and Sima Qing. Since the demon had formed an alliance with Granny Genia, it would definitely follow her. So the demon could also invade others. Stop. Qin Lang wanted to rush over, but it was already too late. Yi Zi had already reacted, her paper fan suddenly waved, and a large number of sharp, snow-white paper pieces floated out, rushing straight for Han Zhuoran. However, just as those paper pieces were about to hit Han Zhuoran, his body unexpectedly melted away like a puddle of shapeless liquid, easily torn into pieces. What? Yi Zi's eyes widened. She saw those cut into countless fragments of liquid writhing in the air, quickly reassembling, once again regaining Han Zhuoran's form. Qin Lang's heart jolted. Did Han Zhuoran have the ability to liquefy his body? This was trouble. Han Zhuoran's face still wore the same calm expression, his eyes blankly staring at everyone. He slowly lifted his head, a slight smirk on his lips, his gaze deeply chilling as he solemnly uttered a sentence. Everyone is the master's slave. Qin Lang's heart suddenly sank, a wave of ominous premonition surged. Granny Genia laughed. Qin Lang, don't get distracted. Chapter 137, The Coming. Granny Genia's lips curled into a sinister smile, her pipe raised slightly. A thick gray-white smoke suddenly spewed from her mouth, swirling like a poisonous snake emerging from a hole, rolling towards Qin Lang. As the smoke enveloped the moment, Qin Lang felt his vision blur instantly, a strange smell filling his nostrils, like burnt herbs and decaying soil, bringing a dizzying sense of suffocation. He bit his tongue fiercely, forcibly dispelling the haziness brought on by the mist, the ghost-slaying blade in his hand shining brightly, the blade vibrating, generating fierce blade energy. Break it for me! Boom! The blade light tore through the swirling smoke, and the thick mist was instantly split in two, rolling away to reveal Granny Genia's cold and dark eyes. However, before Qin Lang could catch his breath, Han Zhuoran's figure suddenly transformed into a pool of black liquid, slithering across the ground like a shadow, making a beeline for Feng Lanlan. You can't! Yi Zi's gaze sharpened, and her paper fan waved fiercely, a flurry of crystalline snow-like paper pieces instantly turning into a hurricane. Flying everywhere, cold light piercing. The paper pieces swept towards Han Zhuoran's path like a blizzard. Countless paper pieces sliced through the liquid Han Zhuoran, tore him into countless fragments, like a puddle of shattered ink spilled on the ground. However, the ripped liquid twisted and surged in the air, like a life out of control, unbound by rules, directly piercing through the storm of paper, charging towards Feng Lanlan in an extremely bizarre posture. Oh no! Yi Zitong's pupils constricted suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Quick, stop it! Shen Wanqing shouted sharply, but it was already too late. Puff! A blood-red flower quietly bloomed. The black liquid suddenly condensed into a human form like a ghost, while Han Zhuoran's figure already stood in front of Feng Lanlan. The pitch-black short blade in Han Zhuoran's hand, carrying a chilling demonic aura, pierced through Feng Lanlan's chest without obstruction. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened, her lips quivering slightly, blood slowly dripping along the blade, blooming into a gorgeous blood flower on the ground. At that moment, everyone was stunned. A dead silence. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, the pitch-black short blade stabbed into her chest seemed to become a chain leading to the abyss, tearing her life away from the real world. Her skin rapidly lost its color, becoming as pale as paper, and her previously slightly trembling eyelashes eerily stopped shaking in the next moment. She seemed to have completely lost her vitality. However, the truly startling change was just beginning. Feng Lanlan's body suddenly convulsed violently, an eerie aura surged out from within her. A bone-chilling cold wind suddenly swept up from the corner of the basement, engulfing the entire space. The runes on the walls flickered with a faint red light, seemingly giving a silent warning. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, dust fell from the ceiling, and the air seemed to become unbearably heavy, suffocating. Old Granny Jean looked at the scene before her, eyes gleaming with excitement. She grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, proudly laughing. Ha ha! This time, I won! Her laughter sounded like fine needles piercing the ears of everyone present, carrying an indescribable chill and triumph. At that moment, Feng Lanlan's body suddenly levitated. Without any external force acting, her limbs drooped helplessly, her whole body seemed to be lifted by some invisible hand, rising slowly into the air. Her head tilted up slowly, that originally gentle face now looked extremely unfamiliar, her mouth slightly cracked open, revealing a bizarre curve. Her eyes had completely turned into endless darkness, without pupils, without whites, only a deep void. In the next second, her hair began to grow wildly. Pitch-black long hair seemed to come alive, twisting and spreading in the air, like silent writhing tentacles, extending in all directions in a nearly instinctual manner, gently twisting in the air, making one shudder. Then, a chilling, hoarse voice mingled with countless echoes slowly spilled from her mouth. Hee hee, there are quite a few guests from Silent Hill this time. Qin Lang understood upon hearing this voice, the demons had descended after all. The demon's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a spine-chilling smile. It lowered its black hole-like eyes, scanning the crowd present, its gaze carrying unabashed mockery and madness. Next, we can have a good time. That voice was low and cold, carrying a hint of joyful excitement, as if looking forward to a grand feast about to arrive. Standing aside, old Granny Jin's smile grew even brighter. She gently tapped her pipe against her palm, as if she had anticipated this moment, then squinted her eyes and slowly spoke. The demon. Our deal should come to fruition, right? Her voice was calm and steady, revealing a hint of confidence that suggested she was in complete control of the situation. Feng Lanlan's body trembled slightly, her black hair suddenly hesitating in the air, as if hearing the words of Granny Jean Yi. After a brief silence, the monster gently laughed. Of course, as you wish, I will tell you where the treasure of Silent Ridge is. This is your reward. Qin Lang's pupils shrank suddenly, finally realizing Granny Genia's true purpose. What she wanted was not the arrival of the monster, but the treasure of Silent Ridge. Qin Lang looked at Granny Genie. So, this is the real hidden mission. Granny Jean Yi heard Qin Lang's exclamation, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, revealing a cold and sharp expression. She gently flicked her pipe, ashes scattering, and the smoke slowly drifted away, as if drawing distorted and hideous ghost faces in the night. Indeed. Her tone was leisurely, laced with a hint of sarcasm. If you had chosen to cooperate just now, I might have rewarded you a little. But now, I'm afraid you can only wait for death. Qin Lang said nothing, just slightly adjusted his stance, warily watching Feng Lanlan, or rather, the monster birthed from Silent Ridge, hovering in the air. The hair of the possessed Feng Lanlan seemed to grow wildly like living creatures, writhing in the air like winding black snakes, her eyes pitch black, deep enough to seem like they could swallow everything. I am very excited right now. The monster spoke through Feng Lanlan's body, its voice low and hoarse, like decayed bones whispering. I wonder if you can let me enjoy myself. Chapter 138, Playing with Applause. Hearing the monster say this, the people present couldn't help but. Suddenly, a weak and desperate voice came. Grandma, save me. It was Sima Qing, lying on the ground, his broken right arm already charred and burnt black by fierce flames, blood dyeing the ground red. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze filled with pleading as he looked at Granny Jean Yi, his voice revealing unmasked fear. Grandma, help me. However, Granny Jean Yi didn't even glance at him, continuing to leisurely puff on her pipe, as if Sima Qing's life or death meant nothing to her. A flicker of despair arose in Sima Qing's eyes, but he remained unwilling to give up, gritting his teeth and pleading, Grandma, you can't ignore me. I have always followed you, always listened to you, please save me. Granny Jean Yi finally turned her head slightly, looking at him with a gaze as cold as that of a broken chess piece. You are useless now, just stop here in this instance. Sima Qing's face turned pale, he finally realized she never regarded him as a true companion. Grandma. His voice trembled, looking at her with a complex gaze. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, whispering, I love you. A dead silence ensued. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Lang frowned slightly, not expecting Sima Qing to utter such words at the final moment of his life. Moreover, calling Granny Jean Yi his great-grandmother, for these two to profess love was indeed a bit strange. Granny Jean Yi's actions paused slightly, the ash at her fingertips trembled a bit. But soon, she returned to normal, still wearing that indifferent expression. She gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice cold, You love me, so what? If I let you die, you die. Sima Qing's pupils constricted slightly, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. In the next second, the monster's tentacles suddenly attacked, completely engulfing him. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze lingering briefly on the spot where Sima Qing had been swallowed by the monster. Is this a grandparent-grandchild romance? Granny Jean Yi suddenly chuckled lightly, with a hint of mockery, gently flicking her pipe. Serenely said. For the sake of your impending death, let me give you a last benefit. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly, his nerves immediately tensed up, and his hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of the Ghost Slayer knife, vigilantly watching her movements. He then saw Granny Jean Yi gently exhale a puff of green smoke, which swiftly twisted and gathered in midair, as if manipulated by an invisible force. At first, it was just a mass of hazy mist, but soon, under Qin Lang's gaze, the mist slowly took shape, outlining a graceful figure. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped slowly out from the smoke. Her figure was enchanting, her skin like creamy jade, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her eyes resembling autumn waters, glimmering with a hint of seductive allure. She wore a dark gold gown, its hem gently flowing, with each movement exuding a kind of lazy yet dangerous charm. That face, breathtakingly beautiful, also carried an unsettling, eerie quality. Qin Lang slightly squinted, realizing at that moment, this Granny Jean Yi was not an old woman. This is my true form. Granny Jean Yi spoke slowly, her voice no longer the old, hoarse tone but transformed into a seductive and melodious one, carrying a hint of captivating magic. Qin Lang stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. You truly have your ways. Granny Jean Yi's lips also revealed a smile, but beneath that smile lay deeper schemes and murderous intent. Granny Jean Yi, slightly stunned, narrowed her enchanting eyes, staring intensely at the monster's twisted, bizarre face. Her hand swiftly raised, the tip of her smoking pipe gently shook, and a wisp of green smoke rose slowly. Since the deal is done, let's not waste any more time. She coldly spoke to the monster, her voice regained that undeniable authority. First, take care of Qin Lang and the others. However, the monster did not move immediately. Its bottomless, pitch-black eyes were fixed on Granny Jean Yi, its mouth slowly splitting open to reveal a chilling smile. Its laughter was low and eerie, as if many mouths were whispering at once in the ear. No hurry. The monster said languidly, its voice drawn out, carrying an indescribable strangeness. Granny Jean Yi's face darkened, casting a cold glance at it. What do you mean? The monster blinked, its gaze full of mockery. I want to take all of you to see the treasure first. Granny Jean Yi's pupils slightly contracted, a fierce killing intent rising from her body. Her fingers tightened slightly, and the smoking pipe gently spun, causing the green smoke to swirl violently. What do you mean? Her voice was low, and her tone was tinged with anger now. The monster smiled slightly, its tone relaxed. The things you want are still yours, I have never gone back on my word. However, the monster pretended to speak mysteriously, pausing for effect, the smile on its lips growing more sinister. Fine things should be enjoyed together. I am willing to show mercy once before they die. Granny Jinya's expression instantly darkened, a chilling murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She understood now, the monster was no longer intending to obediently follow the original agreement. You promised me. She spoke slowly, her voice now completely cold, even hinting at a dangerous undertone. The monster, however, remained unmoved, still wearing that eerie smile, seemingly indifferent to her fury. Of course, I never go back on what I promised. It said slowly, its tone laced with mockery, but this game, if only you get to play, it would be too boring. Qin Lang squinted slightly to the side, watching this scene unfold, the corners of his mouth quietly curving up into a vague smile. You mean, you are sure you can kill me? The monster countered, do you think I can't? Qin Lang tightened his grip on the demon slayer blade, I think it's possible. The demon chuckled, interesting. But when I face someone so much weaker than me, I always enjoy playing around a bit before killing them. Qin Lang shrugged and looked at Granny Jinyu with a playful expression, a smirk creeping onto his lips that held a hint of mockery. Heh, the grand Granny Jinyu can also be toyed with like this? His tone carried a trace of schadenfreude. What happened to your previous arrogant look? Now you're being toyed with by this demon. Granny Jinyu's face immediately darkened, her eyes locking onto Qin Lang like a venomous snake. Shut up! She hissed, her eyes flickering with a dangerous light, as if she would strike and tear Qin Lang apart at any moment. Qin Lang shrugged, unafraid, instead chuckling nonchalantly. At this moment, the demon's laughter echoed again, deep and eerie, as if coming from countless twisted throats at once. Enough! Its voice wasn't loud, but carried an undeniable authority, the game should continue. The demon suddenly raised its hand, and an invisible force instantly swept across the entire basement. Boom! The ground trembled suddenly. Everyone staggered, caught off guard, the stone bricks beneath them let out a deep groan, as if some giant creature was awakening deep below. Immediately after, the entire basement began to sink. Qin Lang stabbed the demon slayer blade into the ground, stabilizing himself, while quickly scanning the surroundings, trying to figure out the demon's intentions. The candle flames on the stone walls flickered violently, shadows dancing, illuminating every face in a way that twisted their expressions into horror and fear. Sima Qing lay on the ground, his face pale, completely unable to move. Granny Jinya's gaze was dim and murky, clearly not expecting the demon to take such action. The demon's voice dragged out, laced with mockery, next, there will be good things. Boom! There was another violent tremor. This time, everyone felt a tremendous pressure coming from all directions, as if the entire space was being squeezed, making the air feel heavy and stifling. After some time, with a thunderous roar, the basement finally came to a halt. A deadly silence. The surrounding walls were covered with cracks, dust slowly falling to the ground, the light dim and murky, as if they had delved deep underground, arriving at an ancient space long forgotten. Just when everyone was still shaken, the demon suddenly showed its teeth, revealing a chilling smile. It raised its hand sharply and swung it. Boom! A wall instantly crumbled, debris flying, dust swirling. Everyone instinctively stepped back, raising their weapons, warily staring into the dark ruins. As the dust slowly settled, a deep passage appeared before their eyes. Behind that passage was a hidden room. In the dim candlelight, one could vaguely see that the room was filled with some ancient artifacts, exuding an indescribable eerie aura. The demon slowly turned its head, a disconcerting smile curling its lips, softly whispering. The treasures of Silent Hill are right inside. It slowly spread its arms, making an inviting gesture, its voice echoing in a nightmare-like way in everyone's ears. Come on in. Qin Lang raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile tinged with playfulness, looking at the demon and saying, You are actually quite polite, huh? Clearly wanting to kill me, yet you first invite me in to take a look. The demon laughed softly, its voice low and hoarse. Didn't you come here for it? Since you'll die sooner or later, isn't it better to enjoy yourself a bit before fading away without seeing anything? Qin Lang didn't want to waste words with it, his expression darkened slightly, then he suddenly activated his ability to pause time. The air froze instantly, dust suspended in mid-air. The flickering candlelight solidified in place, even the coldly smiling face of the monster became completely still, as if the world had instantly transformed into a silent painting. Bai Qi rolled his eyes helplessly and snorted, Brother, isn't your ability too energy-consuming? My power, although abundant, can't withstand your kind of usage. Qin Lang said, Enough nonsense, hold on. He hesitated no more, stepping through the shattered wall, into that mysterious room. As soon as he stepped inside, his pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing in an instant. The scene in the room far exceeded his imagination. Qin Lang's heart raced violently, his gaze scanning back and forth between the altar and those strange stone statues. He took a deep breath, then walked slowly forward, reaching the center of the room. There, a stone coffin lay quietly, its surface carved with intricate and unfamiliar patterns, resembling neither ordinary religious totems nor symbols of known civilizations. The entire coffin seemed sealed by some special power, giving off an indescribable sense of pressure, as if a monster that had slept for 1,000 years was about to awaken. Qin Lang frowned, reaching out his hand to slowly push open the coffin lid. Boom! The coffin lid slid heavily, and in an instant, a suffocating chill spread from within the stone coffin, instantly penetrating to the marrow, causing Qin Lang to shiver involuntarily. His gaze then fell into the coffin, his pupils narrowing sharply. Inside lay a strange body. It was an existence that could not be described with language, neither human nor monster, more like some kind of twisted creature that transcended biological logic. Qin Lang felt completely at a loss for words to describe what this thing was. What is this weird thing? Qin Lang frowned, gritting his teeth, not daring to look any longer. He immediately turned to scan the ground beside the coffin. There, several lines of ancient spells were engraved, the characters twisted and menacing. Wait, what is written here? Qin Lang suddenly understood the words above. So it's like this. Silent Hill, so it is At that moment, Qin Lang completely understood the truth of Silent Hill. A chill shot up his spine, his throat tightened slightly, his fists clenched. Without saying a word, he immediately took a few steps back, quickly exiting the room without a moment's pause. Qin Lang then smiled. All right, so it's like this. Time freeze, release. The air resumed its flow, and everyone's bodies started to sway slightly, as if everything that had just happened was just a brief illusion. Grandma Jean raised her eyebrows, her gaze immediately landing on Qin Lang. What trick are you playing now? Although she didn't know what had just happened, she vaguely felt that Qin Lang had done something. Others also wore puzzled expressions. Yi Zi and Bai Qi were both waiting for his response. Only Qin Lang's face turned unusually grim, even revealing a trace of barely perceptible panic. No one is allowed to enter. His voice was deep and firm, like an order that could not be resisted. Grandma Jin's expression changed, her brows furrowing tighter, her tone somewhat displeased. What kind of joke are you making? You can stay out, but I have no intention of giving up. I said, no one is allowed to go in. Including you. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly became sharp, coldly staring at her, his words carrying an undeniable threat. Grandma Jin's expression paused slightly, then she sneered, Ha, what makes you think you can? Chapter 140, Fake Monsters. Grandma Jin's expression was unpredictable, her gaze on Qin Lang filled with a hint of exploration and doubt. She originally thought Qin Lang was just blocking her out of hostility, but now it seemed things were far from simple. She coldly asked, Why won't you let me in? What are you afraid of? Qin Lang took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, and said in a deep voice, I am not afraid. But you can't enter, you just can't. If you absolutely must go in, I can only kill you. After all, once you go in, you're dead too. The moment this sentence came out, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Sumubai and Yi Zi's expressions changed slightly. It was the first time they saw Qin Lang's tone so firm. Granny Genia stared at Qin Lang, her brows slightly furrowed, the mockery in her eyes gradually disappearing, replaced by a hint of vigilance and doubt. She could tell that Qin Lang wasn't joking just now. If he would rather fight to the death than let her enter the room, it meant that what was inside was definitely not an ordinary treasure. He. The monster's laughter echoed in the basement, carrying a casual mockery. It tilted its head to look at Qin Lang, a smile creeping at the corner of its mouth, its voice leisurely. Qin Lang, are you afraid that after seeing the treasure, I will kill you? Qin Lang glanced at it and suddenly laughed. Go trick someone else. His smile was somewhat mocking. You? You think you can trick me into going in? The monster's smile froze slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing its eyes, but it quickly regained its indifferent demeanor. Qin Lang turned his head, his tone firm. No matter what you say, I won't go in. The monster's smile stiffened for a moment, its eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of hidden impatience, but it quickly returned to its previous calm tone, smiling as it said. Qin Lang, don't you want to think it over again? I can take you all in to see. The treasures of Silent Hill are certainly not mundane items, they will not disappoint you, and you are all going to die in the end, so why not see a bit more? Its voice was deep, carrying a kind of irresistible allure. Shen Wangqing shivered as she heard it, unable to resist the urge to step forward. However, Qin Lang merely scoffed, a hint of irony curling at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he looked at the monster, calmly saying, Hey, there's just a corpse inside, what are you pretending for? Instantly, the entire underground space fell into a deathly silence. The monster's smile finally froze completely, its pupils suddenly constricting, staring fixedly at Qin Lang, surprise and doubt flashing in its eyes. What did you say? Its voice remained low, but laced with a hint of panic from being exposed. How could he know? Countless possibilities flashed through the monster's mind, but none of them yielded an answer. The other people present were also shocked by Qin Lang's words. Granny Jinya furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing confusion and vigilance. Sumubai couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yeezy clenched her fists, trying to obtain answers from Qin Lang. A corpse? Granny Jinya finally spoke, her eyes sharp as they focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what exactly did you see? Qin Lang slowly scanned everyone, finally landing his gaze on the monster, taking a deep breath, his tone calm and certain. I now completely understand the secret of Silent Hill. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing at the monster, his eyes sharp as a knife, a significant cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are not a real monster. You are just a fake. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped in shock, turning to look at the monster, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. Granny Jinya's face instantly darkened, as if she instinctively shouted, impossible. How could the information gathered with the lives of countless teammates be wrong? The treasure hidden in Silent Hill was undoubtedly invaluable. Moreover, all the processes were correct. How could this monster not be a monster? However, Qin Lang merely scoffed, his gaze piercing, carrying a sharpness that penetrated everything. He inched closer to the monster, his voice low and full of power, every word seeming heavy, striking at the heart. Qin Lang looked at Granny Jinya. Aren't you curious where the first-generation vessel went? Granny Jinya's brows suddenly furrowed. The eyes flickered slightly, as if sensing something, yet unwilling to admit it. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, firmly pointing at the monster, his gaze filled with unwavering determination, his tone powerful and resonant. You are the first-generation vessel. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heart trembled fiercely. The monster's expression darkened completely, a trace of barely perceptible fluctuation flashing in its pitch-black eyes. Its mouth still wore a cynical smile, but behind that smile, there seemed to be a slight crack. It did not deny immediately, but stared at Qin Lang with its deep-set eyes, as if trying to find some flaw in him. But Qin Lang did not speak again, he just quietly looked at the monster, a cold smile carrying a sharp edge at the corner of his mouth. Grandma Jin's face grew increasingly gloomy, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her eyes flickering with doubt, reluctance, and a hint of barely noticeable shock. She asked in a deep voice, Qin Lang, what exactly are you saying? This monster is the first-generation vessel? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety, as if afraid to hear an answer she did not wish to face. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his gaze cold as a knife, slowly speaking, what is inside is, in fact, the real corpse of the monster. That corpse has not yet been awakened. At these words, everyone's heart shook violently, the air seemingly froze at that moment, making it hard to breathe. Grandma Jin's eyes widened suddenly, her expression turning incredulous. She wanted to refute but found Qin Lang's gaze unusually firm, without a hint of hesitation or deception. A corpse? You mean that is the monster's corpse? Her voice trembled slightly but quickly masked it, her tone filled with questioning and caution. If the monster's corpse is inside and not awakened, then the monster in front of them is undoubtedly a fake. Qin Lang did not answer directly but slowly looked around, finally settling his gaze on the room behind the shattered wall, his voice deep and solemn. Back then, the coal miners dug up the monster's corpse, but they did not know what they had discovered until the cult in Silent Hill intervened. They quietly collected the monster's corpse, and... Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. This is where the cult placed the monster's corpse. Chapter 141, Man-Made Disaster. Grandma Jin's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Standing beside her, Su Mubu trembled violently, as if suddenly realizing something, her face turned pale, and she asked in a terrified tone. Could it be that everyone in Silent Hill Town died, not due to a mining accident, but because... Her voice shook as if afraid to say the next answer, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and said. But someone deliberately slaughtered them? In an instant, everyone's breath stopped abruptly, a suffocating chill spreading from beneath their feet. The entire underground space fell silent, leaving only the sound of their racing hearts and the flickering yellow light casting distorted shadows above. The monster stood still, its smile gradually fading, replaced by a deep and elusive expression. It slightly narrowed its eyes, seemingly assessing Qin Lang, trying to see how much he truly knew. Qin Lang's voice echoed in the dim underground space, each word like a sharp blade stabbing fiercely into everyone's hearts. The mining accident of that year was indeed real. But that mining accident was not a natural disaster, but a thoroughly man-made tragedy. He slowly scanned everyone present, especially Grandma Jin. Her cold smile had not completely faded from her face, but her eyes flickered slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Qin Lang continued to speak. The mastermind, who was the one who planned everything, after obtaining the corpse of the monster, was seduced by the monster. So he began to want everyone to die in this small town, and then revive the monster. Everyone? Sumubai suddenly frowned, a trace of unbelievable shock appearing in his eyes. Then the whole Silent Hill, isn't it just a huge altar? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded. All the residents of Silent Hill have become sacrifices for reviving the monster. Everyone's heart sank. Old Granny Jin finally couldn't help but snicker, breaking the eerie silence. She crossed her arms, a mocking smile on her lips, and slowly spoke. Are the people of the town fools? No matter how powerful this planner is, don't they all want to run away? Do they have no basic survival instincts? Her eyes held a hint of disdain, clearly not believing that everyone in the small town would obediently wait for death. However, Qin Lang just gave her a cold glance and continued. Of course, they want to run, but someone doesn't let them run. Who? A hint of confusion finally appeared in old Granny Jin's eyes. Qin Lang's gaze narrowed slightly, like a blade piercing through all falsehoods in the dark, and slowly said. For example, what if they were all made to hide in the church? If the leader of the cult, the real controller of this small town, made them all come to the church? Let all the residents hide in here before the mine disaster and then let them slowly die. What? In an instant, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Could someone actually achieve this level? Yi Zi's lips trembled slightly, as if realizing something, her face suddenly pale, breathing became rapid. Do you all understand now? Qin Lang's voice was low and calm but carried an irresistible power. This is also why, from the moment we stepped into Silent Hill, we simply could not reach the church. He slowly turned around, his gaze deep as he looked at the dim yellow lights in the distance, his voice low like the whispers of a ghost from the underworld. Because the real church. He paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly cold, his tone chillingly said. Has already turned into a mass grave filled with sacrifices. At this moment, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold rushing from their feet to the top of their heads, as if the underground space they were in was no longer the human world but hell. At that time, someone made all the residents hide in the church, and so, the church became a mass grave. He spoke very calmly, but precisely because of that, what he said sounded more horrifying than the most terrifying whispers of evil spirits. Everyone's faces had completely changed, especially Su Mubai, his fingertips trembled slightly, as if already realizing some chilling truth. The one who could do this. Qin Lang raised his eyes, could only be the priest of the church at that time, right? As this sentence fell, the entire basement instantly fell into a deathly silence. Silence, a suffocating silence. Old Granny Jin's expression became extremely ugly, Su Mubai clenched his fists, while Bai Qi frowned, thoughtfully staring at Qin Lang. And also, do you all remember what Han Zhuoran said when he was controlled? Qin Lang slowly scanned the surroundings, his tone still calm, but every word seemed to carry a bone-chilling coldness. At that time, he said he was just a slave. Slave? Su Mubai murmured, as if digesting the true meaning of this sentence. Yes, slave. Qin Lang nodded, the corners of his mouth curling with a hint of coldness, but the problem arises. Han Zhuoran had no self-awareness at that time, right? In other words, the one speaking at that time was not Han Zhuoran himself, but the thing that had possessed him. Su Mubai suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, wait. If it's a ghost speaking, why does it call itself a slave? That's right. Qin Lang sneered coldly, this is the key point. He stared at the monster, his gaze sharp as if he had seen through everything. How could a real monster call itself a slave? A heavy air hung in the atmosphere, making everyone's breath feel burdened. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze like lightning in the night, piercing through layers of fog, pointing directly at the core of the truth. So, there is only one explanation. His voice was deep and powerful, every word seeming to stir an invisible ripple in the underground space. That is, the person possessing Han Zhuoran is not a real monster, but rather someone who willingly serves monsters. It was him who created this series of tragedies. As Qin Lang's last words fell, the entire underground world seemed to lose its sound in an instant, a dreadful silence enveloping everything. Ha 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 ha. The sudden laughter shattered the silence, echoing like a devil's wild laughter from the depths of hell, resonating in the dark space. The monster possessing Feng Lanlan burst into laughter, its crimson eyes flashing with a dangerous light. It slowly applauded, a malicious smile curling at the corners of its mouth, its laughter tinged with almost arrogant admiration. You are truly so interesting. Chapter 142, A Deadly Game. The monster raised its head, squinted its eyes, the smile deepening, finally admitting everything. That's right, I am not a monster. I am the priest of Silent Hill. The air suddenly froze, and everyone's heartbeat halted for a moment. I never expected that there would still be someone who could understand these matters. His voice was deep, carrying an inexplicable admiration, like a chess player who had set a careful trap, finally seeing a worthy opponent. Qin Lang, you are really extraordinary. Qin Lang scoffed coldly, his gaze sharp, you tricked us in here, intending to kill us, so your master could resurrect, right? The priest did not deny it, he merely clapped lightly, the corners of his mouth forming a strange arc, that's right, that's how it is. His tone was casual, as if talking about something trivial. But with those few words, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop again, a feeling of oppression suddenly spreading, as if countless invisible hands were quietly reaching out from the darkness, slowly extending towards everyone. Granny Jinya frowned tightly, still feeling puzzled. She had seen slaughter, experienced countless conspiracies, yet the current situation made her feel a chill. What does this mean? Qin Lang looked deeply at her, his expression grave. Don't you understand? Why has no one been able to pass Silent Hill for so long? His voice was low, but every word was like a hammer, striking hard into everyone's hearts. Everyone was stunned, as if realizing a certain possibility. Su Mubai's expression suddenly changed. Granny Genia's eyes gradually revealed shock. Qin Lang continued, because the existence of Silent Hill was originally meant for all players to die here, becoming the nutrients for the monster's resurrection. This sentence was like a thunderclap, explosively resonating in everyone's ears. Granny Genia's pupils contracted slightly, her heart racing. Do you mean? Qin Lang nodded, his voice deep, carrying a chilling killing intent. That's right, the dungeon managers we encountered along the way intentionally caused player deaths at every stage. Do you remember? Every rule seemed fair but hid deadly traps, every challenge was incredibly cruel, leaving almost no chance for survival. His gaze swept over everyone. The expression was cold. All the rules, all the trials, all the choices, have only one purpose. To let us die. The entire Silent Hill instance is a killing game designed by the instance system and monsters. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and everyone's breath halted for a moment. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp like swords, piercing the priest standing opposite him. Every person who died in Silent Hill is the nourishment for the monsters. The priest smiled slightly, with a mysterious satisfaction and appreciation, looking at Qin Lang as if admiring a fine piece of art. Clever, very clever. But unfortunately, Yi Zi's face turned pale instantly, her hands instinctively clenched the corners of her clothes, her eyes revealing a trace of tension and unease. Qin Lang, does it mean that we have no way out? Her voice was soft, but in this suffocating silent underground world, every word was exceptionally clear, as if carrying a trembling echo. Qin Lang did not answer immediately. Instead, he squinted slightly, as if pondering something. After a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Grandma Genie. Grandma, I want to ask you, why did you come back to do this hidden task? Grandma Genie frowned, evidently caught off guard by Qin Lang's sudden question. She fell silent for a few seconds, then finally sighed, deciding to tell the truth. I heard that there is a treasure hidden in Silent Hill. If we get it, we can complete the hidden task, unlock achievements, and directly pass through. My teammates have been working hard for this treasure. Her tone was calm, but her greed and plotting were not deliberately concealed. After all, she was an old hand and would not do anything without return. So you came here. Qin Lang nodded, then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let me tell you why I came. Everyone's gaze fell on him in unison. Qin Lang slowly said, I came here because I was entrusted by Qin Hu. In other words, we all know there is a hidden task here, and we all came for this task. But have you ever thought, with so many people, why does everyone know about this news? Grandma Genie suddenly froze, and Yi Zi gasped. Shen Wanqing's face also turned ugly. Do you mean we were brought here on purpose? Qin Lang's smile turned even colder. That's right, this is not an ordinary hidden task at all, but a bait, a trap specifically designed to lure players here to die. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's hearts. Grandma Genia's complexion changed, Yi Zi's body trembled slightly, Su Mubai's eyes showed shock and anger, and Shen Wanqing tightly clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. Everyone realized one thing, they were not challengers, but prey that had been deliberately raised up. The priest smiled slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes, as his gaze slowly swept over Qin Lang and the others, seemingly enjoying their shocked expressions. That's right, Qin Lang, you are right. His voice carried an indescribable eerie excitement. Actually, I was completely erased by a mysterious force a long time ago. He paused, his smile growing even wider, as if recalling some pleasant memory. As for my master, because there was no suitable container, he could only be sealed in this darkness. But that person is magnanimous. He did not completely annihilate us but gave us a chance. A chance? Grandma Genie frowned. What do you mean? The priest slowly spread his arms, his tone filled with a hint of fanaticism. He said, as long as we continue to play the role of sacrificers here, luring all players here as offerings. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes. Allow my master to resurrect. In other words, he is the director, and we are just the actors. He even sent many beast-faced, human-bodied monsters to assist us in completing the sacrifice. How strange yet kind, isn't it? Boom, a sudden heaviness sank into Qin Lang and the others' hearts, a bone-chilling cold spreading along their spines. So, the so-called hidden mission is not meant for players to clear, but is a killing trap. Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold. You never intended to let anyone leave here alive. Chapter 143, The Avatar of Monsters. The priest laughed loudly, his laughter filled with a sickly madness. That's right. Every person who enters Silent Hill will ultimately become a sacrifice. They will be driven insane by fear, torn apart by monsters, and toyed with by the rules. In the end, their blood and souls will nourish this land, turning it into a warm bed for my master to be reborn. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, staring at the priest before him, his palm slowly raised, pointing at him, his tone chillingly said, "You should go keep your master company." Before the words fell, Qin Lang was already ready for battle. He slightly crouched, gripping the demon-slaying knife tightly, the blade trembling slightly, radiating a sinister cold light, as if it had been thirsty for blood for a long time, eager for new prey. However, the priest showed no sign of panic. Instead, he chuckled softly, his laughter containing a hint of disdain and mockery. "Do you think you can defeat me here? How ridiculous." Unmoved, Qin Lang sneered, "The naive person is you." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped down, his whole body rushing out like a released arrow, the demon-slaying knife slicing through the air, aiming straight for the priest's throat. The blade cut through the mist, like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, with strong killing intent rushing towards the priest. However, just as the blade was about to touch the priest, a strange shadow suddenly spread behind him. It was a vast darkness that expanded like an abyss, swallowing all light. Gurgle gurgle, within the shadow, it seemed there were countless twisted faces rolling around, struggling, whimpering, giving off chilling whispers. Then, a pitch-black giant claw slowly reached out, its nails vicious and covered with dried blood, carrying a stench of decay and despair, suddenly grabbing towards Qin Lang. "Look closely, this is the power of my master." The priest laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the darkness, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty fervor. Yeezy exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a monster?" Granny Genie said, "Impossible, the monster isn't resurrected yet, this might just be an avatar." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. The black claw came whistling in with unmatched power, tearing the air with a deep rumble, as if the entire space was twisting. Facing this terrifying enemy, Qin Lang did not take a step back, his eyes were electric, his fighting spirit boiling, the demon-slaying knife bursting with a dazzling cold light, charging forward. This battle was unavoidable. Granny Genie watched the battle unfold, unable to help but shake her head and sigh, muttering softly, "Is Qin Lang a fool? Although this is just an avatar, can he handle that power?" Even if Qin Lang was strong, he was still just a mortal. How could he possibly turn the tide? Bai Qi thought the same, advising Qin Lang, "Big brother, this is too risky. The power of this avatar is formidable, I wouldn't dare engage unless I was at my peak. Now you can't harness my full strength yet." Qin Lang replied, "Stop the nonsense, if I say it works, it works." Bai Qi sighed lightly, "Alright then, you just have to endure." In the next second, Qin Lang's figure actually disappeared. Everyone was filled with astonishment, their eyes searching all around, trying to find his trace. However, neither their naked eyes nor their senses enhanced by skills could capture Qin Lang's breath. He seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The priest's expression slightly changed, his brow furrowed, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He looked around, his tone grim as he said, "Qin Lang, where have you hidden?" His voice echoed in the dead air, carrying a barely detectable anxiety. With his ability, it should have been impossible not to sense Qin Lang's presence, yet at this moment, he couldn't even see a shadow of him. This weighed heavily on his heart, a feeling of ominous premonition beginning to spread in his chest. In the next second, a blade of light suddenly appeared behind him, cutting through the air. "What?" The priest's pupils constricted in shock, and before he could react, Qin Lang's knife had struck down hard. Puff! The sharp blade cut through effortlessly, slicing into the shoulder of Feng Lanlan, the body the priest had possessed, blood splattering instantly, dyeing the priest's cold face red. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, while the priest also felt a chilling pain at that moment. Qin Lang's attack was not just harming this body, but was striking directly at his very soul. "Damn brat!" The priest's face twisted, a raging fire igniting in his eyes, his voice turning fierce and furious, "You dare to hurt me." He endured the soul-wrenching pain and raised his hand violently, a dark shadow rapidly spreading, turning into sharp tentacles, coiling toward Qin Lang like venomous snakes. However, Qin Lang coldly laughed, lightly stepping, his figure transforming into a phantom, quickly retreating to evade the attack. "You think you can kill me with just this little trick?" Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, the blade still dripping blood, his tone icy. "Don't you understand? Your flaws have been completely exposed." Yet, the priest did not show fear, instead, he grinned wickedly, the corner of his mouth curling into a strange arc. "I have flaws?" He coldly laughed, his voice echoing like a ghost in the air. "Qin Lang, do you really think you've won?" Before the words faded, the monster's avatar behind him let out a deafening roar. Boom! Darkness engulfed, a more terrifying killing intent surged forth, the avatar of the monster, under the priest's command, lunged at Qin Lang again with its twisted body. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, a coldness filling the space between his brows. He suddenly waved his hand, mental energy swirling in the air, condensing into several invisible bullets, shooting out like meteors. Bang! 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 The bullets, carrying invisible killing intent, struck fiercely against the priest's body. The priest's body trembled violently, his face twisting in pain, showing torment. In that moment, it felt as if his soul was being torn apart by sharp power, the severe pain making it hard for him to cope, rendering him momentarily immobile. Damn! The priest growled lowly, fury boiling in his deep green eyes. But just as he forced himself to steady his form, a terrifying power exploded from the depths of darkness. The monster's avatar roared, swinging its enormous and twisted limb. Its giant claw covered in black scales suddenly slammed down onto the ground, causing the entire basement to shake violently. In an instant, it was like an earthquake. The walls cracked, large amounts of dust and debris fell from the ceiling, and a heavy oppressive feeling filled the air. Yeezy staggered, almost knocked over. She hurriedly supported herself against a stone pillar nearby, her eyes filled with anxiety. Qin Lang! I'm coming to help you! She yelled urgently, putting all her strength into her legs, ready to charge in and assist. However, Qin Lang's voice came through without hesitation, carrying an undeniable chill. Take care of yourself first. Yeezy's footsteps halted, biting her lip, but the worry in her eyes did not lessen at all. At that moment, the monster's avatar launched its attack like lightning, ambushing from Qin Lang's flank. Its claws cut through the air, leaving a chilling arc of light. Torn down fiercely. Shred. Blood blossoms. Qin Lang's left shoulder instantly broke open into a hideous blood hole, blood gushed out, splattering on the ground, bright red and dazzling. His body slightly swayed, a bead of cold sweat appeared at his temple, but his expression showed no pain at all. Instead his gaze became sharper, filled with a nearly cold battle intent. Yeezy's pupils constricted, her heart suddenly tightened, anxiously shouting, Qin Lang! You! She wanted to rush forward but was held back by a skinny hand gripping her arm. Granny Genie shook her head slowly, speaking in a calm tone, Don't worry, he won't die. But, his wound. Yeezy's voice trembled. She couldn't bear to watch Qin Lang get hurt, but she was held by Granny Genie, unable to move. Granny Genie's lips slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Don't forget, he has the desperation virus. Just as Yeezy was puzzled, Qin Lang's wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Muscles rippled, flesh grew, the open wound was soon filled with new tissue. In just a few seconds, the originally deep wound had completely returned to normal, even the bloodstains were covered by new skin. Yeezy looked at Granny Genie again, shocked once more. She actually knew that Qin Lang had the desperation virus. It seemed she had long been aware of him. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, moved his shoulder, a cold smile crept at the corners of his mouth. Is this all? Not enough to see. His eyes burned with fierce battle intent, the ghost-slaying blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if responding to his murderous intent. Seeing this scene, the priest's face finally turned ugly. What kind of monster are you? Qin Lang licked his lips, scoffing, monster? No, this is just the beginning. Qin Lang's figure flashed, like a gust of wind charging towards the priest again, the ghost-slaying blade cutting through the darkness, cold light like lightning. The monster's avatar let out a deafening roar, its body suddenly expanded, a giant arm covered in black scales swung down viciously, striking the ground with terrifying force. Boom! The entire basement shook violently, as if it had encountered an earthquake, with huge cracks spreading across the ground. The walls instantly collapsed, large boulders fell like raindrops. Yeezy's pupils constricted, she quickly jumped aside, swinging her short sword, accurately shattering a boulder that was hurtling towards her. Meanwhile, Granny Genie simply stomped her foot lightly, releasing her inner energy. An invisible gust of wind swirled out, blasting away all the falling debris around. Be careful, this place is going to collapse. Others began to use their own methods, either dodging or bracing themselves, struggling in the collapsing basement. Yeezy looked up, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her heart anxious. What does he want to do? This way of fighting head-on is not a solution at all. However, standing beside her, Granny Genie suddenly smiled lightly, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. I understand. Yeezy was stunned, turning to look at Granny Genie. Granny, what are you saying? Granny Genie exhaled slowly, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang is not planning to fight the monster's avatar to the death. Yeezy was momentarily stunned, clearly not responding. What? Granny Genie squinted her eyes, looking at the continuously collapsing walls around, her voice carrying a tone of certainty. He is deliberately letting the monster's avatar destroy this place. His true goal is to make the entire basement collapse completely, burying the monster's main body beneath the ruins. Yeezy's eyes widened, her heart racing suddenly, and she gasped in shock. This is too risky, right? Qin Lang was still darting around, skillfully dodging the monster's avatar's furious attacks, as if he didn't care about winning or losing, simply, continuously guiding the monster to strike. Every time the monster's avatar struck down, it made the basement more dilapidated, the cracks growing larger. The load-bearing structure supporting the entire underground space is already on the verge of collapse. If this continues, in no time, the whole basement will completely cave in. The priest finally realized that something was wrong, and his face changed completely. Damn it! So you have been using me all along? Qin Lang heard this and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently shook off the blood from the ghost slayer blade, his eyes filled with unabashed mockery. You are just a puppet, why would I target you? The priest's face turned ashen, and a surge of anger from being fooled rose from his chest as he gritted his teeth and roared, You wretched thing! Boom! Before he could take any further action, the entire basement finally could not withstand the violent destruction caused by the demonic avatar and began to collapse completely. Boom! The ceiling of the entire basement had split open with countless menacing cracks, rocks raining down like a storm, and the furious demonic avatar roared among the ruins, rampaging with a destructive force. In this life and death chaos, a tall figure suddenly burst out from the cracked wall. Qin Lang. I'm here to help you. Sumubai's voice echoed amid the deafening noise, her feet lightly leaping onto the collapsing stones, her eyes showing a hint of tension. Qin Lang turned slightly and, seeing it was Sumubai, was not surprised. Instead, he curled the corner of his mouth. Did you find a way out? Sumubai nodded, of course. Qin Lang smiled and didn't ask more. He directly said, good, then help me with something. Sumubai was about to nod when she saw Qin Lang suddenly get closer, whispering a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Sumubai's expression changed slightly, seemingly surprised as she looked at Qin Lang, but soon, a playful smile curled at her lips, and she gently nodded. No problem. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, his expression determined. Then I'll leave it to you. Sumubai didn't say anything more and turned to look at Yi and the others, loudly saying, follow me. I have found the way out. When Yi heard this, she asked, what about Qin Lang? He'll be fine. Sumubai confidently raised her chin, don't fall behind. She quickly took the lead, rushing toward a nearby stone wall, weaving through the layers of cracks, and Yi, Granny Jinyi, and the others immediately followed. However, at that moment, the priest's cold laughter echoed. Ha ha, do you really think it's that simple to escape? Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he looked up at the priest, who was standing on a tall broken wall, his face eerie, his tone filled with mockery. The rocks in this underground space are among the hardest in the world. Without my mechanisms, you cannot get out. As soon as his words fell, Yi had already attempted to use the paper to blow snow to cut through the rock layer ahead. Clang! The sword blade struck the rock and surprisingly made a sound like metal clashing, even causing the blade to tremble slightly. Yi's expression changed slightly, stepping back, gritting her teeth. It's really hard. The priest laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This rock layer has formed over countless years, you cannot break through it. However, just as the priest felt pleased, Granny Jinyi slowly stepped forward, lifted her eyelids, and said lightly, let me try. She took out her smoking pipe, took a deep puff, and suddenly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly rolled, gathered, and twisted in the air, instantly transforming into dozens of sharp smoke blades, each shining with a cold light, resembling true blades. With a gentle wave of Granny Jinyi's hand, whoosh, 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 those dozens of smoke blades shot out like a storm, viciously slashing at the rock wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The originally impervious rock, under the cutting of these smoke blades, was actually sliced open like tofu, and in an instant, a passage large enough for passage cracked open on the wall. Yi gasped in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. The power of Grandma Jinyi is truly unfathomable. Grandma Jinyi puts away her pipe and smiles calmly. Alright, the path is open. Let's go. The priest's face instantly turns extremely ugly. You all. Qin Lang smirks slightly, watching everything unfold, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Focus, I'm coming again. The priest trembles with anger, his eyes filled with a rising intent to kill. Meanwhile, Sumubai has already led Yi and others to rush quickly towards the passage. You can't leave. The priest's eyes blaze with mad fury as he watches Yi and others dash towards the open passage, his reason nearly consumed by rage. You will not leave here. He suddenly swings his hand, and the magic creature's clone lets out a deafening roar, its limbs slamming down like a collapsing mountain, casting a terrifying shadow towards Qin Lang, trying to completely shred him. Qin Lang, however, is already prepared. He snorts coldly as he fills the ghost-chopping blade with power and suddenly strikes down towards the chest of the magic creature's clone. Ha! The blade, carrying a chilling cold light, slices through the air, ripping apart the darkness and delivering a fierce slash to the magic creature's clone. Boom! The massive body of the magic creature's clone suddenly shakes, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Its enormous body is unexpectedly pushed back several steps by Qin Lang's blow, the sharp blade energy tears a ghastly wound in its chest, and a dark aura gushes out from the injury. The priest's expression suddenly changes. How is this possible? His body trembles slightly as he incredulously gazes at Qin Lang, his lips quivering as if he is questioning if he saw it wrong. How could the magic creature's clone be pushed back by a single strike from Qin Lang? He cannot understand, he cannot accept. Logically, this magic creature's clone, while merely a part of the main body, still possesses terrifying power, enough to flatten a city. Yet this mere mortal before him can withstand its attack and push it back? The priest's gaze grows increasingly cold, his face turning pale, as he growls, how did you do it? Qin Lang flicks his wrist, and the blood on the blade slides down the edge. Priest, do you think just relying on the magic creature's clone allows you to act recklessly? He steps closer, the ghost-chopping blade radiating a chilling killing intent. You are nothing but a puppet. Even if you have the magic creature's clone doesn't mean you can unleash its full power. In the end, you are just a piece on the chessboard. As soon as the words fall, the priest's face flushes red, his body trembling with rage. Qin Lang's words strike at the deepest pain in his heart. Indeed, he cannot fully unleash the magic creature's complete power. The power of the magic creature is terrifying, but he is merely a vessel using that power, not the magic creature itself. If the magic creature's main body were to descend personally, Qin Lang wouldn't stand a chance to survive. But now, he is actually looked down upon by Qin Lang, who even calls him just a puppet. Do you dare underestimate me? The priest completely breaks down, madness surges in his eyes as he suddenly bites through his finger, and black blood instantly seeps into the air, causing a violent wind to rage in the basement, with ominous energy swirling. I will kill you. He suddenly spreads his arms wide, and the magic creature's clone seems to sense its master's anger, letting out a deafening roar, terrifying power coalescing in its limbs as it roars down towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's fighting spirit surges, and a smile appears on his lips. This is interesting, let's try again. He does not retreat but advances, meeting the magic creature's clone and striking again with his blade. Just as Qin Lang is about to swing his blade again, suddenly, a deep and cold voice rings in his mind. Enough, big brother. Your body is nearing its limit. Bai Qi's voice carries an undeniable warning, echoing in Qin Lang's consciousness. His tone is strict and anxious, as if he can already see Qin Lang collapsing from the unbearable strain in the next moment. Qin Lang grits his teeth. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. He certainly knew how terrible his condition was. His stamina was already drained, his muscles ached as if about to explode, and his bones ached faintly, each swing of the knife bringing excruciating pain like tearing. The desperate virus was constantly repairing his body, but the speed was gradually unable to keep up with the wear and tear. Bai Qi said seriously, Big brother, those few slashes just now you could only withstand them because of my strong internal power. But you can't bear such strong power at all. Your meridians have already started to collapse. If it continues like this, your body will be completely destroyed. Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly, the intense pain surged from the limbs and bones like a tide, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, his forehead covered in sweat, yet his eyes remained sharp as a knife. Just hold on a little longer. His voice was low and firm, showing no signs of wavering. Bai Qi paused for a moment, then angrily said, Hold on? You still want to hold on? Do you know that your earlier bursts were all supported by my internal power so that you didn't get shattered by the monster on the spot? But you've already reached your limit. Even with my power, I cannot support your body indefinitely. Big brother, if you keep fighting him, you will die. Bai Qi's voice echoed in his consciousness, filled with rare anger and urgency. However, Qin Lang simply took a deep breath and calmly replied, I know. Bai Qi was stunned, and yet you still do this? Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile filled with madness and confidence, but I have already thought of a way to deal with this guy. Bai Qi was momentarily silent. After a moment, he asked in a deep voice, What way? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly looking at the roaring monster in front of him, while casting a glance towards the distant passage. This depends on whether Su Mubai and the others can hurry up. In the deep underground passage, Su Mubai led the way, his steps quick and firm, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Quick. Hurry up. We must leave here as soon as possible. Yi Zi followed closely behind, but her brows were tightly knit, a lingering unease in her heart. Her breathing was slightly hurried, she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but ask, But what about Qin Lang? Are we just leaving him behind? His current situation. Before she finished speaking, Su Mubai unhesitatingly interrupted her. The faster we go up, the faster Qin Lang will be saved. Yi Zi was taken aback, her footsteps slightly faltering, looking at Su Mubai in confusion. Why? But Su Mubai didn't explain, he just lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and charged forward with all his might. Yi Zi became even more confused. She turned to look at the others, hoping to find an answer in their expressions. However, at that moment, the ever-silent Granny Jean Yi suddenly slowed her steps. She widened her eyes as if she suddenly thought of something, then she burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter echoed in the narrow passage, and everyone stopped, looking at Granny Jean Yi in shock. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but furrow her brows, asking in confusion, Granny, what are you laughing at? Granny Jean Yi's laughter gradually quieted, but a profound smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth. She looked deeply at Su Mubai, then slowly scanned the others, her gaze filled with an understanding light. She softly sighed, her tone carrying a hint of admiration along with shock. I understand now what Qin Lang is trying to do. She looked up at the dark end of the passage above, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. This kid actually wants to summon all the spirits from Silent Hill. At this remark, everyone was taken aback. Su Mubai was also a bit surprised. This woman actually saw through Qin Lang's plan in an instant. Yi Zi suddenly opened her eyes wide, her breath halted, and her voice trembled with disbelief. What? Release all the undead? Shen Wanqing was also full of shock, completely unable to imagine the horror of this plan. But how is this possible? What does he want to do? Sumobai did not turn back, only quickened his pace, his voice low yet firm. You're right, that's why we must go up quickly. Everyone felt a chill creeping up their spines. Qin Lang's plan was too crazy, simply unbelievable. But at the same time, their footsteps quickened even more than before. Granny Jean looked back at the long and rugged stone steps behind her, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. She suddenly stopped, hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. Walking this way is too slow. She let out a cold snort, the corner of her mouth with the pipe slightly rising, carrying a touch of playful smile. After speaking, she casually knocked the edge of her pipe, leisurely taking another deep puff of smoke. Her chest slightly puffed up, and then she opened her mouth wide, slowly exhaling a thick fog of smoke. This puff of smoke seemed to carry some incredible power, quickly filling the narrow passage. At first, everyone felt a haze before them, smoke swirling, their vision instantly becoming blurred. But soon, they astonishingly discovered the ground beneath their feet had actually vanished. This is? Yi exclaimed. She looked down and found her feet were actually floating in mid-air, completely freed from the constraints of the steps. Xin Wanqing was also in shock. The smoke beneath her feet seemed to turn into a gentle yet mighty force, steadily supporting her body, making her float lightly, as if riding clouds. What kind of spell is this? She widened her eyes, her voice filled with incredulity. Sumobai, however, did not panic too much. Instead, he quickly adjusted his posture, adapting to the sudden floating state. He frowned slightly, whispering, Granny Jin's strength is even deeper than I imagined. The smoke grew denser and denser, like an invisible giant hand, steadily lifting everyone. The next moment, a magnificent force suddenly pushed out, their bodies rapidly accelerating, as if leaves caught in a fierce wind, racing towards the end of the passage. Wow! Yi couldn't help but scream, her body swaying slightly in the air, hurriedly reaching out to grab something. But the smoke gently enveloped them, neither letting them fall nor losing control, just swiftly sending them upwards. Granny Jean stood amidst the smoke, showing a hint of a proud smile. She shook her pipe, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. Hee, hold on tight. Everyone was incredibly shocked, completely not expecting this seemingly ordinary old woman actually possessed such terrifying power. The group was wrapped in the smoke and quickly rushed out of the passage. When they finally felt the ground solid beneath them, their bodies jolted violently. They had finally returned to the ground. However, when they looked up and surveyed their surroundings, everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold air. The scene before them was completely different from what they had seen when they came. The peaceful and serene small town they had known was gone, replaced by a deserted, desolate ruin. The streets were filled with cracks, deep fissures like black wounds tearing the earth apart. Dilapidated buildings stood crookedly, many already collapsed, thick dust piled up among broken walls and ruins, as if no one had set foot here for decades. The air was thick with a heavy scent of decay, mixed with rust and damp mildew. It was as if this place had long been forgotten by the world. It has become a dead city. How is this possible? Yi murmured to herself, struggling to imagine how Silent Hill had instantly turned into this. Old Granny Jean said, this is the true form of Silent Hill. Everyone turned their heads to look at old Granny Jean. Old Granny Jean continued, what we saw before was just an illusion created by the priest and the monsters. She gently tapped her palm with her pipe, squinting her eyes to survey the surroundings, her tone calm. This place has been finished for a long time, the way it is now is its true appearance. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Sumobai took a deep breath, a hint of urgency appeared on his face as he broke the brief silence. Let's not worry about this. Quickly go to the church. His sharp gaze swept around before he suddenly lifted his foot and began to run towards the town center. Everyone exchanged glances, although shock and doubt lingered in their hearts, there was no hesitation, and they quickly followed suit. The church was not far away. That Gothic black church stood like a huge shadow, isolated above this lifeless land. The broken spire pointed towards the dark sky in the night, while the ancient stained glass windows had long been shattered, leaving only the incomplete frames, swaying in the cold wind ready to fall. Indeed, they had been underground in the church all along. No more talking, hurry up and go in. Sumobai's face was serious as he was the first to push open the half-closed door. Creak. The heavy church door slowly opened, and a stench of decay hit them, mixed with the foul smells of blood and rotten flesh, making them retch. As soon as they stepped inside, their scalps went numb. The interior of the church resembled hell. Bones were piled haphazardly on the ground, white skeletal remains exposed to the air, some of them incomplete. Some still had bits of shriveled flesh, twisted positions telling tales of pain and despair before their deaths. Black blood had long since dried, crystallizing into grotesque stains that extended from the walls to the ceiling, like the markings of a cursed demon. Yi gasped, suddenly covering her mouth, her face pale. Is this the site of the priest's sacrifices back then? Sumobai did not answer, his expression darkened slightly, and then he formed hand signs. Blood demon technique, summoning souls. Scarlet blood began to seep into the ground, and the cold wind in the church suddenly went wild, as if countless invisible eyes were watching them from the darkness, waiting to be summoned. At that moment, old Granny Jean suddenly chuckled, meaningfully raising her pipe, gently taking a puff and exhaling a wisp of white mist, her laughter carrying a hint of interest. Hey Qin Lang, this kid's mind is even sharper than I imagined. Sumi White stood at the center of the ruins, hands slightly together, closing his eyes to sense the emotional fluctuations of the ghosts. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, making her expression colder and more composed. Do not be afraid. She spoke softly, her voice carrying an indescribable firmness and gentleness, as if she was calling out to dear ones who had been sleeping for many years. I can feel your pain, your anger, I can help you take your revenge. The massacre you once suffered, all the innocence from before, there is an answer. The ghosts slowly manifested, their translucent figures swaying uncertainly in the darkness. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion, they did not know what they were or why their fates were like this. Sumi White did not rush to continue speaking, but instead communicated with the ghosts using a gentle yet powerful mental force. Her voice rang out again, imbued with an irresistible temptation. I know where the priest is, and I know how you died. Your souls have been trapped in this ruin for years, and the one behind all this is that fake priest. Don't you want him to pay the price? The breath of the ghosts rippled, as if suddenly awakened from silence. Their previously confused gazes turned angry, and their bodies began to float restlessly, as if pulled by some strong force. He destroyed everything we had. It's all his fault, he deceived us. The angry whispers of the ghosts gradually gathered into a roar, and the air around seemed to be consumed by this resentment. Their breath grew more restless, the voices echoed in the church, we don't want this anymore. However, as the angry voices grew louder, the expressions of the ghosts became confused again, they seemed to question Sumubai's intentions. Why should we trust you? Sumubai sighed softly and slowly opened his eyes. Granny Jean spoke directly, stop wasting time with them. Be straightforward. Granny Jean exhaled a puff of smoke, forming a huge net in mid-air, quickly surrounding all the ghosts. Their movements began to slow down, as if controlled by some power. Their resentment continued to boil, but it was suppressed by Granny Jean's invisible strength. Granny Jean's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile on her lips. You ask why to trust her? Because she can take you away from this place, can help you take revenge, and I will make you see the truth. You do not want to be trapped here, do not want to be forgotten forever. Do you not want to witness the end of the priest? Right now, there is a young man named Qin Lang helping you, do you not want to repay his kindness? The smoke gradually thickened, enveloping the shadows of all the ghosts, and their awareness began to clear in the mist. With every word from Granny Jean, their resentment condensed into a strong wave. The ghosts began to hesitate no longer, their responding voices becoming louder. Revenge. We want revenge. Their resentment gathered together, transforming into an unstoppable force that clung tightly to Sumubai, as if a huge demon supported her from behind. Sumubai stared blankly at Granny Jean. Granny Jean said, I also want to help Qin Lang, is that not possible? Sumubai whispered, great, then let's go. Granny Jean seemed to be already prepared, she picked up her pipe and took a deep puff. Then, she slowly exhaled a stream of white smoke, which twisted and turned in the air, quickly spreading out in all directions. The dense smoke instantly enveloped the church. Let's go. Puff. Qin Lang spat out blood, his movements finally slowing down. It's reaching the limit. The priest's cold gaze locked onto Qin Lang, keenly sensing that he was in a very bad state. A surge of wild joy surged in his heart. Qin Lang couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha ha. The priest laughed wildly, his voice filled with long-suppressed excitement and pride. He looked at Qin Lang with a sinister grin. What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you can barely stand, right? You're truly stubborn, but too bad, this is the end for you. After saying that, he suddenly swung his arm, and the monster's avatar emitted a deafening roar. Roar! Chapter 148, Retribution. The black shadow swept around like a violent tide, instantly plunging the entire basement into a twisting darkness. The monster's power was completely unleashed, terrifying energy slammed against the rock walls, causing the entire space to vibrate violently, chunks of rock crumbling from the ceiling. Cracks spread like spider webs, as if the entire underground world was about to collapse completely. The ground trembled violently, as if an invisible giant hand was trying to crush the entire basement. The priest watched the scene, the smile on his face becoming more ferocious. He pointed at Qin Lang with his finger, his tone filled with arrogance. Just die here. This basement will become your grave. Even if my master does not come back to life, I will kill you. In that instant, a weird cold wind quietly swept in. That wind was bone-chilling, like whispers from the underworld, carrying a chilling aura that made one's soul shiver. As the wind blew, the temperature in the basement suddenly dropped, and even the air seemed to become a little heavier. The priest's laughter abruptly stopped, and his brow furrowed sharply. This cold wind, something is wrong. His pupils shrank slightly, an indescribable chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. Nervously, the priest glanced around, finding that at some unknown time, faint and distorted shadows had emerged from the surrounding darkness, as if countless ghosts were peering at him, whispering and muttering. What is this? The priest's voice trembled slightly as he suddenly turned to look at Qin Lang, his eyes revealing unease for the first time. Breathless, Qin Lang revealed a significant smile at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, casting a mocking glance at the priest, his tone calm and icy. What's wrong? Don't you know yourself? Qin Lang slowly raised the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, the blade glimmering with a faint cold light. He smiled coldly, his gaze locking onto the priest. Your retribution has come. The walls began to shake, and ghostly green light seeped through the cracks. Next, countless blurred and twisted figures emerged from the walls, their eyes hollow and angry, their bodies wrapped in black resentment, as if prisoners of hell were being released. Priest! Do you still remember us? A deep voice came from the ghostly crowd, filled with chilling hatred. A man dressed in ragged clothing slowly stepped out from the shadows, his face marked with deep scars, his eye sockets empty, but the hatred radiating from him was enough to pierce one's soul. You said we would be safe hiding in the church, yet you left us without a burial. You lied to us, saying this was God's blessing, but what did we get? Wails gathered in the darkness, and more ghosts emerged from all directions. They flowed from the walls, from the cracks in the ground, even from the ruined statues in the church. Their hands clawed at the air, their faces twisted in pain, but more than that was a deep-seated hatred. The priest staggered back a few steps, his face pale, his legs nearly buckling. He instantly recognized them, these were the former residents of Silent Hill. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror. No way, you should have been purified long ago. Purified? The ghosts erupted in a shrill laugh, carrying resentment, anger, and endless sorrow. You think your hypocrisy and lies can fool the true gods? You think we would forget the suffering you put us through? You think your sins won't be counted? You owe us a blood debt, it is time to repay it. As these words fell, the entire church suddenly turned cold. The ghosts' figures continuously gathered in the darkness, their resentment turning tangible, their twisted forms surging towards the priest like a tide. A look of unbelievable fear appeared on the priest's face, his breathing rapid, his heart racing. The ghosts surged towards the priest like a tide, with a vengeful fury, making the air in the entire church feel heavy, as if the sighs of the dead echoed in his ears. Block them! Stop them for me! The priest's face turned ashen as he frantically waved his hands, commanding the demons' avatars to charge at the ghosts. Those demons roared hideously. Crimson eyes burned with a bloodthirsty flame, waving sharp claws as they pounced upon the ghosts ahead. But the number of ghosts was overwhelming, phantom figures constantly surged from all directions, even seeping from the walls and ceiling, as if the entire church was their territory. Rend! A monster's avatar was tackled by dozens of ghosts, its body twisted and struggled in the resentment, letting out a piercing howl. In an instant, its whole body seemed to corrode away, turning into black mist that dissipated. Damn it! Go to hell, all of you! The priest's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, wildly commanding the remaining monsters to fight. But he soon discovered that no matter how many monsters were killed, the ghosts were still endless, like the ceaseless wraiths of hell, forever demanding his life. Qin Lang stood leisurely with his arms crossed, a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? The priest's forehead broke out in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he looked at Qin Lang, his voice trembling. Qin Lang. We can talk, I can give you wealth, give you power. I can even tell you the true secret of the monsters. Qin Lang scoffed, shaking his head, his gaze icy. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in your little broken secret. But you can enjoy what comes next. The priest was completely panicked, he saw more and more ghosts tearing apart the monster's avatar, his sanctuary was collapsing, and the shadow of death loomed closer. His body began to tremble, his tone turning pleading. Qin Lang. No, Mr. Qin. Please, take me away. I am willing to be your servant, willing to pledge loyalty to you. Just take me out of here. Qin Lang looked down at the priest, ridicule filling his eyes. He slowly squatted down, leaned close to the priest's ear, and whispered, You begged the wrong person. You should beg them. He raised his hand, pointing at the ghosts. The priest suddenly looked back, only to see countless eyes filled with hatred staring hard at him. Priest, come with us to hell. The distorted faces of the ghosts showed sinister smiles, reaching out their withered hands, waiting to drag him into eternal darkness. Bai Qi finally understood Qin Lang's intention. He stroked his dragon whiskers and laughed. Big brother, so you wanted to use the souls he harmed to deal with him, I admire that. Big brother. What's wrong with you? Chapter 149, finally ending. Qin Lang's body had completely exhausted, his vital energy surged, his limbs felt heavy like they were filled with lead. He tried to stand firm, but his legs went weak, and he fell straight back. Boom! Bai Qi, big brother. A massive rock fell from the crumbling walls above, crashing down towards Qin Lang's body with a heavy sound. The stone spun in the air, creating a fierce wind, accompanied by an unmatched impact. If it struck true, Qin Lang would surely be crushed to a pulp. Bai Qi wanted to control Qin Lang's body, but he couldn't move at all. At that critical moment, a white smoke darted out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's waist. The smoke rope pulled fiercely, instantly dragging Qin Lang sideways, narrowly escaping the crushing weight of the falling stone. Boom! The boulder struck the ground, sending dust into the air, cracks spreading, debris flying, as the entire church shook as if signifying its imminent collapse. Qin Lang was violently flung to the side, falling to the ground, gasping heavily. His body was completely drained, sustained only by willpower, yet he couldn't help but look up towards the source of the smoke rope that saved him. Qin Lang, you should thank me. A familiar smoky voice carried a hint of mockery. Granny Jin Yi, holding a pipe, looked at him with a smiling face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She lightly waved her hand. That white smoke rope instantly turned into strands of blue smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Sumubai appeared not far away, her anxious gaze sweeping over the impending collapse of the basement, and she immediately urged loudly, "Grandma, stop messing around. Hurry and get out." However, Grandma Jinya leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, squinted her eyes, and smiled. "What's the rush? How can we not finish such an exciting show?" Not far away, the priest's body trembled violently, his face pale as paper, his eyes filled with fear. Around him, ghosts surrounded him like a tide, their twisted faces, hollow eye sockets, and pale lips silently moved, filled with unwillingness and hatred, glaring at him fiercely. "Priest! Why did you deceive us?" A ghost questioned sharply, its voice filled with pain and anger. Its body was blurred, clothes torn, and its outstretched fingers exuded a chilling aura, as if to tear the priest apart. "You told us to hide in the church, saying it was a safe refuge. And what happened? We were trapped inside, with no chance to resist, and were sacrificed to the monster. You are not our priest at all. You are a butcher." The ghost's resentment condensed into a tangible force in the air, the entire space was permeated with a chilling cold, and black mist subtly seeped from the cracks in the ground. The priest's lips quivered slightly, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. These ghosts were once residents of Silent Hill, they trusted the priest and entrusted their lives to him, but he had sent them into despair to save himself. "No, no." The priest waved his hands repeatedly, trying to argue. At that time I was also held captive by the monster. I had no choice. I just wanted to live. You all leave. Get out of here." However, the ghosts paid no attention to his pleas. Their eyes were cold, filled with resentment, as if they were evil spirits from the abyss, vowing to drag him into eternal darkness. "You had no choice? What about us? You betrayed us, now it's time for you to pay back." The ghosts' roars erupted like thunder, and they charged at him together. Countless pale ghostly claws tore through the void, filled with destructive hatred, lunging toward the priest. The priest stepped back in terror, but his feet seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. He struggled desperately, his body suddenly shook, and he actually separated from Feng Lanlan's body. His pale translucent spirit was exposed to the air, and the surrounding ghosts saw this, their resentment boiling over, all of them lunging at him. "Ah!" The priest let out a piercing scream, his spirit twisting violently under the ghost's attacks, his fingers helplessly scratching at the air, trying to escape, but it was utterly futile. The ghosts showed no mercy, they tore him apart inch by inch, his distorted face collapsing in pain, his limbs getting pulled apart, his torso being gradually disintegrated, despair deep within his soul bursting forth painfully. "No! No! Please, let me go!" Puff! Accompanied by the last shrill scream, the priest's spirit completely shattered, turning into tiny ghostly lights, rapidly dissipating in the air. The ghosts slowly stopped, their hollow gazes fixed on the dissipating remnants, their faces showing a complex expression. Grandma Jinya smiled. "All right, let's go." Uncertain how much time had passed, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness not yet fully clear, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds. A layer of white mist surrounded him, softly enveloping Qin Lang's body, giving him a dreamlike illusion. "You're awake." A familiar voice came, filled with a trace of surprise and an imperceptible sigh of relief. Qin Lang focused his eyes and found Sumubai squatting beside him, her eyes still holding a hint of lingering tension, while behind her, a wisp of white smoke twisted into a ribbon-like shape, as if crafted by Granny Jin Yi. Qin Lang slightly moved his body and realized he was actually lying on this cloud of smoke, as if being held by some invisible force. He frowned and was about to speak when he heard Granny Jin Yi's hearty laughter in the distance. "Ah, you little rascal, your luck is truly remarkable." Granny Jin Yi walked briskly towards him, her never-ending pipe clutched between her teeth, and the white smoke swirled restlessly with her movements. Qin Lang propped himself up, stretched his neck, and asked with a slightly tired voice, "So, it's all over?" Granny Jin Yi took a deep puff from her pipe, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she casually stated, "It's over, that priest is still tangled up with those dead souls." A glint of glee flickered in her eyes, as if she found no surprise in the priest's fate. After hearing this, Qin Lang finally let out a long breath, feeling the heavy burden on his heart lifting, and he relaxed a lot. He murmured, "It's good that it's over." This silent hill was even more exhausting than he had imagined. However, Granny Genie suddenly sighed, shook her head, and said somewhat helplessly, "TSK, what a pity, this hidden task is completely unachievable now." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "You're still thinking about completing it?" Granny Genie shot him a glance, puffed out a cloud of smoke, and shrugged, saying, "Of course. If it could be completed, my team and I wouldn't have to keep jumping into the dungeon again and again." Her voice still carried a hint of cynicism, but Qin Lang caught a trace of unusual emotion in it. Qin Lang fell silent, not rushing to respond, but instead looked up at the distance where a faint mist still lingered. Qin Lang and his companion slowly walked out of the dilapidated church, and under the night sky, the ruined street was still shrouded in a layer of light mist. Silent Hill had returned to its true appearance, grim, desolate, and utterly lifeless. Qin Lang scoffed, this cursed place." Yeezy spotted Qin Lang's injured figure at a glance. She almost jogged up to him, her eyes filled with worry, and asked anxiously, "Qin Lang, how are you? Can you hold on?" Qin Lang smiled faintly, displaying a weary yet calm grin. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse but carrying a hint of ease. "It's all right, the despair virus will heal, I won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Granny Genie snorted, took a deep puff from her pipe, her eyes narrowing in displeasure. "It's not that simple. You've sustained more than ordinary injuries, the despair virus can repair your body, but the cursed powers within you won't dissipate easily." Qin Lang glanced down at his tattered clothes. Although the wounds on his arms had healed, there were still chilling black lines remaining. However, he didn't care at all, the corners of his mouth gently curling up with a hint of mockery. "Don't worry, this little thing won't hold me back." Granny Genie frowned at him. "You boy, you're not." Qin Lang smiled slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance, his tone light. "It's fine, just a small issue." He had Bai Qi within him, so he wasn't afraid of any curse. What power of a monster could be more fearsome than the god of death? Granny Genie squinted her eyes, seemingly about to say something, but in the end, she merely shook her head and smiled meaningfully. At that moment, a light-footed sound came, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. The woman on horseback gradually stepped out from the mist. She smiled slightly, her voice melodious and calm. "Congratulations, everyone, the level has been completed." Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the mysterious woman on horseback, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile, with a twinkle of mockery in his eyes. "Is it really that simple? So, is this how we complete the challenge?" The female horse gently shook her head at the words, her eyes calm yet carrying a hint of approval. "Mr. Qin, the challenge conditions of Silent Hill have never been about escape, but rather about completely burying the monsters." She paused slightly and continued, "In fact, everyone who steps into Silent Hill knows of the hidden level's existence, yet they all fail. Because the moment the monsters are unleashed, death and the end are already destined." Her voice was soft, but the meaning was chilling. Sumobai and Yeezy exchanged glances, seeing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Grandma Jinya raised her eyelids, exhaling a puff of smoke with interest. It seemed this time, Qin Lang truly saved her. Hearing this, Qin Lang chuckled lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. "So, am I the first to complete it?" The female horse nodded. "That's right, you are the first person to successfully complete the hidden level." Qin Lang's smile deepened, and he looked at her playfully, his tone casual yet carrying a hint of expectation. "All right then, let's settle the rewards quickly, no need to waste time." Upon hearing this, the female horse smiled slightly and extended her hand, slowly revealing a golden glow in her palm. In an instant, the entire space seemed shrouded in an invisible power, the air trembled slightly, and a profound golden light began to spread from the female horse's palm, like rippling water, enveloping Qin Lang completely. "Calculating instance rewards?" A calm and authoritative voice echoed in everyone's minds, as if coming from a higher dimension. Qin Lang felt his body tremble slightly, the surroundings twisting and changing in an instant, all images filled with countless golden runes, as if a force beyond reality was in motion. Instance, Silent Hill Nightmare difficulty. Challenger, Qin Lang, first completion. Completion evaluation, S+. Evaluation analysis, the host completed the hidden task under extreme conditions, breaking the instance setting, overturning the priest's conspiracy, completely burying the monsters, and altering the instance's ecosystem, representing a superstandard performance, rewards doubled. Reward, 1.2 million Eerie coins. As the system's voice faded, golden runes streaked like shooting stars, transforming into countless specks of light rushing towards Qin Lang's body. Immediately, a series of reward messages appeared in his mind. Reward 1, Abyssal Eye, special ability. Can perceive illusions, uncover hidden truths, can temporarily activate abyssal vision, gain insights into enemy weaknesses, and in special circumstances influence reality's structure. Reward 2, Soul Contract, special skill. Reward 3, Purgatory Resistance, passive skill. Reward 4, Chaos Essence, rare. Reward 5, Hidden Task Completion Reward, Talent Awakening. The golden light slowly seeped into Qin Lang's body, and he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Qin Lang sensed his soul connecting with a higher existence, and his entire perception was heightened to a new level. This harvest is even richer than I expected. Sumubai gently supported Qin Lang, ensuring he stood steady, and only relaxed when feeling his gradually recovering strength. Her gaze held a hint of worry, but more was a sense of relief. After all, it was an incredible miracle that they could live through this hellish place. Qin Lang shook his hands and moved his body a bit. Although the wound has healed, the curse energy remaining in his body is still slowly eroding his bones. He chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with a hint of relaxed fatigue. Alright, don't be so tense, I'm not dead yet. Sumu sighed softly and glanced at him, but did not retort. She simply supported him as they slowly walked towards the exit of Silent Hill. At that moment, Granny Genia spoke up. Qin Lang, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Chapter 151 Granny Genia. Granny Genia stepped forward, her pipe in her mouth, walking leisurely, looking nothing like someone who had just gone through a life-and-death battle. I'm telling you, Qin Lang, you can't just walk away like this. A meaningful smile appeared on her lips. How about you take me along? As soon as she finished speaking, Yeezy immediately stood protectively in front of Qin Lang, eyeing Granny Genia with distrust. You're not following us for any good reason. Don't think I don't know your ruthless ways. Granny Genia slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at Yeezy as if she didn't care about her hostility at all. She shook her head and chuckled softly. Little girl, that's not very fair, is it? After all, I just saved you once, I can't be repaid with resentment, can I? That can't change what you did before. Yeezy replied stubbornly, you wouldn't save someone for no reason, so tell me, what is your real purpose? Qin Lang remained silent, quietly watching Granny Genia, his eyes deep as a chasm, seeming to want to see through her completely. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, alright, stop beating around the bush. What is your true goal in wanting to follow us? Granny Genia smiled, letting out her last puff of smoke, then she put away her pipe, her expression gradually becoming serious. She looked down to straighten her sleeves before slowly speaking, I want to save someone. Save someone? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile, half-sneer, you? Save someone? Why? Do you think it's unbelievable? Granny Genia chuckled, a glimmer of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Qin Lang did not reply, instead, he watched her with keen interest, waiting for her to continue. Granny Genia no longer beat around the bush, she suppressed her smile, her tone becoming solemn. Qin Lang, you must help me. Hearing this, Qin Lang laughed lightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. What makes you think I will? For the sake of... Granny Genia slowly spoke a few words, her eyes deep and sharp, the smile at the corner of her mouth taking on a meaningful tone. Those people are also your enemies. Qin Lang's gaze slightly sharpened. Who? Granny Genia lightly uttered 3 words, causing Qin Lang to immediately become alert. Wudo Society. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the fog around them slowly dissipating with the wind, revealing Qin Lang's contemplative face. Sumubai and Yi Zi were both stunned, they were not unfamiliar with this name, and Qin Lang knew it all too well. Granny Genia said, many of their people have mixed into this instance, though they should all be dead by now. But, they definitely won't let you go, nor will they let me off. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze becoming cold and profound, yet a hint of a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Then let's team up. When they returned to the real world, as familiar light filtered through the air and fell on him, Qin Lang took a deep breath. Finally free from the lifeless, chilly environment of Silent Hill, the air in the real world felt a bit humid, but at least the suffocating oppression was gone. Granny Genia said, you have nowhere to go, right? So come with me. Sumubai and Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded, let's go. They stood in a secluded alley, surrounded by crumbling brick walls. Granny Genia stood ahead, still with her pipe in her mouth, a faint smile on her lips. Let's go, my base is nearby. Don't dawdle. Qin Lang, Sumubai, and Yi Zi exchanged glances, and though they felt confused, they followed along. After passing through several narrow alleys, they arrived in front of an abandoned building. The rusty door at the entrance looked like it hadn't been touched in many years, and the walls were covered in moss and cracks. However, Grandma Genia skillfully exhaled a puff of smoke, using the mist to push open a heavy door, revealing a dark staircase. Keep up. She waved her hand and entered first. Qin Lang frowned slightly but stepped forward to follow, with Sumubai and Yi Zi closely behind. The staircase was deep, stretching downward as the air gradually grew cooler, and their footsteps echoed in the narrow space. Eventually, when they reached the bottom, a heavy iron door stood before them. Grandma Genia took a key from her pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and with a muffled click, the iron door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, behind the door was not a dark, damp underground chamber, but a spacious and bright space. The basement was softly lit, the walls clean, and several computers and medical equipment were scattered throughout the room, making it look less like a hideout and more like a well-arranged base. Sumubai looked around in astonishment and said, "This place. He, didn't expect this, did you?" Grandma Genia walked to the center of the room and gently patted the wall. "This place is much more advanced than you imagine." Qin Lang remained silent, carefully observing the surroundings, noticing several red marks on the map on the wall, and some complex data flashing on the computer screens on the table. Clearly, this outpost was not just a resting place, but rather an operational base. Grandma Genia lazily stretched and said, "All right, find a room to rest, get your injuries healed first, and I'll bring the medicine over later." Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly as he stared at her back, speaking solemnly, "When you bring the medicine over, we need to have a good talk." Grandma Genia stopped and turned to look at him, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. "Oh? What should we talk about?" Qin Lang chuckled softly, his eyes sharp. "Let's talk about what this place really is and who exactly you are." At that moment, the air seemed to turn heavy, and Grandma Genia narrowed her eyes. A moment later, she revealed a meaningful smile. "Wait for me a moment, I'll come to find you." About 10 minutes later, Grandma Genia came over with a bowl of herbal soup, placing it in front of Qin Lang, her delicate smoking pipe gently twirling in her hand. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of medicine and blew on it softly. "All right, let's hear about your story." Grandma Genia leaned back in her chair, her gaze resting on a certain point on the ceiling, as if recalling something. "Actually, I've always had many teammates. We have known each other since childhood, grew up together, like a family." She paused, taking a puff from her pipe, the smoke slowly drifting in the air, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Later, someone found us, named Boss Jean." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Boss Jean, does he have any connection with the Wudao Association?" Chapter 152, Assassination. Grandma Genia replied, "I'll explain that in a moment, but I can give a preview. Their relationship is quite deep." Qin Lang smiled. "Then it seems he's not a good person." "He is certainly not." Grandma Genia scoffed, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Boss Jean hired us, specifically sending us to do dungeons. Dungeons are a type of resource that provides skills, offers mystery coins, and gives every chance to become stronger. Once we collect the rewards, especially the mystery coins, we must hand them all over to him. Boss Jean accumulated his wealth this way." Grandma Genia took another puff of smoke and slowly said, "At the beginning, we all thought this was just an ordinary partnership, completing tasks for money. But gradually, we found out it wasn't like that. Every time we enter the instance, someone in our team dies. One after another, it started as accidents, but then it became inevitable. The danger level of each instance is higher than the last. Our gear and abilities are improving, yet the death rate isn't decreasing, on the contrary, it keeps increasing." Sumubai and Yizi both wore serious expressions. They understood the dangers of the instances and had witnessed many people die before their eyes. From Granny Jin's tone, it was clear that this matter had a considerable impact on her. Granny Jean exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes complex. "Once, before dying, one of our brothers smiled at us and said we were just tools for him to make money. One dies, and another takes their place. That smile, it really stuck with me for a lifetime." She paused for a moment, as if calming her emotions. After a while, she slowly said, "Finally, we couldn't take it anymore. We went to find Boss Jean and said we wanted to quit." Granny Jean lightly tapped her pipe, ash falling into the nearby metal ashtray with a crisp sound. Qin Lang said, "He's not that kind-hearted." Granny Jean nodded and said, "Indeed, we put in a lot of effort just to negotiate one condition. Boss Jean captured my other teammates and promised me, as long as I completed the hidden task in Silent Hill and got the treasure there, he'd set me and the remaining teammates free. That's why I led the team into the instance, why I gave my all to complete the task." Qin Lang leaned against the wall, gently swirling the teacup in his hand, yet his gaze was tightly fixed on Granny Jean. "So, you should be reporting back now? Looking solely at the outcome, you have succeeded." Granny Jin's lips curled into a mocking smile. She exhaled a plume of white smoke and slowly said, "Succeeded? Yes, I succeeded, but do you really think he'll keep his promise?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, slowly putting down the teacup, and tapped his finger on the table. "Of course not." Granny Jin's tone turned indifferent. "Qin Lang, right, why would a wolf let its prey escape?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. "Boss Jin's promises were never meant for us tools. Qin Lang sensed the coldness in her tone, and his expression darkened slightly. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Granny Jean didn't respond immediately. Instead, she slowly took a puff of smoke, squinted to savor the moment of silence, then chuckled softly. "What do you think? I know very well that a person like Boss Jean will never keep his promises. He'll pretend to be very satisfied, smiling at me and saying well done, and then when we let our guard down, he'll make us completely vanish." Qin Lang leaned against the wall, crossing his arms, and smiled. "I get it. You want to eliminate the root of the problem. In other words, you want to kill Boss Jean. So, you want me to help you? In other words, you want to hire me as your assassin, right? No wonder you've been so nice to me." Granny Jean grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth, her expression somewhat eerie. "You're indeed smart. That's why I enjoy chatting with someone like you. It's effortless." She lightly tapped the edge of the table with her pipe, producing a crisp sound. Since he will definitely go back on his word, I must find help and strike first. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. Sounds like you already have a complete plan. Granny Jean squinted her eyes, gazing deeply at him. You're also a clever person, let's skip the small talk. You just passed the Silent Hill instance, and that's something no one has ever done. Boss Jean would definitely be interested in you. Qin Lang gently tapped the table. With a calm tone, what then? Then, he will prepare a grand banquet for you. Granny Jean leaned slightly forward, her gaze like a venomous snake watching its prey. We conspire together to assassinate Boss Jean. Qin Lang's expression remained calm, but a hint of scrutiny appeared in his eyes as he slowly asked, why should I agree to you? Granny Jean exhaled the last puff of smoke, casually placing the cigarette gun on the table, twirling a strand of loose hair with a playful smile, because this is not just helping me, but also helping yourself. Qin Lang, you are a smart man. I believe you already have your own judgment in your heart, right? Qin Lang did not speak, only quietly watched her. Granny Jin's smile gradually faded, her voice lowering with a chilling tone. You should know very well that the Wu Dao Society will be your enemy, and Boss Jean is one of the sponsors of the Wu Dao Society. Qin Lang's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze finally turned sharp. Granny Jean tapped the table, her tone light yet carrying an oppressive weight. So killing him together is not just to help me escape, but also a heavy blow to the Wu Dao Society. The air suddenly grew heavy, and Qin Lang's fingers slowly rubbed the surface of the table, contemplating the pros and cons of her words. Qin Lang let out a soft sigh, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes sparkling with interest. I suppose, since they will come for me sooner or later, I might as well play with them. Hearing this, Granny Jean showed a peculiar smile, as if she already expected Qin Lang to make this decision. Suddenly, a muffled sound burst outside, as if something had been knocked over. Granny Jin's expression changed instantly, her eyes sharp as knives. She straightened up abruptly, warily looking towards the door of the basement, her voice dark and cold. No one knows about this hideout except me. It seems Boss Jin's people might be coming. Chapter 153 Black Man. I'll go take a look. Yi Zi's heart tightened, instinctively clenching her fists, her gaze sweeping warily among the people in the room. Qin Lang furrowed his brows, a hint of unease rising in his heart. If Boss Jean really sent someone, it meant their movements had already been exposed. No, I should go. Sumu Bai suddenly spoke. I am currently in a spirit state, hard to detect. Qin Lang nodded slightly, saying in a deep voice, Miss Su, be careful. Sumu Bai said nothing more, her form vanishing completely, as if blending into the air, quietly slipping outside. The room fell into a brief silence. Minutes passed, and an oppressive silence filled the air, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Sumu Bai's return. However, 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside. Qin Lang's expression suddenly changed, his heart sinking sharply. Something's not right. He whispered, a sense of foreboding in his tone. Why hasn't Sumu Bai come back yet? Yi Zi frowned, her voice tinged with anxiety. Granny Jean lightly tapped her fingers on the table twice, narrowing her eyes, the smile on her face vanished. She is in trouble. Qin Lang did not wait any longer, leaping up with eyes sharp as knives, rushing out without hesitation. Qin Lang! Yi Zi exclaimed, wanting to stop him, but Qin Lang's speed was like an arrow released, instantly disappearing from the basement's exit. Qin Lang burst out of the basement, the night dark as ink, an ominous chill hung in the air. The moonlight dimly cast on the ground, revealing a strange shadow, a tall but oddly shaped man. His complexion was abnormally pale, as if his skin had been soaked in water for too long, revealing a lifeless grayish-white hue. And most unsettling was that eerie smile lurking at the corner of his mouth. His narrow, slanted eyes squinted slightly, seemingly smiling yet not, the corners of his mouth curled as if they could split open to his ears at any moment, revealing a more sinister malice. But what truly made Qin Lang frown was not this man's appearance, but what was behind him. A dark shadowy soul, like a monster crawling out from the depths of hell, was floating behind the man, its form flickering in and out, like a living curse. Its left half of the face was incomplete, the right eye deep as a well, and its large, twisted hand was tightly gripping Sumu Bai's body. Sumu Bai's face was filled with pain, her body struggling violently within the black palm, her spirit flickering dangerously, as if it would shatter at any moment, but even so, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, Qin Lang! Run! Don't worry about me. Grandma Jin's face turned extremely ugly the moment she saw this man, her pupils slightly contracting, unable to help but gasp, exclaiming in shock. Black man? Qin Lang's brow furrowed as he glanced at Grandma Jin. Do you know him? Grandma Jin's expression was serious, and she said softly, he is one of the strongest killers under Boss Jin. No one has ever escaped alive from him. He. Jin Yi, you really did well this time. The black man's voice carried a sinister laugh. He slowly raised his head, his deep eyes fixed intently on Grandma Jean, the curvature of his mouth deepening as if admiring a trophy already in hand. I truly didn't expect you to come out alive from Silent Hill. The black man lightly clapped his hands, though his gaze was filled with disdain. But this is a good thing, at least I don't have to waste effort looking for you. Qin Lang's gaze was as cold as a blade. He took a step forward, his voice low and dangerous. Let her go. The black man raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in Qin Lang, slowly shaking his head, and laughing. Mr. Qin, you wouldn't think you were in a position to negotiate, would you? The shadow's large hand suddenly tightened. Sumubai let out a pained gasp, her spirit becoming almost transparent for a moment. Qin Lang's eyes turned icy, his fists slightly clenched, the power within him stirring restlessly. Bai Qi shouted at that moment, Big brother, don't be reckless, your body isn't fully ready yet. The black man glanced at him, casually chuckling, don't be impulsive, you wouldn't want this young lady to completely vanish, would you? His smile was sinister, and his voice carried a mocking tone. You are quite special, there hasn't been a second person in the world who could come through the Silent Hill scenario, and Boss Jean is very interested. The black man raised a finger and shook it slightly, so, come with me, to meet Boss Jean. The air instantly froze. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a meaningful and cold smile. Is that so? His voice was low and piercing. Qin Lang's eyes turned sharp, the killing intent condensing in an instant. He took a step forward without hesitation, drawing out the ghost-slaying blade, its edge gleaming with a chilling light, aimed straight at the black man's throat. However, the black man merely sneered, his right hand slightly raising, and the air immediately twisted. Accompanied by a deep and eerie whisper, 3 distorted shadows slowly crawled out from the black soul behind him. Soul summoning. Qin Lang's pupils slightly contracted. The 3 souls were pitch black, as if burned by invisible flames. They had no facial features, only deep-set eye sockets that glowed with an eerie red light in the night. Long claws scraped a harsh sound on the ground, exuding a suffocating chill, rapidly charging towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes glinted, gripping the ghost-slaying blade tightly. In an instant his form flickered, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp cold light. Ha! The blade light was like lightning, fiercely slashing down towards the foremost soul. But just as the blade was about to descend, Qin Lang's body suddenly trembled violently, a fierce tearing sensation surged through his chest. Cough! A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. Falling on the knife edge, a dark red mark blooms. His hand trembles, the power of the demon-slaying knife instantly weakens, and taking advantage of this gap, the shadowy soul suddenly opens its black hole-like mouth and roars as it lunges toward his body. Ha ha ha! The dark man bursts into laughter, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes filled with mockery, just as the boss predicted. Mr. Qin, although you barely escaped from Silent Hill, your body has already been completely drained, right? He squints his eyes, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. You are definitely no match for me now. Qin Lang's face turns pale, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He grinds his teeth and grips the knife handle tightly, his feet sinking slightly as he struggles to steady himself. But the turbulent blood energy within him makes every muscle protest, as if it could collapse at any moment. Bai Qi is anxious. Big brother, do you want to die here? Sumubai cries out, Qin Lang. Don't act recklessly. Chapter 154, The Art of Hospitality. Yi Zi watches this scene, a flash of urgency in her eyes, and without hesitation steps forward, raising her hand to cast a spell for assistance. But at that moment, Granny Jean Yi tightly grips her shoulder and says in a deep voice, it's useless. Yi Zi's eyes widen. What? Granny Jean Yi's face is extremely serious, her gaze fixed on the dark man, her voice deep, you are not his match. Yi Zi's heart sinks sharply. And the dark man squints, watching Qin Lang struggle. The smile on his face widens, filled with disdain. Mr. Qin, tell me, how should I deal with you now? Yi Zi's figure rushes out like the wind, her wrist flipping, as pieces of paper suddenly fill the air. With a slight movement of her slender fingertips, the pieces of paper shoot out like blades, densely flying toward the 3 shadowy souls. The paper, like snow in the night, glimmers with sharp cold light, each piece carrying fierce energy, as if it could instantly tear apart any obstacles in its path. However, hiss. The shadowy souls emit a low, strange laugh, their bodies gently quivering like smoke, and those supposed razor-sharp pieces of paper actually pass through them, causing no substantial harm. Yi Zi's heart sinks sharply. What? Her pupils constrict, quickly flipping her palm to change her move, her wrist shaking, the pieces of paper flipping to become a long paper blade, flashing cold light, striking down fiercely at the foremost shadowy soul. But the shadowy soul doesn't dodge or evade, allowing the paper blade to fall upon itself. Sizzle. The paper blade sweeps across, but the shadowy soul's body merely ripples slightly, as if striking a water surface, causing no substantial harm at all. The dark man bursts into wild laughter, full of mockery. Ha ha ha. With such little ability, you dare to stand in my way? Before his laughter fades, he suddenly steps forward, reaching out a dried but powerful hand, grabbing toward Yi Zi's throat. Yi Zi's expression changes, wanting to retreat, but the dark man's speed is faster than she imagined. In an instant, his hand is already nearing her neck. Oh no! Just as Yi Zi is about to be captured, a crystalline light suddenly appears. Bang! A translucent bubble explosively expands, bursting in front of Yi, forming a barrier that forcefully deflects the dark man's hand. The dark man is slightly taken aback, the smile on his face retracting a little, his gaze scanning the figure that has just rushed out. Qin Lang lands lightly beside Yi, stepping on two bubbles. She raises her hand slightly, palm floating with smooth bubbles, slightly shimmering with rainbow hues. Qin Lang quickly waves her hand, several bubbles immediately flying out, wrapping toward Qin Lang. Her gaze is calm, her tone firm. Qin Lang, I will send you over. As long as Qin Lang is enveloped by the bubbles, she can quickly pull him back to her side, avoiding the dark man's attack. However, just at this critical moment. Pop! The dark man lightly snaps his fingers. Behind Qin, a pitch-black, sinister face suddenly appeared, a huge dark spirit swiftly reaching out with its shadowy claw, moving faster than one could imagine. Qin's pupils suddenly constricted, and before she could dodge, her whole body was fiercely seized by the ghostly claw. She let out a muffled groan, her body suddenly stiffening, and the bubbles in her hand instantly shattered, their light disappearing. The black man smirked cruelly, slowly stepping forward, his mocking gaze sweeping over Qin Lang, Yi, and Qin. What a group of self-important fools. He leaned slightly, revealing a cold smile. Now, who among you can still stop me? Old Lady Jin's fingers trembled slightly, a bead of cold sweat seeping through her wrinkles. The black man's ominous laughter seemed to possess a bewitching power, echoing in the air, causing her breathing to involuntarily quicken. Her gaze scanned over Sumube, Yi, and Qin, all of whom were easily subdued by the black man. Qin Lang's face was pale, clearly too weak to fight back. The situation was extremely grim. The black man's gaze landed on her, a smirk forming on his lips, filled with mockery. What's wrong? Old Jin, do you want to take action? You should know better than anyone else that you are no match for me. His tone was dismissive, as if speaking to an insignificant old woman, his eyes showing no sign of seeing her as a threat. Old Lady Jin's fingertips tightened around her pipe. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. The black man's voice swept over her like a shadow, pulling her back into that abyss of fear. Her body trembled slightly, a muscle's instinctive reaction to the lingering terror of past nightmares. The black man narrowed his eyes, the smile on his lips growing wider. Looks like you still remember. Old Lady Jin took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing on the pipe. She could not back down. She had returned from Silent Hill alive, she had survived once in a desperate situation. That kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, she never wanted to experience again. Black man. Her voice was low and hoarse, her gaze becoming sharp. Do you think I am still that pawn who only obeys orders? The black man laughed mockingly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Oh? After coming back from Silent Hill, your courage has grown quite a bit. He leaned slightly, his eyes filled with deep disdain. But the question is, do you really have a chance? You better have some self-awareness, or else, I'm afraid I won't make it too pleasant for you. Old Lady Jin did not reply, she simply raised her pipe slowly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang suddenly spoke. Stop it. Old Lady Jin turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, a smile-like expression on his face as he slowly stood up, casually wiping the blood lingering on the corner of his mouth. He glanced around, then looked at the black man, his tone casual yet filled with a hint of careless mockery. TSK, your boss asked me to be a guest, and this is how you invite people? The black man narrowed his eyes, still wearing a sinister smile. He couldn't understand why Qin Lang was still so calm. This had taken away half of the fun for him. Qin Lang's smile deepened, and he continued slowly, let's do this, when I see your boss, I'll have a good talk with him. Just tell him one of his subordinates has a terrible attitude. If my conversation with him doesn't go well, just say it's your fault for ruining my mood. I wonder how your boss will view you. The black man's smile faltered slightly. Chapter 155, Your Attitude. Qin Lang gently patted the dust off his shoulders, continuing to speak slowly. Initially, I was quite interested and wanted to discuss cooperation with your boss, but let's see if we can meet each other's needs and win-win benefits. He paused, looking at the black man with a mischievous grin, but right now, my impression of you guys isn't too good. The black man's brows furrowed slightly, the coldness in his eyes deepening. What do you mean? Qin Lang shrugged, spreading his hands, looking helpless. If I end up having an unpleasant conversation with your boss, do you think he would blame you? After all, if it weren't for your terrible first impression, I might have been more willing to collaborate with him. The black man's smile finally froze for a moment. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, although this guy was arrogant and quite strong, he was still essentially a lackey following orders. Boss Jin was the one he truly feared. And now, I had grasped his weakness. The black man's fingers tightened slightly, his gaze deep and fixed on Qin Lang, as if weighing something. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone softened a bit but still carrying a threat. Qin Lang, stop trying to scare people here. Do you think such little tricks will make me let go of him? Qin Lang continued to smile, his tone filled with mockery. How about a bet? Let's see if your boss will blame you. The black man's expression finally changed. He thought of his boss's appearance and shivered inexplicably. The black man's face fluctuated between grim and calm, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes but it was quickly suppressed. He stared at Qin Lang, his mouth twitching slightly, and said coldly, "Qin Lang, just come with me immediately, don't make trouble for yourself." Qin Lang, however, lazily patted his clothes, as if he had just finished chatting in a teahouse, speaking in a cheerful tone. "Why should I? Look at my friends, each one of them has been tortured by you." His gaze swept over Sumubai and the others who were still catching their breath, his expression darkening, suddenly shifting gears, his tone sarcastic. "You made my friends suffer so badly, and I'm supposed to go with you immediately? Am I that cheap?" The black man's face instantly turned cold, the black hand behind him trembled slightly, he hissed, "Qin Lang, don't go too far." Qin Lang, however, didn't care, spreading his hands in a dismissive manner. "Isn't it just a bit too much? If you think it's not fine, then you should have the ability to take me with you." He tilted his head, revealing a meaningful smile. "When I meet your boss, I will definitely have a good talk with him about this reception experience. Maybe I can provide you with a special evaluation." The black man's expression instantly stiffened, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Boss Jin's orders were clear to him: bring Qin Lang over properly. And now, although Qin Lang was boasting, every word he said carried a threat. The black man might not care what others think, but he couldn't disregard Boss Jin's attitude. Boss Jin hated it most when subordinates got him into trouble, especially in situations like this where he hadn't even met the person yet and things were already a mess. After a moment of silence, the black man gritted his teeth, swinging his hand violently. The giant black hand slowly loosened, throwing Sumubai, Yizi, and Qin Wanqing heavily to the ground. "I can let them go." The black man glared coldly at Qin Lang, his voice deep like it was squeezed from his throat. "I let them go, but you must come with me." Qin Lang shrugged, still wearing that frivolous smile. "No way." The black man's face darkened completely, his eyes flashing with dangerous coldness. He stared intently at Qin Lang, his voice deep and oppressive. "Qin Lang, don't push your luck." Qin Lang, however, didn't care, moving his shoulder slightly, a look of disdain spreading across his face. "How am I pushing my luck? I just came out of the dungeons, I'm covered in injuries, and feeling unwell. Shouldn't I take some time to recover?" He deliberately coughed twice, patting his chest. "If you're unhappy about it, feel free to just tie me up and take me away." The black man's eyes narrowed sharply, the surrounding chill seemed to thicken, and the dark spirits behind him stirred restlessly. But in the end, he did not act rashly. He dared not defy Boss Jin's orders, which required him to invite Qin Lang rather than drag him away. Seeing the black man hesitating, Qin Lang showed an air of nonchalance and leisurely said, "Since you don't intend to use force, then you must let me go willingly, right? Unfortunately, I'm really hungry right now and have no strength to walk." The black man frowned, seemingly realizing something, and coldly questioned, "So what do you want?" Qin Lang smirked, a hint of mischief playing on his lips, and said slowly, "It's simple, I'm starving, and you go buy us some food." The black man instantly scoffed, "Huh, buy food? Do you think I'm your errand boy?" Qin Lang was not angered, instead, he stared at him with great interest. "Didn't you say you wanted to invite me over? What kind of guest goes to a feast on an empty stomach? Since you want to invite me, you should show some sincerity." The black man's face darkened even more, his eyes narrowing. "What do you want to buy?" Qin Lang wiggled one finger and cheekily smiled. "Find a 5-star hotel and bring me everything on the menu." The black man's eyebrow twitched suddenly, and he couldn't help but sneer. "A whole menu? Ha, can you even finish it?" Qin Lang was clearly playing with him. Qin Lang nodded as if it were obvious. "What does it matter if I can't finish it? Anyway, it's my request, you can't possibly fail to meet this simple demand, right?" Old Grandma Jean couldn't help but chuckle. The black man took a deep breath, the veins on his face twitched, and his fists almost crushed, but he ultimately held back. He knew that Qin Lang was deliberately stalling for time, but he had no choice, he could only grit his teeth and nod. "You. Fine." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Qin Lang lazily added, "Wait, I need to send someone to supervise you." The black man's brows furrowed even tighter. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang blinked and smiled. "Who knows if you'll spit in the food or secretly slip in something weird." He looked at Sumubai and Grandma Jean. "Sumubai, Grandma Jean, you two go with him to supervise, make sure he orders properly and see if he tries any tricks. Besides, I'll give you the chance to boss him around." Grandma Jean and Sumubai exchanged glances, already understanding Qin Lang's intention. The corners of the black man's eyes twitched violently, feeling a great sense of humiliation. As a fierce killer for Boss Jean, he was actually treated like a lackey and had to be supervised while buying food? However, Qin Lang's words left him with no room for argument. What if Qin Lang made the excuse of fear of poisoning and refused to eat, dragging out the time further? What could he do? In the end, the black man forced down his anger and through gritted teeth spat out a word, "Go." Sumubai and Grandma Jean looked at each other, both with a glint of glee in their eyes, then unceremoniously followed in the black man's footsteps. The black man's back disappeared into the night, but the air still carried the suppressed rage and killing intent around him. When the black man returned with a heavy load of exquisite takeout boxes, Qin Lang was lazily sitting in a chair at the inn, his legs crossed on the table, eyes filled with leisure. "Oh, you're back?" Qin Lang deliberately elongated his voice, standing up slowly and walking over to casually lift the lid off one of the boxes. A rich aroma wafted out, with tempting dishes neatly arranged, clearly prepared by a top-notch hotel kitchen. The black man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He crossed his arms, glaring fiercely at Qin Lang, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. "The food is here, eat up." Qin Lang acted unceremoniously, stretching lazily. He chuckled and said, "No rush, no rush. Eating is all about the mood. Come on, everyone sit down. Let's enjoy this meal." As he spoke, he pulled Sumobai, Grandma Jean Yi, and Yi Zi to their seats. The four exchanged glances, all understanding that Qin Lang was intentionally teasing the black man. Since there was free delicious food, no one refused and they all sat down, picking up their chopsticks to eat. Meanwhile, the black man stood at the door, his face dark, looking like he was about to explode at any moment. Qin Lang picked up a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, smacked his lips in satisfaction, and lazily glanced at the door, saying, "Hey, Brother Black, you can just stand at the door and watch." A flash of anger crossed the black man's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Qin Lang, don't push your luck. Oh come on, it's just a joke, don't be so serious." Qin Lang chuckled lightly and continued to enjoy his meal. He ate at an incredibly leisurely pace, wasting not a single grain of rice from the main course to the dessert. After having his fill and feeling satisfied, he stretched lazily, let out a contented burp, then slowly wiped his mouth and waved at the black man. "All right, thanks for waiting outside." The black man's eye twitched violently, as if he had reached his limit. However, Boss Jin's orders forced him to suppress his anger. He let out a heavy cold snort and turned to stand guard outside the door. Grandma Jeannie looked at Qin Lang, who was at ease, and couldn't help but frown, whispering, "Qin Lang, dragging this out isn't a long-term plan. You will eventually have to see Boss Jin." Qin Lang leaned back lazily in his chair and smiled carelessly. "No problem, I just happen to want to mooch another meal." Grandma Jeannie was momentarily speechless and shot Qin Lang a glare. "You little rascal." Her face showed undeniable worry. She knew very well that Boss Jin was not an easy person to deal with. No matter how slick Qin Lang was, he couldn't always rely on his tongue to escape danger. Just as she was about to persuade him again, Sumobai raised a hand to stop her. Sumobai looked at Qin Lang, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his voice gentle yet firm. "Just trust Qin Lang." Grandma Jean Yu was taken aback, looking at Qin Lang, who still appeared carefree but with a deep light flickering in his eyes. She sighed, knowing that nothing she said would change anything now. The black man stood at the door, his face dark enough to drip water, coldly asking, "Can we leave now?" Qin Lang relaxed in his chair, yawned, stretched slowly, and looked at the black man with a half-smile. "What's the rush? Just because I'm full, I have to leave? That's a loss for me." The black man frowned, his eyes glinting coldly. "What else do you want?" Qin Lang waved his hand, looking as if it was only natural. "I just went through a tough battle, and I'm exhausted. Of course, I need a nap to regain my spirits. I can't let Boss Jin see a pale and weak version of me, right?" The black man's face instantly darkened, coldly stating, "Qin Lang, don't get too greedy." Qin Lang blinked, suddenly changing his expression, a teasing smile creeping up his lips. "Have you ever beaten Silent Hill?" The black man hesitated slightly. "What? I asked you, can you beat Silent Hill?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, enunciating each word. The black man's face instantly darkened, gritting his teeth. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shrugged, wearing an expression of "you know what I mean. If you can't beat it, then don't keep whining, understand?" The veins on the black man's forehead throbbed, his fists clenched tight, almost ready to throw a punch. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forced himself to endure, suppressing his anger as he said, "Wait one more night. You must leave tomorrow morning." Qin Lang waved his hand carelessly. All right, suit yourself." After saying that, he returned to the room and gently closed the door. As night fell, the candlelight swayed slightly in the room. Qin Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly sank his consciousness into his inner world. In the darkness, a familiar figure slowly emerged. "The dragon beard floats gently, it is Bai Qi." Qin Lang opened the door and got straight to the point. "Bai Qi, can I restore my body immediately?" Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing. "Big brother, recovery is not the problem, but your current physical condition may need some medicinal help." Qin Lang frowned. "Medicinal help?" Bai Qi said indifferently, "You have quite a few ghost coins on hand, check the system shop to see if there are any suitable herbs, I will prepare the medicine for you." Qin Lang's heart shook, and he immediately opened the system interface. A glowing screen of the shop appeared before his eyes, filled with various mysterious and precious items. Following Bai Qi's instructions, he quickly searched for precious herbs for recovery. Scarlet Flame Ginseng, 100 years old, invigorates blood and removes stasis, priced at 300,000 ghost coins. Netherworld Grass, enhances soul power, priced at 250,000 ghost coins. Sky Spirit Leaf, specifically used to repair damaged bodies, priced at 450,000 ghost coins. Ghost Vine Dew, regulates the balance of yin and yang, priced at 150,000 ghost coins. Qin Lang looked at these exorbitantly priced herbs, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this is so expensive? Bai Qi replied calmly, precious items naturally come with a high price. These herbs combined can restore your body in the shortest time and prepare you to face the upcoming dangers at your best state. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and bought all the herbs in one go, spending over 1,000,000 ghost coins. Only then did Bai Qi nod in satisfaction. Good, now learn to refine pills with me. Qin Lang, you can do that too? Bai Qi said, I have seen Zhang Sanfeng in the netherworld. Qin Lang. The netherworld is full of talents. Bai Qi, alright, let's get started quickly. First, sit down. Bai Qi stood in the void, hands behind his back, his gaze cold and stern, as if a strict mentor. Refining pills involves fire control, time, and proportions. A slight mistake can lead to total failure. Qin Lang placed a newly purchased pill furnace in front of him and sat cross-legged. Bai Qi slowly began to speak, his voice deep and steady. The process of refining the 9 turns pill is extremely complex. A small mistake could ruin everything. Listen carefully, I will only teach this once. First step, warm the furnace. Bai Qi spoke at a steady pace. Use your true energy to ignite the pill fire, keeping it at a moderate temperature. Qin Lang followed his instructions, his palm moving slightly, a faint flame rising slowly, enveloping the furnace, as the furnace began to glow a bit red. Bai Qi nodded. Good, next, add the scarlet flame ginseng to extract its essence with the fire. Qin Lang carefully placed the scarlet flame ginseng into the furnace, and immediately, a slight explosion sound was heard inside, as the flames burned fiercely, revealing a hint of reddish golden light. Stabilize the fire, keeping it within the nurturing range. The flames must not be too fierce, Bai Qi reminded. Qin Lang focused intently, his palm hovering above, striving to control the pill fire and maintain it in the most stable state. Time slowly passed, and after a moment, Bai Qi nodded. Alright, add the netherworld grass. Qin Lang reached for the netherworld grass and gently tossed it into the furnace. In an instant, a low humming sound emerged from the furnace. As the flames shifted from reddish gold to deep purple, a chilling aura filled the air, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Next is the Sky Spirit Leaf. Bai Qi's voice remained calm. Qin Lang's forehead was already beaded with sweat. The process of refining pills was more complicated than he had imagined, and every step had to be perfect without any mistakes. He dared not be careless and carefully put the Sky Spirit Leaf into the furnace. The green aura instantly spread in the furnace, intertwining with the previous purple flames, creating an astonishing sight. Finally, drop in the Ghost Vine Dew. Bai Qi continued to guide. Remember, only 3 drops, any more will ruin the whole batch of pills. Qin Lang held his breath, his fingers pinching the small bottle of Ghost Vine Dew, slowly tilting it. The transparent liquid formed a round droplet, which dripped into the furnace, followed by the second drop, third drop. Boom! The pill furnace erupted with brilliance, and the flames surged suddenly. Qin Lang squinted slightly from the strong light. He hurriedly pressed his palm against the alchemy furnace according to Bai Qi's instructions, adjusting the heat so that the flames gradually became stable. Now, wrap the medicinal pill in true energy and nourish it for 3 breaths. Bai Qi's voice remained steady. Qin Lang activated the true energy within him, slowly pouring it into the alchemy furnace. After 3 breaths. Bang! The lid of the furnace trembled slightly, and then a wisp of light golden medicinal fragrance spread out, instantly filling the entire room. Qin Lang held his breath, carefully opening the lid, revealing 3 round and translucent 9 revolutions pills quietly lying inside, emitting a warm glow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed deeply. Finally done. Bai Qi nodded slightly, with a rare hint of acknowledgement. It's barely passable. Qin Lang pouted in dissatisfaction. Barely? This is the 9 revolutions pill, and I succeeded in making it on my first try. Wouldn't that be considered a gifted talent? Bai Qi snorted coldly. This is just the most basic 9 revolutions pill, don't get too proud. Qin Lang didn't bother to argue with him, picking up a pill and asking, is this enough? Bai Qi replied indifferently, after taking it, your body will recover in about 5 hours. Qin Lang frowned. Why so long? Bai Qi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Who told you to act recklessly before? It's a miracle that ordinary people can survive in your situation. Qin Lang pouted, also knowing that he had indeed overexerted himself and had no room to negotiate. Fine, I'll take it then. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the 9 revolutions pill. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and a fiery warm current surged through his limbs and bones, as if a warm river flowed within him. Qin Lang felt warmth spreading throughout his body, his tired frame seemingly infused with new life. He gently closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his body to recover. Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes. The morning light outside spilled in through the curtain seams, filling the room with a faint sunlight aroma. He stretched lazily, feeling the flow of energy and blood in his body much smoother than yesterday, and the muscle soreness had almost disappeared, making him feel refreshed. The 9 Revolutions pill truly proved to be an extraordinary elixir. Overnight, his body had recovered quite a bit. He rolled out of bed, casually washed up, and then pushed open the door. Just as he was about to leave the room, he saw Sumubai, Granny Qin Yi, and the black man already standing in the living room, as if they had been waiting for a long time. "You guys are up so early?" Qin Lang smiled, glancing at the few of them. Sumubai crossed his arms, speaking calmly, "We're not like certain someone who had a full meal and slept soundly last night." Qin Lang shrugged, not particularly bothered. "So why are you waiting for me?" "We also want to go look for Boss Qin with you," Sumubai said directly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over them, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't that unnecessary? Granny Qin Yi and I can go alone." Sumubai frowned, confused. "Why? Boss Qin is a dangerous person, wouldn't it be more troublesome for you to go alone?" Qin Lang waved his hand, his tone calm. "You have more important things to do. I need you to find Bai Qin Hu." Sumubai's expression changed slightly, and Granny Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Bai Qin Hu? Are you suspicious of him?" Qin Lang nodded, his gaze growing serious. "Bai Qin Hu previously asked me to go to Silent Ridge, and that place nearly killed me. Now that I think about it, he is most likely connected with the Wu Dao Association." Sumubai's expression shifted, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you sure?" Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his tone casual, but with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. "Pretty sure, and it's worth investigating. Since the Wu Dao Association's power is lurking in the dark, we cannot let any suspicious person slip away." Qin Lang continued, "You go ahead and ask about his background, and what his relationship is with the Wu Dao Society. As for Boss Qin, I can handle it myself." Sumubai looked at Qin Lang, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. "How do you plan to handle it?" Qin Lang smiled lightly, his eyes showing confidence and a hint of playfulness. "What else can I do? Just take it one step at a time. Besides, I do have something to ask Boss Qin." Chapter 158 Negotiation. Old Lady Jean frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's casual attitude, but in the end, she said nothing more. Sumubai gazed at Qin Lang for a few seconds, sighed with a smile, and turned to Yi. "Let's go, we are looking for Bai Qin Hux." Yi felt restless in her heart, but ultimately said nothing and followed Sumubai away. "Qin Lang, be careful." Qin Lang nodded, watching their departing figures, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. "All right, we should set off too." He turned to Old Lady Jean. Old Lady Jean stared deeply at Qin Lang, but did not ask anything further, and slightly nodded. "Let's go." Qin Lang and Old Lady Jean, led by the black man, walked into a huge manor. The outer walls of the manor were built with layers of thick stones, giving a sense of oppression. Although the courtyard of the manor was beautifully maintained, with lush trees and blooming lotus flowers in the pond, to Qin Lang, all this beauty carried an inexplicable feeling of suppression. The air was filled with a subtle chill, as if some danger could strike at any moment. The black man walked steadily, leading Qin Lang and Old Lady Jean through a long corridor, entering the core area of the manor. On the walls around them hung various strange paintings, with the characters in the paintings seemingly alive, their gazes following their every step. Qin Lang frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart, and from the very beginning, he had felt a very oppressive force surrounding him. "This atmosphere feels wrong," Qin Lang whispered. Old Lady Jean also furrowed her brow, worry flashing in her eyes. "This is a defense formation set up by Boss Qin. The aura around here has been carefully controlled by him, and ordinary people find it hard to notice. You can feel a kind of power, right? That means you have already entered the core area of the formation." Qin Lang nodded, though he was somewhat shocked inside. From the sense of oppression from this power, it's clear that Boss Jin's methods are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the black man is so strong, yet he still has to work under Boss Qin, which also shows how powerful Boss Qin is. "It seems like this is a defensive formation," Qin Lang said. "Boss Qin seems to have a lot of enemies." Old Lady Jean sighed, her gaze becoming somewhat complicated. "He spares no effort to gain more rewards from the instances, even resorting to dealing with some players. Boss Qin has always been ruthless, not only killing those who betray him but also showing no mercy to anyone who threatens his interests. The rule of those who follow me live, those who go against me die has long been imprinted in every player's heart. So he must have offended many and has many who offend him, right?" Qin Lang asked thoughtfully. Old Lady Jean nodded, her tone carrying a touch of coldness. "Yes. Anyone who dares to resist him or wants to challenge his interests has been sent into the instances by him. So they can only follow his plans, constantly exploring various instances, and the final outcome is always death. Many even don't know where they died. Boss Jin's ruthlessness is not limited to the real world, even players in the virtual world are not spared. What he desires is not just profit, but complete control and dominance. And all of this was built on the flesh and blood of countless sacrifices. At the end of the corridor, the black man stopped, turned to look at Qin Lang, and said coldly, "We've arrived." Qin Lang said nothing, his gaze fixed on the huge wooden door ahead, which was embedded with strange symbols and patterns, exuding a shocking aura.
Let's go in. Grandma Jean softly took a breath and said.
Qin Lang nodded, stepping forward towards the heavy wooden door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, a powerful force surged toward him. Qin Lang instinctively pushed back with the strength within him. As the door slowly opened, the scene inside gradually revealed itself. The hall was lavishly decorated, with an exquisite carpet covering the floor, and the surrounding walls adorned with precious artworks, each painting seeming to emanate an unsettling aura. The most striking feature was a huge, golden chair in the center of the hall. Though there was no one sitting on it, it radiated a pressuring energy. Grandma Jean stood beside Qin Lang, her tone somber. "Boss Jean is probably inside, getting ready to welcome us." Qin Lang took a deep breath, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I hope he can give me a satisfactory answer." The two stepped into the hall, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, silent to the point of being oppressive. The hall's decoration was extremely magnificent, the golden sheen reflecting dazzling light, but beneath the luxurious exterior lurked an inexplicable sense of threat. There wasn't much furniture in the hall, and the empty space further accentuated a peculiar atmosphere. Qin Lang walked steadily, his eyes scanning the surroundings, feeling a strong sense of alertness rise within him. Roar! Suddenly, a deep and thunderous lion's roar came from upstairs, the sound massive enough to shake the air of the entire hall. Qin Lang and Grandma Jean couldn't help but pause, feeling a powerful sense of pressure in their hearts. Qin Lang thought, "This Boss Jean is indeed impressive, even the entrance has such a presence."
Grandma Jean's hands began to tremble instinctively.
Then, a shadow quickly moved upstairs, and a huge figure slowly walked down the stairs.
It was actually a lion.
This lion had a fluffy golden mane, solid muscles, and a huge body, walking with a dignified and authoritative stride. Its eyes were sharp, as if it could see through everything. With each step down the stairs, the ground shook heavily, accompanied by a strong sense of oppression.
"Is this Boss Jean?"
Qin Lang frowned slightly, looking at the lion, his tone mixed with confusion and caution.
Grandma Jean whispered, "Don't speak, you will know soon."
Before her words had finished, the lion had reached the center of the hall, stopped, and stared at the two for a moment, a glimmer of a smile flashing in its eyes. Suddenly, it spoke, its voice low yet carrying a strange magnetism, as if it were not the sound of an animal, but clear human speech.
"Jean you finally turned back into your 20s, that's more like it." The lion let out a strange laugh. "What's the point of being an old lady?
You should shine just like when you were young." It then looked at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, huh? Indeed a handsome talent."
Chapter 159, The Black-Hearted Boss.
Qin Lang was taken aback, his gaze shifting instantly from the lion to Grandma Jean, his heart filled with confusion. He never expected that this Boss Jean was actually a lion. Bai Qi spoke up, "This is beast manipulation."
Beast manipulation? Qin Lang understood, this lion was merely the puppet of Boss Jean.
Grandma Jean's expression slightly changed, her gaze dimming as if she was not unfamiliar with the words of this lion.
She sighed gently, "Boss Jean, can we fulfill our agreement now?"
The lion seemed indifferent to Granny Jin's silence, its gaze growing deeper as it stared at her face for a moment, as if observing her reaction.
Then, a faint, almost invisible smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and its tone became flippant. "What made you accept my kind of deal back then?"
"Oh, I know, you had no choice back then, and I gave you a promise. But now you should understand, that's how you'll never escape my grasp." A flash of pain crossed Granny Jin's eyes. But soon, she regained her calm and coldly responded, "You are getting more and more untrustworthy, Boss Jean.
If anything happens to my teammates, it will just be a mutual destruction."
The lion chuckled softly and slowly approached Granny Jean, its mouth slightly open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "You still love to say provocative things, but this time, there are no excuses to escape.
But right now, I have no interest in you."
It stopped and suddenly turned to Qin Lang, its gaze sharp as a knife. "You're the guy who passed through Silent Hill, right?" Qin Lang met the lion's gaze, a cold feeling rising in his heart. He smiled slightly, fearlessly locking eyes with it. "I am."
"What do you want to instruct me on, Boss Jean?"
Granny Jean stood aside, seemingly realizing that the situation was a bit off, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something to advise but didn't speak up. The lion's mouth curled slightly, letting out a deep chuckle. "I am very interested in you, young man. You managed to pass the challenge of Silent Hill, you have some skills.
But do you know? It's not just that I want to invite you to meet me." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you want?"
"Oh, it's very simple." A hint of mockery flashed in Boss Jin's eyes. "I can give you power, endless rewards from dungeons, even make you strong beyond imagination. And you just need to serve me, becoming one of my minions." Qin Lang listened quietly, a cold smile rising in his heart.
Isn't this the kind of manipulative talk a ruthless boss uses on employees?
His goal is to win Qin Lang over, even possibly to make him into a tool. Boss Qin, we are all adults, there's no need for this kind of nonsense to scare people. Qin Lang spoke in a deep voice, what you just said, I treated as the wind passing through. I am not someone you can easily buy. The smile of Boss Qin became even more unrestrained, licking its sharp claws, eyes filled with provocation. You can refuse me once, but that doesn't mean you can refuse me a second time. As soon as the words fell, the lion's body suddenly grew larger, its limbs became sturdier, and its fur shone even brighter, seemingly unleashing a strong aura in an instant. The feeling of oppression in the air reached its peak instantly, and Qin Lang felt a strong threat, a hint of alertness flashing in his eyes. Granny Jean finally couldn't help but speak, Boss Jean, just speak properly, don't pressure people casually. The lion looked down at Granny Jean again, its mocking gaze unfaltering. You really enjoy confronting me, Granny Jean. However, today I don't like you confronting me. Boss Jin's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an air of oppression. The lion's eyes were like sharp blades, staring at Qin Lang as if looking through him, seeing everything. The approach of this aura made the air feel solid, the surrounding space seemed to twist due to Boss Jin's presence. Granny Jean tightened her grip on her pipe nervously, her expression complex as she looked at Qin Lang. Boss Qin never easily lets anyone who challenges his orders slip away. But Qin Lang seemed unwilling to back down. She was very clear about Boss Jin's power. Qin Lang wouldn't really dare to take a reckless risk, would he? Qin Lang, let me be clear. Your next task is to help me break into a dungeon. Boss Jin's tone was unquestionable, as if he saw this all as Qin Lang's responsibility. As long as you can clear it, the reward is 50-50, and we will be even. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze cold. What do you think you are, to command me to do something? A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Boss Jin's mouth, his eyes flashing with a hint of provocation. His body began to glow slightly, as if the entire atmosphere responded to his authority. Don't force me to make you regret. He said coldly, I'll give you a chance, take everything you can carry and do what you must, otherwise. Before his words fell, the golden-haired lion suddenly pounced. That massive body erupted with an unstoppable force in an instant, its sharp claws waving, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. The lion's imposing figure instantly made Qin Lang feel an indescribable pressure, as if in that moment, his whole world was surrounded by this fierce beast, unable to move. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his body showing no hesitation, fearlessly charging forward. He took a deep breath, remaining calm, his steps suddenly moving back swiftly, instantly dodging the golden-haired lion's attack. The lion's sharp claws brushed against his clothes as they flew by, the air vibrating violently, bringing a ringing sound like tinnitus. You're fast. Boss Jin's deep voice came from the lion's mouth, laced with contempt, but this speed cannot escape my control. Qin Lang's gaze gradually sharpened, every nerve in his body tight, as he seemed to become a gust of wind, quickly dodging away from the direction of the lion's charge. The lion was incredibly fast, giving Qin Lang almost no time to react. But Qin Lang's reaction was not slow, his steps were peculiar, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot, avoiding the lion's lightning-fast pounce. I'm not here to fight a beast today. Qin Lang asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Boss Qin, what do you really want? Boss Qin smiled slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, since you don't want to follow my orders, let me show you the gap between us. Chapter 160 Little Kitty. Before the words fell, the golden-haired lion swung its claws again, instantly summoning a black shadow from behind him. The shadow surged like a stormy wave, quickly forming a strong energy that seemed able to devour everything. Boss Qin flicked his fingers, and the shadow shot towards Qin Lang like a cannonball. That energy was not just a pressure of speed, it carried a terrifying killing intent, as if it could destroy anything in its path. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, he jumped up suddenly, soaring into the air, avoiding the impact of that energy wave. At the same time, he swiftly drew the ghost-slaying blade, the blade cutting through the air with a cold light, swiftly slashing at the shadow summoned by Boss Qin. You're looking for death. Boss Qin sneered, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. At the moment of the clash between the shadow and the ghost-slaying blade, a powerful shockwave exploded. Qin Lang felt his body nearly lose balance from the immense force, but he gritted his teeth, his ghost-slaying blade still unmoving. This is just a small part of my power. Boss Jin's cold voice came, you are still far from it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, a fierce look emerging on his face. Boss Qin, do you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in his eyes. The blade of the ghost-slaying blade spun in the air. A harsh sound explosion pierced the air, directly locking onto Boss Jin's weak point. However, just as the blade was about to touch Boss Qin, his figure suddenly became blurry, as if being pulled and twisted by some strange force. Give up, you will never hit me. Boss Jin's voice came from all directions, as if it was no longer limited to one specific location. Your attack means nothing to me. Boss Jin's cold laughter echoed in the empty hall, like whispers from the abyss. Since you can't hit me, then I will wait for you to strike. Qin Lang's tone was light, carrying a fearless provocation, his eyes shining with cold light. Boss Jin's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see through Qin Lang from head to toe.
You said you don't want your life?
His voice was deep, carrying a cold threat. Qin Lang simply smiled, his demeanor completely relaxed, even somewhat mocking.
Hee hee, then you can come and try.
His words revealed a confidence and challenge, as if he completely disregarded Boss Jin's threat, even viewing it as a form of entertainment.
The anger in Boss Jin's eyes gradually rose, like a volcano ready to erupt.
He suddenly waved his hand, and the golden-haired lion surged forward like a storm, moving swiftly, as if tearing through every inch of space with its speed. The lion's eyes were filled with fury and killing intent, its mouth wide open, showing sharp fangs as it charged toward Qin Lang. The pressure in the air made it almost hard to breathe, and it seemed that even the surrounding space was twisting, as if every step of the beast brought an endless aura of slaughter.
You are dead.
Boss Jin's voice was filled with overwhelming momentum, as if he thought Qin Lang's provocation was insignificant and could be crushed at any moment.
Yet, Qin Lang showed no sign of retreating, instead appearing relaxed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Come on, I'm waiting for you.
His tone was like welcoming a grand contest about to begin, filled with anticipation for what was about to happen.
The golden-haired lion leaped into the air, its speed like lightning, pouncing towards Qin Lang.
Its massive body traced a terrifying arc in the air, accompanied by a roar like thunder, directly aiming for Qin Lang's chest. In an instant, Qin Lang's body entered a state of extreme reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly, hands responding quickly, his body sliding sideways to avoid the lion's deadly pounce. The lion's claws were just a centimeter away from him but failed to touch him at all. The pressure in the air still surrounded him, as if, in that moment, he was enveloped by invisible threats. The golden-haired lion suddenly turned and pounced towards Qin Lang again, its anger and killing intent seemingly materializing, charging at him with fierce momentum. With every leap, the entire hall shook with each of its movements. Yet Qin Lang was not flustered at all, instead appearing even calmer under this pressure. The massive body of the golden-haired lion lunged at Qin Lang, letting out a deafening roar. Its sharp claws slashed toward him, while its tooth-filled mouth also snapped open in the air, like a great blood basin ready to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Lang remained utterly unfazed, simply curling his lips into a mocking smile.
The lion's mouth suddenly closed, its teeth biting down hard into Qin Lang's arm.
In an instant, the sensation of flesh and the pain of the bite flooded in. However, Qin Lang merely chuckled, showing no reaction to the pain. The golden-haired lion bit down tightly, its muscles tensing as if it wanted to tear Qin Lang's arm apart through sheer force, but nothing happened.
Eat, little kitty, why are you not eating?
His words were provocative, calm but filled with undeniable contempt.
Qin Lang looked down at his arm, his gaze cold and unhurried. What? Are your teeth not good?
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang suddenly yanked hard, and with a crack, the massive fangs of the golden-haired lion fell out. The lion's mouth slipped off Qin Lang's arm, revealing its wide-open eyes, its face suddenly filled with extreme terror.
Its giant mouth could no longer hold on to Qin Lang, instead showing a hint of unwilling panic.
The golden-haired lion stepped back several paces, its eyes filled with shock and confusion. It couldn't understand why it, a beast that always dominated with immense power, found today's prey so difficult to handle, even ineffective against its attacks. Seeing this, Qin Lang's eyes flashed with a cold smile, and he quickly acted, tightly grabbing the lion's neck, locking its massive body in place. The golden-haired lion struggled desperately, rolling its limbs, but it couldn't escape Qin Lang's iron claw-like hands.
How long do you want to keep playing the role of a substitute?
Qin Lang's voice was tinged with a hint of mockery and disdain. His strength was enough to throw the golden-haired lion up and slam it hard onto the ground. With a dull thud, the lion's massive body hit the ground with a heavy crash, causing a violent tremor, as if the very ground shook. Qin Lang did not stop but aimed his fist at the lion's head and struck down violently. The sound of his fist colliding with the lion's head was deafening, like thunder, followed by a scene of blood splattering. The golden-haired lion had no time to react, blood gushing from its head, instantly dyeing the ground red.
The once fierce look in the lion's eyes dimmed instantly, its body motionless, clearly having lost all vitality. Qin Lang chuckled, Boss Jin, you should come out now, right? Chapter 161, Information Exchange.
Qin Lang stood beside the corpse, calmly gazing at the now-dead golden-haired lion, his expression cold and indifferent. He wiped his blood-stained hands, his demeanor calm. Did you really think I could be fooled so easily? Better play fewer tricks. He turned to face Boss Jin, his gaze sharp as a knife. This trick of relying on substitutes and long-distance sound transmission is really unoriginal.
Boss Jin, are these your only methods?
Qin Lang's voice was full of provocation, as if he didn't take Boss Jin's schemes seriously at all. At this moment, Boss Jin, hiding in the shadows, changed his expression. He clearly did not expect Qin Lang to defeat the golden-haired lion so easily, even reversing the situation in an instant. The black man beside him was angry. Boss, let me teach this kid a lesson.
Shut up.
Boss Jin shot him a glare. The black man had no choice but to step back.
Qin Lang sneered, not talking now?
The massive body of the golden-haired lion lay on the ground, the smell of blood wafting through the air, making it feel like the atmosphere had frozen in an instant. But just when everyone thought this conflict had ended, a shocking scene occurred. The lion suddenly shook and its body stood up forcefully. The eyes that had lost life flared up again, those eyes no longer biological, filled with death and indifference. As it moved slowly and heavily, its mouth slightly opened, a familiar voice emerged from within. "Qin Lang, very impressive, you actually killed my strongest lion." Boss Jin's voice was low and cold, carrying a hint of mockery, echoing in the hall. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, but the cold smile in his eyes did not lessen, in fact, it deepened. This guy not only controls beasts but can also manipulate corpses? This is indeed getting interesting. Boss Jin, you really have skill, being able to bring back your dead pet. His words were light, yet carried an invisible threat, but, are you underestimating me too much? The golden lion stood straight, its eyes still holding an unsettling cold light, and once again it made the sound of Boss Jin's voice. You are really a clever person, knowing that you are just a pawn in my game. Boss Jin's words carried a hint of disdain and leisure, however, there's no need to rush to retort, today's matter is settled between us. Qin Lang remained unmoved, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You want me to help you through a dungeon? You can tell me what you really want. Stop with the nonsense. The golden lion's body swayed slightly, as if after hearing this, its movements became heavier. You are smart and can see through everything I do, indeed worth my serious consideration. Boss Jin's voice calmly rang out, I just want to ask you to help me clear a dungeon. As long as you clear this dungeon, I will not bother you anymore. Qin Lang stood still, his gaze locked on the lion, showing no signs of fear. You think I would risk my life for a dungeon? I'll say it again, I don't like being someone else's pawn. Boss Jin fell silent for a moment, then smiled, his tone becoming lighter. It's rather surprising you aren't afraid of me causing trouble for you. And do you think the background of the Wudao Society is that simple? Haven't you heard of its true power? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's gaze darkened abruptly, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. But he still sneered coldly, Wudao Society? Speaking of which, I really want to know, how deep is your relationship with the Wudao Society? Boss Jin's voice turned a bit chilly, carrying an undeniable authority. The Wudao Society, the real puppeteer, is not something you can casually provoke. I'm just a small supporter of theirs. If it weren't for their funding, my strength and resources would not have developed to this degree. And as for you wanting to know more, I do have some useful clues. He paused for a moment, seemingly observing Qin Lang's reaction, but you must complete the task I give you, otherwise, even if you know, you may not live long. Qin Lang's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't believe you can threaten me. And I am not afraid of you causing trouble for me. Boss Jin let out a soft laugh from within the golden lion's body. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Anyway, you can't escape now. This dungeon is carefully arranged for you, don't be too hasty, accept the challenge first. Once you complete it, I promise not to cause you any more trouble, and I can even let you freely enter and exit this world. As for the Wudao Society, I can give you more of what you desire. Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, his tone still cold. Do you think a few words will really make me believe you? Boss Jin looked at Qin Lang, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. You will, Qin Lang. Because the power of the Wudao Society is not as simple as you imagine. Aside from me, no one else dares to tell you too much. Even if others know something, they wouldn't dare reveal it to you. His words carried a clear provocation. Qin Lang's gaze was icy as he swept over the golden lion, then turned back to Boss Jin, his voice low and firm. I came here entirely to cause trouble for the Wudao Society. If you don't give me some useful information, I will leave right now. His resolute and cold tone made the air seem to thicken. Boss Jin's expression shifted slightly. He truly did not expect Qin Lang to be so fearless. But he quickly regained his calm, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as if everything was under control. Are you threatening me? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Do you really think you can escape the grasp of the No Way Society? Or do you think you can fight against them now? Qin Lang did not back down, sneering. I am not afraid of the No Way Society, but if you don't give me information, I would rather take the risk to find them than work with someone like you. Boss Jin's smile remained unchanged. Do you really think you can challenge the No Way Society by yourself? Qin Lang did not answer directly, but coldly stared at Boss Jin, his eyes filled with disdain. Since you want me to help you, you must have your own purpose. You must know the secrets behind the No Way Society better than anyone else. If you want me to take risks for you, at least give me something. Our deal can't be based solely on your empty promises. Boss Jin's voice turned a bit colder. However, I could consider your conditions. What kind of information do you want to feel at ease in helping me? Chapter 162 Rainy Night Hostel. Qin Lang said, First, tell me what you know, and I will see how valuable it is. Boss Jin chuckled softly, as if he had long anticipated Qin Lang's straightforwardness and persistence. Alright, since you are so eager, I will give you some information. His tone suddenly became serious. The real core of the No Way Society is a group of strategists hiding in the background, who are good at manipulating situations and commanding from behind. The founder of the No Way Society was the first player to clear 100 dungeons.
Do you know that this achievement has yet to be surpassed?
In terms of strength, he might not be first, but he is at least in the top 3. He paused, as if savoring the weight of these words. At that time, he was truly unmatched. Even the entire dungeon system might not be able to rival his abilities.
Qin Lang nodded after listening.
Interesting.
Keep talking.
Seeing that Qin Lang showed no reaction, Boss Qin continued, as for why we know each other, it's because we are both passionate about dungeon rewards. To put it simply, the treasures and lost secret manuals in the dungeons are our goals. The No Way Society gradually established its huge power by collecting resources from the dungeons. He paused slightly, as if recalling something, his smile growing even stronger. Members of the No Way Society are spread across various dungeons. Each person takes clearing dungeons as their mission, while also gradually expanding their power and network. Boss Qin waved a claw like a lion and carved a pattern on the lion's body. This tattoo is the symbol of the No Way Society. All members will have such a pattern on them.
See, like this.
Qin Lang stared at the pattern, mentally marking this symbol down.
How many people are there in the No Way Society?
Qin Lang asked slowly, his tone calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and caution that couldn't be hidden.
You say they are powerful, but just how many members are there? How are their setups? I want to know more.
Boss Qin smiled slightly, the smile still carrying a bit of disdain and depth. What do you think?
Do you want to know the true scale of the No Way Society?
You will find that the number of members will shock you. Whether skilled players in the dungeons or ordinary players in various cities, their influence has long infiltrated all aspects. He looked at Qin Lang, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. If you want to know more, you'll need some skills to get close to that level.
Qin Lang calmly continued to ask, so, what is the actual scale of the No Way Society?
At least tell me some specific information to help me prepare better. Boss Qin said, if you want to find them, you can start with the dungeons I arranged to find clues. He paused. The difficulty of the dungeon is not low, which should be a good challenge for you. In any case, if you want to understand the inner workings of the unruly society, you must first pass this test. Qin Lang looked at Boss Qin, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes, but the cold smile still hung on his lips. After all this, you still want me to help you clear the dungeon?
You must have other motives. Do you think I would believe you?
Boss Qin did not rush to respond, but spoke slowly. You still do not understand the value of this dungeon. Let me be clear with you, I do not even dare to challenge this dungeon myself, so I need you to help me get through it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, but did not speak immediately.
At this moment, Granny Jean whispered, you really do not plan to help Boss Qin, do you?
This dungeon must be extremely difficult. Even if your current strength is strong, you cannot pass easily. Her tone was filled with worry, clearly disapproving of Qin Lang's choice. Qin Lang did not respond directly to Granny Jean but turned to Boss Qin, his tone still cold. If I really go, will you tell me more about the unruly society? Boss Qin seemed unconcerned by Qin Lang's doubts and said lightly, I told you, after completing the dungeon, you can get many things you want from me. Trust me, this is beneficial for you too, at least it can help you find what you want.
Qin Lang exhaled, alright, enough nonsense. Tell me, which dungeon do you want me to go to? Boss Qin chuckled, the Rainy Night Inn.
When Granny Jean heard the words Rainy Night Inn, her heart suddenly trembled.
That is an S+ difficulty dungeon. What does an S+ difficulty dungeon mean?
It is an existence that surpasses ordinary dungeons, meaning the enemies inside are not just simple monsters but powerful foes that offer significant challenges, even potentially exceeding the player's expectations and capabilities. Every S+ difficulty dungeon is a test of the player's limits, and only those who have experienced countless battles and possess unfathomable strength can hope to overcome it easily.
Qin Lang asked, an S+ dungeon, sounds interesting.
Boss Qin smiled lightly, his eyes flashing with disdain. Whether you succeed or not entirely depends on your own abilities. You are strong, but in my view, your chances of clearing it are only 1%. However, if you want the information you seek from me, the only way is to clear this dungeon. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then said, alright, I will go, but you must remember your promise, otherwise, I will take the rewards from the dungeon for myself. Boss Qin's voice was filled with mockery. Then I wish you good luck.
Qin Lang pointed at Granny Jean. By the way, what about her teammates? Are you going to let them go?
Boss Qin said, so you enjoy meddling in other people's business.
Qin Lang replied, I am not meddling, I want you to keep your promise. A person cannot stand without trust, right?
Boss Qin said, fine, I will let her teammates go for your sake. Granny Jean breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that her teammates were all right. Boss Qin said, Granny Jean, your teammates will come looking for you. Then he added, but Qin Lang, remember, if you do not participate in the Rainy Night Inn dungeon, I will show you my terror. After saying this, the already deceased lion's corpse began to transform, all the flesh and blood instantly peeling away, leaving only a pile of bones. And the flesh and skin had condensed into a bloody meatball. Qin Lang frowned, thinking that this move was truly sinister. Moreover, Boss Qin was not even here yet could cast spells from afar, his strength was indeed unfathomable. Soon after, Qin Lang and Granny Jean walked out of Boss Jin's villa. Granny Jean sighed, "You really plan to go to the Rainy Night Inn?" The difficulty of that dungeon may be no less than Silent Hill. Silent Hill is tough because there is a mandatory hidden task that leads to certain death. But the Rainy Night Inn is truly difficult. And, didn't we agree to find a chance to assassinate Boss Qin? Chapter 163, There is a Spy Among Us. Qin Lang said, "If we go to assassinate now, we won't succeed." "Why?" Grandma Jin's deep voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, her eyes revealing some confusion. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly, "Because Boss Qin already knows our plan." Grandma Jin's face instantly changed, that familiar sense of danger quickly spread. "What? Why would he know?" Qin Lang raised his head, his gaze fixed on Grandma Jean, his tone somewhat helpless yet filled with shock. "I am very sensitive to the scent of women, just now. I smelled a familiar odor from that lion." Grandma Jin's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of surprise crossed her brow, then turned into cold sharpness. "You mean?" "Yes, that scent, I had smelled it before." Qin Lang interrupted her, his voice becoming more steady. "In other words, there is someone from Boss Qin among us." Grandma Jin's body shook, her expression became even more serious, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. No wonder Boss Qin did not show himself directly. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to read more clues from Qin Lang's every word. "Who is it?" Qin Lang shook his head, sighed, and softly said, "We'll talk about that later. The most important thing right now is that we need to find Bai Qin Hu as soon as possible." Grandma Jin's heart tightened, as if realizing the seriousness of the situation. "You mean, Sumu Bai and the others might be in danger?" Sumu Bai had already taken Yi Zi and Shenwan Qing to find Bai Qin Hu. Sumu Bai couldn't possibly be one of Boss Jin's people, so the spy could only be among Yi Zi and Shenwan Qing. Qin Lang nodded, urgency clear in his eyes. "Yes, if we don't act quickly, it might be too late. If that spy has bad intentions, or if Boss Qin has other plans, Sumu Bai might be in danger." Qin Lang said, "That's why I was so anxious to leave just now." "All right, I will go with you." Grandma Jin's voice was deep and firm. On the other side, Sumu Bai relied on her memory to arrive at Bai Qin Hu's villa. But unlike last time, not a single one of Bai Qin Hu's subordinates was to be seen. Instead, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Sumu Bai instinctively felt something was wrong, and Yi Zi and Shenwan Qing prepared for battle. "It seems, something has happened." Sumu Bai gently pushed open the villa's large door, the once elegant corridor now shrouded in deep shadows, the smell of blood thickening, making one feel nauseous. Peering inside, Sumu Bai instinctively covered her mouth, unable to suppress her inner shock. On both sides of the corridor, the carefully arranged artworks and paintings were all stained with blood. Those decorations were toppled on the ground, pieces scattered everywhere. Yi Zi's eyes widened as she scanned the surroundings, each corner revealing a horrific atmosphere. Bloody corpses lay helplessly on the ground, their faces twisted, their clothes spotted with blood. The whole villa seemed to have become a death altar, suffused with a suffocating sense of horror in its silence. Yi Zi felt a chill spreading up her spine, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. How could so many people all be dead? What happened to Bai Qin Hu and them? Shenwan Qing hurriedly covered her mouth, trying her best not to make any sound. Yi Zi moved her feet softly, her heartbeat booming like drums. She knew this was far more than a simple murder case. Sumu Bai said, "Bai Qin Hu sent us to the Silent Hill instance, but now that we've just left the Silent Hill instance, Bai Qin Hu is dead. There must be an extremely terrifying conspiracy behind this. But who did this? Is it Boss Qin? Or the Undead Society?" Yi Zi muttered to herself, her voice weak, filled with questions and fear. She turned around and quickly took out her phone, preparing to dial Qin Lang's number when suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the villa. Sumu Bai's heart tightened suddenly. Before she could react, urgent voices came from outside the door. "Search warrant. Everyone, stop." Immediately, a group of people dressed in law enforcement uniforms rushed in like a flood. Their eyes were cold, their steps decisive, and their weapons drawn, quickly locking onto everyone present. "You three!" One of the law enforcement officers shouted loudly, his voice cold and unyielding, "You must come with us now." Sumu Bai instinctively felt something was wrong. She was now in a ghostly state, but this enforcement officer could actually see her. These enforcement officers are not simple at all. "Run!" Yi Zi and Shenwan Qing's faces suddenly turned pale. They also realized the extraordinary power of these officers and understood the danger of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi decisively turned around and immediately ran toward the villa's main door, with Qin Lang closely following.
However, the enforcement officers had clearly been prepared. They quickly reacted and blocked the two's way. "Stop!"
the officer shouted sternly, his short blade gleaming coldly as it moved closer to Yi's face.
"Run!"
Yi suddenly took a big step back, shouting immediately, then without hesitation, she lunged toward the other exit, with Qin Lang closely following, her heart racing painfully. Su Mubai formed seals with her hands, blood demon technique, blood mist. In an instant, the air in the entire villa seemed to freeze, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. A wave of blood-colored mist suddenly surged from around her, like a huge vortex, quickly spreading out. The blood mist wrapped around the air. The enforcement officers instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, but the blood mist did not easily disperse like ordinary smoke. Su Mubai immediately turned to prepare to leave, but before she could take a few steps, a cold, powerful hand tightly grabbed her shoulder.
"Want to run?"
That hand was like an iron clamp, firmly holding her body in place, making her unable to move. Su Mubai's pupils dilated suddenly. She instinctively tried to counterattack with the blood demon technique.
"Do you think, with just this little blood demon technique, you can escape?"
That voice was deep and cold, carrying a sense of oppression as if it were a whisper coming from the depths of hell. There was no trace of emotion in that voice. "Don't struggle, or I'll make you die again." Su Mubai struggled fiercely, but that hand held her firmly like a steel claw, preventing her from breaking free.
How could an A-class anomaly be captured so easily? This person's strength, truly unfathomable. Yi exclaimed in shock, "Miss Su."
She turned around to save her, but Su Mubai shouted loudly, "Run!"
Find Qin Lang. Chapter 164, The Missing Three.
Yi glanced back at Su Mubai, her eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep into her palms, wishing she could rush back to save her immediately. But Qin Lang suddenly grabbed her, so forcefully that she could barely move.
Yi, don't be impulsive. Qin Lang's voice was low and urgent. "Going back now, we can't save anyone. You'll get caught too."
Yi stared angrily at Qin Lang, gritting her teeth, "But Miss Su."
"She'll be fine, the enforcement officers won't easily kill."
Qin Lang's tone was extremely firm, staring intently at Yi without a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Yi's heart trembled violently, her lips quivered slightly. She understood that Qin Lang was speaking the truth. Right now, they were alone, and not only were the others law enforcement officers, but they were also stronger than they were.
As an A-class anomaly, Su Mubai. She actually had no ability to resist at all.
If she rashly returned, it would be like sending herself to death. However, knowing that Su Mubai was in danger, she could only turn and flee. This feeling made her very uncomfortable.
How am I supposed to explain this to Qin Lang?
Qin Lang saw her hesitating and simply pulled her wrist, dragging her away quickly. Yi held back a breath, her steps heavy, until they burst out of the villa and shook off their pursuers, finally stopping. Yi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with struggle and guilt.
She turned to look at Qin Lang, her tone anxious. "What do we do next?"
"Wait." Before she finished speaking, a heavy blow struck.
Bang!
Yi only felt darkness before her eyes, a sharp pain at the back of her head, and in an instant, she lost her balance, her legs went weak, and she fell heavily. In the last moment before losing consciousness, she saw Qin Lang's indifferent face, without any hesitation, without a hint of wavering.
Her eyelids grew heavier and consciousness was consumed by darkness.
Qin Lang stood still, coldly watching Yi fall, gently withdrawing her hand. She sighed softly.
Yi gasped in surprise. "You."
She softly said, "I'm sorry, Yi, don't blame me." As Qin Lang and his group stepped into the villa of Qin Tiger, a strong smell of blood rushed to their noses. In the large courtyard, dozens of corpses lay scattered, dark red blood winding like a river, the air filled with a heavy feeling of death. Under the night, the entire villa appeared eerie and terrifying, as if it were a hell on earth. Granny Jin's expression changed drastically. She swung her smoking pipe and walked forward slowly, frowning and looking around, her tone grave.
"It seems something big has happened. By Kintiger's people have almost all been killed."
Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, slowly scanning his surroundings, full of vigilance. His footsteps stomped in the pool of blood, leaving a deep set of footprints. He crouched down to check a corpse, lightly probing the body's temperature with his fingers, and said softly, "Died not long ago, at most half an hour." Granny Jean said solemnly, "Su Mubai, it looks like."
"I know."
Qin Lang stood up, his expression serious as he scanned the area, a hint of unease quietly creeping into his heart. The slaughter here was too clean, leaving almost no traces of resistance, indicating that the enemy was not only powerful but also acted swiftly.
Su Mubai had probably fallen into someone's hands. Granny Jin's gaze became sharper, staring at Qin Lang. "Is it possible that it was the undercover agent who did this?"
Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his eyes deep. "It's very possible." Granny Jean leaned on her cane, her brows furrowing even deeper. "Who exactly is that undercover?"
Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, suddenly, steady footsteps came from the night, breaking the bloody silence. Then, a cold voice came from outside the villa. Qin Lang, right? Come with us for a moment. Several figures slowly walked out of the darkness, dressed in black enforcement uniforms, holding weapons, their faces stern, carrying an authority that could not be refused. The leading enforcer was a cold-faced woman, her gaze sharp, tightly focused on Qin Lang. We are the enforcers of this area. Do not resist unnecessarily, immediately face justice. Qin Lang's eyes darkened, his hand secretly clenched into a fist, his body slightly tensed, already ready to respond to any unexpected situation. He stared coldly at the enforcers, his tone unfriendly. You say I must obey? Why should I? The female enforcer smiled lightly, slowly raised her hand, and a group of enforcers immediately surrounded them completely. The female enforcer said, based on your presence among these corpses, do you still need to ask why? You can't possibly say you came here for a stroll after dinner, right? Qin Lang's mouth curled slightly, revealing a playful smile, his gaze fixed on the group of enforcers, without a hint of fear. Officer, I have a strange habit. I like to stay in places filled with corpses. Is that also illegal? The female law enforcer's eyes instantly turned cold, but the corner of her mouth curled into a sneering smile. Oh? Since you are this kind of pervert, you can't be let go. Her voice was crisp, but her tone carried a dangerous meaning. As soon as her words fell, she raised her right hand, and a pair of silver handcuffs flashed a cold light under the night, like a silver snake, swiftly striking toward Qin Lang. The handcuffs shot through the air, their speed so fast that they almost left a silver afterimage. Qin Lang's eyes slightly changed, he shifted his foot, leaned back slightly, narrowly avoiding the direct assault of the handcuffs. At the same time, Granny Jean Yi quickly moved to the side, separating from Qin Lang, ready to defend against the enemy. Interesting. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, his hand silently reaching for the blade of the ghost-slaying knife, prepared to counterattack the moment the opponent made another move. However, just as he was about to act, the silver handcuffs suddenly trembled in the air, unexpectedly swelling and changing shape in an instant. The handcuffs transformed into a huge silver chain net, rapidly curling back at him. Wow, interesting. Qin Lang's pupils constricted, he immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated in an attempt to escape. But this silver chain seemed to possess life, instantly expanding and violently wrapping around him. Bang! The silver chain tightened suddenly, firmly binding Qin Lang, his arms tightly entangled, leaving him no chance to draw his knife. Qin Lang frowned, suddenly feeling a strange force seeping through the silver chain into his body, causing his blood energy to feel somewhat sluggish. These handcuffs are suspicious. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, trying to break free, but the silver chain seemed to possess intelligence. The more he struggled, the tighter it bound him, even fatally emanating an energy wave, greatly limiting the power within him. Got it. The female law enforcer lightly clapped her hands, looking mockingly at the bound Qin Lang, a smug smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang, did you think we didn't know your abilities? Don't waste your effort, this spirit binding lock is specifically made to deal with dangerous people like you, you can't escape. As her words fell, the surrounding law enforcers all revealed cold smiles, slowly closing in on Granny Jean Yi, while Qin Lang was firmly immobilized by the silver chain, unable to break free. Is that so? Not necessarily. Qin Lang gathered his strength, the sluggish blood energy within him suddenly flowing, a vast power instantly breaking through the bindings, like a rushing torrent. His muscles trembled, and the silver spirit binding lock instantly shattered, turning into countless broken chains that scattered and splintered, making a crisp sound of metal breaking. What? The female law enforcer's pupils shrank, a glimmer of surprise flickering on her face before she quickly regained her cool. She blurred into motion, her hands reaching, pulling out 2 sets of silver handcuffs from her waist. These handcuffs were even more exquisite than the previous spirit binding lock, with delicate runes faintly engraved on the chains, exuding a soft glow. Indeed, you are not an ordinary criminal, I will need to put in some effort. She chuckled coldly, and with a shake of her hands, the 2 sets of handcuffs shot out like living things, directly heading for Qin Lang. On the other side, Granny Jean Yi was also engaged in a fierce battle. Her movements were nimble, maneuvering around 2 law enforcers, one tall and imposing, the other wearing black sunglasses, looking particularly mysterious. Ha! Granny Jean Yi raised the corner of her mouth, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. The pale white smoke instantly spread, like a flowing fog, swallowing her figure completely in an instant. Gone? The tall law enforcer suddenly became alert, scanning the surroundings cautiously. However, at that moment, Granny Jean Yi had silently slipped to his side, her 5 fingers slightly spread, gathering a sharp energy at her fingertips, aiming straight at his neck. Bang! A strong wind rushed in, and the tall law enforcement officer stepped back suddenly, just as Granny Jin's palm was about to reach her target. A hand wearing a black leather glove suddenly intercepted her attack. A sunglasses-wearing law enforcement officer charged precisely towards Granny Jean. Granny Jin's gaze sharpened, her heart stunned. But this person was actually able to accurately find her position and block her sneak attack? The sunglasses law enforcement officer's ears twitched slightly, and he reached out directly to grab Granny Jean. Granny Jean instinctively swung her long smoking pipe, hitting his sunglasses. The sunglasses lifted slightly, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. Granny Jean gasped, "So, you are blind?" "No wonder." The sunglasses law enforcement officer smirked slightly, his voice deep and calm. "Your smoke is ineffective against me. You might as well surrender." "You are really humorous." Granny Jean chuckled lightly, suddenly taking a deep breath and then forcefully exhaling a cloud of even denser white smoke. This time, the white smoke no longer just spread out, it rapidly coalesced in the air into strands of smoke ropes, swarming towards the two law enforcement officers like living creatures. "What?" The tall law enforcement officer realized something was wrong and was about to retreat, but the smoke ropes moved swiftly, instantly binding his hands and feet. Although the sunglasses law enforcement officer heard something unusual, he too was quickly ensnared by the smoke ropes around his arms. "Hee, who told you to be blind?" Granny Jean chuckled lightly, her fingers twisting, making the smoke ropes tighten even more, sealing both of their movements. Granny Jean thought the smoke chains had securely trapped her opponents, but in the next moment, a domineering and fierce force erupted from the smoke. Sizzle! A sharp sound of ripping air surged, and Granny Jean's smoke ropes were actually torn apart. That force seemed to explode from within, instantly breaking all restraints. "What?" Granny Jean frowned and quickly retreated, but saw the sunglasses law enforcement officer already approaching her, his footsteps steady and silent, as if completely unaffected by the smoke. He flipped his wrist slightly, revealing a black blade as thin as a cicada's wing, its cold light cutting through the night. Tisk, indeed a tough opponent. Granny Jean cursed inwardly, retreating lightly, but her steps hesitated slightly. She was already accustomed to her enemies hesitating and slowing down in the smoke, yet this man completely ignored her methods. No matter how she dodged, the black blade accurately locked onto her position, the murderous intent chilling. A man who doesn't pity the fairer sex is certainly the most detestable. Granny Jean sneered coldly, her tone laced with mockery, but her movements were becoming increasingly constrained, the sunglasses law enforcement officer's attacks growing more ferocious, every strike like a sudden storm, leaving no gaps. She could still nimbly maneuver within the smoke, but her opponent seemed to predict her moves, repeatedly blocking her escape routes and forcing her into a passive position. A flash of the blade, a cold wind approaching, and Granny Jean could almost feel the blade's edge grazing her neck. She cursed inwardly, knowing that if this continued, she would eventually be forced into a corner. She had to think of a way to escape. Granny Jean took a deep breath, suddenly waving her sleeve, pouring all her remaining energy into the smoke. In an instant, the originally ethereal white mist erupted, surging violently like a raging tide. Smoke illusion, thousand shadows escape. Her figure split into 10 amidst the thick fog, scattering like a ghost in all directions. The sunglasses law enforcement officer paused for a moment, swinging the blade in his hand and instantly slicing through 3 illusory figures. But just as he was about to continue the chase, Granny Jean's true form had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting towards the position of Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, let's deal with them together." Her figure flickered and instantly landed beside Qin Lang, cautiously looking around, ready to face the upcoming battle. Qin Lang was originally entangled by the silver handcuffs, his hands bound and unable to fully exert himself, but at the moment the elderly woman appeared, he let out a cold smile, and a murderous intent suddenly condensed in his eyes. "Kid, you can't be serious about dragging this broken thing into the fight, right?" The elderly woman gasped for breath, glancing at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, suddenly shaking his arms violently, the true energy within him surged wildly. The spirit binding lock instantly exploded, the silver brilliance shattered like frost, transforming into countless specks of light and dissipating into the air. The female enforcer frowned, surprised that Qin Lang was able to escape her binding, but she quickly sneered, a bit capable, but nothing more. Qin Lang snorted coldly, not bothering to waste words, his wrist flipping as the demon-slaying blade unsheathed. "A prolonged fight is not in our favor? Then let's make it a quick battle." As his voice fell, an extremely violent aura erupted from Qin Lang's body, a fierce wind surged, and the killing intent swept like a hurricane, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 166, By Qi's Old Friend. At that moment, Qin Lang's momentum reached its peak, like a divine weapon just unsheathed, its edge dazzling and chilling. Boom! The earth trembled slightly, and Qin Lang shot out like a bolt of black lightning, the demon-slaying blade slicing through the air, creating a series of piercing sonic booms, heading straight for the female enforcer. The female enforcer's expression changed, Qin Lang's speed tightening her heart, even the opportunity to counterattack fleeting. Instinctively, she retreated, flipping her hands, the 2 silver handcuffs intertwining in the air, forming a silver barrier, trying to block this blade. Clang! The ferocious blade energy slashed down fiercely, the silver handcuffs trembled violently, the female enforcer was forced back repeatedly by the immense force, the ground beneath her feet even cracked.
On the other side, the sunglasses-wearing enforcer had originally planned to take the opportunity to continue attacking the elderly woman, but when faced with the terrifying killing intent released by Qin Lang, he was momentarily stunned, the black blade in his hand freezing for a moment.
This kid's power, how can it be this strong?
The sunglasses-wearing enforcer felt the battle intent in the air, his grip on the knife instinctively tightening, vaguely astonished. Qin Lang forced the female enforcer back with a single strike, the blade pointing to the ground, his gaze cold like lightning, slowly raising his head to look at the surrounding enforcers, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Why are you all standing there?
Qin Lang chuckled, let's go together. The female enforcer, pushed back by Qin Lang's blade, flushed with shame and anger. She had always prided herself on her strength and skill, how could she tolerate being suppressed head-on by her opponent?
Damn it!
She gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce, and disregarding the sunglasses enforcer's warning, she leaped up suddenly, rushing towards Qin Lang once more.
Officer, calm down. The sunglasses enforcer shouted, frowning tightly.
But the female enforcer could no longer hear, the silver handcuffs in her hands gleaming with a strange light, dancing like a spirit snake. She flicked her wrist, the silver chains of the spirit binding lock transformed into torrents of light, rushing toward her.
Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, just about to explode once more.
At that moment, Bai Chi's voice suddenly sounded.
Big brother, don't act.
In the depths of his mind, Bai Chi's voice erupted, carrying a sense of urgency and an undeniable warning. Qin Lang suddenly froze. Before he could react, he felt a sudden stagnation of power within him, a strange repulsive force swirling at his dantian. Two different auras were violently colliding within Qin Lang, forcibly blocking his meridians. This. Qin Lang cursed inwardly, his internal energy immediately becoming chaotic. The powerful explosion he had been building up was instantly interrupted. In that brief moment of delay, the killing intent had already descended. The female enforcer's eyes flashed with triumph, the silver handcuffs suddenly swelling, transforming into several spirit binding chains, swirling like steel snakes, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's limbs and body.
Click. The chains intertwined and tightened, completely binding Qin Lang, rendering him unable to move. Qin Lang.
Granny Jin's expression changed, not understanding why Qin Lang had been captured again. But before she could react, the figure of the sunglasses enforcer was already approaching, as if he had seen through everything. At the moment the female enforcer struck, he had locked onto Granny Jin's weakness.
Got you.
The sunglasses enforcer said coldly, suddenly reaching out, his speed as fast as a storm, directly pinning Granny Jin's shoulder down with such force that she shuddered slightly. Granny Jin's heart sank, about to struggle, but suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder, a terrifying power like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down, making it impossible for her to use her agile movements.
Bang!
Granny Jin was harshly slammed to the ground, dirt flying, dust swirling. The surrounding enforcers saw this and rushed over, their faces showing relaxed smiles.
Finally caught her. Qin Lang, bound by the spirit binding lock, was filled with confusion. Bai Chi, what on earth are you doing?
For so long, Bai Chi had never caused him trouble.
Why suddenly was he opposing him today? Could something have changed?
Qin Lang complained in his heart, but Bai Chi calmly said, Big brother, don't blame me.
I will explain everything to you soon. Don't worry, if they mean you harm, I will definitely help you.
Qin Lang had no words.
The police car sped along, the night outside the window was dark as ink, the streetlights casting flickering shadows in the cabin.
Qin Lang and Granny Jin were locked in the back seat, the silver spirit binding lock still binding them. Qin Lang leaned against the seat, his gaze deep, his expression showing little emotion, but his heart was churning.
Bai Chi, why are you trying to stop me?
He whispered in his heart, waiting for a response. After a moment of silence, Bai Chi's voice finally echoed in his mind, low and complex.
I sensed the aura of an old acquaintance on that female enforcer.
Qin Lang was momentarily stunned, frowning.
Old acquaintance? What does that mean?
Bai Chi sighed slowly, as if sifting through a distant memory. After several seconds, he continued, this woman might be a descendant of one of my former subordinates.
This statement surprised Qin Lang. Your subordinate? Qin Lang repeated in a low voice, his gaze flickering, which subordinate? A person who could be remembered by Bai Chi was probably not just any ordinary individual.
Bai Chi did not answer, falling silent, as if unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Since Bai Chi didn't want to say more for now, Qin Lang simply stopped pressing and raised his head to look toward the front seat. In the front, the female enforcer was focused on driving the police car, the red and blue lights occasionally casting a harsh glow on her side profile. Her expression was cold, her lips tightly pressed, glancing at Qin Lang from time to time, radiating an intense sense of discipline and vigilance, as if she would never let her guard down.
Qin Lang's gaze flickered, and he took the initiative to speak. Hey, officer, what's your name?
The female enforcer slightly turned her head, giving him a cold glance, her eyes devoid of any extra emotion, as if she had no intention of responding to him at all.
The police car fell into a moment of silence, the atmosphere heavy and dull. However, Qin Lang merely smirked, nonchalantly continuing, "What's wrong? You caught me, but you won't even introduce yourself?" The female enforcer finally spoke, her voice cold and void of warmth. "Isn't your curiosity a bit too much?" Qin Lang shrugged, his tone casual. "What can I say? It's hard not to be curious about a beautiful and tough female officer like you."
Granny Jean rolled her eyes at the side, thinking how this kid dared to flirt with the enforcer at such a moment. He really had guts.
The female enforcer frowned slightly, seeming impatient with Qin Lang's slick attitude. "Why should I tell you? Are you crazy?" Qin Lang said, "If you don't tell me, I might just cause a ruckus." Chapter 167, Another Purpose. "What are you going to do?"
The police car continued to speed, the atmosphere inside the compartment tense and strained.
The female officer stared warily at Qin Lang.
Qin Lang smiled a little, then suddenly, a crisp crack sound rang out sharply. Qin Lang's arms shook, and the spirit binding chains that had restrained him instantly shattered, the silver chains slipping off him like a broken snake, making a series of clear metallic clanging sounds.
"You!"
The other officer sitting in the passenger seat turned his head sharply, while the female officer suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the whole police car to come to a brief stop against the night, the tires screeching against the road. The air in the compartment seemed to freeze in that instant, the female officer slowly turning her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her hand quietly reaching towards her weapon at her waist.
However, Qin Lang merely relaxed his wrist, a faint smile playing on his lips, completely unconcerned with her vigilance, and said casually, "Don't be nervous, calm down. If I really wanted to escape, it would be effortless. See, I'm being this sincere, clearly not wanting to cause trouble."
Qin Lang even deliberately spread his hands, signaling that he had no intention of attacking.
The female officer gritted her teeth and said, "I advise you not to." Qin Lang replied, "If I really wanted to escape, do you think you could stop me?"
The female officer took a deep breath, her eyes flickering slightly, fixating on Qin Lang, trying to detect a flaw in his expression. Clearly, she never expected that Qin Lang could break free from the spirit binding chains so easily.
"Once the chains are locked on, no one has managed to escape. What kind of monster is he?"
But soon, the female officer forced herself to calm down, suppressing her inner shock, and asked in a deep, steady voice,
"What exactly do you want?"
Qin Lang casually leaned back in his seat, looking at her with a half-smile, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery and a touch of depth.
"Actually, it's nothing much, I'm just a bit interested in you and want to have a good chat." The female officer's brow furrowed deeper, her tone cold. "What do you want to chat about?"
Qin Lang gently snapped his fingers, as if casually asking.
"For example, your name."
Song Nianxi's eyes shifted slightly, but she did not hesitate for long, replying coldly after a moment.
"Song Nianxi."
Upon hearing this name, Qin Lang's gaze flickered, then he whispered in his mind.
"Bai Qi, can you remember now? Which of your subordinates' descendants is she?"
Bai Qi was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly.
1,000 years have passed, do you think I can remember just from a name? I'm not a deity." Qin Lang shrugged, seemingly unsurprised by this answer, casually saying, "What a pity."
Song Nianxi narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly sensing that Qin Lang's reaction was a bit odd. Her voice, laced with caution, asked,
"What exactly are you plotting?"
Qin Lang suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile, and said lightly,
"What else could it be? Of course, I want to make a move on you." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire compartment froze instantly.
Old Lady Jean shot Qin Lang another glare. The officer in the passenger seat suddenly turned around, looking at Qin Lang in shock, as if doubting whether he had heard wrong. Song Nianxi paused for a moment, her expression instantly turning cold, gritting her teeth to spit out 3 words.
"Crazy person."
Qin Lang, however, smiled even brighter, as if he had long anticipated her response, lazily leaning back in his seat and saying,
"Don't be so indifferent, we still have a lot to talk about."
Song Nianxi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap him dead, her gaze cold as a knife, as if contemplating how to make this man completely shut up. Qin Lang placed his hands behind his head, closed his eyes. "All right, drive, I need to sleep for a while."
Song Nianxi still felt somewhat uneasy. "All right, let's drive. If Qin Lang really wants to leave, there's no need to waste time with you." Song Nianxi huffed, unconvinced.
Inside the police station, the cold white light illuminated the metal tables and chairs, and a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. Qin Lang lounged on the bench in the detention room, legs crossed, a smile on his lips, looking like he was just chatting at the police station instead of being a captured suspect. Old Lady Jean sat cross-legged beside him, holding a long slender pipe, occasionally exhaling wisps of blue-white smoke. Old Lady Jean squinted her eyes, her gaze flickering over Qin Lang, and suddenly spoke up.
"Qin Lang, are you not worried at all about Su Mubai?" Qin Lang smiled slightly, casually waved his hand, and replied with a relaxed tone, "Worry? There's no need." Old Lady Jean raised her eyebrows. "Oh? You're quite relaxed."
"I thought you'd care about that strange girl." Qin Lang chuckled softly, his eyes meaningfully directed towards the corridor of the police station, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, leisurely saying, "Did you forget what I said before?
My nose is very sensitive.
Just now, on Song Niancy, I smelled Sumubai's scent." Old Lady Jean was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery.
TSK, so you already knew Sumubai was in the hands of the law enforcers? No wonder you were so calm, I almost thought you really knew nothing.
Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, if it weren't for how invested you seemed in the performance, I wouldn't have played along. Old Lady Jean rolled her eyes, alright, you sly one.
Qin Lang didn't respond, but slightly frowned, looking thoughtful. However, there's one thing I still don't understand.
He raised his hand to touch his chin, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Why would the law enforcers focus on me? Clearly, I have nothing to do with Bai Qinher's case.
Old Lady Jin's smile gradually faded, watching him thoughtfully. Are you suspecting they have ulterior motives?
Qin Lang nodded, his gaze growing solemn. The law enforcers suddenly looking for me must have another reason. I just came out of Silent Hill the day before yesterday. Those involved with Bai Qinher have clearly been dead for a long time, so it couldn't have been me. The law enforcers are definitely stirring up trouble. Just as the two were discussing, a cold voice came from the doorway.
Qin Lang, come out.
Your interrogation time has arrived. They turned toward the sound and saw Song Niancy standing at the door, arms crossed, looking at Qin Lang with a cold expression, her eyes carrying a hint of hidden scrutiny.
Qin Lang smiled slightly, stood up, adjusted his collar, and languidly looked at her, teasingly saying, Officer Song, are you missing me already?
Song Niancy's eyes turned cold. Stop talking nonsense, come with me. Qin Lang shrugged, spread his hands toward old Lady Jean, signaling her to wait for his return, then leisurely stepped into the interrogation room. The interrogation room's lights were harsh and glaring, the pale light shining on the metal table, reflecting icy beams of light. The room was extremely simple. Apart from the table and chairs and a surveillance camera in the corner, there were almost no unnecessary decorations. Qin Lang was brought to sit in front of a chair, hands casually resting on the table, his expression lazy, as if completely uninterested in the interrogation. Across from him, Song Niancy stood upright, her arms crossed over her chest, her sharp gaze fixed on him, exuding a powerful presence. She slowly pulled out a chair, sat down, her eyes still locked on Qin Lang, and started with a straightforward interrogation.
Qin Lang, what is your relationship with Bai Qinher?
Qin Lang smiled slightly upon hearing this, his tone casual as if they were just chatting. He asked me to go to the Silent Hill copy, so I went.
Song Niancy let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, her voice dripping with disdain. Is it really that simple? Qin Lang shrugged. What else could it be? Song Niancy stared at him, and after a moment, slowly said, Then why did you appear in Bai Qinher's villa?
Qin Lang blinked, as if he heard a very ordinary question, and said with certainty, Because I came out of the Silent Hill instance, so I went to report to him.
Bang!
Song Niancy slammed the table hard, shock in her eyes, her voice raised a few notches. I even went as far as to expose you, and you still keep blowing it up?
What did you say? You came out of the Silent Hill instance?
Her pupils contracted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Qin Lang was amused by her reaction, leaning leisurely against the back of the chair, with a slight smile, he said, What? Am I not sitting here just fine?
Song Niancy stared deeply at him, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking or trying to deceive her. However, from his demeanor, Qin Lang showed no signs of lying. But her hand still instinctively tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white, and she said in a low voice, Impossible.
No one has ever come out alive from the Silent Hill instance. How did you do it?
Qin Lang sighed softly, stretched lazily, looking completely unconcerned. How about, you buy me a cup of coffee, and I'll slowly tell you. Song Niancy's gaze grew even colder, her hands crossed on the table, her fingers gently tapping against the cold metal surface, making a low thud sound. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Qin Lang, I advise you to be serious. The murder case at Bai Qinher's villa has caused a huge stir, and the whole city is following this matter.
If you don't honestly confess, you'll face consequences.
Qin Lang helplessly shrugged, the smile on his face slightly dimmed, but his tone still carried a hint of irreverence. I did pass the Silent Hill instance, but if you don't believe me, what can I do? Song Niancy's gaze deepened, her eyes sharp as a blade, sweeping over his face, as if trying to find a flaw in even the slightest change in his expression. However, Qin Lang remained calm, even with a lazy demeanor, as if he truly believed what he said was perfectly normal.
Song Niancy snorted coldly, clearly not believing his nonsense.
She knew better than anyone how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was. It was a forbidden place where everyone who entered was sure to die.
Not to mention beating it, no one had ever come out alive.
But at that moment, Qin Lang suddenly narrowed his eyes, a slight smile forming on his lips, and he asked with a meaningful tone, Judge Song, since you won't ask me, let me ask you a question.
What? Song Niancy frowned. Qin Lang raised a finger, waved it in the air, and leisurely said, Have you ever caught an A-level anomaly?
Song Niancy slightly stunned, this question surprised her.
Her eyes narrowed sharply, her tone unfriendly. No, why?
Qin Lang stared into her eyes as if seriously observing her reaction, and after a moment, the smile on his lips deepened a little. Shaking his head, he said, "You are lying." Song Nianzi tightened her brows even more, her gaze on Qin Lang revealing a hint of vigilance. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, lightly sniffed the air, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery, and said slowly, "Because you smell like her." Song Nianzi's expression suddenly darkened, her pupils slightly contracting, and the surrounding air seemed to cool down a few degrees in an instant. Song Nianzi's gaze became more piercing, carrying an air of oppression, her voice deep and firm. "Qin Lang, you don't have the right to ask questions. Now, you should obediently answer my questions, instead of questioning me." Qin Lang, however, laughed carelessly, even carrying a hint of casual teasing. He shrugged and said lightly, "That's not going to happen, Judge Song. If you don't release Miss Su, then don't think you will get any answers from me." As his words fell, the air instantly froze for a moment. Song Nianzi squinted her eyes, staring fiercely at Qin Lang, her tone icy. "I did capture a female ghost. If you don't tell the truth, you'll never see her again." Hearing this, Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, then showed a faint smile. "Oh? So Su Mubai is indeed in this police station?" Song Nianzi's brows furrowed. "Yes, and what of it?" Qin Lang smiled deepened a bit, he slowly leaned back in his chair, hands crossed, and sighed lightly. "In that case, I will search slowly." Before his voice fell, there was a crisp crack. Song Nianzi's pupils suddenly contracted. She watched as Qin Lang exerted a little force and easily tore apart the special handcuffs that were holding his hands. At the same time, the wooden chair in the interrogation room shattered into pieces the moment he made his sudden move, fragments flying everywhere. Not good. Song Nianzi's heart tightened. In a flash, she raised her hand and drew another binding spirit lock from her waist. But Qin Lang's figure flashed among the shattered chairs, and he was already dashing toward the door. Trying to escape? Song Nianzi's eyes sharpened, her wrist shook, and the binding spirit lock shot out like a spirit snake, whistling through the air, swiftly targeting Qin Lang's back. "Heh, this is interesting." Qin Lang heard the wind whistling, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, he suddenly stopped, his steps shifted slightly, and his body moved like a ghost, almost brushing past the chains. The binding spirit lock missed, striking heavily onto the interrogation room's door, producing a dull thud that shook the entire door slightly. Song Nianzi's face darkened, she turned sharply, quickly retracting the binding spirit lock in her hand, her eyes igniting with fierce fighting spirit. "Qin Lang, don't think you can escape." Chapter 169, Ruckus in the Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianzi closely followed behind Qin Lang, her cold voice echoing down the police station corridor. "Qin Lang, do you think you can escape? This is the Enforcement Bureau, with experts everywhere. What you are doing is just a waste of energy." Qin Lang didn't look back, his steps didn't slow down, instead, he ran faster. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Experts everywhere? Sounds thrilling." However, just after he rushed out of the interrogation room, a tall figure solidly blocked his path up ahead. It was a man in a black enforcement uniform, wearing sunglasses, hands casually tucked in his pockets, standing straight like an unmoving statue. It was the enforcement officer who had captured Granny Genia. The sunglasses-wearing enforcement officer slightly tilted his head, his voice deep and oppressive. "Please return immediately, otherwise, you will only add to your sins." Qin Lang stopped, briefly sizing him up, then laughed softly. "Sins? That's quite the accusation. I have no interest in being a good child, just hand over my companion, and nothing will happen." The sunglasses-wearing enforcement officer did not respond, only slightly raised a hand and assumed a standard combat stance. Qin Lang shrugged, helplessly sighed. "Looks like there's no discussion here." In the next moment, the air suddenly exploded. The sunglasses-wearing enforcement officer shot out like a cheetah, the floor cracked under his feet, transforming him into a shadow that instantly closed in on Qin Lang. The punch tore through the air, a fierce and unmatched straight punch targeting Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang's pupils contracted, his feet stumbled, and he rolled backward, dodging this punch. However, where the fist passed, the air seemed to explode, causing the corridor's walls to tremble slightly. "Has some strength." Qin Lang chuckled softly. But the sunglasses-wearing enforcement officer gave him no chance to breathe. His figure accelerated again, another fist fiercely slammed into Qin Lang's abdomen, the punch powerful, carrying the force of thunder. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, feeling the rushing wind, finally stopped holding back, his wrist twisted, and in an instant, a cold light flashed, a long black blade suddenly shot out from his hand, the ghost-slaying sword. The blade gleamed like electricity, slashing towards the sunglasses enforcer's fist in an instant. Bang! The expected blood splatter did not occur, the ghost-slaying sword instead struck the sunglasses enforcer's fist, producing a sound like metal colliding. Qin Lang's eyes shifted slightly. "So hard?" The sunglasses enforcer's expression remained unchanged, stepping forward, taking advantage of the moment Qin Lang swung his sword, his body suddenly twisting, his shoulder crashing hard. Qin Lang was caught off guard, knocked back 3 steps, but his reaction was equally fast, his wrist twisting again, the ghost-slaying sword flashed with a sharp cold light and lunged towards the sunglasses enforcer's throat. However, the sunglasses enforcer still did not draw any weapon,
completely relying on his physical body to withstand the attack. He slightly shifted his body, dodging the blade closely, then his left hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Qin Lang's wrist like a capture, trying to seize the ghost-slaying sword. Qin Lang snorted coldly, the blade turning abruptly, forcing the opponent to loosen his grip, and then he surged forward, the blade flashing like a storm. However, the sunglasses enforcer responded only with body techniques, using extremely precise steps and blocks, actually trading blows with Qin Lang back and forth. In just a few seconds, the two had clashed dozens of times, the blade-light and fist shadows intertwining, each collision generating an astonishing impact, making the surrounding air seem to tremble. The sunglasses enforcer breathed slightly heavier, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his tone still calm and confident. "Qin Lang, you are not my opponent, give up." Hearing this, Qin Lang's mouth curled into a playful smile. "Oh? Is that so?" Before his words fell, he suddenly slashed horizontally, the blade cutting a sharp arc through the air. The sunglasses enforcer thought Qin Lang was going to continue the attack, his body tensing up, arms crossed in defense. But the next second, he was astonished to find that Qin Lang's slash was not aimed at him. Boom! The edge of the ghost-slaying sword was unmatched, directly slicing through the wall beside him. Bricks shattered, dust filled the air, the wall was split open, forming a gap large enough for a person to pass through. What? The sunglasses enforcer was shocked, immediately realizing he had been tricked. Qin Lang wasn't really fighting him, but was familiarizing himself with the internal structure of the Enforcement Bureau through their exchange. Once he understood his surroundings, he tore open a hole and charged directly towards his target. Damn it! However, his roar came too late. Qin Lang's figure vanished like a ghost, directly rushing into the neighboring room through the breach. As soon as he stepped into the room, Qin Lang felt a familiar aura. It belonged to Su Mubai. "It's nearby." His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he rushed forward, but just then, a playful yet somewhat lazy voice echoed in the darkness. "Oh dear, whose child got lost and actually ran into my place?" Qin Lang's heart shuddered, his footsteps suddenly pausing, and he swiftly turned, locking eyes on the corner of the room. In the dim light, he saw a slender woman leisurely leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed, long legs stacked together, her posture lazy yet filled with an air of danger. She wore a uniform of an enforcer, the fitted black jacket outlined her curvy silhouette, while her lower body was clad in black stockings that wrapped around her long, beautiful legs, subtly glimmering in the hazy light. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes held a hint of playfulness, her red lips slightly curled, as if looking at a prey that unexpectedly stumbled into her territory. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, gripping the ghost-slaying knife tightly, warily assessing the opponent. Another one blocking the way? Wearing black stockings to work, your law enforcement bureau really has a wealth of talent. The black-stockinged female law enforcer chuckled softly, slowly stepping forward, each step carrying both composure and elegance, yet increasing the oppressive feel in the air. She tilted her head, with a smile that was both playful and ambiguous as she said, "Oh? Wealth of talent? Hearing that from your mouth is quite amusing." Qin Lang sneered. "So, are you here to fight, or to talk?" The female law enforcer's smile widened, her eyes sizing him up like a cat playing with a mouse, then she lightly licked her lips. "What do you think? If you can match the sunglasses enforcer, it shows you're strong too. I just love men who are both strong and tough like you." Qin Lang laughed. "Oh, then why don't we give it a try?" As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, he moved like lightning, suddenly lunging forward, the ghost-slaying knife swirling with fierce blade energy, heading straight for the female law enforcer's throat. However, facing such a swift attack, the female law enforcer merely smiled lightly, the corners of her mouth curling up, her figure flashing like a phantom, and in an instant, she vanished before Qin Lang's blade could touch her. Qin Lang's expression changed, the momentum of his strike didn't stop, he forcibly pulled back a step, scanning his surroundings warily. He was certain that this strike was not just fast, but was accompanied by a mental lock. Ordinary movement techniques could not possibly completely evade it. Yet, this woman not only evaded effortlessly but even her breath completely vanished, like she had never existed at all. What's going on? Qin Lang thought to himself, his mind on high alert. The truly dangerous enemies are often not the ones who attack fiercely, but these elusive, hard-to-catch assassins. He could be certain, this woman was not invisible. If she were, her aura would surely remain. But now, the whole room had no trace of her at all. However, before he could react further, a sharp sound of wind suddenly came from behind. Qin Lang reacted extremely fast, almost instinctively tilting his head to dodge, then suddenly turning around, and he saw the sunglasses enforcer had already caught up, his fist wrapped in strong gusts of wind, aiming straight for his face. Tisk! Qin Lang clicked his tongue, flipping his hands, the ghost-slaying knife horizontally raised, the blade blocking the fast-approaching iron fist. Bang! The knife and fist collided, creating a deafening thunderous sound. Shockwaves surged, instantly sending a shockwave that cracked the glass outside the interrogation room. Qin Lang felt a massive force traveling down the blade, using the momentum to slide back, surprise flashing in his eyes. The sunglasses enforcer's physical technique was indeed terrifying, able to contend with his ghost-slaying knife solely with physical strength, definitely not an ordinary character. However, what worried him more was he A light laugh suddenly sounded from his side. Qin Lang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and his pupils suddenly contracted. That female law enforcer unexpectedly appeared again from nowhere, still in her fitted black uniform, her black stockings outlining her long legs, and she was watching Qin Lang with keen interest, her eyes full of mockery. This woman's movement was too strange. Qin Lang's face sank, realizing that these two were working seamlessly together to block his escape route. The sunglasses enforcer was attacking head-on while the female enforcer moved like a ghost in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. If he couldn't quickly find a way out, he would likely be dragged into a passive position. It seems you really think you can stop me? Qin Lang took a deep breath, gripping the knife handle tightly, the aura around him suddenly becoming violent. Of course. The female enforcer chuckled, slowly closing in, tilting her head to examine him, and leisurely said, "After all, you are quite a dangerous and charming man." Qin Lang snorted coldly, sharply fixing his gaze on her. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his foot, his figure accelerating sharply, and instead of charging at the female law enforcer, he swung the ghost slayer with a fierce motion. Boom! The adjacent wall collapsed with a bang, and pieces of stone flew everywhere. Qin Lang had secretly familiarized himself with the layout of the enforcement bureau during the fight, directly breaking through the wall and rushing toward Su Mubai's direction. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer and the female law enforcer were both startled, clearly not expecting that Qin Lang was not solely focused on fighting but had secretly planned an escape route. Oh dear. The female law enforcer sighed lightly, and then a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, her figure suddenly disappearing from the spot. As Qin Lang rushed into the next room, he heard her low whisper by his ear. What a cunning little guy. Qin Lang slightly misstepped, his body suddenly leaning back, gliding past the female law enforcer's sharp handstrike like a swift snake. At the same time, the sunglasses-wearing law enforcer's heavy punch, accompanied by an incredible gust of wind, slammed toward Qin Lang's side. The wind howled, and a wave of pressure rushed toward him. But just at the moment when the punch was about to hit Qin Lang, his figure suddenly swayed. Qin Lang slipped out with an almost unbelievable speed, easily dodging through the gap between the two, like a shadow slipping out of the battle circle, landing steadily a few steps away. Humph. Qin Lang breathed lightly, moving his wrist, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the slightly sunken ground beneath his feet, recalling the details of the previous battle, and suddenly let out a soft ah. He raised his head, looking meaningfully at the female law enforcer, speaking with a tone of contemplation. I just feel like something is not right. The female law enforcer raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a teasing smile, but she did not speak, only watching Qin Lang quietly. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, quickly recalling the scenes of the battle in his mind. His previous attack had clearly locked onto the female law enforcer. Logically speaking, even if she were extremely fast, she shouldn't be able to completely vanish without a trace. More crucially, she didn't just dodge, she completely disappeared, even her breath vanished. As if she had never existed at all. Like. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly sparkled, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. I've got it. He slowly raised the ghost slayer in his hand, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the female law enforcer, gently uttering a few words. You're not fast, rather, you possess some kind of spatial leap skill, right? The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer frowned slightly, while the female law enforcer laughed even more happily. She gently clapped her hands, her eyes filled with a mix of admiration and danger. You're quite clever, Qin Lang. Qin Lang stared at her, not relaxing his vigilance, but instead gripping the knife tighter, ready to respond to her next move. Using spatial leap techniques to move instantly to another place not only avoids attacks but also can conveniently hide one's presence, creating an illusion of disappearing. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone becoming increasingly certain. No wonder every time I lock onto you, you can disappear completely. So what if you see through it? The female law enforcer smiled slightly, her red lips parting, her voice like a seductive whisper floating in the night. Even if you know, you will still die. Qin Lang smiled slightly, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with sharp light, as if he could pierce through the darkness and see through all illusions. Who will die is still uncertain. He spoke casually, seemingly not taking the surrounding danger to heart at all. Before his voice faded, hurried footsteps sounded from the side, and Song Niancy, holding the binding spirit lock, rushed over with fierce determination. Seeing her two colleagues had gained the upper hand, pride swelled in her heart. Song Niancy's voice turned cold and firm. Qin Lang, you have no way out. Surrender obediently, or you will surely die here. Chapter 171, Don't go to that instance. Qin Lang only chuckled, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all. Is that so? Then why not give it a try? He suddenly gripped the ghost-slaying blade tightly, its edge glinting with a chilling light under the dim illumination. In the next moment, his figure shot out like a missile, the ground beneath him instantly cracking, turning him into a mere afterimage, heading straight for the female enforcer. Seeking death. The female enforcer let out a light laugh, and her figure strangely vanished into the air, as if she melted into the darkness, leaving no trace. However, just as she was about to reappear behind Qin Lang to launch a deadly strike, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. Boom! 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 The aura swept through the room like a storm, carrying an unmatched sense of oppression, instantly filling the entire space. The air seemed to freeze, the violent energy surged, creating invisible ripples. Song Niancy's face changed dramatically, her footsteps halted, and her hand gripping the binding spirit lock trembled slightly. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer's fist hung in mid-air, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. And that female enforcer, she had just leaped behind Qin Lang, preparing for a sneak attack. But in that instant, her body suddenly froze, her pupils constricted, and the smile on her face completely vanished. An overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure locked onto her tightly. Such powerful momentum. Song Niancy felt her legs starting to give way. Qin Lang's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, his voice deep and dangerous. Now, who still dares to move? Song Niancy's eyes suddenly turned cold, her fists clenched instinctively, the anger on her face nearly overwhelming her control. Her patience was running thin, and just as she was about to scold Qin Lang for his arrogance, the interrogation room door was pushed open. Creak! The heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a black enforcer uniform entering. He was tall and had a calm demeanor, exuding the authority of a superior. Qin Lang noticed a golden border embroidered on his cuffs, and the badge on his chest was even more intricate than Song Niancy's. Clearly, his rank was significant. Seeing the newcomer, Song Niancy immediately straightened up, suppressing all emotions, saluted the man respectfully, and spoke in a courteous tone. "Hello, Director." The director nodded slightly, acknowledging her salute, then his gaze fell on Qin Lang, filled with scrutiny and exploration. After a moment, he smirked and said in a calm yet undeniable tone, "Mr. Qin, I heard it took quite some time for us to invite you here. It seems that without some real skills, we wouldn't even be able to bring you in." Qin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, looking at the director with a half-smile, his eyes showing no fear but rather a hint of mockery. He chuckled and casually asked, "What? What do you want now?" The director's mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a meaningful smile. His tone was gentle, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Logically speaking, someone who can conquer Silent Hill like you indeed has the ability to take down by Qin Hux's group. Inviting you for a questioning is only natural, please do not be angry." As soon as he spoke, Song Niancy and the others were taken aback, quickly turning their heads to look at the director. Song Niancy's voice held a barely concealed shock. "Wait, are you saying he actually cleared the Silent Hill instance?" Qin Lang's gaze showed no sign of wavering. "Didn't I already tell you that? What, do you think I'm joking?" Song Niancy gritted her teeth, momentarily speechless. She certainly knew how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was. It was a dead zone that most people dared not enter lightly. Moreover, up to now, all officially recorded challengers had never returned alive. And Qin Lang not only came out alive but also appeared to be completely unaffected? How was this possible? The director sighed softly. He reached out and tapped the table, bringing the attention of the two back to himself. "All right, discussing this is meaningless." He paused, the smile on his face gradually fading, his tone becoming serious. "Mr. Qin, I know you care about Miss Sue's safety. So, we can make a deal." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, his smile unchanged, but a trace of danger flickered in his gaze. His voice was steady and cold. "Oh? What deal?" The director looked at him calmly, slowly saying, "You only need to agree to one condition, and I will release her immediately." "What condition?" Qin Lang asked directly, his tone still casual, as if he were not worried about Su Muba's safety at all. The director's fingertips lightly tapped the table, speaking softly, "Do not go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance." Song Niancy and the others were shocked again. "What? Qin Lang still wants to go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance?" Qin Lang's smile stiffened, and his eyes instantly turned sharp, the laziness at the corner of his mouth completely disappearing. He found a place to sit up straight, intertwining his hands on the table and staring deeply at the director, his tone low. "Why?" The director's expression remained calm, but his tone carried an indescribable sense of pressure. He stared at Qin Lang with piercing eyes and slowly began, "We have investigated clearly. You and Boss Jean have reached an agreement. And once you successfully clear the Rainy Night Hotel, Boss Jin's strength will greatly increase, which is definitely not a situation we want to see." Hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, the corner of his mouth pulling up into a playful smile. He lightly tapped the table, his tone lazy. "Listening to you, it seems this instance's reward is even richer than Silent Hill's?" The director did not answer immediately but quietly stared at Qin Lang, as if thinking about how to respond. After a moment, he slowly nodded, his tone low. "You are right. The reward for the Rainy Night Hotel can change a person's destiny." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed with interest as he asked, "Oh? So what is so special about this instance?" The director did not answer directly but sighed softly, seemingly lost in memories. Back then, one of the founders of the No Way meeting. It was after clearing the Rainy Night Hotel that their strength increased significantly, ultimately becoming a local overlord and creating the No Way meeting.
As soon as no way meeting was mentioned, the scene fell into silence. Song Nianxi's expression changed slightly, looking at the director with seriousness, a flash of complex emotion in her eyes. It seemed she was also hearing this news for the first time. Qin Lang's eyes brightened, the smile deepening further. He lightly tapped the table, his tone carrying a hint of eager excitement. The no way meeting, now I am even more interested. His gaze suddenly became sharp, a trace of provocation at the corner of his mouth. Hearing you say this, I have to go. The director's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly having anticipated Qin Lang's reaction, yet he still sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness appearing in his eyes. Song Nianxi glared fiercely at Qin Lang, her voice filled with anger. Qin Lang, the director is speaking nicely to you, but are you doing this on purpose? Qin Lang shrugged, crossing his arms, his smile unabated. Of course. What, are you not convinced? Song Nianxi's brow furrowed, her face darkening as she coldly said, Qin Lang, watch your words. This is not a place for you to act wild. Her tone carried undeniable authority, the spirit-binding lock in her hand swaying slightly, ready for the next attack at any time. Just at that moment when Qin Lang's momentum had suppressed her, she felt a hint of unease, even anger. This man is just too arrogant. However, in the moment of tension, a steady voice with a hint of laughter rang out. It's fine. The director slowly stepped forward, scrutinizing Qin Lang, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His hands were clasped behind his back, his presence steady as a mountain, making it impossible to see through his depths. Mr. Qin, your strength is indeed astonishing. The chief let out a gentle sigh, a meaningful light flashing in his eyes. However, since you insist on going to that instance, you must bring our enforcers along. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes flashed slightly as he asked with a smile that was not quite a smile, Oh? Are you trying to send me 2 supervisors? The chief smiled lightly, Not supervisors, I am different from Boss Qin. He turned to the 2 people standing beside him and slowly said, You've already crossed hands with them, but now let me officially introduce them. He raised his hand, first pointing to the man wearing sunglasses. His name is Han Zhuo. He specializes in close combat and can clash with various weapons purely with his physical strength, even easily fending off extraordinary beings. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows, looking at Han Zhuo. He is indeed a master. Qin Lang said with a light laugh. Han Zhuo seemed to sense Qin Lang looking at him and cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance earlier. The chief smiled again and looked at the female enforcer standing on the other side. And her. Qin Lang's gaze fell on the woman wearing black stockings. Let me introduce myself. She crossed her arms over her chest, a playful smile on her lips, her eyes provokingly fixated on Qin Lang. I am Ling Wei, skilled in high-speed combat and spatial leaps. The chief nodded. Many people in front of her don't even have the chance to strike before they are already defeated. Oh? Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened as he stared at Ling Wei. No wonder you suddenly disappeared earlier, so it was a spatial leap? Ling Wei chuckled lightly, her voice laced with lazy mockery. Oh dear, Mr. Qin is truly clever. But even if you see through it, what's the point? She tilted her head slightly, extending a slender finger and teasingly beckoning. Do you want to try again? Qin Lang smiled, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. A try is a try. Seeing this, the chief gently coughed, breaking the tense atmosphere between them, and slowly said, All right, since everyone knows each other now, we should discuss the instance. Qin Lang retracted his gaze, a slight smile forming on his lips. Sure, let's talk about it. The chief stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone calm and unequivocal. This time entering the Rainy Night Hotel, you must be accompanied by our Enforcement Bureau personnel. Qin Lang's smile turned enigmatic as he looked at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh? Sounds like you're afraid I might run away? Not afraid you'll run, but afraid you won't. The chief let out a light sigh, his gaze deep as he looked at Qin Lang, slowly saying, The danger level of the Rainy Night Hotel far exceeds your imagination. Though your strength is great, facing this instance alone may not be the best choice. Qin Lang snorted lightly, casually raising his hands. If your Enforcement Bureau insists on sticking close, what benefit do I get? The chief smiled lightly, his tone unhurried. They can accept your orders and commands. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Song Nianxi's face suddenly changed, her head snapping up in disbelief as she looked at the chief. Chief! This absolutely cannot be. Her tone carried strong dissatisfaction and resistance, her whole being radiating suppressed anger. Letting the Enforcement Bureau listen to an outsider? This is completely against the rules. However, Han Zhuo and Ling Wei standing beside her showed no signs of opposition, instead appearing particularly calm. Han Zhuo gently pushed up his sunglasses, his tone steady. It doesn't matter, it's just a mission, it's the same whoever is in command. Ling Wei looked at Qin Lang with interest, a slight smile on her lips, lazily saying, Listening to his orders? Sounds interesting. Besides, I don't like listening to those old folks either. Song Nianxi glared at them fiercely. You guys. Yet the chief only waved his hand. He interrupted their argument, and his gaze fell sharply on Qin Lang, his eyes sharp as a knife. Mr. Qin, I can speak directly with you. My goal is only one, to eliminate Boss Qin and the Wudao Society. His voice was deep and firm, carrying an undeniable determination. You have old grievances with the Wudao Society, right? So, this time you can fully utilize the power of the Law Enforcement Bureau to achieve your goal. You could say this time I am entrusting you, and it could help you get assistance from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Qin Lang gently flicked his wrist, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes showed a hint of unwavering determination. Cooperation is possible, but before that, I want to see Sumubai first. The director slightly nodded, his expression still calm, showing no hesitation. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nianzi, standing beside him, visibly froze, her gaze scanning Qin Lang with complex emotions. She bit her teeth but ultimately said nothing more, turning to walk towards the interrogation room. Not long after, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a slender figure walked in. Qin Lang. As soon as Sumubai saw Qin Lang, her delight was almost unhidden. She hurriedly stepped forward, a trace of indescribable relief crossing her face. It's good that you are okay. Qin Lang smiled slightly, gently nodded, and after confirming that she was unharmed, he withdrew his gaze, casually saying, it's good that Miss Su is fine. On the side, Song Nianzi watched the scene, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, her expression filled with some resentment. However, Qin Lang paid no attention to her emotions. He shifted his gaze to the director, a slight smile on his lips. Since Miss Su is safe now, there's another person who should be released. The director frowned slightly. Which person do you mean? It's the Granny Jean who was captured along with me. Qin Lang's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable meaning. If we are to cooperate, we should first show enough sincerity, right? Chapter 173, She is the Undercover. The director fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. A moment later, another figure was brought in. When Granny Jean entered and saw Qin Lang, she smiled slightly. Good kid, looks like you have become the guest of honor? Qin Lang nodded slightly and got straight to the point. We have reached an agreement with the Law Enforcement Bureau, and this time I will storm the Rainy Night Hotel instance with them. Hearing this, Granny Jin's brows furrowed slightly, while Sumubai beside her widened her eyes in surprise. You are teaming up with them? Qin Lang chuckled and shrugged. No choice, they actively offered to help. Sumubai and Granny Jean exchanged a glance, both their eyes showing a hint of doubt. Just as they were about to ask more, Sumubai suddenly remembered something, her expression changing. Wait, what about EZ? Granny Jin's expression also darkened as she glanced sharply at Qin Lang. Right, where is EZ? The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted to something subtle. Qin Lang smiled softly, but his tone carried indifference. Don't worry about her, she should have been captured by Shen Wanqing by now. Sumubai was taken aback, her brows furrowing tightly, her eyes showing confusion. Why? Granny Jin's eyes sharpened suddenly, her gaze fixing on Qin Lang, her voice low with an undeniable pressure. Kid, do you mean the undercover of Boss Jean is actually Shen Wanqing? Qin Lang shook his head gently, his expression calm, a hint of amusement crossing his lips. Quite the opposite. As those words left his mouth, everyone froze. Sumubai's pupils slightly contracted, an inexplicable unease rising in her heart. She couldn't help but step forward, her voice a bit strained. So what you mean is? Qin Lang slowly scanned the crowd, and finally sighed softly. A low and profound voice said, Shen Wanqing is actually a person from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What? Sumubai exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Grandma Jin's expression also became serious, her gaze was fixed on Qin Lang, with a complex glow in her eyes. Song Nianzi, Han Zhua, and Ling Wei also frowned slightly, clearly surprised by this news, which was unexpected for everyone. After a moment of silence, Sumubai took a deep breath and asked with difficulty, Wait. Qin Lang, do you mean? Yi Zi is actually Boss Jin's undercover agent? Her voice was filled with incredulity, even carrying a hint of unwillingness to accept. Grandma Jean was also taken aback, not expecting that the inconspicuous Yi Zi would turn out to be Boss Jin's undercover agent. She hit it too deeply. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, all eyes on Qin Lang, waiting for his answer. Qin Lang slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said with a half-smile, Actually, I already knew when I was at Boss Jin's house. Sumubai paused for a moment and furrowed her brows, asking, Knew what? Qin Lang gently sniffed the air, his meaningful gaze falling on her as he spoke calmly, but with a note of undeniable certainty, the scent of Yi Zi. At this statement, everyone was jolted. Qin Lang crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, seemingly reminiscing about something, his tone casual. I smelled Yi Zi's scent in Boss Jin's villa. His voice suddenly lowered. That place isn't somewhere ordinary people can enter freely, only a very few trusted ones could leave traces there. Sumubai's eyes widened suddenly, her face turning pale. You mean? Yi Zi has always been by Boss Jin's side? Qin Lang shook his head gently, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No. I'd say, she's always been by my side. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Qin Lang slowly continued, At that time, I couldn't fully determine her identity, but at least I knew her position was definitely not simple. His gaze darkened slightly, his expression deep and inscrutable. However, when I met Song Nianzi, everything became clear. Song Nianzi frowned and coldly stared at Qin Lang. What do you mean?
Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of profundity. You carry Shinwanqing's scent.
Song Nianxi's face changed slightly, her eyes wavering, but soon she regained her composure. Qin Lang, unhurriedly, continued speaking, the scent of Shinwanqing is very faint, but I won't mistake it, she has been with you, and not for a short time. His eyes sparkled with sharpness, as if seeing through everything. From that moment, I basically deduced the truth. Shinwanqing is not an undercover agent for Boss Qin, but is one of your law enforcement bureau's people. Everyone's expression changed, and Su Mubai covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. Qin Lang sighed lightly and shook his head. This way, many things can be explained. The reason Yi Zi has always been following me, why Boss Qin is so aware of my movements, even knowing my details and habits. He paused, his smile growing colder. The answer is simple. Yi Zi has been passing information to Boss Qin. Su Mubai's face became extremely complex, her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to refute, but couldn't find the right words. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with unwilling disbelief. Impossible. How could Yi Zi be an undercover agent? She has fought alongside us through thick and thin so many times, she even saved us, and even. Her voice grew softer, as if even she began to waver. She recalled the bits and pieces of the past. Yi Zi accompanied them through countless battles of life and death. If all of this is fake, then what can she still believe in? Song Nianxi, however, was not so emotionally shaken. She crossed her arms and shot a sideways glance at Qin Lang, letting out a cold snort. What kind of monster are you? You can even smell this? Are you really a dog's nose? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, hands in his pockets, seemingly unaffected by Song Nianxi's taunt. Whether it's a dog's nose or not doesn't matter, what's important is. He tilted his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Yi Zi right now, is she being kept by you? Song Nianxi furrowed her brow, her eyes flashing slightly. So what? Qin Lang shrugged, his gaze deep. That means my speculation is not wrong at all. You didn't let her know she was caught by the law enforcement people, right? Song Nianxi asked, are you thinking of some bad idea again? Chapter 174 My Identity. Qin Lang glanced at Song Nianxi and smiled. It's not a bad idea, it's an interesting one. Old Granny Jean lightly tapped her smoking rod, her gaze deeply fixed on Qin Lang. Then how do you plan to deal with Yi Zi, this traitor? Qin Lang smiled nonchalantly, his eyes twinkling with cleverness. Since the law enforcement has already captured someone, I can just play along. As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback, furrowing their brows, not understanding his meaning. Play along? Su Mubai looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Han Zhuo scratched his chin. Are you planning to use her to extract information from Boss Qin? Qin Lang nodded, exactly. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi Zi was trapped in an iron bar prison. The cold metal bars confined her hands locked by special spiritual sealing shackles, suppressing her spiritual power, preventing her from using even the most basic skills. She tugged hard at the shackles, her wrists rubbed raw, but still, it was futile. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, staring fiercely at the law enforcement officer outside the cell, her voice laced with suppressed rage. Hey! Who are you really? Why did you capture me? Let me out! Her voice echoed in the empty cell. However, the law enforcement officer outside showed no sign of response, merely standing coldly in place, as if waiting for something. Just then, the iron door was pushed open, and steady footsteps sounded. Yi Zi looked up to see three people walking in. Leading the way was Song Nianxi. Unlike her usual uniform, she was surprisingly dressed in a black leather jacket, her long hair casually tied in a high ponytail, a teasing smile on her face, appearing particularly casual yet dangerous. Beside her was a tall man, hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses. Behind them was a young man in his 20s, wearing a slightly loose hoodie, his sleeves rolled up slightly, revealing strong arms. He wore a mask, his eyes sharp, exuding a relaxed yet carefree aura. Yi Zi felt a pang of unease seeing these three. Qin Lang adjusted his mask and walked in brazily with Song Nianxi and Han Kuan, their demeanor lacking any of the law enforcement's formal air, looking more like a gang of small-time thugs. Yi Zi froze, a strong sense of unease welling up in her heart. You guys? Who exactly are you? Why did you capture me? Song Nianxi stopped, arms crossed, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Are you working together with Shinwanqing? Yi Zi's pupils constricted slightly, her gaze fixed on Song Nianxi's face, filled with anger and vigilance, as if trying to see right through her. However, Song Nianxi merely smiled lightly, her expression casual and slightly teasing, as if looking at a small beast trapped in a snare. We are Qin Lang's enemies. Her voice was lazy and light, carrying a hint of undeniable calmness. She leaned slightly forward, looking down at Yi Zi with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. So, Miss Yi Zi, now we need you to cooperate and record a video to lure Qin Lang over. As long as you obey, you can suffer less. Yi Zi's breath quickened slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She tightly clenched her fists, forcing herself to calm down, and scoffed, dream on. You can't expect that. I won't let Qin Lang take risks. Song Niancy shook her head slightly, the smile on her face deepening. She sighed softly, shrugged her shoulders, and with a hint of disdain on her lips, said, "Oh, Yeezy, you are just too stubborn. Since you refuse to be sensible, I can only make you experience some consequences." Yeezy's body shook, alarm bells ringing in her heart. Her breathing held involuntarily, her muscles tensed, as if ready to face the coming torment. Beside her, Qin Lang watched Song Niancy, thinking this woman really played her part well. "Oh dear, why so rough?" Yeezy suddenly looked up, her gaze landing on Qin Lang not far away, who stood there at ease, a knowing smile on his lips, but his eyes sparkled with unsettling light. He took a step forward, leisurely and casually, hands in his pockets, his eyes slowly scanning Yeezy before squinting slightly with a somewhat lewd smile. "Such a beauty." Qin Lang deliberately stretched his tone, his smile becoming even more pronounced. "I wonder what's under those clothes." The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Yeezy's face turned pale instantly, her eyes widened, her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, sinking to the depths. Instinctively, she backed away a step, her breath growing a bit frantic, her voice laced with anger and a barely perceptible hint of panic. "You, don't mess around. Or I will kill you." However, Qin Lang showed no concern for her threat and instead laughed even more happily. He leaned a step closer, looking down at her with a teasing tone. "The more you resist, the more excited I get." Yeezy's nails dug deeply into her palm, her face pale with rage, her gaze sharp as a knife, wishing to tear this man apart. Song Niancy stood beside, silently rolling her eyes. This man truly was no good, he was worse than acting like a thug. He didn't even try to act. Yeezy's back pressed against the cold wall, her eyes fierce, like a beast driven to a dead end. Her breath came in quick gasps, her chest heaving violently, her gaze sweeping over the three in front of her, finally landing on Qin Lang's face filled with mockery. In a sharp and furious voice, she shouted, "If you dare lay a hand on me, you will certainly die without a burial place." Her voice echoed in the small cell, carrying an undeniable fierceness and warning. Yet, Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. He clapped his hands, looking genuinely intrigued. "Oh? Interesting. Then tell me, what background do you have that can prevent us from even getting a body?" Yeezy took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew that now, there was only one way to make them stop. She struggled to stabilize her emotions, her gaze sharp as it scanned everyone, and in a deep voice, she said, "My identity is quite extraordinary." "Oh?" Qin Lang elongated his tone meaningfully, looking at her with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. "What identity? Tell me." Chapter 175, Let Me See Qin Lang. Yeezy ignored his mockery and continued, "As long as you let me go, you let Qin Lang go. I promise, whatever you want, you will have it." Song Niancy crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. "Yeezy, do you think we are 3-year-olds? Who would believe a few empty words?" "Exactly." Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, wearing a playful expression. "You think we will trust you just based on a few words? Do you think that's possible?" Yeezy's face changed slightly, she knew that if she didn't provide some real evidence, these people would never believe her. She fell silent for a moment, clenched her teeth, swept her gaze over everyone, and finally spoke slowly. "You all know Boss Qin, right?" Qin Lang and Song Niancy exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked, "Who doesn't know Boss Qin? But what does that have to do with this?" "Actually." Her voice was low and slow, as if each word carried a heavy burden. "I am Boss Jin's daughter." This sentence exploded like a bomb, instantly detonating inside the cell. Everyone's eyes widened, and Song Niancy leaned forward abruptly, disbelief and shock etched on her face. "What did you say? You are Boss Jin's daughter?" Han Koen couldn't help but clench his fists. Yet Qin Lang still appeared unfazed. But inside, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a shock. He had thought Yeezy played an unusual role in Boss Jin's team. But he never expected Yeezy was actually Boss Jin's daughter. Qin Lang slowly raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Boss Jin's daughter? With Boss Jin's influence and power, aren't you above thousands?" Yeezy's face was cold, clenching her teeth as she said, "Don't worry about that. Just let me go, and I will naturally take you to find him. You can ask for anything, and I can make him give it to you." Qin Lang stared at her face, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting, his gaze deep and unfathomable. His voice was low and slow, carrying a hint of testing. "Then what evidence do you have?" Yeezy felt a tightness in her heart. She knew if her words had no evidence, they would just be seen as nonsense. She bit her lip and firmly declared, "I can prove it. But the condition is, you must let me go, and also you cannot harm Qin Lang." The air in the cell seemed to freeze again, all eyes focused on Yeezy. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, revealing an insightful smile, as if pondering something, while Song Niancy's gaze became even more complex. Yeezy straightened her back, her eyes glaring sharply at the few people in front of her, her tone firm. "In any case, you must not lay a hand on Qin Lang. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go." Her voice was strong and powerful, carrying an unquestionable fierceness, echoing throughout the entire cell. However, after hearing this, Song Niancy only paused slightly, and then the corner of her mouth raised a meaningful smile. He. She chuckled lightly, crossed her arms, leaned against the cell door, and looked at Yi Zi with teasing eyes. You care a lot about Qin Lang, don't you? Yi Zi's fingers twitched slightly, her eyes flickering evasively, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Seeing this, Song Niancy's teasing deepened further, her tone playful as she continued, What? Do you have some unconfessed secret? She deliberately elongated her words, her voice carrying a hint of mockery. Yi Zi's heart trembled, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. She opened her mouth to refute but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Song Niancy saw her silent response and laughed even more freely, eyes glinting with speculation. Or are you saying, you like him? This sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Qin Lang turned to look at Song Niancy, who wore a victorious expression. Yi Zi's pupils constricted sharply, her whole being momentarily stunned, then she instinctively clenched her fists, forcing herself to sound calm. What nonsense are you saying? Her voice was more hurried than she had imagined, as if she were eager to clear something up. But unexpectedly, her ears quietly took on a hint of barely noticeable redness. Song Niancy captured her reaction in her eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened a little. Oh, this reaction seems a bit suspicious, doesn't it? Yi Zi's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat, her gaze suddenly sharp for a moment. She took a deep breath, suppressing that inexplicable emotion deep in her heart, and said coldly, In any case, you cannot lay a hand on Qin Lang. She emphasized again, each word carrying an unyielding determination, otherwise, no matter what the cost, I will not spare you. Qin Lang's expression was indifferent, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, his deep gaze fixated on Yi Zi. You seem quite concerned about Qin Lang. But as far as I know, Boss Qin has always wanted Qin Lang's life. This sentence fell into Yi Zi's ears like a sharp blade, piercing straight into her heart, causing her breath to momentarily falter. Yi Zi swallowed hard. This. Qin Lang leaned slightly forward, staring into her eyes, his gaze sharp as if he could see through all her disguises, continuing, Since you are Boss Jin's person, then it seems you also very much hope for his death, right? Yi Zi's complexion suddenly changed, her pupils contracted sharply, panic flashing in her eyes, as if someone had tightly grabbed her throat. No. That's not how it is. She almost blurted it out, her voice laced with a hint of urgency and anger, desperately denying, I have never thought like that, never. Qin Lang is my friend. Qin Lang countered, Does he know your identity? Yi Zi was speechless, aye. But she didn't even realize that her fingers were slightly curling due to the force, knuckles turning white, and her body instinctively tensed, as if afraid that Qin Lang would not believe her words. Qin Lang's expression did not change at all, still calm and composed, he simply looked at her quietly. Boss Qin just sent him to the rainy night and copy, you wouldn't be unaware, right? This sentence struck Yi Zi's mind like a thunderclap. What? Her pupils suddenly dilated, her whole body seemed struck by lightning, the color drained from her face in an instant. Rainy night in, that copy. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her chest felt as if crushed by a huge stone, her breathing became hurried, a wave of uncontrollable panic surged violently from the depths of her heart. She fixed her eyes on Qin Lang, her voice trembling slightly due to overwhelming panic. Where is Qin Lang right now? Tell me quickly. Chapter 176 She values you very much. Yi Zi's hands gripped the iron bars of the jail door tightly, the tips of her fingers turning white from excessive force, her whole being radiating an unprecedented restlessness and tension. Even the previous composure and calm had completely crumbled. I beg you, don't act against Qin Lang, okay? The others in the cell were astonished by her reaction. Qin Lang was somewhat confused. I haven't done anything, so why this? Song Niancy squinted, watching her with a playful smile, then glanced at Qin Lang with interest, as if suddenly realizing something unusual. Qin Lang regained a calm demeanor, slowly raising his head, his gaze deep and cold. What, exactly are you afraid of? His voice was low and slow. Yi Zi's hurried breaths echoed in the small space. Qin Lang is my friend, I just want to protect him. I beg you. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, tears rolling down her cheeks like beads that had broken loose, splashing onto the cold ground. Qin Lang just came out of the Silent Hill copy, and his body hasn't recovered yet. Don't force him, and don't harm him. Her voice carried a cry, revealing an undeniable plea and anxiety. Qin Lang coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Crying won't help. Let's just say a few honest words. Let's see if we need to listen to you. He was somewhat suspicious, wondering if Yi Zi had already seen through his identity, so she was deliberately saying these words to confuse him. Yi Zi took a deep breath, raised her tear-filled eyes, and looked straight at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with determination and pleading. Qin Lang is the most important person to me. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unshakable resolve, so, I beg you not to hurt him. Put. Song Niancy squinted her eyes, glancing back and forth between Yi Zi and Qin Lang, a deeper smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if she found this sudden proclamation of love very amusing. Han Kuan also couldn't help but rub his chin, as if pondering whether there was more to this statement.
Qin Lang's heart jumped suddenly. What does this woman mean? But before he could think more, Yeezy anxiously spoke again. Also, don't let him go to the Rainy Night Hotel. He will die.
She almost shouted, her voice filled with fear and unease, as if that place had something extremely terrifying, and if Qin Lang stepped in, he would die. Yeezy's breathing eased slightly, but her gaze was still full of urgency. She tightly grasped the iron railing, her knuckles turning pale from excessive force.
Qin Lang frowned slightly and said, repeating this is meaningless to me.
You need to provide some information that can touch my heart, otherwise it's all in vain. Yeezy took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Alright, I'll say.
I'm really the daughter of Boss Qin.
I was raised since childhood to be a player in dungeons. According to his plan, I should become his capable assistant, collecting resources for him and serving his career. Unfortunately, I have no talent. In his eyes, I'm just a useless waste.
Moreover,
I can't stand him treating players as tools for profit, betting people's fates as chips in his hand, so
I eventually ran away.
The air in the room fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, looking at her with great interest, speaking with a half-smile. Who would believe you just by your word?
Yeezy took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can prove it.
Boss Qin has a stronghold in the city. It's a contact point with the Undying Association, known only to a very few core members. Then she named a location.
You can go and see for yourselves.
You will soon know if what I said is true or false. As soon as these words came out, the few people present exchanged glances.
Song Niancy stroked her chin, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh? Why would you tell us such an important location? Don't tell me you are tricking us or setting a trap?
Yeezy did not hesitate and spoke directly, because I don't want to be involved in Boss Jin's plan anymore. His affairs have nothing to do with me.
And I cannot joke with Qin Lang's life.
Qin Lang stood aside, his eyes slightly flickering, as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a brief silence, he smiled slightly and turned to leave.
At that moment, Yeezy suddenly grabbed the iron railing, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Wait.
Qin Lang stopped but did not turn around.
He asked in a lazy tone, what? Is there anything else?
Yeezy's eyes were extremely anxious, her voice choking with emotion, almost using all her strength to shout, if you can contact Qin Lang, please bring him a message.
Do not let Qin Lang go to the Rainy Night Hotel. I'm begging you.
Qin Lang glanced at her and then said, you take care of yourself. After walking out of the cell, Qin Lang said to Song Niancy, go check that stronghold.
Song Niancy put her hands on her hips. Do you really think I'm your subordinate?
Qin Lang replied, if you don't go, I'll go myself. Then you'll explain to your director.
Song Niancy gritted her teeth and said, stinky boy.
Lingwei smiled and said, Niancy, you should just go with him. If it weren't for the fact that I still have things to do, I would want to go with him too. But you need to be careful. That Yeezy cared so much about Qin Lang just now.
Don't be like her. Song Niancy chuckled, me like her? Unless I'm crazy.
Soon, Qin Lang, Sumubai, Song Niancy, and Han Kuan were sitting in a police car, heading towards the base Yeezy had provided. Song Niancy turned her head and glanced at Qin Lang, a playful smile on her lips. What's wrong?
Are you really planning to check out that base, or do you not trust that girl's words?
Qin Lang lazily glanced at her, speaking casually, I believe what she said. He raised his hand to stretch his fingers and continued, but for the matter of the Wudao Society, I want to see for myself what they are really doing.
Otherwise, I can't feel at ease when going to that instance. Han Kuan frowned slightly. What do you mean?
Qin Lang curled the corners of his mouth, his voice low and meaningful. They will definitely come for the Rainy Night in instance.
Upon hearing this, Song Niancy immediately burst into laughter.
He shrugged and teased, I told you, that girl cares about you so much, how could she possibly deceive you? Qin Lang paused his steps and turned to look at Song Niancy with suspicion, as if looking at someone who wasn't quite right in their head. I say, what is going on in your mind?
Song Niancy spread her hands wide and smiled innocently. Isn't it just speaking the truth?
That girl cried so pitifully in jail, scared to death that you might die, it tugs at anyone's heartstrings.
Qin Lang frowned, his eyes filled with helplessness. Even though you are a woman, do you have some misunderstanding about women's tears? Song Niancy whistled and stopped talking, but the smile on her face couldn't be hidden.
Han Kuan was shaking his head slightly nearby, clearly uninterested in the conversation between the two. The base was located in an abandoned factory area, surrounded by rusty steel frames and collapsed factory buildings. The dim light reflected on the damp ground, and the air was filled with the smell of mold and metallic stench. A foul odor reached them even before they got close. Qin Lang led Song Niancy, Han Kuan, and others to hide behind a discarded container, quietly observing the movements at the base ahead. The place was quite open. If the people inside really wanted to run away, it would be easy, and it would be harder to find them. Qin Lang said in a low voice, Miss Su, you go in first to scout the situation.
Sumobai nodded, then her figure swayed, disappearing into the night like a wisp of morning fog, quietly passing through the door to infiltrate the interior of the base. Watching the direction Sumobai disappeared, Song Nianzi couldn't help but curl her lips, whispering, "Hey, Qin Lang, having a female ghost by your side, don't you think the atmosphere is too heavy?" Without turning his head, Qin Lang casually tossed back a line, "Aren't you still unmarried?" Song Nianzi almost lost her balance, her smile suddenly froze, looking bewildered. "What does it matter to you that I'm not married?" Only then did Qin Lang turn his head to glance at her, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, speaking nonchalantly, "Then what does it matter that Miss Su is by my side?" Song Nianzi was momentarily speechless, her face slightly reddening, raising her fist wanting to hit Qin Lang's shoulder, gritting her teeth. "Qin Lang, are you asking for a beating?" Qin Lang had anticipated this, slightly tilting his body and easily dodging, his smile deepening. "It's just a fact, why are you reacting so strongly?" Song Nianzi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, secretly telling herself not to stoop to the level of someone like Qin Lang, or she would surely die of anger sooner or later. Han Koan, hearing the two banter, couldn't help but shake his head and said helplessly, enough, stop arguing, the important matters are at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumobai's figure silently appeared behind them. A cold night wind blew through. Her face looked somewhat serious, clearly something bad had happened. Qin Lang's expression changed slightly, his gaze darkened a little. "It seems the situation here is not simple." Everyone immediately stopped joking and turned to Sumubai, waiting for the news she would bring back. Sumubai's figure slowly emerged from the darkness, her face slightly serious, clearly having discovered some important information. She gently furrowed her brow, her voice softly came, "There are indeed people inside talking, but a barrier is set up around, it's very hard for me to get close. But I have noted the general direction and can take you there." Hearing this, Qin Lang thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze swept towards Song Nianzi, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He asked with a half-smile, "What do you say, can we directly arrest them for illegally gathering?" Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, glaring at him with annoyance. "Do you think enforcers can just act recklessly? Can they grab people for any reason?" Qin Lang's eyes brightened slightly, meaningfully said, "So your meaning is, it's possible, right?" "No, what do you mean?" Song Nianzi was stunned, just about to explain that was not what she meant, but Qin Lang had already dashed out. Led by Sumubai, Qin Lang raised his hand without hesitation, a burst of energy shot up into the sky, while loudly shouting, "Enforcer surprise inspection. Everyone inside is not allowed to move. You have all been surrounded by me alone." This sudden change made Song Nianzi's face turn pale, her heart was filled with shock. How dare this guy? "Qin Lang, are you crazy?" Song Nianzi shouted in alarm, without thinking, immediately pounced on Qin Lang trying to block him. But she couldn't catch up to Qin Lang's speed and could only tightly follow behind. Song Nianzi was so angry she wanted to curse, her heart was nearly driven mad by Qin Lang's rogue behavior. This guy was just acting recklessly under the name of the enforcer. But it was too late to shout now. Qin Lang's voice had thundered through the entire abandoned factory, those in the hideout must have sensed something was wrong. "It's over, this is really going to get chaotic." Song Nianzi gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, not having time to think more, she increased her pace and rushed toward the hideout. As soon as Qin Lang's shout fell, the atmosphere inside the house instantly turned extremely tense. After a moment of silence, accompanied by a rush of footsteps, two figures suddenly burst out from the side door, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. "They run pretty fast." Qin Lang coldly snorted, his foot pushed off, his figure shot forward like an arrow, directly chasing one of them. His speed was so fast, the wind howled past his ears. As the person just took a few steps, Qin Lang had already closed in, suddenly reaching out a hand to grab at the other's shoulder. However, the other person's reaction was equally quick. Noticing Qin Lang closing in, he quickly turned his foot, his body slipping sideways like a fish, narrowly evading Qin Lang's capture. "Quite fast, this is interesting." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, he lowered his body, gathering strength to sprint again. At the same time, Song Nianzi also moved. She stood behind, seeing the two trying to escape, without hesitation raised her hand and waved. The binding spirit lock on her wrist instantly flew out like a spirit snake, making a sharp sound, slicing through the air in a silver arc, accurately wrapping around the bodies of the two. "Don't run!" Song Nianzi shouted, the binding spirit lock instantly tightened, immediately locking the four limbs of the two, making them unable to move. The two struggled just a bit, and then found the chain faintly flickering with a deep blue spiritual power, seemingly containing a sealing effect, binding the breath within them, rendering them unable to mobilize their strength to break free. "TSK, this move of yours is quite effective." Qin Lang stopped, looking at the two who were locked, casually patted his sleeves and smiled. "No kidding, this is my treasure, specially used to deal with guys like you who can't stay calm." Song Nianzi glanced at Qin Lang, her words were not polite, but a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. "Alright, let's see who these two are." Qin Lang stepped forward, his gaze coldly scanning the two captured individuals, his expression slightly darkening. He shouted loudly, "Hey, which one of you is from the Wudao Society?" Chapter 178, The Interrogation Begins.
Qin Lang walked forward slowly, his eyes sweeping over the two tightly bound individuals.
In the dim light, it was clear that one was a man and the other was a woman.
They both wore simple clothing, but the fabric was specially treated, faintly revealing some kind of protective patterns, making them look not like ordinary people. The man had dark skin and a lean build, but his eyes were sharp, exuding a fierce beast-like aura. At this moment, he was glaring at Qin Lang and Song Nianzi with great anger, seemingly unaware of his own predicament.
You law enforcers are too bold. Let us go now.
The man growled fiercely, his voice containing a hint of suppressed rage, as if ready to explode at any moment.
The woman also spoke. Do you know what you're doing? If you don't want to end up with a messy death, let us go now. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it.
Oh? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a meaningful smile as he slowly crouched down to look into the man's fiery eyes from above. Did I hear you right?
Are you threatening me? Don't you know what law enforcers are for?
Sneaking around here in the middle of the night is too suspicious, capturing you is normal.
The man snorted coldly, gritting his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, clearly holding back his anger. What's so great about you law enforcers? I have ways to deal with you. He.
Qin Lang chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, displaying a hint of amusement. You make it sound scary, but unfortunately, I have never been threatened by others.
He purposely paused, his gaze sweeping toward Song Nianzi, chuckling. Officer Song, did you hear that? This gentleman says he will make me regret it.
Yes, I heard it very clearly. Song Nianzi crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the man with a half-smile, but I can't help but feel that the ones who will regret later will be you. The man gritted his teeth, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to calm down and said coldly, you better understand, we are not ordinary people. If you dare to touch us, you won't have a good ending.
Oh dear, I'm really scared to death.
Qin Lang sarcastically sighed, but in the next second, his expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharp as a blade piercing into the man. However, what I like the most is dealing with people like you who have backing.
Now you can try threatening me again.
Qin Lang smiled, his voice gentle as if chatting with an old friend, but his gaze was chilling, filled with a terrifying sharpness. I would like to see how long you can hold on. The man's expression finally changed, from initial anger and disdain to a trace of unease, even a hint of fear.
The woman beside him had remained silent, but at this moment, she could no longer hold back. What do you really want?
Her voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a semblance of forced calmness.
It's very simple.
Qin Lang stood up, lifting his chin, speaking in a light tone. I just want you to cooperate obediently.
That way, everyone will have it easier.
If you refuse to cooperate. He paused, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The air instantly became oppressive, as if the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Qin Lang smiled slightly, slowly extending his hand. A cold light flashed, and in his hand, a long knife as black as ink, faintly radiating with bloodlight, appeared, the Demon Slayer knife. The knife blade was fierce, entwined with visible black evil energy, as if countless wronged souls were crying and howling upon it. In the next second, Qin Lang took out the Demon Slayer knife and directly stabbed it in front of them. The man was originally trying to hold back his anger, but at this moment, his pupils shrank, and his throat felt as if something had blocked it, making it difficult to swallow even saliva. The woman couldn't help but shrink back a bit, her face pale, her breathing erratic, and her eyes filled with fear. Qin Lang curled the corners of his mouth into a smile that was not quite a smile, slowly rotating the knife in his palm, and said softly, you can see this knife, right? It is not an ordinary knife. His voice was very soft, even carrying a hint of casualness, but this nonchalance made the couple break into cold sweats. Qin Lang slowly crouched down, placing the knife horizontally in front of them, gently stroking the blade, and casually said, if you don't behave, I will use it to slice your flesh piece by piece. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing evil energy surged suddenly from the knife blade, like a solid force rushing toward the couple. The coldness penetrated to the bone, as if their souls were about to be sucked into the knife by this evil energy. The woman trembled violently, almost instinctively closing her eyes, her lips quivering but unable to say a word. The man gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his 10 fingers starting to tremble slightly.
Aren't you an enforcer? Abusing private punishment is?
Seeing this, Qin Lang slowly stood up, seemingly helplessly sighing, and with a tone of regret said, why?
Just now you didn't take the enforcer and the law seriously, and now you want to use the law to protect yourself? Very flexible bottom line and principle, huh? Hey, it seems you are still unwilling to cooperate.
He slightly tilted his head, as if mumbling to himself, actually, I have a daily quota for killing, once I reach the number, I will stop killing. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling as she asked, how many do you kill every day? Qin Lang looked down at her, showing a gentle smile, and casually said, not much, just 100 a day.
100? The man couldn't help but exclaim, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Yeah.
Qin Lang gently rotated the knife handle,
pondering as he said, "You two are lucky today, I have already killed 99. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the woman's face grew even paler, her mouth slightly opened as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was too dry to produce any sound. The man, however, was filled with disbelief, struggling with fear in his eyes. You're lying, right?" The man forced himself to speak, his voice trembling. "How could anyone kill that many people every day?" Qin Lang chuckled softly, looking down at the demon slayer knife in his hand, and sighed softly. "If it weren't for so many people, then tell me, why would the evil energy on this knife be so heavy?" Before his voice fell, he suddenly unleashed the evil energy from the knife. In an instant, intense black mist erupted like released evil spirits, swirling from the knife blade, transforming into countless twisted shadows in the air. The shrill cries of ghosts erupted like explosions in their ears. The temperature around dropped sharply, a chilling presence swept in, giving them a sense of being in a haunted place. That overwhelming killing intent and the aura of death pressed down heavily on the two, making them feel a fear that penetrated to their bones. It was as if in the next second, their souls would be devoured by this bloodthirsty fierce knife. The woman could no longer hold back, trembling all over as she shrank back, while the man's original gritted teeth and held-up expression finally shattered completely. His face was deathly pale, breath rapid, his pupils filled with terror. Don't, big brother, let's talk nicely." The man's voice began to tremble, as if he was on the verge of breaking down in tears. "Oh? Have you thought of something to say?" Qin Lang slightly raised an eyebrow, his tone leisurely, as if all this was merely a playful game to him. Qin Lang smiled faintly, casually raising the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, its blade cutting through the air with a sharp, cold light, malevolent energy swirling. The man swallowed hard. "Big brother, I can offer you something else." Qin Lang shook his head. "Alright, since I'm just one kill short today, let's have you two discuss who will fill this slot? After all, I went through so much trouble just to ask about the Wudao Society, you must satisfy me." As soon as he spoke, the man and woman froze instantly, the air seemed to solidify, even their breath became hurried and disordered. The man reacted the fastest, almost without hesitation pointing at the woman beside him, his tone urgent, "Let her come. She'll do." The woman, who had been trembling, suddenly froze upon hearing this. She quickly turned to look at the man, fear in her eyes instantly transforming into rage, her voice sharp and filled with hatred. "You scoundrel! How could you push me out at this moment?" The man, however, was unbothered by her anger, instead fixating on the knife in Qin Lang's hand, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he hurriedly said, "She's just a minor character. I know more than she does, really, I'm the one you want." Qin Lang glanced down at the ghost-slaying knife, thoughtfully stroking the edge, then lifted his gaze towards the woman, smiling. "Oh? Since he says so, then let's kill you." The woman's face changed suddenly, and she waved her hands repeatedly, stepping back in panic, her tone urgent. No. Don't kill me." She glared at the man, gritting her teeth in anger. "I may not know enough? Let me tell you, I am the leader of the Wudao Society." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a playful smile appearing. "Oh? The leader." He looked at the man with a sly smile, his tone leisurely. "Sounds like you have less value." Seeing the situation turning bad, the man's face paled instantly, and he waved his hands quickly, saying urgently, No. She's just a minor leader. I'm a special liaison for the Wudao Society, I know much more." Qin Lang nodded, seemingly pondering with a smirk, his eyes filled with ridicule. "Oh, does that mean your intelligence is worth more?" The man nodded frantically, speaking urgently. Yes. I know more. Don't kill me." The woman glared at the man, her eyes filled with anger and hatred, wishing she could strangle him herself. Qin Lang lightly tapped the knife handle, seemingly pleased with their performance, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Qin Lang gently shook the ghost-slaying knife, its blade shining with a cold light under the moon, the malevolent energy still lingering, pressing down on the man and woman so they didn't dare to breathe. Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, a half-smile on his face as he glanced at the two, slowly saying, "Now I'll ask questions, whoever gives me a more satisfying answer can walk out alive." As soon as he finished, the man and woman nodded desperately, fear almost spilling from their eyes. Qin Lang smiled lightly, as if fully immersed in the situation, casually tossing the knife, leisurely asking, "Very good, let's start with the simplest question. Who are you?" The man jumped in first, almost blurting out, his voice hurried, afraid the woman would beat into it. "My name is Wu Qi. I'm an outer member of the Wudao Society, responsible for relaying information. I'm in charge of delivering various key messages, really. I know most things." The woman shot Wu Qi a fierce glare, her expression uncertain, but quickly suppressing her emotions, gritting her teeth, her tone clear and firm. "My name is Zhao Qingran, I'm the leader of the third group of the Wudao Society is mainly responsible for assisting in arranging some actions, but I know many confidential matters very well. I also know a few real core members, I can tell you their names and contact information." Wu Qi's face changed, his Adam's apple rolled, and he quickly added, I am not only a liaison, I also know some secret bases of the Wudao Society. Big brother, there are some places even she doesn't know. You want information, mine is more useful than hers. Zhao Qingran sneered and, without backing down, looked at Qin Lang. I know the connection between the Wudao Society and Boss Jean, and I know the real purpose of the Wudao Society at the Rainy Night Hotel. Wu Qi's face changed drastically, anxious like fire, sweat rolling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "She's lying to you. What she knows is just the surface, the plan for the Rainy Night Hotel. Only we liaisons can access the real details. I am the one you really need." Qin Lang stood in front of them, leisurely observing their eager display of loyalty, his corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. Qin Lang gently turned the ghost-slaying blade in his hand. The cold light of the blade flickered in the night like eyes opening in a deep abyss, exuding a chilling aura. His gaze slowly swept over Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's faces, his mouth curving into a half-smile, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable pressure. "What I want to know next is the copy of the Rainy Night Hotel." Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran both shivered, exchanging glances. A hint of hesitation appeared in both their eyes, as if weighing how to respond. Zhao Qingran's fingertips involuntarily tightened the hem of her clothes, her gaze flickering slightly, her lips moved but did not speak immediately. Wu Qi, on the other hand, broke into a fine sweat at his temples, his Adam's apple rolling as if pondering his words. "Big brother. Other things can be said, but this Rainy Night Hotel. I really can't say. If I say this, I might as well be killed by you." Chapter 180 Edited Copy. Seeing this, Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, gently pushing the blade forward an inch. The murderous aura instantly surged like a tide, pressing towards the two of them with an invisible force. "What are you still considering?" Qin Lang's voice was low and cold, like a sharp wind slicing through a blade, carrying a harshness that could not be refused. "You can't be trying to trick me, right?" Zhao Qingran trembled as the murderous aura hit her, glancing at Wu Qi, clearly a bit panicked. "No, no. Big brother, calm down." Wu Qi's face turned even uglier, taking a deep breath, his lips tightly pressed, clearly struggling inside. "This." Wu Qi spoke softly, his voice somewhat hesitant, as if searching for a less deadly answer. "The Rainy Night Hotel is indeed very important. But we peripheral members don't know much about the specifics." Qin Lang looked at him faintly, the smile at the corners of his mouth becoming even colder. "Oh? You don't know much, how about her?" His gaze fell on Zhao Qingran, eyes sharp like a silent blade. Zhao Qingran clenched her teeth, her gaze shifting between Qin Lang and Wu Qi, finally taking a deep breath and whispering, "The Rainy Night Hotel does hide some things. But what exactly it is, I really don't know." As soon as her words fell, Qin Lang let out a slight huff, his gaze gradually cooling, the ghost-slaying blade slightly raised, and the murderous aura once again spread out, nearly suffocating the two. "It seems you both don't want to live anymore." Wu Qi's face suddenly turned pale, quickly waving his hands, his voice trembling. "No, no. I really know very little, I can only tell you a bit. That copy has been modified." Qin Lang's brows slightly furrowed, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Transformed?" Qin Lang slowly repeated Wu Qi's words, his tone carrying a trace of confusion and vigilance. Wu Qi struggled to swallow, seeming a bit hesitant, but under Qin Lang's gaze, he still steeled himself to explain, "Yes. As long as you can unlock all achievements in an S+ level dungeon, you can gain permission to edit the dungeon." "Permission to edit the dungeon?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of the knife. Wu Qi nodded, cold sweat sliding down his temples, his voice a bit tense. "Players with editing permissions can add or remove content in the dungeon. In other words, they can transform the dungeon and even design challenges and set rules for players who enter later. Moreover, if no one clears the dungeon, all the rewards will belong to the editor." The dungeon of the Rainy Night Inn was cleared by the president of our organization, the Unruly Society, so he gained editing rights. As soon as these words were spoken, before Qin Lang could respond, Song Nianxi's face changed suddenly. Her pupils slightly contracted, as if she realized something, and she said gravely, "If that's the case, then won't it be easy for the Unruly Society members to clear the dungeon?" Wu Qi forced a laugh, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "That's not quite right, those who have edited the dungeon cannot reveal anything inside it, otherwise they will be punished by the dungeon system. Editors can design specific traps that make it impossible for outsiders to pass through or directly cause certain players to experience infinite roadblocks." Zhao Qingran's expression also turned grim as she added softly, "More importantly, all rewards in the dungeon, including items, gold, hidden rewards, and even some special permissions, will preferentially belong to the editor." Song Nianxi said, "Wow, that means they turned a dungeon that was originally a fair competition into their internal breeding ground." Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. "So, the Rainy Night Inn has completely become the Unruly Society's backyard?" Wu Qi avoided his gaze, whispering, "To be precise, it's the president's backyard." Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, the ghost-slashing blade gently spinning on his fingertips, the remaining killing aura slightly swirling, reflecting the anxious expressions of Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran. "Interesting," he murmured softly, a hint of deep thought rising in his eyes. "In that case, I really want to check out that dungeon."
After that, Qin Lang had Song Nianzi detain Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran in the Law Enforcement Bureau's interrogation room, with several law enforcers closely watching to prevent any sudden moves. Qin Lang stood behind the one-way glass, his gaze cold and stern, lightly tapping on the glass, seemingly lost in thought. Song Nianzi stood beside him, watching the two being taken away, a slight smile curling her lips, clearly satisfied with this operation. She stretched lazily, then turned her head to Qin Lang, smiling and saying, "So, this proves that Yi Zi wasn't lying, right? Shouldn't you go say a few words to her to ease her mind?" Qin Lang's gaze shifted away from the glass, turning to Song Nianzi, his expression still calm and restrained. "Not necessary for now." He spoke slowly, his voice deep and carrying a hint of undeniable firmness. Song Nianzi frowned slightly, saying unhappily, "After all, she helped us, she's an ally, isn't your attitude a bit cold-blooded?" Qin Lang scoffed lightly, his gaze deep as he looked at her, his tone calm but revealing a hint of vigilance. "She is the daughter of Boss Jin, even if what she said is true, her intentions and motives are still worth questioning." Hearing this, Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, crossing her arms with a hint of displeasure in her tone. "Aren't you being too suspicious? She's already left home, clearly at odds with Boss Jin. Are you still going to guard against her?" Qin Lang did not answer, just glanced at her and turned to leave. Song Nianzi bit her lip, feeling a bit unwilling in her heart. She looked at Qin Lang's back, suddenly snorted coldly, then said in a seemingly indifferent tone, "Fine, if you won't go, then I will go find her myself, tell her some news, so she won't worry too much." "No." Qin Lang's voice suddenly turned cold, he stopped, turned back to stare at Song Nianzi, his eyes sharp as a knife. Song Nianzi was taken aback by his gaze, her mouth slightly open but unwillingly closed it, finally just pouting, showing a perfunctory smile, and casually replied, got it, I'm not stupid, I won't say too much." Qin Lang stared at her, seemingly wanting to confirm if she really understood, and finally gave a light hum. "Remember, absolutely don't go find her. Chapter 181. You have seen it." Alright, I know." Song Nianzi watched Qin Lang's departing figure, feeling even more unwilling in her heart. She pouted, a flicker of stubborn light flashing in her eyes. "Not letting me go? You're too controlling, Qin Lang. Don't think I'll bend to you like the director." She mumbled to herself, her gaze secretly glancing towards the exit of the Law Enforcement Bureau, already having made a silent decision. Yi Zi was held in a separate interrogation room at the Law Enforcement Bureau, where there were no windows, only a cold light shining down, making her face look even paler. Her hands were shackled behind her, sitting on a metal chair. Although the position was uncomfortable, she still maintained her usual calmness, her gaze indifferent as she looked ahead. The door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Song Nianzi stepped in with a brisk pace, her face carrying a playful smile as if she found the situation quite interesting. She walked in front of Yi Zi, crossed her arms over her chest, looking down at her from above, purposely speaking in a slightly mocking tone. "Your information is quite good, it seems you really are Boss Jin's daughter." Yi Zi glanced at her, speaking calmly, "Now that you have confirmed my identity, can you release me and Qin Lang?" Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi chuckled lightly, shook her head, her tone still tinged with mockery. "Of course not." She intentionally paused, watching as Yi Zi's brows slightly furrowed before slowly adding, "But I can tell you that Qin Lang is still very much alive." Yi Zi's eyes visibly relaxed a little, and her previously tense shoulders slightly loosened. Clearly, she had been worried about Qin Lang's situation since just now, and upon receiving confirmation, she finally relaxed a breath. Then, she gently frowned and whispered, "But, this position is really too uncomfortable, can you loosen it a bit?" Song Nianzi tilted her head, seeming to contemplate whether to agree to Yi Zi's request. Looking at Yi Zi's expression, she recalled how desperately Yi Zi fought for Qin Lang, having a strange feeling in her heart. "Alright, since you're cooperating so well." Song Nianzi shrugged, stepped forward, and skillfully unlocked the shackles, allowing Yi Zi's hands to regain their freedom. Yi Zi moved her wrists, gently rubbed her slightly numb joints, and a slight look of comfort appeared on her face. Song Nianzi put her hands on her hips, looking at her and said, "I'll take you to a different place soon, don't stay here all the time." Yi Zi raised her head and glanced at her, the corners of her mouth slightly curving up, her tone carrying a hint of thoughtful meaning. "You law enforcers are quite humane." Song Nianzi was taken aback, her face suddenly changing, her pupils constricting as she stepped back, warily staring at Yi Zi, her voice raised a bit. "How do you know I'm a law enforcer?" Yi Zi smiled lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of teasing, her voice calm and unhurried. "You were too eager when you came. I even forgot to take off my military boots." Song Nianzi's heart sank suddenly, realizing she had made a big mistake. She looked down and, sure enough, the standard military boots on her feet were glaringly obvious. This was one of the symbols of a law enforcement officer. Yi Zi smiled, "So it turns out it was a law enforcement officer who caught me. This is bad." Song Nianzi cursed inwardly, quickly stepping back while reaching for the spirit binding lock at her waist, wanting to subdue Yi Zi immediately. However, the moment her fingers touched the spirit binding lock, Yi Zi had already acted first. Paper snow. With a flick of her wrist, Yeezy instantly released a flurry of white paper from her sleeve, which filled the entire interrogation room like falling snow. Each paper piece spun through the air like a sharp blade, creating a piercing sound, resembling countless tiny flying knives swirling toward Song Niancy from all directions.
Damn it!
Song Niancy cursed under her breath, rapidly retreating, crossing her arms in front of her while channeling her spiritual energy, trying to resist this overwhelming assault. But the speed of the paper snow was just too fast, dense like a storm. Even as she barely dodged, a few paper blades grazed her arm, leaving several bloody marks.
You!
Song Niancy gasped in shock, her expression changing slightly, but she couldn't care about her wounds at all.
She knew she couldn't delay any longer.
Clenching her teeth, she prepared to force her way out, but at that moment,
bang!
A gust of wind hit her from the side. Before Song Niancy could react, Yeezy had rushed out like the wind, taking advantage of her moment of dodging. This is bad, she's escaping.
Song Niancy's heart tightened, and she quickly chased after her.
However, just as she charged through the door of the interrogation room, not even having time to see the situation outside, suddenly,
bang!
A shadow suddenly lunged at her from the side.
Song Niancy's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was knocked to the ground by a powerful force.
Her back slammed hard against the ground, causing her internal organs to churn violently. She quickly raised her head and locked eyes with Yeezy. Yeezy's lips curled slightly, one hand pressing down on Song Niancy's shoulder, her knee digging into her waist, while the other hand pinned her wrist firmly, preventing her from reaching for her weapon.
Sorry, but I'm not going to stay here quietly.
Yeezy smiled lightly, her voice tinged with mockery. Law enforcement officer, you need to practice your capturing skills a bit more. Song Niancy furrowed her brow, struggled a bit, and found she couldn't break free from Yeezy's grip for the moment. She gritted her teeth, staring at Yeezy's face, and asked in a deep voice, "What on earth do you want?" Yeezy narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of impatient coldness in her smirk, but her tone remained light and casual.
Very simple, take me to find Qin Lang right now. You captured him, right? Hearing this, Song Niancy felt a mix of laughable disbelief. Pinned to the ground, she initially thought Yeezy was trying to escape or possibly do something more extreme, but her purpose was simply to find Qin Lang?
Song Niancy took a deep breath, adjusted her posture slightly, and cautiously said, "You don't need to do this to find Qin Lang."
Yeezy's eyes glimmered, showing a hint of suspicion. What do you mean? I'll take you there right away, okay?
Song Niancy sighed, adding with a hint of helplessness in her tone.
Yeezy squinted her eyes, still maintaining her pressure on Song Niancy, clearly not fully trusting her words. Do you really think I would fall for that?
Song Niancy sighed softly, a hint of helplessness on her lips, but her eyes held a spark of tease. Qin Lang is at the Law Enforcement Bureau right now. You actually met him a long time ago. Yeezy furrowed her brow slightly at her words, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. She quickly replayed the past few days in her mind, feeling a sense of unease.
Matt?
She repeated softly, quickly searching her mind for the people she had encountered in the past few days. Suddenly, her pupils slightly contracted. That day, in the interrogation room, the person sitting across from her, looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, that familiar feeling. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a chill crawled up her spine.
Chapter 182, Cooperation Between Women. Wait a minute.
Yeezy's voice trembled slightly, her lips moved gently, seemingly trying hard to recall the scene at that time. Then, she suddenly raised her head to look at Song Niancy. Her expression instantly became serious.
So you mean?
She bit her lip, her breathing became a bit rapid, and her voice unconsciously lowered. Qin Lang already knows I am Boss Jin's daughter? Song Niancy watched Yeezy's face go from dark to light, nodded, and said in a flat tone, yes, he has known for a long time. Yeezy froze for a moment, as if feeling a bit disappointed, her brows furrowed, and her lips pressed together. She lowered her head, seemingly thinking about something. After a moment, she slowly spoke, her tone laced with a hint of unease. Then,
what did Qin Lang say next? Song Niancy thought for a moment, shrugged, and spoke casually.
It seems he didn't care much. Yeezy abruptly raised her head, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, even a bit of disbelief. He doesn't care?
I'm Boss Jin's daughter, and he actually doesn't care?
Song Niancy nodded. Yes, he is currently thinking about the Rainy Night Hotel instance. How would he have time for this? Yeezy's face instantly changed, her breathing became a bit rapid, her whole person seemed to tense up.
Rainy Night Hotel? Is he really going to the Rainy Night Hotel?
Her voice suddenly rose in pitch, her eyes revealing a trace of urgency.
That instance cannot be entered.
She grabbed Song Niancy's wrist, the force so great that it made Song Niancy furrow her brows slightly.
Hurry, take me to find Qin Lang.
Yeezy said eagerly, her eyes firm, conveying an unrefusable meaning. Song Niancy sighed helplessly, gently wriggled out of her grasp, crossed her arms, and innocently shrugged her shoulders. Who do you think can persuade him?
Besides, do you think it's not awkward to meet him with your current identity?
Yi took a deep breath, her eyes becoming even more resolute, gritting her teeth and saying,
"Then I will go too." Song Nianci furrowed her brows, looking at Yi with a complicated expression, unable to resist asking, "Is a man like Qin Lang worth you doing this?" In her view, Qin Lang did things crudely, and was quite strange. Hearing this, Yi smiled bitterly. "You don't understand." Song Nianci looked at her expression, feeling a bit puzzled, but she didn't continue to ask, rather she pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Song Nianci's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Alright, since you are so determined, then we can cooperate,"
she said slowly, a hint of calculation in her eyes. Yi was taken aback for a moment, squinting her eyes, seemingly considering Song Nianci's intention.
"Cooperate?" "Yes." Song Nianci nodded, her tone playful. "Didn't you want to find Qin Lang? I can help you, but you have to listen to me." Yi stared at Song Nianci for a few seconds, finally softly uttering two words, "Okay."
At the same time, in the training ground of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Qin Lang stood in front of a metal table. Ling Wei was standing in front of him, laying out piece after piece of equipment on the table.
"This is the Shadow Shield. It can automatically release a defense barrier once in critical moments, blocking a fatal blow.
This is the Psycho Detection device. It can detect hidden traps and abnormal energy fluctuations within a 5-meter range inside an instance. This is the Quantum Communicator. Even if the signal is limited inside the instance, it can maintain short-term contact with the Law Enforcement Bureau." Ling Wei explained while skillfully operating the equipment in her hands. Each one was a weapon crafted by the Law Enforcement Bureau. She looked up, seriously at Qin Lang, and added, "These are all treasures of our Law Enforcement Bureau. As long as we equip ourselves with these gear, our survival rate will greatly improve." Qin Lang remained silent, only bowing his head to carefully check the gear, his gaze deep, as if weighing something. Ling Wei noticed he didn't speak and continued. "We have also investigated the Rainy Night instance before. It is classified as a high-risk level S+ instance. You know, it has been altered by someone, so there will be many unexpected traps. It is said that even the boss has been modified to specifically target high-level players." Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. At that moment, the door to the training room was suddenly pushed open. Hanjua quickly walked in, his expression somewhat serious. He went straight to Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, Yi has escaped." Su Mubai, upon hearing this, displayed a complex expression. "Did Boss Jin send someone to rescue her?" Hanjua replied, "No, she managed to injure Nianci and then escaped." Qin Lang's gaze instantly turned sharp as he slowly raised his head. "Oh really, I didn't expect her to have this ability." Grandma Jean said, "To escape from the Law Enforcement Bureau, she really has been hiding her strength." Ling Wei frowned after hearing Hanjua's report, her tone infused with worry as she asked, "What about Nianci?" Hanjua answered, "She sustained minor injuries but is not in serious trouble." Hearing this, Ling Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression remained heavy. She turned her gaze to Qin Lang, hesitating for a moment, then asked, "Do you think Yi will escape back to Boss Jin?" Qin Lang shrugged, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't care about this question. "Let her be," he said calmly. "We've already obtained the intelligence we wanted. Whether Yi lives or dies is already irrelevant to me." His tone was cold and rational, as if stating a fact completely unrelated to himself. Meanwhile, a tiny camera hidden in the ventilation duct silently focused on Qin Lang. Song Nianci was curled up in the narrow space of the duct, one hand supporting the camera, a smirk playing on her lips, tinged with mockery. She whispered softly, her voice laced with a sense of glee. TSK, Yi, can you now see this man's true colors?" On the other side of the screen, Yi's gaze was fixed tightly on Qin Lang's figure in the monitor. After a few seconds, she murmured, "I deceived him, so it's only natural for him to say that." Her tone was calm, as if searching for a reasonable justification for herself. Song Nianci sat beside her, propping her chin up, watching the scene with an amused expression, and lightly chuckled, teasingly saying, "You really are quite foolish." Yi remained silent, still staring at Qin Lang on the screen, her gaze obscure. "Alright, our plan should begin now. You need to clear the instance, and I want Qin Lang. Next, I will tell you which part of the Rainy Night instance has been modified. But you must truthfully relay it to Qin Lang." Song Nianci laughed, "Sure, I will definitely say it." Chapter 183, starting with screening. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, everyone was already prepared to set out. Su Mubai's gaze fell on Qin Lang, and he asked, "Qin Lang, when do you plan to depart?" Qin Lang showed no hesitation and calmly said, "Tonight." As soon as he spoke, Hanjua frowned, slightly surprised, and said, "You're going over tonight? Isn't that too risky?" The Rainy Night instance had been modified by the Wudao Association, and its danger far exceeded that of ordinary instances. Rashly entering posed great risks. Hanjua certainly hoped for a more measured approach. "We don't have enough understanding of each other, it's better to practice more."
However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, his eyes as deep as the night, and he quietly said, "What we can't foresee, they also can't foresee. We're preparing, they will also prepare. We must catch them off guard." These words momentarily plunged the conference room into silence. Ling Wei suddenly smiled, breaking the silence, her tone filled with a touch of admiration. "I like adventurous people." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang chuckled, "According to your director, you need to follow my instructions from now on. Boss Jean asked me to go to this instance, saying it's to deal with the No Morality Society together. But after I realized that Yi Zi was his daughter, I became suspicious." Sumu Bai asked, "What happened?" Qin Lang shook his head, "Nothing, nothing. I'm just talking nonsense. Let's set off." The night was dark, the clouds thick, and Qin Lang and the others arrived at a deserted mansion. Qin Lang stood in front of the gate, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed the dilapidated scene before him. He turned to Ling Wei and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the entrance to the instance?" Ling Wei crossed her arms, a faint smile on her lips, and shook her head. "No, a vehicle will come to pick us up shortly." Just as she finished speaking, several beams of headlights pierced the darkness, approaching from afar, accompanied by the low rumble of an engine. Song Niancy exclaimed, "It's here." Soon, several black minibuses slowly drove into the entrance of the mansion, their bodies glossy and dark, as if they had swallowed the night. Qin Lang glanced around and noticed people already seated in the other vehicles. Their expressions varied, some looked tense while others had cold, harsh gazes, clearly players preparing to enter the instance. Ling Wei pointed to the minibus and said, "According to the intel, these vehicles will also come to take us back after we clear the instance. In other words, if we can't catch one of these vehicles, we might never return. This is the special aspect of the Rainy Night Hotel instance." Everyone boarded the minibus in turn, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang, making the entire cabin feel even more oppressive. The driver, wearing a black hat, had his head lowered in shadow, making it impossible to see his face. He remained silent, seemingly executing some mechanical task. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the mansion. The streets outside whirred by under the dim streetlights, occasionally revealing dilapidated buildings along the roadside and shadows peeking at the bus. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his knee, feeling something was amiss. Just then, with a bang, the vehicle abruptly jolted, and the whole bus tilted violently, emitting a screeching noise. Hanjua grabbed Song Niancy, who was falling to the side, "Watch out." Before his words could fade, the entire bus suddenly tipped over. Qin Lang felt his body instantly lose balance and was thrown against the wall of the bus, while others screamed, causing chaos within the cabin. The heavy crash was mixed with the sound of twisting metal, and the seatbelts became useless under extreme inertia, tossing people into every corner of the bus. Sounds of glass shattering filled the air, and the cold night wind rushed into the bus, bringing with it an icy chill. Amid the chaos, Qin Lang quickly adjusted his posture, grabbing hold of the chair in front of him. With his other hand, he steadied Ling Wei beside him, while his gaze sharpened like a hawk scanning outside the window. After the violent impact, the interior of the bus was a mess, twisted metal scraping against the floor, making a piercing screech. The windows shattered, glass shards scattered across the seats, and the air was filled with a burnt smell, the scent of gasoline growing stronger. "Hurry, I think the bus is going to explode." Qin Lang's ears buzzed, but he forced himself to breathe steadily, quickly wiping the blood off his face, then mustered a strong push to kick open the deformed bus door, flipping himself out of the vehicle. Qin Lang looked around, "It's lively out here too." The overturned bus lay in the dim environment like a broken corpse, with several black minibuses crookedly scattered across the road. Oily fluid slowly dripped from the bottom of the bus, pooling on the ground into a dark liquid. Faint flashes of pale lightning reflected. Even more terrifying, several cars were completely shattered, their doors wide open, and the passengers inside were lifeless. Qin Lang glanced around and found several players had turned into twisted corpses, some flung out of the vehicles, their bodies smashed and bloody. One was stuck in the car window, broken bones piercing through the skin, revealing stark white bone. Further away, a few players were struggling to rise, their faces pale and terrified. "Damn it." Song Nianci crawled out from the wreckage on the other side, bloodstains on her face, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as she murmured, "This dungeon is ruthless, it doesn't even give us preparation time, it directly strikes." The trial of the dungeon had already begun at this moment. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his expression grim. He always felt this mission was not simple, but he never expected such bloody deaths would begin right upon entering. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, its dazzling light illuminating the entire night sky, followed by a deep, rumbling thunder, as if some giant beast in the heavens was roaring. A fierce wind swept in with cold, damp air, and the raindrops struck down like blades, instantly soaking the ground. "Qin Lang, a storm is coming." Cold raindrops hit his face, bringing a bone-chilling sensation. The air was mixed with the sense of earth, blood, and rust, making one feel uneasy. "We need to find a place to take shelter from the rain quickly."
Hanjua raised his hand to shield himself from the pouring rain, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. This rain is unusual, staying out here might be dangerous. Qin Lang squinted, looking into the distance, where a dark building's silhouette barely emerged through the heavy curtain of rain. A dilapidated sign swayed precariously in the wind, and a faint light shone through the windows, casting a dim glow as if peering at intruders from the darkness. He curled the corners of his lips slightly, chuckling softly. Looks like we've reached our destination, and there's a place to shelter from the rain. He pointed with his hand, gazing deeply at the silent building standing in the rain ahead. That must be the Rainy Night Inn? Chapter 184, The Guests. Qin Lang and the others hurried to the inn's entrance. The inn's exterior was old, with 3 stories, its brick walls covered with green moss, and the wooden window frames rotten, ready to collapse at any moment. In front of the inn, wild grass grew uncontrollably, and the stone path had become slick and slippery from the rain. In the center of the courtyard stood a shattered stone lantern, the lampshade askew, its wick long extinguished. It was evident that the owner once had taste and aesthetics, but those days were long gone. As soon as Qin Lang and his group stepped into the courtyard, the rain suddenly intensified, pouring down and making a deafening sound as it struck the roof and ground. Hiss, this rain doesn't feel right. Lingwei frowned, raising her hand to shield her forehead, trying to see the distant scenery clearly. At that moment, Granny Genie slowly spoke, there are a few more people coming. Everyone turned to look, and through the curtain of rain, they could vaguely see a few dark figures rushing, their movements unsteady, as if they would be swallowed by the rain at any moment. Qin Lang said, forget it, let's go in first. Song Yanci suddenly exclaimed, ah. Under the corridor on one side of the courtyard stood an old woman with a hunched back. She wore a floral dress and a transparent raincoat, her hair gray, her skin shriveled like dry tree bark, her cloudy eyes half open and half closed. Her gaze slowly scanned everyone, as if confirming their identities. Song Yanci felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Why does this old lady look so eerie? Qin Lang looked closely and realized she wasn't strange. Could she be a guest of this inn? Then the old woman tilted her head slightly and looked toward the direction outside the inn, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Qin Lang warily followed her gaze. Yet on the other side of the hallway, there was nothing else. Looking back, the old woman had already turned and walked away. Song Yanci asked, should we go over to take a look? Qin Lang squinted his eyes and said, forget about her, let's go inside and have a look first. He stepped forward first, treading the stone steps leading to the inn, the soles of his shoes making a faint squeak on the slippery bluestone tiles. The inn's door was slightly ajar, a faint yellow light spilling out, like a silent eye watching the guests about to enter. At the entrance of the inn, a faintly chilling air wafted out. Song Yanci shivered, my goodness, the cold air is so heavy, many people must have died here. As Qin Lang and the others walked in, they found the inn's lobby furnished in an old-fashioned style, with several yellowed old paintings hanging on the walls, and a thick ledger placed behind the counter. The staircase wound up the wall, leading directly to the corridor on the second floor. Just as everyone stepped into the lobby, a faint sound of footsteps came from the wooden stairs above. Who is it? A young man slowly descended the stairs. He was in his early 20s, tall and thin, wearing a simple dark long-sleeve shirt, with the cuff slightly rolled up, revealing a fair wrist. His face was handsome, features well-defined, but his expression was a bit indifferent, with a hint of wariness in his eyes, as if he were uneasy about Qin Lang and the others' arrival. The young man's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Qin Lang, who stood at the front. He asked blandly, what are you here for? Qin Lang glanced at him and casually replied, to stay. The young man slightly furrowed his brows, then nodded. Oh, sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingwei suddenly stepped forward, arms crossed, playfully sizing him up, a teasing smile on her face. Little handsome guy, you look really good. Her voice was laced with sarcasm, her eyes twinkling with mischief. What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? The young man seemed a little uncomfortable, his brows slightly knitted, but he still answered earnestly, Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao? Lingwei repeated the name softly, her smile growing wider, her tone carrying a hint of deliberate flirtation. Why are you here alone? Don't you feel lonely? Feng Zhao's expression stiffened for a moment, then he lowered his head and said flatly, the inn belongs to my uncle, I'm just here to help. His tone remained calm, but it was clear he was reluctant to chat further. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him thoughtfully. This place felt very off, and Feng Zhao seemed to be hiding something. However, he didn't ask more questions and quietly watched as Feng Zhao walked behind the counter, took out an old registration book, and picked up a pen dipped in ink. Please register. Feng Zhao said softly, his tone void of any emotion. Song Yanci frowned, what era is this? Still handwriting registrations? Qin Lang and the others stepped forward one by one, leaving their names in the registration book. Outside, the downpour still poured heavily, the wind howling and wrapping the inn in a damp and dark silence. At this moment, no one noticed the slight tremor in Feng Zhao's fingers as he flipped through the registration book. After Qin Lang and the others went upstairs, Feng Zhao swallowed hard.
Are only these few people coming?
As Qin Lang and the others went upstairs, they found it eerily quiet. Besides them, there was no one else. At this moment, a faint sound came from downstairs. The sound was somewhat chaotic, as if someone had pushed the door open, mixed with the muffled sound of raindrops hitting the floor. Qin Lang looked down the stairs, his gaze slightly tightening. The lobby's dim yellow light could not make out the situation at the door, but he could feel someone had entered.
Song Niancy asked, "What do you see?"
Qin Lang shook his head. "I can't tell, it should be someone from the rain coming in."
"There aren't many people, that car accident really took out quite a few."
Ling Wei said, "Strange."
Hanjua nodded,
"Yeah, those who dare to come to this instance are all high-level players. How could so many be injured right at the start?"
Song Niancy's heart tightened. "What about Yi Zi? Is she gone too?"
Qin Lang said, "Forget it, let's go check out the rooms first."
Everyone entered their respective rooms.
Qin Lang pushed the door open, his eyes slowly scanned every detail, eventually landing on an old wall clock beside him.
The clock was broken, the hands frozen in place.
Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze moving around the room.
Strange, really strange.
Qin Lang walked out of the room and directly entered someone else's room. Ling Wei saw Qin Lang barge in and asked, "What's the rush?
Can't you wait a bit?"
Qin Lang ignored her and looked around her room.
The same. As he spoke, Ling Wei seemed to sense something unusual. She followed his gaze and blinked, curiously asking, "What's wrong?"
Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly raised his head to look at the slightly swaying chandelier on the hotel ceiling. The light reflected on the glass surface of the clock made the frozen hands even more eerie.
Others gathered around and asked, "Qin Lang, what's wrong?"
Qin Lang said, "All the clocks show the same time."
Everyone was surprised. "Huh?"
They took a closer look and found it was indeed the case. The grandfather clock in the corner, the desk clock at the front desk, even the electronic clock hanging at the end of the second-floor hallway, all stopped at the same time, 11:11. This discovery made everyone feel a stir of unease in their hearts. Qin Lang stared at those still clocks, countless possibilities flashing through his mind.
Is it a coincidence? Is it decor? Or...
The rain outside grew heavier, the wind whispered through the cracks of the door, as if murmuring words that were hard to hear.
Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and said softly, "The time here really is stuck at 11:11.
Hanjua frowned and lightly tapped an antique clock at the end of the corridor, but the hands did not move at all.
"This can't be a coincidence,"
Hanjua said in a deep voice, with a hint of alertness in his tone. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the stairway. Everyone turned to look and found 3 people slowly walking up from the lobby below.
2 men and a woman, their clothes drenched by the rain, clearly just entered the hotel.
They walked and whispered complaints about the recent car accident.
"It's really crazy, how did this car accident happen so suddenly?"
One man rubbed his arm, his face still marked by a bruise from his recent fall. "This place is too cold, it feels like no one has ever stayed here." The only woman hugged her coat tightly, looking down at the dim environment of the hotel.
"Stop complaining, let's find a room to rest."
The other man lowered his voice, his eyes scanning the area warily. However, as their gazes met Qin Lang and the others, their faces suddenly froze. Their conversation abruptly halted, as if fearing to hear some unwelcome secret.
The atmosphere instantly became strange, a profound silence permeated the air.
The 3 exchanged glances, said nothing, and hurriedly turned back to their own rooms, even closing the door gently, as if afraid to disturb something. Song Nianci frowned, staring at the tightly shut doors, quietly saying, "Those 3 are all odd.
Why do they look at us as if they've seen a ghost?" The atmosphere in the corridor grew heavier, an unexplainable sense of unease lingering. At this moment, Granny Genia's voice broke the silence. "Qin Lang, what do you plan to do next?"
Qin Lang glanced around the lobby, his gaze landing on the frozen hands of the clock, his expression calm yet contemplative.
"I just thought of something."
According to common sense, the instance should have given us a prompt the moment we entered the hotel. But until now, there hasn't been a hint at all. This is not normal.
Hanjua asked, "Do you mean that the instance hasn't officially started yet?"
Qin Lang nodded, his fingers unconsciously tapping the wooden desk at the front desk, as if he was thinking about something. Ling Wei crossed her arms and thoughtfully said, "That's true. This rainy night hotel is different from what we've seen before. This instance has been modified, and now it needs to meet a certain trigger condition to officially start."
"What if we can't trigger it?" Song Nianci asked. "Then we might be trapped here until we find the right method."
Ling Wei said slowly, her tone carrying a hint of excitement, "So, how fun is this?"
Song Nianci's eyes widened. "This is fun? What a joke."
Hearing this, Qin Lang gently curled his lips, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with depth, and murmured softly, "Interesting.
Let's split up and explore the hotel, and meet back in half an hour."
Half an hour later, in Qin Lang's room, everyone gathered together again. Outside the window, the heavy rain poured down, thunder rolled, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the hotel. Ling Wei leaned against the desk, her arms crossed, her tone reflecting confusion. This is really dull. I just walked around and only found one strange thing. This hotel seems to have only that young man named Feng Zhao. Her gaze swept over everyone, continuing, I looked around and didn't see any other staff members at all. By common sense, even if it's a family-run hotel, there should at least be a cook or a cleaner, right? But there's really nothing here. I didn't even see an extra staff member. Moreover, there's a complete kitchen with a stove, pots and pans, and storage cabinets, but it's completely empty. Song Nianzi asked again, what about that old lady just now? Ling Wei shook her head, no, I didn't see her either. Qin Lang frowned slightly, thoughtfully tapping the table, so you're saying that Feng Zhao is running the entire hotel by himself? Currently, it seems that's the case. Ling Wei nodded, her brow furrowing slightly in alertness. Sumobai spoke up at this moment. I checked, and there are no secret doors, hidden passages, or secret rooms in the hotel rooms. At least from the architectural structure, this place is just an ordinary hotel, with no hidden spaces. Qin Lang gently rubbed his chin, asking, did you check on those two men and that woman? Sumobai nodded, I did. The three of them were staying together, they should be friends. Did they say anything strange? Qin Lang asked, his gaze deep. Sumobai recalled for a moment, shaking his head, no, their conversation was very ordinary, mostly about the sudden traffic accident and how they got here. At this moment, Qin Lang's fingertips suddenly stopped tapping the table. He squinted, slowly saying, so it seems, something's not right. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang raised his head, his tone slightly pausing, his eyes flashing with sharp light. We went out to act separately for half an hour and nothing happened. Too normal is, in fact, not normal. Others agreed as well. At this moment, even if something strange happened, they all knew how to respond. But now everything was normal, which made everyone a bit anxious. Qin Lang said, it seems this instance really has some interesting twists. Ling Wei said, now it's normal, but who knows, it might not be normal soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ah. That sound was sharp and desperate, clearly a final wail before death, filled with indescribable fear, making one's scalp crawl. Qin Lang and the others rushed out of the room almost simultaneously, quickly heading towards the room at the end of the corridor, following the sound. They saw a door wide open, the light from the corridor spilling in, and faintly visible were two terrified figures standing at the door. It was one man and one woman from the three people who had checked in with them earlier. Their faces were pale, lips trembling, and their eyes filled with horror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others approach, the man and the woman instantly became alert again. What happened? Song Nianzi stepped forward quickly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two, then looking at the open door. The sight in the room made her frown suddenly deepen. A man lay on the floor, his death a terrible sight. His body was unrecognizable, his abdomen blown apart, blood and intestines splattered everywhere, the walls and sheets stained with shocking bloodstains, and there were even some unidentified black fragments on the floor. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling, as if he had seen something terrifying before dying, unable to even scream. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly, and he said in a deep voice, what happened? The surviving woman held her hands tightly, her body shaking continuously, clearly terrified, her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she was about to speak, the man next to her suddenly reached out a hand, covering her mouth tightly. Don't say. The man's voice was low and urgent, with an undeniable threat. The woman's eyes widened suddenly, she struggled for a moment, but eventually didn't break free, her throat letting out a low whimper, her eyes filled with fear and struggle. Song Nianzi's gaze hardened, staring at the man, her tone calm yet cold. What do you mean? The man scanned Qin Lang and the others warily, his voice deep and oppressive. Don't meddle, don't ask, and don't interfere. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death too. The hall instantly fell into a strange silence. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the man's tense face that held a warning, and also cast light on the horrifying corpse on the floor. Qin Lang did not speak immediately, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze deep like an abyss, as if measuring something. Song Nianzi had already touched her ID, her eyes sharp, wanting to display her identity as an officer. However, just as she was about to speak, Han Zhuo gently placed his hand on her wrist. Don't act impulsively. His voice was not loud, but quite calm. Qin Lang glanced at Han Zhuo, his eyes sweeping over the tense-looking man, clearly sensing some form of danger was present. Although Song Nianzi was dissatisfied, she was not reckless. After a slight hesitation, she suppressed her impulse and did not take further action. At that moment, a voice came from downstairs, as if breaking the frozen air. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is ready. It was Feng Zhao. His voice carried a hint of usual indifference, but sounded somewhat abrupt in this eerie atmosphere. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, glanced at the body that had died so tragically on the floor, then looked at the still silent man and woman, a trace of barely noticeable coldness flashing in his eyes. Let's go. He took the lead and stepped downstairs. The others exchanged glances, feeling they could only temporarily suppress their doubts and follow him down. In the dimly lit hall on the first floor, the atmosphere was still heavy, the wooden tables and chairs exuding an old feeling, and a faint aroma of food lingered in the air. However, this smell did not make anyone feel relaxed. Instead, it created an indescribable discomfort in everyone's hearts. Feng Zhao sighed with relief upon seeing everyone come down and said, "We will provide everyone with dinner, but there are only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. If you want lunch, you'll have to pay for it yourself." As Song Nian Ci walked toward the table, a person died upstairs. Her voice was not loud, but it was enough to silence the entire hall. Feng Chaogang, holding a bowl and chopsticks, walked out, and upon hearing this, his whole body stiffened, almost dropping the bowl to the ground. He frowned, looking at Song Nianci in shock, clearly stunned by the sudden news. How did he die? A hint of disbelief colored his tone, and his face seemed to pale slightly. Qin Lang glanced at him slowly, a slight smirk forming on his lips, but lacking any trace of amusement. "You should ask those two." He motioned with his chin to a man and a woman standing in the corner. However, the two remained with their heads lowered, silent as if they hadn't heard Qin Lang's words at all. An unsettling silence enveloped the air. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an old woman in a worn gray gown emerged slowly from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of food. Her steps were slow, yet there was an inexplicable eerie feeling about her. "Come, everyone, it's time to eat." Her voice was hoarse, and a strange smile curled at the corners of her mouth, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Granny Genia's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared at her for a moment and then whispered, "It's her." Everyone turned to look at Granny Genia in unison. "What do you mean her?" the woman asked, anxiously. Granny Genia's tone wavered with hesitation. "When we arrived, we saw her standing at the hotel door, staring at us the whole time." Upon hearing this, the old woman's smile deepened, her eyes carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. She slowly walked towards the group, placing the food on the table with slow, mechanical movements. After setting it down, she lifted her head, grinning at them with an even wider display of yellowed teeth. That smile held no warmth at all, instead, it sent chills down the spine. Qin Lang fixed his gaze on her, slightly frowning, and asked, "Who is this old woman?" His question acted like an invisible blade, causing everyone to cast their gaze toward Feng Chao. However, Feng Chao's expression turned particularly strange at that moment. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something but ultimately chose silence. His eyes flickered with unease, as if avoiding something. She is. Feng Chao finally said, "You don't need to worry about that, please enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you." Yet, not a single person moved their chopsticks. Each person's gaze floated back and forth between the food on the table and each other's faces. Qin Lang glanced at the crowd lightly, a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown forming on his mouth. "What? Not hungry? Afraid it's poisoned?" Song Nianci whispered, "Isn't that obvious?" Unexpectedly, Qin Lang directly picked up his chopsticks and began to serve himself. Qin Lang didn't care at all, his gaze slowly fell on a dish of braised pork on the table, and without hesitation, he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. After taking a bite, Qin Lang smiled and said, "The meat is rich, the sauce thick, sweet and salty blend together, surprisingly good." But at that moment, no one cared about the taste, everyone was looking at him, even holding their breath slightly. Su Mobai's eyes flickered, softly saying, "Be careful." Yet, Qin Lang merely chuckled lightly, setting down his chopsticks, casually leaning back in his chair, his gaze teasingly sweeping over everyone at the table. If this episode of death was merely through poisoning, it would be too boring. He spoke casually, saying, "Wu Dao won't employ such low-level tactics to alter a chapter, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air tensed up suddenly. The man and woman in the corner abruptly looked up, their gazes sharp like two cutting blades, fixating on Qin Lang. Their eyes held shock, doubt, and even a hint of unease. "You." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress some emotion. "How do you know about the Wudao Society?" Her expression became cautious, revealing a hint of panic. Qin Lang looked at her calmly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Interesting." He narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table, and spoke casually, "You don't tell me anything, and now you want me to say something?" With one sentence, the air fell silent again. The expressions of the man and woman became awkward, their eyes exchanging glances for a few seconds, as if engaging in some silent communication. Qin Lang lightly tapped the table, his indifferent gaze sweeping between the man and the woman, a hint of mockery on his face. "You don't need to be so alert." His tone was casual, but his eyes held a coldness. "Our intelligence exchange follows principles. I am not someone who casually reveals information, yet at present, you haven't given me the urge to exchange intelligence." The man's expression darkened, his eyes flickering slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a brief silence, he sneered and said, "Since you are here for the Wudao Society, then we have even less reason to join forces." There was a hint of warning in his tone, even a bit of rejection. "On the contrary, I advise you not to meddle in our business." As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, the smile still on his lips. Suddenly, he slowly extended his hand, picked up the spoon from the table, scooped a spoonful of hot soup, and without hesitation, splashed it toward the man. Hiss! The man instinctively turned to avoid it. Although he didn't get splashed directly, the hot soup still splattered onto his sleeve, instantly soaking it and causing a slight sting. His expression changed wildly, glaring at Qin Lang, anger flashing in his eyes, his voice low, "What do you want?" However, Qin Lang ignored his anger, instead looking at him with indifference, casually tapping the edge of the bowl with the spoon, producing a crisp sound.
"You'd better understand one thing."
Qin Lang's tone turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing into the man's heart. "Don't take me for a polite person, my politeness and quality are not given to just anyone." He slowly stood up, looking down at the other party from a height, his gaze icy, his tone filled with a sharp sense of oppression. "The fact that I haven't killed you already shows great restraint." In the entire hall, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if the air had become thin. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low, revealing a hint of impatience. "What I hate the most is a riddle person." The man's face slightly changed, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, his throat moving, as if restraining something. Everyone at the dining table held their breath, even Feng Zhao instinctively took a step back, seemingly afraid to intervene in this confrontation.
"You are quite arrogant."
The man's face was terrifyingly dark, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly holding back his anger.
Qin Lang said, "Because I have the capital to be arrogant."
The man glared fiercely at Qin Lang, seeming to want to say something more, but ultimately just snorted coldly, abruptly pushing back his chair and storming away. The woman was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting her companion to leave directly, but she quickly stood up and hurriedly followed. As she left, the woman couldn't help but look back at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with a complex and elusive expression. The restaurant fell into silence, everyone watching the man and woman leave until their figures disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Only then did Ling Wei slowly turn her head, excitement shining in her eyes. She propped her chin and smiled at Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you were really handsome when you got angry just now." Qin Lang remained non-committal, simply continuing to eat the dishes on his plate, as if the earlier conflict was nothing more than a trivial interlude. Song Nianzi frowned and softly said, "Those two are indeed strange, it's better to confront them."
Han Zhuo turned to Qin Lang, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Qin Lang, did you just notice something?"
Qin Lang slightly lifted his gaze, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly put down his chopsticks, scanning the few people at the table, and spoke lazily, "There is so much to discover." He gently tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before speaking. "First of all, Feng Zhao." Everyone turned their attention to Feng Zhao, who was sitting not far away, his head bowed as if fiddling with something, looking deep in thought. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and continued, "Did you notice that when we told him someone died, a normal person's first reaction wouldn't be where did it happen, but he asked how did it happen?"
At this, everyone was taken aback. Ling Wei recalled and nodded eagerly, "That's true. Normally, if someone knows there's been a death in their shop, they should first ask where it happened, right?" Song Nianzi frowned slightly, but he went straight past the location and asked about the cause of death first. "What does this indicate?"
Qin Lang smiled faintly. "This indicates he is not surprised by the death occurring in the inn. In fact, he might even be accustomed to it, and different causes of death would provide different messages." The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, and everyone involuntarily exchanged glances, a slight chill creeping into their hearts. Ling Wei lost her smile and said seriously, "It really isn't normal." Qin Lang gently swayed the chopsticks in his hand, thoughtfully saying, "Also, that man and woman are quite strange."
Han Zhuo sat up straight and asked, "What do you mean, what's strange?" "Their companion has died, but have you noticed one thing?"
Qin Lang squinted, his voice slightly low. "They showed no signs of sadness, which is clearly abnormal." Everyone recalled the scene just now, and that couple indeed did not show the slightest bit of sorrow throughout. Instead, both seemed to be hiding something, even the man deliberately tried to stop the woman from speaking.
"Indeed, this makes it even more unsettling," Song Nianzi said in a low voice. Ling Wei stroked her chin. "Are they really not sad, or is there something they dare not reveal?"
Han Zhuo leaned back in his chair. After thinking he said, "Regardless of either situation, it shows they are closely connected to the secrets of this inn." Qin Lang gently curled his lips, his eyes becoming deep, and now the instance hasn't officially started yet. Suddenly, Qin Lang said, "Right, the instance hasn't officially begun, how could there be a death so soon?"
Everyone was stunned.
"That's right, if the instance hasn't started, it means that the bazaar and traps here haven't been activated, making it unlikely for anyone to sacrifice."
Song Nianzi asked, "Could it be those two killed him?" Everyone exchanged glances, silently pondering.
At this moment, the rain outside continued to fall, raindrops pattering against the glass, creating a sporadic ticking sound. Just then, a deep and melodious piano sound suddenly came from upstairs, like a ghost in the rain night, rippling through the tranquil air. The melody of the piano was slow and eerie, the tone neither resembling the dull sound of an old piano nor the synthesized tone of an electronic piano, but a strange blend, carrying a hint of unreal ethereality.
"Is someone playing the piano?"
Ling Wei suddenly raised her head, suspiciously glancing around, and then frowned. Wait a minute. I clearly checked all the rooms before, and found no piano. Sumubai also nodded, his expression serious. Not just you, I checked too, and there were no rooms with a piano. Everyone's gaze turned toward the upstairs direction. The piano sound continued, the melody flowing, but with an indescribable eeriness, making one feel a chill. Song Niancy furrowed her brows, her right hand instinctively resting on the weapon at her waist, her eyes shimmering with a vigilant light. I'll go take a look. Just as she was about to stand up, Qin Lang reached out to stop her, his tone calm and decisive. Sit down, don't move around. Song Niancy was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding Qin Lang's intention, but still obediently stopped her movements. Qin Lang's gaze did not leave the direction of the upstairs, a hint of inquiry in his deep eyes. He lightly tapped the table, and after pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. Ling Wei, Hanzhua, go fetch Feng Zhao. Understood. Ling Wei and Hanzhua exchanged glances, then got up and quickly headed towards the kitchen. However, the piano music from upstairs did not stop due to their actions. Instead, it grew even louder. The player was completely absorbed in the music, each note seemed to carry a special emotion, echoing in the dim hotel, gradually permeating everyone's ears. Qin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, his fingertips gently tapping the table, as if pondering some unsolved mystery. The others instinctively held their breath, and an indescribable oppressive feeling filled the air. Where exactly is this piano music coming from? Ling Wei and Hanzhua quickly brought Feng Zhao back to the dining room. His expression seemed a bit unnatural, his gaze evasive, as if avoiding something. The piano sound continued to flow gently upstairs, like an invisible hand plucking at people's hearts, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the dark hotel. But Feng Zhao's expression showed little change, seeming like he had grown accustomed to it. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Feng Zhao, his tone steady and unhurried. What's going on with the piano sound upstairs? Feng Zhao's lips trembled slightly, as if organizing his words, but when it came to his mouth, he could only mumble, it's nothing, really, you just pretend you didn't hear it. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at him with a half-smile. Pretend you didn't hear? But the problem is, it's right there playing. How can we pretend we didn't hear? We still have to stay here. Feng Zhao's expression became increasingly unnatural, his eyes flickering as he avoided the gazes of others, stammering, it's fine if you just ignore it, just get used to it. Get used to it? Ling Wei suddenly smiled, her eyes holding a hint of teasing. Young handsome guy, did you just hear what Qin Lang said? I live upstairs. If I'm awakened by this piano sound in the middle of the night, do you think I can just ignore it? Feng Zhao's face changed slightly, his lips moved as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he sighed and muttered, actually, as long as you wait until 11:11 p.m., it will stop by itself. Before his words fell, Qin Lang's gaze suddenly darkened, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. 11:11 p.m.? Qin Lang remembered, all the clocks in the hotel had stopped at 11:11 p.m. A mysterious piano sound in a hotel, a space where all clocks point to the same time. The connection between the two was far too strange, definitely not a coincidence. Qin Lang raised his head, his piercing gaze staring at Feng Zhao, slowly speaking, then what about these clocks? Why are all the clocks stopped at 11:11 p.m.? Feng Zhao's expression clearly grew more tense, his hands subconsciously clutching the edge of his clothes, his gaze drifting, as if being cornered. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head, speaking firmly, I don't know. Are you sure? Song Niancy coldly spoke from the side. I really don't know. Feng Zhao's tone became a bit hurried, seemingly fearing further questioning. He paused, then suddenly took a step back, forcing a stiff smile. I still have some things to do, so I'll go first. You all continue eating. Saying this, he turned to leave the dining room as if escaping, walking quickly. He didn't even turn his head. Everyone watched his retreating figure, and the dining table immediately fell into silence. Ling Wei lightly whistled, her smile fading a bit, and turned to Qin Lang. What are you planning to do? Qin Lang's gaze still rested on the direction where Feng Zhao disappeared, his brows slightly furrowed, fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Since he won't say anything, let's go up and take a look ourselves. Qin Lang and his group climbed the wooden stairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty inn, intertwining with the piano sound, creating an inexplicable feeling of eeriness. The piano music flowed smoothly and melodiously, faintly carrying a trace of sadness, like some distant call that made one's heart inexplicably tighten. The sound is coming from the end of the corridor. Hanzhua whispered, his ears twitching, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Just as they moved forward, a voice popped up behind them, don't go over there. Qin Lang turned around and found it was the same girl from earlier. She spoke nervously, you mustn't go. Another man rushed out and pulled her back, don't you have anything better to do? You blabbermouth. The door slammed shut again, followed by a loud slap. Song Niancy placed her hands on her hips, is this guy sick? Hitting a woman? Just watch how I'll deal with him. Hanzhua grabbed her, Niancy, don't be impulsive. What if this is their trap? We need to remember our mission, don't let it affect us. After hearing this, Song Nancy had no choice but to relent, but she still said, just wait, if this guy survives to the end, I'll make sure he ends up in the law enforcement agency. Ling Wei turned her gaze back to the room at the end of the corridor, frowning as she said, I've been in this room before, and there's nothing in it, not even a bed. How could there be piano music? Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace until they reached the end of the corridor, where a closed wooden door appeared before them. The piano music flowed through the door, as if it came from another world. Qin Lang stood in front of the door, reached out to press the doorknob, and found that the door wasn't locked. He gently pushed, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. Before his eyes, the room was pitch black, the curtains covered in thick dust, and a faint musty smell filled the air. However, in this dim space, a black grand piano stood quietly in the center of the room, its dark body reflecting a faint light. As the door opened, the piano sound abruptly ceased. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Sumobai took a gentle breath, looked around, and said softly, there's no eerie presence. Her tone carried a hint of confusion. If there were any strange existence here, as a kind, she should have been able to sense it. But now, the room was completely empty. Qin Lang's gaze swept around the room, pondering for a moment, then reached out and grasped the doorknob, giving it a click sound, closing the door once more. Just as the door was completely shut, the piano music played again. The melodious melody echoed in the air again, striking everyone's nerves one by one. The air seemed to freeze in that instant, everyone holding their breath, standing at the door, staring at the tightly closed door. Qin Lang's gaze sank slightly, his lips slowly curling into a meaningful smile. Interesting. He pushed the door open again, and the room remained dark as before, the musty smell and that sense of death more intense. However, this time, Qin Lang's gaze did not immediately focus on the black piano but lingered on the floor. A row of bloody footprints clearly appeared on the wooden floor, extending from the corner of the room all the way to the front of the piano. These footprints were somewhat blurry, as if just formed, yet they carried an ancient aura, as if they had existed in this room for a long time. The color of the blood is deep, with black spots, clearly not appearing just now. Moreover, their shapes are somewhat unusual. Song Nancy stepped forward to take a look and said, this is not normal human footprints, it seems like someone dragged the victim, leaving traces in the struggle. Ling Wei said in a low voice, just now, when I entered the room, these footprints did not exist. How could they suddenly appear? Ling Wei's face also changed. She quickly took a small necklace off her neck, which had a silver droplet-shaped crystal on it, sparkling and emitting a faint light. This necklace can help me sense any abnormalities in the room, whether it's traces of humans or some bizarre existence. She explained, her gaze focused, her fingers tightly gripping the crystal. As she exerted a little force in her palm, the surface of the necklace's crystal began to slowly flicker with a ghostly light. She closed her eyes, seemingly conducting some kind of sensing. A few minutes later, beads of fine sweat began to appear on Ling Wei's forehead. Ling Wei suddenly opened her eyes, her expression somewhat astonished. Strange, there is absolutely no anomaly here. She aimed the crystal of the necklace at the surroundings again, carefully probing, but still received no response. Song Nancy and Han Zhuo were a bit surprised. Nothing at all? Qin Lang frowned slightly, squatted down next to the footprints, and examined the marks carefully. He whispered to himself, lightly touching the puddle of wet blood on the floor with his fingertip, and fell silent. Ling Wei's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, still unable to find any clues to explain these footprints. Impossible, not even a single clue. Her voice trembled, clearly not expecting such a change to occur. Grandma Jean Yi looked at Qin Lang. It's not human, and it's not bizarre. Could it be some kind of illusion? Have we already fallen under an illusion? As soon as this was said, Song Nancy and the others began to feel a bit nervous. If someone is indeed exerting power, wouldn't that mean they had been affected by someone's skills long ago? Qin Lang did not speak again but circumvented the piano to inspect the surroundings, carefully observing the ground. Suddenly, Han Zhuo said in a low voice, these footprints seem to extend from the piano to the other side of the room, but this room has no secret passages or any hidden spaces. In other words, these bloody footprints should be from the victim, dragged out forcefully by the murderer from the piano. Then the question arises. Qin Lang paused for a moment, looking directly into Ling Wei's eyes. How did these footprints come about? We were all outside just now. If something really happened, we would not have sensed anything at all. Everyone fell into silence. Qin Lang stood in the center of the room, slightly frowning, his gaze slowly sweeping over everything in the room. Wait a minute. Qin Lang's eyes stopped at an old clock on the wall. The glass of the clock face had already yellowed, and the hands were slowly moving, with the ticking sound clearly audible. Look at this. His voice was low and calm. This room's clock is still ticking. As soon as this was said, everyone instinctively looked up at the clock. Song Nancy paused for a moment, then her pupils slightly contracted. Really? All the clocks downstairs, including every one we inspected earlier, are all stopped at 11:11, but this room's clock is still moving. Her voice paused, as if she had sensed something deeper.
This clock is not only ticking but its time seems to be moving faster than the outside. Grandma Genie took a step closer, staring closely at the clock's face. Could it be that this room itself is not affected by some rule of the copy? Qin Lang thought for a moment, suddenly realizing something, his tone becoming resolute. I've got it. Quick, everyone hurry and get out. No, it's not that it is unaffected, rather, it is experiencing its own flow of time. He slowly raised his head, his eyes deep as if he had seen the hidden secrets of the room. I understand, once this room is closed, it will start to repeat what has happened before. Grandma Genie was slightly taken aback and looked down at the bloody footprints, her expression instantly becoming serious. What you mean is, everything we see, including that row of footprints, the sound of the piano, even the flow of time in the room, are things that have happened before, repeating endlessly? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded slightly, his gaze flickering with rational light. This explains why Ling Wei's necklace cannot detect anything, because it is not something happening now, but a scene that has occurred before. It is just being continuously recreated by some kind of rule. Why does it sound like? Song Niancy couldn't help but whisper, a tape that is stuck? Qin Lang raised his eyes, sweeping over every detail in the room, and slowly said, if that's the case, then everything here may just be some kind of residual time projection. This means we cannot get any direct clues from here. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, the air seemed to have become stagnant. Everyone instinctively took a step back, looking at that row of abrupt bloody footprints and the black piano quietly standing in the corner. At that moment, the sound of the piano had long since vanished, but an invisible sense of oppression filled the entire space, making people shiver. If the time in this room runs independently and continues to recreate what has happened before, then, what will happen next here? No one could predict. Ling Wei couldn't help but rub her arms. Even though the room's temperature was not low, she felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up from her back. Song Niancy's fingers slightly curled, her gaze tightly fixed on that messy row of footprints. Those marks began beside the piano and extended towards the door, dragging out a dark red trail along the way. At the end of those footprints, the bloodstains became thicker, and one could see obvious signs of struggle, as if someone was trying to escape but was pulled back by something. Damn, this is really troublesome. Song Niancy frowned and muttered a curse. So, we have no idea what this room will recreate next, and the flow of time is completely beyond our control. She was also an experienced player in this scenario, having gone through many types and difficulties of plots and dilemmas. But at that moment, she realized an extremely dangerous fact: they could not control everything happening here. They might be able to push the door and observe the echoes of the past, but if the rules of time here are truly about continuously recreating what has happened before, then will the room recreate someone's death? Will it recreate some kind of invisible terror? More importantly, when these scenes replay, will they still be able to leave smoothly? Grandma Genie took a puff of her cigarette and asked, if that's the case, Qin Lang, it was right for you to call us out. We better not stay too long. Because we don't know if this recreation process will suck us in too. Everyone's hearts suddenly sank. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a sudden strange noise came from the room, like something had been knocked over, followed by vague sounds of a quarrel. The sound was not loud, but it carried an unusual sense of oppression, as if it came from the remnants of another world. That voice seemed to be trapped in this room, repeatedly replaying a moment that had happened before. Hiss. Accompanied by a sound of fabric tearing, the air in the room suddenly stilled, and the quarrel became clearer. Qin Lang and the others listened closely, hearing a man and a woman shouting. Their voices seemed to be covered by some kind of invisible interference, making it hard to catch the specific content, but one could discern intense emotional fluctuations, with anger and roars. Song Niancy frowned slightly and took out a spirit binding lock from her waist. Playing tricks. Her gaze sharpened, and she whispered, I don't believe it. No matter what kind of ghostly thing is inside, I'll catch it first. After speaking, she lifted her foot, ready to rush in. However, just as she was about to take a step, Qin Lang grabbed her arm and firmly said, it's useless. Song Niancy was taken aback for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. Why? Qin Lang stared at the furnishings in the room, his tone calm and certain. Didn't I say? The rules of this room have already been established. Once the door is opened, the time inside will stop. You won't catch anything by going in. Song Niancy was slightly stunned and instinctively looked at the black piano, then glanced around the room. Indeed, the quarrel they had just heard had instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Song Niancy frowned. What's going on? Because the door is closed. Qin Lang said faintly, this room will only continue to recreate everything that has happened under closed conditions. As long as we push the door open, it will pause. He paused and continued, this is not a simple supernatural phenomenon, but a kind of special time remnant. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. What do we do then? Song Niancy tightly gripped the spirit binding lock, her eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Just wait like this? Qin Lang's gaze darkened, he nodded slowly, we cannot directly intervene, but we can wait. Han Zhuo frowned, wait until when? Not wait until when.
Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone meaningful. What I mean is, wait until someone knowledgeable about this place comes to tell us the story of this room.
Ling Wei was stunned for a moment and then reacted, tentatively asking, do you want to force them out?
Qin Lang smiled slightly and nodded, exactly.
Ling Wei furrowed her brows, hesitantly saying, but the problem is, will they be willing?
Especially that Feng Zhao, he was just mumbling, looking like he didn't want to talk more. And he is clearly not simple since he can get used to the bizarre happenings here, even if he knows, he wouldn't tell us.
At this moment, Granny Jean Yi suddenly laughed, hee, Qin Lang, are you planning to do something bad?
A glint of playfulness flashed in Granny Jean Yi's eyes.
Qin Lang was not evasive, nodding straightforwardly, precisely. Chapter 191, Stories of the Inn.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang pulled out the ghost-slaying knife from behind him. Seeing this, Ling Wei, Song Nianzi, Han Zhua, and the others were slightly taken aback.
Sumo Bai's expression changed slightly, whispering, you can't really be planning to tear down this place, right?
Qin Lang coldly smiled, gripping the handle of the knife, his gaze sharp. If the things in this room are unwilling to speak, then let them present themselves. After saying this, he raised the knife without hesitation, the blade slightly tilted, clearly aiming to chop at the wall. However, just as the knife was about to fall, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. Tap. Tap. The sound was like someone walking slowly, the steps steady but carrying an eerie heaviness, as if bearing some indescribable oppressive force, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of one's heart. Soon, a hunched figure slowly appeared at the end of the corridor.
It was the old woman from just now.
Her murky eyes shimmered with a strange light under the dim light, her lips slightly smiling yet not smiling, staring at Qin Lang.
Truly a temperamental young man.
Her voice was low and raspy, yet carried an unspeakable depth. Under the dim light, everyone then noticed that the old woman was wearing a damp raincoat. Raindrops fell continuously from the hem and cuffs of her clothes, splashing tiny droplets on the wooden floor, and one could even hear the clear sound of tick-tock in the silent hallway.
Ling Wei instinctively stepped back a step, murmuring softly, wearing a raincoat indoors? What's wrong with her?
But the old woman seemed to ignore their discussion, slightly raising her head, her murky gaze sweeping the room, her voice deep and slow, little ones, you should behave. Her tone was not deliberately threatening, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure, as if each of her words carried 1,000-pound weight on one's heart. However, Qin Lang only smiled slightly, firmly holding the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, the blade flashing cold light, as if ready to strike again at any moment.
If you want me to stop, that's fine.
Qin Lang spoke calmly, you first need to clarify what happened in this room. The old woman gave him a deep look, shaking her head, this room is one of the features of the entire hotel, you cannot destroy it. Her voice carried a hint of a sigh, as if speaking of something that had long been predetermined.
Han Zhua frowned, feature? What does that mean?
The old woman did not answer directly but continued, if you learn about the matters in this room, you will never be able to turn back. Her tone was heavy, even carrying a hint of warning.
Ling Wei could not help but ask, never turn back? What does that mean?
The old woman did not respond but looked intently at Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang chuckled lightly and said without hesitation, it doesn't matter, we came for this. His gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of hesitation. The old woman stared at him for a few seconds, then sighed, as if she had expected this answer.
All right.
She gently shook her head, then wait until 10:30, and you all come downstairs, I will explain everything. After saying this, the old woman walked down alone. Su Muxue and the others looked at Qin Lang in unison.
Let's wait, down at 10:30 sharp. Qin Lang put away the ghost-slaying knife, let's see what exactly is here.
Near 10:30, Qin Lang and the others arrived downstairs as promised, and indeed saw the old woman waiting there, still wearing that dripping wet raincoat. Water dripped from the hem, forming a small puddle on the ground, appearing eerie and cold.
Song Nianzi stared at her for a few seconds, unable to help but frown. Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that?
The old woman lowered her eyelids, her voice still hoarse, I have been out for years, I am used to it. Her tone was calm and undisturbed, as if the raincoat had already become a part of her body, leading one to doubt whether she had ever taken it off. Qin Lang said nothing, his gaze fixed on the old woman, waiting for her explanation. The old woman slowly raised her head, her eyes scanning between the crowd, carrying a certain profound heaviness. She gently sighed and finally spoke.
This hotel used to be just an ordinary family inn, run by an elderly couple.
Her voice was low, as if coming from a bygone era. That couple lived a quiet life, and though their inn was not large, business was fairly good. They had a smart and lovely daughter, and the three of them lived harmoniously, leading a simple yet happy life. At this point, the old woman paused, her gaze drifting outside the window, as if she saw a distant past.
Until one rainy night, everything changed.
The wind outside blew the tattered curtains, making a rustling sound, seemingly echoing her words. That night, a torrential downpour soaked everything, and the light from the inn reflected in the puddles, looking lonely. Raindrops pounded against the windows, and the chimes outside echoed in the night, as 10 guests knocked on the inn's door. The old woman's tone was calm, but when she heard that 10 guests had arrived, it inexplicably sent a chill through everyone.
Song Niancy instinctively guessed something big was about to happen.
The 10 people were dressed in wet clothes, looking like merchants from out of town, claiming they were caught in a heavy rain and had no choice but to seek shelter. The elderly couple were kind-hearted people, of course, they wouldn't refuse and welcomed them, arranged rooms for them, and warmly cooked ginger soup, fearing the guests would catch a cold from the rain.
Who knew?
The old woman's voice trembled slightly, her gaze deep like the night. By midnight, those 10 people revealed their true colors.
The air in the hall seemed to freeze.
The old woman continued slowly, it turned out that from the very beginning, they never intended to just stay for the night.
They bound the elderly couple, gagged them so they couldn't make a sound.
Their daughter tried to resist, wanting to call for help, but... The old woman paused, an extremely dark expression appearing on her face. She was assaulted by several of the men. In the end, the family of 3 was locked up by the robbers. Her voice was light, yet it fell like a stone into the abyss, creating ripples deep in everyone's hearts. Hanzhou frowned, seeming to sense something wrong in her words, and asked in a low voice, "What happened then?
What became of them? And what does this have to do with that room?"
The old woman did not answer immediately, instead she looked down at her raincoat, the corners of her mouth tugging into an ambiguous arc.
"Because."
She softly uttered these 2 words, her voice like a whisper in the night wind. That family of 3 died in that room.
Chapter 192, 3 more arrive.
As the old woman told the story, the hall gradually fell into a dead silence. Qin Lang's gaze was deep, slowly asking, "So, everything that unfolded in that room is the same as the tragic death of the innkeeper's family of 3? The old woman showed a strange expression when she heard this, a smile that seemed more like a sneer.
"Not entirely." Qin Lang furrowed his brow. "Then what is it? The continuous piano music in that room, and those sudden blood footprints, what do they represent?"
The old woman slowly raised her head. The music in that room was played by the innkeeper's daughter. Her words seemed to land on everyone's hearts, carrying a dull weight.
Lingwei frowned. "So, the girl's spirit is still there, right?" Having seen countless strange things in spirits, she wasn't afraid.
It was just that this eerie time reversal happening in the room was truly her first experience. Lingwei couldn't think of a way to deal with this eeriness, so she felt quite worried. The old woman sighed gently, shaking her head. "It's not just her, but the spirits of all 3, and each one has their own resting place."
Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "Each one has their own, doesn't that mean there are 2 more?"
"So, we have only encountered one of them."
Song Niancy's voice was somewhat dry. "That's right."
The old woman nodded slowly. "You have only touched one now, and since just now, you have already been targeted by that family of 3. At that moment, Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances.
Qin Lang smiled. "So they have their eyes on us now?"
The old woman's mouth curled slightly. "That's correct."
Qin Lang smiled again. "Great, that's just what I want." Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the old woman showed a hint of surprise. Beep beep beep.
Suddenly, a short but urgent car honking sounded, particularly jarring. Qin Lang and the others were momentarily stunned, then they unconsciously walked towards the inn's entrance. In the rain, 2 cars stopped in front of the inn, their headlights still bright, rainwater sliding off the car bodies, pooling into small puddles on the ground. Soon, the car door was pushed open, and a man and a woman stepped out of the first vehicle. The man was just over 30, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket, his face full of anxiety. He was supporting a woman, dressed in a gray trench coat, her hair soaked by the rain, her features twisted together, clutching her bulging belly and moaning constantly. Almost at the same time, the door of the second car was pushed open, and a petite woman quickly stepped out. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, water droplets clung to her face, and there was a hint of tension in her expression. The man, disregarding the umbrella, rushed up the steps and spoke to Qin Lang and the others standing at the door.
"Is there a room available? Can we have a room?"
His voice carried a sense of urgency, rainwater dripping from his forehead, and his hand tightly held the woman in his arms, seemingly trying to comfort her. The old woman slowly stood up, glanced at the 3 people, then turned and called out, "Feng Zhao." Soon, Feng Zhao came down from upstairs. Seeing the 2 women and 1 man at the door, a hint of surprise appeared on his previously wooden face, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. "There are still rooms available on the 3rd floor, you can."
"No."
The man immediately interrupted him, his tone filled with urgency. "I want a room on the 2nd floor, my wife is feeling very uncomfortable."
"Ah."
Just as he spoke, the woman's face turned even paler, sweat showing on her forehead, and her hands instinctively clutching her belly. Clearly, her condition could not be delayed any longer.
Feng Zhao paused slightly, seeming hesitant.
He glanced at Qin Lang and the others. "There aren't many rooms on the 2nd floor, there is indeed a room, but it's not suitable for people to stay in." However, before Feng Zhao could finish, Song Niancy, who stood beside him, suddenly spoke up. "We can give them one of our rooms." Her voice was crisp and clear, without any hesitation. Feng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, I'll take you up right now." Qin Lang's gaze darkened, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. No, we cannot give our room. With these words, everyone froze in shock.
Song Niancy furrowed her brows and couldn't help but retort, Qin Lang, you really have no sympathy, do you? Can't you see she's uncomfortable? What if the baby comes?
Her tone carried a hint of reproach, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's attitude. After hearing this, the man immediately nodded and said urgently, Sir, we can pay double the room fee.
Just let us stay, no matter how much it costs.
While speaking, he took out a wad of cash from his pocket, spreading it open in his palm, his eyes filled with pleading.
But Qin Lang didn't even glance at it, coolly stating 4 words, not a single penny.
The man's expression changed slightly, his lips trembled, seeming a bit angry. However, Qin Lang's demeanor showed no sign of wavering, his eyes were deep, as if he had already made a decision. After a moment of stalemate, the man finally sighed, gritting his teeth. He softly said to the pregnant woman, Honey, I'll take you up first. After speaking, he turned to Feng Zhao, his eyes reflecting repressed urgency. I'm sorry for the trouble.
Feng Zhao nodded and led them upstairs.
The man took a couple of steps, glanced back at Qin Lang, his eyes filled with complexity, seemingly still unwilling to accept it.
A person like you. I wish you all the best.
Qin Lang glanced at him and chuckled, No need for your concern.
The man said nothing more and went straight upstairs.
At this moment, another woman standing nearby slowly stepped forward. She wore a fitted black long dress, which accentuated her curves even more as the rain soaked it, her features sharp and exquisite, with a cool elegance in her eyes. Her skin was extremely fair, and the double eyelid lines were quite pronounced.
Qin Lang asked, Beauty, are you staying at the hotel too?
The beauty ignored him, seemingly displeased with Qin Lang's cold-blooded behavior. She kept waiting for Feng Zhao to come down, and only then did she speak, a single room anywhere is fine. After speaking, she directly pulled out a large stack of money from her bag and briskly slapped it down on the counter, adding in a calm tone, It has to be quiet. Feng Zhao glanced at the stack of bills and his eyelids twitched slightly, then he nodded, All right, please register first.
The beauty didn't waste words, grabbing the pen and quickly writing her name on the registration book.
Her handwriting was neat and cold, just like her, without a trace of warmth.
Suddenly, Feng Zhao looked at her name and asked, Is this your real name?
The beauty flicked her hair and said, What's wrong?
You have to ask this too?
Qin Lang stepped forward and took a look, noticing that the beauty had written 3 characters, Little Strawberry.
Feng Zhao suddenly asked with a serious face, You're not selling yourself, are you?
Everyone's gaze turned toward the beauty. The beauty furrowed her brows, What's it to you?
Feng Zhao shouted angrily, You get out of here. Little Strawberry frowned, What? You want me to leave in this heavy rain? Are you as cold-blooded as that man from just now? Feng Zhao was about to speak again when the old woman in the raincoat spoke up, Feng Zhao, you're in business, how can you not let someone in?
Feng Zhao gritted his teeth and glared at Little Strawberry, snorted, then threw a key and left. Little Strawberry muttered, Crazy. Once everything was settled, she raised her hand and tidied her slightly messy hair, then walked straight toward the stairs. After everyone had left, Song Niancy could no longer hold it in, suddenly turning around, her gaze fiercely fixed on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you're too cold-blooded, aren't you? No matter how cautious you are, you should at least consider the feelings of a pregnant woman, right? The way you acted just now was really too much. However, Qin Lang merely glanced at her and, with a face full of disgust, said, Song Niancy, did the door hit your head?
Song Niancy frowned, What do you mean?
If you don't explain yourself clearly, I won't let you off. A slight smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips, his gaze cold and sharp. Look at the cars those people are driving. Everyone, hearing this, unconsciously turned to look toward the hotel entrance. Through the rain, the 2 cars quietly stopped on the muddy ground, and from their models and appearances, they seemed quite old-fashioned. Lingwei furrowed her brows slightly, her expression becoming serious. These cars, at least they are models from over a decade ago.
Even now, they'd be considered antiques.
Why are they still driving cars like this?
Qin Lang nodded and continued, Not just the cars, did you notice the cash that woman took out just now?
Those bills aren't the new kind, they are old notes from more than 10 years ago.
And who still carries that much cash on them these days? Everyone was stunned for a moment.
Yes, now it's the age of electronic payments, and except for special situations, almost no one carries such a large stack of bills around. Lingwei suddenly sucked in a cold breath, her pupils contracting slightly, her lips dry as she said, Qin Lang, you mean?
They are from a different era than us? Qin Lang nodded, Exactly.
At first, the 2 men and 1 woman we encountered might have been players. But these people we're meeting now, maybe they are all from the past, living in a time that's not ours. Everything about them might have been arranged and planned. Until we figure out who they really are, I don't want to get too involved with them. Song Niancy thought about her earlier soft-heartedness and realized it could lead to unexpected consequences. A chill ran down her spine. Different times, different eras, yet everything happening in one place, this was the first time she had ever seen such a thing.
Hanjua asked, so what do you plan to do?
Qin Lang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with a touch of playful sharpness. It's simple.
Just go directly to ask them. Ling Wei furrowed her brow and whispered, what if they won't cooperate like Feng Zhao? Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders, his tone calm, won't cooperate? Then just force them.
After saying this, Qin Lang patted the ghost-slaying knife at his waist.
Song Niancy and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing with this approach.
Ling Wei looked around at everyone, contemplated for a moment, and then said, I have a suggestion, why don't we split up? Qin Lang, you go find out about those people, and we'll look for the other 2 rooms that the undead are attached to, trying to understand the situation here as soon as possible. But there's one principle, in the face of unknowns, no one should act rashly.
All actions wait until everyone has gathered.
Qin Lang did not oppose, okay. Song Niancy blinked, casually stretched her arms as if yawning, then said, hey, just wait for me a minute, I need to go to the restroom. Ling Wei didn't think much of it and just replied, come back quickly. Song Niancy smiled, turned, and left the living room, walking along the hallway toward the restroom. She pushed the door in, closed it behind her, and only after ensuring the door was locked did she pull out her phone from her pocket and quickly swipe the screen, her fingers flying across it.
Song Niancy sent a message to Yi Zi, hey, how are you?
After sending the message, she held her breath and stared at the screen. Yi Zi and she had secretly reached a cooperation agreement, promising to keep Qin Lang in the dark and allow Yi Zi to enter the rainy night hotel scenario. Now, Yi Zi should be hiding somewhere, and after realizing the terror of this hotel, Song Niancy began to doubt Yi Zi's safety. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a new message popped up.
Yi Zi, I'm already inside the hotel. Song Niancy's pupils constricted, and she gasped, immediately replying, where are you? Did you see anything? Yi Zi, there's a backyard in the hotel, I'm hiding in the warehouse for now.
Just as Song Niancy was thinking of a reply, suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the hallway outside the restroom. Clop, clop, clop. The sound was neither fast nor slow, as if someone were barefoot walking on the damp floor, dragging along slowly, each step leaving faint wetness that echoed distinctly in the restroom.
Song Niancy's heart tightened, and she looked up warily toward the door. Ling Wei? She whispered. However, there was no response from outside.
The hallway was deathly silent, even the sound of raindrops beating against the windows seemed to be swallowed.
Could it be?
Song Niancy furrowed her brow, a hint of unease creeping up within her. She instinctively held her breath, pressed her ear against the door, trying to hear the sounds outside, but the clop, clop
continued. Song Niancy took a deep breath then said, who are you? Don't mess around.
The footsteps suddenly stopped.
Song Niancy's fingers tightened slightly, her heart skipped a beat.
She quickly put her phone away in her pocket, adjusted her breathing, and tried to calm down.
Among the people she knew, there were only 2 women, Ling Wei and Sumu Bai.
Sumu Bai was a female weirdness, she didn't need to go to the restroom, nor could she have made that sound.
Then if the person outside wasn't Ling Wei, who else could it be?
Suddenly, all the lights in the women's restroom dimmed.
Song Niancy's heart raced as she pulled out her spirit binding lock. Who is it? Show yourself. Chapter 194, Eyes in the Dark.
The dampness in the restroom suddenly increased, and the air became even more dead silent.
Is there no one? Is no one here?
Song Niancy shivered slightly, her heartbeat continuing to accelerate. And at that moment, Song Niancy suddenly felt a chilling gaze. That feeling was as if something was looking down at her from above. Song Niancy's pupils suddenly contracted, her back instantly covered in cold sweat.
Song Niancy's neck stiffly lifted, a pair of deep eyes glowing in the dark,
staring at her without moving. Those eyes were dead and void, reminding one immediately of the lifeless eyes found only in a morgue.
Ah!
In an instant, Song Niancy felt her blood seem to freeze all over her body. She screamed and stumbled out of the bathroom, her whole being like an arrow released from a bow, almost running out of the hallway.
Bang!
She crashed heavily into someone's chest, jolted back by the force, and when she focused, she found it was Qin Lang.
Qin Lang frowned, squinting his eyes and asked, what are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Saw a ghost?
Song Niancy was panting, her face pale, gripping Qin Lang's sleeve tightly, her voice shaking as she said, in the bathroom there really is something.
Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter, what is it? Song Niancy spoke in a trembling voice, gesturing incoherently, it was just staring at me.
This was not her first time dealing with the weird, but that scene just now still made her scalp tingle. Qin Lang gave her a doubtful glance, his eyes revealing some scrutiny. Calm down first.
Calm down, my ass.
Song Niancy was about to explode, I almost scared myself to death.
I think.
Qin Lang spoke calmly, scanning her from head to toe, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. No matter how scared you are, at least, put on your pants first? Song Niancy was stunned for a moment, her heart racing faster. She looked down, and only then did she realize she had forgotten to pull up her pants when she came out. Having run out in a hurry, her loose sweatpants had slid down to below her knees. She was now standing in the hallway, bare-legged in front of Qin Lang.
Song Niancy.
The air fell into a dead silence.
Then, in a second, Song Niancy's face turned beet red.
Qin Lang laughed slightly. I didn't expect you to be such a little white.
Song Niancy pulled up her pants. If you keep looking, I will fight you.
Qin Lang just laughed, raising an eyebrow. It's okay, being hygienic is a good thing.
I have to say, I really have a new perspective on you. Get lost.
Song Niancy pushed him away, tugging at her pants and shouted, if you tell anyone, I will kill you.
I really will do it.
Qin Lang raised both hands. Okay, I promise I will never tell anyone I saw a wild animal today.
You still dare to say?
Song Niancy's face was still a bit red. She glared at Qin Lang angrily and asked, why were you standing at the women's restroom door? Qin Lang smiled. You screamed so loudly, the whole hallway could hear it.
If I didn't react at all, then that would be a problem, right?
Originally, I was going to find that couple and some little strawberries upstairs, but then you called me, and I'm all mixed up now.
You.
Song Niancy was left speechless, recalling her embarrassed state just now. Her face felt even hotter.
At that moment, Sumubai also came over, asking what was going on.
Qin Lang shrugged. The oddness in this hotel has started again. Sumubai seemed a bit nervous after hearing this, but after a moment, she said, but I didn't feel anything at all. This was something she cared about very much. In past scenarios, whenever there were similar beings or oddities, she could feel them. But for some reason, in this rainy night hotel scenario, she felt her ability to sense the oddities had failed her. Qin Lang turned his head to look at the restroom. Miss Su, you might as well go in and check if there's anything unusual.
Sumubai nodded, then floated into the restroom in an instant.
After a moment, Sumubai came out again, slightly frowning. There's nothing, I can't even sense a trace of an odd atmosphere.
Hearing this, Song Niancy's face changed slightly, her hands subconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes.
She knew she absolutely wasn't seeing things, but Sumubai's words sent chills down her spine.
If there's no ghost inside, then what on earth did she see? Seeing her uneasy expression, Qin Lang continued to ask, are you sure you really saw something? Song Niancy affirmed, there's absolutely no mistake. Qin Lang asked again, then please tell me in detail, what exactly is inside? Song Niancy took a deep breath, trying hard to recall the horrific scene she had just witnessed.
After a moment, she licked her dry lips and whispered, I saw what seemed to be a pair of men's eyes.
Qin Lang asked, men's eyes, what did they look like?
While recalling, Song Niancy instinctively hugged her arms. I don't know how to describe it, but it was very scary.
It was looking at me from above. Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. It looked at you from above. It seems like it's not some serious supernatural phenomenon. Song Niancy hit him. You still have the energy to joke?
I was almost scared to death. Qin Lang stroked his chin. Then it seems I need to go in and take a look. Let's go, and face the supernatural here.
Under the dim yellow light, a faint dampness lingered in the women's restroom.
Qin Lang walked in front, with Sumubai and Song Niancy following behind. The three of them slowly entered the restroom that had terrified Song Niancy. At this moment, the lighting in the restroom had somehow been restored. The surroundings were silent, only the occasional drops of water fell from the old pipes, splashing onto the tile floor, making a drip-drop echo. Qin Lang glanced around, finding everything in the restroom looked normal, nothing particularly scary. Song Niancy anxiously hunched her shoulders and pointed to the innermost stall, her voice tight. Just now, it was in here, I saw that pair of eyes while sitting on the toilet. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and stepped towards the stall, pushing the door open, finding it empty, with only the toilet lid half closed, and the air still held a strong urine smell.
Qin Lang pressed the flush button and then said, there's nothing here, can you think of any other characteristics of those eyes?
Song Niancy stared intently at the stall, her face still pale, murmuring, I really saw it, it was just there staring at me.
What exactly did it look like? I really don't remember well.
However, before she could say anything else, the restroom light suddenly went pop and went out.
Chapter 195, Women's Restroom.
Qin Lang looked up, and in an instant, everything around him became pitch black.
Miss Su, Song Niancy?
Qin Lang's first reaction was to turn around and look for Sumubai and Song Niancy, but around him was empty, and he couldn't hear any sound. He tried calling out again, but his voice echoed in the confined space, without any response.
Is it finally my turn?
Qin Lang immediately gripped his demon-slaying knife tightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smile as he pushed open the stall door and stepped out. It seemed like he was the only one left in the restroom. Qin Lang licked his lips, his gaze scanning the surroundings, but he felt no panic at all. Instead, a tinge of excitement surged within him. Rather than always being left in the dark, Qin Lang preferred this feeling of taking the initiative. Just like in a game, wandering around without encountering anything was less satisfying than facing a monster directly. At least it proved he wasn't going the wrong way.
Come out and play with me.
Qin Lang chuckled softly, gripping the hilt of his knife. Suddenly, he felt a subtle gaze fall upon him. It felt like prey being watched by a lurking predator, both hidden and oppressive, as if something was hiding in the darkness, observing, waiting for the right moment to strike. Qin Lang did not hastily turn around. He closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, then suddenly curved his lips into a smile, whispering, "Not hiding anymore? After spying for so long, it's time to show yourself." However, the gaze behind him did not waver, but instead grew colder. Qin Lang finally turned around, looking towards the dark corner behind him, still nothing there. He smiled, casually twisting the knife handle, speaking in a cheerful tone, "Let me give you a hint. I, on the other hand, have no other hobbies, I just enjoy tearing down houses." He raised the ghost-slaying knife, its blade reflecting a cold light in the darkness. "So stop playing hide-and-seek with me." His voice was deep and full of threat, the tip of the knife slowly pressed against the wall, as if with just a bit more force, the whole wall would split open. "If you don't come out, I really will break it down." He 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 he. A strange laughter echoed in the dark restroom, sending chills down the spine. Qin Lang snorted coldly, without saying another word, he swung down the knife. Bang! The ghost-slaying knife cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, fiercely striking the stall door. The blade sank deep into the wood, trembling violently, as the door split apart with a deep knife mark stretching from the top to the bottom. But just as Qin Lang prepared to pull the blade out for another strike, a crack sound echoed, and the split door actually began to repair itself. The crack seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible large hand, the wooden grain refusing, leaving not a trace of damage, as if Qin Lang's earlier attack had been merely an illusion. Ha 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 ha. And the laughter grew louder. The laughter was sharp and harsh, carrying an indescribable mocking tone, as if laughing at Qin Lang's powerlessness. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the ghost-slaying knife resting by his side. He spoke indifferently, "What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't deal with you?" Before the words finished, Qin Lang suddenly shut his eyes, blood within him seemed to boil instantly, a strong killing intent erupted from deep within his body. "Bai Qi! Come out and stretch your legs." The long-dormant Bai Qi suddenly awoke at this moment. In the darkness, a chilling phantom gradually appeared, tightly pressed against Qin Lang's back. Bai Qi's voice carried a lazy smile, echoing in Qin Lang's mind, "Big brother, you really haven't called me in a long time. If you don't call me out, my bones are going to get stiff." His tone had a hint of cruel mockery, but Qin Lang merely sneered, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Just right, let them see the power of you, the god of killing." As soon as Bai Qi exerted force, the entire restroom shook violently. The ceiling lights flickered uncertainly, making a crackling sound, sometimes going dark and sometimes lighting up, as if controlled by some invisible force. The ground trembled slightly, the stall doors making creaking sounds, like invisible hands were pushing forcefully. Black water began to seep from the cracks of the tiles on the walls, as if some ominous aura was quietly flowing. Bai Qi's killing intent and powerful battle power continued to burst forth. With Qin Lang's body having changed from before, Bai Qi's killing intent overflowed even more. "Big brother, how do you feel?" Qin Lang laughed heartily, "I feel stronger than before." Bai Qi said, "It's not that you have become stronger, it's that you are getting more skilled. As I absorb those treasures, I am also benefiting you. So keep collecting more of those treasures, both you and I will become stronger." Qin Lang replied, "When you say that, you're asking me to work. Don't worry. As long as we break through this dungeon, we will get more rewards and find people from the Wudao Association, they have plenty of good stuff." Their conversation continued, the strong killing intent constantly overflowing, and the atmosphere in the entire restroom began to change dramatically. However, just a few seconds later. Snap! All the strange phenomena came to an abrupt halt, the light stabilized, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang glanced around, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, casually shouldering the ghost-slaying knife. He scoffed, "So it turns out to be a toothless tiger." Qin Lang. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Qin Lang turned around to see Sumu Bai and Song Nianzi rushing into the restroom, their expressions tense. Song Nianzi's face was slightly pale, with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes, as if she had just experienced something unusual. Sumu Bai frowned and asked directly, "Qin Lang, where did you just go? You disappeared in an instant, we searched for a long time." Song Nianzi followed closely, her voice carrying some unease. "We were clearly standing at the restroom door just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, you were gone, even your breath vanished. What on earth happened?" Hearing this, Qin Lang lightly brushed off the dust from his Grim Reaper blade, leaning casually against the sink, and spoke nonchalantly. "It seems that this hotel has a strange power that can send people to different times and spaces." Song Nianzi was taken aback and then furrowed her brow. "Different times and spaces? How can you be sure?" Qin Lang took something out from his pocket. "This can prove it, or you could say it's one of the secrets of this hotel." Song Nianzi and Sumu Bai looked over, and then were startled. Qin Lang pulled out something from his pocket. It turned out to be a steamed bun. Song Nianzi and Sumu Bai took a closer look. The bun was covered in deep green mold, with a pockmarked surface, emitting a foul smell. Song Nianzi couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose.
this is the secret of Rainy Night Hotel? Qin Lang said, I put this in my pocket during dinner. And just a moment ago, it became like this. Luckily, I came out early, otherwise, I wouldn't know what happened. Sumubai's pupils slightly constricted, and she whispered, how is this possible? She thought she had strong spiritual power, but had never seen such strangeness in traps. Qin Lang casually tossed the bun onto the ground, shrugged indifferently, and said lightly. If I guess correctly, the strangeness here not only sends people into different times and spaces but also makes them experience the passage of time after these time leaps. He looked at Sumubai. For the strange, time is meaningless, but for living people, time equals lifespan. The worst part is, this change is not harmless. It won't immediately make you aware that something is wrong, but after a few time leaps, you'll find some details start to become different. For example, your belongings, your body, even your lifespan. Song Nianxi's eyes suddenly widened, and she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Song Nianxi's expression turned serious. What you mean is, are we fighting them with time? She recalled that she had just fallen into this trap, and if Qin Lang had not arrived in time, she could have run out, and now probably. Song Nianxi couldn't help but shiver. Song Nianxi's face had turned a bit pale. She instinctively touched her arm, fearing she had quietly aged a little. Her voice tinged with tension. Wait, so according to you, after experiencing a few of these leaps, our lifespan will be shortened? Qin Lang lightly snapped his fingers, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, can't say for sure. So next time we must be careful, or we'll just age and die in some time-space. Song Nianxi frowned and lowered her voice. Qin Lang, don't joke around. If this is really that serious, what should we do? Her tone carried a hint of urgency, clearly frightened by Qin Lang's earlier words. Just as Qin Lang was about to answer, suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang out in the air. It was the familiar dungeon system arriving. Immediately afterward, the dungeon system displayed a series of texts. Congratulations player for activating the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon. Dungeon name, Rainy Night Hotel. Dungeon difficulty, SS+. Dungeon background, an abandoned hotel resumes operations on a rainy night. The identity of the owner and the guest staying here is strange. In the hotel, various rumors circulate. Main task, within the specified time, find the abnormal existence in the hotel and uncover the hidden truth of the hotel. Qin Lang smiled. Finally, we've activated the system. It seems we need to find the preliminary truth of the Rainy Night Hotel to truly begin. Interesting, this instance has been modified to be quite fun. Song Nianxi widened her eyes, looking at Qin Lang and Sumubai in surprise. Wait, does this mean that what we just experienced doesn't even count as the formal start of the instance? Qin Lang squinted, a playful smile appearing on his face, murmuring softly, yes, as expected of the modified instance by the president of Wudao Club, who would have thought? Song Nianxi glared at him, irritated. What time is it, and you're still able to laugh? Qin Lang shrugged, just about to say something. A sudden, piercing scream rang out above the hotel. The sound was sharp and heart-wrenching, filled with desperation and fear. Song Nianxi shivered suddenly, her face turning pale. It's Ling Wei. Let's go. Qin Lang, Song Nianxi, and Sumubai dashed up the stairs almost simultaneously. In the corridor, the cold white light flickered, as if it could go out completely at any moment, plunging the space into darkness. The scream had seemingly stopped, but a suffocating tension lingered in the air. Ling Wei. Song Nianxi was the first to see her and rushed over. Are you okay? Ling Wei was leaning against the wall of the corridor, her face pale, fear still lingering in her eyes, hugging her knees and trembling all over. Beside her stood Grandma Jeannie silently. She didn't say anything, just quietly smoked a slender cigarette, thick smoke hiding a complex emotion deep in her eyes. Qin Lang asked her, what happened? Song Nianxi then turned her gaze to Hanjua not far away. Hanjua was slumped on the ground, his body slightly curled up, his face extremely grim. His expression was one of pain, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead, his teeth clenched, his right hand tightly gripping his left wrist as if he were enduring some intense suffering. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze falling on Hanjua's hand that was covering his wrist, his expression changing. What happened to you? Song Nianxi also rushed over, squatting down, reaching to grasp Hanjua's left hand. Hanjua, what's wrong? Hanjua's body trembled violently, seemingly unwilling to let others see his hand, but he had no strength to resist, allowing Song Nianxi to pry open his fingers. When Hanjua's left hand was completely exposed in front of everyone, Song Nianxi's pupils abruptly constricted, and she gasped. How is this possible? Hanjua's left hand, including the skin on his wrist and forearm, had aged drastically, resembling the hand of a feeble old man. The skin was loose and covered in wrinkles, veins bulging, and even the nails had become dry and yellow, completely unlike a young person's hand. It looked as though something had drained away its vitality. Song Nianxi stared blankly at Hanjua's hand, her mind going blank, unable to say a complete sentence. How can this be happening? Hanjua gasped heavily, his voice hoarse and painful. Just now I touched.
His throat moved, ready to speak of some terrible truth, but the words caught in his throat as he instinctively shuddered, as if recalling the terrifying moment he just experienced, his face turning even paler. As an enforcer, he maintained a relatively good mindset, and since Hanjua could not see his transformed hand, he quickly regained his composure.
Qin Lang's gaze darkened, slowly opening his mouth. What did you touch? Hanjua's breathing quickened.
Cold sweat slid down his temples, his lips trembled slightly as if he was trying hard to remember the terrifying scene just now. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and hurried. Just now, Lingwei and I were about to find the next ghost's location. But then... As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lingwei. Lingwei curled up in the corner, her face still pale, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Hearing Hanjua mention what happened earlier, she couldn't help but shiver, biting her lip in silence. She was clearly calmer than Song Nianzi. Her current state was not fear, but deep contemplation of the situation before her.
Hanjua swallowed hard and continued. When we passed Qin Lang's room, we suddenly heard a sound from the wardrobe.
The sound was very faint, like something was gently scraping the door from inside.
Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. My wardrobe? Hanjua nodded. Yes.
The sound was strange, intermittent, like someone was inside. We hesitated for a moment but decided to go take a look. As he spoke, his complexion grew even worse, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
We stood in front of the wardrobe. I hesitated for a moment, reaching out to pull open the door.
But who would have known, just as my hand touched the crack of the wardrobe door. At that moment, Hanjua's body shook violently, his voice revealing a hint of suppressed fear. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the crack of the wardrobe.
A woman's hand. Song Nianzi's eyes widened, taking a sharp breath. A woman's hand?
She remembered having searched this room earlier and found nothing.
Hanjua nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes.
Her hand, her wrist was very thin, the skin was pale. Her nails were long, and... His eyes flickered as if he hesitated to continue, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Her fingers had no warmth.
What?
Sumo Bai's complexion suddenly changed, and Song Nianzi directly covered her mouth.
A hand without warmth. What did that mean?
It meant that it did not belong to a living person.
Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a low voice, and then?
Hanjua's body trembled gently, his speech faster than before. That hand suddenly grabbed me. It was very strong, I couldn't break free at all. Hanjua described how he felt as if his blood was about to be drained dry. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his already withered hand, attempting to calm his emotions before saying, I managed to brace myself with my foot against the wardrobe and pulled back with all my might, finally freeing my hand from hers.
But after pulling my hand out, it became like this.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the faces of the several people around him, and slowly began to speak. Now, I think I can understand. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silence of the corridor, every word felt like a knock on everyone's hearts. Hanjua instinctively held his breath, Lingwei's face still pale, while Song Nianzi and Su Mubai stared intently at Qin Lang, waiting for his analysis. Qin Lang's gaze deepened as he raised his hand and gestured in the air a few times, as if organizing his thoughts. If we connect everything that happened just now, we will find these ghosts' points have patterns. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. First, the strange eyes appeared in the women's restroom, which were a man's eyes. That can mostly confirm that it corresponds to the father of the family that died in this hotel. Saying this, he turned to Han Jue. Then there was your experience. The hand that stretched out from the wardrobe, the cold woman's hand, should be the mother.
And lastly,
his gaze swept across the dimly lit corridor of the hotel, his tone slightly pausing before continuing. There is still one point left, which is the first room we saw.
That is, it's the daughter's territory.
The air became even heavier, as if everyone's hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand.
One spirit was trapped in the bathroom, one was hidden in the wardrobe, and the last one was lurking in an unknown room. Song Nianzi hugged her arms and shivered, then couldn't help but complain, wait, the daughter is in the room, this seems somewhat normal, right?
She clicked her tongue, her brows furrowing tighter, but why are the positions of the father and mother so strange?
The father stays in the bathroom, the mother hides in the wardrobe, that's just too abnormal, right?
Qin Lang chuckled softly, casually saying, it's actually understandable that the father appears in the women's restroom.
Everyone's gaze immediately focused on him, waiting for his explanation.
He slowly scanned the room, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he used to like hiding near the women's restroom, peeking at those unsuspecting guests. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Song Nianzi's eyes widened as she recalled using that restroom, her face showing disbelief. Disgusting, you mean, he was a peeping Tom in life? Qin Lang nodded, his expression calm as he continued. As for the mother, hiding in the wardrobe, there are two possibilities. One is that she was accustomed to peeping while alive, the other is that she became this ghostly form after death. Not a family, not entering the same door, their behaviors both exude a kind of darkness and sleaziness.
It's strange if nothing happens in such a hotel. Song Nianzi crossed her arms, unable to suppress her disdain. This couple, are they really this twisted? Her brow furrowed even tighter, a chill creeping into her heart. What about those previous guests who stayed at the hotel? If they didn't notice anything unusual, wouldn't they have been watched all along?
Qin Lang didn't speak, he just slightly curled the corners of his lips, suggesting a deeper meaning.
We always thought those guests harmed the hotel owner and the others.
But there's also a possibility, the owner's sleazy behavior was discovered by the guests, and then they were dragged out and beaten.
Hanjua also figured something out and said, if they chose to solve it with money, that would be too foolish. Those angry strangers, seeing money, would definitely kill them.
The corridor fell into a brief silence, even Granny Jin's smoking action paused slightly.
Sumo Bai's expression was indifferent, while Hanjua's face looked even worse.
After a few seconds, Ling Wei suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Goodness, everyone is a villain.
Then, what about the daughter?
Qin Lang withdrew his pondering gaze, paused, and slowly shook his head. As for the daughter, his eyes carried a hint of seriousness, his voice slightly deeper. She is playing the piano in the room, and she left bloody footprints.
I haven't figured this part out yet. But I have thought of another question.
This question might be the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel.
Chapter 198, The Secret Investigation Bureau.
Qin Lang's gaze fell on Hanjua's old, withered hands, and he slightly frowned. This wardrobe is placed in his own room, meaning he is more likely to be affected. Now Hanjua somewhat bore the flavor of suffering on behalf of him.
Qin Lang's tone remained calm, asking Hanjue, can you still hold on?
Hanjua's forehead was damp with cold sweat, his jaw clenched tightly, forcing a nod. No problem.
Qin Lang patted Hanjua's shoulder.
All right, then I'll help you take another look at that wardrobe. Qin Lang approached the wardrobe, its dark wooden door slightly ajar, as if something was peering at him through the crack.
Bai Qi, it's your turn.
Qin Lang silently called out in his heart, infuse your power into the ghost-slaying blade, let's deal with this strange thing.
Bai Qi seemed a bit busy. Big brother, can't you do it yourself? Qin Lang, your killing intent is stronger. And do you understand what it means to show weakness?
This is called strategy.
A cold voice echoed in his mind, I think big brother you are just being lazy. But Bai Qi didn't refuse.
Soon, a chill spread along Qin Lang's arm, and strange blood-red patterns appeared on the surface of the ghost-executing knife. The blade faintly radiated a ghostly white aura, and the killing intent was so intense it seemed to drop the temperature around them to freezing point.
Song Niancy couldn't help but touch her arm. What is this thing?
Qin Lang's lips curled into a slight smile.
He twisted his wrist and suddenly stabbed the blade deep into the wardrobe.
Pooch! As the blade pierced the wood, a piercing scream suddenly erupted.
Ah ah ah. A shrill sound rang out. Song Niancy and the others felt their eardrums buzzing. What is that noise?
Then, a stream of bright red blood seeped out from the crack opened by the blade, slowly flowing along the crack of the wardrobe door.
The blood dripped onto the floor, appearing thicker than oil.
The wardrobe began to shake violently, and the wooden boards creaked, as if something inside was struggling frantically to break free from the ghost-executing knife.
Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, tightened his grip on the knife handle, and sneered, you can really scream, keep going.
He twisted his wrist sharply, and the ghost-executing knife stirred deeply inside the wardrobe, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The entire room was suddenly filled with a strong, fishy smell. The screams grew even more intense.
Qin Lang looked at the continuously flowing blood from the wardrobe and smirked. Turns out this wardrobe itself is weird.
Before he could finish speaking, he shook his wrist, and the blood-red patterns on the knife flickered.
A powerful ghostly aura suddenly spread out.
He gripped the knife handle tightly, his muscles slightly tensing, ready to strike again and completely tear apart this damned wardrobe door. However, just then, a low, undeniable voice came from outside the door.
Stop.
Qin Lang's blade halted in midair, his brows slightly furrowed as his cold gaze swept toward the door. The door was pushed open, and a man and a woman stood at the entrance. It was the pair who had checked into the inn earliest and had lost a companion.
Qin Lang asked, what do you want?
The man had no extra expression on his face, holding out a black badge to show everyone, we are from the Secret Investigation Bureau. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the black badge, the golden lettering shimmering faintly in the dim light. The badge had a steel seal, and the name Field Red Feng Tao. The woman also displayed her badge, with the name Su Lily.
Ling Wei's pupils constricted, and her expression became serious. You are actually from the Secret Investigation Bureau?
Song Niancy and Hanjua were also taken aback by this title, clearly not expecting to encounter them here.
Qin Lang blinked, his tone indifferent. Secret Investigation Bureau? What is that?
Ling Wei explained softly, the Secret Investigation Bureau is a special agency independent of law enforcement. For a long time, authorities around the world have been curious about the emergence of copy abilities and even wanted to utilize this power. So countries organized the Secret Investigation Bureau to enter various copies to carry out special missions.
Song Niancy added, the Bureau has much greater authority than us ordinary law enforcement. One could even say that if they give an order, we must obey. Song Niancy spoke with astonishment, clearly not expecting this organization to interfere in the event. Qin Lang stroked his chin, his gaze playfully scanning the two at the door. Oh? So you're saying, they are your superior? Feng Tao did not answer, only coldly stared at Qin Lang, his gaze sweeping over the still dripping wardrobe in the room, his tone calm yet with a hint of warning. Qin Lang, do you know that last strike almost ruined our plan? Now, in the name of the Bureau, I demand you stop all actions immediately. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his eyes dangerous. Oh? What plans do you have here? Feng Tao said, I have no obligation to explain anything to you. In short, this place will be sealed by us and thoroughly investigated slowly. Qin Lang scoffed, glancing sideways at Feng Tao with a tone thick with sarcasm. The strangeness of this place is right in front of you, and only now do you think to properly investigate? Sorry, but I also have no need to cooperate with you. Feng Tao's face suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, and his voice sank low with intimidation. What do you mean? He did not expect that Qin Lang would be so ungrateful. What do you mean? Qin Lang shook the demon-slaying knife in his hand, pointing the tip at the wardrobe, revealing a playful smile. It means very simply, this thing, I will never give to you. The air in the room suddenly froze. Feng Tao's eyes were cold and fierce, his fists slightly clenched, seemingly suppressing his anger. Standing to the side, Su Lily adjusted her glasses, looking at Qin Lang with a complex expression, seemingly not surprised by his reaction. Do you know who you are opposing? Feng Tao said in a deep voice, laced with a hint of threat, we are the Secret Investigation Bureau, fully empowered to decide your life or death. Qin Lang, I am being particularly lenient with you because of your special talent. Now that you are interfering with our actions, not only may you ruin our investigation, but you might also let the situation spiral out of control. Qin Lang shrugged, appearing nonchalant. You guys are professional? He glanced over at the bleeding wardrobe, mocking, then why don't you explain what happened to Hanjua's hand just now? I see you are more like bystanders, wanting to see how many people these weird things can kill? Your behavior seems quite similar to that of the Wudao Society. Feng Tao was momentarily speechless from Qin Lang's retort, his face growing even darker. He took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger, his tone becoming even lower. Qin Lang, I warn you, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Do you think you can deal with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang laughed. Oh? So you guys are also coming for the Wudao Society? Su Lily spoke up. Of course, we've been watching the Wudao Society for a long time. In the archives of the Secret Investigation Bureau, the Wudao Society is listed as one of the most dangerous evil organizations. There are even rumors that they have mastered terrifying abilities beyond logic, even controlling the weirdness itself. This instance was modified by the leader of the Wudao Society. Many of our investigators have already fallen here. Right now is our best opportunity, you better not get in the way. Qin Lang chuckled, but from my perspective, the ones in the way are you. Feng Tao coldly looked at Qin Lang, his tone steady but filled with threat. The Wudao Society is our prey. You are just an unrelated party, don't meddle too deeply, or you won't even know how you died. Qin Lang slowly put away his smile, the corner of his mouth still carrying a hint of disdain. The Wudao Society is your prey, but it is also my enemy. I will never give it to you. Feng Tao finally could not contain his anger, taking a sudden step forward, coldly shouting, are you looking for death? His gaze was sharp as a knife, and the aura around him had turned incredibly sharp, as if the pressure in the surrounding air had suddenly dropped. However, Qin Lang still stood in place, a casual smile on his face. What's wrong? Want to make a move? Fine, before dealing with this weirdness, I can use you to practice. As soon as Qin Lang's words fell, Feng Tao's face completely darkened. Looking for death. He shouted angrily, his figure rushing out like a fierce tiger, his right fist swinging wildly. Just at the moment when the fist was about to strike, his entire arm was suddenly enveloped in a layer of blazing fire, the flames dancing between his muscles and bones, the red light illuminating the entire room. The high temperature of the flames instantly caused the air to distort violently, even the room's walls began to quiver from the heat. Wow, someone is playing with fire. Qin Lang squinted his eyes slightly. Before he could move, Ling Wei had already struck out fiercely. A black crack suddenly opened in the air, and an entry into another space instantly appeared. Feng Tao's flaming fist directly smashed into the alternate space, and the intense flames exploded inside in an instant. Ah! However, even though the alternate space successfully swallowed the flames, Ling Wei was also hurt. Her arm was severely burned by the high temperature, and her whole body had to stumble back several steps. Sister Ling Wei! Song Niancy exclaimed, hurriedly supporting her, are you okay? I'm fine. Ling Wei gritted her teeth, but her palm trembled slightly. Feng Tao's fiery power was actually hard for even her alternate space to fully withstand. This man's strength was clearly much stronger than they imagined. Song Niancy shouted, hey, are you going too far? Feng Tao frowned when he saw his attack neutralized, his cold gaze sweeping over Ling Wei. As a member of the Law Enforcement Bureau, how dare you try to stop me? Who is your leader? Ling Wei said, our leader told us to follow Qin Lang's command in this operation. Now that you want to attack him, of course I have the duty to help. A cold voice suddenly sounded, stop right there. Sumubai's figure seemed to transform into a black ghostly shadow, slowly emerging from the shadows at this moment. Her eyes were blood red, and her pale fingers slowly raised, a thread of deep crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. Blood ghost technique, release. Boom. The temperature in the room plummeted, and an eerie blood-red energy erupted wildly. Sumubai's figure instantly blurred, transforming into an afterimage. The floor beneath her shattered as her ghostly body swiftly lunged toward Fengtao, her 5 fingers curling like claws, sharp blood-red nails slicing through the air, each attack carrying a chilling killing intent. Fengtao was unfazed and continued to counterattack with fire fists. You think you're the only one who can play with fire? Sumubai's voice was low, and in the next moment, her nails suddenly stabbed toward Fengtao's chest, crimson energy surging madly at her fingertips, blue ghost flames jumping above, as if wanting to drain the opponent's life force completely. Fengtao's pupils contracted, he knew he couldn't take this blow head-on. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and his whole body violently retreated. Can you dodge? Sumubai's figure suddenly split into several illusory shadows in the air, blood-colored ghostly claws reaching for Fengtao from all directions at once. Fengtao chuckled coldly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, but the corner of his mouth curved in disdain. No wonder you're an A-level anomaly, you really have some skill. His gaze locked onto Sumubai, flames on his body rising again, the roaring flames illuminating his slightly twisted smile. But for me, A-level anomalies are still not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out again. Raging flames dragged a scorching fiery trail through the air, like a falling meteor, carrying destructive force, charging toward Sumubai. But Sumubai showed no fear, a cold smile spread across her lips, crimson blood mist swirling around her fingertips, her wrist twisting slightly, her ghostly figure suddenly vanishing, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, instantly dodging the direct impact. Fengtao wanted to continue attacking, but he faintly felt something was off. Qin Lang did not intervene, but why hadn't all his attacks just now worked? Lily, assist me. Seeing that this wave of attacks was ineffective, Fengtao decisively called for cooperation. Su Lily, standing not far away, frowned slightly, taking 2 steps back. She did not immediately join the fight, instead, she covered her eyes with 4 fingers. After a moment, Su Lily raised her hand and pointed to a corner, saying in a deep voice, be careful of that old woman with the pipe. Fengtao's heart tightened slightly, as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt an unusual chill coming from under his feet. He suddenly lowered his head and saw that around his feet, several strands of gray-white smoke had quietly wrapped around him, like chains from the underworld, slowly tightening and locking him down. The chains of smoke twisted and turned, exuding a chilling and strange power, actually starting to absorb his heat. Not far away, Granny Genia gently exhaled a puff of smoke, the tobacco in her pipe glowing faintly, her gaze, hidden behind the smoke, held a sly smile. Young man, don't play with fire. Fengtao's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly urged all the flame power in his body, wanting to break free, but those smoky chains seemed to possess some kind of bizarre rule and, after absorbing his heat, became even more resilient. Granny Genia let out a puff of smoke and chuckled, what secret investigation agency, it's nothing at all. He. Fengtao let out a cold laugh, you are the prey.